William Dyce. B. Aberdeen, 1806, D. London, 1864. Dyce was an influential Scottish painter whose work combined elements from both the Nazarenes and the Pre-Raphaelites. He became friendly with the former during 2 visits to Rome in the 1820s, sharing their enthusiasm for the revival of fresco painting. He later achieved considerable success in this field, producing Arthurian murals for the new Houses of Parliament in London and a suitably patriotic subject for Prince Albert in Neptune resigning to Britannia the Empire of the Sea, 1847. Dyce proved equally capable in his easel paintings. Deeply pious, he won plaudits for his imaginative religious pictures, and he was also one of the first to appreciate the innovations of the Pre-Raphaelites. Their influence can be seen in his crowning masterpiece, Pegwell Bay. Lifeline. 1806, born in Aberdeen, the son of a lecturer. 1825, first visit to Rome. 1840, superintendent of the School of Design in London. 1844, commissioned to produce frescoes for the new Houses of Parliament. 1847, paints Osborne House frescoes for Prince Albert. 1860, completes his masterpiece, Pegwell Bay. 1864, dies at home in Streatham, London. Pegwell Bay, a recollection of October 5th. While Dyce's family gather seashells in the foreground, the artist painstakingly records the geology of the cliff face and the trail of Donati's comet, which was at its brightest on the date of the work. 1858-60, oil on canvas, 64 by 89 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. In context. Abolition of slavery. The campaign to abolish slavery began in earnest in the 1770s. Led by political pressure groups and religious sects, such as the Quakers, it managed to secure a parliamentary ban on the slave trade in 1807, followed by full emancipation in 1833. William Wilberforce, 1759-1833, Parliament. The most tireless campaigner was the Yorkshire MP William Wilberforce. He died just 3 days after seeing the Abolition of Slavery Act through in 1833. Josh shooting the arrow of deliverance drawn from the Old Testament. This picture shows Elisha aiding the king of Israel. On the prophet's orders, Josh fires an arrow towards the spot where he will win a great victory over the Syrians. 1844, oil on canvas, 76 x 109 cm, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Alexander Ilwanov. BST Petersburg, 1806, DST Petersburg, 1858. Training under his father at the St. Petersburg Academy, Ilvanov displayed an early preference for conventional neoclassical subjects. In 1827, one of his paintings was awarded a gold medal by the Society for the Promotion of Artists, and this provided him with a grant to travel in Italy. By 1831, Ilvanov had settled in Rome, where he met Overbeck and the other Nazarenes. Under their influence, he turned increasingly to religious art, which he hoped to produce on a monumental scale. His most ambitious project was a huge painting, Christ's First Appearance to the People. Ivanov labored on this for 20 years, producing scores of studies for individual heads and figures. Ultimately, this exhaustive, piecemeal approach may have proved counterproductive, as the finished painting met with a less than enthusiastic reception, while many of the studies were greatly admired. Even so, the next generation of Russian artists led by Repin and Kramsko were inspired by the work. Lifeline. 1806, born in St. Petersburg, the son of a painter. 1817-24, studies under his father at the St. Petersburg Academy. 1827, Joseph in prison, wins a gold medal. 1831, settles in Rome. 1837, begins work on Christ's First Appearance to the People. 1839, paints Avenue Maria. 1858, Christ's First Appearance is exhibited in Russia. 1858, dies of cholera in St. Petersburg. King Priam begging Achilles for the return of Hector's body, produced by Ivanov at the end of his student days. 1824, oil on canvas, 119 by 125 centimeters, Tretaikov Gallery, Moscow, Russia. Christ's First Appearance to the People. This monumental scene depicts the prelude to Christ's baptism in the River Jordan. In the foreground, John the Baptist points him out to the assembled converts. 1837-57, oil on canvas, 5.4 x 7.5 m, Tretaikov Gallery, Moscow, Russia. Closer look. Focal point. Even though the figure of Christ is one of the smallest in the painting, his isolation ensures that he is the focus of attention. William Blake. B. London, 1757. D. London, 1827. A poet, painter, printmaker, and visionary, Blake came from a family of nonconformists, and his own, highly individual views did much to shape the course of his art. His apprenticeship with James Boss Sire gave him a thorough grounding in printmaking techniques. He used this skill to produce extraordinary color-printed editions of his own poems, with the words and illustrations appearing on the same page. In visual terms, he was heavily influenced by Gothic art, which he had studied during his apprenticeship, while his muscular figures owed much to the example of Michelangelo. Blake derived many of his subjects from the Bible, Milton, and Shakespeare, although increasingly he portrayed a pantheon of mythological characters drawn from his own prophetic writings. Blake's paintings baffled his contemporaries, particularly as he often claimed that they were inspired by visions. But he received loyal support from his two main patrons, Thomas Butts and John Linnell, and exerted a huge influence on Samuel Palmer and his followers. Lifeline. 1757. Born in London, 1772–79. Apprenticed to the engraver James Boss Sire, 1780. First exhibit at the Royal Academy, 1782. Marries Catherine Boucher, 1789. Publishes Songs of Innocence, 1799. First commission from Thomas Butts, his chief patron, 1818. Meets the painter John Linnell, another patron. 1827. Dies in London. Glad Day or Albion Rose. This is Blake's vision of the spiritual transformation of Albion, his symbol for the British nation. See 1795, color-printed engraving with watercolor, British Museum, London, UK. The Sick Rose. Blake devised a method of printing that made his books look like illuminated manuscripts. This poem comes from his Songs of Innocence and of Experience. 1794, etching, ink and watercolor, 12x7m, Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, UK. The Ancient of Days. This majestic image of the creation of the universe was originally produced as the frontispiece for Blake's Europe. 1794, this print 1824, etching with gouache and watercolor, 23x17 cm, Whitworth Art Gallery, Manchester, UK. Closer look. Radiating light. Blake liked to use visionary shafts of light to convey the spiritual mood of his pictures. Here, a blood-red sun sets out a baleful tone, as Urizen, Blake's authoritarian version of Jehovah, measures out an imperfect universe. The red dragon and the woman clothed with the sun. Blake visionary style was particularly well suited to the task of illustrating the prophecies contained in the Book of Revelation. Here, a satanic monster waits to consume the child, which the woman, the church, is about to bear. Rev. 12:1-4. 1803–2005, watercolor on paper, 59x43 cm, Brooklyn Museum of Art, New York, U.S. Henry Fuseli. B. Zurich, 1741. D. London, 1825. Born Johann Heinrich Fuseli, Swiss painter Henry Fuseli initially hoped to follow a career in the church, but his unconventional views soon landed him in trouble, and he was obliged to leave Zurich. He settled in London in 1764, still uncertain of his future direction. It was only after a meeting with Joshua Reynolds, 4 years later, that he decided to devote himself to painting. Fuseli's breakthrough as an artist came in 1782, when his painting The Nightmare caused a sensation at the Royal Academy. This set the tone for his unique brand of Romanticism. Most of Fuseli's themes came from respectable literary sources, but he liked to explore the darker side of human nature. As a result, many of his pictures contain hints of suppressed violence, irrational fears, or sexual perversity. Lifeline. 1741. Born in Zurich, the son of an artist, 1761 ordained as a minister, 1764 moves to London, 1768 meets Reynolds and decides to become a painter, 1770 begins studies in Italy, 1779 returns to London, 1781 paints his masterpiece, The Nightmare, 1788 marries Sophia Rollins, 1799 opens his Milton Gallery. A.L.S. appointed Professor of Painting at the Royal Academy, 1825, dies in Putted, London, and is buried in St. Paul's Cathedral. The Three Witches Fuseli produced several versions showing the witches delivering their predictions to Macbeth. His source was a series of grotesque heads by Leonardo da Vinci. C. 1783, oil on canvas, 75 by 90 centimeters, collection of the Royal Shakespeare Theatre, Stratford-upon-Avon, UK. The Nightmare Fuseli's most famous painting is a potent cocktail of sex and horror. An incubus squats on a sleeping woman's abdomen, causing her to have a nightmare. 1781, oil on canvas, 101 x 128 centimeters, Detroit Institute of Arts, Detroit, U.S. Closer look. Ghostly horse. This picture may have started out as a visual pun. The word nightmare comes from Mara, the name of an evil demon, rather than the ghostly horse, the nightmare, which is peering round the curtains. John Martin. B. Hayden Bridge, 1789, D. Douglas, 1854. Renowned for cataclysmic scenes of doom and destruction, Martin ironically began his artistic career working in a more genteel vein, as a painter of glass and ceramics. He turned to oils in 1811, rapidly making his mark at the Royal Academy. Many of Martin's pictures depict stories from the Old Testament and feature tiny, vulnerable human figures, dwarfed by the vast and hostile forces of nature. These pictures became incredibly popular, largely through the medium of prints. Martin was particularly skilled at mezzo tint engraving, an elaborate process that enabled him to reproduce his dramatic effects with considerable success. He was also in great demand as an illustrator, producing his finest mezzotints for a deluxe edition of John Milton's Paradise Lost. Joshua commanding the sun to stand still, picture that made Martin famous. Typically, it shows a scene of apocalyptic mayhem, drawn from the Old Testament. 1816, oil on canvas, 150 by 231 centimeters, private collection. Samuel Palmer. B. London, 1805, D. Redhill, 1881. The son of a bookseller, Palmer showed artistic promise from a very early age, exhibiting at the Royal Academy when he was just 14. In 1824, a meeting with William Blake led to a transformation of his style, and an emphasis on the visionary. This intensified after 1826, when Palmer moved to the village of Shoreham in Kent, where he headed a group of artists known as the Ancients. In true Romantic fashion, they rejected the increasing urbanization and industrialization of modern life, retreating instead into an idyllic vision of the past. Palmer's finest works are small-scale, pastoral fantasies, in which nature's gifts are portrayed as living proof of God's love. Rolling valleys with golden crop fields, heavily laden fruit trees, and contented shepherds combine to show nature and humanity in harmony. Largely forgotten after his death, Palmer was rediscovered in the 1920s. Early morning, nothing seems quite real in this famous woodland idyll. Even the human figures appear to melt into the landscape. 1825, brown ink and sepia, 19 by 23 centimeters, Ashmolean, Oxford, UK. In a Shoreham garden, the luxuriant blossom of an apple tree dominates this scene, and is a reflection of God's bounty. C. 1829, watercolor and gouache, 28 x 22 centimeters, Victoria and Albert Museum, London, UK. Love. The challenge of depicting the emotion of love has inspired many artists across history and cultures, encouraging them to search for the story, character, or object that best represents the feeling. The classical goddess Venus, for example, has been a long-lasting popular symbol of idealized love in Western art. Post-Renaissance representations of love lent towards an increased realism, replacing perfect ideas of chivalry and romance with more personal depictions of plain physicality. While artists often preferred to focus in images of romantic or sexual love, themes of universal, spiritual, and platonic love have also been tackled. Mars and Venus from the House of Mars and Venus, wall painting, Roman Venus, the goddess of love, is embraced by Mars, the god of war, before watching Cupid. This fresco sunbathes to the story that Cupid was the couple's son. 1st century wall painting, Pompeii, Italy. Throne, From the tomb of Tutankhamun Egyptian, this affectionate scene of the young pharaoh being anointed by his wife is ornately rendered in gold paint. C. 1370-1352 BC, Gold, Egyptian National Museum, Kano, Egypt. An allegory with Venus and Cupid Agnolo Bronzino framed by a group of allegorical figures including Wing Time, Bronzio's eroticized Venus, and Cupid demonstrate his skill with flesh tones. C. 1540-50, oil on panel, 147 by 117 centimeters, National Gallery. London, UK. The faux pas Jean-Antoine Watteau the viewer is made to feel like a voyeur in their observation of this unwanted advance. 1717, oil on canvas, 40 by 32 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Allegory of True Love. Peter Poor bust, the Flemish Mannerist artist, depicts a sexualized vision of love unfettered by social convention. C. 1547, oils, 133 by 206 centimeters, Wallace Collection, London, UK. Parade shield painted with figures of a lady, a knight, and death. Flemish. A knight declares his love for a lady, in the presence of death. The permanence of true love is a feature of the courtly tradition. 15th century. Leather-covered shield, British Museum, London, UK. The proposition. Judith Leister. The composition emphasizes the physical dominance of the man propositioning the woman with money, which casts a threat's shadow over the whole scene. 1631. Oil on canvas, 31 by 24 centimeters. Mauritshuis, The Hague, the Netherlands. Radha and Krishna. Indian school. The love of Radha, a married mortal woman, for the god Krishna, is a popular theme in Hindu literature. The couple are colorfully depicted, surrounded by bountiful wildlife. C. 1780, watercolor on paper. Victoria and Albert Museum, London, UK. Jewish bride. Rembrandt van Rijn. An awkward intimacy lends this scene its mystery. 1666, oil on canvas, 122 by 166 centimeters, Rijksmuseum Amsterdam, Holland. The Kiss, of Auguste Rodin. The fluidity and motion of the kiss make it an iconic representation of romance. Rodin did not value the work very highly. 1888, marble, 184 by 111 by 118 centimeters. Musée Rodin, Paris, France. Bank Holiday. William Strong. Although the couple in the picture are not relaxed in the restaurant setting, the scene is tempered by the flowers and the cat, which are symbolic of devotion. 1912, oil on canvas, 153 by 123 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. The Embrace. Egon Schiele. Echoing his friend Klint's The Kiss, this passionate work exhibits a growing warmth in Schiele's treatment of love and sexuality. 1917, oil on canvas, 98 by 169 centimeters. Gallery, Vienna, Austria. The Kiss. Pablo Picasso. This is a typical example of Picasso's use of unconventional techniques such as multiple perspective to tackle popular themes. 1969, oil on canvas, 97 by 130 centimeters, Musée Picasso, Paris, France. Le Samu. Gustave Courbet. Female sexuality was a favorite subject of Courbet's. His naturalist celebrations of women's bodies shocked the artistic establishment. 1866, oil canvas, 135 by 200 centimeters, Musée du Petit Palais, Paris. Lovers. From the poem of the Pillow. Kitagawa Utamaro. These delicate illustrations of poems are part of the tradition of shunga, a form of hypos erotica. 1788, Woodblock Point. Victoria and Albert Museum, London, UK. A jealousy of Edvard Munch. Jealousy casts a heavy shadow over Munch's artistic vision. The vitality of the woman in the center of the picture is contrasted with the empty anxiety of the foreground lover. 1895, oil on canvas, 67 by 100 centimeters, Rasmus Myers Samplinger, Bergen, Norway. Parade amoureuse. Francis Picabia. Early in his Dadaist period, Picabia created a series of pictures that illustrated the sexual suggestiveness of machine parts. 1917, oil, 95x72 cm, private collection. John Constable. B. East Bergholt, 1776, D. Hampstead, 1837. Constable is regarded by many as England's greatest landscape painter. Despite this, his route to success was far from easy. His choice of career was opposed by his father and his bride's family, and official recognition in English art circles was very slow in coming. Constable's originality lay in his style and his subject matter. To modern city dwellers, his pictures may seem full of rustic charm, but his contemporaries did not find them sufficiently picturesque. Instead of painting spectacular mountains or sweeping panoramas, he focused on the working countryside, with its mills, barges, and a busy, canalized river. Critics also condemned his pictures as unfinished. Constable was always anxious to capture the precise sensations created by nature, the changes of light under moving clouds, the dampness of rain-soaked fields, the effects of the slightest breeze, and he used vigorous brushwork and white highlights to achieve this. English commentators were unimpressed, but his innovations were better appreciated in France, where Géricault and Delacroix expressed great admiration for his work. Lifeline. 1776. Born in East Anglia, the son of a prosperous corn merchant, 1799 enters the Royal Academy Schools, 1802 exhibits for the first time at the Royal Academy, 1809 becomes engaged to Maria Bucknell, 1816 finally marries Maria, despite her family's disapproval, 1821 paints his most famous work, The Hay Wain, which wins a gold medal at the Paris Salon 3 years later. 1828 Maria dies of tuberculosis, 1829 elected a full member of the Royal Academy, 1837 dies in Hampstead. Boat building near Flatford Mill, Constable painted many rural scenes. This one depicts his father's boatyard. 1815, oil on canvas, 51x62 cm, Victoria and Albert Museum, London, UK. The Hay Wain. Constable depicts a rural scene that was very familiar to him. He exhibited it under the title Landscape, Noon. The picture received a tepid reception at the Royal Academy, but won a gold medal at the Paris Salon, and was much admired by Delacroix. 1821, oil on canvas, 130x 185 cm, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Rustic details. Constable's painting overflows with many authentic details of country life. A kitchen maid kneels down by the landing stage to scoop up a pail of water from the stream. View of Salisbury Cathedral. Constable used the trees as a natural frame for the cathedral. The figures to the left and the cows helped to lead the eye to the focal point. It proved to be a troublesome project because the bishop disapproved of Constable's dark clouds. 1823, oil on canvas, 88x 112 cm, Victoria and Albert Museum, London, UK. Closer look. The Bishop. Constable was close friends with the Bishop of Salisbury, John Fisher, who not only commissioned the painting but appears in it with his wife. No 2 days are alike, nor even 2 hours, either was there ever 2 leaves of tree alike since the creation of the world. John Constable. Joseph Mallard. William Turner. B. London, 1775, D. London, 1851. Turner was the most original and imaginative figure in the history of English landscape painting. He was a close contemporary of John Constable, but their careers could scarcely have been more different. His talent was precocious, while Constable's matured more slowly. He traveled widely, while Constable concentrated on areas with which he was most familiar. And while Constable could toil for months on a single canvas, Turner worked quickly and had a huge output. Turner's style varied considerably over the years. Early in his career, he produced accurate, topographical watercolors that sold well when transferred into prints. After visiting Italy, he also painted serene landscapes in the classical manner, comparable to those of Claude. In his most romantic paintings, however, Turner tried to capture the sheer power of nature, unleashed in violent storms and raging blizzards. Here, his handling became incredibly free, as he scratched and scraped at the canvas until the forms and figures dissolved into swirling vortices of light and color. Lifeline. 1775 born, the son of a barber, in London, 1789 begins studies at Royal Academy Schools, 1792 embarks on the first of his many sketching tours, 1800 his mother is admitted to Bedlam, London's infamous mental hospital, 1802 fourth youngest ever full member of Royal Academy, 1833 begins relationship with Sophia Booth, a widow. 1839 paints his masterpiece, The Fighting Temeraire. 1840 meets John Ruskin, his most ardent supporter. 1851 dies in Chelsea and is buried in St. Paul's Cathedral, a canal near the Arsenal, Venice. Turner made his first visit to Venice in 1819, but it was only in the 1830s that he really fell under its spell. The place inspired some of his most magical watercolors, full of shimmering reflections and ghostly architecture. Watercolor on Paper, British Museum, London, UK. Ulysses deriding Polyphemus. In his return from the Trojan War, Ulysses celebrates a narrow escape from a man-eating Cyclops, the one-eyed giant of Greek mythology. 1829, oil on canvas, 133 by 203 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Nature's drama in his subject paintings, Turner conveyed the full impact of the narrative with nature rather than figures. Here, the Cyclops appears as an apparition, looming over the ship, and could be mistaken for a cloud formation. Turner focused on the setting, featuring arched rocks from the Bay of Naples. Rain, steam, and speed, the Great Western Railway. Turner felt exhilarated by the novel sensation of speed, which the railways provided. During a raging storm, he stuck his head out of a carriage window to experience the full power of the elements. 1844, oil on canvas, 91 x 122 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Visual pun. Turner has underlined the power of the new technology by contrasting it with older symbols of speed. The hare that appears on the track was probably meant as a reference to the fable of the hare and the tortoise. The Fighting Temeraire, tugged to her last berth to be broken up. 1838 JMW Turner. 1839, oil on canvas, 90.7 by 112.6 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. The Fighting Temeraire. JMBV Turner. A pale ghost of her former noble and majestic self, the old warship the Temeraire, veteran of the Battle of Trafalgar, is towed up the Thames by a steam tug, to be broken up for scrap. Rather than painting a documentary of the event, Turner transformed the ship's final journey into a mournful hymn to the passing of the great days of sail. First exhibited the year after the Temeraire was broken up, this has always been one of Turner's best-loved canvases. Turner called it his darling, and refused all offers to buy it. Composition. Turner creates a composition based on contrasts, sail versus steam, dark forms versus pale, cool colors predominating on the left contrasting with warm colors on the right where the dying sun blazes. A strong diagonal divides the picture in two, and draws the viewer's eye across the canvas in a way that creates the sense of forward movement suggesting the Temeraire's final journey towards the ominous, dark buoy in the bottom right. Forward motion. The linear of mastops leads diagonally towards the bottom right, while the dark shapes of tug and buoy suggest another diagonal link. These two diagonals create a point in the bottom left-hand corner, towards which the ship is being drawn to her doom. Smoke trail. A trail of fiery smoke belching from the tug's funnel cuts dramatically across the Temeraire. To accentuate the effect, Turner deliberately altered the boat's design, transposing mast and funnel. He put the funnel at the front and elongated the smoke trail. Technique. Unlike many of Turner's paintings, which have deteriorated because of his experimental use of materials, this masterpiece a relatively conventional oil paint mix, with walnut oil as a medium. In some areas, such as the hull of the Temeraire, paint is applied in thin, fluid veils. In others, such as the sky, Turner uses a technique known as scumbling, dragging brushloads of thick, opaque paint irregularly across the underlayer. Impasto yellow capturing the effects of yellow light preoccupied Turner. Here, he has built up impasto layers, using brilliant lemon yellow, which remains much as it was when he painted it, along with other less stable yellows, which have become more silvery than he intended. Although he often used a palette knife, Turner appears to have used a heavily loaded brush here. Hull of boat. In reality, the Temeraire was painted in yellow and black, but Turner evokes a ghostly sense of insubstantiality by depicting her hull in thin veils of gray and brown over ivory-colored paint. The pale lines of her timbers give her a strangely skeletal appearance. Blazing sunset, Turner began by painting the sky with thin glazes. When this layer was dry, he thickly brushed on yellows and reds for the clouds. He used several reds, traditional vermilion and Venetian red, both stable, and iodine scarlet, a newly invented pigment that was intense but unstable, and has changed over time. In context. Glory Days Hegemeraire, whose name means fearless, was a 98-gun man-of-war, first launched in 1798. She played a most noble and distinguished part in the Battle of Trafalgar in 1805. When Admiral Nelson's flagship, the Victory, came under fire, the Temeraire came to her aid and captured 2 French ships before being so battered that she had to be towed away. The Battle of Trafalgar, 1805. Clarkson Stanfield, exhibited 1836. The Temeraire, flying the Union Jack, is depicted at the center of the action at Trafalgar. Story. Although based on a true story, Turner's painting transforms reality into an emotionally charged, poetic elegy. The ship was towed in from Sheerness to the breaker's yard in Rotherhithe over 2 days, probably in daylight hours, but Turner paints the scene at sunset, creating an air of finality. She would have been traveling west, but he shows her traveling east, so as to have the sunset behind her. Her masts would have already been removed, but he shows them intact, in stately opposition to the squat little tug's black funnel. One tug, not 2 in reality, 2 steamboats, Samson and London, tugged the Temeraire, one in front pulling her along, and one behind acting as a brake. Turner may have felt that the contrast would be more powerful with a solitary steamboat. Symbolic moon. A crescent moon appears as the sun sets. Some contemporary reviewers interpreted this as symbolic of the new era of steam taking the place of the passing age of sail, symbolized by the setting sun. A gorgeous horizon poetically intimates that the sun of the Temeraire is setting in glory. The Morning Chronicle, May 7, 1839. Full sail as the tug pulls the Temeraire forward. A number of sailing ships recede into the distance. On the horizon, this ship is shown in full sail, perhaps reminding us of the Temeraire's glory days. Painted with a few deft brushstrokes, its white sails stand out against the darkening sky. Washington Allston. Bewacamaw, South Carolina, 1779. D. Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1843. A pioneer of American Romantic painting, Allston broke with the tradition of portrait painting to produce a small but influential collection of dramatic landscapes. The son of a South Carolina plantation owner, he moved to New England as a child. He graduated from Harvard in 1800 before traveling to Europe, where he studied at London's Royal Academy and worked in Paris and Rome. In 1818, Allston returned to the U.S. and settled in Boston and then Cambridge. He gained some popular success as an author as well as a painter. Albert Bierstadt. B. Zollingen, near Düsseldorf, 1830. D. New York, 1902. This romantic landscape painter, one of the last of the Hudson River School, see pages 296-97, combined Germanic style with American subjects and a distinctly American approach. Born near Düsseldorf, Bierstadt grew up in Massachusetts. When he returned to Germany to study, he spent much of his time with American artists based there. Like his contemporary Frederick Church, Bierstadt traveled widely but found inspiration mainly from his trips to the west of the U.S., and the Rocky Mountains in particular. His romantic mountain scenes and depictions of wagon trains on the Overland Trail, helped by a flair for self-publicity, gained him enormous popularity in the 1860s. His huge output of painting sold well and gave him a comfortable lifestyle, including frequent trips abroad. By the 1880s, however, Bierstadt's romantic style was falling out of favor, and his final important work, The Last of the Buffalo, 1888, significantly, a portrayal of fast disappearing glory, was considered too old-fashioned as an American entry to the Exposition Universelle in Paris. Lifeline. 1830, born near Düsseldorf, 1833 moves to New Bedford, Massachusetts, with his family. 1853-57 studies in Düsseldorf, 1859 First visit to Western U.S., 1889 The last of the buffalo rejected for Exposition Universelle in Paris, 1902 Dies in New York. Rocky Mountain landscape in the Rocky Mountains, Bierstadt found a worthy alternative to the Alps of European landscapes. His well-observed and often huge paintings of the magnificent, unspoiled West were especially popular after the ravages of the American Civil War, 1861–65. 1870, Oil on Canvas, White House, Washington, D.C., U.S. The Oregon Trail. The stunning plain scenery is depicted in glowing colors that typify the Hudson River School. 1869, Oil on Canvas, 79 by 125 centimeters, Butler Institute of American Art, Youngstown, U.S. Closer look. Luminosity. Bierstadt painted the glowing skies in this sunset in exaggerated colors, in a style that was sometimes known as luminism, to help capture the atmosphere of the scene. Frederick Edwin Church. B. Hartford, Connecticut, 1826. D. New York, 1900. Frederick Church was a much-traveled landscape artist, regarded as one of the most important of the Hudson River School's second generation of painters. He studied under Thomas Cole in the 1840s, and soon achieved an enthusiastic reception for his historical landscapes. After reading the work of the naturalist Alexander Humboldt, he decided to follow in his footsteps and traveled to South America, Church's first trip taking place in 1853. Church made many extended trips abroad, notably to Europe and the Near East, and also traveled widely in the U.S. The paintings from these trips, including views of Cotopaxi and Niagara Falls, made him both a popular and a financial success. In 1869, he returned from London, where he had seen the work of Turner, and settled outside New York. Arthritis forced him to give up painting in 1877. Niagara Falls. From the American side, Niagara is one of the foremost scenic wonders of America. Church detailed, realistic depiction of the falls captures the power of this natural wonder. 1867, Oil on Canvas, 260 x 231 cm, National Gallery, Scotland, Edinburgh, UK. Cotopaxi Church made a number of paintings of Ecuador's Cotopaxi volcano, in different states of eruption. His major concern in all his landscapes was the accurate portrayal of natural phenomena. 1862, Oil on Canvas, 122 by 216 centimeters, Detroit Institute of Arts, U.S. Thomas Cole. B. Bolton, England, 1801, D. Catskill, New York, 1848. Cole was a founding member of the group of artists known as the Hudson River School, and in his comparatively short career he produced a number of influential landscapes and allegorical paintings. Born and brought up in the industrialized north of England, Cole emigrated with his family to the U.S. at the age of 17, and after 2 years at the Pennsylvania Academy he joined them in Ohio. Cole's first success came in New York, when fellow Hudson River School artist Asher Brown Durand noticed his work and helped him to find buyers. Cole found a studio in nearby Catskill, from which he could make painting trips into the countryside. His growing reputation enabled him to visit Europe, and after his return in 1832 he embarked on 2 series of huge allegorical paintings, The Course of Empire and The Voyage of Life. He continued to paint the countryside of the northeastern states until his death, aged 47. Lifeline. 1801, born in industrial Lancashire, England, 1818 emigrates to rural Steubenville, Ohio. 1823-25 moves first to Pittsburgh, then Philadelphia, and finally New York. 1827 takes a studio in Catskill. 1829-32 visits England and Italy. 1833-6 The Course of Empire cycle of paintings. 1836 marries Maria Barlow in Catskill, and settles there. 1839 paints the first of the Voyage of Life series. 1841-42 returns to Europe. 1848 dies in Catskill. The Course of Empire, Destruction. The Course of Empire series was produced when Cole was at the height of his powers. The cycle charts the rise and fall of an imaginary city, from the savage state through the Arcadian or pastoral state to the consummation, and ending with destruction and desolation. 1836, Oil on Canvas, 100 by 161 centimeters, collection of the New York Historical Society, U.S. The oxbow. This view of a bend in the Connecticut River shows the gentle encroachment of man into the wilderness as a storm passes over. The diagonal division of wild natural scenery and cultivated landscape is emphasized by the leaning tree in the foreground. 1836, Oil on Canvas, 131 x 193 cm, Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, U.S. Closer look. Cole's umbrella, dwarfed by the vast landscape and barely visible, is an umbrella, closed after the passing of the storm. To the left, Cole has included himself, almost imperceptibly, on the hillside. Thomas Doughty. B. Philadelphia, 1793, D. New York, 1856. Doughty was one of the first American painters to concentrate on landscapes, anticipating the artists of the Hudson River School. See pages 296-97. He was born in Philadelphia and spent much of his life there. He taught himself to paint while employed as a leather worker, so successfully, in fact, that by 1824 he was able to describe his occupation as landscape painter. Doughty exhibited regularly at the Pennsylvania Academy, and his fame spread as far as New York and Boston, where he also showed work. During the 1820s and 30s, his tours of the eastern U.S. and Europe inspired some of his finest work, including the well-known Nature's Wonderland, 1835. Poor health eventually put an end to his travels, and he spent his final years in New York. Lifeline. 1793, born in Philadelphia, 1816 exhibits at Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts, 1824 selected academician in Pennsylvania, 1830s lives in New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Delaware, 1837 first visit to Europe, c. 1845 settles in New York, 1856 dies in New York. Denning's Point, Hudson River. This painting is typical of the tranquil, atmospheric style Doughty adopted from the mid-1830s after visiting Europe. 1839, Oil on Mounted Canvas, 61 by 76 centimeters, Butler Institute of American Art, Youngstown, U.S. Closer look. Smooth edges, gently rounded shapes in the composition of this scene enhance its peacefulness. Framed by the dark foreground and tree, the curve of the midground hill echoes across the picture. Asher Brown Durand. B. Maplewood, New Jersey, 1796, D. Maplewood, New Jersey, 1886. Working first as an engraver and illustrator, Durand turned to painting in the 1830s and became a founding member of the Hudson River School. Already well known for his engravings of famous American paintings and portraits, he devoted himself to landscape painting after a trip to Europe. His work includes Kindred Spirits, 1849, a portrayal of his friend Thomas Cole and the poet William Cullen Bryant in the Catskill Woodlands. Shandaken Ridge, Kingston, New York. Durand's landscapes have a classically balanced composition, like those of European painters such as Claude Lorraine. C. 1854, Oil on Canvas, collection of the New York Historical Society, U.S. The Realist movement emerged in France in the mid-19th century, as a reaction against the outdated strictures of academic art. Spearheaded by Gustave Courbet and Jean-François Millet, it signaled a definitive break from the artistic traditions of the past. Origins and influences. In the late 1840s, a circle of writers, artists, and intellectuals held regular meetings at a Parisian bar, the Brasserie Endler. The group's heated discussions covered a broad range of subjects, from radical politics and social issues to the latest artistic trends. They dubbed their meeting place the Temple of Realism, and it was this nickname which Courbet adopted for his art. Although they appear anything but revolutionary today, the paintings of Courbet provoked a storm of protest at the Salon, the state-sponsored exhibition in Paris, largely because they contravene normal academic practice. Scenes of rural life were expected to be small and picturesque, providing town dwellers with a sense of escapism. The peasant pictures of Courbet and Millet, however, were large, on a scale that was normally reserved for major historical themes or religious subjects. Worse still, they focused on the hardship of modern working conditions, a topic that smacked dangerously of socialist politics to conservative critics. The realists attracted equal scorn for their figures. Courbet's nudes had double chins and rolls of fat, while Honoré Daumé's workers were wizened caricatures. For critics accustomed to the idealized forms of academic art, this was not realism, but a deliberate quest for ugliness. Realism proved influential, not just for the style itself, but for the way that Courbet promoted it. His Pavilion of Realism at the World Fair of 1855 was a show of artistic independence, and a model for the later Impressionist exhibitions, see pages 340-41. Realism. Timeline. The Barbizon school thrived in the 1840s, when Rousseau and Millet settled in the area. Courbet burst upon the Parisian art scene in 1850. His work was controversial throughout the decade. In the early 1860s, Menzel painted scenes from modern life, while, in 1871, a group of Russians, known as the Wanderers, staged the first of their traveling shows. 1843, Corot, The Gardens of the Villa d'Est, Tivoli. 1849, Courbet, The Stonebreakers. 1850, Spitzweg, The Bookworm. 1857, Millet, The Gleaners. C. 1863, Daume, The Washerwoman. Schools. As a coherent movement, realism is chiefly associated with France. Naturalist trends, however, were prominent in several European countries. French. Prior to the realist controversies, a number of landscape painters began working in the forest of Fontainebleau, close to the village of Barbizon. Although they are traditionally known as a school, the group did not have any formal links or joint manifesto. However, they did share a dislike for the artificiality of academic art, preferring to depict a more realistic version of the scenes that lay before them. The leading figures were Theodore Rousseau, Constant Troyat, Narcisse Diaz, and Charles d'Aubigny, although Camille Corot and Jean-François Millet were also associated with the group. The Impressionists would later cite them as an inspiration for their own movement. German. Courbet visited Germany several times, making a particularly strong impact in 1869, when he demonstrated his techniques to a group of young artists in Munich. His closest links were with Wilhelm Liebel, who worked with him in Paris for a time. Liebel's fascination with the style is most evident in his starkly realistic portrayals of peasant women. He also transmitted his ideas to a circle of German artists, who became known as Liebel's group. This included Hans Thoma, Karl Skutsch, Theodor Alt, and Wilhelm Trubner. Naturalist tendencies can also be discerned in some of the Biedermeier painters. Karl Spitzweg and Ferdinand George Waldmüller, for example, produced charmingly unaffected depictions of everyday life. Russian. In Russia, the baton of naturalism was taken up by an association of exhibiting artists, known as the Wanderers, or Itinerants. Led by painters such as Lyar Repin, Levin Kramskoy, and Vasily Surikov, they created a penetrating study of Russian society. Their range of subjects was very broad. Repin's Volga Boatman and Nikolai Kasatkin's Paupers Collecting Coal, for instance, were as uncompromising in their portrayal of manual labor as anything produced by the French realists. However, their work was not all contentious, and included atmospheric landscapes and scenes of daily life. Saint Nicholas delivers 3 unjustly condemned men from death. Ilya Efimovich Repin brought a fresh approach to the portrayal of historical subjects. He supported a campaign for the abolition of the death penalty in Russia, and here shows the saint saving 3 condemned men. 1888, Oil on Canvas, 215 by 196 centimeters, State Russian Museum, St. Petersburg, Russia. Jean-François Millet. Bigrucci, Normandy, 1814. De Barbizon, 1875. Inspired by his observations of life on the land in his native Normandy, Jean-François Millet painted mainly rural scenes. His paintings were admired by realist artists and the young Vincent van Gogh. Having trained in Cherbourg and Paris, Millet spent his early career as a historical and portrait painter, achieving modest success. However, after the 1848 revolution and his move to the village of Barbizon, in the forest of Fontainebleau, he wanted to give his painting the social and political significance he admired in Domé's work. He struggled financially for much of his career. He had a large family to support, but by the end of his life he was achieving recognition and honors. He was made a member of the Legion of Honor in 1868. After his death, his paintings became enormously popular. Lifeline. 1814 Born into a prosperous peasant family in Normandy, 1832 moves to Cherbourg to study with local painters, 1837 studies with Delaroche in Paris, 1840 one of his portraits is accepted by the Salon, 1848 exhibits the Winnower, his first peasant scene, 1849 moves to Barbizon, near Fontainebleau, 1867 exhibition of his work at Paris Exposition Universelle, 1875 dies in Barbizon. The Gleaners Millet often depicted peasants as noble, or even heroic figures. Here, the women picking up the leftovers of the harvest are invested with a monumental dignity. They are the focus of attention in the fertile landscape. 1857, Oil and Canvas, 84 x 111 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. The Angelus Millet's most popular painting, it fetched a huge price soon after his death and was endlessly reproduced. Originally titled Prayer for the Potato Crop, it depicts a peasant couple pausing devoutly as the Angelus bell sounds the time for prayer. This is ostensibly a peaceful rural scene, but can be interpreted as having a more tragic subtext. 1857-59, Oil on Canvas, 53 by 66 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Closer Juke. Praying hands at first glance, the two figures appear united in prayer, but there is awkwardness between them. This is seen most clearly in their hands. While the woman's are tightly clasped in devout prayer, the man's betray his embarrassment as he self-consciously turns the rim of his hat. Honoré Domé. B. Marseille, 1808, D. Valmondes, 1879. The satirical cartoons and caricatures that made Honoré Domé famous in his own lifetime somewhat eclipsed his paintings and sculptures. These are now recognized both as fine examples of the realist genre and as pioneering the techniques of Impressionism. In 1816, Domé's father made a disastrous move to Paris, and young Honoré was forced to find work. After a number of menial jobs, which shaped his left-wing politics, he learned the techniques of lithography, and he started to contribute cartoons to the journal La Caricature. For most of his life, Domé struggled to make a living. He was admired by many fellow artists, including Corot, Degas, and Delacroix, but died in poverty. Lifeline. 1808 Born into a family of artists in Marseille, 1816 family moves to Paris, 1822 produces lithographs to augment the family income, 1830 contributes satirical cartoons and lithographs to La Caricature, 1832 imprisoned for depiction of King Louis Philippe as Gargantua, 1835 works for Le Chivre, 1845 befriends arthritic Charles Baudelaire. 1871 becomes a member of the Paris Commune. 1878 renowned art dealer Paul Durand-Ruel exhibits his paintings. 1879 dies, virtually blind and dependent on financial support from friends. The collector of engravings Domé's post-1848 paintings are mainly keenly observed and unsentimental scenes of the Paris Hackney. C. 1860-62, Oil on Canvas, 41 x 33 cm, Musée du Petit Palais, Paris, France. Radipole Domé made a large number of sculptural heads and figures. In Thème he created the character Radipole, skinned rat, who represented the sinister agents of the government. C. 1850, bronze, height 38 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. The washerwoman Domé's choice of subject matter for his paintings places him within the realist tradition, especially his depictions of everyday life in working-class Paris. Yet his paintings also display a spontaneity and handling of light that anticipate Impressionism. C. 1863, oil on panel, 49 by 34 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Gustave Courbet. B. Ornans, France, 1819. De la Tour de Pilz, Switzerland, 1877. Courbet rejected idealism and led the way in realism. He was one of the movement's first and most dedicated exponents, expressing his political and social commitment in paintings of outstanding technical achievement. Brought up in rural Franche-Comté, in eastern France, Courbet went to Paris in 1840 to study law. In fact, he spent his time studying works in the Louvre and resolved to become an artist, with the financial backing of his father. After some initial success, Courbet's works were rejected as unconventional, and he became increasingly anti-establishment. A trip to Ornans confirmed his dislike of the rarefied Beaux-Arts, prompting him to adopt the realist style. He was a leading figure in the Paris Commune, opposite, who seized power in Paris following the Franco-Prussian War, but after its collapse in 1871 he fled to Switzerland and spent his final years there. Lifeline. 1840 moves to Paris, aged 21, 1844 Courbet with a black dog accepted by Paris Salon, 1847 sees the work of Dutch masters in the Netherlands, 1849 first realist paintings 1855 the artist's studio is rejected by the Exposition Universelle, 1866 begins a series of erotic paintings, including The Notorious Origin of the World. 1871 takes charge of art museums in Paris Commune, 1871 arrested for dismantling the Vendôme column, a monument to Napoleon, 1873 flees France to escape paying a huge fine for the rebuilding of the monument, 1877 dies, exiled in Switzerland. The essence of realism is its negation of the ideal. The expression of beauty is in direct ratio to the power of conception the artist has acquired. Gustave Courbet. The Stone Breakers in one of his first overtly realist paintings, Courbet starkly portrays the unglamorous work of laborers. This rebellion against the romantic conventions of the time gained him some notoriety when exhibited at the Salon of 1850. 1849, oil on canvas, destroyed in 1945, 159 by 259 centimeters, Galerie Neue Meister, Dresden, Germany. The artist's studio subtitled A Real Allegory of 7 Years of My Artistic and Moral Life. This painting shows Courbet at work surrounded by the world of commonplace life. On the left, an admiring group of friends, including novelist George Sand, art critic Charles Baudelaire, and politician Pierre-Joseph Proudhon on the right. In the center, turning his back on a voluptuous nude symbolizing artistic tradition, the artist paints a landscape under the gaze of a small boy and his dog. 185, oil on canvas, 361 x 598 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. In context. Paris Commune. In the uprising following the Franco-Prussian War, a citizens' militia seized power in Paris, demanding a democratic and social republic. The Commune governed Paris from March to May 1871, but it had great political significance as a model for future left-wing and anarchist revolutionary movements. Destruction of the Vendôme column. 1871 Courbet was responsible for the city's art museums during the short-lived Commune. He supervised the toppling of the Vendôme column commemorating Napoleon, for which he was subsequently imprisoned. Burial at Ornans. The funeral of Courbet's granduncle was thought an unconventional and mundane subject for a painting in 1850, especially one on such a massive scale. The portrayal of ordinary people, rather than royalty or historical figures, was a statement of his socialist beliefs. His choice of this working-class ceremony was, he said, in reality, the burial of Romanticism. 1849-50, oil on canvas, 314 by 663 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Closer look. Symmetrical composition. The painting is divided into two distinct rectangles either side of the central grave. To the left stand the robed clergy and dignitaries, to the right less colorful townspeople. The symmetry is emphasized by contrasting vertical lines formed by the cross and the mourner in the foreground. Rural sobriety in contrast to the pageantry and sumptuous clothes associated with traditional depictions of ceremonies. Courbet shows townsfolk attending the funeral in somber mood and wearing their slightly shabby Sunday best. Camille Corot. B. Paris, 1796. D. Paris, 1875. A major influence on the next generation of French artists, Camille Corot to some extent anticipated Impressionist landscapes. After a short-lived career in the family's drapery business, he turned to painting, with the help of a small allowance from his father, in his 20s, and in 1827 first had work accepted at the Salon. His reputation started to grow, and he soon established himself as a successful artist, working from sketches made on his travels around France and Italy, and slowly developing a very personal style. Although a supporter of the realist artists of the Barbizon school, see page 324, his commercial success allowed him to help Domé and Millet financially. He did not share their concern for the social connotations of landscape. Figures appear only incidentally, if at all, in his landscapes. Lifeline. 1796. Born in Paris, the son of a draper, 1825 visits Rome and Venice. 1827 The bridge at Narnia is shown at the Paris Salon. 1834 travels around Italy, sketching and painting. 1836 spends time in Avignon and the south of France. 1846 receives the Cross of the Légion d'honneur. 1872 buys a cottage for the homeless Domé. 1875 dies and is buried in Père Lachaise Cemetery, Paris. The goatherd beside the water. Corot's later work shows a softening of the landscape, presaging Impressionism. The distant view, misty lake, translucent trees, and sole human figure are all frequent features of Corot's landscapes. 1843, Oil on Canvas, 81x65 cm, private collection. The Woman with the Pearl. Though primarily a landscape artist, Corot was equally skilled in figure painting. During his later career, he produced a number of female nudes and portraits of friends and family. He never exhibited any of these, preferring to keep his private and public art completely separate. C. 1842, Oil on Canvas, 70x55 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. The Gardens of the Villa d'Este, Tivoli. Corot made several trips to Italy, and liked to make landscape sketches that he could develop into full-scale paintings back in his studio. He aimed to capture the scenes just as he saw them. This plein-air, outdoor, approach, which paved the way for young painters such as Camille Pissarro, allowed him to develop a freer, more naturalistic style within the classical French tradition. 1843, Oil on Canvas, 28x50 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. Subtle colors. Corot tended to use a limited range of colors, preferring to achieve his effects through subtle tonal relationships of light and dark, and a creamy surface texture created using small, quick brushstrokes. Theodore Rousseau. B. Paris, 1812, D. Barbizon, 1867. Nicknamed /E Grand Refuse for his frequent rejection by the Paris Salon, Rousseau was the leading member of the Barbizon school of landscape painters. Uncomfortable with the neoclassical formality then current in France, he based his style on 17th and century Dutch landscapes, as well as on the work of contemporaries such as John Constable. Unusually for the time, he painted outdoors. Although he struggled early in his career, by the end of his life he was an acclaimed figure, and his posthumous reputation was for a time enormous. Home Oaks, Apremont Rousseau's landscapes portray nature as powerful rather than idyllic. His ability to represent a scene realistically was much admired by his fellow romantics, even if not by the establishment. 1850-52, Oil on Canvas, 63 by 99 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. The Forest at Fontainebleau. Morning. Working directly from nature in the open air, Rousseau was adept at capturing the subtle contrasts of light and shade, especially the effects of sunlight through foliage, using small, carefully handled brushstrokes. 1850, Oil on Canvas, 97x134 cm, Wallace Collection, London, UK. Closer look. Framing arch. The effects of sunlight through foliage were a recurrent subject for Rousseau. In this, and several similar paintings, the eye is drawn towards a central area of light through an arched frame of trees. Karl Spitzweg. B. Munich, 1808, D. Munich, 1885. The most enduring of the Biedermeier group of artists, Karl Spitzweg took up painting comparatively late in life and with no formal training, having previously worked as a pharmacist. He began his artistic career in the 1830s, becoming an active member of the artistic community in his native Munich. Having struggled to attain recognition for his anecdotal paintings of Bavarian life, Spitzweg spent some years traveling before taking on work as a graphic artist for the satirical Munich magazine Fliegenblätter, Flying Leaves, putting his work before a wider public. Spitzweg's acutely observed caricatures and studies of provincial life are sympathetic rather than politically critical, and his gentle humor soon made him popular across Europe. Lifeline. 1808, born into a middle-class family in Munich, 1825–28 trains as pharmacist in Vienna. 1828 works in a Munich pharmacy while doing postgraduate studies. 1833 inherits enough money to become a painter. 1835 joins the Kunstverein, Munich. Leaves 2 years later. 1837 first version of The Poor Poet, his best-known work. 1839 travels to Dalmatia. 1840s travels around Austria, Switzerland, and the Adriatic. 1844–52 works as illustrator for Fliegenblätter magazine. 1860 turns to landscapes. 1885 dies in Munich. Sunday stroll. From about 1850, Spitzweg's attention moved away from the figures in his paintings to their surroundings, which provides an appropriate setting to the action. He increasingly turned to landscape painting. Influenced by the Barbizon school, he created idyllic rural scenes into which he could insert his whimsical petit bourgeois characters. 1841, Oil on Canvas, Museum Carolino Augusteum, Salzburg, Austria. The bookworm Spitzweg frequently shows his subjects indulging their middle-class enthusiasms, such as butterfly collecting, mineralogy, or in this case literature, gently poking fun at their absurdity. Spitzweg himself was widely traveled and somewhat detached from this provincial world. 1850, Oil on Canvas, 27x50 cm, private collection. Iron context. Biedermeier, originally the pseudonym of a contributor to Fliegenblätter, Biedermeier is now a general term for the urban, middle-class arts in early 19th century Germany and Austria, which emphasized domesticity and sober simplicity, often tending to the sentimental. Family group by Franz Schrank, c. 1810. This scene expresses the Biedermeier values of modesty and respectability, a reaction against the political and expressive preoccupations of Romanticism. Ferdinand George Waldmüller. B. Vienna, 1793, DHINTRBRUHL, 1865. Ferdinand Waldmüller, the foremost Austrian landscape artist of the Biedermeier period, based his meticulous technique on a close study of nature rather than an adherence to any particular style of painting. He trained at the Vienna Academy, and, after working as a private tutor in Croatia and a short period as a portrait painter, he returned there as a professor in 1829. His naturalist, however, at odds with the Academy's ideology, despite approach was his growing reputation and influence as a teacher, he was eventually dismissed. As well as a huge number of landscapes, Waldmüller painted many sentimental rural scenes, which were popularly successful, although not so highly regarded today. He was reinstated at the Academy in 1864, just 1 year before his death. Lifeline. 1793, born in Vienna. 1817–20 studies at the Vienna Academy. 1825 travels to Italy. 1829 appointed professor at the Vienna Academy. 1857 dismissed after disputes with the Academy. 1862 a major exhibition of his work is held in London. 1864 reinstated as professor at the Vienna Academy. 1865 dies in Hinterbrühl, Austria. Age 72. Coming home from the war, Waldmüller's later work included a series of paintings of peasant life in a sentimental mood, contrasting starkly with his detailed naturalist technique. 1859, Oil on Panel, 42 by 53 cm, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Hallstatt, a belief in the naturalistic depiction of the subject based on close study and observation led to an almost photographic realism and detail in Waldmüller's landscapes. In particular, he used his considerable technical skills and sensitivity to color to reproduce a scene, rather than interpret it, and allow the subject to speak for itself. 1838, Oil on Canvas, Historisches Museum der Stadt Wien, Vienna, Austria. Closer look. Light and dark contrasts are sharply defined in this landscape, leading diagonally across the painting, from the luminous sky down the mountains to a rooftop, and through the long shadows to the lowest point. Wilhelm Liebel. B. Cologne, 1844, D. Würzburg, 1900. Wilhelm Lieb studied in his hometown of Cologne and at the Munich Academy, but his reputation as the leading realist painter of late 19th century Germany came after working with Gustave Courbet in France. Courbet was impressed by a portrait he had seen by Liebel at an exhibition in Munich in 1869, and he subsequently invited him to Paris. Their collaboration was cut short by the Franco-Prussian War in 1870. Liebel had already adopted his mentor's practice of portraying everyday rural life. After a short stay back in Munich, Lieb moved to the country and spent the rest of his life in various villages around Bavaria. During the 1870s, he developed a meticulous style that emulated the work of Holbein, but later his technique became softer and more fluid, as he worked directly on the canvas with no preliminary drawings. Lifeline. 1844, born in Cologne, 1864 in his early 20s, studies at the Munich Academy. 1869 works with realist Carl von Piloty, then sets up a group studio. 1870 works in Paris with Courbet, meets Manet. 1873 moves to rural Bavaria and adopts a Holbein-like technique. 1878 lives in Burbling, where he paints the three women in church. 1892 settles in Kutterling. 1900 dies in Würzburg. The old farmer while living in Skondorf am Ammersee in 1874–75, Liebel painted portraits of peasant folk. Their great detail and enamel-like finish typified what came to be known as his Holbein period. 1875, oil on canvas, 48x39 cm, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Three Women in Church, perhaps Liebel's best-known work, this painting is the culmination of his Holbein period. The unsentimental subject is treated in delicate detail, and the somber atmosphere is intensified by the solid, smooth finish of his intricate brushwork. 1882, oil on panel, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Adolf Menzel. B. Breslau, Prussia, 1815, D. Berlin, 1905. Known in his own time as a painter of historical and patriotic subjects, Menzel is today admired more for his small genre paintings that depict the everyday life of Berlin and Paris. Largely self-taught, he started his artistic career producing lithographs to illustrate the many histories of Prussia that were popular at the time. Inspired by Constable, Menzel took up painting in the 1840s, with royal and military subject matter being his primary interest, particularly of the reign of Frederick the Great. Menzel visited the Exposition Universelle in Paris in 1867 to see Courbet's rural realist paintings, but he was more impressed with the naturalist historical scenes of leading French genre artist Ernest Meissonier, who became a close friend. From this time, while he continued to produce nationalistic paintings and illustrations, Menzel painted several views of Paris, and a series of unorthodox scenes of Berlin life. Lifeline. 1815, born in Breslau, Prussia, now Wrocław, Poland. 1832 takes over his father's lithographic workshop after his death. 1839 sees paintings by John Constable in Berlin. 1839 illustrates Franz Kugler's History of Frederick the Great. 1861 invited to paint the coronation of Wilhelm I of Prussia. 1867 visits Paris Exposition Universelle. Beats Meissonier. 1898 first painter awarded Order of the Black Eagle. 1905 dies in Berlin. In the Luxembourg Gardens, Menzel recreated memories of Parisian scenes in his Berlin studio using techniques seen in France. His visits to Paris and friendship with Meissonier had a marked effect on his style, influencing the way he depicted figures of the royal court. Late 1860s, gouache on paper, Pushkin Museum, Moscow, Russia. Closer look. Ahead of his time, although he disliked many contemporary trends in French painting, Menzel's fresh, spontaneous handling of paint, and especially his treatment of light, anticipate Impressionism. Breakfast at the Café. Menzel's fascination with the urban middle class prompted a series of street scenes and interiors, often seen from unusual viewpoints, in which he could explore the effects of light. He also had an eye for the minutiae of city life, which sometimes verged on caricature. 1894, Gouache on paper, 19 x 12 cm, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Ilya Repin. Bichugyev, Ukraine, 1844, Dkwakala, 1930. Ilya Repin became famous for his depictions of Russian history, and his realist style paved the way for the socialist realism of the Soviet era. Born into a peasant family near Kharkov, he trained with a local icon painter before moving to St. Petersburg to study at the Academy of Fine Arts. After spending 3 years in France and Italy, Repin returned to Russia and joined the Peredvizniki, Wanderers group, so called because their exhibitions traveled widely, bringing art to the people. He sympathized with this protest movement's social and political concerns, but did not share their anti-academic ideology. He later became a professor at the St. Petersburg Academy, after reforms had been instituted there. As well as his historical paintings, Repin produced portraits of many eminent Russians. Lifeline. 1844, born in Chugy, Ukraine, 1864, studies at St. Petersburg Academy of Fine Arts, 1873–76, travels in Western Europe, 1882, settles in St. Petersburg, 1894, appointed professor of historical painting at the St. Petersburg Academy, 1907, resigns from Academy, 1917, following the country's declaration of independence from Russia. Repin's home in Kwakala becomes part of Finland, 1930, dies in Kwakala, which is later ceded to the USSR and renamed Repino in his honor. In context. St. Petersburg Academy, founded in 1757, the St. Petersburg Academy was the most prestigious art institution in Russia, housing a collection of artworks and educating Russian artists. For over a century, its teaching was conservative and academic and resisted new trends in art. The Antiquities Gallery of the Academy of Fine Arts by Grigory Mikhailov, 1836. The Boatman on the Volga / his starkly realist scene, begun while Repin was a student, was hugely influential. The boatman's harsh working conditions are portrayed sympathetically, but as an inspiration rather than out of pity. 1870–73, oil on canvas, 131 by 281 centimeters, State Russian Museum, St. Petersburg, Russia. The Zaporizhzhia Cossacks writing a mocking letter to the Turkish Sultan. Repin wins the viewer's sympathy with his human portrayal of the figures, and also captures the elements of their revolutionary struggle: liberty, equality, and fraternity. It took him a decade to complete, and, when it was finished in 1891, in a cruel stroke of irony, it was bought by the Tsar. 1880–91, oil on canvas, 203 by 358 centimeters, State Russian Museum, St. Petersburg, Russia. Closer look. Center circle. Repin creates a mood of camaraderie by interrupting the horizontal aspect of the picture with a central circle of figures. While most of these inclined sympathetically inwards, for one lean back in laughter, one directly out of the picture into the viewer's space. Ivan Kramsk. Novaya Satnya, 1837, DST Petersburg, 1887. Kramskoy was leader of the Russian Democratic Realist movement. He studied at the St. Petersburg Academy, organizing a protest there in 1863 against the institution's old-fashioned ideas, and founding the Peredvizniki, Wanderers group. Believing it was an artist's duty to take a political stand, Kramska painted portraits of sympathetic contemporaries, including author Leo Tolstoy, painter Levin Shishkin, and art collector Pavel Tretiakov, as well as peasant subjects and several studies of Christ that dealt with ethical rather than theological issues. Christ in the Wilderness, detail. Kramska's portrayals of Jesus symbolize the moral choices of the individual, particularly his interpretation of Christ in the wilderness as a crisis of conscience. 1873, oil on canvas, 180 by 210 centimeters, Tretiakov Gallery, Moscow, Russia. Nikolai Guy. B. Voronezh, Russia, 1831, D. near Plisky, Ukraine, 1894. Guy, a founding member of the Peredvizniki, Wanderers, with Kramska, was born into a landowning family descended from French nobility. He studied mathematics in Kiev and St. Petersburg before attending the St. Petersburg Academy of Fine Arts. He later worked as a painter in Rome and Florence. His most characteristic paintings were of religious subjects, but these were typically treated as moral or psychological human dramas, and presented with intense and almost expressionist contrasts of color, light, and shade. In 1876, he returned to the countryside, buying a farm near Plisky, where he died in 1894. The Last Supper Guillotinist interpretation of the Last Supper was his first major work, and a break with traditional portrayals of the subject. He shifted the emphasis from religious to psychological tensions, and the conflict between Judas and Christ was seen as an allegory of the divisions in Russian society. 1863, Oil on Canvas, 283 by 382 centimeters, State Russian Museum, St. Petersburg, Russia. The Pre-Raphaelites burst upon the English art scene in the mid-19th century. In a youthful act of rebellion, they vowed to counter the stifling predictability of academic art by seeking to recapture the honest simplicity of early Italian painters who had flourished before Raphael, hence, Pre-Raphaelite. Origins and influences. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood was formed in 1848 by a group of 7 young artists, including John Everett Millais, William Holman Hunt, and Dante Gabriel Rossetti. They sealed their pact by adding the initials PRB to paintings. This caused an outcry in the press, largely because of the apparent insult to Raphael, who was regarded as the greatest of all painters. The protests were short-lived, however, after John Ruskin lent his support to the group. Ruskin had advised artists to go to nature, rejecting nothing, selecting nothing, and scorning nothing. The Pre-Raphaelites adopted this principle wholeheartedly, with the landscape settings of their early pictures often depicted in microscopic detail. The 3 main members of the group soon went their separate ways. Hunt turned to religious painting, while Millais joined the art establishment. Rossetti carried the movement forward, influencing Edward Burne-Jones and William Morris. They, in turn, introduced Pre-Raphaelite ideas to a wider audience through the Symbolist, see pages 382-87, and Arts and Crafts movements. Subjects. The Pre-Raphaelites tackled a wide variety of themes. They shared the Victorian appetite for the color and romance of the Middle Ages, taking themes from Arthurian legend. In spite of these escapist tendencies, they were interested in covering modern issues, such as emigration, prostitution, and religious reform. The group often focused on a moral, or a story, many of which were drawn from literary sources. They avoided classical authors, but Shakespeare, Keats, and Tennyson were popular choices, and Rossetti was passionate about the Italian poet Dante. Eventually, Pre-Raphaelite was used as a tag associated with some of the movement's most iconic images, from imitations of Rossetti's femmes fatales to the pale, androgynous figures in Burne-Jones's designs. The Pre-Raphaelites. John Everett Millais. B. Southampton, 1829, D. London, 1896. Millais was a child prodigy, becoming the youngest ever pupil at the Royal Academy Schools, a national art school, founded in 1768 and based in London. His superb technical skills were well suited to the precision that the Pre-Raphaelites sought to achieve. In his early work, Millais opted for literary themes, drawn from Shakespeare, Tennyson, and Keats, and autumnal scenes that were reflections on mortality. Gradually, he abandoned his Pre-Raphaelite roots and veered towards a sentimental style, which was in line with mainstream Victorian taste. Millais had a particular gift for portraying children, and they feature prominently in his most famous pictures, such as The Boyhood of Raleigh, 1870, and Bubbles, 1886. Lifeline. 1840 enters the Royal Academy Schools, aged just 11, 1846 exhibits first picture at the Royal Academy, 1852 completes Ophelia, 1855 marries Effie Gray, Ruskin's ex-wife, 1885 is made a baronet, 1896 elected president of the Royal Academy, 1896 dies in London and is buried in St. Paul's Cathedral. The Blind Girl. The Pre-Raphaelites liked tackling modern issues. This touches on the controversial topics of child vagrancy and treatment of the disabled. 1854-56, oil on canvas, 81 by 62 centimeters, Birmingham Museum and Art Gallery, Birmingham, UK. Closer look. Other senses. The blind girl cannot enjoy the visual beauty of the rainbow, but the way that she is touching the grass and the inclusion of the concertina suggests the sharpness of her other senses. Ophelia. The Pre-Raphaelites painted natural details with painstaking accuracy. In this scene from Shakespeare's Hamlet, Milais was meticulous in portraying the flowers mentioned in the text and Ophelia herself. The model posed for hours in a bath, eventually catching a severe chill. 1851-52, oil on canvas, 76 by 112 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. William Holman Hunt. B. London, 1827, D. London, 1910. Of all the Pre-Raphaelites, Hunt was the one who remained truest to the group's original principles. From an impoverished background, he worked as a clerk from the age of 12 until he gained admission to the Royal Academy schools. Hunt was extremely devout, and he used the group's painstaking approach to make his biblical scenes as realistic as possible. He even made several trips to the Holy Land to ensure authenticity. The Scapegoat, 1854, for example, was painted by the shores of the Dead Sea, in keeping with the Jewish ritual. When his model died, he painted a second goat, which he stood in a tray of mud gathered from the site. Lifeline. 1844 begins his studies at the Royal Academy Schools, 1848 meets Rossetti, 1865 marries Fanny Waugh, who dies a year later, 1875 marries Fanny's sister, Edith, 1905 awarded Order of Merit, 1910 dies in London. The Scapegoat. In a Jewish symbolic act of atonement, the scapegoat bears away human sins. 1854, oil on canvas, 87 by 140 centimeters, Lady Lever Art Gallery, Port Sunlight, UK. Dante Gabriel Rossetti. B. London, 1828, D. Biarci-Chiangtionansa, 1882. Charismatic, domineering, and eccentric, Rossetti was the driving force behind the Pre-Raphaelite movement. He proposed the idea of a brotherhood, was the first to exhibit a picture with the group's initials, and inspired the second wave of Pre-Raphaelitism through his contacts with Morris and Burne-Jones. In early paintings, Rossetti conjured up a romantic, medieval dream world, but increasingly he concentrated on pictures of mysterious female beauties. These often reflected the complications of his own tangled love life. Lifeline. 1844 begins his studies the Royal Academy Schools, 1848 co-founder of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, 1860 marries Elizabeth Siddal, 1861 enters partnership with William Morris, 1862 Siddal dies from an overdose of laudanum, 1869 begins affair with Jane Morris, William's wife, 1882 dies aged 53. Proserpine. A captive in the underworld, Proserpine turns sadly away from the daylight, which reminds her of her lost freedom. 1871, colored chalk on paper, 22x 11 centimeters, Ashmolean, Oxford, UK. The first anniversary of the death of Beatrice. Beatrice is mourned by the Italian poet, Dante, on the right, after whom Rossetti was named. 1853-54, watercolor on paper, 42 by 61 centimeters, Ashmolean, Oxford, UK. Ford Madox Brown. B. Calais, 1821, D. London, 1893. Although he was never an official member of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, Brown had close links with them and shared many of their ideals. Much of his childhood was spent on the continent where, among others, he was influenced by the Nazarenes. After settling in London, he began painting scenes from early British history. Rossetti was sufficiently impressed by these to ask Brown for lessons, and although this arrangement soon fell through, the two men remained good friends. Later, Brown himself was influenced by the Pre-Raphaelite. This is most evident in his best-known work, The Last of England, 1852-55. The modernity of the subject matter was typical of the group, as was the artist's unfailing attention to detail. In order to capture the wintry setting, Brown painted outdoors until his hands turned blue, while his wife bemoaned the fact that she had to go without her warmest shawl for several months. Lifeline. 1821, born in Calais, but his family later settled in Belgium. 1837–39, trains in Antwerp. 1840, marries his cousin, Elizabeth Bromley. 1845–46, stays in Rome, where his wife dies. 1853, marries Emma Hill. 1855, completes The Last of England. Many would regard this work as his masterpiece. 1861, founder member of William Morris's company. 1878, paints murals in Manchester Town Hall. The Last of England. This moving scene deals with the topical subject of emigration, showing an impoverished young couple forced to leave their homeland. At the time, Brown was very hard up and a little mad, and was himself thinking of emigrating. 1852–55, oil on panel, 83x75 centimeters, Birmingham Museums and Art Gallery, Birmingham, UK. Work, Brown's ambitious painting, is a sermon on the value of labor. 1863, oil on canvas, 68x99 centimeters, Birmingham Museums and Art Gallery, Birmingham, UK. Closer look. Brainwork. Brown included portraits of the philosopher Thomas Carlyle and the Christian socialist F.D. Maurice as examples of brainworkers. In context. John Ruskin, this English writer, draftsman, and social reformer, became the most respected and influential critic of his day. Ruskin's favorite artist was Turner, but he also offered invaluable support to the Pre-Raphaelites in the early days, when they were lampooned in the press. Like them, he was a keen advocate of detail and truth to nature, as his meticulous drawings and watercolors confirm. Portrait of John Ruskin by William Collingwood, 1897. This dates from Ruskin's final years, when he was mentally ill and living in seclusion in the Lake District. During the lengthy reign of Queen Victoria, 1837–1901, Britain enjoyed an unrivaled period of economic prosperity and political influence. These favorable conditions helped to create an air of self-confidence. The leading painters became rich and famous, and many Victorians felt they were living through a golden age in the arts. Under Victoria, the popularity of the arts in Britain scaled new heights. The Royal Academy went from strength to strength, regularly attracting more than 250,000 visitors to its annual exhibition. This remained the chief marketplace for artists, although other sources of patronage were increasingly available. Queen Victoria and Prince Albert were knowledgeable collectors. Frith noted that they knew quite as much about art as most painters, and there was growing interest from the middle classes. Both the Tate Gallery and the Walker Gallery in Liverpool were formed around the collections of wealthy industrialists. Subjects. The academic tradition remained one of the surest routes to success. This was maintained by artists such as William Eddy, Frederick Leighton, and Sir Edward Poynter, 1836–1919, while receiving an added stimulus from the competition to decorate the new Houses of Parliament. New trends did emerge, not least in the field of genre painting. This had enjoyed a surge in popularity before Victoria came to the throne, largely due to the efforts of Wilkie. The key to his success lay in the anecdotal detail of his paintings. The public loved pictures that told a story. The tone of these stories varied considerably. In the case of Wilkie's Chelsea Pensioners, the message was patriotic, but the Victorians were equally fond of moral or sentimental themes. Above all, they enjoyed seeing reflections of their own society. This accounts for the popularity of Frith's social panoramas, which can be described as the pictorial version of a Dickens novel. Derby Day. William Powell Frith, 1893–94. Victorian artists such as William Frith enjoyed great popularity with paintings of social panoramas such as this one painted in 1893–94. Victorian art. William Eddy. B. York, 1787, D. York, 1849. Eddy was known, above all, for his paintings of the female nude. He served a lengthy apprenticeship to a printer, 1798–1805, before following his true vocation. He studied at the Royal Academy Schools in London under leading portrait painter Thomas Lawrence, but the greatest influence came from his grand tour of Italy, 1822–24. Venice, in particular, seemed like a second home as he absorbed the rich hues of Titian and Veronese. Eddie concentrated on large-scale paintings of literary or mythological subjects. The sensual coloring of his nudes was sometimes denounced as indecent, but his career still thrived. He became a Royal Academician in 1825 and was later accorded the rare honor of a retrospective exhibition at the Society of Arts in London. Sabrina and her nymph Sabrina, the goddess of the River Severn, is the heroine of Milton's Comus. 1841, oil on canvas, 60 by 80 centimeters, New Walk Museum, Leicester, UK. David Wilkie. B. Cults, 1785, D. at SEA, off Gibraltar, 1841. The Scottish artist David Wilkie was the finest genre painter of his day. He enrolled at the Royal Academy Schools in 1805, rapidly winning acclaim for his lively peasant scenes. These showed the influence of early Dutch artists, such as David Teniers the Younger and Adrian van Ostade. Wilkie's pictures contained a blend of good-natured humor and social analysis, but it was their wealth of detail that the public loved. The most popular of all was his Chelsea Pensioners, which struck a patriotic chord and, like Frith's Derby Day, had to be protected from overenthusiastic admirers when it was shown at the Royal Academy. Chelsea pensioners reading the Waterloo Dispatch, old soldiers received the news of Wellington's victory with patriotic pride. 1822, oil on wood, 97 x 158 centimeters, Wellington Museum, London, UK. William Powell Frith. BLDFILD, 1819, D. London, 1909. The son of a hotelier, William Powell Frith trained at Sassa's Academy and the Royal Academy Schools in London. His early work consisted mainly of portraits and literary themes, but in the 1850s he turned to modern life subjects, which brought him fame and wealth. His three masterpieces in this vein, Life at the Seaside, Derby Day, and The Railway Station, all follow a similar pattern. They are large canvases, crowded with figures and incidents, portraying people from all walks of life. These proved hugely popular. Indeed, when Derby Day was shown at the Royal Academy, a barrier and policemen were required to protect the painting from spectators. The Railway Station, Frith appears in the center of the composition, while on the right two detectives arrest a fugitive. 1862, oil on canvas, 117 by 256 centimeters, Royal Holloway, University of London, UK. Edwin Landseer. B. London, 1802–03, D. London, 1873. One of England's greatest animal painters, Landseer was from a family of artists and revealed his own talent at a very early age. In 1815, he entered the studio of English Romantic painter Benjamin Robert Haydon and is said to have painted the ass in his Christ's entry into Jerusalem. And the same year, he also exhibited at the Royal Academy and won a silver medal from the Society of Arts. Landseer's favorite subjects were animals. He sometimes adopted a sentimental approach, endowing the creatures with human qualities, but he was equally capable of depicting their most savage aspects. He was particularly impressed by stags, which he featured in a number of heroic allegories. Landseer sketched them on his frequent trips to the Scottish Highlands, an area that was popularized by one of his chief patrons, Queen Victoria. Landseer's most challenging commission was for the lion sculptures at the foot of Nelson's Column in London's Trafalgar Square. He had no experience in this field, so the task seemed especially daunting, but it has become his most famous artistic legacy. Lifeline. 1802–03, born in London, his father an engraver. 1816, attends Royal Academy Schools. 1824, first trip to Scotland. 1831, becomes a member of the Royal Academy. 1850, receives a knighthood. 1866, declines Royal Academy presidency due to ill health. 1867, Trafalgar Square lions are unveiled. 1873, dies and is buried in St. Paul's Cathedral. The Monarch of the Glen / his famous painting was commissioned for a refreshment room in the House of Lords. Landseer thought stags the noblest of animals, and a living symbol of the Scottish Highlands. 1851, oil on canvas, 164 x 169 centimeters, United Distillers and Vintners, Edinburgh. In context. The new Houses of Parliament. In 1834, most of the old Palace of Westminster was destroyed in a fire. This disastrous event provided a unique opportunity for many English artists, as a host of artworks were commissioned to decorate Charles Barry's new Houses of Parliament, which were completed in 1870. The Houses of Parliament, under construction by John Wilson Carmichael. Headed by Prince Albert, a committee was set up to provide high-quality British art for the new buildings. Man Disposes / His gloomy scene was inspired by Sir John Franklin's fatal expedition to find the Northwest Passage. A telescope and gnawed human remains were discovered in 1854. Landseer used the tragedy as an illustration of nature's destructive powers. 1863–64, Oil on Canvas, 91 by 244 centimeters, Royal Holloway, University of London, UK. Frederick Leighton. B. Scarborough, 1830, D. London, 1896. Painter and sculptor Frederick Leighton came from a wealthy family, and spent much of his youth traveling the continent with them for the sake of his mother's health. This, coupled with his own tours of the Middle East, exposed him to a wide range of influences. He settled in London in 1859, by which time he had sold a painting to Queen Victoria. Leighton is best known for his mythological subjects, although he also produced dreamy mood paintings that link him with the aesthetic movement, who maintained that art should be about visual pleasures rather than moral messages. He enjoyed enormous success and was regarded as the greatest artist of the day, but his reputation declined after his death. Lifeline. 1830, born the son of a doctor, 1846–48, studies in Frankfurt, 1852–55, based in Rome, meets the Nazarenes, 1859, settles in London, 1877, first sculpture exhibited, 1878, elected president of the Royal Academy, 1896, becomes the first artist to gain a peerage. 1896, dies and is buried in St. Paul's Cathedral. The Garden of the Hesperides in Greek mythology. The daughters of Hesperus guarded the golden apples that Hercules was ordered to steal. It was often seen as the classical equivalent of the Garden of Eden, an analogy reinforced by the presence of a serpent. C. 1892, Oil on Canvas, diameter 169 centimeters, Lady Lever Art Gallery, Port Sunlight, UK. Closer look. Skilled artist. The reclining pose of the central figure provides an excellent example of Leighton's skill at foreshortening. Her legs appear far longer than her upper torso, which tapers away. They also reflect the sunshine that illuminates a cluster of fruit, while the rest of the scene is in shade. A flaming June inspired by a model who fell asleep in his studio. This is one of Leighton's most sensual paintings. C. 1895, Oil on Canvas, 121 by 121 centimeters, Museo de Arte, Ponce, Puerto Rico. French academic art used to be viewed as the rather dull art of the establishment, opposed to the experiments of the Romantics, the Realists, and the Impressionists. In recent years, opinion has shifted somewhat, and auction prices have risen steeply. The Salon. The main forum for academic art was the Salon in Paris. Named after its original venue, the Salon Carré in the Louvre, this was France's official art exhibition. Success at the Salon could secure an artist's reputation and lead to lucrative state commissions. For much of the 19th century, the Salon had a conservative outlook, which discouraged new trends. It stemmed from a jury system that tended to favor academic artists and hang their work in the best positions. Artists such as Delacroix and Manet, however, were keen to make their mark there. Subjects and style. The most prestigious form of academic art was history painting. This slightly misleading term encompassed religious, mythological, and allegorical subjects, as well as history. Landscapes, portraits, and genre scenes, paintings of everyday life, such as suburban river scenes, racecourses, and cafes, were deemed to be less important, while modern subjects were frowned upon. The question of finish was even more crucial. Academic artists favored a detailed, enamel-like finish, which appeared realistic, even when viewed close up. The most common criticism leveled against the Romantics and the Impressionists was that their work was unfinished, that the painters in question were exhibiting sketches and daubs. Current events: 1840 – The body of Napoleon Bonaparte, 1769–1821, is returned from St. Helena and given a state funeral in Paris. 1855 – The Exposition Universelle, World Fair, focuses attention on the achievements of French art. 1870–71 – France's defeat in the Franco-Prussian War is followed by the creation of the Paris Commune. 1875 – Completion of the magnificent Opera House in Paris, now known as the Palais Garnier, after its architect Charles Garnier, 1825–98. The Grand Staircase of the Paris Opera House, 1861–75, with its marble steps and oxyx banisters. This is the building's most spectacular feature. The French academic art. Thomas Couture. B. Senlis, 1815. De Villiers-Alibl, 1879. The reputation of Couture mirrors that of French academic art as a whole. He was a celebrity in his own time, largely on the strength of one painting The Romans of the Decadence, 1847, but his work is now frequently dismissed as sterile and overblown. A pupil of Antoine-Jean Gros and Paul Delaroche, Couture took 3 years to complete his enormous masterpiece. On one level, it was meant to illustrate a quote from the Roman poet Juvenal: "Crueler than war, vice fell upon Rome and avenged the conquered world." However, Couture was also drawing a parallel with his own society, which had recently been rocked by a series of political scandals. Lifeline. 1815 – Born in Cilice, France, 1827 Couture's family moved to Paris, 1837 wins the Prix de Rome, 1847 exhibits his masterpiece, The Romans of the Decadence, at the Salon, 1850–56 Manet is his pupil, 1879 dies in his mid-60s. The Romans of the Decadence. This huge painting caused a sensation when it was exhibited at the Paris Salon. 1844–47, oil on canvas, 4.7 x 7.7 m, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Ernest Meissonier. B. Lyons, 1815, D. Paris, 1891. Although relatively unknown today, Ernest Meissonier was one of the most celebrated painters of his age, and his paintings once commanded record-breaking sums. He trained under Léon Cogniet and began his career working as an illustrator for a publisher named Kermer. This helped him to develop the finicky attention to detail that became a feature of his style. Meissonier specialized in military themes, many of which were set nostalgically in the 17th century or the Napoleonic era, although he was not averse to tackling modern subjects. His Barricade, 1848, for example, provided a compelling image of the workers' riots of that year. The meticulous finish of Meissonier's pictures set him at odds with the Romantics and the Impressionists, although both Delacroix and Degas were admirers of his technical skill. Lifeline. 1815 Born in Lyons, 1831 exhibits for the first time at the Salon, 1848 paints his masterpiece, The Barricade, 1870 joins Napoleon III's army, later becoming a colonel, 1889 wins Grand Cross of the Legion of Honor, the first artist to receive this award. 1891 dies in Paris in his 70s. The Barricade, Rue de la Mortellerie, June 1848. Meissonier's impassive record of a failed barricade, demolished by soldiers, forms a stark contrast to Delacroix's emotive treatment of a similar subject. See pages 300–301. 1848, oil on canvas, 29 by 22 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. William Bouguereau. B.L.A. Rochelle, 1825, D.L.A. Rochelle, 1905. Bouguereau was one of the most celebrated academic artists of his age. In 1850 he won the Prix de Rome, and after returning from Italy in 1854 was soon launched on a highly successful career, gaining commissions from the church, the state, and wealthy private patrons. He received a string of honors and appointments, and he had many admirers outside his own country. He was a particular favorite with American collectors. Bouguereau is chiefly remembered for his female nudes, which were openly erotic but retained a veneer of respectability because of their mythological subject matter. He also painted portraits and rather sentimental religious scenes. His reputation plummeted after his death but underwent a revival in the late 20th century. Lifeline. 1825, born in La Rochelle, the son of a local businessman. 1846, studies with François-Édouard Picot in Paris. 1850, wins the Prix de Rome. 1857, receives a medal at the Salon. 1876, elected president of the Académie des Beaux-Arts. 1877, death of his first wife. 1879, his birth of Venus creates a stir at the Salon. 1896, marries his second wife Elizabeth Gardner, a former student. 1903, made a Grand Officer of the Legion of Honor. 1905, dies in La Rochelle. The Wave Bigorot was over 70 when he painted this remarkable picture, confirmation that his powers remained undimmed even in old age. The subject is reminiscent of the mythological birth of Venus, who rose out of the foaming waves. 1896, oil on canvas, 117 by 158 centimeters, private collection. Jean-Léon Gérôme. Bivasol, 1824, de Paris, 1904. The taste for classical subjects continued throughout the 19th century, particularly in the 1840s, when there were new archaeological excavations at Pompeii and Herculaneum. Inspired by these, Gérôme founded the Neo-Grec New Greek group in 1848. From 1854, he made several trips to the Near East, which inspired several Orientalist paintings. Unlike earlier neoclassical artists, he showed little interest in famous historical or mythological subjects, preferring voyeuristic themes, such as slave auctions, gladiator combats, and bathhouse scenes. Lifeline. 1824, born in Vesoul, near Besançon. 1840, moves to Paris, where he studies under Paul de la Roche and Charles Glayer. 1847, his painting The Cockfight wins a medal at the Paris Salon. 1848, helps found the Neo-Grec group of artists. 1884, paints the controversial A Roman Slave Market. A Roman slave market. Although this was a popular subject at the time, Gérôme's leering crowd caused controversy, undermining the notion that bodily perfection could be viewed with a pure, disinterested gaze. 1884, oil on canvas, 64x5/cm, Walters Art Museum, Baltimore, U.S. Closer look. Unusual viewpoint. Gérôme found a novel slant on the common 19th century theme of the slave market by viewing it from the podium. He shows the scene through the eyes of the next slave to be auctioned off. In context. Napoleon III, 1808–73, a nephew of Bonaparte, Napoleon III was elected president in the wake of the 1848 revolution. He declared himself emperor 3 years later, retaining this position until he was deposed in 1870. Napoleon had conservative tastes in art. He struck one of Courbet's paintings with a riding crop because it glorified the peasantry, but he was a keen admirer of Bouguereau's work. Portrait of Napoleon III by William Hall. This official portrait, showing the emperor wearing full military honors, is an engraving based on a photograph by William Mackenzie. Henri Fantin-Latour. B. Grenoble, 1836, D. Beret, 1904. There was no firm dividing line between academic art and the avant-garde. Fantin-Latour had close links with both the Impressionists and the Symbolists, but also managed to sustain a successful career at the Salon, exhibiting there regularly between 1861 and 1899. In addition to his flower pieces, he produced fine portraits. His Homage to Delacroix 1864, which featured the artists Whistler, Manet, and Baudelaire, underlined his knowledge of the latest artistic currents. Equally passionate about music, he produced a series of misty evocations of Wagner's operas, which linked him with the blossoming Symbolist movement, see page 382. Lifeline. 1836, born in Grenoble, the son of a portrait painter. 1859, in England with James McNeill Whistler. 1862, produces the first of his Wagnerian pictures. 1864, paints his Homage to Delacroix. 1875, wins a second-class medal at the Salon. 1899, first major exhibition of his prints. 1904, dies in his late 60s. Spring Bouquet. Fantin-Latour's flower pieces were hugely popular with collectors on both sides of the Channel. Although influenced by the Dutch tradition of flower painting, they displayed a freshness and vitality of their own. 1865, oil on canvas, 46 x 38 centimeters, private collection. Woodblock prints were still the most popular form of art in Japan in the 19th century. The tireless public demand for novel images by the public encouraged the development of new subject matter. The first half of the 19th century was marked by the weakening of the Tokugawa shogunate and social confusion. In 1868, a coalition of samurai led a coup d'état and toppled the government. The end of the feudal society was followed by rapid westernization of the country in the second half of the century. Origins and influences. The shogunate's conservative policy of isolation was increasingly challenged by the outside world. Pressure from the US and Britain contributed to the collapse of the Tokugawa regime, and the country reopened in the mid-19th century. The new Meiji government was established by a group of radical politicians, with the 16-year-old Emperor Mutsuhito as the head of state. The imperial family moved from Kyoto, where they had lived since 794, to Edo, which was renamed Tokyo, eastern capital. The Meiji era, 1868 to 1912, was shaped by modernization of the country, carried out under the slogan Bunmei Kaika, civilization and enlightenment. The whole nation enthusiastically adopted Western customs, fashion, and technology for architecture, railways, and ships. Subject matter. The last flowering of ukiyo-e, woodblock prints, produced great images of landscape, warriors, and historical events. Some 19th century prints were bizarre and macabre, reflecting the uncertainty and anxiety of the age. Japanese prints were avidly collected within the country and in Europe. The interest in Japanese art resulted in the French aesthetic movement Japanism, while the composition and subjects of ukiyo-e prints influenced the Impressionists. Emperor Mutsuhito returning to his palace in Tokyo Japanese school, late 19th century. The emperor adopted Western-style uniform, had his hair cut, and traveled in a horse-drawn carriage. Western-style stone architecture replaced the traditional wooden public buildings. Japanese art. Katsushika Hokusai. Bidio, now Tokyo, 1760. Didio, 1849. A towering figure in the field of ukiyo-e, Hokusai excelled in all areas of painting and woodblock prints. His outstanding images are known all over the world. He started his career as a designer of prints depicting actors and beautiful women, but never confined himself to one genre. He also illustrated books, produced privately commissioned luxury paintings and prints, and designed popular landscape prints. Hokusai was an eccentric man. He changed his professional name over 30 times, moved house 90 times, and despite his fame, was always poor. He left 30,000 designs including 250 books, 3,500 single-sheet prints, and many original drawings and paintings. Lifeline. 1760. Born in Edo, 1778 becomes a pupil of Katsushika Shunsho, given professional name of Shunro. 1814-19 publishes 10 volumes of manga. 1830s designs the series of single-sheet prints to 36 views of MT Fuji. 1840s publishes 100 views of MT Fuji. 1849 dies, after a career spanning over 70 years. Fuji in clear weather. The simple yet striking image of Japan's most sacred mountain comes from the series Hokusai, designed aged 70. Hokusai made landscape prints popular as works of art in their own right. C. 1830, polychrome woodblock print, 26x37 cm, British Museum, London, UK. Studies of gestures and postures of wrestlers from manga. Hokusai designed 10 volumes of manga from 1814 as a textbook for drawing. They contain 900 pages of human figures, animals, birds and flowers, insects and fish, and all sort of objects. They were so popular that they continued to be in print until the 1870s. C. 1849, page from the woodblock printed book, Victoria and Albert Museum, London, UK. Closer look. Humorous tradition. Hokusai's drawings display his great sense of humor. They belong to the long tradition of comical drawings in Japan, the roots of which go back to the 12th century scroll called Frolicking Animals. The great wave of Kanagawa. With his genius for dramatic composition, Hokusai emphasizes the great power of nature and the precariousness of human existence. 1831, from 36 views of Mt. Fuji, polychrome woodblock print, 26 by 37 centimeters, British Museum, London, UK. Ando Hiroshige. BDO, 1797, DDO, 1858. The success of Hokusai's landscape series inspired his younger contemporary artist, Ando Hiroshige, to design the series' 53 stations of the Tokaido Highway. Travel was tightly controlled by the shogunate during the Edo period, and journeys were a rare treat for most people. Travelers were required to stay on the prescribed routes and had to carry a personal identification document. In 1832, Hiroshige traveled the Tokaido Highway, Eastern Sea Route, from Edo to Kyoto as a member of the shogun's envoy to present a gift of horses to the imperial court. He gained first-hand knowledge of towns and villages along the way, and began publishing the images in 1833. The tremendous success of this first series was followed by his further landscape series, 69 stations of the Kiso Highway and 100 famous views of Edo. His landscape prints are characterized by lyrical romanticism and idyllic beauty, which made armchair travel a pleasure for his many collectors. Sudden shower at Ohashi Bridge at Attica, 100 famous views of Edo. Hiroshige was keen to depict the effect of weather conditions and the changing seasons. Rain, wind, and snow feature prominently. 1857, polychrome woodblock print, 35.5 x 24.5 cm, Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, UK. Otsu, 53 stations of the Tokaido Highway, images of the countryside and provincial towns kindled people's imagination, and Hiroshige's first series was an immediate success. Prints also offer an insight into ordinary people's lives in the early 19th century. 1834, polychrome woodblock print, 23.5 x 36 cm, Victoria and Albert Museum, London, UK. Closer look. New blue. The upper section of the sky is printed in Prussian blue, a new and intense chemical pigment. The technique of bokashi, gradation, is used to create a subtle atmospheric effect by partly wiping the color before printing. Yutagawa Kuniyashi. BDO, now Tokyo, 1797, DDO, 1861. Kuniyashi is best known for his dynamic mushi, warrior prints, which he produced in triptych, 3-part format. In contrast to Hiroshige's peaceful landscapes, Kuniyashi's favorite subject matter was historical events featuring samurai and monsters. He always chose the most dramatic, sometimes frightening or grotesque, moment of the story. His figures are often caught in the midst of exaggerated movement, and the composition spreads across 3 sheets for maximum impact. Kuniyashi was also an outstanding caricaturist and made candid portraits of kabuki actors as well as satirical prints criticizing the authorities. Kuniyashi was very fond of cats, and he made many humorous and charming designs of them, including some highly original prints of cats dressed as kabuki actors. Lifeline. 1797, born in Edo, 1820, trains under Yutagawa Toikuni, the designer of kabuki actor prints. 1827, publishes the series Sukoden featuring 108 heroes from Chinese novels. 1840, designs a series of revolutionary triptychs based on historical figures. 1861, dies after a 40-year artistic career. Mangaku Shonin under the waterfall. Mangaku, a 12th century warrior, became a Buddhist monk after accidentally murdering his lover. The Buddhist deity Furutomaya appears at the top of the waterfall. C. 1851, polychrome woodblock vertical triptych, each panel 37.5 by 25.5 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Big splash. Kuniyashi shows Mangaku doing penance under the waterfall. The graphic depiction of the splashing water and animated expressions of figures suggest a similarity in style with today's popular Japanese manga comic books. Mitsukuni defying the skeleton specter. Kuniyashi was inspired by a kabuki play based on the historical figure Mitsukuni from the 10th century. He is thought to have studied Western medical books to depict the realistic skeleton. C. 1845, polychrome woodblock triptych, each panel 37 x 25.5 centimeters, Victoria and Albert Museum, London, UK. The Impressionists set out to paint the effects of light. To this end, They used visible brushstrokes of pure color, painting scenes of daily life around Paris. People at the time thought Impressionist pictures looked unfinished and the subject matter pointless. But the new artists spelt the end of a tradition that had held sway since the Renaissance. Origins and influences. The Impressionists drew many of their ideas from Gustave Courbet and his fellow realist painters, see pages 324-27. In the 1850s, these artists had campaigned against the influence of academic art, see page 336, with its emphasis on historical, religious, and mythological themes. Visually, the Impressionist group was inspired by two important factors. They were particularly impressed by the boldness and simplicity of Japanese woodblock prints, which had only recently reached the West. Their use of pure, bright colors, the lack of modeling in their figures, and their casual attitude to the laws of perspective prompted many painters to rethink their approach. The Impressionists were also influenced by developments in the world of photography. Early motion photography demonstrated precisely how humans and animals moved, and had a huge impact, particularly in the depiction of horse racing scenes. At the same time, the random images produced by the latest snapshot cameras made some artists reconsider the very notion of composing a picture. Subject matter. In their revolt against academic art, the Impressionists developed their own subject matter, celebrating modern Parisian life. In place of morally uplifting heroic stories from the past. Takigawa from the Tea House, Oji Kitagawa Utamaro, 18th century. Impressionists were influenced by bold Japanese color woodblock prints. Impressionism. Timeline. The roots of Impressionism date back to the early 1860s, when Monet burst onto the art scene. By 1869, a group of artists were holding regular meetings, staging their first exhibition in 1874. Of the group, though, Monet was the only artist to stick to painting light effects, from wild poppies in 1873 until the 20th century. By the time of the 8th exhibition in 1886, when Degas the Tub gained great acclaim, Impressionism was becoming accepted. 1863, Monet, Olympia. 1870, Pissarro, The Coach to Levisiennes. 1872, Morisot, The Cradle. 1873, Monet, Wild Poppies near Argenteuil. Interpretations. The Impressionist movement originated and achieved its fullest development in France, although its impact was felt throughout the West. It was never a school in the narrowest sense of the word, with a precise manifesto and a common style. Instead, it provided an invaluable forum for a group of like-minded friends, enabling them to exchange ideas and formulate their pioneering techniques. Impressionism in France. From the late 1860s, the French Impressionists, including Monet, Pissarro, Sisley, and Degas, used to meet up regularly at the Café Gerbois to discuss their controversial theories. More significantly, they also decided to organize an exhibition of their work. This was crucial since, as avant-garde artists, they were effectively excluded from the Salon, the main, public exhibition in Paris and the traditional route to artistic recognition. The first show was held in 1874, when the group described Water Lily Pond, Pink Harmony Monet. Claude Monet painted series of water lilies in his garden at Giverny to see how time of day and different seasons affected the light. 1900, oil on canvas, 89.5 x 100 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris. Impressionist exhibition, the 1874 exhibition that gave the Impressionists their name, was held in Paris at the studio of the photographer Nadar. Impressionists painted everyday scenes of urban and suburban pastimes, chores, and landscapes. The subject matter was less important than the way it was painted. For most Impressionists, it was merely a vehicle for showing how light sparkled and changed, affecting color with highlights and shadows. Style and techniques. At some stage, all of the Impressionist painters experimented with the practice of plein air, outdoor, painting, completing entire, usually small pictures on the spot. This enabled them to capture the most fleeting sensations of the light and weather conditions. To achieve this, the Impressionists had to work quickly. Instead of painting firm, well-defined contours, they conveyed their forms with short, broken brush strokes and vivid flecks of color. Every item was condensed to its simplest visual form. Eugene Manet with his daughter at Bougival Berthe Morisot, c. 1881, oil on canvas, 73 x 92 cm. Musée Marmottan, Paris, France. Eugene Manet with his daughter at Bougival, detail, Morisot's short, loose brush strokes of unmixed color are typical of Impressionist techniques. Current events. 1870, German troops besieged Paris as France is defeated in the Franco-Prussian War. Manet and Degas join the National Guard. Monet, Sisley, and Pissarro flee to England. 1871, Paris is rocked by the short-lived socialist uprising of the Commune. 1888, Eastman Company in the U.S. produces the Kodak No. 1 camera and roll film, making photography more accessible. 1889, the newly erected Eiffel Tower is the star of the Paris World Fair. 1874, Renoir, La Loge. 1876, Sisley, The Flood at Port Marly. 1880–82, Cassatt, Young Woman Sewing in the Garden. 1881, Renoir, The Luncheon of the Boating Party. 1886, Degas The Tub. Itself as a limited company. Most of the critics were merciless, but one of their jibes, concerning Claude Monet's impression, Sunrise, provided the style with a name. Between 1874 and 1886, there were 8 Impressionist exhibitions. By this stage, the initial furor had died down, and several members of the group were beginning to achieve a degree of success. Stylistically, too, they were growing apart. For painters such as Edgar Degas, the outdoor painting experiments were a phase, not a commitment. Even Renoir, one of the keenest advocates of the practice, retained his admiration for the old masters and some traditions. Only Monet remained loyal to the Impressionist philosophy till the end of his life. Outside France. For most of the 19th century, Paris was the capital of the art world and the focal point of the latest trends, so ambitious painters frequently traveled there. Philip Steer, from England, the Germans Max Liebermann and Lovis Corinth, and the American Child Hassam all gained first-hand knowledge of Impressionism when they visited the city. Steer, for example, was trained at the Académie Julian and the École des Beaux-Arts. On his return to London, he helped to found the New English Art Club, 1886, where the new style was warmly received. Walter Sickert, a member of the club, went so far as to organize a special exhibition dubbed The London Impressionists, 1889, for devotees of the movement. The style gained even greater support in the U.S. Much of the groundwork was carried out by the American-born Impressionist Mary Cassatt, who did her best to find buyers for her friend's work. Further inroads were made by Child Hassam, who had learned the latest techniques during a stay in Europe, 1886–89. Hassam belonged to the Ten, a group of artists from Boston and New York who were influenced by the Impressionists. Hassam specialized in city scenes while, in Australia, Tom Roberts was more taken with the notion of painting plein-air landscapes. After touring Europe, he became the leader of a group of artists known as the Heidelberg School. They set up camps in the bush to experiment with the techniques of Monet and his colleagues. The results were shown at an exhibition of impressions in 1889 in Melbourne, Australia. In Germany and Spain, the impact of Impressionism was less marked, although many artists lightened their palettes and took a greater interest in atmospheric effects. Foremost among them were the Spanish painter Joaquin Sorolla and the German Lovis Corinth, who had studied in Paris under French academic painter William Bouguereau, see pages 358–59. Flags on 57th Street, Winter 1918. Child Hassam scenes of rainy streets were his specialty. 1918, Oil on Canvas, 94 x 63.5 cm, New York Historical Society, New York, U.S. Lady and Dog on the Beach. Joaquin Sorolla y Bastida. The Spanish artist applied bright, light color with a wide brush. 1906, Oil on Board, 15.9 by 22.2 cm, Leeds Museums and Galleries, Leeds, UK. Edouard Manet. B. Paris, 1832. D. Paris, 1883. Manet was a reluctant revolutionary. Although he longed for official recognition, his irreverent use of old master paintings and his switch to harsh contrasts in place of subtle shifts in tone created an outcry in 1863, when he was refused the chance to exhibit at the Salon. Yet, some aspects of Manet's education had been conventional. He trained under Couture, a successful academic painter, and made a careful study of the old masters in the Louvre. But Manet was equally impressed by the innovations he saw in Japanese prints, as well as the theories of the poet and art critic Charles Baudelaire, who urged him to become a painter of modern life. Manet followed Baudelaire's advice, and some of his early works were effectively modern updates of traditional themes. These were mocked in official circles, but endeared him to a younger group of artists, the future Impressionists. Manet declined to exhibit with them, however, believing that genuine success could only be achieved through the Salon. Nevertheless, he experimented with painting outdoors, and his emphasis on modernity became a guiding principle of Impressionism. Lifeline. 1832. Born in Paris, the son of a senior civil servant, 1848 enrolls as a cabin boy, but later fails his naval exams. 1850-56 studies under Thomas Couture. 1863 marries his long-term mistress, Suzanne Leenhoff. 1870 joins the National Guard during the Franco-Prussian War. 1874 paints with Claude Monet at Argenteuil. 1881 awarded the Légion d'honneur. 1882 produces his final masterpiece, a bar at the Folies Bergerac. 1883 dies of syphilis. Boating. Manet preferred working in the studio, but experimented with painting in the open air alongside Monet and Renoir at Argenteuil. 1874, oil on canvas, 97.2 x 130.2 centimeters, Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, U.S. Olympia art lovers were only accustomed to seeing female nudes in the guise of nymphs or goddesses, so the blatant modernity of Olympia caused a scandal. Critics interpreted her as a prostitute. 1863, oil on canvas, 130 x 190 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. One must be of one's time and paint what one sees. Edouard Manet. The execution of the Emperor Maximilian in a composition inspired by Goya's 3rd of May 1808, Manet highlighted a modern scandal. Maximilian had been installed as Emperor of Mexico after a French invasion and then abandoned when the Mexicans rose against him. 1867-68, oil on canvas, 252 by 305 centimeters, Städtische Kunsthalle, Mannheim, Germany. The balcony partly inspired by Goya's Mayas on a balcony. Manet's picture baffled the critics, who looked for a meaning or story. One woman looks outside the picture, the other prepares to leave, but Manet deliberately avoided this. The seated woman is his sister-in-law Berthe Morisot, see page 348, 1868-69, oil on canvas, 170 by 124.5 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. In context. Salon de refuses. In 1863, a record number of pictures were turned away by the Salon jury and, after numerous complaints, an alternative exhibition was staged for these rejected works, the refuses. The idea had been to vindicate the judge's choice, but this plan backfired, as the ensuing scandal turned Manet into an instant celebrity. Caricature of the first Impressionist exhibition in Paris by Cham, 1874. When the Impressionists first exhibited their work together outside the Salon, they became targets for the mockery of cartoonists. A bar at the Folies Bergerac. This is Manet's swan song, painted when he was seriously ill with syphilis. He no longer had the strength to work in situ, so a bar was mocked up in his studio, and one of the barmaids came to pose for him there. This explains why the foreground details are in sharp focus while the background, painted from memory, is far hazier. Manet also employed a little artistic license, shifting the girl's reflection to the right, so that it could be seen more clearly. 1882, oil on canvas, 96 x 130 centimeters, Courtauld Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Cropped figures. As in a modern snapshot, Manet's figures are often cropped at the picture's edge. Only the feet of a performing trapeze artist are visible in the top left-hand corner. Discreet signature. Manet painted identifiable brand labels on some of the bottles, but he replaced the details on one bottle of wine with his signature and the date. Déjeuner sur Herbe Edouard Manet, 1863, oil on canvas, 208x264 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Closer look. Déjeuner sur Herbe Edouard Manet. This is the picture that scandalized Parisian art lovers, turning Manet into an overnight celebrity. The title translates as The Luncheon on the Grass. The original idea came to him after he saw some women bathing in the Seine at Argenteuil. This reminded him of a picture in the Louvre, which he had copied during his student days. Manet submitted the painting to the 1863 Salon, but it was turned away. In this particular year, however, the jury had been so severe that an extra exhibition was organized for the rejects. Manet's picture was shown at this Salon de Refuses, under the title of Le Bain Bathing. Here, it provoked a fierce reaction, most of it hostile. Composition. This picture is often cited as an early example of the influence of Japanese prints on Manet's work. The artist does not employ traditional perspective, which had been the cornerstone of Western art since the Renaissance. Instead, the scene is composed in bands, leading up to a high horizon. There is no real sense of depth. The figures appear flat, and the trees are used to form a screen, which curtains off the outside world, apart from a tiny patch of sky. Spatial grouping. The figures are formed loosely into the shape of a pyramid. This is reinforced by the slanting, parallel lines of the man's cane, his male companion's left arm, and the nude woman's right leg. Direction. Because none of the figures are looking at each other, the scene has an air of unreality. It gives the impression that Manet's figures are cutouts taken from different sources, rather than a group of people at a genuine event. Contrast. Manet liked using strong, tonal contrasts. His forms are generally shown in a bright glare of light or else in shadow, with little or no transition between the two. Technique. Much of the abuse directed against the Déjeuner related to its subject matter, but some critics were equally scathing about the artist's technique. They disliked the way that Manet abandoned the traditional academic approach, with its subtle gradations of tone and its enamel-like finish. In its place, they felt he had a mania for seeing in blocks, creating overpowering contrasts between light and shade. This seemed to give undue prominence to two of the most controversial aspects of the picture, the nudity of one woman and the size of the other. Reviewers were also critical of the disparity in the handling of the firmly contoured figures and the sketchy background. Study. Manet produced several sketches and preparatory studies for the Déjeuner. This one is particularly interesting because the bather is shown in the correct scale and perspective, which in turn suggests that the mistakes in the finished version were entirely intentional. Brush strokes. Manet made little attempt to create a sense of depth in this painting. His rendering of the foliage is rapid and imprecise, and in places, his paintwork is thin and feathery, prefiguring his work with the Impressionists. Luscious paintwork. Even those critics who poured scorn on the Déjeuner found room to praise the still life. Its execution is far more conventional than other areas of the painting. The careful modeling and the skillful use of light give the fruit and bread a convincing, three-dimensional appearance. Characters and story. Manet took the overall concept of the Déjeuner from Le Concert Champêtre, rustic concert, a famous picture in the Louvre, now generally attributed to Titian. This painting featured a similar combination of naked women with fully clothed men, but its mood was very different. The concert was a pastoral idyll, rather than a real event, and the women could easily be interpreted as nymphs or muses. Manet's picture could not be viewed in the same light. The modern attire seemed to rule out any possibility of an allegory or an antique idol. Instead, many spectators were left with the assumption that the women were prostitutes, taking part in an immoral liaison with their clients. The female nude. The nude woman is Victorine Meurent, one of Manet's favorite models, who had already featured in several of his paintings. She was a feisty character, as her imperious gaze suggests. Her complete lack of modesty fueled the claim that Manet was portraying her as a prostitute. Victorine's pose is extremely awkward, particularly as her elbow does not rest comfortably on her knee. The finch, like the frog to the bottom left of the painting, the bird was a whimsical addition to the composition. However, It caused a certain amount of controversy because its position was reminiscent of the dove, the traditional symbol of the Holy Ghost, which was often shown at the top of religious paintings, hovering over sacred events. In context, the old masters, 'twas normal practice for artists to borrow the poses of their figures from classical statuary or Renaissance masters. Indeed, the ability of artists to quote from such sources was viewed as a mark of their knowledge and skill. Courbet and the realists had challenged this process in the 1850s, finding it absurd, and Manet took their mockery a stage further. His figures may echo the poses and gestures of a Renaissance print, but, taken out of context, they are completely meaningless. The nudity was even more mischievous because Manet realized that it was open to very different interpretations. The Judgment of Paris, Marc-Antonio Raimondi, CI 480, c. 1534. Manet borrowed his main figures from this engraving, based on a lost painting by Raphael. Raimondi's figures were river gods, and both their poses and their nudity made far more sense in the print. The woman bathing the bather creates a jarring effect. She is too large, both in relation to the boat and to the other figures. Her form is also much too sharp and distinct. The little frog, tucked away in the bottom left corner of the picture, is a humorous touch. It would be perfectly logical to find such a creature near a riverbank, but it undermines any notion that this picture is a serious tribute to a famous old master. Berthe Morisot. B. Bourges, 1841, D. Paris, 1895. One of the mainstays of the Impressionist movement, Morisot participated in all but one of the group's 8 shows and often hosted meetings at her home. She came from a prosperous family with distinguished artistic connections. Her great-grandfather was Rococo artist Jean-Honoré Fragonard, and her varied education included lessons from Corot. In 1868, she met Manet, and they felt an immediate rapport, each influencing the other's work. It has often been suggested that it was Morisot who persuaded Manet to try painting outdoors. The ties between the two artists became stronger after she married Manet's brother Eugene in 1874. Morisot is best known for her charming domestic scenes of mothers and children, although she also produced fine portraits and atmospheric marine pictures. The cradle exhibited at the first Impressionist show in 1874. This famous painting depicts Morisot's sister, Edma. 1872, oil on canvas, 56 x 46 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Paisy sewing in the garden at Bougival. Morisot produced some of her best plein air, outdoor, paintings during her 3-year stay in Bougival. Paisy was her daughter's maid. 1881, oil on canvas, 81 x 100 cm, Musée des Beaux-Arts, Pau, France. Claude Monet. B. Paris, 1840, D. Giverny, 1926. Monet's career was central to the Impressionist movement, as he kept faith with its practices and principles until the end of his working life. He spent part of his youth on the coast at Le Havre, where Eugene Boudin encouraged him to begin painting out of doors. By 1859, Monet had moved to Paris, making contact with future members of the Impressionists at the Académie Suisse and Charles Glaire's studio. The 1860s proved to be an astonishingly fertile period for the development of his art, although his private life was a disaster. He was constantly short of money and endured his family's disapproval of both his career and mistress. After a brief spell in London during the Franco-Prussian War, Monet settled in Argenteuil, near Paris, where he produced some of his finest work. By the 1880s, the Impressionists were beginning to drift apart, but Monet pursued the group's original aims even more vigorously. This can be seen in his series, pictures, painting the same subject repeatedly, under different light conditions, and in his celebrated depictions of water lilies, painted in his Japanese-style garden at his home in Giverny. Lifeline. 1840, born in Paris, the son of a grocer. 1858, meets Boudin and starts painting outdoors. 1859, attends Académie Suisse in Paris. 1862, enters Glaire's studio. 1865, shares a studio with Bazille. Exhibits at the Salon. 1870, marries Camille Dancieux. 1874, first Impressionist exhibition. 1879, Camille dies. 1883, settles at Giverny. 1914, builds new studio for his water lilies. 1926 dies at Giverny, by this time wealthy and world-famous. The water lily pond in his final years, Monet painted almost exclusively in his garden at Giverny. He liked to focus very closely on his flowers, omitting the sky entirely. 1899, oil on canvas, 88 x 93 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Wild poppies shown at the first Impressionist exhibition in 1874. This painting demonstrates Monet's supreme skill at depicting a figure or a flower with a few deft brushstrokes. 1873, oil on canvas, 50 by 65 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Closer look. Diagonal structure. The figures of Monet's wife, Camille, and their son, Jean, are repeated to emphasize the strong diagonal at the heart of the picture. Monet began by imitating Manet, and Manet ended by imitating Monet. George Moore, 1852–1933, Irish novelist and art critic. Rouen Cathedral, West Façade, Sunlight. Monet painted dozens of versions of this subject, depicting the stonework of the cathedral under different light and weather conditions. 1894, oil on canvas, 100 x 66 centimeters, National Gallery of Art, Washington, D.C., U.S. The Gare Saint-Lazare, arrival of a train in 1877, Monet left Argenteuil and briefly moved back to Paris. After 6 years in the country, he was anxious to produce city views again, showing no fewer than 8 pictures of this station at the third Impressionist exhibition during the same year. 1877, oil on canvas, 80 by 98 centimeters, Fogg Art Museum, Cambridge, U.S. Closer look. Fleeting effects, railway stations, provided ideal subjects for the Impressionists. They were obvious examples of modern city life, while swirling clouds of steam circulating under a glass roof offered ample opportunity to capture the fleeting effects of light and color. Pierre-Auguste Renoir. Limoges, 1841, de Cagnes sur Mer, 1919. Today, Renoir is one of the best-loved artists of the 19th century, but success did not come easily to him. His family were poor, and at the age of 13 he began an apprenticeship as a porcelain painter. After this, he took a job decorating blinds before enrolling at the studio of Paris-based Swiss painter Charles Glayer, 1806–74. There, he met the core of the future Impressionist group. They learned little from their master's polished, academic style, though Glayer did encourage them to paint outdoors. By the late 1860s, Renoir was doing this regularly, often painting by Monet's side. For a time, their subjects and style were so similar that it can be hard to distinguish between their pictures. Renoir enjoyed some early success at the Salon, see page 336, but the financial rewards were meager. Ironically, he painted some of his most joyous scenes at a time when he was struggling to survive financially. By the late 1870s, however, his fortunes began to change, as he found a supportive dealer and a number of loyal patrons. Gradually, Renoir abandoned his Impressionist roots, adopting a broader style that placed a greater emphasis on drawing and structured composition. Lifeline. 1841, born in Limoges, the son of a tailor, 1854–58, apprenticed to a porcelain painter, 1861, enters Glayer's studio, where he becomes friends with Monet, Sisley, and Bazille. 1874, first Impressionist exhibition. 1881, paints the luncheon of the boating party. 1882, marries Aline Cherigot. 1903, moves to the Riviera for his health. 1919, dies in Cagnes and is buried at Essois. Dance at Bougival. Dances were a favorite theme for Renoir. The model, Suzanne Valadon, later became a distinguished artist. 1883, oil and canvas, 182 x 98 cm, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, U.S. Nude in Sunlight. His is one of several paintings produced by Renoir in the mid-1870s, showing the effects of sunlight filtering through trees. C. 1875–76, oil on canvas, 81 by 65 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Closer look. Virtuoso coloring. This study shows Renoir's tremendous skill as a colorist, as well as his incredibly free brushwork. Even so, some critics disapproved. One likened the green and purplish blotches on the model's skin to the decomposing flesh on a corpse. It is not enough for a painter to be a clever craftsman, he must love to caress his canvas too. Pierre-Auguste Renoir. In context. Moulin de la Galette, situated in the garden of a windmill in the Montmartre area of Paris. The Moulin de la Galette took its name from its specialty, a type of cake known as a galette. It was Renoir's favorite venue. He took a studio nearby and frequented the balls held there every Sunday. He loved painting dancing scenes. They were perfect examples of Parisian life, a theme so dear to the Impressionists. Moulin de la Galette, c. 7900. Renoir disliked using professional models because their poses were too mannered. Dance halls were good places for finding natural-looking subjects. The bathers. By the mid-1880s, Renoir was moving away from Impressionism towards a more severe style. In this experimental piece, the figures were obviously painted in the studio. The outlines are carefully drawn, and the lighting seems more artificial. 1887, oil on canvas, 116 by 170 centimeters, Philadelphia Museum of Art, U.S. The luncheon of the boating party. 7. He woman on the left is Aline Cherigot, Renoir's future wife, and this restaurant was their favorite meeting place. The other figures are their friends, who posed separately for the picture. 1880-81, oil on canvas, 130 x 173 cm, Phillips Collection, Washington, D.C., U.S. La Loge. This picture of a theater box was one of the few successes at the first Impressionist exhibition. 1874, oil on canvas, 80 by 63 centimeters, Courtauld Gallery, London, UK. The Path Through the Long Grass. Renoir painted this at the height of Impressionism, when he was working closely with Monet. Their style and subjects were almost identical. 1876-77, oil on canvas, 60 x 74 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Closer look. Railway bridge. The modernity of the scene is underlined by this glimpse of the Seine and the railway bridge at Chatou. The railways had turned this place into a popular weekend spot, where Parisians could go boating. The restaurant Fournaise was a favorite with oarsmen, hence the vests and boaters worn by some of the figures. Frederic Bazille. B. Montpellier, 1841, de Bonnet-Roland, 1870. Bazille, the forgotten Impressionist, was born into a wealthy winemaking family. He moved to Paris in 1862 and enrolled in Charles Glaire's studio. There he met Monet, Renoir, and Sisley. Bazille helped his friends financially and was making great strides in his own career when the Franco-Prussian War broke out. He volunteered for the Zouaves, a famous cavalry regiment, and was killed during a minor skirmish, his career cut tragically short before the Impressionist adventure had really begun. Family reunion. Painted near the family home in Montpellier, this picture shows the influence of Monet's Women in the Garden, which Bazille had recently purchased. 1867, oil and canvas, 152 by 230 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. The pink dress. This is the artist's cousin, Therese de Auers, looking out over the village of Castelnau-les. Because he was based in the south, Bazille tended to use brighter colors than his Parisian counterparts. The girl's averted gaze creates an air of mystery. 1864, oil on canvas, 147 by 110 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Camille Pissarro. B.S.T. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 1830, de Paris, 1903. While he may not be the most famous of the Impressionists, Pissarro played a major part in binding the movement together. He provided a link between the groups at the Académie Suisse, a private art school in Paris attended by Manet and Cézanne, and Charles Glaire's studio, where Monet, Renoir, and Sisley studied. He was the only artist to participate in all the Impressionist shows. Pissarro was revered as a great teacher, but he was equally willing to listen to younger painters, and he continued to experiment throughout his career. Unlike other Impressionists, his paintings were, but the Franco-Prussian War intervened, and while he was taking refuge in England, Prussian soldiers occupied his house in Louveciennes and used his canvases as duckboards, destroying more than 1,000 paintings. In the 1870s, Pissarro exchanged ideas with Cézanne, and over the course of the following decade he experimented with the pointillist technique after meeting Seurat and Signac. When ill health finally stopped him from working outdoors, he painted street scenes from hotel windows. Lifeline. 1855 moves to Paris while in his mid-20s, 1859 meets Monet. Exhibits at the Salon. 1863 his work is shown at the Salon de Refuses. 1870 moves to London during the Franco-Prussian War. 1872 settles in Pontoise. 1874 participates in the first Impressionist show. 1885 meets Seurat and experiments with pointillism. 1892 has his own exhibition. 1903 dies from blood poisoning, buried in Paris. The Coach to Louveciennes. This may well be the finest of Pissarro pre-war paintings. Rarely has a rain-sodden atmosphere been captured more evocatively. As he did so often, Pissarro anchored the composition around a road leading into the picture. 1870, oil on canvas, 25 x 35 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Closer look. Vanishing. The Impressionists often used short, broken brush strokes to convey shimmering reflections in water. Here, Pissarro uses the technique to conjure up the glistening surface of a muddy road. The Crystal Palace. Pissarro lived in London during the Franco-Prussian War, staying for a time in Norwood. The Crystal Palace, which had been re-erected in the area, was an obvious subject for a picture. 1871, oil on canvas, 47 by 73 centimeters, Art Institute of Chicago, Chicago, U.S. The Côte de Buffs at Hermitage, Pontoise. During the late 1870s, Pissarro often screened off his subject with a row of trees, rendering depth through superimposed layers. 1877, oil on canvas, 115 by 88 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Hidden forms. Human figures play a supporting role in many Pissarro's landscapes. These too are formed with a few simple brushstrokes, have no facial details, and melt into the background. Alfred Sisley. B. Paris, 1839, De Moret sur l'Ing, 1899. Sisley was a French-born painter with English parents. His father ran a business exporting artificial flowers, but he supported his son's decision to become a painter. In 1862, Sisley entered Charles Gleyer's studio in Paris, where he met other members of the future Impressionist group. He joined their discussions and their painting trips, although his early output was rather small. He survived by jiving off his allowance from his father, but this situation changed dramatically after the Franco-Prussian War, when the family business collapsed and Sisley had to support himself. From this point on, he lived in extreme poverty, receiving virtually no recognition for his work. He concentrated almost exclusively on landscapes, specializing in scenes of the picturesque villages along the Seine. Sisley's work is remarkably consistent, with a style that comes closest to that of Monet. Although his brushwork is generally less adventurous than Monet's, his best paintings still have a quiet, lyrical appeal. Lifeline. 1866 in mid-20s, has first painting accepted by the Paris Salon. 1874 participates at the first Impressionist show. 1876 paints the floods at Marly. 1883 one-man show in Paris. 1889 exhibition in New York. 1899 dies from throat cancer. Snow scene at Moret. Sisley loved painting snow scenes and continued working outdoors, even in the depth of winter. C. 1894, pastel, private collection. The flood at Port Marly/His is one of Sisley's finest pictures. When the Seine burst its banks in his local village, Sisley produced a series of paintings of this street corner, depicting the same view at different times of the day. His brushwork is at its best here, particularly in the reflections. 1876, oil on canvas, 60 by 81 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Closer look. Objective views. Sisley's pictures on this theme give no hint of any danger or inconvenience caused by the flood. Instead, he focuses on its picturesque possibilities, including tiny gondoliers in most of the scenes. Gustave Caillebotte. B. Paris, 1848, De Gennevilliers, 1894. Like Bazille, Caillebotte came from a wealthy family, and great emphasis is always laid on the financial support that he provided for his Impressionist friends. He qualified as a lawyer, but turned to art in the early 1870s, training under the academic artist Léon Bonnat. Within the Impressionist group, Caillebotte was closest to Degas. In his best works, he shared the latter's taste for unusual viewpoints and unrehearsed poses. His choice of subjects was also very striking, particularly his urban views and interiors. Caillebotte built up a sizable collection of Impressionist paintings, which he bequeathed to the state. However, at the time their work was still highly controversial, and not all the pictures were accepted. The floor strippers, the influence of Bonnat's meticulous approach is evident here. The asymmetrical composition, however, is more reminiscent of Degas's style, while the modern subject is entirely in keeping with Impressionist aims. 1875, Oil on Canvas, 102 by 146 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Mary Cassatt. B. Allegheny, 1844, D. Château de Beaufresne, 1926. This American painter and printmaker settled in Paris in 1874, the year that the first Impressionist exhibition took place. Cassatt met Degas 3 years later and through him, became a member of the group. She was a talented painter, specializing in pictures of mothers with children, but she was an even greater graphic artist. Her colored etchings appeared deceptively sparse and simple, but were executed with an impressive blend of subtlety and delicacy. Cassatt came from a well-connected family and, in her later years, she did much to aid the Impressionists' cause by finding American buyers for their works. Young woman sewing Cassatt exhibited this painting at the final Impressionist show. The steep background diagonal adds a modern note to a traditional subject. C. 1880-82, Oil and Canvas, 92 by 63 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. In the omnibus from the set of 10, a series of engravings displayed at Cassatt's one-woman show, the bold, spontaneous design of this picture betrays the influence of Japanese prints. 1891, Dry point and soft ground etching, 36 by 26 centimeters, Brooklyn Museum of Art, New York, U.S. Edgar Degas. B. Paris, 1834, D. Paris, 1917. Degas was a hugely influential painter, printmaker, and sculptor. His artistic training was academic. He had lessons from Louis Lamotte, a pupil of Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, see page 271, attended classes at the École des Beaux-Arts, France's top official art school, and made an intensive study of the old masters. His art might have followed a traditional path, but a chance meeting with Manet in the Louvre made him alter direction. Degas did not share all the Impressionist concerns. He had little interest in landscapes, for example, but he became a devotee of modern life subjects. Unlike most of the Impressionists, Degas preferred working in the studio. He did try to capture the fleeting moment in his works, not by studying changes in light conditions, but by mimicking the random effects of photography. He labored hard at this, admitting that no art was ever less spontaneous than mine. Lifeline. 1834 born a banker's son, 1854 studies with Lamotte, 1855 enters the École des Beaux-Arts, 1862 meets Manet, produces his first horse racing scene, 1870 serves in the artillery during Franco-Prussian War, 1872 travels to America, 1874 participates in the first Impressionist exhibition, 1881 exhibits Little Dancer. 1912 evicted from studio, 1917 dies, and is buried in the family tomb in Montmartre. The tub, Degas' approach to composition was highly audacious. The viewer's attention on the bather is constantly diverted by the plunging perspective and the distracting still life. 1886, Pastel on card, 60 x 83 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Iron context. Edward Muybridge, 1830 to 1904. Muybridge was a major photographic pioneer who used a series of 24 cameras to analyze physical actions in minute detail. He also developed the zoopraxiscope, a precursor of the movies. Galloping Horse by Edward Muybridge, 1887. The parade, or race horses in front of the stands. Degas admired English sporting prints, which were popular at the time, but his own racing scenes flouted all their conventions, deliberately ignoring the important elements of the actual race. 1866–68, oil on paper, 46 by 61 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Little Dancer, aged 14. This is the only sculpture that Degas ever exhibited. The critics were shocked by its unsettling realism. 1921, bronze casting of a wax original, 1879–81, height 98 centimeters, private collection. The dancing class. When artists depicted the ballet, they normally focused on actual performances. Degas, however, preferred the informality of backstage themes, such as rehearsals and classes. 1873–76, oil on canvas, 85 x 75 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Closer look. Casual poses. Degas deliberately avoided the academic mart of borrowing poses from 5 classical statues or old master paintings. He loved capturing off-guard moments. Here, one dancer reaches to scratch her back in a cafe, or absinthe, although this may seem like an authentic portrayal of Parisian lowlife, the picture was carefully posed in the studio by an actress and a minor painter. The off-center composition, with a space on the left and the man's cropped pipe, lends the picture the spontaneous air of a snapshot. 1875–76, oil on canvas, 92 x 68 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. The Bellelli family. Even in this early painting of his Italian relatives, Degas manages to make a highly structured composition seem spontaneous. His Aunt Laure is in mourning for her father, whose portrait hangs beside her. She poses formally with one of her daughters, while the other figures appear momentarily distracted and the little dog scampers out of view. C. 1858–60, oil on canvas, 200 by 250 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. BLBI 1864, de Château de Mauram, 1901. Few artists have conjured up the bohemian lifestyle of fin de siècle Paris as evocatively as Lautrec. Although crippled as a teenager, he was determined that this should not restrict his ambitions. He had a formal, academic training, but was more influenced by the example of Degas and Japanese print. This is particularly evident in his groundbreaking posters, where he combined basic linear forms with caricature. After his arrival in Paris, Lautrec gravitated to Montmartre, where he soon immersed himself in the heady nightlife. His favorite models were singers, dancers, and prostitutes, many of whom were his friends. Lautrec's hectic social life took its toll, however, and his career was cut tragically short by the effects of alcoholism and syphilis. Lifeline. 1864. Born into an aristocratic family, descendants of Counts of Toulouse. 1882. Studies in Paris under Bonnat. 1883. Moves to Corman's studio. 1884. Sets up studio in Montmartre. 1888. Exhibits with Les Vingt in Brussels. 1889. Opening of the Moulin Rouge. 1890. Paints dance at the Moulin Rouge. 1891. First commission for a poster. 1893. Health deteriorates. Moves into his mother's apartment. 1899. Committed to a private sanatorium at Neuilly. 1901. Dies at his mother's home in Mauram, France. Age 36. Dance at the Moulin Rouge. Lautrec's picture used to hang behind the bar of this famous night spot. With typical dark humor, he placed a grinning skull amidst the revelers. 1890. Oil on canvas, 116 by 150 centimeters, Philadelphia Museum of Art, Philadelphia, U.S. Le Divan Japanized this famous poster as an advertisement for a Montmartre cabaret, fashionably decorated in the Japanese style. One of Lautrec's friends, the dancer Jane Avril, watches a performance by the singer Yvette Gilbert. 1892, lithograph poster, 79 by 59 centimeters, Bibliothèque Nationale, Paris, France. Closer look. Deliberate distortions inspired by Japanese prints, Lautrec distorted objects to suit his decorative scheme. He was particularly fond of depicting stylized versions of a double bass, often using them to frame his scenes. Innovation. Lautrec created a textured, speckled effect by flicking ink onto lithographic stone, a technique he described as crackus spitting. Auguste Rodin. B. Paris, 1840, D. Meudon, 1917. Auguste Rodin was the greatest sculptor of his age. His achievements were all the more remarkable, given the early difficulties he faced. He was rejected by the École des Beaux-Arts and had to work for years as a lowly artisan, producing architectural ornaments. Rodin was in his mid-30s before the breakthrough came, with a nude statue so realistic that some critics believed he had cast it directly from the actual model. This controversy was a foretaste of things to come. Even when his genius was recognized and important commissions came his way, patrons were shocked by the radical nature of Rodin's designs. Major projects, such as the statues of Balzac, 1897, and the Burghers of Calais, 1884–89, were delayed for years before they were finally erected. Rodin's great skill was to convey complex ideas through minute details of the human form. The complete absorption of the thinker, 1880–81, for example, is underlined by his taut pose, distended nostrils, and even his tightly clenched toes. Fittingly, a copy of this statue was placed over Rodin's tomb. Lifeline. 1840, born into a working-class family in Paris, 1875 visits Italy to see the work of Michelangelo, 1877 exhibits for the first time at the Paris Salon, 1880 commissioned to produce The Gates of Hell, 1884 wins competition to commemorate the Burghers of Calais, 1891 receives commission for a statue of Balzac, 1898 completes The Kiss. 1917 marries his long-term mistress, Rose Buret. They both die later that year. The thinker on the Gates of Hell, this figure was probably meant to represent the Italian poet Dante, but Rodin enlarged the figure and turned it into a timeless embodiment of thought and concentration. 1880–81, bronze, height 69 centimeters, Burrell Collection, Glasgow, UK. The Gates of Hell commissioned for the entrance of a new museum. This ambitious project was never finished. The design represented Dante's Inferno. 1880–90, bronze, 637 x 401 cm. Musée Rodin, Paris, France. Closer look. Source of inspiration: The Gates of Hell proved an invaluable testing ground for Rodin's later work. The Thinker, shown left, and The Kiss, shown opposite, both had their origins here. In context. Honoré de Balzac, widely regarded as one of France's most talented and prolific authors, Balzac's greatest achievement was La Comédie Humaine, the Human Comedy. In this series of interlinked novels, he aimed to produce a panoramic portrait of French society at every level. Balzac worked incredibly long hours, driving himself to an early grave, but was revered as the nation's supreme literary genius. Balzac reviewing a parade of his characters like a military commander, Balzac surveys the rich array of characters he has created. Honoré de Balzac-Adin's radical vision of the French novelist aroused immense hostility when the design was revealed. The commission was cancelled, and the full-size statue was only erected in 1939. 1897, plaster, height 2.7 m, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. The Burghers of Calais. Rodin won a competition to portray these medieval heroes, who offered up their lives to save their fellow citizens during Edward III's siege of Calais. The sculptor captured their differing emotions superbly, but the local authorities were disappointed by their lack of nobility. 1884–89, bronze, height 200 centimeters, Calais, France. The truth of my figures seems to blossom from within to outside, like life itself. Auguste Rodin, 1911. The Kiss. Adin produced the first version of this famous sculpture for his Gates of Hell, where it represented Paolo and Francesca, the adulterous lovers from Dante's Inferno. 1888–89, marble, 182 by 112 by 117 centimeters, Musée Rodin, Paris, France. Closer look. Hidden detail divorced from its original context and renamed The Kiss, Rodin's statue now seems like a vision of universal love. However, one detail of the original story remains. The couple had been reading about Lancelot and Guinevere's doomed affair, and, in Paolo's hand, the book can still be seen. Medardo Rosso. B. Turin, 1858, D. Milan, 1928. Rosso's work has often been described as the sculptural equivalent of Impressionism. Born in Turin, he spent much of his career in Paris, 1889–1915. There, Rosso met and exchanged work with Rodin, although their friendship ended abruptly after he accused the Frenchman of borrowing his ideas for the statue of Balzac, 1897. Rosso blurred the boundaries between painting and sculpture, abandoning firm contours and smooth surfaces, to endow his pieces with a sense of movement and change. These qualities were to inspire the Futurists, see page 428. The caretaker Rosso's favorite medium was wax over plaster. The soft, pliable material enabled him to create subtle, impressionistic effects in his figures. Wax over plaster, Galleria d'Arte Moderna, Florence, Italy. Ecce più of this is a commissioned portrait of a young boy, Alfred Mond. Rosso tried to capture a specific moment as he watched the boy peering through curtains. He exhibited it under the title Impression of a Child. 1906, bronze, height 44 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Lovis, Corinth. B. Tapio, 1858. D. Zandvoort, 1925. Corinth was a versatile German painter and printmaker. He studied initially at the Königsberg Academy, but received most of his training in Paris, under William Bouguereau. His early taste was for a rugged naturalism, inspired by Courbet and Millet, as well as the Dutch Old Masters. There were also symbolist overtones in some of his lush, sensual versions of literary and religious subjects. Corinth's style did not reach full maturity until his move to Berlin where, together with Liebermann and Slevigt, he pioneered the German form of Impressionism. Corinth was prolific for the next decade, but in 1911 he suffered a career-threatening stroke. Gradually, he learned to paint again, though in a much looser manner that was admired by the Expressionists, see page 408. Charlotte Corinth at her dressing table. Light suffuses the entire scene in this portrait of Corinth's wife. 1911, oil on canvas, 120 x 90 cm, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Carl Hagebeck in his Zoo, a pioneer of modern zoos. Hagebeck liked to pose with his animals, in this case, a walrus called Pallas. 1911, oil on canvas, 200 by 271 cm, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Philip Wilson Steer. B. Birkenhead, 1860, D. London, 1942. A leading pioneer of Impressionist painting in England, Steer had a conventional academic training in France, where his principal masters were Cabanel and Bouguereau. His own style, however, owed more to the influence of Whistler and Monet. On his return to England, Steer became one of the founding members of the New English Art Club, a private society that was dominated by artists who had worked in France and were aware of the latest trends. Steer also participated in a separate exhibition, the London Impressionists, which was staged in 1889. Steer's Impressionist period was comparatively brief, lasting from around 1887 to 1894. His finest pictures in this style were his beach scenes, which boasted the same sparkling colors and sheer exuberance as many of the canvases produced by his French counterparts. Lifeline. 1860, born in Birkenhead, Merseyside, the son of a portrait painter. 1882–84, studies in Paris, at the Académie Julian and the École des Beaux-Arts. 1886, founder member of the New English Art Club. 1889, takes part in London Impressionist Exhibition. 1889, exhibits with Les Vingt in Brussels. 1893, begins teaching at the Slade School of Fine Art. 1927, as eyesight deteriorates, he switches to watercolors. 1931, awarded Order of Merit. 1942, dies of bronchitis at his London home. Hydrangeas. In a masterly demonstration of his skills as a colorist, Steer shows sunlight reflecting on pale fabrics. 1901, oil on canvas, 85 x 112 cm, Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, UK. Children paddling. Walberswick. Steer produced his most overtly impressionist scenes on the Suffolk coast, at Walberswick, where he often stayed with friends. His technique of using short dabs of contrasting color helps to create an atmosphere of hazy sunshine. 1891–94, oil on canvas, 64x92 cm, Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, UK. Closer look. Simplified figures steer effortlessly conveys this extremely foreshortened pose with just a few deft brush strokes. Reflections. Monet's influence is evident in the sparkling water surface, with its glints of sunlight and its shimmering reflections. William Merritt Chase. B. Williamsburg, Virginia, 1849, D. New York, 1916. This versatile American painter and teacher trained at the Royal Academy in Munich from 1872 to 1877. After several months in Venice, he returned to New York in 1878, and in 1880 became president of the Society of American Artists. He resigned from the society in 1902 to join the Ten, a breakaway group who considered the society's exhibitions to be too conservative. Known for his portraits, which highlighted his dashing bravura technique, his impressionist experiments are evident in his landscapes, the finest of which were produced at the Shinnecock Summer School, Long Island. Dorothy Chase painted several informal portraits of his daughter. His portrait style was heavily influenced by a fellow American John Singer Sargent, as well as the Belgian painter Alfred Stevens. 1902, oil on canvas, 183 by 91 centimeters, Indianapolis Museum of Art, Indiana, U.S. Joaquin Soralila y Bastida. B. Valencia 1863, D. Cercedilla, 1923. Sorala was a prolific painter and illustrator, and the leading exponent of Impressionism in Spain. After studying in Madrid and Rome, he enjoyed a lengthy stay in Paris. Here he was chiefly influenced by the work of Bastien Lepage, who had made his name with a brand of Impressionism that was corrected, sweetened, and adapted to the taste of the crowd, and Sorala soon followed this lead. Sorala's brightly colored beach scenes were hugely popular. He won medals at the Paris Salon, and was also feted in the United States, where he won his greatest commission, a series of 14 enormous murals representing the provinces of Spain, to be installed in the Hispanic Society of America in New York. People Sitting on the Beach. Sorala was known for his beach scenes of the Costa Blanca, in which he combined intense colors with vigorous brushwork. 1906, oil on board, 16 by 22 centimeters, Leeds Museums and Galleries, UK. Tom Roberts. B. Dorchester, 1856, D. Callista, Australia, 1931. Roberts was born in England and trained at London's Royal Academy, 1881–84, but he spent most of his career in Australia. In 1885, he settled in Melbourne, where he became a founder member of the Heidelberg School. The group focused on the Australian bush, recording a way of life that was swiftly vanishing. The results were shown at their exhibition of impressions, 1892, where all the views were painted on identical cigar box lids. Roberts' iconic pictures of sheep shearers and farmers attracted little attention at the time, but have since been recognized as landmarks in the development of Australia's national identity. A breakaway. A drover chases runaway sheep in this evocative slice of Australian rural life. 1891, oil on canvas, 137 by 168 centimeters, Art Gallery of South Australia, Adelaide, Australia. Max Liebermann. B. Berlin, 1847, D. Berlin, 1935. A German painter and printmaker, Liebermann was the first president of the Berlin Secession, an alternative group to the formal Association of Berlin Artists. He trained at Weimar, but also made extended visits to Paris, where he met some of the Barbizon painters. He developed a robust, naturalistic style that was sometimes controversial. His Jesus in the Temple was criticized in the German parliament for being too Jewish. Liebermann's interest in Impressionism came to the fore in the 1890s, when he painted a series of outdoor scenes that demonstrated his skill at capturing light effects. He also built an important collection of Impressionist pictures, although this was dispersed after his death. The terrace at the restaurant Jacob in Nienstetten on the Elbe, sunlight filtering through leaves, was one of Liebermann's favorite themes. 1902, oil on canvas, 70 x 100 cm, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Child Hassan. B. Dorchester, Massachusetts, 1859. D. East Hampton, New York, 1935. The American artist Child Hassan developed an interest in Impressionism during a 3-year stay, from 1886, in Paris, where he enrolled at the Académie Julian. On his return to the U.S., he settled in New York. It was here that he produced his most memorable street scenes and later a series of flag paintings. Away from the city, Hassan also painted at Appledore, an island off the New Hampshire coast, where he often stayed with the poet Celia Thaxter. In 1897, Hassan became one of the founder members of the Ten, an influential group of American artists, who were instrumental in bringing Impressionism to the U.S. Rainstorm, Union Square. Hassan's urban scenes portray life in New York during the 1890s. He particularly loved to paint glistening, rain-soaked streets. 1890, oil on canvas, 90 by 111 centimeters, Museum of the City of New York, New York, U.S. In context. The Heidelberg School, named after a village near Melbourne, this group of artists pioneered in Australia the Impressionist practice of painting in the open air. Led by Tom Roberts, Sir Arthur Streeton, and Charles Conder, they worked together in camps at Box Hill and Eaglemont. Near Heidelberg. Sir Arthur Streeton, 1890. Streeton became famous for his scenes of the outback. The artists of the Heidelberg School produced the first realistic portrayals of the Australian landscape. Rainstorm, Union Square. Hassan's urban scenes portray life in New York during the 1890s. He particularly loved to paint glistening, rain-soaked streets. 1890, oil on canvas, 90 by 111 centimeters, Museum of the City of New York, New York, U.S. Closer look. The bigger picture, the lady turns her head away. Is she averting her gaze from the man by the fountain? In true Impressionist fashion, we only have a snapshot of this unspoken drama. Neo-Impressionism and Post-Impressionism were both an extension of Impressionism and a rejection of its limitations. Neo-Impressionism is characterized by the paintings of Georges Seurat and his use of dots of pure color. The central figures of Post-Impressionism were Van Gogh, Gauguin, and Cézanne. Origins and influences. The terms Neo-Impressionism and Post-Impressionism refer to a 30-year period of extensive artistic innovation between 1880 to 1910 rather than to any single group of artists. Although this new generation of painters had started on the fringes of Impressionism, many of them began to react against its preoccupation with surface appearances. They pushed beyond the quest for naturalism and sought to express feelings and ideas through a radically new use of color, brushstroke, and content. Post-Impressionist artists were keen to break free from the constraints of the Academy, see pages 336-37, and to use new styles of expression to reveal a more personal, or even spiritual vision that had far-reaching artistic consequences. Gauguin's bold experiments with color had a powerful impact on the nobbies, see pages 380-81, and Expressionists, and Van Gogh also produced work that appealed to the Expressionists. However, it was Cézanne who exerted the greatest influence on other artists. His bold experiments with composition and volume paved the way for Cubism and the birth of abstract art. Subject matter. The subjects of Neo-Impressionist and Post-Impressionist paintings were as varied as the painters' styles. Alongside nudes and harbor scenes, Seurat worked on large, formal group. Michel-Eugène Chevreul, caricatured by T. Bianco, 1885-89. Chevreul was the French chemist, physicist, and philosopher who pioneered theories on color which were put into practice by Neo-Impressionists such as Seurat. Neo- and Post-Impressionism. Timeline. From Seurat's Sunday Afternoon on the island of La Grande Jatte and Gauguin's Vision after the Sermon to Van Gogh's The Starry Night, Cézanne's The Sarge Bathers, and Signac's entrance to the port of Marseille, the evolution of Neo-Impressionism and Post-Impressionism displays a wide diversity of styles. Artists experimented with every aspect of their art, from color and brushstroke to form and subject matter. 1884-86, Seurat, Sunday Afternoon on the island of La Grande Jatte. 1888, Gauguin, The Vision after the Sermon, Jacob wrestling with the angel. 1888, Van Gogh, Sunflowers. 1889, Van Gogh, The Starry Night. 1891-2, Cross the Golden Isles. Schools. The two recognizable schools were based on the theories of Seurat, Neo-Impressionism, and Gauguin, Post-Impressionism. Whereas Seurat sought to make the approach to light and color more rational and scientific, Gauguin renounced naturalism to explore symbolic use of color and line. Neo-Impressionism. The term Neo-Impressionism was coined by the art critic Félix Fénien in his review of the Final Impressionist Exhibition of 1886. Fénien was referring to a group of paintings based on Seurat's scientific principles of color and form. As he saw it, divisionism, or pointillism, was a technique that pushed Impressionism one stage further in its depiction of light and color. Seurat's Sunday Afternoon on the Island of La Grande Jatte, see pages 364-67, was the painting that launched Neo-Impressionism. After Seurat's untimely death at the age of 31, his close friend Signac became the leader of the group, spreading the word through the publication of his treatise on divisionism, From Eugène Delacroix to Neo-Impressionism, in 1899. /TS huge influence at the time can be gauged by the number portraits. Many of his followers, including Signac, moved to the south of France, where they portrayed bold, maritime landscapes. Post-impressionists such as Van Gogh and Cézanne also chose to work in the south of France, reveling in its bright light and brighter colors. They focused on portraiture, still life, and landscapes, while Gauguin chose religious, symbolic, or domestic themes, depicting pious peasants, noble savages, and the well-furnished interiors of the bourgeoisie. Gasometers at Clichy. Paul Signac. In this painting, Signac depicts gas storage tanks entirely with small dabs of color in the divisionist manner. 1886, Oil on Canvas, 65x81 cm, National Gallery of Victoria, Melbourne, Australia. Landscape with goats. Henri Edmond Cross. Here, Cross uses divisionist techniques to create an idyllic rural landscape. 1895, Oil on Canvas, 92 by 65 cm, Petit Palais, Geneva, Switzerland. Styles and techniques. In their determination to find a simpler, more authentic mode of representation, Neo-Impressionists and Post-Impressionists reinvented the art of painting by emphasizing geometric shapes, distorting forms, and applying unnatural coloring. Cézanne's application of broken planes of color marked a revolution in perspective. Seurat carried out investigations into complementary colors, developing a technique known as divisionism or pointillism, in which he applied small, regular dots of pure color to the canvas. These, he hoped, would merge in the viewer's eye to create an optical mix of color. The technique attracted many followers. Model from the back. Georges Seurat, 1886, Oil on Panel, 24.5 x 15.5 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Model from the back. Detail. Seurat highlights the top of the woman's back and the nape of her neck using tiny dots of juxtaposed pure color. 1891, Seurat, The Circus. 1892, Gauguin, Maneo Tupapal. 1896, Signac, Sailing Boats and Pine Trees. 1904-2006, Cézanne, Montaigne Sainte-Victoire. 1906, Cézanne, The Large Bathers. Of artists, among them Pissarro, Van Gogh, Matisse, and Kandinsky, who flirted briefly with divisionist painting before moving on to work in other styles. Neo-Impressionism was also enthusiastically received in Belgium and in Italy, where Impressionism had barely registered. Even the Cubists made playful use of its dotty style. Post-Impressionism. The leading post-impressionist artists tended to work in isolation, painting alone in halls. Van Gogh, and Aix-en-Provence, Cézanne. Only Gauguin could be said to have painted in a group. Between 1886 to 89, he became the unofficial leader of a group of artists based in the fishing village of Pont-Aven in Brittany, including Émile Bernard and Paul Serussier, who wanted more space to express personal feelings and ideas, and inspired the formation of the Nobbies, see pages 380-81, in Paris. Together, they worked out a more simplified approach to painting, with little attempt at realism, that was inspired as much by stained glass windows as by Japanese prints. This more relaxed approach filtered into the graphic and decorative arts, where it found its truest expression in the designs of Toulouse-Lautrec's posters. Outside France, post-impressionist artists were promoted by exhibitions organized by offshoots from the national academies, similar to the French Salon. From 1883, these splinter groups became the main innovatory force in art throughout Europe and America, helping to spread new artistic ideas and influencing the careers of many important 20th century schools and artists, including the Fauve, the Expressionists, and even the American Abstract Expressionists. Current events. 1890 Oscar Wilde publishes The Picture of Dorian Gray, a key work of fin de siècle literature. 1903 Marie and Pierre Curie shared the Nobel Prize for Physics for their work on radioactivity. 1908 The Ford Motor Company introduces the Model T, regarded by many as the world's first affordable car. The meal, the bananas, Paul Gauguin. This carefully composed still life was painted in the first months after Gauguin's arrival in Tahiti. 1891 Oil on Canvas, 73 by 92 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Paul Signac. B. Paris, 1863, D. Paris, 1935. Signac came from a prosperous family of shopkeepers, which gave him financial independence. He originally trained as an architect, but a visit in 1880 to an exhibition of Monet's work persuaded him to become an artist instead. In 1884, he became a founder member of the Salon de Independence, through which he met Georges Seurat. They formed a lasting personal and artistic friendship, and Signac became Seurat's most devoted advocate. An enthusiastic sailor, Signac painted a number of maritime landscapes in a style characterized by tessellated daubs of bright, luminous colors. After Seurat's death, he was pivotal in spreading the neo-impressionist style beyond France, through criticism, exhibitions, and his 1899 manifesto From Delacroix to Neo-Impressionism. Lifeline. 1884 Co-founder of Salon de Independence, exhibits with Seurat for first time, 1886 in nearly 20s, exhibits at last Impressionist show, 1890 first foreign artist to join Les Vingt, Belgium, spreads divisionism outside France, paints portrait of Félix Fénien, 1893 moves to Saint-Tropez, 1908 president of Salon de Independence, promotes Fauve and Cubists. Sailing boats and pine trees. Signac painted many seaside landscapes at Saint-Tropez. The ghostly sailing boats contrast with the strong lines of the pines. 1896, Oil on Canvas, private collection. Portrait of Félix Fénien against the enamel of a background rhythmic with beats and angles, tones, and colors. Signac used a whirling, multicolored backdrop to express his art critic friend's flamboyant personality. This is a good example of the neo-impressionist trend towards a flattened, decorative style that owed much to contemporary posters, Japanese prints, and symbolism. 1890, Oil on Canvas, 73 by 92 centimeters, Museum of Modern Art, New York, U.S. Closer look. Symbolic decoration. The decorative petals, stars, and spheres denote a kimono sash, the American flag, and the solar system, representing some of Fénien's interests. Henri Edmond Cross. Bidouai, 1856, de l'Elevandu, 1910. Born Delacroix, Cross changed his name to avoid confusion with Eugène Delacroix, the French Romantic painter. He studied law before attending art school in Lille and Paris. In 1881, Cross exhibited at the Salon, but inspired by Monet he turned from realism to Impressionism, lightening his palette at the same time. A co-founder of the Salon de Independence in 1884, Cross did not adopt divisionism until his move to the south of France in 1891. However, he stuck to it until his death, exploiting the expressive freedom of the new technique more fully than either of its founders, Seurat or Signac. The freer, brighter, tessellated brushstrokes that he and Signac pioneered would later be adopted by the Fauve. The Golden Isles Cross sun-drenched paintings helped to form the popular vision of the Mediterranean coast, none more so than this hymn of praise to color and sunlight, depicting the Hires Islands. Cross's decorative treatment of the spatial area suggested a possible abstract direction for Neo-Impressionism. 1891–92, oil on canvas, 60 x 55 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Giovanni Battista Segantini. BARCO, 1858, Di Pointieriascione, 1899. Segantini was the only Italian painter of the late 19th century to enjoy a consistent international reputation. He grew up in poverty in the mountains, losing his mother when he was 5 before being abandoned by his father. Segantini taught himself to draw while herding sheep, and after running away several times he finally settled in Milan, attending classes at the Brera Academy and teaching art. From 1878, Segantini gradually replaced his academic manner with a looser style. He relocated to Savignon and Maloggia, now in the Swiss Alps, then in northern Italy. His alpine landscapes of peasants going about their work combined a close observation of nature with a new technique of his. Not unlike Divisionism, it used separate, fluid brush strokes of complementary colors to capture the effects of the mountain light. In his later years, Segantini turned to symbolism and was strongly influenced by the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. Afternoon in the Alps were a constant inspiration to Segantini. He painted many alpine scenes, including this one of a young goatherd. His preferred mountain backdrop provided him with a setting for his paintings, which he tended to interpret in strongly symbolic ways. 1893, Oil on Canvas, Private Collection. Georges Seurat. B. Paris, 1859, D. Paris, 1891. Georges Seurat had a brief but astonishing career, devoting his main efforts to a few very large paintings. While studying at the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris, he attempted to develop a theoretical system for painting that could take Impressionism to a new level and create a template for future artists. Seurat's technique, which he called Divisionism, more commonly known as Pointillism, was based on scientific principles of color complementarity. It involved applying small dots of primary color directly to the canvas, so that their exaggerated contrasts would merge more vividly in the viewer's eye. All Seurat's paintings were based on formal ideas of composition, and were prepared meticulously from numerous studies. He completed around 60 studies for his masterpiece Sunday Afternoon on the island of La Grande Jatte, see pages 364-67. Lifeline. 1878-79, aged 19, enrolls at École des Beaux-Arts, Paris 1884, exhibits at Salon de l'Indépendance, meets Signac 1886, exhibits Lane Grande Jatte at Final Impressionist Exhibition, 1887, First Neo-Impressionist Exhibition in Brussels, 1889, involved in Second Les Vingt Exhibition, moves in with Madeleine Knobloch. Model for woman powdering herself, who bears his child, 1891, dies of meningitis. The circus/his dynamic composition brought Seurat his greatest success. It was widely praised by the critics for its undulating music of lines. Seurat used horizontal, calming, vertical, and diagonal lines to convey movement, danger, daring, social difference, and spatial depth. 1890-91, Oil on Canvas, 186 by 153 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Bathers at Asnières, Seurat's first exhibited painting, depicting a setting opposite Grande Jatte Island and based on over 20 sketches, took nearly a year to complete. Rejected by the official salon, it was exhibited at the Salon de l'Indépendance. Signac was hugely impressed by its monumental ambition. 1884, reworked 1887, Oil on Canvas, 201 x 300 cm, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Classical proportions. Seurat based his composition on classical principles, including the golden section. The relaxed, immobile figures recall those of Piero della Francesca, see page 100. The focal point that runs diagonally across the picture is anchored by the large seated figure. Silhouettes. Seurat perfectly captures the stillness of a hot plus summer's day through tonal contrasts, spatial organization, and impressionistic brush_strokes. He silhouettes the figures against the water by balancing light/on one side, shown here by the white flecks around the boy's back, with dark on the other. Study 4. The channel at Gravelines Evening. Seurat's use of mosaic-like blobs of color is typical of his oil sketches and contrasts with the smaller dots used in the final work. The shimmering surface and calming influence of horizontal lines convey a strong sense of atmosphere. 1890, Oil on Panel, Musée de l'Annonciade, Saint-Tropez, France. Nude Seurat started his artistic career perfecting his chalk and charcoal drawing technique. This glowing nude demonstrates his skillful use of Conti crayon and charcoal on pitted paper to produce a unique grainy, luminous effect. 1881–82, Charcoal and Crayon, Courtauld Gallery, London, UK. Sunday afternoon on the island of La Grande Jatte Georges Seurat 1884–86, Oil on Canvas, 207.6 x 308 cm, Art Institute of Chicago, U.S. Closer look. La Grande Jatte. Georges Seurat. Seurat's masterpiece caused a sensation when it was shown at the final Impressionist exhibition of 1886, and became one of the icons of 19th-century art. Featuring contemporary Parisians at leisure on a little suburban island on the Seine, it is a painting full of contradictions. Solemn yet witty, busy yet frozen, it is a timeless image of modern life painted in an innovative technique, which harks back to the ancient art of Greece and Egypt. Composition. Rejecting the sketchy, arbitrary nature of Impressionism, Seurat built up his complex, monumental composition through a long, methodical process. He began with on-the-spot oil sketches on cigar box lids, and spent 2 years working on the painting in his studio. His meticulous preparations for the final work include about 28 drawings and 28 oil sketches on panel, as well as 3 larger canvases. Adjusting and altering his studies, he removed some characters, and experimented with the relationships between figures as the image evolved. Landscape setting. Seurat does not show the island as it actually was. He left out the drinking and dining establishments, and the nearby shipbuilders' yards and factories. He made several preparatory drawings of landscape elements before painting this study. It appears like a stage set on which he would place his figures. Changing groups. Numerous studies show Seurat experimenting with different figures and groupings. The 5 figures clustered in the shadowy foreground here eventually become 3, while the isolated woman and child are brought together to form a mother and child unit. Distortions of scale. Seurat painted La Grande Jatte in a studio which his fellow painter Paul Signac noted was too small for such a large canvas, which probably explains discrepancies in the scale of the figures. If the painting is viewed at an angle, the figures appear more, but not perfectly, in proportion. La Grande Jatte unrolls before you like some myriad speckled tapestry. Félix Fénien, 1861–1944, art critic. Technique. Seurat developed a new technique based on contemporary ideas about the science of color. He was particularly influenced by Ogden Rood, who proposed that when colors mixed in the eye rather than on the canvas, they created a more luminous effect. In 1885, Seurat reworked his original painting using his pointillist or divisionist technique, covering the entire canvas with regular dots and dashes of pure color. Impersonal characters. Having initially completed La Grande Jatte in the spring of 1885, Seurat set it aside until October, when he painted over the original picture with uniformly sized, directional dots and dashes of color. The final technique complements and emphasizes the detached, impersonal nature of the figures. Border. Seurat painted the border using parallel dashes and dots of red, orange, and blue paint. He varied the color arrangement in different sections to accentuate contrasts with adjacent colors in the painting itself. Magnified dots. This shows the seated woman's skirt against the sunlit grass. According to the theory of divisionism, these closely spaced, almost circular dots of paint appear more luminous because they merge in the eye rather than being blended on the canvas. A couple and 3 women. As he worked on his composition, Seurat made exquisite tonal drawings, using velvety black Conti crayon. He made numerous studies of the woman in the foreground, modifying the distinctive shape of her bustle as he worked. Eye and context. In the studio, Seurat includes a section of La Grande Jatte in this painting of models in his studio, perhaps to show his dot technique applied to both an interior and exterior scene. He later took La Grande Jatte out of the frame seen here, restretched the canvas and added a border of colored dots and dashes. The models. This is the large version of this composition. 1886–1888, Oil on canvas, 200 extension 250 cm, Barnes Foundation, Pennsylvania. Characters/story. Seurat has not created a realistic picture of individuals enjoying a Sunday afternoon. Though he began with sketches of figures he observed, he subsequently refined and arranged his cast of characters in the studio. Rather than individuals, he created types from different social classes. Their stylized forms and expressionless or unseen features have an impersonal, artificial quality. Although the painting appears to reflect the ironies of modern city life, Seurat seems have chosen neither to create a readable story nor to make clear, moralizing statements. Group isolation. These three figures from different social classes, pipe-smoking, muscular boatman, genteel lady with her book, and dapper, top-hatted toff with cane, would have been an unlikely group in reality. Despite their physical proximity on the canvas, the characters remained psychologically isolated from each other. Fishing in sin in French, the verb to fish, pêcher, is very similar to the verb to sin, pêcheur, and puns on these words were popular in Seurat's time. Painting a woman fishing may be a visual pun by which the artist identifies her as a prostitute. Fashionable couple. The woman in a fashionable bustle and her top-hatted partner appear respectable, but the monkey on a leash may indicate she is a prostitute and he a client. Toy-like soldiers reduced to the simplified shape of toy soldiers, these distant male figures may represent the potential catches of the woman fishing in the foreground, see above right. Cheeky monkeys were fashionable pets at the time. However, the monkey is also a symbol of licentiousness, and the word singeuse, female monkey, was contemporary French slang for prostitute. Wet nurse. The distinctive orange headscarf identifies this figure, seen in back view, as a wet nurse. Reduced to a geometric object, she has no character or individuality. Paul Cézanne. D'Aix-en-Provence, 1839, D'Aix-en-Provence, 1906. One of the greatest of the post-impressionists, Cézanne is regarded as the father of modern art, the son of a wealthy hat-maker and banker. He studied law before persuading his father to allow him to abandon his studies and train as an artist in Paris. His early works were dark, thickly painted, and sometimes wildly erotic. But under Pissarro's influence, his palette and his touch lightened, and he turned to the study of nature. Despite contact with the Impressionists, Cézanne's abrasive intensity and social awkwardness made him the outsider of the group. And where the Impressionists were concerned with surface appearance, Cézanne was preoccupied with structure, and with how to represent the solid, three-dimensional features of nature on the flat surface of a canvas. Working painstakingly slowly, painting the same motifs over and over again, Cézanne developed an entirely original pictorial language in which depth and solidity underscore are created not through conventional perspective and modeling, but by subtly varying colors, and by distorting and tilting forms. Cézanne's work had a profound influence on 20th-century artists, paving the way for Cubism and abstract art. Lifeline. 1859–61 studies law in Aix-en-Provence, 1861 in early 20s, moves to Paris to become an artist, meets Pissarro, 1873 paints House of the Hanged Man while living in Auvers, 1886 when his father dies, Cézanne inherits his estate in Aix, 1895 one-man show in Paris establishes reputation among artists, 1906 dies of pneumonia in Aix, age 67. The House of the Hanged Man in the early 1870s, Cézanne regularly painted in the open air with Pissarro. This light-filled, tightly constructed landscape reveals the profound effect this had on his art. 1873 Oil on canvas, 55 by 66 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. The Temptation of Saint Anthony Gipicoloffson's early work, this painting features forceful, heavily painted nudes in a dark, shallow space. Compare this sexually charged scene with the calm, formal balance of the nude bathers below, painted some 30 years later. 1869–70, Oil on canvas, 57 x 76 centimeters, Burrow Collection, Zurich, Switzerland. Apples and oranges. Cézanne painted hundreds of still life, exploring spatial relationships by arranging and rearranging a small set of household objects along with fruit and vegetables. This celebrated painting is one of a series of 6 compositions featuring the same curtain, picture, white fabric, plates, and fruit. C. 1899, oil on canvas, 74 x 93 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Closer look. Geometric stability. This complex composition, with its tilted, precariously balanced objects, is given stability by the underlying geometry created by the edges of objects and the bold zigzag of white cloth. Still life of peaches and figs. A celebrated master of watercolor still life, Cézanne painted both complex compositions and simple arrangements such as this. Exploiting the white paper to create light and space, Cézanne uses what he termed modulations in color to depict the rounded forms of the fruit. Graphite and watercolor on paper, 20 by 31 cm, Ashmolean, Oxford, UK. Mont Saint Victoire. This rugged mountain near Cézanne's home in Aix was a constant source of inspiration. He painted the stunning motif, time and again, with increasing freedom. In this late work, broad, overlapping patches of color suggest form and space. C. 1904-06, oil on canvas, Kunsthaus, Zurich, Switzerland. Card players. One of several versions of the same scene, this is among Cézanne's most popular images. Stripping away detail, he evokes the tension inherent in the card game. Traditional perspective is abandoned, the table appears buckled, as if viewed from shifting angles, and the men's knees appear flattened against the picture surface. C. 1893-96, oil on canvas, 47 by 5/7 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. The large bather / his huge canvas is the largest, and probably the last of an ambitious series of paintings of monumental female nudes in a landscape setting. Cézanne uses simplified forms, so that some of the figures appear to merge with the landscape. Soaring tree trunks form an elegant arch, framing the view of the river and the opposite bank, where distant figures look towards the bathers. Underscore and the viewer. 1906, oil on canvas, 208 x 251 cm, Philadelphia Museum of Art, Pennsylvania, U.S. Closer look. Interlocking triangles. Human and landscape elements combine to create a harmonious, stable composition based on triangles. Beneath the triangular area of sky, an inverted triangle is formed by the central figure's outstretched arms. Simplified head. Cézanne's treatment of this bather's head reflects his view that painting stands for no other end than itself. The artist paints an apple or a head, it is simply a pretext for line and color, nothing more. Treat nature by means of the cylinder, the sphere, and the cone. Paul Cézanne, 1904. Children. In art, childhood is not always a time of innocence. Before the 19th century, children tended to be incidental inclusions in portraits unless they were the offspring of royalty, rulers, or a god. In formal family portraits, children were usually presented as miniature adults. At the other end of the social scale, children could behave more naturally as the subject of genre scenes of everyday life, particularly popular in the Netherlands. Things changed in the 19th century, and children became the subject of both formal and informal portraits. Game of chess. Sophonisba Anguissa, the artist, often painted her family. Here, her sisters Lucia, Minerva, and Europa are playing chess. 1555, Museum Narodow, Poznan, Poland. The infant Margarita Teresa of Spain. Diego Velázquez of King Philip IV of Spain. The girl was painted when she was about 5 years old. C. 1656, oil on canvas, Lobkowick's Palace, Prague Castle, Czech Republic. Children's games. Detail. Peter Bruegel the Elder. The bottom section of the painting shows children playing leapfrog, tug of war, and using hoops and tops. 1560, oil on panel, 118 by 161 cm, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. Mother and children. Yoruba culture. Woodcarving is the most important art form of the Yoruba people, carried out by men. This paste depicts a mother and her foot children. Wood, height 70 cm. British Museum, London, UK. Portrait of Giovanni de' Medici. Agnolo Bronzino depicted as an authoritative figure even as a child. Giovanni de' Medici was only 2 years old when this portrait was painted. 1545, Tempera on wood, 58 by 48 cm, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. The Spinari, copy of Greek original, Roman. A young boy is examining the sole of his foot to locate and extract a thorn. His expression conveys intense concentration. 1st century, marble, height 76 centimeters, British Museum, London, UK. A school for boys and girls. Jan Steen, famed for his humorous paintings of rowdy home life, Steen has here depicted a group of children in a schoolroom. Many of them are misbehaving, creating a lively scene. C. 1670, oil on canvas 16 by 25 centimeters, National Gallery of Scotland, Edinburgh, UK. Lady Caroline Montague. Sir Joshua Reynolds Thackeray wrote that the child has a smile so exquisite that a Herod could not see her without being charmed. C. 1776, oil on canvas 144 by 112 centimeters, private collection. Lending a bite. William Mulready, the Irish-born painter, made a career out of painting scenes of everyday life such as this act of guarded generosity. C. 1820, oil on canvas, private collection. Autumn Leaves. Sir John Everett Millais. The youthful beauty of the children is in stark contrast to the heap of dead leaves. The painting is a reminder of the transience of beauty and certainty of death. 1856, oil on canvas 104 x 74 centimeters, Manchester Art Gallery, UK. Chasing Rabbits from the series Children's Games. Kobayashi Idaku. This is one of a series of Japanese woodcut prints depicting children at play. 1888, color woodcut, Central St. Martin's College of Art and Design, London. Baby Asleep. Jacob Epstein. Epstein produced several bronze baby heads, considering it important as few other artists had portrayed babies. C. 1907, bronze, height 12 centimeters, private collection. The daughters of Edward Darley Boy. Joe Singer Sargent. In this unusual composition, the subjects, although sisters, show no signs of interacting with one another. They are also dwarfed by a pair of huge Japanese vases. 1882, oil on canvas, 222 by 223 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, Massachusetts, U.S. The sisters Mary Cassatt. The artist applied Impressionist techniques such as sketchy brushwork to domestic subjects. Children and motherhood were favorite themes. 1885, oil on canvas, 46 by 56 centimeters. Kelvingrove Art Gallery and Museum, Glasgow, UK. A baby D.O.D. Proctor. The lighting emphasized the dome of the baby's head and its round cheeks and throws the folds of the gown into deep shadow. 20th century, oil on canvas, private collection. Children playing Oscar Kokoschka. Kokoschka was criticized at the time for not making the children look happier in his portrait. Instead, he focuses on the concerns of childhood. 1909, oil on canvas, 72 by 108 centimeters, Wilhelm Lambruck Museum, Duisburg, Germany. Paul Gauguin. B. Paris, 1848, Diatruana, Marquesas Islands, 1903. Rejecting what he called the disease of civilization, Gauguin turned his back on life as a wealthy, respectable stockbroker and family man to devote his life to art. ASA_painter, printmaker, ceramicist, and sculptor, he sought inspiration and solace among primitive communities in Brittany and the South Seas. Gauguin had been a talented amateur painter and collector of Impressionist paintings before he decided to become a full-time artist. Encouraged by Pissarro, he exhibited with the Impressionists, but his aims ultimately differed from theirs. While they were concerned with outward appearance, he wanted his art to express inner meaning. Despite his self-belief, Gauguin suffered years of poverty and lack of recognition. His reputation was only established after his death, with a huge retrospective exhibition held in Paris in 1906. His bold paintings, with their radical anti-naturalistic use of color, had an immeasurable influence on 20th century art. Lifeline. 1848, born in Paris to a radical French journalist father and half-Peruvian mother, 1849 family traveled to Peru, returning to France in 1855, 1871 gets job as stockbroker, 1873 marries Meta Gad, with whom he has 5 children, 1874 meets Pissarro, sees first Impressionist exhibition, 1888 paints the Vision after the sermon in Brittany. Stays with Van Gogh in Arles, 1891–93 first period in Tahiti, 1895–1901 second period in Tahiti, 1903 dies in Marquesas. Be mysterious. Gauguin started experimenting with imaginary exotic settings before his first trip to Tahiti. He was very pleased with this carving, and priced it at 3 times the cost of his most expensive painting. 1890, carved line wood, 73 x 95 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Martinique landscape, or tropical vegetation. Gauguin painted this colorful scene on a visit to the Caribbean island of Martinique in 1887. He used small, individual brushstrokes in the Impressionist manner to weave together a harmonious, decorative composition. 1887, oil on canvas, 116 by 89 cm, National Galleries of Scotland, Edinburgh, UK. The vision after the sermon. His painting marks Gauguin's break with Impressionism in both content and style. He wrote, "The landscape and the fight exist only in the imagination. To evoke this visionary experience, and create a symbolic rather than naturalistic image, he simplifies line and color, creating bold areas of flat color set within sinuous outlines." 1888, oil on canvas, 73 by 92 cm, National Galleries of Scotland, Edinburgh, UK. I have decided on Tahiti, and I hope to cultivate my art there in the wild and primitive state. Paul Gauguin, 1890. Breton women by offense. The contours of the traditional white headdresses and collars worn by Breton peasants appealed to Gauguin's liking for both the decorative and the primitive. 1889, lithograph, Art Gallery of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. Maneo Tupapat, the spirit of the dead keep watch. Gauguin's fascination with Tahitian beliefs and traditions is reflected in his paintings. This extraordinary image was inspired by returning home one night of his 13-year-old Vahine, mistress, Tihamana, lying naked on the bed, terrified because the lamp had gone out. She was convinced that without the light, she was prey to the tupapas, the spirits of the dead. Blending the real and the imaginary, Gauguin paints the tupapat as Tihamana might have imagined it, like an ordinary little woman, at the foot of the bed. 1892, oil on canvas, 73 by 92 cm, Albright Knox Gallery, Buffalo, New York, U.S. Horseman on the beach. Gauguin painted this harmonious scene on the island of Hiva-Oe, in the Marquesas, the year before his death. There are echoes of the realism of Degas's racetrack pictures, but the unrealistic pink of the sand lends the picture its mood of mystery. 1902, oil on canvas, Museum Folkwang, Essen, Germany. Woman with a flower in Noah, Gauguin account of his life in Tahiti. He writes that this was the first Tahitian woman to pose for him. Painted soon after his arrival in 1891, the magnificent portrait shows the young woman wearing a high-collared Western dress, reflecting the modest style of clothing introduced by European missionaries. The flower she holds links her with the decorative background. 1891, oil on canvas, 70 by 46 cm, New York. Carlsberg Glyptotek, Copenhagen, Denmark. Vincent van Gogh. B.B. Zundert. Brabant 1853, De Overs Suroic 1890. The son of a Dutch pastor, Van Gogh worked for an art dealer, as a teacher, and as an evangelical preacher before devoting himself to art with the same zealous intensity that he had brought to his preaching. In a brief career lasting only about a decade, he created some 1,000 paintings. He evolved a strikingly original style, in which bold colors and forceful brushstrokes express intense emotions. One of the key figures of post-impressionism, he had a huge influence on modern art. Vincent's arrival in Paris in 1886 triggered a turning point in his painting. Under the influence of Impressionism and Japanese prints, his dark pictures of peasants were replaced by the colorful paintings for which he is remembered. Van Gogh suffered severely from mental instability, and committed suicide at the age of 37. Lifeline. 1869 starts work at Goupil & Co., art dealers. Begins writing to Brother Theo. 1876 teaches and preaches in England. 1878-80 evangelist in Belgium. Begins drawing. 1880 resolves to be an artist. 1885 paints his most famous early work, The Potato Eaters. 1886 moves to Paris. 1888 in Arles, joined by Gauguin. Mutilates ear. 1889 enters Street Remy Asylum. 1890 shoots himself dead. Head of a peasant woman. This somber portrait of a Dutch peasant is one of a number of studies for Vincent's most famous early painting, The Potato Eaters. 1885, on canvas on millboard, 46.4 by 35.3 centimeters, National Galleries of Scotland, Edinburgh, UK. Well, my own work, I am risking my life for it and half my reason has gone. Vincent van Gogh, in his last letter to his brother Theo, 1890. The bedroom at Arles. This painting shows Van Gogh's bedroom at the Yellow House, which he rented in Arles. It was one of his favorite compositions, and he hoped it expressed absolute restfulness. He painted 3 versions of it. The first was made in 1888. Ash awaited Gauguin's arrival, while this is one of 2 copies made in St. Remy Asylum. 1889, oil on canvas, 73 by 91 centimeters, Art Institute of Chicago, U.S. Closer look. Color and contour. The influence of Japanese prints can be seen in the way Van Gogh encloses areas of flat color within bold outlines, as in this detail of the table leg. Unsettling perspective. Despite Van Gogh's aim for a restful effect, the painting looks distorted because of its exaggerated perspective. The converging lines of walls and floorboards seem to rush back into the painting's depth. Père Tanguy the sitter ran an art supplies shop in Paris. He admired and promoted Van Gogh's work. He sits in front of an array of Japanese prints, which Vincent collected and which greatly influenced his painting. 1887-88, oil on canvas, 93x 74 centimeters, Musée Rodin, Paris, France. Sunflowers. During the summer of 1888, while he eagerly awaited Gauguin's arrival in Arles, Van Gogh painted 5 canvases of sunflowers as decorations for the Yellow House. The paintings are created almost entirely of yellow, a color that signified happiness for him and embodied the sunshine and heat of Provence. 1888, oil on canvas, 92x 73 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Blue's signature background and table are in flat color, making an interlocking pattern with the two-tone jar. Contrasting with the yellows, a blue line and signature appear as naive pottery decoration. The church at Auvers. After leaving St. Remy Asylum, Van Gogh moved to Auvers, a village north of Paris, in May 1890. He worked furiously, averaging 1 painting a day, before shooting himself 2 months later. This painting, with its intense colors and twisted shapes, was one of his final works. 1890, oil on canvas, 94 by 74 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Self-portrait with bandaged ear, painted just 2 weeks after he had mutilated his ear. This dignified self-portrait shows the artist's resolve to get back to work, wrapped up against the cold, flanked by his easel and a Japanese print. 1889, oil on canvas, 60 by 49 centimeters, Courtauld Gallery, London, UK. The Starry Night. Vincent van Gogh, 1889, oil on canvas, 73.7 x 92.1 cm, Museum of Modern Art, New York. Closer look. The Starry Night. Vincent van Gogh. Stars explode like fireworks in a night sky that pulsates with wave-like energy, while the twisted silhouette of a cypress tree flames upwards from the landscape below. A mixture of observation, memory, and imagination, The Starry Night expresses Van Gogh's intense response to nature. The painting contains elements of the actual French Provençal landscape, but the village scene is an invention, with the church spire inspired by memories of Van Gogh's native Holland. It is one of several Starry Night pictures that Van Gogh painted. Composition. Despite the asymmetry of the composition and the busy arrangement of stars dotted over the surface, the painting has an ordered simplicity, which holds the frenetic energy in check and intensifies its impact. The layers of space, foreground, midground, and sky, which exist in depth in nature, appear vertically on the canvas as three areas. The dark cypress tree that degree springs up from the bottom left is counterbalanced by the brilliantly luminous yellow moon in the top right. Tied together, the flame-like cypress stretches from the bottom almost to the top of the canvas, creating a visual link that ties the three layers of space together. Rolling energy contrasting the powerful vertical movement of the cypress on the left, clouds roll and swirl horizontally across the canvas, like waves, moving from left to right. Technique. Characteristically for a picture made near the end of Van Gogh's life, this canvas is painted with vigorous, impacted, thickly layered, dash-like brush strokes. Applying paint with a heavily loaded brush, Van Gogh creates stylized swirls and concentric circles that have a powerful, overall effect. Color is as forceful as the brushwork, with bold contrasts of blue and yellow predominating. Van Gogh's expressive technique gives the whole canvas a frenzied animation, which seems to reflect the artist's state of mind. Different strokes. Van Gogh uses distinctly different techniques for the dark cypress and the nearby white star. The cypress is painted in long strokes of fluid paint, while the star has a textured halo created by concentric dashes of thick, drier paint. Surface pattern using a limited range of colors, blues, blue-greens, white, and yellow, Van Gogh paints the sky in a stylized pattern. Individual dash-like brush strokes are repeated to form wave-like swirls and circles that give the painting its forceful energy, expressive impact, and pictorial unity. In context. St. Remt Asylum. While a patient at the St. Remy Asylum, Van Gogh often went into the countryside to paint. This sunny landscape is a similar composition, but reversed, to the starry night. Once again, it is dominated by the distinctive shape of the cypress. A wheat field with cypresses, Vincent van Gogh, 1889. Just as we take the train to get to Tarascon or Rouen, we take death to reach a star. Vincent van Gogh, July 9, 1888. Dark outlines. The village buildings have the bold outlines characteristic of many of Van Gogh's paintings, reflecting the influence of Japanese art, and perhaps, old woodcuts. Small squares and rectangles of yellow, indicating lighted windows, create accents of color in the dark landscape and echo the yellow stars above. In the late 1880s, a group of artists, known as the Nobbies, sought to revitalize painting. United by their contempt for naturalism, they developed a simplified, subjective vision, inspired by symbolism, see page 382, and Paul Gauguin. In this way they blurred the lines between fine and decorative arts. Origins and influences. The Nobbies were a group of rebellious young artists who were inspired by ideas developed in the Pont-Aven artists' colony, in Brittany. Here, Paul Gauguin and the 20-year-old Émile Bernard developed an alternative vision of art, based on imagination rather than real life, which aimed to capture an object's essence, rather than its appearance. Inspired by stained glass windows, their new style, known as Impressionism, was characterized by the use of simplified forms and flat areas of vivid color enclosed in strong lines. In 1888, a landscape painted by Paul Cérizire, under Gauguin's guidance, encapsulated a new sense of artistic freedom. On his return to Paris, it had a catalytic effect on his student friends, who nicknamed it the Talisman. They coalesced into a group called Les Nobbies, from the Hebrew word for prophets. Its members, who included Paul Ranson, Maurice Denis, Pierre Bonnard, and Edouard Vuillard, promoted an all-inclusive vision of art that encompassed design and the graphic arts as well as painting. The Nobbies held their first exhibition in 1889, and went on to enjoy considerable success during the 1890s. Subjects and techniques. While many of the Nobbies shared a mystical Christian fervor, the two most distinguished members of the group, Bonnard and Vuillard, ignored pious themes. They focused instead on treating contemporary, everyday scenes in the new style, an approach described as intimism. The Nobbies emphasized the decorative element at the expense of artistic illusion. Many worked on large-scale decorative panels and in the graphic arts. Some, such as Vuillard and Bonnard, tried to meet a demand for an all-embracing synthesis of art forms by designing stage sets for small avant-garde theaters, as well as posters and tapestries. In 1903, the movement broke up with the closure of the magazine, La Revue Blanche, their main source of support. The Talisman, Bois d'Amour, Paul Serussier, 1888. Serussier painted this abstract autumnal landscape on the lid of a cigar box, using exaggerated colors for greater effect. The Nobbies. Pierre Bonnard. B. Fontenay Ux Roses, 1867, D. L. E. Canet, 1947. Bonnard studied law before turning to a career in art. A gifted printmaker and designer, his first success came with his influential French champagne poster. Bonnard's masterful use of color came from his experience of lithography and the strong influence of Japanese prints. His palette became much richer after 1900, following the breakup of the Nobbies. After moving to the south of France in the 1920s, Bonnard's subjects became limited to sunlit landscapes or bright interiors, often featuring his lifelong model, his wife Martha, bathing, dressing, or sleeping. In these paintings, everything is subordinated to the subtle rendering of light and color effects, leading to him being described as the last of the Impressionists. Lifeline. 1867, born into a wealthy French family. 1886–89, studies law in Paris before turning to art. 1890, shares a studio with Denis and Willard, co-founds the Nobbies. 1893, first lithographs appear in La Revue Blanche. 1896, first So Zero exhibition. 1925, moves to Le Canet in the south of France. 1947, dies in Le Canet. Intimacy. The Nobbies aim to capture feeling through the use of line, pattern, and color. In this asymmetrical composition, the smoke from the pipes appears to blend into the wallpaper. 1891, oil on canvas, 38x36 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Nude in the bath, Bonnard painted what he remembered as much as what he saw. In his world, his wife Martha never aged. She was 60 at the time of this painting. Here, he imagines her as a youthful nymph, bathing in a room full of the vibrant light and color of southern France, and framed against a rainbow of glass tiles. 1936, oil on canvas, 93x147 cm, Musée d'Art Moderne de la Ville de Paris, France. Closer eye look. Use of color. Bonnard usually worked from a palette of 8 vivid colors, which he applied very thinly. The water here acts as liquid light, smoothing Martha's submerged body, which appears to shimmer slightly. Edouard Vuillard. BCUICUX, 1868, D. L. A. Ball, 1940. Edouard Vuillard is best known for his early intimate domestic interiors, which often featured his family and friends, but he also experimented with other media, including lithography, stage sets, and decorative panels. Vuillard met his fellow Nobbies while he was a student at the Académie Julian. He is often linked with Pierre Bonnard, with whom he shared a studio and style of painting known as Intimism. Another long-term friendship, with the editor of La Revue Blanche, Thady Natanson, led to numerous commissions from his wife Migia and their wealthy friends. Vuillard's pictures blended the flat colors and emphatic contours of Gauguin with the shimmering divisionism and careful surface structure of Seurat. These mini-dramas, recreated from his memory and staged against a backdrop of richly furnished interiors, used pattern, texture, and color to create a strong atmosphere. Vuillard's later, more conservative paintings never recaptured the achievements of his 1890s work. Lifeline. 48–68, born into a prosperous middle-class family. 1888–89, studies at Académie Julian, meets the future Nobbies. 1889, exhibits at the Salon for the first and last time. 1890, co-founder of the Nobbies, shares a studio with Bonnard and Denis. 1891, first solo show. 1900, interest in photography and Impressionism leads to change in style. 1940, dies while fleeing from German troops. Pot of Flowers. After 7900, Vuillard's interest in photography and the Impressionists led to a more realistic style, using light to create space and volume. 1904, Oil on Cardboard, Scottish National Gallery of Modern Art, Edinburgh, UK. Seated woman with a cup of coffee. Many of Vuillard's intimist paintings possess dramatic tension within their domestic setting. This portrait of a woman sitting alone is infused with a feeling of melancholy. 1893, Distemper on Card, 36 by 29 cm, Fit to William Museum, Cambridge, UK. Closer look. Focus on pattern. We are often focused on patterns and textures, such as those found here in the wallpaper, using them to frame a picture's mood. The dark wall hanging appears to engulf the woman. Only her pale face and hands stand out. Maurice Denis. P. Granville, 1870. D. Paris, 1943. A leading Nabi theorist, Maurice Denis led the reaction against Impressionism and later attempted to revive the genre of religious painting. Aged 20, he published a highly influential article, from which these lines would become a central creed of modernism. Before a painting is a warhorse, a naked woman, or an anecdote, it is essentially a flat surface covered with colors arranged in a particular way. Denis' own art was highly decorative, with flowing lines and patches of color. The fight between Jacob and the angel. This painting shows Jacob struggling with the divine messenger to gain God's blessing. 1893, Oil on Canvas, Private Collection. Aristide Maillol. B. Banyos sur Mer, 1861. D. Perpignan, 1944. Maillol, the son of a ship's captain, decided at an early age to become a painter. In 1881, he moved from his home in southwestern France to Paris, where he met the Nabis. Encouragement from Paul Gauguin led Maillol to open a tapestry workshop in Banyos in 1893. The high-quality work produced there gained him considerable recognition for renewing this art form in France. By 1900, Maillol had abandoned tapestry to concentrate on sculpture, and the latter part of his life was devoted to sculpting female nudes. His revival of classical ideals set a standard for monumental figure sculpture that lasted until 1940s, and inspired the work of Henry Moore, see page 488. Profile of a young woman from 1890 onwards, Maillol's links with the Nabis produced many paintings that emphasized a more decorative aspect through the harmonious balance of line and color. 1890, Oil on Canvas, 73 x 100 cm, Musée Hyacinthe Rigaud, Perpignan, France. In Context. LA Review Blanche. This magazine for avant-garde literature and art, published from 1889 to 1903, was closely associated with the Nabis after 1891, when the Natanson became its editor. Natanson and his beautiful Franco-Polish wife, Migia, formed the heart of an active circle of artists and writers who they promoted through their journal, exhibitions, and commissions from their wealthy friends. Poster for La Revue Blanche by Pierre Bonnard, 1894. The Nabis valued the graphite arts as much as painting and devoted much of their time to illustration, posters, and theater sets. Symbolism and Art Nouveau were international art movements that flourished in the final decades of the 19th century. Symbolism sought to restore the role of imagination and ideas in the arts, while Art Nouveau fulfilled a more decorative function. Origins and influences. Symbolism emerged as a reaction against the naturalist movements, realism, see page 324, and Impressionism, see page 340, which had dominated the progressive art scene after the 1850s. By concentrating only on what the artist saw, naturalists had largely ignored the imagination, intellect, and emotions. Symbolists aimed to rectify this by producing pictures that evoke certain moods and feelings. Although Art Nouveau shared with symbolism the element of fantasy, it was primarily preoccupied with decorative effect. It can be seen as a response to William Morris's arts and crafts movement, but was also influenced by other styles such as Japanese prints and the revival of interest in ancient Celtic patterns. It was the first style to be promoted by mass communications. Style and subject symbolists aspired to communicate through line, color, and form, like music or poetry. They did not use readily defined symbols, but opted instead for images that were richly evocative. Symbolism was both a literary and artistic trend, with a manifesto written by the poet Jean Moriez in 1886. Art Nouveau was a concerted attempt to create an international, modern style based on decoration. It is characterized by highly stylized, flowing lines, and organic, plant-inspired motifs. Oiwa Katsushika Hokusai, 1830. The sinuous, curved lines of Art Nouveau were strongly influenced by Japanese prints such as Oiwa, from a famous Yotsuya Kaiden tale. Poisoned by her husband, she returns to haunt him in the guise of a lantern-headed ghost. Symbolism and Art Nouveau. Timeline. Symbolist trends evolved gradually. Gustave Moreau's lyrical variation of the Orpheus myth predates the formation of the Impressionists, while a romantic influence can be seen in the work of Arnold Bacquelin and Pierre Puvis de Chavannes. Certainly, symbolism was in full swing by 1886, when Jean Moriez produced the movement's manifesto, and the first hints of Art Nouveau emerged a few years later, in around 1890. 1865, Moreau, Orpheus. 1880, Bacquelin, The Isle of the Dead. 1881, Puvis de Chavannes, The Poor Fisherman. 1886, What's Hope? 1890, Redon, The Closed Eyes. The Shell Odilon Redon's most overtly symbolist work was produced in monochrome, but in the 1890s he began using pastels, revealing his skill as a dazzling colorist. 1912, Pastel on Paper, 52x57.8 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Movements. The closing decades of the 19th century, and the period leading up to the First World War, were a time of unprecedented prosperity and modernity, often described as the New Industrial Revolution. From them sprung two new art movements. Symbolism. The Symbolist movement developed in France, but found followers in most of Europe. Its roots were in the aesthetic movement, which placed more importance on evoking a mood with subtle color harmonies than telling a story. The tag of the aesthetic movement was art for art's sake. The work of James Whistler was typical, demanding a response to its formal beauty rather than its subject matter. Symbolism reached its peak during the 1880s, when certain types of imagery became internationally common. These included the pale, sexually ambiguous figures popularized by Gustave Moreau and Sir Edward Burne-Jones, menacing femmes fatales who ensnared their victims with their impossibly long tresses, and the severed head. Art Nouveau. Art Nouveau took its name from a shop in Paris, but was known differently in other parts of Europe. In Italy it was the style Liberty, after the London department store, while in Germany it was called Jurgenastel, after a fashionable journal, Die Jugend. Given its emphasis on decoration, it is not surprising that Art Nouveau made its strongest impact on the applied arts. Its finest creations include the glassware of Louis Comfort Tiffany and René Lalique, Hector Guimard's ironwork entrances. To the Paris Metro, Mouche's posters, and the designs of Charles Rennie Mackintosh. Salome with her mother, Herodias Aubrey Beardsley, one of 16 illustrations Beardsley produced for Oscar Wilde's play, Salome. Its sinuous lines are typically Art Nouveau. 1894, Lithograph, Private Collection. Current events. 1875, Morris & Co. is established in Britain, promoting the arts and crafts movement. 1895, art dealer Siegfried Bing opens his new Parisian store called Art Nouveau. 1895, first staging in London of the play The Importance of Being Earnest, written by the leading literary figure and wit of the aesthetic movement, Oscar Wilde. Gustave Moreau. B. Paris, 1826, D. Paris, 1898. Moreau was one of the founding fathers of symbolism. He was influenced by the coloristic approach of Theodore Chassereau and Eugene Delacroix, as well as the Renaissance masters Mantegna and Leonardo. He made his mark in the 1860s with a series of lyrical fantasies loosely based on Greek mythology. It was his paintings of Salome, shown at the Salon in 1876, that had the greatest impact. They featured in Huysmans's Nouvelle Rebours, Against Nature, a key symbolist text, and inspired a new generation of artists. He became a professor at the École des Beaux-Arts in 1892. The apparition Salome is confronted by a vision of John the Baptist, the man whose head she asked for. Her exotic robes, the crouching panther, and the dark, pagan temple create an air of suffocating decadence. Cent 1876, oil on canvas, 56 by 47 centimeters, Fogg Art Museum, Cambridge, U.S. Orpheus. This melancholy vision was a hit at the Salon in 1866. Orpheus was an exquisite musician who was torn limb from limb after he shunned the advances of Thracian maidens following the death of this wife, Eurydice. Here, a maiden carries his head away on his lyre. 1865, oil on canvas, 154 by 100 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Ion context. Salambo Gustave Flaubert's Salam 6, 1862, was one of Moreau's favorite books. His paintings of Salome were closely based on the author's descriptions of the Carthaginian priestess. Portrait of Gustave Flaubert, 1821-80, by Eugene Giroux. One of France's greatest novelists, Flaubert is best remembered for his study of adultery in Madame Bovary, 1857. Pierre Puvis de Chavannes. B. Lyons, 1824, D. Paris, 1898. The son of an engineer, Puvis trained under French painter Henri Scheffer and also studied briefly with Delacroix and Couture. He made his mark painting murals or, more precisely, large canvases affixed to walls. The finest of these is the cycle of paintings often received a hostile reception at the Salon, but for the younger generation of artists, who were in tune with recent developments, they were highly influential. The Poor Fisherman, for example, was greatly admired by Gauguin, Seurat, and Picasso. The Poor Fisherman/He bleak, colorless terrain echoes the quiet desperation of a widower as he struggles to support his 2 children. 1881, Oil on Canvas, 156 x 193 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. The beheading of Saint John the Baptist. Unlike other symbolist painters, Puvis focused on John's martyrdom rather than on Salome. She waits in the wings, holding the platter for his head. 1869, Oil on Canvas, 125 by 166 cm, Barber Institute of Fine Arts, Birmingham, UK. Closer look. An Eau Femme Fatale. By symbolist standards, this pensive Salome seems very demure. The model is said to be Princess Marie Cantacuzene, who became Puvis's wife in 1897. Odilon Redon. B. Bordeaux, 1840, D. Paris, 1916. Although Redon was briefly a student of Jean-Léon Gérôme, his chief influences were the botanist Armand Clavad and the engraver Rodolphe Breston. The former interested him in microscopy, which inspired many of the germ-like creatures in his works. With the latter's guidance, Redon became a master of lithography and charcoal, his favorite media until the 1890s. His images are simple but mysterious. "Place a little door there," he wrote, "opening onto the unknown." The spider Phaeton's images can be humorous as well as disconcerting. The spider has human teeth and nostrils, but a charming smile. 1887, lithograph, 30 x 22 cm, Haag's Gemeente Museum, The Hague, Netherlands. Closed eyes, a giant head towers enigmatically over a moonlit shore. The eyes may be closed in meditation, sleep, or death. The painting is believed to have been inspired by Michelangelo's Dying Slave in the Louvre, but the model is Redon's wife. 1890, Oil on Canvas, 44 by 36 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Alphonse Mucha. B. Ivansice, Moravia, 1860, D. Prague, 1939. One of the creators of the Art Nouveau style, Alphonse Mucha worked initially as a decorative painter in the theater, before completing his artistic education in Munich and Paris. After settling in Paris, he was employed as an illustrator, until he produced his first poster for the actress Sarah Bernhardt in 1894. This proved such a hit that he was flooded with other poster commissions. Mucha swiftly developed a winning formula for these. He adapted symbolist subjects, removing their mysterious and sinister qualities, and introducing in their place a mood of flirtatious gaiety. Instead of femmes fatales, he portrayed cheerful chorus girls with cascading hair and floating draperies. Although he is best known for his posters, Mucha also produced designs for jewelry, calendars, and stained glass windows. He was a fervent patriot, too, designing new banknotes and postage stamps after Czechoslovakia gained its independence, as well as a huge series of pictures on Slavic history. Lifeline. 1860, born in Moravia, then part of the Austrian Empire, 1887 moves to Paris, to study at the Académie Julian. 1894 his first poster for Sarah Bernhardt is a huge success. 1903 first trip to the US. 1906 marries Marie Kitilova in Prague. 1918 Czechoslovakia gains independence. 1928 completes Slav epic. A monumental series of pictures of Slavic history. 1939 is arrested by the Gestapo. dies from a lung infection later that year. The arts. Dance. In the 1890s, when posters were still a novelty, there was a craze for collecting themed sets. Mucha produced several series, including The Arts, The Seasons, and Wild Flowers. 1898, color lithograph, 60 by 38 centimeters, Mucha Trust, Prague, Czech Republic. Closer look. Long hair. A feature of fin de siècle art, long hair was associated by the symbolists with the femme fatale, ensnaring her victims. But in Art Nouveau it became a decorative accessory, aiding the rhythm and flow of the composition. Sarah Bernhardt as Medea, as well as posters for her performances. Mucha designed costumes and jewelry for this celebrated actress. 1898, color lithograph, 207 x 77 cm, Mucha Trust, Prague, Czech Republic. A. Bocklin. B. Ball, 1827, D. San Domenico, 1901. Born in Switzerland, Arnold Bocklin trained with Friedrich Wilhelm Schirmer in Dusseldorf and concentrated initially on landscape painting. In 1850, his first visit to Italy proved a revelation, awakening a love of Renaissance art. Bocklin soon returned for a longer stay, from 1852 to 1857, and made significant alterations to his artistic style. Increasingly, he turned to mythological subjects, avoiding specific legends and focusing instead on imaginary scenes of nymphs, satyrs, centaurs, and mermaids. As he became aware of symbolist developments, Bocklin's art assumed a darker tone. His masterpiece in this vein was The Island of the Dead. The original was commissioned by a woman whose husband had just died, but the funereal theme haunted the artist, and he produced no fewer than 5 versions of it, 1880 to 86. One of these was later owned by Adolf Hitler, and the image was also adapted for the set of one of Boris Karloff's horror films. Lifeline. 1827, born in Ball. 1845 to 47, trains at the Academy in Dusseldorf. 1850, makes the first of many visits to Italy. 1860, takes up a teaching post in Weimar. 1880, paints first version of The Island of the Dead. 1894, buys the Villa Bellagio in San Domenico, Italy, where he dies in 1901. The Island of the Dead. Bocklin called this haunting painting a picture for dreaming over. 1880, oil on panel, 80 x 154 cm, Museum der Bildenden Kunst, Leipzig, Germany. C. Bocklin's mermaid pictures were often quaint or sentimental, but this one has an air of menace. She is a femme fatale, casting her spell on hapless mariners. 1886 to 87, oil on panel, 103 x 150 cm, Kunstmuseum, Bern, Switzerland. Ferdinand Hodler. B. Bern, 1853, D. Geneva, 1918. Ferdinand Hodler was born in Bern, the son of a carpenter, but he spent most of his career in Geneva. He trained there under Swiss painter Barthélemy Menn and initially concentrated on landscapes. However, his style altered dramatically following a trip to Paris when he came into contact with symbolist ideas. Hodler's best-known work in this style was Night, 1890, which created a stir at the Salon and won him a gold medal in Munich. Many of his pictures had a quasi-religious feel, which let him exhibit at the Rose-Croix Salon. Hodler also joined the Vienna Secession, an avant-garde group, which broke away from the Academy and organized its own exhibitions. In 1904, he was honored with a show devoted to his work at their international exhibition. Night. There is an indefinable air of menace in Hodler's most famous painting. Does the alarming shrouded figure represent death? 1890, oil on canvas, 116 by 299 centimeters, Kunstmuseum, Bern, Switzerland. The dream. This picture is full of ominous ambiguities. The Naked Dreamer is based on an earlier picture, entitled The Dead Youth. The girl holds a rose, a traditional emblem of love, but she is surrounded by poppies, which symbolize dreams or death. 1897 to 1903, watercolor, chalk, and oil on board, 99 x 70 centimeters, Kunsthaus, Zurich, Switzerland. James Ensor. B. Ostend, 1860, D. Ostend, 1949. A seminal influence on the Expressionists, see page 408, and the Surrealists, see page 470. James Ensor was born in the seaside town of Ostend in Belgium and spent most of his career there. Initially, his best pictures were somber interiors, tinged with Impressionist influences. But by the mid-1880s, his palette had lightened, and there was a strong element of fantasy in his work. Much of this was inspired by the outlandish, carnival-related items that his parents sold in their souvenir shop. Ensor's threatening images of animated masks and skeletons proved too much for conventional exhibitions, but fortunately he gained a more positive response from Les Vingt, the 20, an independent exhibiting body. Lifeline. 1860, born in Ostend, into an Anglo-Belgian family. 1877–80, studies at the Academy in Brussels. 1882, work is rejected by the Antwerp Salon. 1883, becomes a founder. Member of Les Vingt. 1888, paints Christ's entry into Brussels. Starts affair with Auguste Bogart's 1929 inaugural exhibition at the Palais des Beaux-Arts is devoted to his work. 1949, dies in Ostend. Skeletons fighting over a herring. Ensor loved puns. Here, two critics, the skeletons, tussle over Ensor's art, Art Ensor, which sounds like the Belgian name for smoked herring, Haringsoor. 1891, oil and panel, 16 by 21 centimeters, private collection. Christ's entry into Brussels in Ensor's largest and most controversial painting, Palm Sudi, is transformed into a grotesque parade. 1888, oil on canvas, 258 by 431 centimeters, J. Paul Getty Museum, Los Angeles, U.S. Closer look. Symbolism. Ensor liked to place his own experiences at the center of his art. Here, Christ is shown with the painter's features, taking part in a political demonstration. Self-portrait with masks. Ensor drew inspiration from the carnival masks and costumes in his parents' shop, bringing them to life and often using them in sinister tableaux vivants, living pictures. Here, they are depicted more conventionally. 1936, oil on panel, 30x27 cm, private collection. Max Klinger. B. Leipzig, 1857, Die Großgene, 1920. Max Klinger was a German painter, printmaker, and sculptor who trained in Karlsruhe under Karl von Gusow, an artist and teacher described by one critic as Germany's most daring painter, and with Belgian painter Emile Waters in Brussels. He followed his studies with stays in Paris, 1883–86, Berlin, 1886–88, and Rome, 1888–93, before returning to his hometown of Leipzig. Klinger's paintings were closest in spirit to Arnold Böcklin, whom he met in 1887. In his mythological pictures, Klinger achieved an unusual blend of classicism and dreamlike fantasy, seen to best effect in an enormous version of The Judgment of Paris, 1885–87. This caused a considerable stir when it was exhibited in Vienna in 1887. His creative peak, however, came as a printmaker. In this field, his most celebrated work was a series of etchings entitled Paraphrases on the Finding of a Glove, 1878–80, first published in 1881. In a sequence of hallucinatory images, the glove became a fetish object, symbolizing a young man's lost love. This potent cocktail of sexual and irrational imagery proved a major influence on the Surrealists. The seizure/his startling image comes from Paraphrases on the Finding of a Glove, Klinger's best-known series of prints. 1878, Indian ink, wash and pen on paper, 90 by 22 centimeters, on loan to the Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Fernand Knopf. B. Grembergen, near Antwerp, 1858, D. Brussels, 1921. Knopf was a founder member of Les Vingt, the main forum for symbolist art in Belgium. He trained at the Academy in Brussels, but his style was shaped by Moreau and Burne-Jones, whose work he saw at the Paris Exposition Universelle of 1878. Knopf later became friendly with the Englishman, exchanging a number of drawings with him, and his pictures feature a similar array of pale, otherworldly women. A fellow artist quipped that he had sunk himself into Burne-Jones's boots up to his neck. Knopf was a fine oil painter, but his most atmospheric scenes were often produced in pastels, charcoal, or chalk. Who Shall Deliver Me? Knopf took both the title and the theme of this picture from a poem by Cristina Rossetti. An enigmatic woman, with flaming hair and a haunted expression, is confined in a prison of her own making. Characteristically, the artist has conjured up a mood of dreamlike mystery and underlying menace. 1891, colored chalks on paper, 22 x 13 centimeters, private collection. Edward Burne-Jones. B. Birmingham, 1833, D. London, 1898. Edward Burne-Jones was an influential British painter and designer whose work provides a link between the Symbolists, the Pre-Raphaelites, see page 332, and the aesthetic movement, see page 382. While studying at Oxford University in 1853, he met William Morris, who became his lifelong friend and associate. They both admired the Pre-Raphaelites and joined Dante Gabriel Rossetti in producing a series of Arthurian murals at the Oxford Union Society Debating Hall. Burne-Jones and Morris retained their interest in romantic, medieval subjects when they founded their decorating firm in 1861, and their pioneering enterprise helped inspire the arts and crafts movement. In his work for the firm, Burne-Jones provided designs for tapestries, stained glass, and book illustrations. He continued painting, conjuring up a dream world where pale, androgynous figures mingled with Arthurian knights and classical gods. Lifeline. 1833, born to a frame maker. 1857, works with Rossetti on the Oxford Union murals. 1861, sets up firm with Morris. 1877, exhibits to great acclaim at Grosvenor Gallery, London. 1889, his international reputation grows after the Exposition Universelle in Paris. Laus Veneris, the worship of Venus, is a classical myth transformed here into a medieval romance. 1873-75, oil and gold paint on canvas, 122 by 183 centimeters, Lang Art Gallery, Newcastle upon Tyne, UK. Closer look. Hidden message in the court of Venus, the goddess reclines languidly while her ladies sing her praises. The title of the painting, taken from a Swinburne poem written 4 years earlier, is written in the music book. The dream of Sir Lancelot at the chapel of the Holy Grail. In the dream, an angel tells Lancelot he will never see the Grail, because of his adultery with Guinevere. 1896, oil on canvas, 139 x 169 centimeters, Southampton City Art Gallery, UK. Green summer. At first glance, this scene appears idyllic, even if the girls' expressions are rather sad. In an earlier version, however, death is unseen beside them, waiting to break into their circle. 1868, oil on canvas, 65 x 106 centimeters, private collection. George Frederick Watts. B. London, 1817, D. London, 1904. G. F. Watts was a versatile painter and sculptor, and one of the leading lights of the Symbolist movement in England. His talent was recognized at an early age, but it was only in the 1880s that he attained popular success. This was achieved with a series of ambitious moral tales and visionary landscapes. Although Watts's work owed much to the Italian Renaissance masters, he reinvented their formulae in order to produce his poems painted on canvas. These had a huge impact at the 1878 Exposition Universelle in Paris and at the newly opened Grosvenor Gallery in London, which became the main forum for the aesthetic movement. Watts was also a fine portraitist. Lifeline. 1817, born in London, the son of a piano maker. 1843, travels to Italy, after winning a competition to decorate the Houses of Parliament. 1867, elected a member of the Royal Academy. 1886, completes most famous painting, Hope, when nearly 70 years old. Love and death / inspired by the premature demise of a friend, Watts shows pale death advancing remorselessly towards the house of life. C. 1874-87, oil on canvas, 249 x 117 cm, Whitworth Art Gallery, Manchester, UK. Closer look. Symbol of love, a traditional emblem of love, a dove watches helplessly as the wings of its playmate are crushed against the door, trying in vain to halt death's progress. Hope, the blind figure of Hope, perches forlornly on a globe, but, in spite of her sadness, A single star still shines overhead and one lyre string remains unbroken. 1885–86, oil on canvas, 150 x 109 centimeters, private collection. Iron context. Trial of Oscar Wilde in 1895. The novelist, playwright, and wit Oscar Wilde, 1854–1900, was convicted of gross indecency. The trial put his homosexual relationship with Lord Alfred Douglas under the spotlight, scandalizing Victorian society. Wilde served 2 years hard labor. Traumatized by the experience, he went into self-imposed exile after his release in 1897. He died 3 years later. Oscar Wilde, a perceptive art critic, M. Wilde was closely associated with the aesthetic movement and an admirer of Watts's work. He wrote a favorable review of Watts's Love and Death. Aubrey Beardsley. B. Brighton, 1872, D. Menton, 1898. Beardsley attended classes at the Westminster School of Art, but learned more from his contacts with Burne-Jones and Puvis de Chavannes. His use of sinuous, decorative lines links him with the Art Nouveau movement, but his taste or intense, often perverse imagery allies him far more closely with the symbolists. Beardsley's decadent style was typified by his illustrations for Oscar Wilde's Salome. This play, which featured an eroticized version of the biblical story, was particularly popular with symbolist artists, because it included 2 of their favorite themes, the femme fatale and the severed head. Beardsley's other work was in a similar vein, leading the satirical magazine Punch to give him the nickname Aubrey Beardsley. Lifeline. 1879, first diagnosed with tuberculosis. Aged 7, 1888 begins work in an insurance office. 1892 receives first major commission to illustrate Thomas Mallory's Mort d'Arthur. 1893 produces his finest drawings for Wilde's Salome. 1894 appointed art editor of periodical The Yellow Book. 1897 moves to the Riviera. As his health deteriorates, 1898 dies of tuberculosis, in a hotel in Menton, France, aged 25. The climax, Salome holds up the head of John the Baptist, whose death she has just ordered. From his dripping blood, a lily sprouts up, symbolizing his purity. The scene is taken from Oscar Wilde's Salome. 1893, line block print, 34 x 27 centimeters, private collection. Alfred Gilbert. B. London, 1854, D. London, 1934. British sculptor and metalworker Alfred Gilbert is best known for the Eros statue in London's Piccadilly Circus. Gilbert's work displays a blend of symbolist and Art Nouveau influences. In a remarkable series of nude self-portraits, he masqueraded as various mythological figures. He also created startling interpretations of traditional themes, most notably in his Virgin, enmeshed in a rose bush. Eros, popularly known as Eros, the correct name for this famous statue, is the angel of Christian charity. /'twas made to commemorate the Earl of Shaftesbury and his charitable acts. 1893 Aluminium, Piccadilly Circus, London, UK. In the latter part of the 19th century, Scandinavian artists had shifted from predominantly Germanic tradition to a French-inspired model, establishing a Nordic style of plein air, outdoor, painting in which nature was often linked with states of mind and imagination. Although the Scandinavian countries had a long and distinguished artistic tradition and their own academies, until the mid-19th century many artists trained in Germany. As the century drew to a close, there was an increasing mood of internationalism, and Nordic artists allied themselves to trends elsewhere. At the same time, the political landscape was changing too, inspiring nationalist movements, especially in Finland and Norway as they moved towards independence after many years under Swedish, Danish, or Russian rule. Origins and influences. The first seeds of a Scandinavian style came from France. Swedish Landscape School, see page 324, and in the 1880s a group of Swedes including Carl Larsson set up a summer painting colony at Grässerloing near Fontainebleau, France. Other Swedish painters went to Paris to study, as did the Finn Axel Gallenkalila, the Dane, Petter Severin Krøyer, and a number of Norwegians, and then they returned to set up schools in their native countries using the plein air techniques they had learned in France. The clear, Nordic light gave their paintings a distinctively Scandinavian feel, which suited the mood of patriotism and nationalism. French realism and Impressionism were obvious influences, but later Scandinavians were influenced by more forward-looking movements. Munch, who also worked in Berlin, discovered post-Impressionism and symbolism, and in the 20th century Cézanne and the Cubists became important influences. Current events: 1809 to 1917, Finland annexed by Russia, after centuries of Swedish rule. 1835 to 1836, Lennart publishes the first version of Kalevala, the Finnish epic poem. 1891, Henrik Ibsen writes Hedda Gabler, and exiled in Italy and Germany, returns to Norway. 1901, the first Nobel Prize is awarded under the will of Alfred Nobel, the inventor of dynamite. 995, Norway declares independence from Sweden. Scandinavian art. Axeli Gallen-Kallela. B. Pori 1865, D. Stockholm, 1931. Regarded as Finland's most celebrated painter and a driving force behind the creation of a distinctive Finnish style, Gallen-Kallela was an important figure in the Art Nouveau and Symbolist movements. He studied in Paris and traveled widely, but was increasingly inspired by the haunting Finnish landscape, which he used as a vehicle to explore issues of national identity. By the 1890s, Gallen-Kallella's early realism had developed into a simplified style that used bold, often garish colors. He is best known for his depictions of the epic folklore poem Kalevala, about Finland's mythic origins, but he was also a versatile graphic artist and designer. The Anger of Kalervo, from Kalevala. This slide print is an illustration from a 1908 edition of Kalevala. The mythological subject matter suited Gallen-Kallella's forceful style and patriotic nature. Note the strong outlines and somewhat flattened forms. 1908, Color Litho, Bibliothèque des Arts Décoratifs, Paris, France. Lake Keedial, 1905. And this painting, inspired by the Kalevala epic, Gallen-Kallella eloquently captures the haunting, silvery light on the lake, the sweeping sense of space, and the silent grandeur of the landscape. 1905, Oil on Canvas, 53 x 66 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Peter Severin Krøyer. B. Stavanger, 1851, D. Skagen, 1909. The most important Danish painter of light in the 19th century, Peter Severin Krøyer is probably best known for his Skagen beach scenes, although his work covered a wide range of themes. Raised in Denmark by foster parents, Krøyer studied at Copenhagen Academy and traveled extensively throughout Europe. In Paris, he was inspired by Impressionist plein-air painting, and thereafter he began to produce the complex light effects for which he became famous. From 1882, Krøyer became a leading member of the Skagen Painters, a group of artists based at Skagen on the Jutland coast. His final decade was blighted by syphilis, mental problems, and failing eyesight. Summer Evening on the Skagen Southern Beach with Anna Encher and Marie Krøyer. Krøyer's best known and most popular painting celebrates beach life at its relaxing best. It features his wife and a friend, both fellow artists. The luminous summer evening light and the ghostly white of the sand and the women's dresses create a dreamlike sheen. 1893, Oil on Canvas, 100 x 150 centimeters, Skagens Museum, Denmark. Richard Berg. B. Stockholm, 1858, D. Saltsjöstoringen, 1919. Richard Berg became one of Sweden's foremost painters. Inspired by the Nordic light, he drew on French plein-air, outdoor, painting and symbolism to form his distinctly Swedish style of Romanticism. He was also a talented portrait painter whose sitters included fellow artist Julia Beck and the poet Gustav Froding. Berg's parents were artists and members of the cultural elite, so he was introduced to art at an early age. While studying at the Stockholm Academy, where his father was a professor, he became interested in contemporary French painting. Berg was active in political and social issues, and played an important part in Swedish artistic life. He set up a painting school, helping to develop a new generation of painters, and wrote prolifically about art. He was also responsible for modernizing the National Museum of Art in Stockholm, where he was director from 1915. Lifeline. 1858, born in Stockholm to affluent, liberal parents. 1878 to 81, studies at the Stockholm Academy. 1881 to 84, lives in Paris. 1885, founder member of the Artists' Union, a liberal rival to the Stockholm Academy. 1887, paints Hypnotic Seance. 1905, paints portrait of August Strindberg. 1915, made director of National Museum of Art, Stockholm. Nordic Summer Evening, illuminated by the evening sun. This work typifies the Nordic light paintings. The atmosphere is still and melancholic, suffused with sexual tension. 1899 to 1900, oil on canvas, 170 by 223 centimeters, Göteborgs Konstmuseum, Sweden. Closer look. Something in the air. The psychological tension between the couple is emphasized by the physical distance between them, and their outward gaze. Wilhelm Hammershøi. B. Copenhagen, 1864. D. Copenhagen, 1916. Hammershøi, whose muted style has been described as a weird fusion of Hopper and Vermeer, has enjoyed a resurgence of interest in recent years. He is best known for restrained interiors filled with melancholy and light, but he also painted landscapes, portraits, nudes, and architecture. Hammershøi debuted with Portrait of a Young Girl in 1885, and his original style was viewed as controversial. He worked mainly in Copenhagen. His wife, Ida, features in many of his interiors. Interior with the artist's mother/he bare, colorless room with a single female figure conjures up a mood of solitude and introspection. Hammershøi's use of light and space was influenced by Whistler. 1889, oil on canvas, 59 by 51 centimeters, National Museum, Stockholm, Sweden. Carl Larsson. B. Stockholm, 1853, D. Phelan, 1919. The Swedish painter, printmaker, illustrator, and writer Carl Larsson is chiefly remembered for the country house he created with his textile designer wife, Karin, and the watercolors of his idyllic domestic life, which he shared in his illustrated books. His lasting legacy was the creation of a Swedish interior design style that remains instantly recognizable today. Born into poverty, Larsson enjoyed little professional success until he met Karin, converted to plein air realism, and started working in watercolor. When the children have gone to bed, Larsson described his art, like his home, as modest but harmonious. His watercolors are full of light and cozy domesticity, with influences ranging from arts and crafts to Kate Greenaway. C. 1895, watercolor on paper, 32 x 43 centimeters, National Museum, Stockholm, Sweden. Anders Zorn. B. Mora, 1860, D. Mora, 1920. Swedish artist Anders Zorn is regarded as one of Europe's most outstanding genre and portrait painters of the late 19th century. Zorn traveled extensively, spending time in Europe, North Africa, and the US. An illegitimate child from a farming background, Zorn studied at the Stockholm Academy. His debut watercolor portrait, Slash and Morning, 1880, drew acclaim, and Zorn gradually achieved an international reputation. He began working in oils in 1887, and was also an accomplished etcher and sculptor. He considered Midsummer Dance, 1896, depicting life in Mora, as his best work. His home is now a museum housing his art. Dagmar Zorn was famous for his voluptuous bathing nudes, which he often painted outdoors in Impressionist style. The play of light on skin and water are both skillfully captured here. 1911, oil on canvas, 88 x 63 centimeters, private collection. Gustav Vigeland. B. Mundell, 1869, DOSLO, 1943. Vigeland, Norway's most celebrated sculptor, studied briefly under Rodin. He is best known for his allegorical series of monumental figures that he created for Frogner Park in Oslo, a mammoth project that dominated much of his later life. Vigeland studied art in Oslo and elsewhere in Europe, but his early years were a struggle. Around 1900, his emotional, naturalistic early work evolved into a simpler style that was influenced by medieval sculpture. His portrait busts from 1900 to 1910 established him as the country's leading sculptor. Women with 2 children riding on her back. This sculpture, executed in a simple style with minimal detail, is one of a series in Frogner Park portraying the cycle of life. Granite, Frogner Park, Oslo, Norway. Edvard Munch. Beloten, 1863, Boslo, 1944. The Norwegian painter and printmaker is regarded as one of modern art's most influential and electrifying protagonists. Munch suffered from depression and mental illness but used them to produce extraordinary, often frenzied, work. His pessimistic view of life was conveyed in bold colors and strong lines, anticipating expressionism and opening up exciting new avenues for art. He covered existential themes such as life, death, and despair in a self-described attempt to dissect soul's star. Munch began painting in Oslo, but his sojourns in Paris exposed him to post-impressionist and symbolist influences, particularly the work of Vincent van Gogh and Paul Gauguin, and he began using swirling brushwork, simplified forms, and non-naturalistic color to convey emotion. Although Munch realized that his genius owed much to his turbulent mind, a breakdown in 1908 inspired a change of style, as he determined to lead a calmer life. His output, however, remained prodigious. Also an acclaimed printmaker, Munch's woodcuts, often executed in color, helped to revive the technique in the 20th century. Lifeline. 1863, born in Loten, Norway. 1885, first visit to Paris at the age of 22. 1892 to 1908, based mainly in Germany. Produces the Frieze of Life series. 1893, paints his most famous work, The Scream. 1908, moves back to Norway. 1910 to 16, his Oslo University mural shows extrovert style. 1916, settles at Skøyen, Oslo. 1940 to 42, paints Between the Clock and the Bed. 1944, dies in Oslo. The sick child. Munch described this haunting painting as the breakthrough in my art, and painted 6 versions of it. Inspired by his sister's death, it conveys the grief and stillness of the sickroom. Munch engraved the layers of paint with a spatula to create the effect of gazing through a film of tears. 1885 to 6, oil on canvas, 120 by 119 centimeters, Nationalgalleriet, Scandinavia, Oslo, Norway. Madonna, a compelling image of sensual ecstasy and transcendence. Munch's masterpiece straddles 19th and 20th century art. Part of his Frieze of Life series, it represents the miracle of life. Munch's aim was to portray woman from a lover's viewpoint, at the moment of conception. 1894, oil on canvas, 90x71 cm, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. The Scream, Munch's most famous work, is brilliantly composed to create maximum tension. The shrieking colors and violent juxtaposition of curved and straight lines all flow towards the central, screaming figure, as though the environment itself is expressing emotion through the distorted death head. The painting may have been inspired by the Krakatoa eruption of 1883, which Munch likened to a great, infinite scream. Passing through nature. 1893, oil, tempera, and pastel on cardboard, 91 by 74 centimeters, National Gallery, Oslo, Norway. Closer look. Adding drama, the swirling brushstrokes of the sky and water are echoed by those of the screaming head, creating a sense of anxiety. Tension is added by the use of perspective in the receding parallel lines of the bridge. Their subsequent reputations often eclipsed by the major figures of the art world in France. A number of painters from other countries enjoyed successful careers outside the progressive artistic centers at the turn of the 20th century. The latter part of the 19th century saw artists in mainland Europe searching for new means of expression that would explode into the revolutionary movements of the early 20th century, but elsewhere, particularly in Britain and the US, French realism and Impressionism were still exerting a strong influence. Origins and influences. Artists from all over the world made their way to France to study and work throughout the 19th century. taking the ideas of realism and impressionism back to their native countries. Although these styles were no longer at the forefront in European centers of art, they made an impact as they were adopted by comparatively conservative traditions elsewhere, paving the way for modernism in many countries. As well as this dissemination of trends from France, several artists decided to remain in Europe. John Singer Sargent, for example, made his name in Paris and London as well as the US, and another American expatriate, James McNeill Whistler, evolved his idiosyncratic style in self-imposed isolation in Britain. Subjects. In the US, the genre paintings of Thomas Eakins and Winslow Homer's landscapes and seascapes are prime examples of how realism and impressionism invigorated the American tradition. In Europe, however, the influence was more clearly apparent in portrait painting, where realism is practically a necessity, and genre painting, in particular the society painting that was popular with an increasingly affluent and growing middle class. The Lyceum 1901–2002 Ramon Casas was a leading figure of modernism, an art movement centered in his native Barcelona that was essentially a Catalan version of Art Nouveau, but which also blended elements from other turn-of-the-century trends. End of the century. Winslow Homer. Boston, 1836. Prouts Neck, Maine, 1910. One of the leading American painters of his time, Winslow Homer was an artist of great power and originality, whose portrayal of untamed nature reflects his country's pioneering spirit. The sea was his favorite subject, but he was also a landscape and genre painter. He excelled at illustration, watercolor, and oils, and he did much to establish watercolor as an important medium. Homer was largely self-taught and came to art late, having started out as a commercial printmaker. A visit to France introduced him to Impressionism, although he himself conveyed light and color differently within a solid construction of clear outlines. He worked prolifically from the late 1850s until his death, producing iconic images of 19th-century American life, as well as art that explored the struggle between man and nature. His portrayals of the Maine coast, where he settled, are among his best-known works, recognized for their superb brushwork, emotional intensity, and hint of modernist abstraction. Lifeline. 1836. Born in Boston, 1855–57. Apprenticed to a Boston lithographer, 1861. Sent to the front as an artist correspondent for Harper's Illustrated, 1866. Visits France, 1873. Begins his first series of watercolors in Gloucester, Massachusetts. 1883. Settles in Prouts Neck, Maine. 1889. Makes the first of many painting and fishing trips to the Adirondacks. 1910. Dies in Prouts Neck, aged 74. Adirondack Guide. Homer's portrayals of outdoor pursuits in the Adirondack wilderness still influence sporting art today. He was able to isolate action with an almost photographic quality which appealed to popular taste. 1894. Watercolor over graphite pencil on paper, 38 by 55 cm. Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, U.S. Closer look. Color technique. Homer filed the paper with large areas of wash, then blotted or scraped back areas to create a lively surface. Driftwood. Homer excelled at dramatic seascapes here. A man in heavy weather gear struggles in the crashing surf to secure driftwood. Homer's work was characterized by its directness, real objectivity, and superb use of color, and this his final painting is no exception. 1909. Oil on canvas, 62 by 72. Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, U.S. Thomas Eakins. B. Philadelphia, 1844. D. Philadelphia, 1916. One of the most outstanding American realist painters of the 19th century, Thomas Eakins was also a sculptor, a photographer, and an innovative teacher. Often misunderstood and ignored during his lifetime, he is best known for his uncompromising portraits and his scenes of contemporary American life. While studying at the Pennsylvania Academy, Eakins unusually took classes in anatomy and dissection at Jefferson Medical College, which led to a lasting interest in scientific realism. He began teaching at the Pennsylvania Academy in 1876 and proved an innovative modernizer, later introducing anatomy, dissection, and photography to the curriculum. Eakins' work had great vitality and directness, with a strong sense of form and three-dimensional design. His portraits, in particular, showed acute insight. He refused to flatter, seeking only to reveal the truth as he saw it. Lifeline. 1844, born in Philadelphia. 1862–66, studies at the Pennsylvania Academy. 1866–70, continues his studies in Europe. 1876, starts teaching at the Pennsylvania Academy. First exhibition at the Centennial Exhibition in Philadelphia. 1882, appointed director of the Pennsylvania Academy. 1884–85, paints the swimming hole, his finest study of nudes. 1889, paints the Agnew Clinic. 1916, dies of heart failure. Max Schmidt and a single scull boating and rowing were among Aiken's favorite themes. Here, he depicts the rowing champion, Max Schmidt, as a contemporary hero. 1871, oil on canvas, 83 x 118 centimeters, Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, U.S. The Gross Clinic. When this picture was first shown, its gory subject matter created controversy, but it established Aikens as a major figure in American realism. It shows the eminent surgeon, Samuel D. Gross, operating in front of students at Jefferson Medical College. 1875, oil on canvas, 244 x 198 cm, Jefferson College, Philadelphia, U.S. James Abbott McNeill Whistler. B. Lowell, Massachusetts, 1834. B. London, 1903. A stylish American-born painter, designer, printmaker, and wit, Whistler was a central figure in the aesthetic movement. He was known for his paintings of nighttime London, his stylistic, full-length portraits, and his superb etchings. His combative nature and dandyish ways also kept him in the public eye. Whistler spent his life as an expatriate, living mainly in London, although he also worked in France. Rejecting the artistic conventions of the time, he maintained that subject matter was secondary to evoking mood and creating harmonies of color and composition. Likening his paintings to visual music, he gave them titles such as symphonies or nocturnes. Although he was a contemporary of the Impressionists, Whistler developed an individual style that combined French realism, Japanese decorative influences, and aestheticism. During his final 2 decades, Whistler achieved recognition as an artist of international importance. He was also influential in introducing modern ideas into British art. Lifeline. 1834, born in Lowell. 1854–55, expelled from the West Point Military Academy. Learns etching as a Navy cartographer. 1855–58, studies art in Paris. Produces the French set etchings. 1859, moves to London. 1874, first solo exhibition at the Flemish Gallery, London. 1879–80, is bankrupted by a libel suit. Travels to Venice. 1886, elected president of the Society of British Artists. 1903, dies at home in London. Red and Black. The fan / his painting of Whistler's stylishly dressed sister-in-law reveals his interest in women's fashions. He skillfully depicts the fan's gauze fabric. 1891–94, oil on canvas, 187 by 90 centimeters, Hunterian Art Gallery, Glasgow, UK. Nocturne in black and gold. The falling rocket fireworks were considered inappropriate for a painting, and this work proved controversial. Savaged by the critic John Ruskin, Whistler sued for libel, but was awarded derisory damages and bankrupted. C. 1875, oil on panel, 60 by 47 centimeters, Detroit Institute of Arts, U.S. Closer look. Abstract colors. This strongly impressionistic work is an example of Whistler's philosophy of art for art's sake. The abstract drift of orange and yellow lights reflects Japanese delicacy and helps to convey the ephemeral quality of the fireworks. Symphony in white. No, this painting is a harmonious blend of color, shapes, and composition. Translucent paint layering and delicate brushstrokes add to the mood. 1865–67, oil on canvas, 51 by 77 centimeters, the Barber Institute of Fine Arts, Birmingham, UK. Giovanni Boldini. B. Ferrara, 1842, D. Paris, 1931. Italian artist Giovanni Boldini was one of the most celebrated society portrait painters of his era. He was best known for his portrayals of beautiful women, but also painted Parisian street scenes. His style was reminiscent of his British contemporary, John Singer Sargent. Boldini traveled extensively, although he based himself mainly in Paris. During his lifetime, he enjoyed international success, but his frothy style lost its appeal after his death. Madame Charles Max / his expressive painting of a Parisian socialite is typical of Boldini, who was known for his lively brushwork and ability to give his subjects elegance and poise. 1896, Oil on Canvas, 100 by 205 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Valentin Serov. BST Petersburg, 1865, D. Moscow, 1911. Although virtually unknown outside his native country, Valentin Serov was the leading Russian portrait painter of his time, gifted at achieving a revealing insight into the character of his sitter. His best work ranks among the cream of Russian realist art. Serov studied at the St. Petersburg Academy. From 1890 onwards, he concentrated primarily on painting portraits, producing a stunning record of the most prominent people in Russian society, business, government, and the arts. He undertook numerous important commissions, including a portrait of Grand Duke Pavel Alexandrovich, 1897. At the turn of the century, Serov's style changed. Impressionistic elements in his work were replaced by a modernistic approach, although he remained committed to conveying the truth and realism of his subject matter. During his later years, Serov painted a number of landscapes and also worked on classical mythology themes. Girl with Peaches. Serov's luminous, impressionistic portrait of Vera Mamontova, his debut work, is probably his best-known painting, and heralds the impending move from realism to modernism. 1887, Oil on Canvas, 91 by 85 centimeters, Tertyaikov Gallery, Moscow, Russia. Santiago Ruzinal. B. Barcelona, 1861, D. Aranjuez, Spain, 1931. One of the leading figures in Catalan modernism in the late 19th and early 20th century, Santiago Ruzinal was an outstanding Spanish painter and writer. He was based mainly in Barcelona, but lived in Paris when Impressionism was coming to the fore, which influenced his use of light and color. Ruzinal introduced symbolism and other modern French influences to Spain. Although he was an acute observer of nature, Ruzinal believed that painting was a vehicle for conveying emotion, rather than a medium that reflected reality. During his lifetime, he was an eminent art collector, and his home at Sitges, near Barcelona, is now a museum. The Blue Patio. This is one of a number of patio pictures that Ruzinal painted in the coastal town of Sitges. The light palette and mundane subject matter pay homage to the work of the Impressionists. 1892, Oil on Canvas, 68 by 53 centimeters, Abadia de Montserrat, Barcelona, Spain. John Lavery. B. Belfast, 1856, D. Kilmagany, 1941. An Irish-born painter best known for his dashing portraits, John Lavery also painted interiors, landscapes, and outdoor life. After studying in Glasgow, London, and Paris, he was based mainly in Glasgow between 1885 and 1896, then eventually settled in London. Lavery traveled widely, spending the winters in Morocco, where he owned a house. Despite a glittering career, Lavery evidently regretted playing it safe. He wrote in his autobiography, "Have felt ashamed of having spent my life trying to please sitters, instead of telling the truth." Anna Pavlova. Lavery produced two versions of the famous Russian ballerina rehearsing dance Bacchanal. This dramatic and expressive work challenged portrait conventions of the day. 1911, Oil on Canvas, 198 by 145 centimeters, Art Gallery and Museum, Kelvingrove, Glasgow, UK. John Singer Sargent. B. Florence, 1856, D. London, 1925. One of the most celebrated and financially successful artists of his era, John Singer Sargent made his mark as a society painter. An outstanding portraitist, he brilliantly conveyed the opulence of his subjects' lifestyles, although he was sometimes criticized for superficial characterization. He also painted impressionistic landscape watercolors and urban scenes. An American who lived in Europe, Sargent was a supporter of the avant-garde and admired Monet, Manet, and other contemporaries. He was also noted for his portrayal of the modern woman, at a time when women were asserting their independence and fighting for equality. His radical portrait of Mr. and Mrs. Ian Phelps Stokes, 1897, suggests that Mrs. Stokes was the dominant partner. Lifeline. 1856, born in Florence, 1874–76, studies in Paris. 1884, his erotic portrayal of Madame X causes a scandal. 1886, moves to London. 1887, first trip to the U.S., where he becomes the society portraitist of choice. 1892, is established as the most fashionable portraitist in London. 1907, announces he is giving up portraits to concentrate on landscapes and murals. 1916–25, produces an important mural for the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston. 1925, dies in London. The Sidwell family sergeant has brought a Baroque grandeur, reminiscent of Velázquez, to this portrait of English aristocracy at home. He skillfully projects an image of the dominant patriarch, dutiful, beautiful wife, and obedient children, surrounded by family heirlooms. 1900, oil on canvas, 170 by 193 centimeters, private collection. Portrait of Catherine Chase Shapley. This impressionistic portrait was painted in the United States. The cool white tones of Shapley's dress and flowers and the luminosity of her skin contrast with the dark background. Sargent's delicate handling of light and skin tones are superb. 1890, oil on canvas, 102 by 77 centimeters, Worcester Art Museum, Massachusetts, U.S. The reputation of Paris as a center for sculptors, and especially for monumental sculpture, blossomed in the 19th century. It was a period marked by revolution and growing republicanism allied to technical, industrial, and social change. Aristocratic and state patronage provided much work, and the systems of technical support were well established. Origins and influences. The École des Beaux-Arts tradition of training drew aspiring sculptors to Paris. While the most ambitious students applied for the Prix de Rome, which enabled them to study in Rome at the state's expense, there was only one place to ensure success as an artist: the annual Salon exhibition, where sculptors competed for patronage. From 1855, Paris held expositions universelles, world fairs, to display French commerce and culture alongside pavilions from other countries. Sculpture was prominently featured to decorate both temporary structures and on permanent sites. As foreign students and artists returned from visiting Paris or Rome, the Beaux-Arts style went with them and may be seen clearly in the statuary and facades of the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago in 1893. It is also evident in public sculpture as far afield as Buenos Aires in Argentina and Melbourne, Australia. Subjects. There was a move away from neoclassicism towards a much more romantic depiction of the individual, whether fighting to defend the liberty of the people, or in commemoration of the dead. Literary allusions were plentiful, and sculptors made ready reference to Dante, Shakespeare, and Tasso, or to the subjects of contemporary novels. From 1848, many sculptors were employed by the state to ornament new buildings with stone or bronze statuary, and Paris also held its own store of marble to be allocated for commissions. Major projects included an extension to the Louvre, new railway stations, stock exchange, law courts, and the Garnier Opera House. After 1870, competitions were held to provide colossal public monuments intended to promote and secure the Republic. At the same time, new industrial processes allowed smaller works to be reproduced more easily for the domestic market. Sculpture. François Rude. B. Dijon, 1784, D. Paris, 1855. As a boy, Rude studied drawing in his hometown of Dijon. He later moved to Paris, where, in his 20s, he enrolled at the École des Beaux-Arts. In 1812, Rude was awarded the prestigious Prix de Rome, but though was unable to take up the prize to study in Italy because of the Napoleonic Wars. In 1815, after Napoleon's fall, he fled Paris for Brussels, living in exile for 12 years to escape the Bourbon Restoration, when the Roman Catholic Church was restructured as a power in French politics. He returned to Paris in 1827 and became highly successful. Rude's greatest achievement is the 3 m high stone sculpture The Departure of the Volunteers in 1792, also known as La Marseillaise. One of 4 large sculptures attached to the Arc de Triomphe, it was unveiled in 1836. Lifeline. 1784 Born in Dijon, the son of a metalworker. 1809 enters École des Beaux-Arts in Paris. 1812 awarded the Prix de Rome. 1821 marries Sophie Frémiot. 1833 exhibits at Paris Salon. Awarded Cross of Légion d'Honneur. Friezes and figure group commissioned for the Arc de Triomphe. 1836 La Marseillaise unveiled to great public acclaim. 1838 denied membership of the Academy. 1847 Napoleon Awakening to Immortality unveiled. 1855 dies in Paris, aged 71. Napoleon Awakening to Immortality. This sculpture of the emperor throwing off his shroud reflected the desire for change that eventually led to the Revolution of 1848. 1845-47 Bronze, length 3 m, Parc Noisette, Dijon, France. The departure of the volunteers in 1792 so known as La Marseillaise and inspired by real events, this is one of 4 large sculptures attached to the Arc de Triomphe. The relief idealizes men and boys in classical attire defending the Republic. They are urged onwards by the mythical winged figure of Liberty. 1833-36 Stone, height 3 m, Arc de Triomphe, Paris, France. Closer look. Face of Liberty. Along with equality and fraternity, liberty was acclaimed as one of the 3 great virtues of the Republic. Derived from the Roman goddess of war Bellona, this plaster study for the main figure issues a powerful call to arms. Antoine Louis-Barye. B. Paris, 1795. D. Paris, 1875. Barye spent much of his time as a young artist drawing animals at the Jardin des Plantes in Paris. In doing so, he developed the anatomical knowledge that informed the often savage subject matter of his sculptures. Nicknamed the Michelangelo of the Menagerie, Barye was a key figure in the Animaliers school of artists, known for their powerful, realistic animal sculptures. Although he gained royal and aristocratic patronage, he was declared bankrupt in 1848 and forced to sell rights to make casts of his work. It took Barye a decade to retrieve his rights. Lifeline. 1818 in his early 20s, enrolls at École des Beaux-Arts, Paris. 1848 declared bankrupt. 1848-50 director of casts and models at the Louvre. 1854-75 professor of drawings at Museum of Natural History, in the Jardin des Plantes. 1867 awarded Grand Medal at the Exposition Universelle. 1868 elected to the Academy of Fine Arts. 1875 dies in Paris, having produced no new work since 1869. Tiger devouring an alligator, a piece typical of Barye's romantic taste for the exotic. 1832 Bronze, length 5 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. Wolf holding a stag by the throat vaudeville with scientific precision. Barye's sculptures have also been seen as a metaphor for political life in his time. 1843 Bronze, 22x3/cm, Brooklyn Museum, New York, U.S. Jean-Baptiste Carpos. B. Valenciennes, 1827, D. Paris, 1875. Carpos's abilities were nurtured from an early age. In 1854, he was employed as a sculptor to work on the renovation and expansion of the Louvre. Awarded the Prix de Rome in 1854, he spent 3 years in Italy and completed his sculpture Fisher Boy Listening to a Seashell, which was purchased by banker and art collector Baron James de Rothschild. In 1862, a bronze cast of his sculpture Ugolino and his sons was placed in the Tuileries Gardens, Paris. A stone version was later displayed at the 1867 Exhibition Universelle. In 1869, his relief, The Dance, was unveiled at the Garnier Opera House in Paris. Described as the most controversial sculpture of the 19th century, it was splashed with ink within a month. The original, replaced by a full-size copy in 1969, is now in the Musée d'Orsay. Lifeline. 1827 Born in Valenciennes, to a mason and a lace maker. 1844-50 studies under Rude at École des Beaux-Arts, Paris. 1846 expelled from Prix de Rome competition for cheating. 1854 wins Prix de Rome. 1856-61 attends the French Academy in Rome. 1869 completes The Dance. 1875 awarded Cross of Légion d'Honneur. Dies in Paris. aged 48. Ugolino and his sons in Dante's Inferno. Ugolino tells how his children offered to sacrifice themselves to keep their father alive. 1857–61, bronze, height 194 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Frédéric Auguste Bartholdi. B. Colmar, Alsace, 1834, D. Paris, 1904. After studying architecture and painting, Bartholdi became celebrated as a sculptor both in France and in the US. A designer of public statues and fountains, his projects include the Lion of Belfort, 1880, a massive pink limestone work symbolizing the French resistance to Prussian assaults in 1870–71. Bartholdi is best known as creator of the Statue of Liberty, a gift from the French nation to commemorate the first centenary of the United States. Given to a sister, Republic, it represents Republican virtues. From 1887 to 1889, he executed an extravagant lead fountain, the River Saône and its tributaries, for lions, based on Bassin at Versailles by the Italian-born sculptor Tubi. Statue of Liberty / his colossal figure was built in sections in Paris in the 1870s and 1880s. Formed from beaten copper sheets, the statue is hollow, supported by an iron structure designed by Gustave Eiffel. The face is believed to be based on that of Bartholdi's mother. 1874–86, copper, height 46. 5M, Liberty Island, New York, U.S. Hiram Powers. B. Woodstock, Vermont, 1805, D. Florence, 1873. Initially trained as a clock and instrument maker, Powers turned to sculpture after discovering wax modeling while working in a museum. He went on to acquire the skills of casting and made a portrait head of President Andrew Jackson in 1835. In 1837, Powers traveled to Italy and settled in Florence, establishing himself as the most successful American sculptor of the 19th century, carving ideal, neoclassical busts and figures. The Greek slave. The sculpture, Powers' greatest success, was inspired by the contemporary Greek struggles for freedom from Turkish domination in the War of Independence, 1821–29. It is based on the most popular sculpture of its day, the Venus de' Medici in Florence, 1st century BC. 1847, marble, height 166 cm, Corcoran Gallery, Washington, D.C., U.S. Constantin Meunier. B. Brussels, 1831, D. Brussels, 1905. Having studied sculpture in his youth, Meunier moved on to different media, designing stained glass and fabrics, and painting religious and historical scenes. In the early 1880s, a new subject presented itself, in the expanding industrial world. He returned to working in clay, and a heroic romanticism characterizes his sculptures of miners, laborers and ironworkers in the great unfinished monument to labor, later acquired by the Belgian government and sited in Laeken. Meunier continued as both painter and sculptor, making life-size bronze figures of working people, in stark contrast to much of the idealized, allegorical, and symbolic sculpture of his day. Industry. This was one of 4 reliefs created for Meunier's unfinished project monument to labor. C. 1897, bronze, 68x90x36 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Africa is a vast continent with more than 900 distinct cultures. From musical instruments, clothing, and tools to religious statues and political insignia, all objects were infused with the community's values, beliefs, and philosophy. Trained through long, specialized apprenticeships, artists were highly valued in African cultures. In the 19th century, the African visual arts were wholly integrated in daily life. All objects were made for use, rather than simply for viewing, and expressed cultural meanings that were made visible through their artistic rendering. Influences. Trade over the centuries had brought many influences. Arab aesthetics was well established across the north of the continent. European traders and colonization by European powers led to a variety of Western influences. In turn, African arts taken to Europe ignited and directly influenced the major artistic revolutions in 20th century Western arts. Forms and materials. African art could be seen in everyday forms. The weaver's loom was carved. A useful and beautiful staff was made to convey ecological values and social principles. Woven textiles embodied a matrix of spiritual concepts and community values. Materials of every kind and combination, from grass fiber to gold, were employed for practical and symbolic purposes. Africa's holistic approach to art is also apparent in its interactive masquerades. These are cultural performances that are generally associated with secular or religious ceremonies. They interweave music, oral literature, theater, and dance with visual elements such as costumes, elaborate masks, and other objects that reflect and reinforce the important cultural beliefs of the people of a particular community. To put across their society's cultural concepts and moral values, artists had to achieve imaginative and evocative representation. Realism was not effective. They therefore developed sophisticated visual vocabularies using symbolism, abstraction, reduction, emphasis, and other devices to maximize the impact of their work. An immense diversity of styles and techniques evolved both within cultural groups and across the continent. Fulani chieftains blanket the skillfully rendered motifs, colors, and patterns of this cotton and wool blanket express the Fulani way, consistency and harmony, self-control and patience. African art. Pen. Southwestern Central Africa. Expressed in many forms, including architecture, sculpture, furniture, and divination, foretelling, instruments, penned art ranges from fairly naturalistic to highly stylized. Intended to promote understanding and compassionate behavior, the pen's dramatic masks are often based on village characters. Bangu mask representing a disturbed man, the hooded inward-looking eyes and the mask's artistic elements, faceted surfaces, distorted features, and divided color evoke the experience of personal inner conflict. Picasso copied a mirror image of this pen mask in Les Demoiselles d'Avignon. Wood, pigment, and fibers, height 27 centimeters, Africa Museum, Tervuren, Belgium. Kota. West Central Africa. Kota artists are renowned for their use of extreme abstraction. The sculptures that guard the relics of their ancestors eloquently embody their belief in the spiritual presence and influence of the dead. Guardian figure finely carved and overlaid with contrasting copper and brass. This sculpture combines shimmering surfaces, minimal depiction of physical features and body, and an imaginative elaboration of the head, the source of influence and communication, to create a potent yet ethereal presence. Wood and metals, 64 by 29.5 by 11.6 centimeters, Musée du Quai Branly, Paris. Chakwi. Central Atlantic coastal region. The Chakwi were politically ascendant in their region during the 18th and 19th centuries and established an impressive tradition of courtly arts. Seated chief, calm and introspective, this artwork embodies a balance of refinement and power. Strong hands, firmly grounded feet, and contained physical energy complement the dynamic swirling headdress. The rising curves on the chief's headdress are echoed at the eyes, ears, and in the musical instrument he holds, expressing his expertise as a thinker, seer, listener, and communicator. Pre-1869, wood, cloth, fiber, and beads, height 42.5 centimeters, Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, U.S. Yam. Western Central Africa. The art of the Yam people includes a unique genre of power figures that reveal the masterful confluence of function, form, and meaning. Kisin Khan, a legal witness and repository, this sculpture personifies community law. The metal objects driven into the figure publicly record oaths, contracts, or claims for retribution. The figure's commanding stance, all-seeing stare, and torso bristling with reminders are centered on a dark recess, referring to both conscience and fear in the pit of the stomach. The visual elements activate psychological forces to promote community, social justice, and compliance. Wood with mixed media, height 116.8 centimeters, Detroit Institute of Arts, Michigan, U.S. Fang. Western Equatorial Africa. The Fang conduct their lives according to principles drawn from their history, the experience of their ancestors. Many of their impressive artworks relate to memorials and the implementation of ancestral wisdom, which is consulted on all major issues and is the source of moral and political power. Jill mask worn with full costume in a night masquerade to settle disputes and quell misbehavior. This calm visage was terrifying to wrongdoers. The distortion emphasizing brain, eyes, and nose implies extreme powers of insight and discrimination. Varnished wood private collection. Reliquary figure surmounting a memorial containing ancestral relics. This sculpture embodies the balancing of intellectual and physical powers. The large head, with its complex composition of contrasting planes and forms, elaborate hairstyle, and emphasized eyes, indicates the importance of knowledge and insight. The fine straight torso contrasts with the muscular limbs suggesting controlled energy. Tranquility, equanimity, and vitality qualities esteemed in fawn culture are evoked by minimal clarity, symmetry, and juxtaposition. Wood and metal, height 64.1 centimeters, Metropolitan Museum, New York, U.S. Bamana. Central West Africa. Among the most admired of Bamana artworks are the elegant headdresses worn in Sawara masquerades to invoke fertility of the land and celebrate nature's abundance. Political and social organization of Bamana society was closely related to agricultural production, and the all-important relationship between man and nature is clearly reflected in their arts. Sawara headdress, a complex balance of straight, curving, horizontal, and vertical forms. This naturalistic example combines notions of female fecundity, animal strength, fluid energy, and the interdependence of human and natural forces. Wood, 57x 6.4 by 18 centimeters, Musée du Quai Branly, Paris. Sawara headdress. This fine sculpture depicts the antelope, a metaphor for the sun and natural energy, and at its base is the burrowing anteater, symbolizing hard work. The graceful angles and forms of the head and horns are superbly balanced by the arching neck and skillful geometric patterning of positive and negative space. Wood and metal, 94.5 by 47.5 by 7 centimeters, Musée du Quai Branly, Paris, France. Senufo. Nest Africa with a capital city dating back to the 13th century, 9 major dialects and more than 30 subgroups, the Senufo have a long and diverse artistic tradition. Specialist castes provide skilled training in media such as richly symbolic carved textiles and gold, and for example, wood carvers produce doors as well as sculptures. Poro mask designed to pay homage to female ancestors. This mask's serene dark oval face is offset by glinting brass, symmetrical extensions, and delicate patterns symbolizing wisdom and beauty. Wood, metal, horn, cotton, feathers and fiber, height 35.9 centimeters, Metropolitan Museum, New York, U.S. Champion Cultivator Staff awarded to the most skilled agriculturalist. This figure from the top of a staff portrays fecundity through the ideal attributes of femininity. Prominent head symbolizes wise management, the straight back, a noble attitude, and the full breasts and gently swelling belly, fertility and success. Wood and mixed media, 102.9 x 9.2 x 8.6 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, Texas, U.S. The human settlement of the Southeast Asian, Australian, and Pacific Islands took place over thousands of years. The art produced by the settlers was immensely rich and varied, its decoration or plain form often related to its function. In the 19th century, knowledge of this art was largely based on artifacts collected by the early explorers. The first modern humans migrated south into what is now Southeast Asia around 75,000 years ago, gradually moving through Indonesia and across the then land bridge into New Guinea and Australia, which then were joined, around 40,000 years ago. Rising sea levels eventually turned Australia into an island, leaving its inhabitants undisturbed to develop a distinctive culture until European exploration and settlement in the late 18th century. Lapita culture. The settlement of the Pacific Islands was more complex. In around 3000 BC, Austronesian speakers from Taiwan migrated south into coastal Vietnam, the Philippines, and Indonesia. From there they traveled east towards coastal New Guinea and the near Pacific Islands, while one group crossed the Indian Ocean in the 1st century CE to settle in the island of Madagascar, off the east of Africa. Around 1600 BC, the Austronesians developed the Lapita culture, named after the site in New Caledonia, which is noted for its use of shell tools and its distinctive pottery. This culture spread east to Vanuatu, Fiji, Samoa, and Tonga by around 1000 BC. Over the next millennium, this cultural area split in two. In the west, it merged with that of the Australian Aboriginals of New Guinea in the Solomon Islands, the ancestors of modern-day Melanesians. In the east, in the Fijic Samoa, Tonga Triangle, it developed into a Polynesian culture. Polynesian navigators. The Polynesians were highly skilled navigators, sailing their twin-hulled, sail-powered canoes across the Pacific in search of new lands with only the stars, waves, winds, and wildlife to guide them. They navigated huge distances, first reaching Tahiti around 200 BC. From here they sailed east to Easter Island around 300 C, north to Hawaii around 400 C, and south to Aotearoa, New Zealand, by around 1000 C. It is possible that some Polynesians even made contact with the Americas. Ancestral guardians, the Asmat people of Irian Jaya, the Indonesian, western half of New Guinea, along with many other Indonesian islanders carved stylized, wooden figures of their ancestral guardians. Oceania. Australia and SE Asian Islands. 38,000 BC onwards. Australian Aboriginals developed a highly effective culture despite the limited resources of their environment, and their isolation from the inhabited islands to the north. Traditional Australian Aboriginal culture using wood and other natural materials reflected their belief in Dreamtime, a period when semi-human and semi-animal beings created the world before changing themselves into rocks, waterholes, and other natural features. Despite their apparent differences, the Southeast Asian islanders have the same Austronesian linguistic origin and a common artistic culture based on motifs inherited from the first millennium SC Dongsun metalworking culture of Vietnam. The motifs include boats, birds, and trees, and reflect shared ideas of life, death, and the universe related in myth and expressed in art. Wood and stone, both used for sculpture, were the main materials used, but artisans also produced fine textiles and gold jewelry. Bull roarer engraved with carved, geometric Dreamtime motifs. The wooden bull roarer was attached to a piece of cord and whirled round the owner's head in a circular motion to produce a sacred whirring sound. 1800s, wood, length 29.5 centimeters, Central Australia. Trophy skull head hunting was common on Indonesian islands and survived in Borneo as late as the 1930s. The Dayak warriors who engraved this trophy acquired prestige through participating in the raids. Early 1900s, human skull, height 16.5 cm, Borneo. Ancestral guardian figure. The Dayaks of Borneo carved figures with elongated limbs and bodies to honor their ancestral guardians, using shells for their eyes and iron wire for the looped earrings. 1800s, wood, shell, iron, height 96.5 centimeters, William Jameson Tribal Art. New Zealand. C 1000 C onwards. Maori art was mainly created to indicate status, with high-ranking individuals owning a wide range of bone, ivory, wood, stone, and jade implements and artifacts. Elaborately carved meeting houses and war canoes expressed the power and wealth of a Maori tribe and were a source of great personal and collective pride. Maori carvings are bold, detailed, and have a deep patina. They mainly consisted of spirals interspersed with manaya motifs, mythical animal, bird, or human forms with a reptilian character, and with tiki motifs, stylized human forms representing family ancestors. Tiki motifs appear on almost all types of object, notably on the hei tiki pendants that were considered prized heirlooms, increasing in importance as they passed down the generations. Maori pendant. A hei tiki neck pendant made from panamu, a hard, nephrite jade of varying color that is only found in the South Island. The eye color is made with red wax. Pendants like this one were worn by high-ranking men and women. C 1900, nephrite jade, height 11 centimeters, Philip Keith Private Collection. Maori wood panel, a wooden panel carved with a tiki motif that was used to decorate a meeting house. Similar carvings appear on gable masks, canoe prows, sterns, paddles, bailers, treasure boxes, and musical instruments. C 1870-80, wood, height 182 centimeters, New Zealand. Fiji. C 1000 BC onwards. Although racially and linguistically Melanesian, the Fijian Islanders are Polynesian in culture. The mix produces some of the finest art found in the Pacific Islands. Many artifacts are concerned with war, as the islanders were obliged by custom to avenge killed or insulted kinsmen, resulting in an almost constant state of warfare, some of it cannibalistic in nature. Figurative sculpture is rare, although human and animals motifs appear in ritual objects used by chiefs and priests. Necklaces, pendants, and pectoral discs were made from marine ivory and shell. Pottery vessels, made by women, were baked in open fires and glazed with pine resin while still hot. Cannibal fork ceremonial attendants used this carved, wooden iculanabakala to feed human flesh to holy men during religious rituals. 1800s, wood, length 45.75 centimeters, Fiji. Tapa cloth, tapa bark cloths, stenciled and sometimes block printed in black with occasional red ochre details, were worn by chiefs or used as bedding or to partition a house. This one was made as a sample of a larger dining cloth. 1900s, bark cloth, length 47 centimeters, Fiji. Melanesia. 3000 BC onwards. The largest and most populated part of the Pacific region, Melanesia lies in the western Pacific Ocean and consists of Irian Jaya, Papua New Guinea, Vanuatu, New Caledonia, and the Solomon Islands. The area is racially and linguistically very heterogeneous, producing art that is similarly varied and has great vitality and exuberance. Main artifacts are masks and carvings that either represent ancestral ghosts or provide a home for them and live in. Belief in the power of witchcraft to cause misfortune, illness, or death is widespread. The small-scale warfare that was common in the region has created many different types of shields, clubs, bows, and arrows. Wood is the main material used, although bark cloth, shells, and beads are also worked. Ancestral figure. This beautiful wooden ancestral figure, almost abstract in form, was carved in the Trobriand, Kirawina, Islands to the southeast of Papua New Guinea. 1800s, wood, height 40.5 centimeters. Malaita shell pendant shells like this one, which is engraved with stylized fish and a frigate bird, were sometimes also overlaid in tortoiseshell. Such pendants were worn by Solomon Islanders. Late 1800s, clamshell, width 6 centimeters. Ancestral skull. By decorating the skull of an ancestor with feathers, beads, and seeds, the Asmat people of Irian Jaya showed their respect. Early mid-1900s, skull, polychrome beads, vegetal fibers, feathers, width 15.5 centimeters. Art changed completely in the 20th century. With the birth of modernism, a rapid succession of isms followed, movements in which artists rejected naturalism, representing the physical world realistically, and academic art, with its emphasis on classical traditions. Instead, they experimented with technique and form, questioning the very nature of art and humanity. Early 20th. 1900, Fauvism, 1905 to 1907. Early British Modernism, 1900 c. 1915. German Expressionism, c. 1900-1930 s. 1910, Cubism, 907-1920s. Futurism, 1909 c. 1916. Orpheism, 1911 to 1914. Rayonism, 1912 c. 1914. Dada, 1915 to 1922. Vorticism, 1914 to 1915. CONSDRUCTIVISM 1915 Neo 1920s. Suprematism, 119151920. Bauhaus, 9191933. The Fauve, wild beasts, gave rise to one of the first 20th century isms, with their wild use of color. German expressionists were equally unfettered in their color schemes, using distorted shapes, a strident palette, and rugged brushwork to express their feelings and views of society. Cubism, by contrast, was less a personal expression than an attempt to break down the tradition of single-point perspective by shifting viewpoints. Futurism added speed and movement to the fragmented forms of Cubism, while abstract art shattered subject matter to the point where it no longer existed. In Russia, the suprematists and constructivists also rejected the appearance of nature in favor of geometry. The attempt to relate art to post-revolutionary society led them to challenge not just the traditional forms, but also the functions of art. Dadaists questioned the role of art by exploring the unconscious, as did the Surrealists. Not everyone rejected realistic art. There were figurative artists in the US and Europe, while in Mexico huge historical murals were created to promote a cultural and political identity. Century 1930, 1940, 1950. Surrealism 1920 late 1940s. Neue Sachlichkeit, New Objectivity, 1923 early 1930s. Fauvism exploded onto the Paris art scene in 1905. Its bright, pure colors, flattened perspective, and simplified details signaled a new era. Unwittingly, a small group of French artists had developed the first modern art movement. Origins and influences. Led by Henri Matisse, André Derain, and Maurice de Vlaminck, the Fauves were a group of friends who sought a more dynamic way of depicting nature. They experimented with bold, non-naturalistic color and applied their paint in short, energetic strokes, which prompted art critic Louis Vauxelles to dub them Fauves, or wild beasts. For all the impression of wildness, however, the Fauves soon revealed they were more interested in solid, permanent structure than violent expression or the Impressionist. Fleeting moment and that Cézanne and Seurat were as important as influences as Van Gogh. Subjects and techniques. In the summer of 1905, Matisse and Derain worked alongside each other in the village of Collier, in the south of France. In the dazzling Mediterranean light, they painted the tiny port from every angle. By the end of summer, they had established a new style. Pure color, sometimes softened with a touch of white, was applied in little dabs and strokes. The canvas was left bare in places to act as a color itself. At the same time, Vlaminck, the most impassioned of the Fauves, was making similar strides at Chatou, near Paris. By 1906 to 2007, the parameters of Fauvism had shifted to include line to define shape and larger blocks of more muted color. The human form replaced landscape as the focal point of the paintings. Some of the Fauves, such as Raoul Dufy and Albert Marquet, stayed with their original style, but their approach was generally less daring. A Collier Beach, this small fishing village in the south of France, photographed here in 1890, was the cradle of Fauvism. Here, Derain and Matisse created a new way of seeing nature. Current events. 1905, a law is passed guaranteeing the separation of church and state in France. The church would no longer play an intrusive role in state education. 1906, the political scandal known as the Dreyfus Affair comes to an end. The Court of Appeal declares that the Jewish army officer, Alfred Dreyfus, is not guilty of state treason. 1907, French colonial policy in North Africa is endangered by an outbreak of factional fighting in Morocco, and a number of French workmen lose their lives. Fauvism. André Derain. Chatou, near Paris, 1880. Degarches, 1954. Abandoning his engineering studies for painting, André Derain enrolled at the Académie Camillo, Paris, in 1898, where he first encountered fellow student Henri Matisse. Soon after, he met Maurice de Vlaminck on a train, and, discovering their mutual love of painting, they agreed to work together the following day. In February 1905, the art dealer Ambrose Vollard bought the entire contents of Derain's studio. In that summer, Derain went to Collier to paint with Matisse, and Fauvism was born. In 1906, he twice visited London to paint scenes of the River Thames and the Houses of Parliament. Over the following years, he focused on groups of figures, portraits, and still lifes, with his work gradually adopting a more classical and somber feel. Lifeline. 1880 born, the son of a baker, 1898 enrolls at Académie Camillo, where he is taught by Eugene Carrière. 1904 to 2005 paints his first truly Fauvist picture, The Bridge at Le Pec. 1905 paints in Collier with Matisse. 1919 designs costumes for Diaghilev's ballet La Boutique Fantasque. 1954 dies in Garches, after being hit by a car. Harlequin and Pierrot. In the post-Fauvist years, Derain toned down his bright palette and returned to using firm line, foreshortening, and perspective. This double portrait of two pantomime characters evokes an 18th-century compositional style. 1924, oil on canvas, 176 by 176 centimeters, Musée de l'Orangerie, Paris, France. Barges on the Thames. In this painting of barges at a wharf on the South Bank in London, Derain introduces elements of naturalism to his Fauvist style, most notably, the shadows and mistiness. 1906, oil on canvas, 81 by 99 centimeters, Leeds Museums and Galleries, UK. Closer look. Misty backdrop, detail. The sense of spatial recession is achieved through an increasingly milky effect towards Tower Bridge. This contrasts with the firm line and color of the foreground crane. Henri Matisse. Bieli Coteau Cambresis, 1869, D. Nice, 1954. Matisse once reflected on the significance of the years 1905 to 2007 by saying, "Fauvism is not everything, but it is the foundation of everything." Yet, in the years leading up to this breakthrough, he had despaired of ever making a living from his art. While completing his law studies, Matisse enrolled at the École des Beaux-Arts and joined the studio of Gustave Moreau. In 1898, he traveled to Corsica, where he produced small, colorful works precursors of Fauvism before returning to a darker palette. Matisse worked alongside the divisionist painter Paul Signac in Saint-Tropez in 1904, where he produced sketches for his seminal painting Lux, Calm, et Volupté, Luxury, Serenity, and Pleasure, and with André Derain and Collier during the Fauve summer of 1905. Between 1906 and 1910, he created some of his most important pieces, affirming his belief in the importance of harmonious, brightly colored composition. Matisse frequently combined portraiture, still life, and landscape, in a way not seen before. These elements occur together in his many interior scenes in which an open window looks out onto the sea or a landscape. Lifeline. 1892 moves to Paris to study law. Enrolls in drawing classes. 1899 marries Amélie Pereire. 1904 works with Signac at Saint-Tropez. Paints masterpiece, Lux, Calm, et Volupté. 1905 The Fauve Summer, followed by the sensational Autumn Exhibition in Paris. 1921-25 French government starts to buy Matisse's work. He is made Chevalier of the Legion of Honor. 1940s in failing health and severely arthritic, yet makes large cutout paper pictures. 1954 dies in Nice. A work of art must carry in itself its complete significance and impose it upon the beholder, even before he can identify the subject matter. Henri Matisse. Lux, Calm, et Volupté. Influenced by Paul Signac's divisionist style, Matisse depicts nymphs and followers of Bacchus in an idyllic setting. They pursue life's pleasures against the backdrop of the Gulf of Saint-Tropez. 1904, oil on canvas, 98 by 118 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. The Young Sailor Eye. This was the first of two paintings Matisse made of the young mariner. The cool greens and blues, suggesting the sea, and the dark solid bulk of his body show the influence of Cézanne. For Matisse, Fauvism was just the beginning of a long exploration of color and form. 1906, oil on canvas, 100 by 82 centimeters, private collection. Interior with eggplants. Background, foreground, and sides are united in a single frontal plane in this busy and colorful interior. The eye tries in vain to decipher exactly where the surfaces meet and how far back the open window is. The landscape visible through the window is painted in much the same palette as the interior, which leads the eye back into the room. 1911, Distemper on canvas, 212 by 246 centimeters, Musée des Beaux-Arts, Grenoble, France. Large red interior in front of a flat red background, Matisse's still lifes provide the picture with a sense of depth. Wittily, it is the picture on the wall that employs conventional recession to give perspective. 1948, oil on canvas, 146 by 97 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. The Sadness of the King, La Tristesse du Roi, Henri Matisse, 1952, gouache and paper on canvas, 29 by 3,286 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Closer look. The Sadness of the King. Henri Matisse. Henri Matisse's life was a continual search for a balance between color and form. After traumatic surgery left him confined to a wheelchair in 1941, he reinvented himself by turning to decoupage, cutting designs from paper, a form he had first experimented with while working on the large commission The Dance in 1930-33. Decoupage allowed Matisse to paint with scissors by cutting into color, and then grasping the picture's elements and manipulating them like a sculptor. Composition. Matisse once said, "The entire arrangement of my picture is expressive. The place occupied by my figures, the empty space around them, the proportions, everything has its share." Here, he uses horizontal and vertical color blocks to divide the space and provide a balance between the figures, a positive physical presence, and the field, the negative areas between. The interaction of flat, bright colors, shapes, and small motifs gives the composition a strong sense of rhythmic movement. Divisions. The picture is divided into 3 rectangular sections. Each is occupied by different figures. The viewer's attention is subtly drawn to their different roles by the amount of space around them. Movement. The eye is drawn from right to left by the tilting figures and the fluttering yellow lozenges that appear to emanate from the right-hand corner. The lozenges represent leaves, petals, notes, or tears, depending on where they appear. Story. Matisse once said that he sought to create a serene, balancing art that would soothe the brain. This autobiographical portrait, a poignant farewell to his favorite things, women, music, and dance, attempts to do just that. It has been suggested that the subject is inspired by Rembrandt's David playing the harp before Saul and Baudelaire's description of music soothing the poet's afflictions in his poem La Vie intérieure, from the anthology Les Fleurs du Mal, which Matisse had illustrated in 1944. And there it was, lived amid perfume-saturated naked slaves who gently soothed my brow with fronds of palm. The odalisque. Matisse's obsession with voluptuous Oriental women produced his odalisque series of paintings, 1920-25, after a visit to Morocco. The odalisque, a Turkish sultan's slave, wearing harem pants, is probably a percussionist. And the orange-shaped drum. The dancer. The starkly contrasting black and white dancer is modeled on Delacroix's dancing slave and his women of Algiers in their harem, 1834. Technique. For this large work, Matisse used the decoupage, a technique he had perfected while he was working on 20 colorful, small-scale improvisations for a limited edition book Jazz, 1947. Nearly all the large-scale work of the last years of his life used this method. Studio assistants prepared the large sheets of paper with gouache, a dense watercolor made from pigment, lime, and the thickener, gum arabic. Matisse cut his shapes from a palette of 11 vibrant colors, including black, white, cobalt blue, cadmium yellow, red, and 6 secondary colors. He wanted his colors to react on one another. Lines of movement. The black dancer's graceful movements are suggested by the clever use of snaking orange and jagged-edged black curving lines. These decorative patterns curve around her mobile body, suggesting a circular motion. The King. Self-portrait. The king's outline resembles a silhouette of Matisse in his wheelchair. Unconsoled by the sound of his own music, he is surrounded by his guitar notes, which double up as tears. Shapes. Matisse delighted in creating shapes, such as the lozenge-shaped leaves, that could be interpreted as different things. The pattern on the king's robe and his hands resemble the palm frond motifs of an earlier Polynesian series, 1946. Decoupage. Decoupage is the art of cutting designs out of paper and pasting them onto a surface. Discovering new freedom with color and line, Matisse transformed this technique into a novel art form. Maurice de Villaminck. B. Paris, 1876. De Ruelle Gadelier, 1958. Maurice de Villaminck's parents loved music, and performance was a vital element to this larger-than-life character. Prior to meeting Fauvism founder André Derain in 1900, he had been a boxer, a champion racing cyclist, and a café violinist. He also frequently contributed articles to the anarchist newspaper Le Libertaire. Mostly self-taught, Villaminck came to see art as an outlet for his revolutionary zeal. He was greatly influenced by the Van Gogh exhibition of 1901, where Derain introduced him to Matisse. During the Fauve years, he mostly painted the landscape near his home at Chatou. A collector of primitive art, Viamink was also important in revitalizing the woodcut. He maintained his fauvist palette until 1908, when his colors suddenly became much darker. Lifeline. 1876, born in Paris, to parents who are both music teachers. 1892 to 93, moves to Chatou, a suburb of Paris, works as a mechanic, takes up painting. 1900, meets Derain and shares a studio with him at Chatou. 1905, exhibits 8 paintings at Autumn Exhibition in Paris. 1933, retrospective of his work in Paris. 1958, dies in his 80s. View of the Seine. This is one of numerous paintings of the area around Chatou. Viamink was the most turbulent of the Fauve, and freely admitted that paintings saved him from going to bad. This ordinary scene is invested with a Van Gogh-like air of heightened drama. 1906. On canvas, 55 by 66 centimeters, Hermitage, St. Petersburg, Russia. A dancer at the Rat Mort. A dancer at the famous Paris café, Le Rat Mort, takes a break from the night routine. Viamink uses the merest outline to suggest her body and dress. 1906. Oil on canvas, 73 by 54 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Dabs of paint. Hundreds of dabs becover the canvas. Here, it is the dancer's clearly defined legs that inform the viewer that the abstract pattern is in fact her dress. Georges Rouault. B. Paris, 1871. D. Paris, 1958. A devout Catholic, Georges Rouault was obsessed with the subjects of sin and redemption. One of the 20th century's most maverick painters, he is difficult to bracket. In 1892, he studied alongside Matisse and Marquet at the École des Beaux-Arts, where he was Gustave Moreau's favorite pupil. Although he exhibited at the Autumn Salon in 1905, Rouault had little in common with the other Fauve, either stylistically or in terms of subject. Using a darker palette and heavy outline, he painted clowns, prostitutes, and social misfits. From 1917, Rouault was promoted by Frenchart de l'Arambros Vallard, who exhibited his work and funded the publication of Miserere, a collection of prints on the theme of death, in 1927. Head of Christ Revolt's religious convictions led him to depict Christ in paintings and drawings. This tender image, with Christ introspectively looking down, has the quality of a religious icon. 19339, oil on canvas, 66 by 51 centimeters, Hermitage, St. Petersburg, Russia. Prostitute. From 1903, Rouault painted powerful studies of prostitutes, aiming to shock the viewer into reflecting on society's degradation. 1905, oil and gouache on paper, 28 by 22 centimeters, private collection. Albert Marquet. B. Bordeaux, 1875, D. Paris, 1947. Raised in Bordeaux, Albert Marquet was a shy man described as being difficult to get to know. He moved to Paris in 1890 and enrolled in the École des Beaux-Arts, where he met Henri Matisse. By 1898, he had adopted a bright palette, but he never fully applied color in a totally non-naturalistic way. Between 1904 and 1905, he painted alongside Raoul Dufy on the Normandy and Mediterranean coasts, producing pictures of ports and harbors. He also painted nudes and portraits. In 1908, he moved into a studio vacated by Matisse, where he worked until 1931. The beach at Fécamp. Stylistically between Fauvism and Impressionism, Marquet's coastal scene employs conventional perspective but in an unconventional way, and uses a single light source and bold contours. 1906, oil on canvas, 50 by 61 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Kees van Dongen. B. Delfshaven, near Rotterdam, 1877, D. Monte Carlo, 1968. A student at Rotterdam's Academy of Fine Arts from 1894 to 1897, Van Dongen moved to Paris in 1900, where he made satirical illustrations for the French press. In 1904, Van Dongen exhibited at the Salon de Independence, set up as a foil to the formal salon shows, where he met Viamink and Derain, and in 1905 he exhibited at the infamous Autumn Salon. In contrast to the other Fauve, Van Dongen specialized in nudes and portraits. His brightly illuminated cabaret performers combine dynamic color contrasts and eroticism. His ladies of the night, prostitutes, are portrayed as pleasure seekers rather than as social victims. In 1913, a painting he showed at the Autumn Salon was considered obscene by the police and removed. The corn poppy following World War I, Van Dongen's work reflected the carefree spirit that pervaded Europe. He focused his attention on fashionable society, particularly glamorous women. See 1919, Oil on Canvas, 55 by 46 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, Texas, U.S. Raoul Dufy. Bielle Havre, 1877, de Forcalquier, Provence, 1953. Of all the Fauve, Raoul Dufy was the most attached to capturing fleeting light effects and to painting people at leisure. In fact, the scenes of strollers and sporting events that he painted from 1919 onwards became his personal style. Dufy started taking painting lessons in Le Havre in 1892, before moving to Paris in 1900, where he studied at the École des Beaux-Arts. He regularly exhibited in shows at the salons. His somewhat naturalistic style changed in 1905 when he saw Matisse's painting Lux, Calme, et Volupté, 1904. After this he adopted a brighter palette. Like Marquet, Dufy used vibrant colors to depict vivid objects, such as beach umbrellas, flags, and clothing, naturalistically, rather than reinventing the color landscape as the other Fauve did. He also undertook a number of designs for the theater. Lifeline. 1877, born in Le Havre, the eldest of 9 children. 1892, works for a coffee importer and takes evening art classes. 1898, loves to Paris. Enrolls at the École des Beaux-Arts. 1905, visits the Autumn Salon, but does not exhibit. 1908, spends the summer at Ustock with the Fauve painter Georges Braque. 1919, starts producing his leisure and sports pictures. 1937, makes a large mural, The Spirit of Electricity, for international exhibition, Paris. 1953, receives the main prize at the Venice Biennale. Dies in Forcalquier, having achieved enormous popularity. Still life with a fruit bowl depicted from above. This fruit bowl set against a blue tablecloth is full of vitality. Its texture and sculpting is achieved by cross-hatching over flat color. See 1908, Oil on Canvas, Musée d'Art Moderne de la Ville de Paris, Paris, France. Horses and jockeys under the trees. Dufy enjoyed painting horses, either racing or their ease. Here, it is the trees that create the sense of movement, picked out against an mauve wash. See 1930, Watercolor, 50 by 65 centimeters, Gallery Daniel Maling, Paris, France. Closer look. Outline en couleur. Dufy's hallmark style was a combination of vigorous calligraphy with broad strokes of brilliant color. This horse is drawn over a shade of green echoed in the trees and the grooms' coats. In the early 20th century, the classical ideals of academies and the rapidly aging Art Nouveau, Jugendstil, style held artistic vision in Germany in a stranglehold. Inevitably, any new movement would have to be violently different. That movement was Expressionism. What distinguished Expressionist art was its emphasis on the highly personal psychological and emotional response of the artist to the subject, and not the subject itself. Die Bruckett took a group of young architects students from Dresden, led by Ernst Ludwig Kirchner, to make the decisive move. Along with Carl Schmidt-Rottluff, Erich Heckel, and Fritz Bley, 1880 to 1966, they formed Die Bruck, German for the bridge. They chose the name because they shared the view of German philosopher Nietzsche, that man was a bridge to a better world, and because Dresden was famous for its bridges. Working in a disused butcher's shop, they created a style that drew inspiration from Van Gogh, Edvard Munch, and old German art of the time of Grünewald and Dürer. They initially painted landscapes and nudes and, after 1911, when they moved their headquarters to Berlin, the capital's street life. Their bright, acid colors set against each other to create a sense of edge and heavily distorted outlines pushed art decisively away from naturalism. Der Blaue Reiter. A few years later, another style of Expressionism was being formed in Munich by a group of artists that included Vasily Kandinsky, see pages 435-39, Franz Marc, and Alexei von Jawlensky. They published an almanac called Der Blaue Reiter, the Blue Rider, from which the group took its name. Believing that creativity was not found in academic art, they printed pictures of ancient Egyptian artifacts, children's drawings, and the newest artistic innovations alongside each other. Kandinsky, who went on to become a pioneer of abstract art, and Marx shared the view that the artists had a spiritual mission. Their art was less frenetic than that of Die Bruck. They sought to return society to a state of harmony that they felt had been lost in the process of modernization. The painters of Die Bruck, Ernst Ludwig Kirchner, 1926. Expressionism was Germany's first modern art movement. It was created by 4 artists who were known collectively as Die Bruck. German Expressionism. Emil Nold. B. Nold, Schleswig-Holstein, 1867, DSEBLL, 1956. Born Emil Hansen, this introverted painter adopted the name of his village at the time of his marriage in 1902. He served an apprenticeship as a cabinet maker and worked in furniture factories in Berlin and Munich. From 1892 to 1902, Nold taught furniture design and pursued his own artistic studies. At least 15 years older than other members of Die Bruck, the usually reclusive Nold joined the group briefly in 1906 to 2007. His art revolved around 2 primary themes: the local landscape on the North German coast and the interpretation of biblical stories. He also made many woodcuts that have a unique, painterly touch. Lifeline. 1867 born, the son of a farmer, 1884 to 87 works as an apprentice furniture designer and cabinet maker, 1892 to 97 teaches ornamental design in Switzerland, 1906 to 2007 joins Die Bruck, meets Edvard Munch, 1931 made a member of Prussian Academy of Art. The dancer fascinated by primitive and pagan rites, Nold aimed to show humanity transported to another level of consciousness, as depicted in this vibrant print. 1912, color lithograph, 54 by 69 centimeters, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. A marshland farmhouse. Nold painted many landscape watercolors. He was banned from practicing his art by the Nazis in 1941, but he defied them by painting tiny landscapes on small pieces of paper. 1947, watercolor on paper, 34 by 46 centimeters, private collection. Pentecost. Nold was intrigued by displays of spiritual fervor. Although he was not a devout Christian here, the Holy Ghost is descending on the apostles in the form of a flame. 1909, oil on canvas, 87 by 107 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Purple patch. In Judeo-Christian beliefs, purple is traditionally associated with royalty. As the flames hover over the appointed leaders of the new church, the reflections are depicted in their enraptured faces. Ernst Ludwig Kirchner. BASCHAFFENBURG, 1880, DFRUNKIRCH, 1938. Kirchner's art is at the center of German Expressionism. His dynamic, acerbic canvases have both great visual appeal. Kirchner distributed color, and composed so confidently, and a hard-hitting edginess. During the Dresden years, 1905 to 11, he painted his city, friends and models, and the surrounding countryside. In 1911, the Die Bruck artists moved to Berlin, and this is where he met Ernest Schilling, who became his model and lifelong companion. Kirchner's new subjects included the city's streetwalkers and fashionable women, often depicted in a surprisingly similar way. After suffering a breakdown during World War I, Kirchner left Germany for Switzerland, where he lived until he committed suicide in 1938. Lifeline. 1880 born, the son of an industrial chemist, 1901 studies architecture in Dresden, 1903 to 2004 studies at Debschutz and Obrist Art School, Munich, 1905 gains architecture degree. Co-founds the Bruck Group of Artists, 1911 moves to Berlin and sets up modern painting school with Max Pechstein, 1913 his criticisms of Die Bruck leads to the group's breakup, 1917 in poor health, he moves to a village near Davos, Switzerland, 1937 branded a degenerate artist by the Nazis. His work is removed from public places. 1938 shoots himself in Frauenkirch. Self-portrait with a model painted in daring blocks of primary color, The artist and model look back at the viewer. 1907, oil on canvas, 150 by 100 centimeters, Kunsthal. Hamburg, Germany. Closer look. Bright colors, the wide blue and orange stripes on the artist's dressing gown, the touch of red paint on his paintbrush, and the green buttons announce Kirchner's intention to challenge conservative tastes. Standing female nude. The Bruck artists were fascinated by so-called primitive art from Africa and Oceania. Like certain Fauve painters, they avidly studied and collected such work. This nude is a wholly Western expressionist take on a primitive wood carving. 1914-15, oil on painted hardwood, 97 by 16 by 2 centimeters, Allen Memorial Art Museum, Ohio, U.S. A woman on the street. In contrast to the Dresden paintings, Kirchner's Berlin style was more angular and darker in tone, and the paint was worked over with cross-hatching. 1915, oil on canvas, 126 by 90 centimeters, Bruck Museum, Berlin, Germany. Erich Heckel. Biedbeln, near Dresden, 1883. Die Radolfzell am Bodensee, 1970. Abandoning the study of architecture to join the Bruck group of artists, Erich Heckel became the group's unofficial manager. He found their studios, mounted their exhibitions, and organized their summer painting holidays. His contact with Franz Marc made sure the group was included in the Blaue Reiter, Blue Rider, almanac. In 1909, he toured Italy's artistic centers and was particularly influenced by Etruscan art. Heckel's main themes were landscapes and scenes of men and women bathing. He initially painted in thick primary colors squeezed straight from the tube, but around 1908 he started applying larger sections of a single flatter color, which the Bruck artists often diluted with petrol to help speed up the drying process. Lifeline. 1901 becomes friends with Schmidt-Rottluff at secondary school in Chemnitz. 1904 to 2005 studies architecture, but quits to join Die Bruck. 1909 travels to Italy, spends summer at Moritzburg Lakes with Kirchner. 1912 makes friends with Franz Marc. 1914 volunteers for military service in the medical corps. 1918 returns to Berlin. 1949 to 55 works as professor of fine arts at Karlsruhe. 1970 dies in Radolfzell am Bodensee. Man on a plain. This lonely figure in a landscape, raising his hands to his head in pain as much as reflection, shows the influence of Norwegian artist Edvard Munch on Heckel and other Bruck artists. 1917, woodcut, 38 by 27 centimeters, City Museum, Leicester, UK. Lake near Moritzburg. Like other Bruck artists, Heckel did not employ conventional perspective, and this shows most clearly in their landscapes. They sought a heightened reaction to their work by using color and representation in an extreme way, believing that in time audiences would also share their vision. 1909, oil on canvas, 60 by 71 centimeters. National Museum, Cardiff, UK. Carl Schmidt-Rottluff. B. Rottluff, 1884, D. Berlin, 1976. A school friend of Heckel's, and an original member of Die Bruck, Carl Schmidt-Rottluff suggested the name for the group of artists. Initially, he concentrated on landscape, and was influenced by the passion of Van Gogh and the brilliant color of Fauvism. By 1912, he was painting in an expressive, angular manner that reflected his admiration for African art. He moved to Berlin in 1911 with the Bruck Group, and it was at his suggestion that the Bruck Museum was founded in Berlin in 1964. Pensive Woman. The patterned dress emphasizes the nakedness of the woman's upper body, as she cradles her face in her hands, deep in thought. 1912, oil on canvas, Bruck Museum, Berlin, Germany. Kathy Kollwitz. B. Königsberg, 1867, D. Moritz Burg, 1945. Trained in Munich and Berlin, Kathy Kollwitz chose to devote herself to drawing and printmaking. Vehemently opposed to the social conditions she witnessed in the poorest quarters of Berlin, where she lived and worked alongside her doctor husband, she placed the oppressed at the center of her Kathy Kollwitz work. In numerous drawings and prints, she portrayed both their personal tragedy and their suffering. She visited the Soviet Union in 1927, deeply concerned with women's rights. She contributed drawings to a society protecting unmarried mothers. In 1913, she helped found Berlin's Women's Art Union. Though she was opposed to Nazism, the regime did not declare her work degenerate, but used it to promote their own cause, having first removed her name. Lifeline. 1867-born Kathy Schmidt, in what is now Kaliningrad, Russia. 1885 enrolls at Women's Academy Berlin. 1891 marries Drive Karl Kollwitz, and has two sons Peter and Hans. 1909 takes up sculpture after a visit to Rodin's studio in 1904. 1919-33 is the first female professor at the Prussian Academy. Death seizing a woman, a mother clings to her child to save it from death. Kollwitz lost a son in World War I and often saw death and despair in her husband's surgery. 1934, lithograph print, private collection. March of the Weavers. This etching is the fourth of 6 in a series entitled A Weaver's Revolt, and was based on the social drama The Weavers, 1892, by German author Gerhard Hauptmann. It depicts an uprising of Silesian workers during a famine in 1844-1897, etching. 27 by 36 centimeters, Stadtmuseum, Munich, Germany. CLOS Luke. Revolt. This is not an image of workers resigned to their fate, but of insurrectionary weavers armed with picks and axes. Kollwitz captures their grim determination in the gaunt and furrowed expressions. The Berlin Salon jury wanted to award her the gold medal, but they were forbidden by Kaiser Wilhelm II. Ernst Barlach. Bewedel, near Hamburg, 1870. D. Rostock, 1938. The Avenger. Barlach's sculpture has a highly expressive inner force and represents the might of the German army during World War I. 1917, bronze, height 43 centimeters, private collection. After pursuing art studies in Hamburg and Dresden, Ernst Barlach attended the Académie Julian in Paris from 1895 to 1896. A trip to Russia in 1906 persuaded him to take up sculpture, his theme on his return being Russia's overburdened rural poor. In 1907, Barlach's financial position was secured when the art dealer Paul Cassirer started paying an annual fee for his work. Also a novelist and playwright, Barlach published his first play, The Dead Day, in 1912, accompanied by a collection of his prints. Wilhelm Lembruck. B. Duisburg, 1881, D. Berlin, 1919. After completing a course in decorative arts, Lembruck attended Dusseldorf's Academy of Fine Arts from 1901 to 1907. As a young man, his ideas were shaped by the literature of left-leaning writers such as Émile Zola and by Kathy Kollwitz's highly political art. Stylistically, he was influenced by Rodin, see pages 356-57, and Gothic art, and by his contact with Matisse and Brancusi, whom he met on a visit to Paris in 1910. In 1911, he made Kneeling Woman, which was singled out for praise at an exhibition in Cologne the following year. With his reputation enhanced, a book was published about him in 1913, and he had one-man show in Paris. During World War I, he worked in a hospital for the wounded and found the experience deeply disturbing. He committed suicide in 1919, leaving behind 4 children. Lifeline. 1881, born the son of a miner in German industrial heartland. 1901 to 2007, studies at the Dusseldorf Academy. 1904, impressed by Rodin retrospective in Dusseldorf. 1910, visited Paris and meets Matisse and Brancusi. 1919, dies in Berlin. The Prayer. This sculpture of a naked girl wrapped in prayer is both sensual and serene. Like a statue on a Gothic cathedral, her angular form suggests the heaven-bound direction of her thoughts. 1918, stone, 83 by 51 by 34 centimeters, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Kneeling Woman. Her elongated body, tilted ad, an aura of modesty and calm create a privately expressionist form, which hovers between the classic and modern. 1911, cast stone. 7 by 142 by 69 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Franz Marc. B. Munich, 1880, D. near Verdun, 1916. For Franz Marc, art was a spiritual force that should oppose the corrupting nature of modern industrial society. He studied theology and philosophy before enrolling at Munich's Art Academy. Following visits to Paris between 1903 and 1907, Marc became influenced by Van Gogh and the Post-Impressionists. In 1909, he moved to Sindelsdorf in the Bavarian countryside, where, surrounded by nature, he confirmed his belief that only animals possess the qualities of purity and beauty he found lacking in his fellow human beings. Mark invested color with a specific significance: red for domination and yellow for sensuality, for example. He gradually simplified his style to a few bright colors and uncluttered composition. From 1911 to 1913 he was a leading member of the Der Blaue Reiter group. His work became more complex in construction after 1914, showing the influence of the Futurists and Cubism. Lifeline. 1880, born in Munich, the second son of a painter. 1903, visits Paris to study new art trends. 1909, moves to Sindelsdorf, Upper Bavaria, where a small artists' colony forms. 1910, art dealer Bernhard Kohler guarantees Mark an income. 1916, dies in World War I at Verdun. The Red Bull living close to animals, Mark observed and sketched their mannerisms. Color and shape are reduced to bare essentials, with a series of curved lines defining the bull and the surrounding trees. 1912, oil on canvas, 34x43 cm, Pushkin Museum, Moscow, Russia. Closer look. Seeing red for Mark, every color had significance, with red representing not only the material world, but male domination, a fitting color for a bull. Fate of the animals in this haunting image of pain and fear, depicting all of nature succumbing to an apocalyptic destructive force, the fragmented forms show the influence of the Futurists. The right-hand section was repainted by Paul Klee after the work was damaged by fire. 1913, oil on canvas, 196 by 266 centimeters, Öffentliche Kunstsammlung, Basel, Switzerland. Is there any more mysterious idea for an artist than the conception of how nature is mirrored in the eyes of an animal? Franz Marc. A elephant, horse, and cow. By 1914, Mark's work had become influenced by Delaunay's type of abstraction Orpheism. Here, the animals serve more as a device for abstract patterning than suggesting emotionally expressive states. 1914, oil on canvas, 85 by 79 centimeters, private collection. August Mack. B. Mesquide, Westphalia, 1887, D. near Perdes-les-Hurles, Champagne, 1914. August Mack's art did not have the edginess of Dyed Bruck or the spiritual quest of Der Blaue Reiter. Instead, he portrayed affluent and fashionable middle-class society in and around Munich. His work quite often possessed a whimsical quality, such as in his pictures of bowler-hatted men feeding animals in a zoo, or of a finely dressed woman staring longingly at a display of hats in a shop window. The garden, the delicate use of color, and the criss-cross pattern suggest air and light, and are typical of his watercolor technique. 1914, watercolor on paper, private collection. Alexei von Jawlensky. B. Torzhok, 1864, D. Wiesbaden, 1941. A captain in the Russian army, Alexei von Jawlensky studied art part-time while a soldier, and made friends with Kandinsky before leaving to study art in Munich in 1896. He exhibited his work alongside the Fauve in 1905 and worked in Matisse's studio in 1907. From 1909 to 1914, he was based in Munich and painted landscapes while staying with Kandinsky in Murnau. Although he did not exhibit with Der Blaue Reiter, he was broadly sympathetic to their aims. Ahead of a man, Alexander Sacharoff, drawn with a bold black outline, the subject's glance animates an almost sculptural portrait. Works like this replaced landscape as von Jawlensky's central theme. C. 1911, oil on board, 54 by 50 centimeters, private collection. At the turn of the 20th century, Vienna was an epicenter for music, literature, and the visual arts. The city became a magnet for free-thinking artists from across Europe. At times, this cultural environment led to conflict and scandal. A pulsating metropolis of nearly 2 million inhabitants, many of whom had come from across the empire to find work in the thriving industrial sector, Vienna was also a deeply divided city. While the poor were packed into tenement buildings, the aristocracy, barons of commerce, and senior civil servants lived in splendid apartments. Jugendstil style. By 1900, an extensive program of public works had been completed, providing an underground railway system, new tramways, public buildings, and electric street lighting. The first ever international automobile rally was held in the city in 1899. Much of the new construction was designed in the Jugendstil, the German term for Art Nouveau. Working alongside architects, leading artists decorated interiors with symbolist motifs, such as elegant floral patterns and sinuous female forms. Café culture. Above all, Vienna was a vibrant café society, where artists and their friends met to discuss projects, artistic events abroad, and most probably, the controversial ideas of Viennese neurologist and founder of psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud. Upright Viennese society believed Freud's theories concerning primal sexual urges and the meaning of dreams were immoral. It was in the realm of sex and nudity that artists would also have their battles with Viennese notions of decency. Secession Building, Vienna, Austria, designed and built by Joseph Maria Ulbrich, a student of Austrian architect Otto Wagner. The Secession Building is a striking example of Viennese Jugendstil, Art Nouveau, architecture. Current events. 1848 to 1914, Vienna's population boomed from 400,000 to over 2 million. 1897, Karl Lueger, the openly anti-Jewish politician, is elected the city's Lord Mayor. 1908, Vienna is shocked by the first Kunstschau, art show, where Klimt and others show provocative new work. 1911, death of the leading modernist composer Gustav Mahler. Pre-war Vienna. Oskar Kokoschka. Beep Clarn, 1886, D. Montreux, 1980. An artist, playwright, and illustrator, Oskar Kokoschka was still a student at Vienna's School of Arts and Crafts when he gained immediate notoriety in 1908 at the newly conceived Kunstschau, where he exhibited a painted skeletal head in blue wash, a screaming self-portrait bust, and a group of violent illustrations for his play Murderer, Hope of Women. Kokoschka went on to paint portraits of many of Vienna's leading intellectuals, exposing them to his frank, psychologically probing brushwork. He later developed a fascination for cityscapes which he addressed with the very same insight and energetic handling. Adolf Loos. The architect Adolf Loos was Kokoschka's great friend and supporter, who introduced the artist to other prominent Viennese intellectuals. Kokoschka's depiction of Loos shows the nervous energy of sitter and artist alike. 1909, Oil on Canvas, 74 by 93 centimeters, Staatliche Museen, Berlin, Germany. Egon Schiele. Btulln, near Vienna, 1890, D. Vienna, 1918. An expressive and brilliant draftsman, Schiele gained renown for his erotic and somewhat tortured portrayal of the naked body. He also painted still lives in the local countryside, which he liked to visit by train on day trips. Schiele portrayed the uneasy relationship he had with his mother in acutely melancholic pictures such as Dead Mother, 1910. In April 1912, he was arrested on the grounds that children visiting his studio had, when viewing his art, been exposed to pornography. He was imprisoned for 26 days. The scandal only enhanced his reputation and his work gained many new followers. Self-portrait nude. Schiele drew and painted his naked form at least 100 times, closely exploring his most private desires and sexual urges. Typically, his body is set against an empty monochrome backdrop, to stress the sense of fragility, and at an awkward angle to heighten the sense of tension. 1910, Watercolor and Gouache on Paper, Grafische Sammlung, Vienna, Austria. Gustav Klimt. Baumgarten, near Vienna, 1862. Vienna, 1918. Fusing symbolist imagery, a gentle impressionism, and boldly designed patterns, Gustav Klimt created a highly distinctive and sensual style. His decorative art came to typify the spirit of progress and luxury in Imperial Vienna prior to World War I, and he himself had an enormous appetite for life. Kim was generous to his fellow artists, who affectionately dubbed him Der König, the King. He won important commissions from the Viennese authorities and was awarded the Emperor Prize in 1690 and the Gold Prize at the World Exhibition in Paris in 1900. At times, Klimt's frank, realistic portrayal of nudity and unconventional compositions led to fierce criticism and scandal and accusations that his work was pornographic. Klimt also painted many fine landscapes, but is renowned for his portraits of beautiful, aristocratic, and wealthy women. Many of his drawings were considered too erotic to show in public. Lifeline. 1862 born, an engraver's son. 1876–83 attends Vienna's School of Applied Arts. 1886–88 works on paintings for Vienna's Burg Theater. 1894 commissioned to paint 3 symbolist panels for Vienna University. 1903 visits Italy to study ancient Byzantine mosaics. 1905 returns fee for panels to Vienna University following scandals over nudity. 1907–2008 paints The Kiss, CPP 414–15. 1909–11 paints friezes for Stocklet Palace, Brussels. 1918 dies from pneumonia. Fable Klimt's technical ability impressed the Viennese art establishment and won him important commissions. This classical scene illustrates the artist's grasp of the dynamic use of dark and light. 1883, oil on canvas, 85 by 118 centimeters, Historisches Museum der Stadt Wien, Vienna, Austria. Judith in the biblical tale, the brave and beautiful Jewish widow Judith beheads the drunken Assyrian tyrant Holofernes after a banquet. The choker across her neck reminds us that her pleasure stems from the beheading. 1901, oil on canvas, 84 by 42 centimeters, Österreichische Gallery, Vienna, Austria. Closer look. Caught in the ACT surrounded by golden fig trees and grapevines reminiscent of ancient Assyrian times, Judith's face with lips parted and eyes closed reveals her at the height of her inner excitement after the deed. Emily Floge, this luscious portrait of Klimt's sister-in-law and close companion, signals a marked shift in his portraiture. The former mild Impressionism is replaced by a flatter, more geometric style. Richly colored patterns and strong design dominate, yet the viewer's gaze is drawn to his model's tender expression. 1902, oil on canvas, 181 by 184 centimeters, Historisches Museum der Stadt Wien, Vienna, Austria. Closer look. Abstraction. Klimt's repeated ornamental motifs allowed him to revel in what in time would develop into almost abstract designs. Here, the artist's use of deep blues, mauves, and pure gold oblongs make for stunning effect. Danae. Klimt's depiction of the mythological story of Jupiter ravishing Danae in the form of a shower of gold caused an unfortunate scandal. Many were offended by the figure's openly sexual position and her expression of dreamy ecstasy. 1907–2008, oil on canvas, 77 x 83 centimeters, private collection. All art is erotic. Gustav Klimt. The Kiss. Gustav Klimt, 1907–2008, 180 by 80 centimeters. Österreichische Galerie Belvedere, Vienna, Austria. Closer look. The Kiss. Gustav Klimt. There is perhaps no other painting in Western art so celebrated for its depiction of sensual love. The image is not just an intimate moment, but a universalized embrace between the sexes. Of the couple's bodies we see only the man's head and neck, and the hands that encourage his lover's lips towards his own. Of the woman, we are shown only her face, arm, hands, and feet. The pictorial space is dominated by elaborate decorative motifs made up of geometric patterns and flowers. It is astonishing that with so little of the couple depicted, Klimt so readily convinces us of their intimacy. Technique. In The Kiss, Klimt uses both matte and shiny gold leaf, and silver thread on the woman's robe. Gold dust covers the umber background. The raised spiral shapes on the robes are gesso covered in gold. Klimt had studied the decorative arts as a student, and was versed in gilding and mosaic work and had visited Ravenna's churches with their Byzantine mosaics. Here, the mosaic is mostly painted effect, but there is some raised ornament. The flowers and flesh are oil paint. Detailed decoration. The symbolic element of the decoration is exemplified in the pattern on the robes. The man's is more angular, comprising black, silver, and white rectangles and squares. The woman's robe, below, has colored roundels representing flower heads. Flowers. The painted naturalistic bed of flowers on which the couple kneel provides an essential counterweight to the stylized clothing and chair. It also serves to anchor this almost mystical description of love on to the material world. A background Klimt uses shiny gold dust on top of a warm red umber for the painting's background. The flatness and neutrality does not add depth, but complements the costumes, the couple, and the flowery clifftop. Composition. The two figures are depicted against a tall wingback chair, which is not always noticed by the viewer. Only the diminution of the roundels, circles, towards the top of the canvas gives a hint of depth to the chair. Some commentators have interpreted the man, woman, and chair as forming a phallic shape, suggesting sexual conquest. Another argument is that the lovers are set inside a golden bell, symbolizing the couple's isolation from the outside world as they are lost in their embrace. Both lovers wear flowers in their hair reminiscent of a nimbus, halo, found in Byzantine icons. Klimt focuses the viewer's attention on the recipient of the kiss. The woman is portrayed submissively, rather than as the femme fatale so typical of much of Klimt's work. In context. The subject of the kiss. At the beginning of the 20th century, artists began to explore the nature of intimacy between the sexes. Two masterpieces of modern sculpture, by Constantin Brancusi and Auguste Rodin, were on the theme of the kiss, while at the same time Norwegian artist Edvard Munch depicted the darker side of intimacy. The kiss. Edvard Munch. The young woman's head is obscured by the shadowy male figure, and her body, painted in pearly tones, suggests an innocence that is about to be taken. See 1910, Oil on Canvas, 59.5 by 45 centimeters, private collection. Tension. The woman's toes curling to grip the earth suggests that she, at least, senses the precariousness of the relationship. In the space of just a few years, Cubism overturned many of the visual conventions that had dominated Western art since the Renaissance. Initially the project of a handful of painters working in Paris, it laid the groundwork for innovative art for over 50 years. Origins and influences. By the beginning of the 20th century, Europe's most advanced painters were becoming less concerned with creating an illusion of depth and volume in their work. Artists had grown increasingly aware of alternatives to the Western tradition. The art of Africa, for instance, challenged Western art's ideas of naturalism and beauty. By playing with representations of objects and space, Cubism broke down these conventions. The originators of Cubism were Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, although their concern with technical innovations meant their paintings were sometimes hard to decipher. Salon Cubists, Albert Glizes and Roger de la Fresnaye worked on a larger scale, with more easily legible subjects. Style and technique. Most Cubist painting used a limited range of colors. Land at one stage was replaced by collage, preferring to concentrate on the analysis of form rather than seeing the subject from a single point of view. Painters combined different angles and aspects of a subject. The images created have to be deciphered, requiring the viewer to become an active participant. Subject matter. Picasso and Braque focused on still life and the figure, taking their subjects from Parisian café culture. The Salon Cubists painted many multi-figure subjects, possibly because their works were less stylistically complex and designed to appeal to a wider public. The modern school. Luc Medvedev 1811 work this. A cube as a model. Since you're a cubist and gems to follow a new ten then on Cubism self. Cubism. Timeline. Picasso's Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, 1906-071 is usually considered the first real Cubist painting. Although seen by few at the time, it set a challenge to all young advanced painters in Paris. First, in 1907, Braque painted a large nude under its influence. Then other painters such as Gris and Léger became associated with the movement. In 1912, the first book on the subject was published. Authors were the Salon Cubists Glizes and Metzinger. 1907, Picasso, Les Demoiselles. 1911, Braque, The Portuguese. 1912, Glizes, The Bathers. 1915, Gris, Breakfast. Development. Although Picasso and Braque left the verbal explanation of what they were trying to do, art historians have identified some clearly defined phases in the development of Cubism in the period between 1907 and 1909. Sometimes called the Negro Mask period, Picasso and Braque defied Western traditions of beauty by representing the subject in terms of block-like forms. It was this that gave rise to the name, Cubist, assigned by the critic Louis Vauxelles. Early Cubism. The early examples of the movement are described as analytic cubism, and the paintings of the years 1900 to 12 are the most complex and fragmented. Forms are shattered and reconstituted on the picture surface. Stenciled letters sometimes give cryptic clues as to meaning. A more accessible kind of painting, synthetic cubism, began to evolve from 1912 onwards, and employed simple fat planes of color. The subject is suggested by abstract forms, meaningless except in the context of the painting. This lack of concern for subject matter has led to Cubism being described as an attempt to achieve a kind of pure visual music. This was the argument of Picasso's friend, the writer Guillaume Apollinaire, and leads directly to abstract art during this period. Pasted papers, such as fragments of newspaper or wallpaper, were added, bringing the worlds of commercial culture and politics into the painting. These flat planes are also found in a revolutionary series of sculptures made from cut-out cardboard by Picasso. Late Cubism. In 1914, Picasso's paintings became more colorful and exuberant. Cubism was now a license for freedom rather than a restraining discipline. Some Cubists, including Braque, found it hard to follow during World War I. Many, but not the Spaniard Picasso, served in the French army. Following the war, there was a widespread reaction against Cubism, sometimes called the return to order. But Cubism had left its mark, revolutionizing the means of representation, and the process whereby a picture represents the world. This impact was felt not only in painting and sculpture, but also on developments in design and architecture. Seated maid, study for Les Demoiselles pas Picasso. Picasso spent 6 months preparing his revolutionary work. On seeing it, Braque was so overwhelmed that he told him, "It is as if you want us to exchange our usual diet for rope and kerosene." 1907. Oil on canvas, 60-45 cm, Musée Picasso, Paris, France. Pierrot Juan Gris painted a series of Pierrots, sad clowns. This work breaks down the figure into a collection of geometric shapes. 1919, oil on canvas, 90 by 70 cm, Musée National d'Art Moderne, Centre Pompidou, Paris, France. Georges Braque. D'Argentier sur Seine, 1882, de Paris, 1963. Georges Braque trained as a house decorator before moving to Paris in 1900 to continue his apprenticeship and study art. By 1906, Braque was involved with the Fauve movement, but 2 events were to lead to a drastic change of style. In 1907, he was impressed by Cézanne's retrospective at the Salon d'Automne, and he met Picasso, in whose studio he saw Demoiselles de Vignan, see page 418. Braque began collaborating with Picasso on a new approach to painting, a process that lasted for over 5 years. Their new style Cubism was based on collapsing perspective into overlapping planes. On reaching the threshold of abstraction, they played with ideas of illusion through the introduction of recognizable elements. Many of their innovations, such as lettering, papiers collés, collage using decorative or printed paper, trompe-l'œil, literally, deceives the eye, a device used to trick the viewer, and paint thickening came from Braque's training as a decorator. The partnership ended with Braque's conscription during World War I. After recovering from a head wound, Braque briefly returned to Cubism in 1917 before moving on to a more personal style. This continued his investigations into space and the relations between objects by seeking a Zen-like balance between color, texture, and design. This more meditative approach is evident in his table, billiard, and studio still lives and in his repeated treatment of a bird motif. Lifeline. 1907 creates Cubism with Picasso. 1915 suffers head wound in World War I, spends 2 years in convalescence. 1920s table series are first major paintings in new style. 1949 to 56 studio series. 1953 becomes only living artist to exhibit at the Louvre. 1963 dies in Paris, and is given a state funeral. Le Portugais, the Emigrant. This portrait of a guitarist seated in the window of a harbor cafe bar is one of the most sophisticated works from Braque's Cubist period. Its innovative use of lettering paved the way for the use of other creative elements in Braque's work, such as trompe-l'œil and collage. 1911, oil on canvas, 117 by 82 centimeters, Kunstmuseum, Basel, Switzerland. Closer look. Typography, lettering, and numbers provide clues to deciphering this picture. Die Ball is a fragment of a poster advertising a grand ball, a dance, while the numbers 10.40 are from a bar bill. Both elements suggest the setting is a cafe. This text plays with the perceptions of two- and three-dimensional space by providing a contrast with the solid objects in the space behind. The Studio 9. The 9 paintings in the Studio series are seen as self-portraits with the artist's studio visited by a bird. In this, the final piece, the bird is an abstract collection of shapes. 1952-56, oil on canvas, 146 by 146 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Bottle, newspaper, pipe and glass braque introduced wallpaper and trompe-l'oeil effects during Cubism's synthetic phase, 1912-14. The mix of real objects, newspapers, with drawn and printed objects, wood paneling, added multiple layers of illusion. 1913, charcoal and collage on paper, 48 by 64 centimeters, private collection. Canefra after World War I. Braque, like many other painters, was associated with a classical revival. Many paintings of the period have a gritty surface and fluid handling that evoke the musical paintings of antiquity. The monumental nudes of Renoir were in vogue with collectors, following a memorial retrospective of his work in 1920. This massive treatment of the female figure is characteristic not just of Braque but of other European artists of the post-war years. 1922, oil on canvas, 181 by 73 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Closer look. Fertility symbols. One of the woman's arms is like a trunk, with a gnarled hand that appears to be growing into the fruit basket rather than simply reaching into it. The figure is rooted to the ground by her robes and feet. This association of woman with the fecundity of the earth reflected France's desire to repopulate after the devastation of war. Pablo Picasso. B. Malaga, 1881, D. Mugens, 1973. The prodigious career of painter and sculptor Pablo Picasso provides the backbone of 20th century art. His fame owed as much to his constant innovation as to the critical and financial success he enjoyed. Picasso proved a precocious art student, winning Pablo Picasso academic competitions by the age of 15. As a young artist, 1950s, he moved to Barcelona before settling in Paris. There, he mixed in bohemian circles and met the artist Georges Braque. Between 1909 and 1914, the two of them were the leading figures in the development of Cubism. They took further than any of their contemporaries the fragmentation of form, the collapsing of perspective, and the playing with reality and illusion, which were all aspects of this complex and enormously influential movement. For a while after World War I, Picasso took part in the widespread revival of classicism, a tendency usually associated with political and artistic restraint. He surprised again in 1925 when he associated himself with the Surrealists, then the most extreme wing of the Parisian avant-garde. After World War I, he settled in Vallauris, where he took up ceramics. Notorious for his womanizing, Picasso made his wives and mistresses a frequent subject for his art. His work went through several recognizable phases, often triggered by his mood or environment. Never adopting a style or movement for long, Picasso cannibalized ideas from everywhere: medieval and African art, bullfights, mythology, old masters, reprocessing them through his uniquely humorous and original vision. Lifeline. 1901-2004 produces his Blue Period paintings. 1904 settles in Paris. 1904-2006 works on Rose Period paintings. 1906-2007 paints Les 1900 Demoiselles d'Avignon. 1907-14 develops Cubism with Georges Braque. 1917 meets his first wife, Olga Koklova. 1920s neoclassical phase. 1925 participates in first Surrealist exhibition. 1937 paints Guernica. See pages 422-25. 1944 joins Communist Party in wake of the liberation of Paris. Remains loyal member for the rest of his life. 1947 moves to Valoris in the south of France. 1973 dies, aged 91, and is given a state funeral. Lavie. This deeply personal and symbolic painting entitled Life is haunted by the suicide of Picasso's close friend, Casagemas, over an unhappy affair. It offers a commentary on love, death, and relations between the sexes. 1903, oil on canvas, 196 by 129 centimeters, Cleveland Museum of Art, Ohio, U.S. Les Demoiselles d'Avignon. This disturbing depiction of prostitutes in a brothel in Avignon, Barcelona's red light district, proved to be one of the most notorious pictures of the 20th century and was a precursor of Cubism and modern art. Its collapse of perspective and combination of geometric and primitivist styles inspired by Iberian sculpture and African art were a reinvention of the possibilities of art. 1906 to 2007, oil on canvas, 244 by 234 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Closer look. Angular forms, broken, jagged, intersecting lines dominate the picture, making the eye leap from one jetting, angular form to the next. The fusion of figures and background was inspired by Cézanne's Bathers paintings, see page 369. Closer look. Tragic poses. This painting dates from Picasso's blue period. He chose blue to evoke a mood of melancholy. In the background, two sets of figures crouch in tragic poses, as if on paintings propped up against the wall. The upper figures huddled together in despair. Violin and sheet music. Cubist still lives included many references to music and instruments. The latter were often chosen because of their resemblance to a woman's body. Made entirely from cut-out, painted paper, this work introduces layers of illusion. 1912, paper, 78 by 64 centimeters, Musée Picasso, Paris, France. Art is a lie that makes us realize the truth. Pablo Picasso. Woman with guitar. The stenciled letters, Ma Jolie, my pretty one, at the bottom of this portrait are an affectionate reference to Picasso's lover, Eva Gowell. 1911, oil on canvas, 100 by 65 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. A still life with chair caning. The first Cubist collage. This picture subverts artistic illusion by introducing a real element to represent a chair, while choosing an oval rope frame to suggest a tabletop. 1912, oil and oilcloth on canvas with rope, 27 by 35 centimeters, Musée Picasso, Paris, France. Women running on the beach. After World War I, Picasso adopted a classical style. The exuberance of these competing women is conveyed by their distorted limbs. 1922, gouache on plywood, 33 by 41 centimeters, Musée Picasso, Paris, France. The Three Dancers. This painting heralded a new freedom of expression for Picasso, transforming the flat patterning of late Cubism into a more colorful, surrealist style. The distorted pose of the crazed dancer on the left marked the start of increasingly violent dissections of the human form, provoked by Picasso's worsening relationship with his wife Olga. 1925, oil on canvas, 215 by 142 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Figures at the seashore. Picasso endlessly transformed the human body, fragmenting it into its bare components. This aggressive image is charged with sexual friction, and pushes his representation of the human form to its limits. 1931, oil on canvas, 130 by 195 centimeters, Musée Picasso, Paris, France. Closer look. Battle of the sexes. At first sight, the jumbled mess of brown, bony lumps locked in an embrace appears barely human. But the clues are all there: the spherical breasts and closed eyes of the woman and the dominant arm, phallic nose, and open eyes of the man. Eye in context. Art dealers. From the start of his career, Picasso found people who supported him, and he was always astute in his business dealings. Wealthy patrons bought his works direct, but he was also sustained by a number of art dealers. Competition between them, often encouraged by Picasso, brought him considerable success, while numerous exhibitions spread his fame. Kahnweiler and Picasso. The German art critic Daniel Henry Kahnweiler was a dealer in Paris. He was the first person to exhibit Cubist works, and remained a close friend of Picasso's. Portrait of Dora Maar. Picasso met the photographer Dora Maar in 1936. She soon appeared in a number of portraits, including the Weeping Woman series. Dora's elegant pose contrasts strikingly with the violent distortions of some of his other female portraits. 1937, Oil on Canvas, 92 by 65 centimeters, Musée Picasso, Paris, France. Closer look. Simultaneous views. Dora's face is shown in front and profile views, with her eyes made livelier by the contrasting use of red and green looking in both directions. Bright colors and angular forms suggest a strong temperament, but the striped background traps her in a cage. Le Déjeuner sur l'herbe. After Manet in his later years, Picasso was not afraid to compare himself to the great artists before him. He produced numerous interpretations of famous works, including this one, which allowed him to revisit a favorite theme: the artist and model. 1960, Oil on Canvas, 130 by 195 centimeters, Musée Picasso, Paris, France. Woman in a garden working with Gonzalez. Picasso evolved a new kind of openwork sculpture in welded metal. It lent itself to fantastic transformations that also appealed to the surrealists. This piece was inspired by his fascination with the myth of Daphne, who was transformed into a tree. 1929-30, welded and painted steel, 206x117x85 centimeters, Musée Picasso, Paris, France. Guernica. Pablo Picasso. 1937, oil on canvas, 350 by 780 centimeters, Museo Nacional Centro de Arte Reina Sofía, Madrid, Spain. Closer look. Guernica. Pablo Picasso. Some critics consider Guernica to be the greatest painting of the 20th century. It is certainly the most famous anti-war painting, becoming as much a symbol for the misery of modern war in general as for atrocity in the Spanish Civil War. In January 1937, Picasso was commissioned by the Republican government to produce a mural for the Spanish pavilion at the Paris World Fair. Initially, he had planned a studio scene, but the bombing of Guernica 3 months later changed everything, providing Picasso with his theme. On first showing, it came under severe criticism from fascists, degenerate, and communists, antisocial, alike, besides baffling many critics and viewers. Composition. Starting on May 1, 1937, Picasso took 5 weeks to complete Guernica, which was staggeringly fast for such a monumental work. 45 dated sketches for the composition and figures show how it evolved. By painting Guernica as an allegorical history, Picasso was drawing on an established, traditional genre, especially Rubens's The Horrors of War, to which he added a frieze-like, triptych structure and 7 figures drawn from a combination of art tradition and his own highly personal stock of imagery. Picasso working on Guernica. The canvas was so high that Picasso had to slope it against the wall at one end of his studio to fit it into the space. Picasso used a ladder and brushes strapped onto sticks to reach the top part of the painting. The bull is not fascism, but it is brutality and darkness. The horse represents the people. The Guernica mural is symbolic. Pablo Picasso, 1945. Triangular structure. The painting is divided into 3 parts united by a triangular structure. The 2 diagonals, from the table on the left and the woman's head on the right, meet at the lamp. This composition also draws the viewer's attention to the screaming horse. In context. Spanish Civil War violence erupted in 1936 following a military coup against the newly elected Republican government. The war devastated Spain between July 1936 and March 1939. Society divided into those supporting the rebels, led by Franco, and the Republicans who supported the government. Artists such as Picasso, Miró, and Dahl produced works on the atrocity of the war. General Francisco Franco. In July 1936, General Franco led the army in a rebellion against the Republican government. After leading the nationalists to victory, Franco became head of state of all Spain in 1939, and remained so until his death in 1975. The fascist regime he established had far-reaching effect on art and culture in this period. Technique. From the start, Picasso conceived his painting in shades of gray, drawing inspiration from both the expressive possibility of Goya's disasters of war etchings, see page 303, and the distressing photographs he had seen in newspaper reports. The absence of color, irregular perspectives, and use of dark and light areas unrelated to any light source all served to heighten the scene's nightmarish quality. Picasso borrowed from his armory of artistic styles to express universal suffering, drawing on his personal iconography and the Cubist and Surrealist traditions of distorting and fragmenting shapes. Underrating the ambivalent bull/minotaur figure obsessed Picasso and was a regular theme in his work. Here, the visible presence of a faded third eye shows how Picasso continually reworked this painting. The final version shows the helpless bull confronting the viewer with two human eyes. Distorting human form, the bare-breasted lady was one of the first figures to appear in Picasso's studies, and remained virtually unchanged. Her floating, elongated head and the breast squeezing her star-shaped hand borrow from his surrealist experiments in distorting human form. Story. On the afternoon of April 26, 1937, the Basque town of Guernica was devastated by German bombers and fighters from the Condor Legion acting on Franco's orders. The bombardment lasted 3 hours, destroyed half the town, and left over 1,600 defenseless civilians dead. When Picasso started painting Guernica, many of its motifs such as the horse and bull were personal, ambivalent symbols related to the corrida, bullfight, which had been running through his work for years. The wounded horse originally, Picasso drew a boldly raised arm with a clenched fist, the familiar salute of the Spanish Republican forces, as the painting's focal point. However, unhappy with its obvious symbolism, Picasso replaced the raised arm with the twisted features of the horse, whose spiked tongue evokes the primal scream of pain of the innocent victims of war. Hidden bull's head. After erasing much of his overtly symbolic imagery, Picasso could not resist leaving several hidden motifs within the painting. These included a second bull's head, formed by the horse's bent, front right leg, which appears to be nuzzling the statue's hand. While the bull appears to be neutral, it could be goring the horse from underneath. Toilet interruptus, the semi-clothed figure, who dashes out from the right, desperate to know what is happening, stares blankly at the blazing bulb. Oblivious of her state of undress, she seems to have been interrupted in her actions. Picasso sometimes illustrated her plight to visitors to his studio by pinning toilet tissue to her left hand. Hidden skull. Picasso included several subliminal motifs of death, including this skull, formed out of the horse's nostrils and upper teeth. Another larger skull in profile is concealed in the horse's body, forming the lower jawbone out of its bent knee. Piety with grave. The image of the grief-stricken mother holding her dead child echoes a familiar pose of suffering in art, most famously in Michelangelo's Pietà. Picasso distorts the mother's body, splayed fingers, arched neck, and gaping mouth to heighten the emotional impact. Sun/light. Picasso originally painted a sun before converting it into an eye with a light bulb. The Spanish word for light bulb is bombilla, which is similar to bomba, the Spanish word for bomb. Lady holding the lamp. This ghostly figure holding a lamp, who appears to float through a window, illuminates the chaotic scene. This allegorical motif, the most famous of which is the Statue of Liberty in New York, was a recognized symbol of enlightenment. Juan Gris. B. Madrid, 1887, D. Boulogne-Billancourt, 1927. Generally considered to be the third man of Cubism, Juan Gris was a Spanish illustrator who moved to Paris at the age of 19. He soon became friends with Picasso, and from 1911 he engaged with Cubism. Gris proved himself adept at the new idiom, bringing a rigor in particular relating to the space between objects, a clarity and a colorful touch all his own. He also attracted the attention of dealers such as Kahnweiler, the first person to exhibit Cubist works. Gris's early works are constructed with the precision of an engineer's diagram. Objects are arranged on a grid according to strict mathematical relationships. After 1915, his mastery of the painterly possibilities of collage, using combinations of cutouts, superimpositions, and folded planes, demonstrated a real understanding that marked him out from the other Salon Cubists. See below. Lifeline. 1906 moves to Paris. 1912 exhibits Cubist works at Salon de Independance with the Puteaux Group. 1913 visits Picasso in Surette, in the French Pyrenees. Adopts bright colors. 1915 visits Collier, France. meets Matisse, 1923 stages his first major one-man exhibition in Paris, 1924 designs costumes and sets and for Diaghilev's ballets Russes. Lectures at the University of Paris. Landscape at Surette in the summer of 1913, Gris joined Picasso in Surette, France, and started composing with areas of bright color. He replaced the linear framework he had used with overlapping planes borrowed from the papiers collés, a type of collage, of synthetic cubism. 1913, Oil on Canvas, 100 by 64 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Overlapping planes. Gris used a system of opaque, overlapping planes to provide the picture's spatial structure. Each plane is differentiated from the others by tone and texture, and so takes its place in front of or behind the surrounding planes. Breakfast cubism stylistic devices are represented here by different color planes, on which objects are drawn: bowl, glass, colored, sky, fragmented, coffee pot, or metamorphosed, coffee grinder. 1915, Oil and Charcoal on Canvas, 92 by 73 centimeters, Centre Pompidou, Paris, France. In context. The Puteaux group, sometimes called the Salon Cubists or Section d'Or. The Puteaux group were a collection of artists who worked in the Parisian suburb of Puteaux. The diverse members included Glizes, Léger, and Metzinger. The three Duchamp brothers, from left, Marcel, Jacques, and Raymond, were at the heart of a group of artists whose work was influenced by Cubism. Fernand Léger. B. Argentin, 1881, D. Paris, 1955. Fernand Léger used his art to create a vision of the future, taking the objects and materials of modern, urban life as his subject, and the relationship of humans with technology as his theme. The son of Normandy farmers, Léger trained as an architect's draftsman before moving to Paris in 1903 to study art. He used the language of Cubism to depict his interest in the materials of modern life. His early, Cubist, style, with its disjointed, curvilinear forms, became increasingly abstract, and eventually evolved into a simpler, machine aesthetic, in which Léger deliberately adopted the bold, fiat colors and lines of commercial art for his depiction of people in the mechanized city. Lifeline. 1906 discovers Paul Cézanne's work. 1911 Nudes in the Forest has a huge impact when exhibited. 1913 Contrasts Deformed series brings him close to abstraction. 1919-30 makes murals for architect Le Corbusier. 1940-45 lives in the U.S. during World War II. 1944 joins Communist Party. The Wedding. Léger uses the fragmented forms of metallic shapes to depict a wedding procession. The curved, interlocking white planes evoke a bridal gown. 1911-12, Oil on Canvas, 257 by 206 centimeters, Centre Pompidou, Paris, France. The Mechanic. In the 1920s, Léger shifted his focus to the mechanized city and the relationship of people with their environment. 1920, Oil on Canvas, 116 by 89 centimeters, National Gallery, Ottawa, Canada. Roger de la Fresnaye. Biely Mans, 1885, De Grasse, 1925. Roger de la Fresnaye, an academically trained painter, applied a Cubist-influenced style to monumental scenes of contemporary life. More concerned with color than many Cubists, he produced a kind of painting that was less fragmented and more easily legible than Picasso, Braque, and Gris. Originally influenced by the Nabis, see page 380, La Fresnaye was drawn into the Puteaux group, see page 426, after meeting one of the Duchamp brothers, Raymond Duchamp-Villiers, in 1910. Changing his style under the influence of Cézanne, he exhibited at Puteaux exhibitions, but his Cubism was more decorative than structural. After World War I, he abandoned Cubism for a more linear style. Sketch for the Conquest of Air. La Fresnaye's best-known work is a tribute to flight and open-air life. In the finished painting, two figures, rather than three as in the sketch, discuss France's aeronautical triumphs below disk-like clouds and a small balloon. 1913, Oil on Canvas, 94 by 72 centimeters, Musée d'Art Moderne, Troyes, France. Alexander Archipenko. B. Kiev, 1887, D. New York, 1964. The innovative work of Alexander Archipenko played an important role in the evolution of modern sculpture. He grafted the tradition of the Russian icon, with its deep frame and applied incrustation, onto Cubist sculpture, while assimilating influences of primitivism and collage. After studying art in Kiev, he moved to Moscow, and then to Paris, where he soon associated with Cubists, becoming preoccupied with the problems of volume, space, and movement. He lived in Berlin from 1921 to 1923, before moving to the US, where he remained until his death. His exploration of concave and convex forms, the relationships between solid and void and sculpto painting left a lasting legacy. Woman with a fan, Archipenko experimented relentlessly with new techniques and materials in an attempt to find his own style. This painted bronze relief juxtaposes stylized abstract forms, planes, cones, and cylinders, made from glass, metal, wood, and papier-mâché, against a flat background. 1914, polychrome bronze, height 108 centimeters, private collection. Albert Gleizes. B. Paris, 1881, B. Avignon, 1953. Albert Gleizes came from an artistic background, and his early work was inspired by the Impressionists. In 1906, he founded a short-lived utopian community for artists and writers at the Abbaye de Créteil. After moving back to Paris in 1909, he met Jean Metzinger and Robert Delaunay and started to apply a geometric style to his painting. Gleizes exhibited his first Cubist works in 1910, and soon became one of the leading Salon Cubists, exhibiting with the Putos Group, see page 426, and at the Armory Show in New York, which introduced Cubism to the U.S. He co-authored, with Metzinger, the influential, if partial, Guide to the Movement's History and Principles, Du Cubisme, 1912. In 1926, he moved to Isère, France, where he founded a community of religious painters and artisans. The bathers Gleizes often united past traditions, here, bathers in the style of Cézanne, with the modern world, belching factories. This ambitious picture uses a rhythm of forms and colors to flatten the space and unify the composition. 1912, Oil on Canvas, 105 by 170 centimeters, Musée d'Art Moderne de la Ville de Paris, France. Jacques Lipchitz. Bydruskininkai, 1891, D. Capri, 1973. The Lithuanian sculptor Jacques Lipchitz was an engineering student before arriving in Paris in 1909 to study art. He was one of the earliest sculptors, along with Lawrence, to understand how to apply the principles of Cubism to 3 dimensions. Starting with a naturalistic approach, Sailor with Guitar, 1914, that employed a stylized combination of flat planes and faceted surfaces, he extended his range of Cubist expression in a more abstract sense, often evoking architectural forms to emphasize their mass and create a harmonious whole. From the 1920s, he used the imaginative vision of Cubism to experiment with more abstract, open-work forms, transparent sculptures, and bronze figure compositions. In 1941, like many Jews during World War II, he fled to the U.S. Seated Man with Guitar. Lipchitz's sculptures are probably the closest in spirit to Cubist paintings. Figures and heads are reduced to faceted surfaces and tall, rectangular planes developed around a vertical axis and linked in a jaunty rhythm of curves and angles. 1918 Bronze, height 77 centimeters, private collection. Jean Metzinger. B. Nantes, 1883, D. Paris, 1956. One of the leading Salon Cubists, Jean Metzinger studied art in Nantes, before moving to Paris in 1903. After dabbling with Impressionism and Fauvism, he turned to Cubism in 1908, showing work at the first Cubist exhibitions and with the Putos Group, see page 426. His co-authorship of Du Cubisme with Gleizes brought fame beyond his paintings. The knitted techniques of synthetic cubism, combining different shapes and textures, are used here while showing Metzinger on the point of adopting a greater naturalism. 1919, Oil on Canvas, 117 by 81 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Henri Laurens. B. Paris, 1885, D. Paris, 1954. The self-taught Henri Laurens is considered one of the most important Cubist sculptors. A trained stonemason, he turned to Cubism after meeting Braque in 1911. Unfit for military service, Laurens remained in touch with Picasso and Gris during World War I, absorbing their influences into his work. Laurens produced collage constructions, made from wood and sheet metal. They cleverly mirrored the techniques of synthetic cubism in 3 dimensions, evoking likeness and volume through a carefully conceived structure of painted planes. Laurens later turned to carving directly into stone or plaster. Amphion in the 1930s, Laurens was working in a monumental, classical style. Amphion is typical of the way he mixed classicism with cubist ideas of metamorphosis to create something that is simultaneously a female figure, a vase, and a musical instrument. 1937 bronze, height 347 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. In the years before World War I in Europe, the Futurists, the Orphists, and the Rayonists all believed that a new form of art was needed for changing society. Although their theories were not the same, they all pushed painting in the direction of totally abstract art. Futurism emerged at a time when Italy was undergoing a difficult period of social and political adjustment, caught between the outdated social structures of its past and the modernizing challenges of the present. Origins and influences. In his founding manifesto, printed on the cover of France's Le Figaro newspaper in 1909, Filippo Marinetti's glorification of technology, speed, dynamism, and war signaled the birth of one of the noisiest and most aggressive avant-garde movements. Its call to arms based on art plus action plus life futurism attracted a nucleus of painters, including Boccioni, Balla, Severini, Cara, and Russelot. Inspired by the ideas of the French philosopher Henri Bergson, they saw dynamism as the principal force behind everything. Subject and technique. The Futurist manifestos outlined a desire to capture this invisible energy. The gesture which we would reproduce on canvas shall no longer be a fixed moment. It shall simply be the dynamic sensation itself. Futurists aimed to connect with as many people as possible by creating a barrage of constant publicity through manifestos, lectures, exhibitions, and happenings, a form of performance intended to provoke the audience. The Futurists in Paris, 1912, Gino Severini introduced the Futurists to the Paris scene. From left to right, Luigi Russelot, Carlo Cara, F.T. Marinetti, Umberto Boccioni, and Gino Severini. Futurism, Orphism and Rayonism. Timeline. Early Futurist art, such as Giacomo Balla's street lamp, shows the influence of neo-impressionist artists Seurat and Signac. By 1912, French artists like Robert Delaunay were conveying the dynamism of modern life, while the Rayonist Mikhail Larionov was trying to depict not so much objects, but the relations between them. Later Futurist paintings, such as Umberto Boccioni's Charge of the Lancers, were strongly influenced by Cubism. 1909-11 Balla, Street Lamp. 1912, Delaunay, Windows Opened Simultaneously. 1914, Cara, Interventionist Manifestation. 1915, Boccioni, The Charge of the Lancers. 1916, Larionov Rayonist Composition. Interpretations. As the art capital of the world, it was no surprise that Paris was the city in which Futurism emerged, nor that its development overlapped with that of Cubism, with which it broke away from traditional methods of representation. Across Europe, exposure to these new styles provoked a flurry of other avant-garde movements, including Rayonism in Russia and Vorticism in Britain. Futurism. The Futurist painters proclaimed themselves the primitives of a new and transformed sensibility. Since their early technique was incapable of portraying the dynamic, modern world they lived in, they combined some elements of neo-impressionism such as pointillist brushwork with photographic analysis and the fractured forms of Cubism. Replacing the Cubist static subject matter with city life, nightlife, and movement, they added their own pictorial devices, such as unnaturalistic color to heighten the impact of the work on the viewer, and force lines to convey movement and draw the viewer into the picture. In the later, more abstract phase, 1913 to 1916, the Futurists turned to sculpture and collage sculptures. With the death of some of its leading members in the war, the movement fizzled out, although a second wave of futurism which had always praised violence and war was closely associated with fascism. Orpheism. Orpheism was a term coined by the critic Guillaume Apollinaire in 1912, after the poet Orpheus, to describe a more colorful and abstract form of cubism associated with music that presented new structures out of elements that have been created entirely by the artist himself. It referred mainly to the work of Robert Delaunay and his wife Sonia, who were inspired by complementary color theory to develop increasingly abstract paintings based around color blocks and discs. Seen as a key advance towards abstraction, it was a major influence on Der Blaue Reiter in Germany. Rayonism. Rayonism was a short-lived Russian movement founded by Mikhail Larionov and his partner Natalia Goncharova, which attempted to synthesize the discoveries of Cubism, Futurism, and Orpheism into a single artistic language. It provided a crucial step in the development of Russian abstract art. Wishing to present the dynamic energy which may arise from the intersection of reflected rays of light from different objects, their paintings were characterized by rhythmically interacting shafts of color. Development of a Bottle in Space. Umberto Boccioni, as the title of this 1912 work suggests, Boccioni's sculpture is preoccupied with the interaction between objects and the space around them. 1912 Bronze, height 38 centimeters, Mattioli Collection, Milan, Italy. Les Tours de Léon Robert Delaunay. The vibrancy of this work is typical of early Orpheism and very different to the Impressionist paintings of the cathedral that Delaunay had produced only a few years earlier. 1912 Oil on Canvas. Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Giacomo Balla. B. Turin, 1871. D. Rome, 1958. Giacomo Balla was the oldest, most naturally inventive, and least bombastic of the Futurists. After staying in Paris at the end of the 19th century, where he was influenced by the Neo-Impressionists, Balla moved to Rome, where his pupils included Severini and Boccioni. His continually evolving style progressed via divisionism and dynamism towards increasing abstraction and expansive plastic forms, which, according to the Futurist Manifesto, were inspired by the dynamic forces of the universe. After 1915, Balla's growing obsession with new technology, in particular stop-motion photography, led to a series of quasi-scientific studies of movement. These involved repetition and superimposition of the image, like successive stills from a film. Lifeline. 1871 Born in Turin, 1895 moves to Rome, works as an illustrator and painter, 1900 to 2001 exhibitions in Italy and Germany, moves to Paris, 1901 settles in Rome, teaches Severini and Boccioni, 1909 produces the first Futurist painting, Streetlight, 1910 signs Futurist Manifesto, 1912 Paris show Dog on a Leash. 1914 starts sculpting, explores more abstract color forms, 1958 dies in Rome. Swift's Paths of Movement plus Dynamic Sequences. This painting belongs to a series in which Balla set out to capture the dynamic sensation of bird flight. It represents a more fluid expression of movement than his earlier work. 1913, Oil on Canvas, 97 by 120 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Closer look. Influence of photography. Balla recreates the bird's speed and movement by tracing out complex lines of flight, which snake across the canvas against an architectural backdrop. The closely spaced sequences of repeated arcs, representing each wing flap, are based on the stop-motion chronophotography of Etienne Jules Méry. The gesture which we would reproduce on canvas shall simply be the dynamic sensation itself. Manifesto of Futurist Painters, 1910. Streetlight. Inspired by Rome's first electric street lamps, Balla took Marinetti's words to heart about killing the moonlight. Here he replaces dots with brightly colored chevrons in order to contrast the forceful rays of electric light with the feeble glow of the moon. 1909-11, Oil on Canvas, 175 by 115 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Carlo Cara. BQ Argentiento, 1881, Di Milan, 1966. Carlo Cara left home at the age of 12 to work as a mural decorator. After spending time in Paris and London, He enrolled at Milan's Brera Academy in 1906. In 1910, he helped draw up the Manifesto of Futurist Painters, which saw the beginning of his most popular and influential phase of painting. Early works, such as the heartfelt funeral of the anarchist Gali, 1911, combined a futurist dynamic with a cubist feel for structure. His futurist phase ended during World War I, when he met the painter Giorgio de Chirico and discovered Metaphysica painting. Cara later turned his back on the avant-garde completely, advocating the support of fascism through art. Interventionist manifestation, the virtuoso collage, intended as a plastic abstraction of civil tumult, was originally published in the futurist journal La Serba in August 1914, as part of Futurism's campaign for interventionism, urging Italy to enter World War I. 1914, collage on cardboard, 39 by 30 centimeters, Peggy Guggenheim Collection, Venice. Closer look. Rotating tight, Cara incorporated newspaper cuttings and other typographical fragments into a whirl of liberated words, inspired by Marinetti's own linguistic experiments, placing Italia at the center. Gino Severini. B. Cortona, 1885, D. Paris, 1966. Gino Severini was a former pupil of Giacomo Balla. Based in Paris from 1906, he became the vital bridge between the Cubists and the Futurists. Severini's figurative paintings from the Futurist period, portraying dynamic subjects such as busy streets, dancers, and trains, are characterized by their Cubist fragmentation and use of strong geometric shapes and colors. After 1913, Severini's work became more abstract and lyrical as he moved towards a more Orphic approach based on the abstract possibilities of divisionism. Paintings such as The Centrifugal Expansion of Light, 1914, used contrasting color forms to convey impressions and trigger memories. During the 1920s, Severini's style became more traditional. Pan Pan at the Monico. This painting of a dance hall was one of the sensations at the Futurist exhibition in Paris in 1912, and was the perfect subject for a Futurist-styled exploration of movement and rhythm. The original painting was destroyed in the war and later recreated by the artist. 1959-60, oil on canvas, 280 by 400 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Umberto Boccioni. B. Reggio Calabria, 1882, D. Sort, 1916. Umberto Boccioni was the most loyal supporter of Filippo Marinetti, opposite, the founder of Futurism, and probably the most naturally gifted Futurist artist. As adept in sculpture as in painting, Boccioni created some of the movement's most enduring art. His early work was influenced by divisionism, he was a pupil of Balla, and symbolism. In 1910, Boccioni focused on depicting the raw energy of the city, a theme that gave him the subject for Futurism's first major painting. The City Rises, 1910. Around this time he came up with his theory of lines of force, a device for linking up objects and drawing the viewer into the center of the picture. Boccioni then turned away from social themes to focus on illustrating his numerous theories, especially concerning dynamism. Boccioni was an enthusiastic advocate of World War I and volunteered in 1915, but was killed in a riding accident while training. The Futurists never recovered from his death. Lifeline. 1882, born in Reggio Calabria, 1901-2002, becomes student of Giacomo Balla in Rome, 1910, co-writes Manifesto of Futurist Painters, becomes the main theorist of the Futurist movement. INT's the first. 1910, paints the first major Futurist work, The City Rises. 1912-13, produces major Futurist sculpture, Unique Forms of Continuity in Space. 1914, publishes Futurist Painting and Sculpture, a comprehensive survey. The movement of 1916, thrown off a horse and killed during military training. The street enters the house. Boccioni's aim was to recreate the sensation one would experience on opening a window and having all life and the noises of the street rush in at the same time. He describes these interpenetration and principles of spatial disruption in his technical manifesto. 1911, oil on canvas, Niedersächsisches Landesmuseum, Hanover, Germany. States of Mind. The Farewells. Boccioni's States of Mind triptych was the first great statement of Futurist painting, synthesizing its theoretical interests in Cubism, the ideas of influential French philosopher Henri Bergson, and individual experience. Farewells, which forms the central panel, is concerned with the emotions of parting. The painting can be read as a hieroglyph that combines flashes of memory, feelings of separation, and the anticipation of travel into a wholly heightened sense of consciousness. 1911, Oil on Canvas, 71 by 96 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Closer look. Expressive forms. Boccioni wanted to capture the essence of emotion by forcing colors and form to express themselves. The swirls of smoke from the train's funnel merge with disc-shaped clouds and pulsing radio signals to heighten the confusion of departure. Lines of force. Curving lines are used to exaggerate the emotional states of the embracing figures that they surround. Unique forms of continuity in space. This is possibly the most successful realization of the futurist aesthetic in any medium. Its modern, abstract form seems to explode outwards into the surrounding space. A number of bronze castings were made after the artist's death. The Tate, London, and MoMA, New York, both own versions. 1912-13, 118 by 88 by 37 centimeters, bronze, Mattioli Collection, Milan, Italy. Dynamism of a cyclist. Boccioni translated his sculptural revelations onto canvas to produce a series of analytical studies of human movement that proved his most abstract paintings. Shifting planes of color and structural contrast to fuse the figure into its surroundings, conveying the idea of a cyclist moving through space and time. 1913, Oil on Canvas, 70 by 95 centimeters, Mattioli Collection, Milan, Italy. The Charge of the Lancers. Boccioni was an ardent supporter of war, yet his only major war image was this collage made just before Italy entered the conflict. Over newspaper cuttings describing French advances, cavalry attack a German trench. 1914-15, Oil and Collage on Cardboard, 32 by 50 centimeters, Civica Galleria di Arte Moderna, Milan, Italy. Luigi Russello. B. Portogruaro, 1885, Di Serro, 1947. Luigi Russello was the most literal-minded and least innovative exponent of futurism until he transferred his energies from painting to composing. His work was often characterized by its clumsy use of bold colors and forms. He acted like a prototype futurist should, dabbling in all the arts until he found success as a musical theorist and composer. Russello invented new noise-making instruments known as intonarumori, sound boxes. In 1913, he published his The Art of Noises manifesto, which called for a new awareness of the sonic possibilities of the city. He attempted to incorporate the sounds of gurgling pipes and jolting trams into some of his musical scores. Revolt. Russello described this work as the collision of two forces, revolution versus inertia. It addresses the potential unrest arising from the clash between rapid industrialization and an outdated social structure. 1911-12, Oil on Canvas, 150 by 230 centimeters, Haag's Gemeente Museum, The Hague, Netherlands. Closer look. Red wedge. A crowd advances as a red wedge. Buildings seem to retreat, pushed back by pointed red lines of force. Garish colors enhance the sense of aggression. Iron context. Marinetti's Manifesto. Filippo Tommaso Marinetti, 1876-1944, was born in Alexandria. He studied law in Paris before moving to Milan. On February 20, 1909, this ambitious poet published his remarkable The Founding and Manifesto of Futurism on the cover of the prestigious French newspaper Le Figaro. His rejection of the past and glorification of war, machines, and speed immediately attracted followers to his standard. Marinetti, photographed by Jo Hoppe, 1913, in his first manifesto, Marinetti described a roaring car as more beautiful than the victory of Samothrace. A superb publicist and provocateur, his futurist spectacles caused riots wherever he went. Marinetti's ardent patriotism and disdain for tradition led to a friendship with Mussolini, and his becoming a fascist in 1919. Robert Delaunay. B. Paris, 1885, D. Montpellier, 1941. One of the first purely abstract painters in Europe, Robert Delaunay developed the style that the poet Guillaume Apollinaire, below dubbed Orpheism, which was a personal interpretation of many of the elements of Cubism. After his parents' divorce, Delaunay was brought up by his uncle. He took an interest in painting at an early age, and despite the derisive attitude of his uncle towards modern art, he adopted an Impressionist style as a teenager. In 1906, military service took him to Lyon, where he produced his first mature work. On his return to Paris in 1908, his painting took a new direction when he saw the Cubist paintings of Picasso and Braque. A series of paintings of cathedrals and the Eiffel Tower followed, in which he adopted the Cubist style, but with his own sense of vivid color and movement, creating tensions and harmonies through contrasting color planes. Delaunay's Orpheism influenced Kandinsky's Der Blaue Reiter group, see page 408, and his use of the spectrum of colors to achieve brilliant effects was taken up by his wife Sonia, in her painting, fabric, and fashion design. It was a short step to completely non-representational paintings, which both Delaunays produced for the rest of their lives. The style celebrated technology and modern life, as opposed to the still life preferred by Picasso, Braque, and Gris. Lifeline. 1906 to 2008 serves as a regimental librarian in Lyon. 1908 to 12 moves towards abstraction in what he calls his destructive period. 1910 marries fellow artist Sonia Turk. 1912 to -14 enters H.S. constructive period of virtually abstract painting. 1914 to 29 lives in Spain and Portugal. Returns to a figurative style. 1929 returns to France and resumes abstract painting. 1940 moves to the Auvergne to avoid the Nazi invasion. Dies in Montpellier the following year. La Ville de Paris. Delaunay continued to aspire to make the big public painting that had been a feature of 19th-century academicism. Here, he brings together the Eiffel Tower, a symbol of modernity, with the Three Graces, derived from an antique fresco. 1910 to 12, oil on canvas, 267 by 406 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris. Closer look. Shards of color combining an impressionistic fascination for light with the fragmentary approach of Cubism, Delaunay reduces the elements of this scene to a collection of separate shards of color. The Eiffel Tower, one of a series of Cubist-inspired paintings of the Eiffel Tower. This shows Delaunay's preoccupation with composition rather than representation. He concentrates on juxtapositions of color and shape to achieve movement and tension. 1911, oil on canvas, 201 by 138 centimeters, Guggenheim Museum, New York, U.S. Windows open simultaneo, first part, third motif. By the of the simultaneous windows, Delaunay had virtually abandoned figurative painting. In this groundbreaking abstract work, he the elements of Cubism to extreme, using luminous colors and a prisma effect that disguises representation images beyond recognition. 1912, oil on canvas, 46 by 38 centimeters, Tate, London. In order that art attain the limit of sublimity, it must draw upon our harmonic vision, clarity. Robert Delaunay, 1912. In context. Apollinaire. The poet and writer Guillaume Apollinaire also worked as an art critic and had many artist friends. He coined the term Orpheism to describe the style of Delaunay and his followers after Orpheus, the poet and musician of Greek mythology. Portrait of Guillaume Apollinaire. Here an unknown French photographer captures Apollinaire reclining, c. 1910. František Kupka. Biapono, 1871. De Putos, Paris, 1957. After studying in his native Bohemia, and then in Prague and Vienna, František Kupka moved to Paris in 1895, where he made his name first as an illustrator, but later as an innovative abstract painter. Kupka's early paintings were in a symbolist style, making use of mythological and mythical imagery. But at the beginning of the 20th century he began to study color theory and the depiction of motion, combining these with his background in Czech folk art and an interest in science. By 1912, Kupka had evolved a unique vocabulary of shape and color, quite different from that of his Cubist contemporaries. In the purely abstract paintings that followed, he developed this compositional style, using vertical and diagonal strips of color or swirling circular forms. Kupka's work often contains allusions to science and music theory, as well as to his own theories on the conceptual nature of visual art. Komplement Kupka believed that abstract painting was analogous to musical composition, and strove to achieve harmony and rhythm in his work. Here, basic motifs are repeated, but also go through a process of development and transformation, like the unfolding of a piece of music. 1912, Oil on Canvas, 89 by 108 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Closer look. Colors in harmony. The shapes are rounded and have a sense of solidity, unlike the fragments of flat color favored by the cubists. They are arranged in groups with colors from the same part of the spectrum. Mikhail Larionov. B. Tiraspol, 1881. B. Fontenay-aux Roses, near Paris, 1964. A maverick figure in the Russian avant-garde, Mikhail Larionov was a leading figure in a series of avant-garde groups of artists at the beginning of the 20th century, and the initiator of the style known as Rayonism. Starting in an impressionistic style while still a student in Moscow, Larionov was anxious to incorporate the latest Fauvist and Expressionist ideas into his work, and he was particularly attracted to Italian Futurism. From these, he developed a neo-primitivist style, in about 1912, and the first of his non-objective Rayonist paintings. He traveled with his long-term partner Natalia Goncharova to France, and became an important member of the École de Paris, as well known for his stage design and writings on art as for his painting. Rayonist composition. In Larionov's early Rayonist paintings, the subject was fragmented by the depiction of interesting rays of light reflected from it, but he soon moved towards a purer, more abstract interpretation. From about 1913, he produced non-objective compositions, such as this one, in which the reflected and refracted light entirely replaced any subject. 1916, Gouache on paper, 56 by 45 centimeters, private collection. Natalia Goncharova. B. Negativo, 1881, D. Paris, 1962. In the early years of the 20th century, Natalia Goncharova established herself as a leading member of the Russian neo-primitivist movement. She later adopted a more avant-garde approach, and with her long-term partner Mikhail Larionov, developed the principles of Rayonism. The two met at the Moscow School of Painting, Sculpture and Architecture, where Goncharova studied. Goncharova's early work was influenced by Russian folk art as well as French post-impressionism. In around 1910, however, she adopted elements of Futurism and Subfuturism into her paintings, joined the Der Blaue Reiter group, and gained an international reputation. As a designer for Diaghilev's Ballets Russes, Goncharova traveled around Europe, eventually settling in Paris in 1919 and becoming a French citizen in 1938. She and Larionov married in 1955. By this time, they were both in poor health and living in poverty, but she continued to paint until her death in 1962. The cyclist painted during the most productive period of her life. This is the best known of Goncharova's Russian futurist paintings. She uses splinter geometric shapes and repetitions to convey a sense of dynamic movement. 1913, Oil on Canvas, 78 by 105 centimeters, State Russian Museum, St. Petersburg, Russia. Peasants picking apples. Although Goncharova often worked at the cutting edge of the avant-garde, she continued to paint figurative scenes inspired by folk art. Her depictions of peasants at work show the influence of Lubach prints, simple, colorful prints from woodcuts or copper engravings, and medieval Russian statues, but also of Gauguin, Cézanne, and Matisse. 1911, Oil on Canvas, 104 by 98 centimeters, Tretiakov Gallery, Moscow, Russia. Art without subject matter was a revolutionary concept in the early 20th century. Out went identifiable people and objects. In came floating shapes, some resembling creatures, others geometric blocks of color so big that they filled an entire canvas, and vertical and horizontal lines. Origins and influences. In the first decade of the 20th century, Fauvist and Expressionist artists had removed the connection between the colors they used to represent nature and nature itself. The Cubists had divided objects into multiple planes, challenging dimensions of space, and the Futurists challenged concepts of time. Certain artists had painted portraits of rare psychological intensity. Many frontiers had been crossed, and the art-going public had trouble keeping abreast of events. Until 1910, these artists had kept within the bounds of concrete reality. They had depicted recognizable subjects. Even Picasso and Braque had, in the final stages of analytical cubism, turned away from non-representational art. Their canvases had always included a subject. It had just become harder to identify it. Removing subject matter, the biggest leap of all, removing any reference to the world of identifiable objects, proved stubbornly elusive. Artists instinctively knew that the foundation of art was reproducing some facet of the world as the artist saw it. It would be no simple matter for painters and sculptors to take the decisive step to abstraction art without representation. Schroeder House Dutch architect Gerrit Rietveld designed this house with abstract concepts in mind, such as the floating white plane and pronounced vertical and horizontal lines. 1923-24, Utrecht, Netherlands. Current events. 1910, German bacteriologist Paul Ehrlich develops the cure for syphilis. The disease ruined many lives, not least among artists. 1913, Russian composer Alexander Scriabin wrote his symphonic piece The Poem of Fire for orchestra and light show, believing that each musical sound had its own color and could be played as light. 1924-25, photographs were transmitted across the Atlantic for the first time by wireless telegraph. The following year, the first transatlantic broadcast took place. Birth of abstract art. Timeline. Kandinsky hovered on the brink of abstraction with the Blue Rider. Mondrian's The Great Tree, see page 444, has the merest reference to its title, moving closer to the abstract ideal of composition with red, black, blue, and yellow. In 1915, Malevich launched his brand of abstraction on the public with suprematist composition. Brancusi's Mademoiselle Pogani pares portrait art down to the essence of a face. 1909, Kandinsky, Der Blaue Reiter, The Blue Rider. 1915, Malevich, suprematist composition. See 1920, Brancusi, Mademoiselle Pogani. 1925, Kandinsky, Yellow, Red, Blue. 1928-1932, Malevich, Three Little Girls. Object-free art. Abstract notions were not entirely new. J.M.W. Turner's landscapes and seascapes, painted in the 1830s and 40s, were often a whirl of atmospheric colors and abstract elements, although the viewer eventually identifies a cow in a pasture or ship at sea. The Impressionists had loosened realism's grip on the physical world and at times approached the abstract. Monet's Water Lilies, begun 1899, or Misty Haystack series, 1890-91, are examples. Significantly, all the pioneer abstract painters went through an impressionistic phase. In the decorative arts, there had always been abstract patterns in ceramics, wall hangings, and furniture design. Art Nouveau, in all its national variations, had seen such decoration brought into painting. More than anyone else, Gustav Klimt, CPP 411-13, had placed abstract decorative motifs at the center of his works of art. The kiss would have been unthinkable if the couple had been wearing everyday clothes. Spiritual ideals. By whatever route the abstract pioneers Vasily Kandinsky, Casimir Malevich, Konstantin Brancusi, and Piet Mondrian had taken to reach their individual abstract styles, they were united by one urge. They wanted to oppose the self-limiting material values that they felt dominated society with a new, profound set of spiritual ideals. These artists wanted to do the impossible, turn back the clock by leaping into the future, and create an art that was equal to any art of the past, each piece containing its own inner universe. Their approach to creativity was steeped in ancient philosophy, esoteric Eastern beliefs, and new mystical writings. They wanted their art to offer the viewer a rationale for an ordered, spirit-enhancing life. The importance of music. Music provided a guide for abstract artists. Composers had long managed to sweep the listener into other worlds without needing to represent nature directly. Instruments did not imitate cocks crowing or babies chuckling. Yet the concert-goer readily imagined the countryside or memories of childhood. If music could be abstract, ordered, and emotionally charged, then so too could art. Suprematism. Casimir Malevich and L. Lisitsky. Malevich collaborated on projects with Lisitsky, who was developing a new approach to design that fused architectural forms and painting. This is a sketch for a theater curtain. 1919, pencil, watercolor, and ink on paper. 45 by 62.2 centimeters, Tretyakov Gallery, Moscow, Russia. Composition 17. Theo van Doesburg. Sharing Mondrian's vision, Van Doesburg excluded more and more colors from his work. 1919, oil on canvas, 50 by 50 centimeters, Haag's Gemeente Museum, The Hague, Netherlands. Vasily Kandinsky. B. Moscow, 1866, DNEUILOISURSAIN, 1944. One of the pioneers of abstract art, Vasily Kandinsky has some claim to being the first completely non-representational painter to achieve complex compositions with only barely recognizable objects. Aided by his father's funds, he organized artists' groups, taught art, and traveled extensively with his lover, the painter Gabriele Munter. In 1908, they moved to the country, at Murnau in Germany. Kandinsky's style developed towards abstraction from a colorful expressionist manner, and his work is the starting point for the kind of abstraction concerned above all with emotion rather than geometry and order. In 1912, he published On the Spiritual in Art, in which he argues that colors and form can communicate without reference to subject matter. In Russia during the Revolution, he helped reorganize art education in Moscow for the Soviet government before returning to Germany in 1921, when he started work at the Bauhaus, see page 482. Lifeline. 1866. Born in Moscow, the son of a wealthy tea merchant. 1886–96. Studies and teaches law at Moscow University. 1895. Sees Monet's Haystacks and Haystacks exhibition and is deeply impressed. 1896. Moves to Munich and studies at the Academy. 1911. Founds Der Blaue Reiter with Franz Marc, see page 408. 1915–17. Separates from Munter. Marries Nina von Andreevsky in Moscow. 1921. Leaves Moscow, disillusioned with Soviet arts. 1944. Dies, a French citizen. Yellow, red, blue. In Kandinsky's notion of form and color, each of the primary shapes has its corresponding color: yellow triangle, red square, and blue circle. Here, Kandinsky elaborates on variations on this theme. 1925, oil on canvas, 127 by 200 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Closer look. Grid motif. Kandinsky first introduced the sloping grid into his work with the painting Black Grid, 1922. Here, the grid is less dominating partly because it comprises all the colors that surround it in the picture. Der Blaue Reiter, the Blue Rider. The process of removing narrative and objective content from his work was gradually. Rider and Blue Horse are clearly discernible. This painting gave its name to the association of artists that Kandinsky formed in Munich in 1911. 1909, oil on canvas, 34 by 130 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Abstract art places a new world, which on the surface has nothing to do with reality, next to the real world. Vasily Kandinsky. Winter landscape. Showing the influence of Fauvism color in his early work, Kandinsky includes strong line and contour, the essential elements of his later pure abstract works. 1909, oil on canvas, 76 by 98 centimeters, Hermitage, St. Petersburg, Russia. Sky blue. It is likely that these puzzling floating shapes are Kandinsky's depiction of the microscopic sea creatures that fascinated him on trips to the Normandy coast. 1940, oil on canvas, 100 by 73 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Composition 7. Vasily Kandinsky. 1913, oil on canvas, 200–300 centimeters, Tretyakov Gallery, Moscow, Russia. Closer look. Composition 7. Vasily Kandinsky. Painted between 1910 and 1939, Kandinsky's 10 large-scale compositions were his most complex and ambitious works. A seemingly indecipherable vortex of shapes and colors, Composition 7 reflects Kandinsky's quest to affirm the need for spiritual awakening in art, as in society, and places biblical references at its core. Its apocalyptic themes, the deluge, resurrection, and day of judgment, are not expressed in a narrative but in a rising and plummeting universe in which identifiable objects are almost totally subsumed by some greater force. Composition 7 was completed between the 25th and the 28th of November 1913. It is the largest of all Kandinsky's paintings. Composition. At first glance, Composition 7 seems a product of spontaneous creative energy, but is in fact meticulously constructed. There is a powerful diagonal thrust towards the upper right-hand corner, and a further sense of fracture between the picture's left and right sides. On the left, the jagged lines and array of jostling colored forms suggest an epoch of collapsing structures and turmoil. To the right, the lighter, flatter forms and calmer rhythms symbolize the Garden of Eden. On the far right, the silhouette of a blue rider provides hope of spiritual renewal. A depth in space. There is no conventional perspective in Composition 7, but the strong dynamics provide a sense of depth and space. Initially, the viewer drawn to the center, the eye of the storm, but then the attention is drawn to the sides in all directions. 8. Sketch 1. The work includes biblical themes that are more evident in the studies and drawings in which angels blowing horns are painted in the folkloric style of Lubki, brightly colored religious pictures found in Russian peasant homes. Sketch 3. Many of the oil studies Kandinsky made for Composition 7 can be considered as complete artworks in themselves. With such methodical groundwork, the spontaneous and free handwork of the finished painting is all the more astonishing. Influences. Music. Kandinsky first realized the emotional power of music when he attended a performance of Richard Wagner's opera Lohengrin in the 1890s. Years later, he became a friend of the Austrian composer Arnold Schoenberg, whose 12-tone method of composition was a turning point in 20th century music. Schoenberg, whose works are associated with early 20th century expressionist movements, allowed sounds to remain dissonant and unresolved and rejected conventional structures to give a composition meaning. In a similar way, Kandinsky replaced representation with abstraction in his art. Musical score. Arnold Schoenberg's music for 2 songs, Op. 1, for baritone and piano, was composed in 1898. Technique. Preparatory work for the painting took 2 months and involved making sketches, diagrams, and watercolors. Certain drawings have areas labeled discontinuity, abyss, or genesis. Kandinsky's companion Gabriele Munter took photographs of the work in progress. The photographs show that Kandinsky initially drew in coarse shapes at the center, and plotted a series of lines and forms radiating out towards the picture's edge. He then applied color over a small central section, moving out along the initial lines. Color qualities for Kandinsky. Colors have their own qualities. A vermilion red with a fiery tone implies a spiritual vibration such as a flame, or, depending on its context and intensity, blood and pain. Dark yellow has a musical quality, and dark rose madder evokes a soprano's voice. The latter, besides being an attractive pattern, this brightly colored ladder alludes to musical notation and the keys of a piano. It may also have a particularly Russian significance. According to Orthodox belief and imagery, the ladder represents the perilous path that the godly must climb to reach salvation. Pattern. This striated pattern of dune-like forms in ochre and raw sienna suggests a desert landscape. Directional significance. Even the direction of a line possessed an inner significance for Kandinsky. Verticals represented warmth and the positive, horizontals the cold and negative. This blue shape may represent a biblical horn. Angles. Kandinsky saw the acute angle, less than a right angle, as warm and yellow because it occurs abundantly in nature, as in the branches of trees. He believed the right angle to be a cold man-made contrivance, because it does not occur in nature, and painted it a crimson red. Casimir Malevich. B. Kiev, 1878, D.St. Petersburg, 1935. In his early teens, Casimir Malevich attended drawing classes in Kiev before moving to Moscow for further academic training in 1904. Painting initially in an impressionistic style, he found influences in symbolism, cubism, and Russian folk art. He exhibited extensively in group shows in Moscow and St. Petersburg between 1908 and 1912. In 1910, he met Larionov and Goncharow, C.P. for 32, and impressed with rayonism, exhibited in their Donkey Tales show. Malevich also met the composer Mikhail Matyashin and begged collaborating on the opera Victory Over the Sun. His colorful sets and costumes, made of geometrical shapes, caused a sensation. In 1915, Malevich exhibited 39 non-representational pictures at 0.10, the last Futurist exhibition, which announced the arrival of Impressionism, Russian abstract art. The Russian Revolution promoted abstract art, and Malevich gained important teaching posts. In 1919, Moscow's Stat exhibition was entirely devoted to his work. Lifeline. 1878, born near Kiev, son of a sugar refinery manager. 1895–96, attends Kiev School of Drawing. 1905–10, works in the Moscow studio of painter Fyodor Rurberg. 1917–18, joins leftist artist group during the Revolution. 1919, moves to Vitebsk and teaches at the art school. 1929, in a reaction against abstraction. The director of Kiev Art Gallery is imprisoned for showing bourgeois works by Malevich. 1935, dies in St. Petersburg. City council pays for funeral. Three little girls. The title is ironic, for these simplified female forms hardly suggest childhood. Returning to representational art in 1928, Malevich revisited many of his former themes. He challenges our sensory perceptions as the girls seem to advance as we look at them. 1928–32, Oil on Board, 57 by 48 centimeters, State Russian Museum, St. Petersburg, Russia. Taking in the rhyme, Malevich frequently adapted his style. The previous year he had painted full-length portraits of ungainly workers, a style known as neo-primitivism. Within months, these lumbering figures were transformed into neat, tubular forms with a metallic sheen. 1912, Oil on Canvas, 72 by 75 centimeters, Stedelijk Museum, Amsterdam, Netherlands. Black Square. When it was first shown in 1915, Black Square was hung high up in the corner opposite the entrance, the place traditionally reserved for Orthodox holy icons. Malevich seems to be saying, "Welcome to your new spiritual home." 1915, Oil on Canvas, 106 by 106 centimeters, State Russian Museum, St. Petersburg, Russia. Suprematist composition. Malevich believed that white represented the concept of infinite space better than blue. He used white as a background against which he placed colored lines and masses. These shapes seemed to defy gravity, by both rising and sinking simultaneously. 1915, Oil on Canvas, 70 by 48 centimeters, Museum of Art, Tula, Russia. The appearances of natural objects are in themselves meaningless. Casimir Malevich. Konstantin Brancusi. Bihobica, 1876, de Paris, 1957. The importance of Konstantin Brancusi to sculpture is comparable to that of Picasso to painting, although in contrast to the flamboyant and multifaceted Spanish painter, Brancusi endlessly refined a single artistic practice and lived simply in his studio. Born in Romania, Brancusi was already an accomplished artist when he arrived in Paris in 1904. Like many younger sculptors, he challenged the dominance of Rodin and was drawn to the practice of direct carving, as opposed to the mechanical reproduction of plaster models in stone, which was usual at the time. For Brancusi, sculpture in any medium, be it bronze, wood, or stone, had to respect the character of the material. He confined himself to relatively few themes, usually drawn from the natural world, that he simplified to an essential ideal form. Sculptors since have been attracted by his emphasis on sculpture as an object. He left most of his work to the French state, and to this day a recreation of his studio can be seen at the Pompidou Center, Paris. Lifeline. 1876, born in Hobica, the son of peasants. 1886, leaves school and works as a shepherd. 1894, enrolls in Craiova School of Crafts. 1898–1902, studies at School of Fine Art, Bucharest. 1904, moves to Paris, walking most of the way from Munich. 1907, makes first direct carvings. 1912, carves first portrait. 1926, Bird in Space arrives in New York for an exhibition. Customs don't believe it is an art object and levy tax. 1937–38, erects 96 feet high endless column in Romania. 1957, dies, aged 81, in Paris. Mademoiselle Pogani. Margit Pogani was a young Hungarian painter who Brancusi befriended in Paris. She was the subject of at least 6 sculptures in marble and bronze. In each, her facial characteristics are encapsulated by the large round eyes, small, thin nose, and tiny mouth. C. 1920 bronze, height approximate 45 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. In context: Balkan Wars in the early 1910s, the Ottoman Empire was being pushed back to the Turkish borders by a nationalist upsurge in the Balkans, and there were disputes over territory between the Balkan states. Two wars ensued, in 1912 and 1913, the latter also involving Romania. However, the developing international turmoil did not impede the work of the Bucharest Salon, who awarded Brancusi the first prize for his study, Torso of a Girl, in 1912. Peace was restored in August 1913 with the signing of the Treaty of Bucharest. Wounded Bulgarian soldiers during the Balkan campaigns, artist unknown, 20th century. The Kiss. This is a cast of one of Brancusi's first direct carvings, and the start of one of his most important series. The two figures are united in a single block. Brancusi made a full-length version, which stands as the gravestone of a young Russian suicide, Tatiana Ratcheskaya, in Montparnasse Cemetery, Paris. 1907-08 stone, 26 by 26 by 22 centimeters, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Bird in Space. Brancusi made more versions of this subject than any other. He sought not merely to describe the shape of a bird in flight but to invoke the essence of flight. His underlying theme was the conquering of space. As the sculpture's highly polished bronze catches the light, moving around the object gives the viewer the feeling of a bird soaring upwards. 1940, bronze, height 193 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Head. This is a piece of an earlier sculpture called Little French Girl 2 that Brancusi destroyed around 1918. However, he liked the expressive oak head, which he kept and adapted to become a separate new sculpture that is a construction of solid interlocking masses. C. 1919-23, oak, 29 by 19 by 21 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Work became an important theme for art in the 19th century when socialist sympathies encouraged the celebration of the experiences and struggles of the ordinary person. Manual effort lent itself to heroic treatment, and the dock worker or the miner could be a modern Hercules. Before that time, daily life, although depicted, was usually seen as lower than the great subjects of history and mythology. It remains to be seen whether or not contemporary artists will be able to do justice to a world of work in which the keyboard is a more vital tool than the pickaxe. Farmers at Work. Northern Song Dynasty. The murals of the Mogao Caves cover a huge number of subjects, including Chinese agriculture. 960-1279, wall painting, Mogao Caves, Dunhuang, Gansu Province, China. Pavement detail of a builder. Byzantine school. Byzantine art is predominantly symbolic rather than naturalistic. 6th century, mosaic, Church of St. Cosmos and St. Damianus, Jerash, Jordan. The money lender and his wife. Quintin Massey's. The wife's neglect of her prayer book in favor of the gold and jewels held by her husband is Massey's comment on the dangerous allure of riches. 1514, oil on panel, 70.5 by 67 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. The fisherman Charles Napier Himi made his name with finely executed maritime scenes. 1888, 91 by 137 centimeters, private collection. Woman weaving. Kitagawa Utamaro. The artist's draftsmanship lend an elegance to this woman's work. 18th century, woodblock print, Musée Guémet, Paris, France. Loading a ship. Roman. The scene of labor is a tiny detail from the narrative of war sculpted in low relief on Trajan's column. C. 110-120, plaster, Museo della Civiltà Romana, Rome, Italy. The butcher's pig meat. Italian school. The bold colors in this scene of everyday life are typical of the rich palette used by medieval artists. 14th century, vellum, Österreichische Nationalbibliothek, Vienna, Austria. Sheep shearing. English school. The small sketches in the border of this page from an English illuminated manuscript are a regular feature of these books. 15th century. Vellum, British Library, London, UK. The Forge. Linane Brothers. The formal composition imbues Linane's forge workers with dignity. 1640, oil on canvas, 69 by 57 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. The pharmacist Pietro Lonhi's work is dominated by scenes from the everyday lives of Venetians. 1752, oil on canvas. 60 by 49 centimeters, Galleria dell'Accademia, Venice, Italy. In the garden at Pontoise, a young woman washing dishes. Camille Pissarro, the French impressionist, turns a household chore into a scene filled with light and color. 1882, oil on canvas, 82 by 65 centimeters, Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, UK. Work Ford Madox Brown teeming with life. This scene depicting the installation of sewage works emphasizes the necessity and vitality of labor. 1863, oil on canvas, 88 by 99 centimeters, Birmingham Museums and Art Gallery, UK. Iron Foundry. Graham Sutherland's background as a railway engineer was reflected in his interest in industrial scenes. He painted many of them when he was an official war artist during World War II. 1945, private collection. Lloyd's Edward Bawden. The high viewpoint contrasts the size of the building with the people within it, at work in the City of London. 1963, lithograph. Fry Art Gallery, Saffron Walden, UK. Deadline. P.J. Crook. The strong colors and frenzied composition make this scene grotesque. 1995, acrylic on canvas on wood. 127 by 178 centimeters, Morohashi Museum of Modern Art, Koriyama, Japan. Sheep shearing. Natalia Goncharova. Goncharova's blocks of color elevate the work of sheep shearing from the mundane. 1907, oil on canvas, Museum of Art, Serpukhov, Russia. The dressmaker William Roberts. Although usually associated with the Vorticists, Roberts developed a more representative style in his later depictions of urban life. 1931, all on canvas, 51 by 41 centimeters, Victoria Art Gallery, Bath, UK. Detroit Industry, North Wall, detail. Diego Rivera considered this huge fresco sequence capturing the main industries of Detroit the finest work of his career. 1933, fresco, 1,310 by 2,040 centimeters, the Detroit Institute of Arts, U.S. Weaving cloth for the people. Chinese school used as propaganda. This image idealizes the role of the worker in society. 1970, color lithograph. Private collection. Butcher's Shop No. 1. Peter Coker's realistic presentation of unglamorous scenes led to him being described as a kitchen sink artist. 1955, oil on board, 190 by 129 centimeters, Sheffield Galleries and Museums Trust, UK. Pete Mondrian. B. Miras Foarty, 1872, D. New York, 1944. An abstract artist whose instantly recognizable style emerged only after years of searching, Mondrian trained at Amsterdam's Academy of Fine Arts. He initially painted still lives and rural scenes in a naturalistic Dutch style but became influenced by Impressionism and Van Gogh. Despite his upbringing in a strict Protestant home, Mondrian's interest in Eastern beliefs and theosophy, study of religious philosophy, came to play a significant role in his AR. Between 1906 and 1907, he painted a series of evening and night landscapes, in which all details dissolve into contours and masses. An interest in Cubism spurred him to move to Paris in 1912, where he painted numerous tree pictures in which natural forms splinter in rhythmic patterns of curved lines. His distinctive abstract style, which combines areas of solid color with austere vertical and horizontal line, emerged around 1920. Although he constantly adapted these forms, he remained faithful to them until his death. Lifeline. 1892–97 attends Amsterdam Academy of Fine Arts, 1911 sees Cubist works, 1915 his pier and ocean paintings signal a switch from Cubism to abstract art, 1917 co-founds Distill, 1920 writes Neoplasticism, an essay on art theory, 1926 with patron Catherine Dreyer begins to achieve success in the art world, 1938 moves to London. 1940 moves to New York and joins American abstract artists. 1942 first solo show. The Great Tree. 1911 in a series of around 20 paintings made between 1909 to 13, Mondrian explored the shape of a single tree, using the subject as a means of transforming natural forms into abstract patterns. Influenced by Cubism, which he saw before moving to Paris, he drastically reduced the range of colors in these works. Oil on canvas, 79 by 108 centimeters, Gemeente Museum, The Hague, Netherlands. The truly modern artist is aware of abstraction in an emotion of beauty. Piet Mondrian. Broadway Boogie Woogie 1942-43. In Mondrian's last completed work, the asymmetry, pulsating lines, and solid white squares create strong directional forces that impress themselves on the viewer. An homage to New York, his home during World War II, the painting pays tribute to the dancehall jazz Mondrian loved so much. Oil on canvas, 127 by 127 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Tableau 1/Composition No 1/Composite 7 1914. Mondrian is at the very edge of total abstraction here. The painting is still, at some distance, derived from the complex pattern of Parisian roofs. Only with the aid of a preliminary drawing, it is possible to identify the church facade in the lower right of the painting. Oil on canvas, 120.6 by 100.3 centimeters, Kimball Art Museum, Fort Worth, Texas, U.S. Composition with red, black, blue, and yellow 1928. Limiting his palette to black, white, gray, and the three primary colors, Mondrian constantly explored the possibilities of line, color, and mass. Oil on canvas, 45 by 45 centimeters, Wilhelm Hack Museum, Ludwigshafen am Rhein, Germany. At the turn of the century, what Percy Wyndham Lewis called the dramatic winds of modernism swept over the English Channel. This excited a generation of British painters and sculptors, and revitalized the London art scene before World War I destroyed the spirit of optimism. Origins and influences. Virtually the whole generation of British modernists were educated at the Slade School of Fine Art in London. Founded in 1871 by Felix Slade, it overtook the Royal Academy as the most important art school in the country. Even so, it was artistically conservative, with an emphasis on draftsmanship, especially life drawing. Its foremost tutor, Henry Tonks, famously said, "I don't believe I really like any modern developments." More influential were Camden Town Group leader Walter Sickert, Bloomsbury Group member Roger Fry, and Vorticist pioneer Wyndham Lewis. Subject matter. British modernism reached its height just before World War I. Conventional subject matter began to be superseded by abstract painting and sculpture. Vanessa Bell and Duncan Grant made non-representational easel paintings, David Bomberg produced colorful, geometrical images, and Jacob Epstein and Henri Gaudier-Brzesca's sculpture was reduced to simplified forms. The boldness of British modernism, however, was shattered by the war, and Gaudier-Brzesca died in the conflict. With few exceptions, the work of this generation of modernists declined markedly after World War I. Of the British modernists, this photograph, taken in France in 1911, features some of the leading British artists of the period, including Walter Sickert, back row, third from left, Charles Ginner, back row, right, and Percy Wyndham Lewis, front row, third left. Current events. 1901 Queen Victoria dies, bringing an end to her 63-year reign over the United Kingdom. 1914 The assassination of the Austro-Hungarian Archduke Franz Ferdinand by Gavrilo Princip, a Bosnian Serb, starts World War I. The conflict extends across Europe, and continues until 1918. 1917 Vladimir Lenin leads a popular revolution against the provisional government in Russia, bringing about Bolshevik rule. Early British modernism. Timeline. Sickert's Mornington Crescent nude with light skimming across the model and her bed shows the influence of Impressionism on modern British art of the period. Augustus John's paintings were, like his life, bright and colorful, as the vibrant portrait of the flamboyant Marchesa Casati, right, shows. In contrast, Wyndham Lewis's A Battery Shelled is a grimly depressing depiction of the devastation wreaked by World War I. See 1907 Sickert, Mornington Crescent nude contre-jour. 1913 Gaudier-Brzesca, Redstone Dancer. 1914 Gilman, Girl by a Mantelpiece. 1918-19 Augustus John, The Marchesa Casati. 1919 Wyndham Lewis A Battery Shelled. Schools. There were three major schools of British modernism: the Camden Town Group, Bloomsbury Group, and the Vorticists. The Camden Town Group was formed in 1911. It emerged from an informal Saturday afternoon meeting of artists organized by Walter Sickert, and was set up as a rival exhibiting society to the conservative New English Art Club. Members of the Camden Town Group included Harold Gilman, Spencer Gore, Charles Ginner, and, importantly, Lucien Pissarro, son of the French Impressionist Camille. Their first exhibition was in 1911 at the Carfax Gallery in St. James's, London. In many respects, the group represented a late flowering of French Impressionism. Influenced by Pissarro and Sickert, they painted with deft dabs of paint, paying particular attention to the quality of light in a scene. And like the Impressionists, they focused on the contemporary, urban world. Favorite subjects included the streets and gardens of London, shabby domestic interiors, and women in their beds or at their toilet. The group lasted until 1914, by which time many of the artists including Ginner and Gilman were painting in a post-impressionist style, with thick textured brushwork. In 1913, the London group formed from members of the Camden Town Group and smaller arts clubs. Bloomsbury Group. The Bloomsbury Group comprised friends, mainly writers and artists who lived in London's Bloomsbury from 1904 to the 1930s. It contained some of the most important cultural figures in modern British life, including the economist John Maynard Keynes and the writer Virginia Woolf. Before 1910, literature and philosophy dominated the Bloomsbury Group, but after that it was associated with painting. Roger Fry joined the group in 1910 and organized two large and influential post-impressionist exhibitions in 1910 and 1912. He also set up the Omega Workshops, a decorative arts company that made abstract designs for craftware, such as ceramics. The artists Vanessa Bell and Duncan Grant were co-directors of the Omega Workshops. Vorticists. The Vorticists were London-based artists and writers, including the artist Wyndham Lewis and the American poet Ezra Pound. The term Vorticism was coined in 1913 by Pound, who drew on the idea of a vortex, a whirlpool of energy with a still center. The Vorticists were influenced by Futurism, but were less figurative in style. The movement lasted until 1915. Maternity. Jacob Epstein. This deliberately unfinished sculpture accentuates the effects of pregnancy and demonstrates Epstein's decision to allow the raw rock to help determine the shape of the sculpture. 1910. Stone, height 203 centimeters, Leeds Museums and Galleries, UK. A People at Play. William Roberts. Having seen active service in World War I, Roberts went on to make pictures of people playing. They seemed to be a reaction to his experience of the carnage of war. Private collection. Walter Sickert. B. Munich 1860, D. Bthmpton, Somerset, 1942. Printer, etcher, teacher, and art critic, Walter Sickert was probably the most important Briton in the art world at the end of the 19th century. He was central in disseminating French avant-garde ideas in Britain, ideas he used to create his own distinctive social realist style of painting. In 1882, Sickert studied under James McNeill Whistler, although Edgar Degas, whom he met in 1883, was a greater influence. Like Degas, Sickert used photographs as reference, created compositions from unusual vantage points, and painted figures with a sketch-like immediacy. Lifeline. 1860. Born in Munich, son of Danish-German artist Oswald. 1868. Family moves to England. 1881. Enrolls at the Slade School of Fine Art. 1882. Leaves the Slade and becomes assistant to James McNeill Whistler. 1883. Meets Edgar Degas. 1905. Moves to Mornington Crescent, Camden, London. 1911. Becomes leader of artist collective, Camden Town Group. 1938. Addresses the Euston Road School Group of Artists. 1942. Dies in Somerset. Mornington Crescent. Nude contre-jour. Sickert's Iron Bedstead work typically showed nudes in the dark interiors of cheap rented houses. In most of these paintings the model is backlit, contre-jour. 1907. Oil on canvas, 50 by 61 centimeters. Art Gallery of South Australia, Adelaide, Australia. Henri Sickert invites the viewer to speculate on the couple's relationship. Despite their proximity, They face in opposite directions, seemingly trapped like the stuffed birds in the bell jar on the chest of drawers. See 1913, Oil on Canvas, 76 by 56 centimeters, Ashmolean, Oxford, UK. Closer look. Facial expressions while the wife looks at the wall, the husband stares at the ceiling, their faces seeming to sum up the ennui, intense boredom, in this painting's title. Harold Gilman. B. Road, Somerset, 1876, D. London, 1919. Harold Gilman was a key figure in Walter Sickert's Camden Town group of artists. When he met Sickert in 1907, his painting was similar in style and subject matter to Whistler's, but it evolved rapidly. Gilman soon adopted working-class subject matter, as favored by Sickert, and a colorful, sparkling impressionist technique employed by, among others, Lucien Pissarro. In 1910, after traveling to Paris with fellow artist Spencer Gore and seeing the work of the post-impressionists, Gilman began to use thicker areas of paint, flatter color, and much more rigid compositional designs. Lifeline. 1896 attends Hastings School of Art, 1897 to 1901 studies at the Slade School of Fine Art, 1907 with Walter Sickert and Spencer Gore. He starts the Fitzroy Street Group to discuss and sell paintings. 1911 founder member of Camden Town Group of Artists with Sickert and Gore. 1913 first president of London Group, an exhibiting society of British artists. 1919 dies in London, a victim of the Spanish flu epidemic. Leeds Market. The vibrant, working-class life of the market provided the subject matter for several Camden Town painters. Here, Gilman works in a post-impressionist style, using small but thick brush strokes to create a heavily textured surface. The composition, as in many of Gilman's paintings, is tight and structured. See 1913, Oil on Canvas, 51 by 61 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. A Girl by a Mantelpiece. Gilman used broken colors and impressionist techniques to paint the mirror, face, and skirt. The wallpaper design is sketched with rapid and lively brushstrokes, and the bright highlights on the earrings, and the glass on the mantelpiece sing out. 1914, Oil on Canvas, 40 by 30 centimeters, Potteries Museum and Art Gallery, Stoke-on-Trent, UK. Charles Jenner. Beacon, 1878, D. London, 1952. Charles Jenner is best known for his urban street scenes, paintings of buildings, and landscapes. He grew up in France, where he studied art and worked in an architect's office, before settling in London in 1910. His paintings showed the dilapidated corners of his adopted city, as well as its color, bustle, and brashness. Jenner was good friends with fellow modernists Spencer Gore and Harold Gilman before he arrived in London, and in 1911 he became a founding member of the Camden Town Group. By this time, Jenner had established a distinctive style, using thick regular brushstrokes to create a heavily textured surface and a sense of solidity. This style changed little, and he was the main upholder of the Camden Town tradition after World War I. Gardens along Victoria Embankment. Jenner creates a bold, lively pattern by reducing forms to flat blocks of color with curved outlines. The clouds serve to frame the top of the picture, while the shrubbery's strong tonal contrasts help pull the eye towards the center. 1912, Oil on Canvas, 66 by 46 centimeters, Anthony D'Offi Gallery, London, UK. Spencer Gore. B. Epsom, Surrey, 1878, D. Richmond, Surrey, 1914. Spencer Gore was a central figure in British post-impressionism. He painted a wide range of subjects, including, like his Camden Town contemporaries, urban and music hall scenes and figures in interiors. Between 1896 and 1899, Gore studied at the Slade School of Fine Art in London, where he met Harold Gilman, who became a close friend. In 1905, he visited Walter Sickert in Dieppe and persuaded him to return to London, where in 1911 Gore became president of the Camden Town Group of Artists, which formed around Sickert in North London. He was influenced by his friend Lucien Pissarro, whose broken brushwork impressionist technique he adopted. However, Gore was best known for using boldly simplified forms and large, flat blocks of color in bright, decorative patterns. Spring in North London too hot and placed the pinks and yellows of this rooftop scene are typical of Gore's palette. They contrast with the bluer shadow tones, creating an air of optimism. Dabs of sap green capture the tree in first leaf. 1912, oil on canvas, 51 by 41 centimeters, Whitworth Art Gallery, Manchester, UK. Vanessa Bell. B. London, 1879, D. Charleston, Sussex, 1961. Born Vanessa Stephen, Bell was a founder of the Bloomsbury Group. In 1904, she and her three siblings, including writer Virginia Woolf, moved to 46 Gordon Square, in Bloomsbury, London, from where Bell ran the Friday Club meetings of artists. Bell's own painting, initially full of bright, bold designs, grew increasingly abstract. By 1914, it was entirely non-representational, influenced by the theory of significant form, espoused by her husband Clive Bell and her friend Roger Fry. This theory stressed the preeminence of form over subject. The simplicity of her art is also evident in her textile designs for Fry's Omega workshops and her book jackets for Virginia and Leonard Woolf's Hogarth Press. A Bathers in a Landscape. Bell produced this screen for Roger Fry's Omega workshops, which designed ceramics, textiles, dresses, and furniture. The simplified, outlined figures are influenced by Matisse. 1914, Gouache, Private Collection. Christopher Richard Wynne Nevinson. B. London, 1889, D. London, 1946. Christopher Richard Wynne Nevinson was a British pioneer of Futurism, see page 428. In 1912, he met many of the leading lights of the Futurist movement, including Gino Severini, and first used their broken plane techniques to depict tube trains, traffic, and crowds in London. At the start of World War I, Nevinson worked as a Red Cross ambulance driver. His paintings of the war are bleak. He uses the futurist lines of force to help show a relentless conflict performed by dehumanized soldiers. When he received an official commission to document the aerial fighting, his vision softened and he depicted fields and beautiful patterns beneath the planes. In 1919, he renounced futurism and began to paint more naturalistic pictures. However, these were still distorted with lively, angular lines. La Mitrailleuse. Unlike the Italian futurists, Nevinson was quickly disillusioned by World War I. This picture, named after the machine gun, does not have the energy usually associated with futurist paintings. Instead, soldiers are shown trapped in a tight, claustrophobic composition under a barbed wire sky. Reduced to a series of angular planes, they have no individual characteristics and seem to have become machines. 1915, oil on canvas, 61 by 51 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Stanley Spencer. B. Cookham, 1891, D. Cookham, 1959. One of the most individual British painters of the 20th century, Stanley Spencer exhibited at the second post-impressionist exhibition of 1912 in spite of the disapproval of his tutors at the Slade School of Fine Art. In World War I he served as a medical orderly and an infantryman. At his first solo exhibition in 1927 he showed The Resurrection, Cookham, a vast painting in which the dead awaken in the churchyard of his home village on the Thames in Berkshire. This mixture of the visionary and the everyday was typical of Spencer and has been compared to William Blake and the Pre-Raphaelites. In 1931 he completed a series of murals for a chapel in Berkeley, commemorating the dead of World War I by juxtaposing scenes of the daily life of soldiers with a massive image on the end wall of the dead taking up their crosses. Spencer brought a precise technique and observation to his landscape paintings, which he frequently found easier to sell than the religious works on which his fame rests. He was knighted in 1958. The centurion's servant, based on the New Testament story, Spencer had originally intended to provide a second painting showing the arrival of Christ. He placed the scene in the maid's bedroom in the attic of his home in Cookham and was inspired by his mother's account of villagers praying around the bed of a dying man. When first exhibited, the picture was misread as children frightened by an air raid. 1914, oil on canvas, 115 by 115 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Gwen John. Bhavr4RDWESD, Pembrokeshire, 1876, D. Dieppe, 1939. Gwen John was one of the foremost British artists of the early 1900s. In contrast to her flamboyant brother, Augustus, she led a reclusive life and had only one solo exhibition in her lifetime. At her death, she was largely unknown, but her reputation revived in the 1960s. John's work consisted mainly of quiet, contemplative studies of women and girls in interiors, but she also painted the simple, unadorned rooms she lived in, suffused with soft light. These have been read as self-portraits. She also created stark, uncompromising female nudes, painting her models and poses previously considered inappropriate for a female figure. At the beginning of her career, she painted in glazes, transparent layers of paint, with flowing brushstrokes, often on large canvases. However, she later perfected a style using dabs of dry, opaque paint in small, intimate pictures. These paintings have a muted palette and wonderfully subtle transitions of tone. Lifeline. 1884 her mother dies and she moves to Tenby. 1895–98 studies at Slade School of Fine Art, London. 1904 settles in Paris. 1911 moves to Meudon, on the outskirts of Paris. 1913 converts to Catholicism, saying, "My religion and my art, these are my life." 1926 holds her only solo exhibition, at the New Chano Galleries, London. 1939 dies in Dieppe. A Lady Reading Gwen John was deeply spiritual, and this painting is full of religious overtones. The figure shown in full length with long, loose hair, reading by a window is similar to the depiction of the Virgin Mary in many Northern Renaissance pictures of the Annunciation. John wrote that she originally wanted to base this woman's head on an Albrecht Dürer painting of the Virgin. 1909–11, oil on canvas, 40 by 25 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Closer look. Strong contrast. The curtain's bold color and pattern provide a strong contrast with the subtler colors in the rest of the painting. Its curved shape, however, is echoed in the face and skirt of the model. In 50 years' time, shall be known as the brother of Gwen John. Augustus John, 1942. In context. Slade School of Fine Art at the end of the 19th century, London's liberal, fee-paying Slade Art School was the preeminent art school in Britain. Walter Sickert, Harold Gilman, Spencer Gore, Christopher Wynne Nevinson, Duncan Grant, and Augustus and Gwen John all studied there. At the Slade School of Fine Art, life drawing was placed at the center of teaching. Women as well as men attended life classes. Augustus John. B. Tenby, Pembrokeshire, 1878, DFORDINGBRIDG, Hampshire, 1961. Augustus John, younger brother of Gwen, was one of the most gifted artists of his generation. In the 1890s, he established his reputation as a brilliant draftsman at the Slade School of Fine Art. By the 1900s, influenced by post-impressionists, he was making bold, colorful paintings, especially of figures in the landscape. John's lifestyle was as colorful as his painting. He drank hard, womanized, and grew a long beard. Intrigued by gypsy culture and the Romany language, he lived in caravans with his wife Ida, Mistress Dorelia, and his children from both partners. After World War I, John became Britain's leading society portraitist, but as his fame grew, his creativity declined. Lifeline. 1878 born in Tenby, Pembrokeshire, 1894 enrolls at Slade School, 1898 wins Slade Prize for Moses and the Brazen Serpent, 1899 first one-man exhibition, at London's Carfax Gallery, 1914 becomes official war artist for Canadian Army, 1928 elected to Royal Academy, 1961 dies in Fordingbridge, Hampshire. The Marchesa Casati. Like John, the Italian heiress Lisa Casati led a licentious life. Here, John portrays her as a glamorous yet slightly sinister character. 1918–19, oil on canvas, 96 by 67 centimeters, Art Gallery of Ontario, Toronto, Canada. Dorelia and the children at Martigues. Unlike his sister Gwen, Augustus usually painted his figures in the landscape. This work, almost a sketch in oils, is typical of his exuberant style. The bold, Flat colors and outlined figures showed the influence of Paul Gauguin and Henri Matisse. 1910, oil on panel, 23 by 33 centimeters, Fitzwilliam Muscombe, Cambridge, UK. Wyndham Lewis. B. Nova Scotia, 1882, D. London, 1957. Painter, writer, and polemicist, Wyndham Lewis was an unlikely founder member of the Camden Town Group in 1911, and worked for Roger Fry's Omega Workshops in 1913. He rapidly fell out with both groups, considering them old-fashioned. Instead, with American poet Ezra Pound, he founded his own movement, Vorticism, which lasted from 1913 to 1915. Lewis adopted the violent rhetoric of the Italian Futurists in his publication Blast, although his style was closer to the French Cubists. Vorticism combined the two movements and resulted in the first British contribution to modernism. It celebrated the modern world, its machines and high buildings, often seen from unusual viewpoints. During the 1930s, Lewis ran into widespread opposition to his authoritarian political views and his sympathies with fascism. Lifeline. 1898 to 1901 studies at Slade School of Art in London, 1915 to 17 serves with the Royal Artillery in World War I, 1917 to 18 works as an official war artist, 1939 to 45 lives in the US, 1946 to 51 works as art critic for the Listener magazine, London, 1951 goes blind. Workshop. This epitomizes Lewis's vorticist style, using harsh colors, sharp angles, and shifting diagonals to suggest the geometry of modern buildings and the discordant vitality of the city. See 1914-15, oil on canvas, 77 by 61 centimeters, Tate, UK. A battery-shelled Lewis combined the geometrical stylization of vorticism with figurative elements to create a modern, disturbing vision of war. Produced for the British War Memorials Committee in 1919, this painting was criticized for its bleak vision. A group on the left impassively observes the devastation of the war. 1919, oil on canvas, 183 by 318 centimeters, Imperial War Museum, London, UK. Closer look. Somber scene. The palette is somber and the figures, with their stiff vorticist jaggedness, seem almost mechanical, as if made out of metal tubing. This picture is a long way from Lewis's energetic pre-World War I paintings. Henri Gautier-Brzezka. B. Orleans, 1891, D. Nouvelle St. Vaast, 1915. Henri Gautier-Brzezka was born in France, but spent most of his tragically brief sculpting career in London. He died in World War I, aged just 23, and yet he still left an impressive body of work. Gautier-Brzezka began to establish himself as a sculptor in 1912, while working for a timber importer in London. He made figure studies in the manner of Rodin, including theater, ballet, and wrestling subjects. Brzezka, c. 1910. His work rapidly evolved as he became less concerned with careful modeling and instead began to respond to subject matter and materials emotionally. He spoke of his work as an abstraction of instinct and feeling. He met Jacob Epstein, see opposite, in 1912 and became a pioneer in the revival of carving in sculpture. However, he was most closely associated with the vorticists, signing their manifesto and contributing articles to their magazine, Blast. Lifeline. 1907 wins scholarship to study at the Merchant Venturers Technical College in Bristol. 1909 returns to France. 1910 meets long-term partner Sophie Brzezka. 1911 with Sophie, moves to London, Gautier-Brzezka BG the surname. 1911 to 13 works as a foreign language clerk for a timber importer in the city of London. 1914 elected to the London Group. Returns to France and enlists in the army. 1915 is killed by a bullet and buried in a military cemetery. Birds swallowing fish. Gautier-Brzezka made several animal and bird sculptures, based on zoo sketches. The fish is jammed into the bird's mouth and the two combatants seem to have been transformed into armored creatures. 1914, plaster, 33 by 61 by 28 centimeters, University of Cambridge, UK. Red Stone Dancer. This exemplifies Gautier-Brzezka's abstract style. With a triangle imposed on the featureless face and shapes on the breasts, the figure defies anatomical convention, as it twists and bends in the dance. C. 1913, Red Mansfield Stone, 43 by 23 by 23 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Hieratic head of Ezra Pound. The Vorticist writer Ezra Pound commissioned this portrait, presenting Gaudier Brzeska with a block of marble. Pound was delighted with the result. The sharp-edged, geometric forms were in keeping with the Vorticists' machine age aesthetic. 1914, marble, 91 by 46 by 49 centimeters, Nasher Sculpture Center, Dallas, U.S. Sir Jacob Epstein. B. New York, 1880, D. London, 1959. Jacob Epstein was one of the foremost and most controversial sculptors of the 20th century. Rebelling against pretty art, he made bold, massive forms from bronze or stone, and his work is marked by its vigorous, often aggressive, approach. Epstein championed many of the principles central to modernist sculpture. He carved directly into stone, respecting the original blocks he used, and sought to reveal their properties in his final sculptures. Epstein's work caused outrage, especially the nude statues he designed for the British Medical Association building in London, and the debauched-looking angel on his memorial for Oscar Wilde in Paris, 1912. The W. H. Hudson Memorial, 1925, was tarred and feathered in 1929 and defaced with paint in 1930. Lifeline. 1896 attends art classes at the Art Students League in New York, 1905 settles in London, 1907 becomes a British citizen, 1912-13 meets Modigliani, Picasso, and Brancusi in Paris, 1913 becomes a founding member of the London Group, 1953 a retrospective of his work is held at the Tate. UK 1954 receives a knighthood 1959 dies, aged 79. W. H. Hudson Memorial dedicated to the writer and naturalist William Hudson. This sculpture depicts Rima, one of his most famous characters, surrounded by birds. The figure's nudity caused massive controversy and had to be guarded by the police after its opening. 1925 Stone, Hyde Park, London, UK. Torso in metal from the rock drill. Epstein initially set this figure on top of a pneumatic rock drill, and even considered adding a motor to make the piece move. After World War I, however, he emasculated the work, removing the drill and cutting the figure to half-length. 1913-14 Bronze, 72 by 58 by 46 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. David Bomberg. B. Birmingham, 1890, D. London, 1957. The fifth child of 11 born to a Jewish-Polish immigrant leatherworker, David Bomberg spent his youth in poverty in Birmingham and the Whitechapel area of London. However, with the help of John Singer Sargent, he secured a place at the Slade School of Art. Bomberg's painting reached a creative high just before World War I. He interpreted Jewish and East End subject matter in a modern manner, using angular, clear-cut forms, charged with enormous energy. Wyndham Lewis was taken with his work and encouraged him to join the Vorticists, but Bomberg resisted. World War I brought a profound change to Bomberg's outlook. The mechanized slaughter and his brother's death destroyed his faith in machine-age abstraction. He turned instead to an expressionist figurative style, painting mainly portraits and landscapes. He produced some of his best work in Spain between the wars, and on trips to Cornwall in 1947 and Cyprus in 1948. Lifeline. 1911-13 studies at the Slade School of Art, 1913 travels to France with Jacob Epstein, meets Derain, Modigliani, and Picasso. 1916 marries, sent to the front line in France, 1945-53 teaches part-time at Borough Polytechnic, London. Students include Frank Auerbach, 1957 dies in London, aged 67. The dancer Bomberg developed a unique style, using sharp-edged shapes and limited colors. This image appears to be abstract, but it is in fact based on drawings of a dancer. Victoria and Albert Museum, London, UK. Trendrine, Cornwall. In August 1947, Bomberg visited Cornwall and produced a series of semi-abstract landscapes alive with exuberant color and expressive brushwork. 1947, Oil on Canvas, 81 by 107 centimeters, Arts Council Collection, UK. William Roberts. B. London, 1895, D. London, 1980. The painter and teacher William Roberts studied at the Slade School of Art in London from 1910 to 1913. Hell then worked briefly for Roger Fry's Omega Workshops, decorating furniture with Cubist-inspired designs. By 1914, he had moved over to the Vorticists, signing their manifesto, Vital English Art. Roberts saw active service in World War I, and later became an official war artist. In the 1920s, he applied his distinctive style of simplified tubular figures to observation of contemporary life. Bank Holiday in the Park after World War I, Roberts painted groups of figures arranged in energetic compositions. This example, full of gesticulating hands and humor, is typical. 1923, Oil on Canvas, Private Collection. Edward Wadsworth. B. Seeley Chton, 1889, D. London, 1949. Edward Wadsworth was a successful and versatile painter, draftsman, and printmaker. He studied at the Slade School and had his first solo show in 1920. His reputation is based on his pioneering work as a vorticist, his post-war ink and wash drawings of black country industry, and his seaside paintings. The latter were made with tempera, the pigment being mixed with egg yolk rather than oils. The offing the unreal, dreamlike clarity and surprising changes in scale in this picture are clearly influenced by surrealism. 1935, Tempera on Panel, 89 by 64 centimeters, Bristol Museum and Art Gallery, UK. By the end of the 19th century, the US had forged its own history, both bloody and proud, and writers such as Herman Melville and Walt Whitman had succeeded in creating a distinctive American voice. To do the same for painting, artists opted to engage with the new realities of city life and the challenging artistic ideas coming from Europe. Ashcan School. Around 1900, America experienced rapid population growth and urbanization. City life became the central theme for a group of young realist painters led by Robert Henri. They became known as the Ashcan School because they depicted the unglamorous side of street life. Their recognition that the American city and its inhabitants provided a new subject for art made them the first representatives of U.S. modernism, although their style was conservative by European standards. Many American artists went to Paris or Rome to study fine arts. They were drawn by the thorough training, but also by the opportunities to see great art galleries and artist studios. Visiting exhibitions played a key role in changing the American art world. The photographer and gallery owner Alfred Stieglitz exhibited works by Matisse, Picasso, and Brancusi in New York. In 1913, an exhibition held in New York City's 69th Regiment Armory united 1,600 European and American modernist artworks under one roof. The Armory show went on to visit Boston and Chicago, attracting a total of 300,000 visitors in all. Towards abstraction by the 1920s, a number of American artists had been influenced by the most advanced European tendencies. What appealed most was the way in which the forms of modernist art could be equated with the machines that were transforming American life. The fragmentation in the paintings of artists such as Max Weber and Charles Demuth reflect the hectic bustle of the cities, while Marsden Hartley and Arthur Dove were influenced more by Kandinsky and Expressionism and sometimes came close to total abstraction. Chrysler Building, 1930, modernism influenced architecture as well as art. Designed by William Van Allen, 1883 to 1954, this New York skyscraper embodied the modernist spirit through its Art Deco styling. Current events. 1915 D.W. Griffith's Civil War movie Birth of a Nation leads to riots, as it condemns the emancipation of the slaves and praises the Ku Klux Klan. 1917 The U.S. declares war on Germany, hastening the end of World War I. 1925 F. Scott Fitzgerald's novel The Great Gatsby shows the excesses of the upper classes during the Jazz Age. Robert Henri. B. Cincinnati 1865, D. New York 1929 Robert Henri was an inspirational teacher and a member of the Ashcan School whose dark, brooding urban scenes were first shown at the Macbeth Gallery, New York, in 1908. Henri studied art in Pennsylvania and Paris, where he spent much of the 1890s before settling in New York in 1900. His paintings were influenced by 17th century Dutch realism and the bold, daring brushwork of Edouard Manet's Spanish pictures. After teaching at the New York School of Art between 1902 and 1909, Henri founded his own art school, and in 1910 was the driving force behind the first U.S. exhibition of independent artists. Although fearful of extremes in painting, he encouraged his pupils to visit the Armory show and to keep an open mind when seeing the works of Picasso or Matisse. Snow in New York. This almost monochrome cityscape is divided evenly between the dark tones of the architecture, the wintry sky, and the snowbound street. 1902, oil on canvas. 81 by 65 centimeters, National Gallery of Art, Washington, D.C., U.S. John Sloan. B. Lock Haven, 1871. B. Hanover, 1951. John Sloan attended art classes at the Pennsylvania Academy while working as an illustrator in Philadelphia. He took up painting seriously in 1896 and moved to New York in 1904. Fascinated by features of the urban landscape such as elevated trains, buildings, and street lighting, Sloan adopted the city as his central theme. He could evoke both atmospheric intensity, as in The Wake of the Fairy, 1907, and intimate domesticity, as in The Cot, 1907, a study of a woman stepping into bed. Sloan, along with other pre-World War I artists, lightened his palette and broadened his subject range in response to the Armory show. Yet, it proved difficult for him to adapt to the highly conceptual ideas behind European modernism. McSorley's bar. The sense of quiet intimacy in this subtly composed and lit picture of a New York bar recalls the domestic scenes found in 17th century Dutch painting. 1912, oil on canvas, 66 by 81 centimeters, Detroit Institute of Arts, U.S. George Wesley Bellows. B. Columbus, 1882. D. New York, 1925. George Wesley Bellows produced his greatest works while still in his 20s. His paintings primarily depict the raw vitality and survival instincts of New York's lower classes and, by association, modern America. Bellows trained under Robert Henri and followed his teacher's advice to express the spirit of the people today. His monumental works include Pennsylvania Excavation, 1909, and other powerful urban landscapes. He applied the same bold brushwork to gutsy portrayals of private boxing matches, such as both members of this club, 1909. Bellows's gift was to see great human drama in the lives of ordinary people. A Day in June. Bellows fuses an impressionistic day out with the atmosphere of a fete champêtre, a grand garden party. It is an elegant departure from his earthy city scenes of the same period. 1913, oil on canvas, 107 by 122 centimeters, Detroit Institute of Arts, U.S. Charles Demuth. B. Lancaster, 1883, D. Lancaster, 1935. Having trained at Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts from 1904 to 1911, Charles Demuth spent the years leading up to World War I in Europe. His mature style was influenced by Marcel Duchamp's simplified pictures of machines, as well as by the abstract cubism of Marsden Hartley, with whom Demuth went on a painting trip to Bermuda in 1917. Here, he laid the groundwork for the cool-toned, detailed, and objective painting style called Precisionism, or Cubist realism. Demuth painted machines, industrial sites, and agricultural architecture, with his landmark work, My Egypt, 1927, painted at his parents' home in rural Pennsylvania during one of the bouts of illness that plagued his final years. He instills in his subject grain elevators common to any arable farm a sense of architectural grandeur, and alludes in his title to both the ancient pyramids and to his own captivity in provincial America. He also created poster portraits, in which he characterized his friends in words and objects. Lifeline. 1883, born the son of a wealthy tobacco merchant. 1905 to 11, studies at Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts. 1907 to 2008, makes the first of several visits to Europe. 1915, first one-man show. 1917 to 20, develops the style that leads to Precisionism. 1927, paints My Egypt. 1935, dies from complications due to diabetes. I saw the figure 5 in gold. This painting, one of the most recognizable images of American modernism, alludes to a poem of the same name by Demuth's close friend, William Carlos Williams, who describes a red fire engine hurtling down the street. 1928, oil on composition board, 91 by 76 centimeters, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, U.S. Closer look. Number 5 as the fire engine speeds through the New York streets with gong clangs, siren howls, and wheels rumbling. From Williams's poem, the number emblazoned on its rear is depicted getting smaller, creating a sense of constant recession. Arthur Dove. B. Canandaigua, 1882, D. Huntington, 1946. Arthur Dove worked as a newspaper illustrator prior to moving to Paris in 1907, where he exhibited his Fauvist paintings at the Salon de Independence in 1908 to 2009. Once back in America, he bought a ramshackle Connecticut farmstead and immersed himself in nature. A pioneer of American abstraction, he produced his earliest abstract works in 1910. Dove derived his abstract compositions from natural forms. He simplified these forms down to their essence, in what he called his extractions. Dove was fascinated by synesthesia, sounds experienced as colors or shapes. He explored this in Foghorns, 1929, picturing blaring siren sounds as rhythmically expanding concentric forms in pinks, reflections in muted grays, blues, and turquoise. Dove depicts a swirling abstract landscape in which two trees seem to huddle together in front of a celestial revelation. 1935, oil on canvas, 38 by 53 centimeters, Indianapolis Museum of Art, U.S. Marsden Hartley. B. Lewiston, 1877, D. Ellsworth, 1943. Marsden Hartley studied at the Cleveland School of Art and at New York's Academy of Design. The early works of this passionate, self-conscious, and remote artist were bold landscapes executed in short, nervy strokes and broken color, for which photographer and gallery owner Alfred Stieglitz gave him his first one-man show in 1909. 3 years later, Hartley went to Europe and settled in Berlin. Under the influence of Impressionism, he developed a distinctive style using bold, brightly colored, symbolic shapes. Hartley returned to America in 1916, but continued to travel extensively, including to Mexico. After settling in Maine in 1934, he found new inspiration painting rugged coastal scenes. Painting, number 48, influenced by both Fauvist and Expressionist concepts, Hartley created a distinctive style, strangely reminiscent of both floral design and military pageantry. 1913, oil on canvas, 120 by 120 centimeters, Brooklyn Museum of Art, New York, U.S. Max Weber. B. Białystok, 1881, D. Great Neck, 1961. Max Weber emigrated to the U.S. from Russia with his Jewish parents when he was 10. Between 1905 and 1908 he studied at both the Académie Julian and the Académie Matisse in Paris. As the only American artist to have fully and naturally assimilated both Fauvist and Cubist ideas, he found his art was widely criticized on his return to the U.S. His large-limbed nudes, with their sharp, intersecting outlines, are somewhere between Casimir Malevich's primitivist figures and Picasso's Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, as in Weber's composition with 3 figures. After 1917, Weber took a more naturalistic approach, introducing Jewish themes from his Russian childhood into his work. Composition with 3 figures. Weber gained much from seeing Picasso's bold figure compositions of 1907-08. Here, the 3 female figures seem hewn out of rock, the angles of their joints knife-sharp, and their mood one of deep repose, almost eternal sleep. 1910, watercolor and gouache on cardboard, 119 by 59 centimeters, Ackland Museum, the University of North Carolina, U.S. With the revolutionary changes in art at the start of the 20th century came a reappraisal of previously dismissed genres, including naive painting. The lack of training of naive artists was recognized as a strength rather than a shortcoming, giving their work a refreshing spontaneity and directness. Naive painting, sometimes confusingly known as primitive art, can be loosely defined as the work of artists with little or no formal art training. It does not, however, imply an amateur or Sunday painter status. When this style entered the mainstream of fine art, it was also adopted by formally educated artists such as L.S. Lowry, C.P. 495, who might be more properly labeled pseudo- or faux naive. Origins and influences. There have, of course, always been untrained artists, not only amateurs, but also folk artists and the art of primitive cultures outside the Western tradition. Appreciation of their talent only came in the 20th century, when Henri Rousseau was noticed by the young Picasso, and the art critic Wilhelm Eudes began to collect French naive paintings. The vogue for naive art spread to Britain and the US in the 1930s, with the discovery of Alfred Wallace and Grandma Moses, while the Centre d'Art, established by DeWitt Peters in Port-au-Prince, brought the work of Haitian artists to worldwide attention. Naive artists were largely untouched by trends in the art world. Their influence on mainstream art, however, has been considerable. Subjects and technique. Unlike many 20th century artists, naive painters are often motivated by their interest in a subject. Frequently, there is a nostalgic preoccupation with the past, as with Wallace and his sailing ships, and André Beauchamp and peasant festivals. Although some, such as Henri Rousseau, have aspired to emulate academic painters, the common stylistic elements come from their lack of training in conventional techniques. The composition, for example, is simple and instinctive, sometimes to the point of being wildly unstructured. This unsophisticated quality is intensified by a lack of scientific perspective. Naive paintings are also frequently crowded with detail, especially awkwardly drawn figures contrasting with flat areas of paint. Combined with a tendency to use bright, unnaturalistic colors, this gives naive art vitality and a childlike innocence. So long previously dismissed as unsophisticated, untutored artists such as Grandma Moses, 1860 to 1961, were only properly appreciated in the 20th century. Naive painting. Alfred Wallace. B. Devonport, Devon, 1855, D. Madron, Cornwall, 1942. Although one-time fisherman and marine scrap merchant Alfred Wallace only began painting in his late 60s, he influenced a generation of British painters in the 1930s. Brought up in southwest England, Wallace first went to sea aged just 9 and spent his entire life in and around the fishing boats. Even after his shop, Wallace, Alfred, marine stores dealer, closed in 1912, he remained in St. Ives doing odd jobs in the town, and only took up painting after the death of his wife. His untrained, naive style caught the attention of painters Ben Nicholson and Christopher Wood in 1928. He was introduced to several of the major painters of the time, including Giamede, who championed his work in London. Yet, despite this recognition, Wallace sold only a few paintings and died in poverty in 1942. Lifeline. 1855 born in the port of Devonport, c. 1875 marries Susan Ward, 1890 gives up fishing, moves to St. Ives, and opens marine scrap business, 1922 lakes up painting, 1928 painters Ben Nicholson and Christopher Wood found an artist's colony in St. Ives and discover his work, 1942 dies in Madron Workhouse, Cornwall. The island, St. Ives. Many of Wallace's townscapes seem flat and map-like, with a high viewpoint and a naive perception of perspective. Objects are arranged side by side rather than overlapping, their size determined by relative importance rather than their distance from the viewer. Oil on board, 28 by 24 centimeters, Whitworth Art Gallery, Manchester, UK. Closer look. Limited colors. Wallace's typically restricted range of colors emphasizes the separate areas of land and sea, and enhances the dramatic effect of the very high viewpoint. The viewer's attention is drawn upwards over an expanse of ground to the coast, where houses are perched at the water's edge, and then to the ships floating on a featureless gray sea. Land, fish, and motor vessel. Lack of money led Wallace to paint with very few colors, often on pieces cut from cardboard boxes. Despite these limited means, and an unorthodox approach to scale and perspective, he effectively captured the essence of his subject. Oil on buff card, 38 by 37 centimeters, University of Cambridge, UK. Henri Rousseau. B. Laval, 1844, D. Paris, 1910. Ridiculed in his own lifetime, but posthumously achieving his ambition of having his work exhibited in the Louvre, Henri Rousseau is nowadays considered a talented naive painter. He had no formal training, and for much of his life he worked as a tax collector at the Paris toll gates, earning him the nickname Le Douanier, the customs officer. Rousseau often painted huge, brightly colored fantasies set in exotic jungle scenes, all the more remarkable because, despite his boasts to the contrary, he never left France. He had an unshakable belief in his own talent, which led him to exhibit almost every year in the Salon de l'Indépendance, an alternative group that allowed artists to show their work outside the formal constraints of the Salon. Rousseau's paintings were later discovered by artists such as Pablo Picasso and Constantine Brancusi, but it was too late to bring him the success he craved. His work anticipated and influenced several 20th century styles, paintings such as The Snake Charmer, 1907, and The Dream, 1910, presaged surrealism in particular. Lifeline. 1844, born in Laval, in the Loire Valley, 1863–67 serves in the infantry, 1868 moves to Paris and works as a civil servant, 1885 exhibits at the Salon for the first time, 1893 retires from the toll service to paint, 1905 shows The Hungry Lion at the Salon d'Automne, 1910 dies in the Hôpital Necker, Paris. The Snake Charmer, the exotic imagery and style are a characteristic of Rousseau's jungle scenes. The dreamlike subject is painted in lush, vivid colors and a bold composition, yet the individual elements, the snake charmer, the bird, and the jungle itself are quite stiffly depicted, with a curious lack of depth. 1907, oil on canvas, 169 by 189 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Closer look. Jungle leaves, the foliage is painted with an unusual flattened perspective. The almost two-dimensional leaves overlap to give an impression similar to collage. The toll house painted while Rousseau was working as a customs officer. This is a startling view of an unremarkable scene. He uses color rather than perspective to give depth to the separate picture planes, drawing the eye towards the strangely flat building and the two awkwardly posed figures. C. 1890, oil on canvas, 41 by 33 centimeters, the Courtauld Gallery, London, UK. The Walk in the Forest. Early in his career, Rousseau painted several woodland landscapes, which are remarkable for their fine detail. In many of them he added a figure, as here claiming to have invented a new genre of portrait landscape. The effect was that the subject often seemed overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the background. 1886–90, oil on canvas, 70 by 60 centimeters, Kunsthaus, Zurich, Switzerland. War or the Ride of Discord. Rousseau depicts a nightmarish vision of war with childlike straightforwardness. The central figure, reminiscent of Struwwelpeter, a scruffy character from a German children's story, his horse, and the victims are grotesquely posed and proportioned, while the leafless trees and oddly solid clouds are portrayed with little regard for perspective. 1894, oil on canvas, 114 by 195 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. André Bocchant. B. Chateaurenaud, 1873, D. Montoires Urleloir, 1958. Despite taking up painting comparatively late in life, André Bocchant forged a successful career as a painter, and his output was prolific. He had little formal education and followed in his father's footsteps, working as a market gardener. Yet he was an avid reader, especially of classical history and mythology, and discovered his talent for drawing during World War I. Bocchant served in the French army, at first in Greece and then in France, where he trained as a mapmaker. Shortly after the war, he began his career as a painter, and his naive paintings of flowers and scenes from history and mythology were soon noticed by collectors. Championed by Swiss architect and painter Le Corbusier and the art dealer Jean Bucher in the 1920s, Bocchant built an enviable reputation and worked well into his old age. Lifeline. C. 1914–18 serves in the French Army. 1919 takes up painting full-time. 1921 his work is shown at Salon d'Automne, Paris. 1927 designs sets and costumes for Diaghilev's Ballet Company. 1937 exhibits in the Maîtres Populaires de la Réalité show in Paris. Country Reunion Beauchamp painted some historic scenes and a few, such as this one, of everyday life. These often took the form of landscapes with a rudimentary perspective, peopled with his typically simple figures. 1953 Oil on Canvas, 43x 74 cm, Musée des Beaux-Arts, Lille, France. Séraphine de Senlis. BARSY, 1864, D. Claremont, 1942. Séraphine Louis, better known as Séraphine de Senlis, was working as a housekeeper when the art dealer Wilhelm Ude saw her work in a neighbor's house in Senlis in 1912. He immediately bought several of her extraordinary, visionary paintings. Séraphine was inspired with a religious zeal bordering on fanaticism, and was committed to a psychiatric hospital in the 1930s. She lived, institutionalized, in Clermont, France, until her death in 1942. The Tree of Paradise Séraphine used enamel paints, shellac, oil, and even gold to achieve rich and brilliant colors. Her compositions of flowers and trees contain petals and leaves fantastically transformed into feathers, eyes, shells, and animals. See 1929, Oil on Canvas, 195 by 130 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Wilson Bigot. Beporte Prince, 1931. Encouraged by his neighbor, the artist Hector Hippolyte, Wilson Bigot took up painting as a teenager and built an international reputation while still in his 20s. Born the son of a farmer in Port-au-Prince, Bigot has lived in Haiti all his life, and his paintings are crowded with details of everyday Haitian scenes. In 1946, Hippolyte took the young Bigot to the Centre d'Art in Port-au-Prince, which had been established by the American artist DeWitt Peters. This inspired Bigot to make a career in painting, and provided the contact to exhibit and sell his work. From then until mental illness prevented him from painting in 1957, Bigot produced some of his finest work: lively pictures of carnivals and dances, biblical scenes, such as the mural Marriage at Cana, 1951, in the Episcopal Cathedral, and depictions of rites from the Haitian religion of Vodun, a form of voodoo. He returned to his art in 1962, and lives and works in the small town of Petit-Gove. Lifeline. 1946 Hippolyte takes him to the Centre d'Art. 1950 wins second prize for parody at an international exhibition, Washington, D.C. 1951 paints Marriage at Cana for the Cathedral of St. Trinite. 1957-61 suffers a series of breakdowns and stops painting. 1958 MoMA, New York, buys his parody Terrestre. 1962 resumes painting at his house in Petit-Gove. Bal Militaire Bigot achieves a feeling of depth in his paintings through the use of color, rather than perspective. Here, the golden background helps project the more boldly colored figures forwards. See 1950, Watercolor on Paper, 39 by 48 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Spirit of the dance. The lively atmosphere is captured by the detailed portrayal of members of the band in active poses, picked out in black and white against the colorful background it's seen. The pale zombie, Creophore zombie, a body without a soul, are controlled by a benign-looking farmer who is carrying a chicken and, at the center of the picture, a bottle of protective magic. 1953, Oil on Masonite mounted on wood panel, 25 by 23 centimeters, Fig Art Museum, Davenport, U.S. Grandma Moses. B. Greenwich, 1860. D. Hoosick Falls, 1961. After a lifetime spent working on farms, Anna Mary Robertson Moses, or Grandma Moses as she became known, was already in her 70s when she began her remarkable artistic career. Widowed in 1927, she started making embroidered pictures, and soon after, when arthritis made this difficult, turned to painting. At first her work appeared only locally, but in 1938 an exhibition in a Hoosick Falls drugstore was noticed by art collector Louis J. Caldor. This led to 3 of her paintings being shown at the Contemporary Unknown American Painters exhibition at MoMA, New York, in 1939. From then on, she became a household name and enjoyed success as a leading American primitive painter, famous for her nostalgic and lyrical landscapes and scenes of everyday life. Lifeline. 1860 born in Washington County, New York, 1887 marries Thomas Salmon Moses, moves to Virginia, 1905 returns to New York, 1909, 1939 featured in the Contemporary Unknown Painters exhibition at the Museum of Modern Art, New York, 1940 has first one-woman show in New York, 1961 dies aged 101. Home of Hezekiah King, 1776 one of 5 paintings of her great-grandfather's home. This was not painted from memory, as the house burned down in 1800, but presents an idealized view of Moses' family history in an idyllic setting. 1943, Casing on Masonite, 49 by 60 centimeters, Phoenix Art Museum, Arizona, U.S. Closer look. Primitive figures. The figures in Moses' landscapes, such as this horse-drawn cart, often nostalgically evoke a bygone era. Simply depicted with dabs of paint, they were added after the more naturalistically painted sky and landscape had been completed. Summer Party. Moses' landscapes depict changing seasons as she recalled them on her farm. See 1940s 50s Oil on Masonite, 45 by 65 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, U.S. Beryl Cook. Beagam, 1926, D. Plymouth, 2008. Using a paintbox bought for her young son, Beryl Cook discovered a gift for painting when she was in her 40s, and went on to become one of Britain's most popular painters. After leaving school, she worked as a showgirl and shorthand typist, and in the 1960s ran a pub and boarding house in Devon. It was here that guests discovered her playful paintings, leading to an exhibition in 1975 and international recognition. The Lockyer Tavern Cook's humorous paintings are peopled with well-observed and sympathetically portrayed characters at leisure. She is best known for her depictions of flamboyant and independent, fat ladies. See 1974, Oil on Panel, 77 by 61 centimeters, private collection. Hector Hippolyte. B. St. Mark, 1894, D. Porteau Prince, 1948. Hector Hippolyte was a priest of Vaudoun, see right, and its symbolic imagery inspires much of his work. He worked as a shoemaker and house painter in St. Mark, in western Haiti, until 1945, when he moved to Port-au-Prince. It was here, in the remaining 3 years of his life, that he started painting. In 1946, an exhibition in Paris, organized by French surrealist André Breton, brought his work to a wider public. Monument du Marseillaise Estimé. Hippolyte had a spontaneous style offset by symmetrical composition. Here, naked figures bowing beneath crossed swords, held in disembodied hands, add to the totemic quality. 1945-47, Oil on Masonite, 73 by 58 centimeters, private collection. Iron context. Vaudoun and Art. Vaudoun, a variant of voodoo, was brought to Haiti by slaves from Western Africa and, despite efforts to suppress it, remains the faith of many ordinary Haitian people. Like other religions, Vaudoun has inspired many works of art, and its imagery, rites, and legends figure largely in the work of Haitian artists such as Bigot and Hippolyte. Entrance to a Haitian Vaudoun shrine. Shrines are decorated with paintings, murals, wall hangings, and artifacts depicting symbols of the Vaudoun religion. Certain cities act as cultural magnets, drawing in talent, innovation, and diverse opinions. From 1904 to 1929, the most important artistic center was Paris. In time, the notion of a specifically Parisian artistic phenomenon arose, and it called the Paris School of Paris. Background: there had not been an artistic hub like Paris since Renaissance Florence. Foreign painters, sculptors, art dealers, and publicists began to descend on the city, some with financial means, others with barely their trained fare. Certain artists, such as the suave Amedeo Modigliani, were already fluent in French. Others, including Haim Soutine, had to learn quickly. These newcomers from abroad settled among the resident French artists, both native Parisians and those who had arrived from the provinces. Journalist André Warnaud first described the multinational mix as an école in 1925. However, this school was not an art movement linked by a manifesto, training, or shared political views. Rather, it was a group of artists who were united by a desire to follow a bohemian lifestyle, share their experiences, and choose, if they wanted, to attend Paris's numerous art academies and open studios. In this way, Cubists, Futurists, abstract artists, and figurative painters found common ground. Making a reputation. Most artists arrived to make their reputations. Of all European cities, Paris had by far the largest art market with upwards of 100 private galleries. Then there were the art dealers, many of who were often foreigners themselves. Two such men, Leopold Zborowski and Daniel Henry Kahnweiler, would grant fortunate artists an annual income in exchange for their work. Le Dôme Café, Paris artists of the École de Paris regularly gathered at artists' studios and cafés such as Le Dôme in the Montparnasse district of the city. École de Paris. Maurice Utrillo. B. Paris, 1883, D. Dax, 1955. Amid bouts of depression and addiction to alcohol, Utrillo found a distinctive way of depicting Parisian streets, landmarks, and churches. The illegitimate son of the French painter Suzanne Valadon, he was dismissed from school for drinking when just 16, and, on the advice of a physician, he was encouraged to paint. His first works were impressionistic in style. Between 1907 and 1910, Utrillo's paintings of Paris and the surrounding villages developed their own unique style, both architecturally strong and atmospheric. The period between 1910 and 1916, considered Utrillo's finest, was known as his white period, since he painted in shades of white mixed with plaster and glue to give texture to his buildings. Around 1919, Utrillo began to gain recognition, but his life was beset by periods of hospitalization for alcoholism and depression. Lifeline. 1883, born in Paris, 1903 to 2005, starts painting and produces over 150 canvases and drawings. 1907 to 10, paints impasto cathedrals and street scenes. Exhibits at Autumn Salon. 1922, exhibits work with his mother Suzanne Valadon. 1928, awarded the Legion of Honor. 1955, dies of pneumonia. Montmartre. Utrillo painted this view of the infamous Lapin Agile Cabaret in Montmartre about 100 times. See 1913, Oil on Canvas, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Jules Passon. B. Vidin, 1885, D. Paris, 1930. Born into a well-off family of shopkeepers in Bulgaria, Julius Pinkas studied art in Vienna, Berlin, and Munich before moving to Paris in 1905 and changing his name to Jules Passon. His work was initially influenced by Fauvism and Cubism, but his developed style was figurative and somewhat impressionistic, with light outlines, pastel shades, and a gossamer touch. Passon's subjects included his family, cabaret artistes, and nudes. Occasionally, he made large paintings on biblical themes. Passon's death came by his own hand on the opening day of an important exhibition of his work. The two sleepers. Passon was an expert draftsman, and the drawing visible in his paintings is always light and economical. There was also an ever-present eroticism in the way he posed and dressed his women. See 1926-28, Oil on Canvas, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Marc Chagall. B. Vitebsk, Belarus, 1887. Dst. Paul d'Events, 1985. Born in Belarus, then part of the Russian Empire, into a poor Jewish family, with 9 brothers and sisters, Marc Chagall had a happy childhood. His mother had particularly high hopes for him and managed to get him accepted into a good school that was normally reserved for non-Jews. Chagall studied art from 1906 to 1910 in Vitebsk and St. Petersburg. In 1910, he arrived in Paris and moved into a building known as La Ruche, the Beehive, because of its honeycomb network of artist studios. There he became friends with the avant-garde painters Robert Delaunay and his wife Sonia, who was herself Russian. Chagall's work developed under the influence of Fauvism and Cubism. He created a unique narrative style in which the dominant elements were Jewish folklore and beliefs, together with the village life of his Russian childhood. By the 1930s, he had achieved a worldwide reputation, and over the decades, he won many prestigious commissions. He illustrated books, made ceramics, designed for theater, and made stained glass, most notably the 12 Tribes of Israel for a Jerusalem synagogue. Lifeline. 1887, born at Vitebsk, in Belarus, 1906–10 studies art in St. Petersburg, 1910 moves to Paris, finds studio in La Ruche, 1915 marries Bella Rosenfeld, 1918 made Vitebsk's commissar for art during the Russian Revolution, 1923 returns to France, begins series of etchings, including Mauve, 1937 takes French citizenship, 1985 dies at St. Paul de Vence, near Nice. To Russia, asses and others the cow, milkmaid, and church in this Cubist-influenced, dreamlike scene are symbolic of village life. See 1911, oil on canvas, 157 by 152 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. The White Crucifixion. This depicts the horrors of persecution. A synagogue burns, an old man flees, and a group of Jewish elders bemoan their fate. At the center is the crucified Christ himself, a Jew, and a universal symbol of suffering. It was as if Chagall had foreseen the catastrophe awaiting Europe's Jews. 1938, oil on canvas, 155 by 138 centimeters, Art Institute of Chicago, Illinois, U.S. Closer look. Nazi attack. This depiction of a uniformed Nazi setting light to a synagogue refers to the events of a night in 1938, when drunken Nazis rampaged against Jews. The poet reclining. The reclining figure is Chagall, who was also an accomplished poet. He lays his head on his artist's palette, expressing the notion of his dual identity. This harmonious picture was painted while he and Bella Rosenfeld were on honeymoon. 1915, oil on millboard, 77 by 77 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. In context. Art Deco in style. Art Deco was luxurious, sleek, and angular, employing expensive materials such as jade, chrome lacquer, and ivory. Art Deco was popular in both Europe and the US, and on the ocean liners that traveled between them. Paris Art Deco Exhibition, 1925. This exhibition was important in showcasing Art Deco design internationally. Tamara de Lempicka. B. Warsaw, 1898. De Cuernavaca, Mexico, 1980. In 1918, de Lempicka and her Russian socialite husband Tadeusz fled the Russian Revolution for Paris. She soon gained success painting high society portraits. Her art owed a little to Fernand Léger, but it fitted in well with the prevailing Art Deco style, since it exuded stylishness and finesse. By the 1950s, her work had fallen out of fashion, but in recent years it has found a new audience. A Cosette and Rose. This skillfully composed portrait of the artist's 10-year-old daughter fills every available centimeter of canvas. 1926, oil on canvas, 116 by 78 centimeters, Musée des Beaux-Arts, Nantes, France. Marie Laurencin. B. Paris, 1885, D. Paris, 1956. Having come last in all her subjects at school, Marie Laurencin decided to study porcelain painting at the factory in Sèvres. When she returned to Paris, she attended Académie Humbert to complete her art education. She became an important figure in the Paris avant-garde, producing paintings, drawings, and prints. A friend of Picasso and companion of poet Guillaume Apollinaire, Laurencin was at the center of the creative set she painted in Group of Artists, 1909. That same year she posed with Apollinaire for Henri Rousseau's picture The Muse Inspires the Poet. Laurencin painted and illustrated with pastel colors and a fine wispy line. Her subjects were nearly always women, whether in portraits, as ballet dancers, or just shown relaxing. Apollinaire and Friends. This is a copy of a painting called Group of Artists, which Laurencin made as a gift for her companion Apollinaire. The first version was bought by the American art collector and writer Gertrude Stein. 1909, oil on canvas, 130 by 194 centimeters, Musée Apollinaire, Stave-Lot, Belgium. Amedeo Modigliani. B. Leghorn, Italy, 1884. B. Paris, 1920. Amedeo Modigliani's deceptively simple style owes much to his deep understanding of art history. His work focuses almost exclusively on the female form, and his modern, forthright nudes, for example, echo the great masters he so admired: Titian, Ingres, and Francisco de Goya. His full frontal portraits are instantly recognizable by their staring, often quizzical expressions. Modigliani contracted tuberculosis as a child, and the illness persisted throughout his adult life. He studied art extensively in Italy before moving to Paris in 1906, where he worked as a painter initially. He took up sculpture from 1909 to 1914, before returning to his easel to produce the finest works of his short, turbulent life. Modigliani was gregarious, and prone to alcohol and drug abuse, but he was intensely private and dedicated when at work. Lifeline. 1884, born the fourth and youngest child of a well-to-do Jewish family. 1902-03, studies art in Florence and Venice, sees the work of Toulouse-Lautrec. 1906, moves to Paris, and sets up studio in Montmartre. 1912, exhibits series of sculpted heads at Salon d'Automne, Autumn Salon, exhibition. 1914-15, gives up sculpture and vigorously affirms his talent as a painter. 1917, meets Jean Hebuterne, who gives birth to a daughter, Giovanna, the following year. 1919, returns to Paris after a prolonged stay in Italy due to ill health. 1920, dies of tuberculosis on January 24. Jean commits suicide the following day. Caryatide, woman's body twists under a heavy burden, one of many drawings, watercolors, and sculptures on the theme. 1913-14, oil on cardboard, 60 by 54 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Nude with necklace with her arms behind her head, the woman poses displaying her glowing flesh and, shockingly for the time, her pubic hair. Modigliani's nudes exude a vibrant sexuality, of which they are keenly aware. He had only one solo exhibition during his lifetime. It was closed down on the grounds of indecency. 1917, oil on canvas, 73 by 116 centimeters, Solomon R. Guggenheim Museum, New York, U.S. In context. Other civilizations. Like many Parisian artists, Modigliani was interested in so-called primitive objects from Africa or Oceania, but he was also deeply immersed in the art of the ancient world. His modernist sculptures bear a remarkable resemblance to those made by the ancient Greeks, Etruscans, and Egyptians. Busts of Amenophis IV. Modigliani frequently sketched the statues and friezes on display in the Egyptian department of the Louvre in Paris. The power of their simplicity greatly influenced his sculpture, as well as the painting of his final years. Jean Hebuterne, just 19 when she met Modigliani, Hebuterne embarked on a turbulent love affair with the artist. Pregnant with their second child, she is portrayed here with great tenderness. Her simple pastel clothing suggests a poor farm girl, rather than the lover of Paris's sophisticated wild man. 1919, oil on canvas, 127 by 81 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Oval faces. Modigliani's painting was deeply influenced by his sculpture. His subjects' oval faces can convey both a mask-like indifference and subtly incisive characterization. Elongated shaped stylized forms, a twisted or elongated body for example, are often used to stress traits of a sitter's personality, such as arrogance, aloofness, or, as here, gracefulness. Julio González. B. Barcelona, 1876, d'Arcueil, near Paris, 1942. The pioneering semi-abstract sculptures created by Julio González stemmed from his apprenticeship as a metalworker in his father's forge in Barcelona. He subsequently took up painting and became friends with Picasso before moving to Paris in 1900. There, he earned his living making jewelry and selling the occasional painting or drawing. González was deeply affected when his painter brother, Joan, died in 1908. It took him almost 2 decades to find his niche, but in 1927 he wholeheartedly devoted himself to metal sculpture. González made many important works, including the uncharacteristic Montserrat. He collaborated with Picasso between 1928 and 1932, providing the technical expertise for Monument to Apollinaire, 1928-32. His influence on subsequent generations of sculptors was enormous. Lifeline. 1876, born in Barcelona, the son of a goldsmith and metalworker. 1891, begins apprenticeship under his father's tutelage. 1897, meets Picasso. 1900, sets up studio in Paris. 1908, his brother Joan dies. 1918, works at Renault's Boulogne-Billancourt factory. in the welding shop, 1922 exhibits paintings, sculptures, and jewelry pluers. 1927 takes up metal sculpting full-time. 1937 exhibits Montserrat at Paris World Fair. 1942 dies, near Paris. Woman arranging her hair. Iron had become associated with weaponry and death. Gonzalez's answer was to transform the metal into witty and touching human forms. He learned the new skill of oxyacetylene welding while working at Renault's Boulogne-Billancourt factory. Employing this industrial technique, he revolutionized sculptural art. 1929-30, Iron Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Haim Soutine. Bismilovici, Belarus, 1893, D. Paris, 1943. Haim Soutine, a Lithuanian Jew from an impoverished family of 11 children, chose to contravene the orthodox ban on image making and became a painter. After studying art at Minsk and Vilnius, he moved to Paris in 1913, staying at low-cost artists' studios in La Ruche. He worked solely in oils, developing an impassioned style that unified bold colors, strongly directional brushwork, and thick surface texture. He is most associated with portraits of Paris's working class, such as porters, hotel maids, bellboys, and cooks. He was a shy, mistrustful man, and these were perhaps the people with whom he felt most at ease. Between 1919 and 1921, Soutine worked extensively at Céret, in the south of France, where he painted more than 100 canvases, many of which he later destroyed. In 1923, the American pharmaceutical millionaire Albert C. Barnes visited Paris. He discovered Soutine's work and bought 52 pictures, changing the artist's fortunes at a stroke. Lifeline. 1893, born in Smilovici, Belarus, 1907-12, studies art and design in Minsk and Vilnius, Lithuania. 1913, takes studio in Paris. 1915, meets Modigliani, Chagall, and the sculptor Jacques Lipchitz. 1919-21, works at Céret. 1922-23, Albert C. Barnes buys over 50 paintings. 1927, first solo exhibition. 1928, paints portrait Madame Madeleine casting. 1937-38, second and final public exhibition. In Paris, 1943, dies in Paris. Landscape at Céret. A Soutine landscape has an extraordinary, almost vertigo-inducing energy. Here the houses, stormy sky, and rock forms reel across the canvas, bending the horizon in all directions. Despite the dynamism, there is a sense of his isolation and loneliness, which was heightened by the death of his friend Modigliani. 1920-21, oil on canvas, 91 by 112 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Woman in red. Soutine had no desire to ridicule his sitters. The woman's twisted body, her battered hat curving down to where her mouth attempts to curve up, and her wandering eye are a tribute to his subject's individuality. The abundant red, a symbol of intense passions, reminds the viewer of the passing of time, like an expressionistic memento mori. 1922, oil on canvas, 91 by 62 centimeters, private collection. When the Russian Revolution took place in 1917, there was already an advance guard of progressive artists prepared to help build a new communist society. Such a task required a new artistic language that could encapsulate the ideals of the revolution. That language was constructivism. Origins and influences. Constructivism can be traced back to Vladimir Tatlin's visit to Picasso's studio in Paris early in 1914. Tatlin's achievement was to transform the painted planes of the cubism that he saw there into real materials in real space. He began by making wall-mounted, painted reliefs, paintings in form, but employing metal, string, and wood projecting out from the surface. By 1915, he was creating free-hanging sculptures, in which natural materials were used for their qualities of color, texture, and shape. At the same time, artists like Alexander Rodchenko and L. Lisitsky were strongly influenced by the suprematist movement developed by Casimir Malevich, see page 440. They had a very different purpose in mind, however. Far from believing in art for art's sake, they thought such forms could be of use in building a new society. Subjects. The emphasis on materials became more meaningful after the workers' state had been established. Wood, metal, glass, and plastics were used in industry, so when artists used these materials, they were cementing their bond with the working people. By 1919, constructivism had gained the Communist Party's backing. By 1920-21, however, a political division developed in constructivist circles between those who believed that artists should maintain a personal involvement with the creative process, and those who believed that artists were intellectual workers. This led to some artists leaving Russia for the West to make pure art, while those who stayed placed their talents at the service of the new regime's economic and political requirements. Obmiku exhibition. At an exhibition in Moscow in 1921, Alexander Rodchenko and his pupils explored constructivism's major preoccupations: the structural properties of materials and forms. Constructivism. Vladimir Tatlin. B. Moscow, 1885, D. Moscow, 1953. While training as an artist, Vladimir Tatlin worked as a merchant seaman, a circus wrestler, and a busker. In 1914, he visited Pablo Picasso's Parisian studio, where he saw constructed objects, such as guitar, 1912-13, as well as Cubist paintings. Tatlin's response to these was his painted reliefs and free-hanging constructed sculptures. They formed the constructivist ethos that the inherent qualities of a material, its suppleness, texture, color, and hardness, should define its potential usage in a construction. Committed as he was to the aims of the Russian Revolution, Tatlin's next step was to use this idea to aid factory production of everyday objects. Accordingly, Tatlin designed an efficient heating stove and warm winter clothing. He also made designs for grand projects, such as the Monument to the Third International, 1919-21, and a man-powered flying machine. Lifeline. 1902-13 works as a merchant seaman, but studies and paints during home leaves. 1914 travels to Paris via Berlin, and visits Picasso's studio. 1915 participates in 0.10. The Last Futurist Exhibition, 1919-21 designs Monument to the Third International. 1921 teaches sculpture at Petrograd Academy of Arts. 1953 dies in Moscow, aged 67. The fishmonger Tatlin admired those who earned their living from the sea, and he frequently painted sailors and fishermen. This work shows the primitivist influence of his friend Mikhail Larionov, see page 433. 1913, glue-based paint on canvas, 77 by 99 centimeters, Tretiakov Gallery, Moscow, Russia. Corner relief. This reconstruction of one of Tatlin's sculptures from 1914-15 appears free-hanging, but is attached to two adjoining walls with wires. Made from industrial materials, it emphasizes their natural colors and textures and creates a strong sense of spatial dynamics. 1993, steel, aluminium and paint, 96 by 94 by 230 centimeters, Kunsthalle Düsseldorf, Germany. Monument to the Third International. Had it been built, this vast structure would have been twice the height of the Empire State Building and housed the HQ of international communism, the Comintern. The model toured the country as a symbol of Soviet aspiration. 1919-21. Naum Gaba. B. Klimovici, 1890, D. Waterbury, 1977. Born Naum Nemia Pevsner, Gaba adopted a new name to distinguish himself from his older brother, the artist Antoine Pevsner. Gaba studied at Munich University, where he met Vasily Kandinsky. In 1914-15, he visited his brother in Paris, experienced Cubism firsthand, and saw fellow Russian Alexander Archipenko's glass and paper assemblages. Gaba and his brother returned to Russia in 1917, where Gaba's method of constructing his sculptures led to the coining of the term constructivism. In 1920, they issued the Realistic Manifesto, so-called to contradict critics who labeled their work abstract. In 1922, Gaba visited Berlin with an exhibition of Russian art. He stayed in the West, sensing that the Russian regime's liberal attitude to the arts would soon change. Lifeline. 1890, born in Belarus. 1910, begins studying medicine at Munich University, but changes to engineering and natural sciences. 1915, World War begins, flees to Oslo, where he makes geometrical sculptures, 1920 issues the Realistic Manifesto with his brother. 1922 leaves Russia for Berlin, where he lives for 10 years. 1946 settles in the U.S., where he receives many public commissions. Construction: Stone with Collar. This is one of 5 constructions Gaba made on the theme. It was probably conceived and executed in Paris, and introduced direct carving into his work. 1933-35 Stone, Metal, and Plastic, Tate, London, UK. Linear construction in space. Number 1 Gaba explores the interface between space and solid in this fluid, non-geometric sculpture. The transparent quality of the plastic gives the central hollow space a strong three-dimensionality. 1944-45 Plastic, 30 by 30 by 6 centimeters, University of Cambridge, UK. Antoine Pefsner. B. Oral, 1886, D. Paris, 1962. Influenced by his love of Byzantine art, Antoine Pefsner attended Kiev's School of Fine Arts from 1902 to 1909. He also studied at the St. Petersburg Academy, but left in 1911 to visit Paris, where he painted in a Cubist style. He returned to Russia in 1917 and taught at the Moscow School of Painting, producing his own neo-abstract work. With his brother Gaba, he issued the Realistic Manifesto, 1920, which outlined their non-Marxist constructivist ideals in the form of a poster. Their declaration mocked Italian futurism and by association certain pro-futurist Russian artists for its idolization of all things modern. Pefsner left Russia in 1923 and settled in Paris, where he took up sculpture. Lifeline. 1886 born in Russia, 1911-14 makes lengthy visits to Paris, and becomes friends with Modigliani. 1915-17 lives with his brother, Naum Gaba, in Oslo, before returning to Russia. 1920 issues the Realistic Manifesto with his brother. 1923 leaves Russia for Paris. 1930 becomes a French citizen. 1962 dies in Paris, a year after being awarded the Legion of Honor by the French state. Meeting of Planets. Pefsner began constructing sculptures after leaving Russia in 1923. Prior to that he had explored constructivism in painting. In this late work Pefsner returns to paint to explore the relationship between space and form, with the added ingredient of prismatic color. 1961, Oil on Canvas, Musée d'Art Moderne de la Ville de Paris, France. Closer look. Planet or spacecraft? This discus-shaped object seems to be in orbit around the light source and the red planet. In the year this picture was painted, the Soviet Yuri Gagarin became the first to orbit the Earth in the spacecraft Vostok 1. Head exploiting plastic's transparency and pliability, this focuses the attention on internal and external surfaces simultaneously. The two bisecting plastic planes, which serve as the neck, also resemble a throat when seen from certain angles. See 1923-24, Plastic, 77 by 59 by 92 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Alexander Rodchenko. B. St. Petersburg, 1891, D. Moscow, 1956. From 1910 to 1914, Alexander Rodchenko attended Kazan Art School where he met his wife and lifelong artistic collaborator, Varvara Stepanova. His early paintings showed the strong influence of Cubism, but from 1916, he moved towards abstraction. Rodchenko was a founder member of Moscow's Institute of Painterly Culture, 1920, and advocated utilitarian or production of fantasy-rich art to satisfy the needs of society. In 1921, he exhibited 3 monochrome paintings in the primary colors, entitled The Last Painting. Rodchenko was at odds with Casimir Malevich's abstract spiritualism. This was apparent in the transition towards constructivism, where he argued his paintings were constructions, since they were made from real materials: canvas, wood, tacks, and pigment in oil. Rodchenko worked with Vasily Kandinsky in setting up regional art museums that would promote progressive art outside Moscow and St. Petersburg. In 1925, he designed an entire room of a working men's club, complete with folding chairs and tables, just for show at the International Exhibition of Decorative and Industrial Design in Paris. Lifeline. 1911-14 attends Kazan School of Art, 1916 moves to Moscow. 1917 arrives at abstraction in his Lines and Circles series. 1923-25 designs propaganda posters, photographic montages, and advertisements for industry. 1929 designs costumes and sets for The Bedbug, a play by Vladimir Mayakovsky. White Circle. Rodchenko called his Circle series concentration of color. In it he explored how different colors react in conjunction with different backgrounds and forms. In White Circle, an optical conflict occurs as the viewer's eye tries to determine which of the two circles should hold precedence. 1918, Oil on Canvas, 89 by 72 centimeters, Russian State Museum, St. Petersburg, Russia. Oval hanging construction, number 12. This is made from a single sheet of plywood, cut in concentric bands from the outer circumference to the center. Tiny threads of wire hold the ovals in place. When closed, the structure forms a flat, oval plane. 1920-21, painted plywood and wire, 83 by 59 by 43 centimeters, Tretiakov Gallery, Moscow, Russia. Closer look. Silver paint. Rodchenko maximized the impact of these shapes by painting one side silver. He applied the paint to each oval slightly differently, so the reflections would change as the construction gently moves in the light. Illustration for the poem Pro Ito by Vladimir Mayakovsky. Rodchenko was also an innovative photographer and developed the technique of photomontage. In this book dedicated to Mayakovsky's poem, Rodchenko's collages brilliantly mirror the poet's text. 1923, collage, 48 by 33 centimeters, Russian State Library, Moscow, Russia. L. Lisitsky. B. Polchanok, near Smolensk, 1890. D. Moscow, 1941. Lazar Lisitsky, better known as L. Lisitsky, grew up in Vitebsk, in Russia, but studied engineering and architecture in Germany. In 1919, Marc Chagall, who was director of the Vitebsk Art Institute, appointed him as professor of graphics and architecture. Within months, L. Lisitsky had abandoned his formerly figurative style in favor of geometric abstraction. Fellow artist Casimir Malevich also taught at the institute, and the two worked together designing propaganda for the revolution. From 1921, L. Lisitsky took a post at Moscow's higher state artistic workshops, which resembled the Bauhaus School of Art and Design. L. Lisitsky was the creator of PROUN, an acronym meaning Project for the Affirmation of the New, which synthesized suprematism, see page 462, an architectural drawing. A PROUN room was a major installation at the Great Berlin Art Exhibition of 1923. Lifeline. 1909-15 studies architecture in Darmstadt, Germany. 1919 creates the PROUN project and produces Beat the Whites with the Red Wedge. 1919-21 teaches art in Vitebsk, works alongside Casimir Malevich. 1922 travels to Berlin and meets leading Dada artists. 1930-40 is the leading Soviet graphic artist. 1941 dies, aged 51. Beat the Whites with the Red Wedge. This street poster applies suprematist forms to revolutionary propaganda. Its aim was to convey the message that the Red Wedge of Bolshevism would shatter the White Circle, which represents the old order. 1919, poster, Stedelijk van Abbe Museum, Eindhoven, Netherlands. Closer look. Typography. Many constructivist artists were influenced by Dada's use of typography and photomontage. Here, L. Lisitsky includes the poster's title in the image. Abstract composition in gray, yellow, and black. This deceptively concrete form is constructed from geometric shapes and contrasting colors. The architectural quality of the design is animated by two figures, like those of Malevich, wearing top hats. C. 1920, Litho, Gemeente Museum, The Hague, Netherlands. Construction. PROUN 2. L. Lisitsky's PROUN explored the formal properties of color, shape, line, transparency, and opacity. His chief innovation was to take Malevich's geometric shapes and distribute them as if they were organic elements within complex structures. C. 1920, Oil, Paper, and Metal on Wood, 60 by 40 centimeters, Philadelphia Museum of Art, U.S. Joaquin Torres Garcia. B. Montevideo, 1874, D. Montevideo, 1949. In 1891, Joaquin Torres Garcia moved from his native Uruguay to Barcelona. There, he enrolled at the city's academy and joined the Bohemian set, which included the young Pablo Picasso. From 1903 to 1907, he designed stained glass windows for Antoni Gaudí, including those for the Sagrada Familia Cathedral in Barcelona. In the late 1920s, Torres Garcia developed a more geometric painting style that he called constructive universalism, and in 1930 he became a founder member of the abstract group Circle and Square. In 1934, he returned to Uruguay, where he became the spokesperson for Latin American modernism and set up his own art school. Cover of Raison et Nature in 1926, Torres Garcia wrote a theoretical treatise entitled Reason and Nature. The text was his personal take on constructivism, and served as a manifesto for his humanistic approach to design and architecture. 1932, Private Collection. Ein Kontext. Agitprop poster agitation propaganda. Agitprop posters were crucial to the Bolsheviks after they seized power in Russia in 1917. During the social reconstruction that followed the revolution, these posters relayed everyday information and political news to a mostly illiterate population. Russian Railway Advertisement by Vladimir Mayakovsky, 1921. Structure means recognition that unity is at the foundation of everything. Joaquin Torres Garcia. Dada was a richly subversive art movement that developed at the time of World War I as a protest against bourgeois conventions and the folly of war. The aim of the Dadaists was to destroy traditional values in art and to create new art to replace the old. Origins and influences. Dada started 1916 in Kurion, where Go Bala German actor, music and theatrical prac. Sdi and Peong established a small music hall called the Kamerad Vader Ball, was soon won by other émigrés Polluting Man's Arm, Tristan Terra, Marcel Janko, and Richard Hulsenbeck. They chose the name Daka French for Dodon Morse random from a French-German dictionary. The Dadaists loudly reacted the OD artistic structures and set out to scandalize and outrage the audience. They composed printed and surf-form nonsense coets and songs and produced imagery and op-eds designed to shock the you more than any previous art movement. Dada rejected established institutions. When the war ended, the Dada spirit spread quickly to Cologne, Berlin, and Hanover. Finally, Dada grew in Paris, where Marcel Duchamp and Man Ray, already active in New York, had recently settled. By 1921, most of the important Dadaists had gathered in the French capital around the poet and critic André Breton. Subjects: Da Cha Ngo, the rules of art, everyday objects as art, political collage, the use of chance, a playful metaphysics. All these techniques energized the movement. The Dada group dissolved acrimoniously in 1921 amid violent arguments and riots. Many of the artists went on to become surrealists. Hugo Ball, 1886 to 1927. Dada. Francis Picabia. Paris, 1879, Paris, 1953. Francis Picabia trained as an artist from a young age, and by his 20s say to Snow Essence Cantings late he experimented with Fauvism, Footism, Cubism, and Orpheism. In a so page in 1911 he met Mace Duchamp, who became a lifelong friend. In 1913, Picabia traveled to New York for the Armory show, where he began producing paintings in which machines become humanized. Pace Sentiment, New York, 19 Bleed the Dist. Say Street 30x Veals. He remained to vent the Daster in 7th and Pans. However, Picabia eventually denounced Dhaka in 1921 for the mediocrity of their closed and now established S&RO no longer being new. For him, the real Dada spirit that stayed between 1913 and 1913 was gone. Lifeline. 1596. 1905.1911.1917.1917.1521.1924.1963. Front cover of Dada 4-5. Picabia's ink drawing alarm clock 1 featured on the cover of said Emma Saka 4-5 parts of a dismantled clock 2. Image. 1919, color lithograph 27 by 19 cm, Bibliothèque littéraire Jacques Doucet, Paris, France. girl born without a mother to make this work. Picabia painted over an illustration of a steam engine to create an ironic metaphor for human life. 1916-17 Gouache and metallic paint on printed paper 50 by 65 centimeters. Scottish Nat Iona Gallery of Modern Art, Edinburgh, UK. Marcel Duchamp. Photograph by Arnold Newman. B. Blainville, 1887. Dneuilo Isursain, 1968. Born into an artistic family, Marcel Duchamp was an accomplished painter from an early age. Around 1912, he began to rethink accepted notions of art and non-art, alongside Francis Picabia and the poet and art critic Guillaume Apollinaire. In New York during and after World War I, he became actively engaged in the Dada movement, with gently ironic projects involving ready-made objects, word games, optical experiments, and metaphysical speculation. He made creative use of chance, language, and ephemera such as dust and shadows and created a playful alter ego called Rose Célavy. In 1920, Duchamp exhibited with the Dada group in Paris before returning to New York to complete the large glass. It was widely believed he had ceased to make art after abandoning this unfinished work. Only on his death in 1968 was a further grand project revealed, a room-sized mixed-media installation, called Et Dans, which is now in the Philadelphia Museum of Art. Lifeline. 1913 exhibits Nude Descending a Staircase, No. 2 in New York. Conceives his first ready-made exhibit, Bicycle Wheel. 1915 begins the large glass New York in N. 1923 the Lane leaves large glass in a state of incompletion. 1926 the large glass is badly broken on return from exhibition in Brooklyn. 1954 marries Alex Sina, Teeny, Sattler. 1968 dies. The room-sized installation Et Dans is discovered. The large glass or the bride stripped bare by her bachelors. Even this piece poetically explores the relationship between the sexes. Man is the lower half and woman the upper half in the work. The original was badly damaged and several reconstructions have been made, including this one by Ulf Linde, 1961. 1915-23, Mixed Media, 272 by 170 centimeters, original in Philadelphia Museum of Art, U.S. Fountain. Duchamp submitted an upturned urinal signed R. Mutt to a New York exhibition where he was on the organizing committee. Despite the exhibition's rule of non-selection, it was rejected. 1917, glazed ceramic replica, original lost, 36 by 48 by 61 centimeters. Nude Descending a Staircase, No. 2. The dynamic energy of the figure is shown through repeated lines and planes as it moves downwards in space and time. This is similar to early photographic experiments by Etienne Jules Méry, who captured sequences of the figure in motion, which Duchamp had first seen in 1911. 1912, Oil on Canvas, 147 by 89 centimeters, Philadelphia Museum of Art, U.S. Closer look. Descriptive painting. The viewer's eyes follow the lines, shapes, and surfaces from left to right, as they describe the moving body. In describing his work, Duchamp spoke of decomposing forms. I have forced myself to contradict myself in order to avoid conforming to my own taste. Marcel Duchamp. In context. World War I. 8 million people died in the Great War, 1914-18. Artists on both sides became actively involved, and many were killed at a young age. Some of the survivors expressed their sense of devastation and horror through semi-abstract paintings. Others, highly critical of the war, resorted to artistic anarchy. The Dada movement grew from this discontent. Soldiers eating in an advanced post in the Champagne region, Jacques Moreau, 1916. Hans Arp. B. Strasberg. 1887 Ball. 1966. Cave from 1816 he peroned at the Cassagne Voltaire. Lifeline. 1915.1820.1940.1954. Collage with squares arranged according to the laws of chance. Paper engraving, brewing, and above all, terrestrial forests form in contrast to his earlier geometric works. Here art creates forms that are freely drawn to echo nature and its processes. Natural elements. such as twigs, pebbles, or leaves, are simplified in a series of layered asymmetric painted reliefs. 1917, painted wood, 85 by 60 centimeters, private collection. Man Ray. Philadelphia, 1290, Paris, 1976. Pen Mer P.W.P. close friend of Mers de Nampetel experiments, and prime like a Pifis the N. Teller and Assyrianus and Salers from un, and cum phonographer men Pavis enveloped near Popian to Nenov Seder than one exposed. Lifeline. 1890 Borm son of Fusser Singh A.N.S. 1897, 1925, 1921, 1930-31, 1940 moves to, 1951 Pesto Pa, 1976 dies. Metronome object to be destroyed. Rayograms/rayograph. Many of Man Ray's images were self-portraits, in this case a mannequin with pencils in hand, suggesting an artist, and with a drill pointing at his heart. 1923 photographic print, 49 by 40 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Mystery shapes. These taps, AC curved shapes. Diaz created Wing Solons Man Faves and Kurt Schwitters. B. Hanover, 1887, D. Kendall, 1948. The German artist Kurt Schwitters is associated with the term Mers, his highly personal and unofficial form of Dada in which he used scrap materials for artistic creation, giving them equal status to paint. Schwitters met the Berlin Dadaists in 1918, but he had little time for their political aspirations. He was interested in pure art and was encouraged by Hans Arp, a pioneer in the medium of collage, to make highly concentrated, delicate, and disciplined collages. His works, especially between 1919 and 1923, included printed ephemera and other discarded materials. Schwitters worked across many disciplines. He was a designer and publisher, producing a Mers magazine for over 9 years, and also experimented with poetry, abstract drama, photography, typography, music, and cabaret. His Mersbau, 1923-37, was the first of 3 architectural projects. Built in Hanover over a period of 13 years, the constructions occupied 8 spaces in his house. Abandoned in 1936 when Schwitters fled to Norway, the Mersbau was later destroyed in Allied air raids. Lifeline. 1909-14 studies at Dresden Kunstakademie, 1917 works as a military draftsman, 1923-37 creates Mersbau installation in Hanover, 1924 starts an advertising agency, 1937 exhibits in the Munich Entartete Kunst exhibition, emigrates to Norway, 1940-41 is interned on the Lofoten Islands, 1945 moves to the Lake District, England, where he dies in 1948. Cover of Die Cathedral. This is from a volume of Schwitters's lithographs to which he added a printed anti-Dada sticker when efforts had been made to exclude him and Mers from the Berlin Dada group. 1920, lithograph with collage, 22 by 14 centimeters, private collection. Untitled. Assemblage from a hand mirror. Schwitters used the back of a mirror as the basis of this construction, so making a found object form the basic shape of the work. 1920-22, Musée d'Art Moderne de la Ville de Paris. Mers barn constructed on the wall of a barn in the Lake District. This work is made from materials found on country walks. He made this harmonious abstract assembly avoiding overt political, literary, or narrative references. 1947-48, Mixed Media, Hatton Gallery, University of Newcastle upon Tyne, UK. John Hartfield. B. Berlin, 1891, D. Berlin, 1968. Born Helmut Herzfeld, John Hartfield is famous for his powerful anti-Nazi imagery. His early work consisted of montages, produced in collaboration with George Gross and other Dadaists. Photomontage was a Dadaist invention. By juxtaposing images and text, they believed that a wholly new or provocative set of ideas might emerge. In Hartfield's hands, this technique was frequently directed towards deflating pomposity and questioning propaganda. In 1918, Hartfield joined the Communist Party and co-founded a publishing company. Much of his work was mass-produced, either in satirical Communist Party journals or, as Hitler's plans became clear, in cover drawings for the weekly left-wing newspaper Arbeiterliche Zeitung. His most potent images were made in the 1920s and 1930s, but in later life he continued to argue against exploitation and war. Lifeline. 1907-11 studies poster design in Munich. 1918 is founder-member of Berlin Dada. 1924 produces first politically motivated posters. 1938 moves to Prague to escape Nazi censorship. 1961 awarded the GDR Peace Prize. Millions stand behind me. Hartfield used Nazi statements, but subtly altered their meaning. Hitler's claim to popularity is here subverted to expose his financial backing from German industrialists. 1932 lithograph, private collection. On the Crisis Party Congress of the SPD in 1931, more than 4 million Germans were unemployed. The Social Democratic Party was in crisis after expulsions, resignations, and sustained challenges from the Nazi Party. Here, the SPD is portrayed as a roaring tiger, but with few teeth. 1931 photomontage, 38 by 27 centimeters, private collection. We are soldiers of peace. No nation and no race is our enemy. Wieland Herzfeld, brother of John Hert Field. Surrealism started as a literary and political movement but had a profound effect on art, photography, and film. Influenced by the work of Freud, it aimed to uncover the subconscious, using dreamlike imagery that challenged perceptions of reality. Origins and influences. The Surrealist movement was started in Paris by the poet and critic André Breton, who published the first Surrealist manifesto and launched the journal La Révolution Surréaliste in 1924. Influenced by Sigmund Freud's work on psychology and dreams and by the political writings of Karl Marx, Breton and his fellow writers wanted to free the imagination by tapping into the unconscious mind. They tried to achieve this by using automatic writing, a process of free association, in their poetry and prose to produce unexpected imagery and ideas. Breton found support for his ideas in the visual arts. He admired the Cubist paintings of Pablo Picasso, not for their abstract design, but for the way they fragmented the body to create fantastic figures. Giorgio de Chirico's strange vistas and the Dadaists' use of found objects also provided inspiration. Styles. Although there was no single style of Surrealist art, there are two dominant strands, dreamlike paintings, and those using free association, which the Surrealists called automatism. The latter was achieved by such means as staring at a pattern until a hallucination occurred. The Surrealists sometimes incorporated photography in their work as they were able to link the real and surreal by manipulating photographic techniques, or simply using it to isolate the unexpected. Taboo-breaking images of sexuality, violence, and blasphemy were also common. La Révolution Surréaliste, published in 1924 by André Breton, this journal helped spread the Surrealist philosophy. Its scandalous first issue, above, included features on suicide, death, and violence, all dealt with in a pseudoscientific style. Surrealism. Timeline. Starting with the prescient early works of Giorgio de Chirico, Surrealism continued until the death of René Magritte, a lifelong practitioner, but it mainly flourished between 1924 and 1945, notably in the works of Max Ernst, Joan Miró, and Salvador Dalí. After 1945, the principal artists had gone their separate ways and Surrealism was overtaken by the development of abstract expressionism. 1914, De Chirico, Mystery and Melancholy of a Street. 1924-25, Mir, Harlequin's Carnival. 1931, Dalí, The Persistence of Memory. 1933, Magritte, The Human Condition. 1943, Masson, Antilles. Interpretations. André Breton was fascinated by Freud's theories of a repressed unconscious. For Breton, this had a political as well as a psychological significance. The society responsible for this repression had been badly tarnished by World War I. The Surrealists saw art as a means of challenging bourgeois assumptions about the nature of reality. Artists who had lived through World War I wanted to discover new ways of life and new forms of art beyond nihilistic Dada. Europe. Paris was the center of Surrealism until 1945. Max Ernst, André Masson, and Joan Moreau were joined in 1929 by René Magritte, who moved to Paris from Brussels and became a leading figure in the movement. His detailed depiction of strange objects in dreamlike settings create a hallucinatory effect, where everything looks normal but is in fact contradictory. Salvador Dali also moved to Paris in 1929 and started working in a similar vein, using dreamlike imagery to create disturbing paintings. Although based in France, part of the strength of Surrealism was the way in which it could accommodate the nationalities of the artists drawn to it. Max Ernst's work had strong roots in German Romanticism, while Moreau and Dali drew on their Spanish and Catalan heritage. America at the outbreak of World War II, most of the Surrealists left Paris for New York. André Breton arrived in America in 1941 and, with Marcel Duchamp, organized the first Papers of Surrealism exhibition in 1942, involving nearly 50 artists from Europe and the US. Notable American surrealists included Arshile Gorky and Roberto Malta. Automatism had a powerful impact on post-war American painting. More broadly, surrealism has had a lasting influence on advertising and cinema, to such an extent that the word surreal has come to mean anything fantastic or dreamlike. Current events. 1900 Sigmund Freud publishes Interpretation of Dreams. The ideas in the book influenced the art of 1919, the magazine The Surrealists. Literature, edited by André Breton and Louis Aragon, includes the work of the 19th century poet Comte de Lautremont, a source of inspiration to the Surrealists. 1929 The Surrealist film Un Chien and a Loup by Louis Buñuel is released. 1939 World War II breaks out. Many artists leave Europe for New York. 1942 First Papers of Surrealism exhibition in New York. Illustration from La Femme 100 Tets Max Ernst. This was the first in a series of collage novels using illustrations cut out of old magazines and catalogs. The title refers to the heroine who represents womanhood, with no single face but one that constantly changes. 1929 Steel engraving, 25 centimeters, Bibliothèque Nationale, Paris, France. Max Ernst. BBRHL, near Cologne, 1891. D. Paris, 1976. Max Ernst first experienced hallucinations as a child and began painting when he was a philosophy student at the University of Bonn. Through the writings of Sigmund Freud, he became interested in the unconscious and the art of mental patience. By 1920, Ernst was actively involved with the Dada movement in Cologne. Then in 1922 he moved to Paris, where he joined Paul Éluard, André Breton, and the other surrealists. Ernst developed a number of unusual painting techniques, which were intended to reveal his own unconscious responses. These included frottage and decalcomania methods that involved the discovery of imagery within a patterned surface. Using printed catalogs, technical and scientific textbooks, and other neglected ephemera, Ernst created rich, surrealist collages. Lifeline. 1914-18 Fights in World War I as field artillery soldier. 1918 Marries Louise Strauss. She dies in Auschwitz in 1945. 1922 Moves to Paris. 1927 Marries second wife, Marie Berthe Orange. 1939 Is interned twice as an enemy alien. 1941 Moves to New York. 1942 Marries wealthy U.S. art collector, Peggy Guggenheim. 1946 Marries his fourth wife Dorothea Tanning. 1953 Returns to France, where he dies in 1976. Murdering airplane. This postcard-sized image conflates an early biplane with the arms of a young woman. Below, an injured man is carried off from this battlefield between the sexes. 1920 Photo collage, 6 by 14 centimeters, Menil Collection, Houston, Texas, U.S. Oedipus Rex. In this work, Ernst's Birdman figure has its head removed from its body, representing Sigmund Freud's theories on man's detachment from feeling and a true comprehension of life. 1922 Oil on Canvas, 93 by 102 centimeters, collection of Claude Héraint, Paris, France. Zoomorphic couple. Ernst identified strongly with the Birdman figure, here tied in a possibly uneasy relationship. The image has clearly been drawn into or has emerged from the loosely textured background. 1933, oil on canvas, 92 by 73 centimeters, Peggy Guggenheim Foundation, Venice, Italy. The robing of the bride beneath a mighty red cape, the bride is reflective. It is thought that Ernst based her on his companion at the time, Leonora Carrington. The birdman to her left, a stork, a symbol of fertility, is perhaps Ernst himself. A second naked figure, eyes closed, is brushed aside while the arrow, a familiar phallic symbol, directs the viewer's gaze. 1940, oil on canvas, 130 by 96 centimeters, Peggy Guggenheim Foundation, Venice, Italy. Closer look. Uncomfortable stare. Ernst pictures the bride beneath an imperious owl-headed cape. Her face is almost completely obscured, but the owl's piercing eyes stare straight at the viewer. Tears of loss. A many-breasted, pregnant hermaphrodite, person with male and female sexual organs, sheds a tear for sexual freedom lost by the forthcoming marriage. Thus obtained a faithful fixed image of my hallucination and transformed into revealing dramas my most secret desires. Maxi Ernst, on collage, 1936. Joan Miró. B. Barcelona, 1893, De Palma de Mallorca, 1983. While best known for his large, colorful, and witty paintings developed from doodles, Joan Miró also excelled as a sculptor and graphic artist. He was inspired by the Catalan culture into which he was born, and his early work was influenced by Fauvist and Cubist painting. Miró visited Paris in 1919, where he met other young artists, such as the surrealist André Masson and Picasso. Much of his work is a classic example of surrealist automatic drawing. This attempt to set on paper the mysterious workings of the unconscious mind was initiated by Masson. Miró developed a pattern of spending the winter in Paris and the summer at his family's farm near Barcelona. In 1936, with the onset of the Spanish Civil War, he settled in Paris, where his imagery briefly became more brutal. Although Miró has often been identified as a light-hearted artist, there is a strong element of savagery in his work, and at one time he declared an almost Dadaist ambition to destroy painting. Lifeline. 1911 takes up a bookkeeping job at his parents' insistence. 1926 collaborates with Max Ernst on the set designs for Diaghilev's Romeo and Juliet. 1928 visits Holland and is influenced by Vermeer's work. 1929 marries Pilar Jucosa. 1930 works with a range of media, including lithography, etching, sculpture, and collage. 1940 leaves Paris for Spain before the Nazis arrive. 1974 major retrospective of his work is held at the Grand Palais, Paris. Painting 1925 late in Miró's life, drawings were discovered showing that apparently spontaneous paintings like this were in fact carefully planned. 1925, oil on canvas, 146 by 155 centimeters, Peggy Guggenheim Foundation, Venice, Italy. Harlequin's Carnival. A party of imaginary beasts takes place within the confines of a room with a window opening out to a night sky. 1924-25, oil on canvas, 66 by 93 centimeters, Albright Knox Art Gallery, Buffalo, New York, U.S. Closer look. Male figure complete with mustache and pipe. A man looks straight at the viewer, striking a melancholy note among the party revelers. Childlike palette. The primary colors are set off by the thin, warm, mid-tone washes of the floor. Collection. George. I was living on a few dry figs a day. Harlequin's Carnival was the product of hallucinations brought on by hunger. Joan Miró. Giorgio de Chirico. Bivolas, 1888. Di Rome, 1978. Giorgio de Chirico is best remembered for his ability to make the viewer take a fresh and disturbing look at the familiar. Instead of people, he painted tailors' dummies, faceless statues, and silhouetted figures, placing them in harshly lit, unnervingly empty streets. His early art education took place in Athens and Florence. In 1906, he went to the Munich Academy, where he was influenced by the philosopher Nietzsche and the paintings of Swiss symbolist Arnold Böcklin. After moving to Paris in 1911, de Chirico met Picasso and the poet and art critic Apollinaire, who supported his work. De Chirico's paintings had a powerful effect on writers and artists who were later to become, like himself, key figures in the Surrealist movement. From 1910 to 1920, he shared Surrealism's passion for the city as an eerie but seductive labyrinth. But de Chirico was increasingly drawn to classical painting, and his former fellow Surrealists criticized his later work as conventional and slick. Lifeline. 1888, born in Greece of Italian parents, 1910 moves to Florence and produces the first of his town square paintings. 1911 moves to Paris. 1915 returns to Italy, where he is conscripted into the army. 1917 launches metaphysical painting as a movement with futurist artist Carlo Carra. 1978 dies in Rome, aged 90. The mystery and melancholy of a street de Chirico was a master at giving an everyday scene. Here a row of shops close for the day as shadows lengthen and people go home, an unsettling twist. 1914, oil on canvas, 87 by 71 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Contrast extremes of light and shade and steep perspective make a commonplace street look disturbing. Shadows on the face of it, just a child rolling her hoop on the way home. The silhouetted girl is destined to cross paths with the looming shadow at the end of the otherwise empty street. Old horses near a lake. In his later works, de Chirico abandoned experimental art and returned to a more mainstream style. He painted a series of horses on beaches amid classical ruins. See 20th century, oil on canvas, 40 by 50 centimeters, private collection. André Masson. B. Balleny 1896, de Paris, 1987. After being seriously wounded in the World War I, André Masson was left emotionally scarred, suffering insomnia and nightmares, and subject to fits of rage and violent emotional states. In 1924, he met André Breton, and became closely involved with the Surrealist movement. He evolved automatic drawing as a means of working beyond conscious control, and in paintings he used sand and oil to create random shapes to stimulate his imagination. In 1929, he fell out with Breton and left the Surrealist group, although their friendship was revived in 1936. In 1941, he took refuge from World War II in the U.S. Upon arrival in New York, 5 of his drawings were destroyed because customs deemed them pornographic. Antilles made during Masson's stay in America between 1941 and 1945, the figure merging into the vibrant, energized background was inspired by women in Martinique, which he visited on his way to the U.S. His paintings had an important influence on abstract expressionism. 1943, oil, tempera, and sand on canvas, 128 by 84 centimeters, Musée Cantini, Marseille, France. The earth part dream and part fantasy, this oil and sand-inspired work is an erotic reflection coupled with violence, as the red claw attacks the breast. 1939, sand and oil on plywood, 43 by 53 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Salvador Dali. B. Figueres, Catalonia, 1904, D. Figueres, 1989. With his hyperrealist style, dreamlike landscapes, an eccentric public persona, Salvador Dali has remained the best known of the Surrealist artists. As a child, he was precocious, but given to violent, hysterical outbursts, a subject he explored in his later works. Dali moved to Paris in 1929 and became actively involved with the Surrealist group. He was deeply influenced by André Breton's writings on the work of Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis, and his work on the unconscious. He sought to tap into a seemingly limitless source of fantastic and dreamlike imagery, which he believed would revolutionize modern life. He invented a means of generating images that he called paranoiac critical activity, which involved staring intensely at one set of objects until he could see others. He explored subconscious secret desires, and his works reveal sexual anxiety, paranoia, and disgust. His best work was produced before 1939, when he was expelled from the Surrealist group because of his support for Franco after the Spanish Civil War, but he continued to work in a Surrealist manner. In later years, he transformed the theater in Figueres into a museum, an art gallery dedicated to his own work. Lifeline. 1904, born the son of a notary, 1914, first drawing lessons, 1928 meets Picasso and Miro, 1929 joins Paris Surrealist group led by André Breton. makes the first surrealist film Un Chien Inalou, 1940-48 moves to the U.S., 1941 major retrospective at MoMA, New York, 1942 publishes his autobiography, The Secret Life of Salvador Dali, 1974 opens Teatro Museo Dal at Figueres, 1989 dies of heart failure. Christ of St. John of the Cross. Dali claimed this image came to him in a cosmic dream, although it also relates to a drawing made by the Spanish friar St. John, around 1575. 1951, oil on canvas, 205 x 116 cm, Kelvingrove Art Gallery and Museum, Glasgow, UK. Gradiva rediscovers the anthropomorphic ruins. Retrospective fantasy. Gradiva, Latin for the one who walks, appears in several surrealist works. It was also the artist's nickname for his wife, Gala. In this dream landscape, woman embraces the shell of a man in front of enticing ruins. 1931, oil on canvas, 65 by 54 cm, Tyson Bornemisza collection. Madrid, Spain. Paul Delvaux. Bientichiaiki, 1897, D. Verne, 1994. Paul Delvaux's name is associated with the Belgian Surrealists, although he was never a participating member of the group. From early naturalistic landscapes, he developed a new style around 1933, influenced by the metaphysical paintings of Giorgio de Chirico. He made his first surrealist works around 1935, inspired by fellow Belgian painter René Magritte. In the early 1930s, he visited the Brussels Fair where skeletons and a mechanical Venus figure made a strong impression. Childhood memories of reading Jules Verne continued into his mature paintings, as did frequent images of mesmerized naked women in dream landscapes or classical piazzas. He described his aim as poetic shock. Sleeping Venus. In this skillfully painted, dreamlike, classical setting, Venus is surrounded by troubling figures and a skeleton. 1944, oil on canvas, 173 by 199 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Merritt Oppenheim. B. Berlin, 1913, D. Ball, 1985. Merritt Oppenheim grew up in Switzerland and southern Germany. Her father, a doctor, was interested in the theories of influential Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung. In 1932, she went to Paris to study art, meeting André Breton and many other established surrealists. A free spirit, she modeled for Man Ray, and, encouraged by Giacometti, made her first sculpture. Everyday objects were a feature of surrealist art of the time, often used in combinations that confounded logic or suggested unconscious or poetic connections. In 1936, Oppenheim made her best-known work, the fur-covered cup, saucer, and spoon. Object Oppenheim was inspired by Picasso, who commented that one could cover just about anything with fur. The work is also called Luncheon in Fur. 1936, fur-covered cup, saucer, and spoon, height 7 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Lobster telephone. Several versions of the classic surrealist object exist, one being made for the important British collector of surrealist art in the 1930s, Edward James. Both hard-shelled objects, lobsters and telephones, held powerful sexual associations for Dali. In 1938, he proposed a telephone aphrodisiac. 1936, mixed media, 15 by 30 by 17 centimeters, Museum Boijmans van Beuningen, Rotterdam, also at Tate, London, and Edward James Foundation, Sussex, UK. Soft construction with boiled beans. Premonition of civil war completed 6 months before the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War. This painting graphically depicts a gigantic agonized body at war with itself. On the ground are a handful of beans. Dali explained that one could not imagine swallowing all that unconscious meat without the presence, however uninspiring, of some mealy and melancholy vegetable. 1936, oil on canvas, 100 by 100 centimeters, Philadelphia Museum of Art, Pennsylvania, U.S. I cannot understand why man should be capable of so little fantasy. Salvador Dali. In context. Freud and Dreams. The psychologist Sigmund Freud, who founded psychoanalysis, published The Interpretation of Dreams in 1900. He believed people's unconscious thoughts and feelings could be brought to consciousness with free association and by analyzing their dreams. Sigmund Freud, 1856 to 1939, seen here in 1931, Freud believed a dream is a disguised fulfillment of a repressed wish. He also identified the sexual instincts and the importance of their role in human behavior. The persistence of memory. Salvador Dali, 1931, oil on canvas, 24. 1 by 33 centimeters, Museum of Modern Art, New York, U.S. Closer look. The persistence of memory. Salvador Dali. In his autobiography, The Secret Life of Salvador Dali, 1942, the artist describes working on a painting of a landscape near Port Liget, in northeast Spain. With rocks lit by a transparent and melancholy twilight in the foreground, an olive tree with branches cut. He relates how, after ending his evening meal with strong camembert cheese, he meditated on the philosophic problems of the super soft, before going to look for one last time that day at the work in progress. It was then that the image of two soft watches, one hanging from a branch of a tree, occurred to him. Just 2 hours later, he says, the picture was complete. Technique. Dali brought his fantasies and visions to life with a meticulous painting technique and attention to detail. He described the results as hand-painted dream photographs. He was indebted to the traditional techniques of earlier times, especially the skills of early Flemish and Venetian painting. It is thought that he used fine sable brushes and a jeweler's glass for close work, and built up the layers of paint gradually. Melting clock face. Softened or melting, the watch no longer appears to be rational or familiar. The hands emphasize the folded face, and the construct of time itself is undermined. Story. There has been much speculation on the symbolism of this small and intense picture. It is one of a series of sparsely populated landscape paintings from the 1930s. In contrast to the sunlit and specific outer world of sea and cliffs, the dreamlike foreground represents a timeless and nameless inner space. The watches clearly allude to time passing, memory, and decay. The softness of the instruments for measuring time, however, renders them unreliable. Psychological analysis suggests the limp watch may symbolize the return to a state of amorphousness, or a remembrance of the period of time before birth. Other critics have interpreted it as expressing a fear of impotence. Dali's sexual anxieties are well documented elsewhere. Limp head. A dormant head lies slumped across the small stone ridge. It is thought to be Dali's own face and profile, its shape deriving from a large standing rock near the coast at Cadax. It had already appeared in earlier works, notably The Great Masturbator and The Enigma of Desire, both from 1929. The long eyelashes and tongue-like protuberance heightened the erotic feel of this creature. Insects. For Dali, insects were associated with decay. Here, together with the fly, they act as memento mori, reminding him of a childhood experience of finding a dead lizard being eaten by ants. Influences. Deserted landscapes. The desolate, deep perspectives of Dali became something of a cliché among painters in the 1930s and 40s. There was an international fashion for barren spaces, usually with picturesque ruins. The experience of war gave their air of devastation a new resonance. Figure in a deserted landscape. John Minton, 1942. The young man seems in a reflective mood, an idea reinforced by the ruined building and leafless trees. The artist committed suicide in 1957, aged 39. Tree. A single, apparently dead olive tree underlines the dreamlike and desolate character of this landscape. Traditionally, the olive branch is a symbol of peace, purification, and plenty. Olive groves are a common sight in the region of Catalonia where Dali grew up. René Magritte. B. Lessons, 1898, D. Brussels, 1967. Belgian painter René Magritte was a leading figure in the Surrealist movement. His alter ego, who frequently appears in his pictures, was an anonymous bowler-hatted clerk, who lived as Magritte did in a Brussels suburb. Magritte's artistic hero was the influential Italian painter Giorgio de Chirico, although his own images seemed to inhabit a more commonplace world. In 1927, he moved to Paris, where he met members of the Surrealist group, including André Breton, Jean Arp, Salvador Dali, and Joan Miro. He returned to Belgium in 1930. Magritte's paintings explore a dreamlike irrationality, where positive becomes negative, glass holds the image seen through it, and different realities collide. He reveals the slippery nature of language, challenges solidity and scale, and queries the relationship between art and the visible world. Lifeline. 1910 Magritte's mother commits suicide, 1916-18 studies at Académie Royale des Beaux-Arts, Brussels, 1922 works briefly as a wallpaper designer, 1927 moves to Le Perreux-sur-Marne, near Paris, 1930 returns to Belgium, 1936 exhibits at the Fantastic Art, Dada, Surrealism show at MoMA in New York. 1951-53 produces murals for Knock-Lizard Casino, Belgium, 1965 first visit to New York. For a retrospective of his work. This is not a pipe, also known as the treachery of images, or the air and the song. This image seems contradictory, but is, in reality, exactly what it says. 1928-1929, oil on canvas, 65 by 94 centimeters, Los Angeles County Museum of Art, U.S. The Empire of Lights in this, one of three versions of this painting, day and night are visible simultaneously, creating a typically dreamlike and irrational surrealist scene. 1953-54, oil on canvas, 195 by 131 centimeters, Peggy Guggenheim Collection, Venice, Italy. Closer look. Night or day? This is a play on our usual expectations of day and night, but the glow of the street light and from within the house seem to confirm that it is after dark. The human condition here, Magritte plays with relationships between art and nature, inside and outside, solid and transparent, coincidence and design. The tree is seen in the picture in the room and one assumes, in the landscape too. 1933, oil on canvas, 100 by 81 centimeters, National Gallery of Art, Washington, D.C., U.S. Maria Martins. B. Campagna, 1894, de Rio de Janeiro, 1973. Maria Martins, a Brazilian diplomat, was married to Brazil's ambassador to the U.S. During the 1940s, she had great success as a surrealist sculptor in Paris and New York, and her work was bought by important museums. She became the lover of artist Marcel Duchamp, and was the inspiration for his last major work, Et Dans. Executed in a variety of materials, Martins's own work draws upon Amazonian Indian mythology and possesses a wild and erotic energy. Impossible 3, her best-known work, this sculpture depicts male and female characters locked in perpetual opposition. Their heads have been morphed into a menacing series of tentacles that simultaneously touch and threaten each other, expressing the irresistible attraction and insurmountable incompatibility between men and women. 1946, bronze, 80 by 83 by 53 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Wilfredo Lamb. Bisagua La Grande, 1902, de Paris, 1982. Cuban-born artist Wilfredo Lamb lived in Europe for 15 years where he absorbed Cubism and Surrealism and befriended Pablo Picasso. After returning to his native island in 1941, Lamb immersed himself in his Afro-Cuban cultural heritage, spending the next decade exploring the spiritual traditions of the Santeria religion within a modernist style. In Lamb's Santeria paintings, devotees give offerings and perform rituals as they wait to be mystically united with their deities, orishas, by means of sacred trance. Breaking apart form in a Cubist manner, Lamb imbues the primitivism of Picasso with a new and vibrant spiritual energy. The Great Jungle, or Light in the Forest Lamb, who observed ceremonies of the Santeria religion at first hand, portrayed ecstatic bodies in the process of transformation and merging with the lush surrounding foliage. 1942, oil on paper laid on canvas, private collection. Closer look. Head start. The crescent shapes and multiple eyes on Lamb's figures reflect the process of trance. The African-based Santeria religion believes gods enter the head first, mounting, their believers like horses. Fertility. The prominent breasts resemble ripe fruit, and thus function as bodily offerings to the gods. On another level they hint at fertility, revealing humanity's natural place within the fecundity of nature. Mata Ichoran. B. Santiago, 1912, D. Tarquínia, 2002. In autumn 1937, Chilean-born Mata Echorin met André Breton and joined the Surrealists. He absorbed two important innovations, biomorphism and automatism. Biomorphism, creating abstract art that evokes organic forms, enabled him to develop an organic and semi-abstract pictorial language, while automatism, a kind of free association, gave his brush strokes a spontaneity he believed sprang from his subconscious. Echorin's art conceptually fused subject and process. He poured, wiped, and sponged thin glazes of color to build up a multi-layered translucent surface. To Echorin, his works were inscapes, or psychological morphologies, analogies for states of consciousness and perpetual transformation. Echorin moved to New York in 1939, where he had a significant impact on the developing abstract expressionist movement. See pages 502-09. Invasion of the Night. Echorin likened the inner workings of the human psyche to the fiery and seismic eruptions of volcanoes. 1941, Oil on Canvas, 96 by 153 centimeters, San Francisco Museum of Modern Art, U.S. Remedios Vero. BNGLS, 1908, D. Mexico City, 1963. The Spanish artist Remedios Vero began her involvement with the Surrealists in Paris in the 1930s as the companion of the poet Benjamin Parate. Due to the political turmoil in Europe, the couple emigrated to Mexico in 1941, where Vero would remain for the rest of her life. In Mexico, she began a close friendship with the British painter Leonora Carrington, and together they studied alchemy and other mystical traditions. Her paintings often portray women in dreamlike settings, embarking on journeys of exploration both mythical and scientific. Riding atop fantastical vehicles of transit, Vero's haunting female characters also sport a sly humor. Between 1942 and 1949, Vero supported herself by doing commercial illustrations for a pharmaceutical firm in Mexico. Done under the pseudonym Arango, these small gouaches gave her the opportunity to develop her personal surrealist style. 1947, Gouache, 24.5 by 32 centimeters, private collection. Ion context. International movement. In contrast to most other avant-garde movements, Surrealism involved artists of many nationalities and did not prescribe one style. This internationalism was supported by the publication of journals, Surrealist movements springing up in different countries, and by artists and writers moving from place to place. The home of Surrealism remained Paris, however. André Breton, the writer and poet André Breton, 1896 to 1966, was one of several European Surrealists who spent time in Latin America. He visited Mexico in 1938, declaring it a Surrealist country. In turn, many artists from Latin America visited the Surrealist capitals of Paris and New York. When Expressionism's passion was nearly spent, and angry Dada risked becoming merely chic entertainment, German art had to take a long, hard look at itself and the role it played society. Neue Sachlichkeit, new objectivity, was just that look. Also known as the New Realism, Neue Sachlichkeit was characterized by a newfound attention to the realistic representation of objects in a detailed way. The term was first used by G.F. Hartlaub, who was director of the Mannheim Art Museum. 2 years later, he mounted a major exhibition of the artists he considered had remained true or have returned to a positive, palpable reality. Reactionary movement. There was no specific style, nor even a shared political perspective, though certain artists were deeply angered by society's callousness and wished to place their art at the service of their indignation. However, new objectivity is perhaps best seen as an art movement in reaction to what had gone before. The unifying subject new objectivity artists were concerned with was people. They painted either portraits with a cool, analytical detachment or groups of figures, often at social gatherings. Social commentary. Both Otto Dix and George Gross made searing social commentaries by juxtaposing individuals of radically different social status in the same frame, Gross to show his disgust with social division, Dix to share his disgust with human rottenness. Other artists such as Max Beckmann painted with the desire to reveal what they felt was a deeper truth behind surface appearances. His art possesses a sense of nostalgia, almost melancholy, in his arrangements of classically posed figures. Germany in the 1920s, the decade after World War I, brought unprecedented artistic freedom to German cities like Berlin, where the visual arts thrived amid a world of cabarets, nightclubs, and salons. Current events. 1924, American banker Charles G. Dawes agrees to loan Germany $88 million to relieve financial crisis. Resulting economic boom is synonymous with the Jazz Age. 1924-28, Berlin becomes Central Europe's cultural center with the publication of Thomas Mann's Magic Mountain, Fritz Lang makes Metropolis, and Bertolt Brecht directs Threepenny Opera. 1929, the German airship Graf Zeppelin offers travelers a new way across the Atlantic. In 1929, it flies to Friedrichshafen from New York in just over 55 hours. Neue Sachlichkeit. George Gross. B. Berlin, 1893. D. Berlin, 1959. Gross was first and foremost a graphic artist, whose biting satire tore into respectable bourgeois society. A member of the Communist Party, Gross had little time for the art market and believed that a modern cult of artistic individuality had been fabricated by art dealers to improve their profits. Having been active in the Dada movement, in the early 1920s, Gross increasingly turned to oil painting to show the oppressed the true faces of their masters. His satire and moral outrage at capitalist society's corruption shows Gross's admiration for not only Hogarth and Goya, but also to the cruel and hallucinatory world of Hieronymus Bosch. Lifeline. 1893, born a publican's son. 1907, expelled from school. 1909-16, studies art in Berlin and Dresden. 1917-22, leading Dada artist. 1928, put on trial for blasphemy, wins case. 1933, emigrates to America with Nazis coming to power. 1959, returns to Berlin, dies 3 months later. Coffee house. 2 frenetic lines and superimposed images of drinkers, a dog, and a nude mirror the frenzied hedonism of Berlin in the years after the Great War. 1918-20, Indian ink on paper, 45 by 38 centimeters, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. The pillars of society. This shows a Nazi, a nationalist, a social democrat, a judge, and a militarist. Gross alliance of respected citizens. 1926, oil on canvas, 200 by 108 centimeters, National Gallery, Berlin, Germany. Christian Schad. B. Meisbach, 1894, D. Stuttgart, 1982. Schad was encouraged to follow a career in art by his father, who was a lawyer. He briefly studied at Munich Academy, and when the war broke out, avoided military service by feigning a heart condition. He then moved to Zurich and Geneva, 1915-20, where he became involved in Dada. Schad moved to Berlin in 1928 and became a leading force in the Neue Sachlichkeit movement. His portraitures, surrealism, and icy sentiment made him the movement's most extreme representative. His themes were café life, homosexual clubs, and sexual encounters. Augusta the pigeon-chested man and Rasha the black dove, meticulously executed, frank pictures of deformity and black identity were taboo subjects, but would soon be forbidden. 1929, oil on panel, 120 by 88 centimeters, private collection. Max Beckmann. B. Leipzig, 1884, D. New York, 1950. Both of Beckmann's parents died before he was 10, and the themes of loss and nostalgia resound in his painting. In 1906, he painted his mother's dying in great scenes of death. Its painful honesty is reminiscent of Munch. Before the war, Beckmann became known for his large-format disaster paintings in which he depicted either contemporary events such as in the sinking of the Titanic, 1912, or allegorical scenes as in The Flood, 1908. Between 1918 and 1923, he focused on aspects of life in Berlin, in claustrophobic and nightmarish scenes. Then, in the mid-1920s, Beckmann's style became less hallucinatory, the figures more joyful and composed, and his themes infused with a visionary quality and mythological content. Lifeline. 1884, born in Leipzig, 1900-2003, studies in Weimar, 1914-15, works in medical corps, suffers a breakdown and moves to Frankfurt, 1947 emigrates to teach in U.S., 1950 dies in New York. Night, a scene of torture and sexual violence, as a family receive a visit from the bailiffs. 1919, oil on canvas, 133 by 154 centimeters, Kunstsammlung Nordrhein-Westfalen, Düsseldorf, Germany. Closer look. Order from chaos. There is a clearly ordered framework to this nightmarish scene. Beckmann has constructed a grid of perpendicular, horizontal and diagonal lines over which the bodies of victims and perpetrators adhere. The effect is to provide a chilling sense of cohesion to this scene of rape and torture. The little fish in Beckmann's allegorical later paintings, the motif of a fish can represent the phallus, the mystery of life, and also Christ. 1933, oil on canvas, 135 by 115 centimeters, Musée National d'Art Moderne, Centre Pompidou, Paris. Otto Dix. 0 to Dix. BNDRMHUS, Thuringia, 1891, D. Singen, 1969. Although Dix's early works were influenced by Cubism, by the early 1920s he was painting like an old master. Gross called him Hans Baldung Dix, after the 16th century painter. It was only after the war, and his involvement in Dada, that Dix's mature style emerges. A fluent draftsman, etcher, watercolorist, and oil painter, Dix's 50 etchings in the War series, 1924, are a harrowing commentary on violence and death. These two themes, coupled with sex, are the driving force behind Dix's painting. As a portrait artist, Dix was brutally revealing, yet he frequently received commissions. Notorious for his frank portrayals of prostitutes, he also painted the habitués of nightclubs and aging lovers. Lifeline. 1891 born, the son of a foundry worker, 1905 to 2009 apprenticeship as decorative painter, 1909 to 14 studies at Dresden School of Applied Arts. 1914-18 volunteers for military service, 1920 participates in the first International Dada Fair, 1927-28 professor of art at Dresden, 1933-45 avoids Nazi persecution by painting landscapes, 1962 dies in Singen. I didn't paint war pictures in order to prevent war. I would never have been so presumptuous. I painted them to exorcise war. All art is exorcism, Otto Dix. Metropolis, the triptych, associated with altarpieces, is an ironic dig at the sanctity of Weimar society. The gaiety of the club contrasts with the grim reality depicted in the flanks. 1928, mixed media on wood, 181 by 402 centimeters, Galerie der Stadt, Stuttgart, Germany. Closer look. Familiar faces. Dix modeled a number of the characters on real personalities from Dresden's social set, who were also his friends. The violinist, for example, is the painter Gert Wohlheim, and the man wearing the monocle has been identified as the then director of architectural studies at Dresden Academy, Wilhelm Kreis. Cabaret in Berlin. In the late 1920s, Berlin's cabaret scene was a mix of eroticism, political satire, music, and theater. This in turn influenced playwright Bertolt Brecht and opera composer Kurt Weill to write the satirical Mahagony song Spiel. Founded in Germany in 1919, the Bauhaus School of Art and Design survived shortages of funds, political instability, and occasional internal divisions. It was twice forced to relocate and produced just 500 graduates in 14 years, yet it was the 20th century's most influential school of design. Origins and influences. Bauhaus, which means building house, was the vision of the modernist architect Walter Gropius. Established in the city of Weimar, Bauhaus aimed to overcome the prejudice that raised high art over lowly design. Classes were held in workshops with apprentices taking a compulsory preliminary class before moving on after 6 months to train in the field of their choice. The school's first teacher was Johannes Itten, who taught color theory and practical use of materials. His successor, Laszlo Moholy-Nagy, was as much scientific inventor as artist. He taught draftsmanship, painting, and photomontage. Under political pressure to justify its funding, Gropius staged an exhibition of Bauhaus designs, kitchenware, tables, and textiles in a purpose-built show house. Despite international acclaim, the Bauhaus was forced to leave Weimar for Dessau in 1925. In the new Bauhaus, the emphasis was on industrial rather than craft design. Subjects and techniques. New products, such as ceiling lamps, cantilever chairs, and furniture suitable for office or home, were designed by Bauhaus technicians and produced by companies who owned large-scale factories such as that of Standard Mobile Furniture. In 1928, Gropius resigned and was replaced by Bauhaus architect Hans Meyer. He had produced the first prefabricated housing and stressed the need to design for people's needs. He resigned in 1930 due to his left-wing views. His replacement, Mies van der Rohe, would go on to design New York's Seagram building. By 1931, Nazis had gained Dessau and, in 1932, Bauhaus made its final move to Berlin. A Staatliches Bauhaus. Gropius designed the Bauhaus building in Dessau. Built between 1925 and 1926, it comprised workshops, lecture rooms and, as seen here, ultramodern students' quarters. Current events. 1919. With Germany shamed and defeated in World War I, society teetered on the edge of chaos. In both Berlin and Munich there were failed leftist insurrections. 1922. The direction that much of Europe would take was signaled when Mussolini seized power in a coup d'état, and Italy became a fascist state. 1930. A critical year for Germany, as the international banking crisis polarized political opinion. With a quarter of the population unemployed, it became difficult for moderate voices to be heard. Bauhaus. Lionel Feininger. B. New York, 1871. D. New York, 1956. Although he was a gifted musician, Lionel Feininger chose a career in art and studied in Paris and Berlin. A successful graphic artist, he secured contracts with publications in both Germany and the US. Feininger turned to painting in 1907, when he was posted to Paris for 2 years. On his return to Germany, he specialized in landscapes. The turning point came in 1911, when he encountered Cubism and his work developed the splintered prismatic forms of Orpheism, in which light is as important as mass. In 1917, a successful exhibition established his reputation. He was Gropius's first appointee at the Bauhaus in Berlin, where he headed the print workshop from 1919 to 1925. It was in this capacity that he developed his students' interest in the art of printing from woodcuts. Lifeline. 1871. Born in New York, 16 moves to Berlin when 1887 leaves Germany to study music, but embarks on art studies within a year. 1888 to 93 studies at art institutions in Hamburg. 1907 to 11 concentrates on Berlin and Paris painting, and is influenced by Cubism. 1919 founder and longest-serving member of the Bauhaus. 1937 returns to New York, paints and teaches. Towery, monumental and luminous, Feininger's townscapes often feature a church tower. Painted as if the light were shining from within, his towers came to symbolize rebirth in the years after World War I. 1923 to 26, oil on canvas, 61 by 48 centimeters, Kunstmuseum, Basel, Switzerland. Sailboats. This image captures the sense of speed, light, and air involved in sailing. Clearly defined shapes drawn with the lightest touch link the boats, sea, and sky in a network of interlocking planes. With a minimum of color, Feininger has arrived at an almost naturalistic scene. 1929, oil on canvas, the Detroit Institute of Arts, Detroit, U.S. Closer look. Dynamic movement. Upward and downward pointing triangles cut across the canvas to represent the sails and rays of light. This, coupled with the movement from left to right, creates a sense of constant progress. Laszlo Moholy-Nagy. Biebksporad, 1895, D. Chicago, 1946. Hungarian artist Laszlo Moholy-Nagy studied law at Budapest University. He took up painting while he was convalescing from a war wound. He was mostly self-taught and was influenced by constructivism, creating photographs made by exposing objects to light on photosensitive paper, photomontage, and collage. In 1922, he exhibited at the Sturm Gallery in Berlin and was Walter Gropius's choice to replace Johannes Itten to teach on the Bauhaus preliminary course. Light, its effects and creative potential, was the core of much of Moholinagi's work. He taught in a scientific way and was the first artist to work with electricity creatively. He constructed rotating light machines for what he called the theater of totality, aiming to create a new theatrical experience in the process. Lifeline. 1895, born in Hungary, 1917, turns to art while convalescing. 1919 to 21, moves to Vienna and then Berlin, where he meets Russian constructivists Malevich and L. Lisitsky. 1923 to 28, appointed at the Bauhaus, where he teaches in the metal workshop initially. 1928, becomes a stage designer for Berlin Avant-Garde Theater. 1936, designs the sets for sci-fi film The Shape of Things to Come. 1939, founds his own school of design in Chicago. 1946, dies in Chicago. Z8. Moholy-Nagy was interested in illusory effects, particularly the three-dimensionality of apparently flat objects. 1935, oil and galolith on board, 73 by 87 centimeters, private collection. Kinetic construction. This design shows the intended effect of one of Moholy-Nagy's machines. His aim was to project the theatrical action at the spectator and remove the barrier between stage and audience. See 1925-30, Working Sketch, Magyar Nemzeti Galéria. Bucharest, Hungary. Closer look. Grand ambition. The size of the figure shows the scale of the artist's vision. After years of experimenting with rotating lights and shadows, he made his light space modulator machine, which made him feel like the sorcerer's apprentice. Joseph Albers. Biebrauch, Germany, 1888. D. New Haven, 1976. Working intermittently as a schoolteacher, Joseph Albers studied art in Berlin, Essen, and Munich from 1913 to 1920. He then enrolled at the Bauhaus, where he was the first graduate to join the staff. From 1923 to 1933, he worked in the stained glass, typography, and furniture design workshops. He also co-ran the preliminary course with Moholy-Nagy. In 1933, he moved to the U.S. and took up oil painting. From 1949 until his death, he painted variations on a series of precise, formal, abstract pictures entitled Homage to the Square. From 1950 to 1959, he taught design at Yale University and published his theoretical essay Interaction of Colors. A Homage to the Square. Albers sought to explore spatial dynamics and color combinations in a format removed from any reference to the natural world. Since there are no right angles found in nature, Albers chose to focus his studies on the square 4 consecutive right angles. See 1960, Oil on Masonite, Gemeente Museum, The Hague, Netherlands. Oscar Schlemmer. B. Stuttgart, 1888, D. Baden-Baden, 1943. One of the Bauhaus School of Art and Design's most influential teachers, Oscar Schlemmer trained in marquetry before enrolling at the Stuttgart Academy from 1906 to 1911. His artistic career was varied. He painted, sculpted, designed for the stage, and wrote on art theory. At the Bauhaus, at both Weimar and Dessau, he worked in the metalwork, sculpture, and stage design workshops. His triadic ballet, a constructivist tour de force with music by Paul Hindemith, was first staged in Stuttgart in 1922 and the following year at the Bauhaus. Schlemmer remained a figurative painter, believing that pure abstraction had a tendency to be soulless. His own work retains a cool and detached quality, however. For figures and a cube, Schlemmer combines illusional shapes with human forms. The viewer is drawn into the distance, where the smallest figure stands. The juxtaposition of figures and cube has a strangely disarming feel. 1928, Oil on Canvas, 246 by 160 centimeters, Staatsgalerie, Stuttgart, Germany. 3 girls, and a head in profile. Schlemmer's most important theme was the human figure in space, either moving or stationary. In this painting of 3 girls, it is the sense of stillness that holds the viewer. See 1926-29, Oil on Paper, 64 by 48 centimeters, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Paul Klee. BMNCHNBUCHSE, near Bern, 1879. Di Miralto, near Locarno, 1940. An accomplished violinist, Paul Klee decided to forego a musical career to study art. He moved to Munich in 1898 and enrolled at the Academy. It was there that he studied under the rigorously classical Franz von Stuck. But from the very beginning, Klee's work defied convention. Between 1903 and 1905 he produced a series of bitterly satirical monochrome etchings called Inventions, which featured disturbingly distorted figures. He moved from a graphic to a painterly style in 1914 following a trip to Tunisia. Klee's childlike creations and whimsically titled pictures draw on every conceivable influence from Cubism, ancient hieroglyphs, and Mozart operas to Baroque art. In 1920, Klee joined the Bauhaus School of Art and Design, where he established an enduring friendship with Kandinsky and created a vast number of works, each of which he carefully annotated. Lifeline. 1898 moves to Munich to study art. 1906 marries pianist Lily Stumpf. 1914 visits Tunisia, which has a major influence on his work. 1916, his close friend Franz Marc dies. Klee is conscripted. 1920 joins the Bauhaus. 1924-25 holds his first show in New York. A year later he contributes to an exhibition of surrealist art in Paris. 1931-33 leaves the Bauhaus, joins the Dusseldorf Academy until forced to flee Nazi Germany. 1940 dies of heart failure. Street Café in Tunis, number 55, Klee accompanied fellow artists Auguste Mack and Louis Maillot on a painting trip to Tunisia, where he produced 30 watercolor sketches. 1914, watercolor and pencil on card, 10 by 22 centimeters, Sammlung Scharf-Gerstenberg, Berlin, Germany. Senecio, this brightly colored face, made up of gentle geometric shapes, is named after a genus of plants, perhaps because it resembles a seed head. The quizzical head has a totemic quality of focus for adoration as much as for amusement. 1922, oil on canvas, 41 by 38 centimeters, Kunstmuseum, Basel, Switzerland. Untitled, Signs of Growth, around 1937, Klee's line became much heavier and his colors more basic. In 1935 he had been diagnosed with the fatal disease scleroderma, and it is probable that he simplified his approach so he could work more rapidly, aware that time was short. 1937, oil on paper, 63 by 48 centimeters, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Red Balloon, number 179. The lightness of touch and uncluttered composition of Klee's Tunisian paintings gradually took on a more precise edge. The viewer can tell this is a townscape even though it is veering towards abstraction. Paradoxically, it is the red balloon that acts as the visual anchor and unites the different elements. 1922, oil on muslin on cardboard, 32 by 31 centimeters, Guggenheim Museum, New York, U.S. Closer look. Technique: the sky is the thinnest of oil washes under which the chalk-primed muslin can still be seen. Against this misty background the balloon, with its thick red pigment, appears even more dominant. What is really essential, really productive, is the way after all. Becoming is superior to being. Paul K. Iron context. Worthless currency. In 1923, Germany defaulted on war debt repayments, and Belgium and France occupied the Ruhr. Astronomical inflation ensued, and within weeks the German mark became worthless. High-denomination notes were rushed out, including one designed by Bauhaus professor Herbert Bayer. 50 billion mark banknote, even multi-billion mark notes had little value. Between the wars, Britain and America produced a variety of avant-garde artists. They looked to Paris and European modernism for inspiration, but they produced art that reflected their own national backgrounds. Origins and influences. Ben Nicholson and Barbara Hepworth were at the forefront of the British avant-garde movement. They married in 1933 and traveled through France, visiting artists such as Pablo Picasso, Constantine Brancusi, and Jean Arp. Along with Henry Moore, they helped establish Unit 1 in 1933, the first British modernist movement to embrace art, design, and architecture. Other members included Paul Nash and Edward Wadsworth. Unit 1 organized exhibitions across Britain, which sparked debate and polarized opinion on modern art. Subjects. The British avant-garde artists eschewed the urban subject matter and naturalistic style of Sickert's Camden Town group. Instead, they tended toward abstraction but also continued the tradition of British landscape art. In the 1930s, Hepworth's sculpture drifted away from recognizable human forms and became more severe and geometrical. In 1939, Hepworth and Nicholson moved to Cornwall, and the landscape became an important representational element in their work. Moore and Graham Sutherland were also affected by a love of landscape. Moore sculpted figures but found inspiration in natural forms: see smooth pebbles, rolling hills, and animal bones. Sutherland painted landscapes suffused with feeling. Two American artists, Alexander Calder and Stuart Davis, were also connected to the European avant-garde. Both artists lived in Paris in the late 1920s, and Calder extended his stay into the 1930s. The random motion of Calder's steel and wire sculptures was influenced by Dadaists and Surrealists. But his sculptures were also indebted to American folk art. He began as a maker of toys, including a whole circus of animals. Davis was inspired by Cubism, but his subject matter was distinctly American. Unlike his British contemporaries, he celebrated the urban world in joyous, decorative paintings that depicted modern buildings, neon lights, street signs, posters, and commercial packaging. Hepworth and Nicholson, the couple, were central figures in what the critic Herbert Read called a nest of gentle artists who lived close together in Hampstead, London, and brought advanced artistic ideas from Europe. Avant-garde in Britain and the U.S. Ben Nicholson. B. Denham, Buckinghamshire, 1894. D. London, 1982. The son of painter Sir William Nicholson, Ben Nicholson was one of the most influential British abstract artists. He began painting in his father's style with a great sense of order and sureness of touch. Nicholson's work was influenced by Cubism, and in particular the genre of still life. He painted his first abstract painting in 1924, and nearly a decade later produced his most innovative work, austere geometric paintings and reliefs. In this later work, Nicholson shifted between abstraction and representation, often in same picture. He cut, painted, and assembled flat boards into elegant abstract reliefs, and also made big, freestanding reliefs, including one in marble in the garden of Sutton Place, Surrey. Although Nicholson admired the work of naive painters, including Rousseau and St. Ives painter Alfred Wallace, his was always an art of high aestheticism and formal rigor rather than instinctive expression. Lifeline. 1910-11 Studies at Slade School of Art. 1920 Marries the artist Winifred Roberts. 1924 First solo show at the 21 Gallery, London. 1933 with Hepworth. Joins the Paris-based abstraction creation group. Produces first geometric and abstract reliefs. 1938 Marries Hepworth. 1951 Divorces Hepworth. 1958 Moves to Switzerland. 1974 Returns to London. 1935 White relief. In 1933, Nicholson began making abstract reliefs, and by 1935 he had banished all color. This was seen by some critics as a cold, mechanistic extreme of abstract art. This piece, however, was made from an old tabletop found in a junk shop, so it had a worn, lived-on surface. 1935. Painted wood, 102 by 166 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. 1933. Guitar. By using an oddly shaped piece of wooden board rather than canvas, Nicholson created a work that lies somewhere between painting and relief. He admired naive painters such as retired seaman Alfred Wallace, and the simplicity of the materials and the style here shows their influence. 1933. Oil on board, 83 by 20 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Closer look. Textured surface. Nicholson created a lively surface texture by adding a layer of plaster to the board and then cutting into it while it was still wet. Barbara Hepworth. B. Wakefield, 1903. B. St. Ives, 1975. Barbara Hepworth was the most important British female artist of the 20th century. Her sculpture in stone, wood, and bronze is suffused with a romantic feeling towards nature and landscape. Indeed, her artworks, with their smooth, rounded forms, almost look as if they have been left to the sea and wind. Hepworth pioneered the technique of direct carving, working without a preliminary model or drawings of what the finished sculpture will look like. She was also the first British sculptor to introduce the whole into work, in her 1931 piece, Pierce Form. During the late 1930s and 1940s, she began to concentrate on the counterplay between mass and space in sculpture. By the 1950s, she was one of the most respected sculptors in the world and won a stream of important commissions, including the Memorial to Dag Hammarskjöld, Single Form, 1963, at the United Nations in New York. Lifeline. 1920-21 studies sculpture at Leeds School of Art. 1921-24 wins County Scholarship to the Royal College of Art, London. 1925 marries artist John Skeeping and moves to Rome. 1926 returns to London. 1933 divorces Skeeping. 1938 marries Nicholson. 1939 moves to St. Ives at the outbreak of World War II. 1943 first major solo exhibition, in Leeds. Three forms. By the mid-1930s, Hepworth's sculpture was becoming increasingly abstract. Here, she uses the simplest forms and eliminates all color. The work can be read representationally as a landscape, or as the head, back, and legs of a reclining female nude. Perhaps the three forms also refer to the triplets Hepworth had in 1934, 1935, marble, 21 by 53 by 34 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. In the contemplation of nature we are perpetually renewed, our sense of mystery and our imagination is kept alive. Barbara Hepworth. 1934. Doves. For centuries, exquisitely detailed Italian sculpture has been made from fine white Parian marble. Hepworth makes this tradition modern by simplifying and smoothing the form of the doves. She learned to carve marble while living in Rome. 1927, Parian marble, 29 by 33 by 22 centimeters, Manchester Art Gallery, UK. Curved form, Trafalgar. Trafalgar is the name of a hill near Hepworth's home. There, Hepworth wrote, "The cliffs divide as they touch the sea facing west." As well as divided cliffs, this piece reminds the viewer of antlers or trees next to a pond. 1956, bronze, 90 by 60 by 67 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Pelagos, meaning sea, in Greek. Pelagos was inspired by a view of the bay at St. Ives in Cornwall, where two arms of land reach out into the sea. The sculpture's sensuous curves also recall other natural forms: a shell, a wave, or the roll of a hill. The strings remind us of a musical instrument, and also of the oft-cited maxim that all abstract art aspires to the condition of music. 1946, part painted wood and strings, 43 by 46 by 39 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Closer look. Paint and strings. Hepworth used paint and strings in many of her sculptures of the 1940s. She spoke of the color of the paint as plunging me into the depth of water, caves, and shadows, and the taut strings as expressing the tension I felt between myself and the sea, the wind, or the hills. Henry Moore. BCS Ford, Yorkshire, 1898, D. Much Haddam, Hertfordshire, 1986. Born into a mining family as the seventh of 8 children, Henry Moore would become the most famous British sculptor of the 20th century. He gained his reputation by staying true to his materials, making sculptures by carving stone and wood and trying to establish an active relationship with the material. He rejected classical and Renaissance ideas of beauty, and instead looked to the vitality of ancient and primitive sculpture for inspiration. Two subjects kept recurring in his work: the mother and child, which he rendered without sentimentality, and the female figure, which usually undulated like a landscape. During the war, he was appointed as a war artist, creating moving drawings of people sheltering in London's tube stations. After the war, he started working in bronze. This made possible a new range of forms. The later work often has a new expressive power, and also enabled him to keep up with the increasing number of public commissions that resulted from his international reputation. Lifeline. 1917-19 serves in the Army. Gassed in World War I. 1921-24 studies at Royal College of Art. Teaches there until 1931. 1928 first one-man show at the Warren Gallery. 1932-39 head of sculpture at Chelsea School of Art. 1940 moves from London to Mudgeham, where he lives for the rest of his life. 1951 First retrospective held at the Tate. 1976 establishes the Henry Moore Foundation. 1986 dies, aged 88. Figure in a shelter during World War II, Moore made a series of drawings showing Londoners sheltering in tube stations. They are bleak images of underground existence. This ghostly figure under a shroud is particularly despairing. Yet the drawings were seen as metaphors for the stoic resistance of the British people. As a result, they were exhibited at the National Gallery, London, in 1941. 1941, pencil, ink, wax crayon, and wash, 38 by 56 centimeters, Wakefield Museums and Galleries. West Yorkshire, UK. The Warrior, made in 1946, this piece seems to be Moore's response to the horrors of the war. Precariously perched on a plinth, with limbs amputated and head gashed, his warrior does not seem to be much of a hero. He appears to hold his shield up to ward off more suffering. 1946, bronze, Kunsthal Mannheim, Germany. Mother and child inspired by non-Western sculpture, Moore rejects tradition in this depiction of maternal love. In line with his truth to materials philosophy, he has carved directly into the stone. And the figures have been imbued with the solidity and strength associated with stone. Moore wrote in 1934 that stone should not be falsified to look like soft flesh. It should keep its hard, tense stoniness. 1925, Hornton Stone, 64 by 41 by 36 centimeters, Manchester Art Gallery, UK. The sensitive observer of sculpture must also learn to feel shape as shape, not as description or reminiscence. Henry Moore, 1937. Four-piece composition. Reclining figure. Although the title refers to a figure, Moore evokes natural forms, animal bones, and a landscape. He wrote, "The human figure is what interests me most deeply, but I have found principles of form and rhythm from the study of natural objects, such as pebbles, rocks, bones, trees, plants." 1934, Cumberland Alabaster, 18 by 46 by 20 centimeters, Tate, UK. Closer look. Rock carvings. The curves of the incised lines, reminiscent of prehistoric stone carving, echo the undulations of the four forms. Stuart Davis. B. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 1892, D. New York, 1964. Davis made idiosyncratic abstract paintings that captured the vitality of American life, its cities, its street life, advertising, and neon lights. He was, in effect, the first pop artist. In the 1930s, while most of his contemporaries were painting realist images, he developed a new style contrasting geometric areas of flat color with objects clearly defined in linear perspective. These images possess a wit and gaiety. The bright, dissonant colors and lively, repetitive rhythms can be seen as analogous to jazz music, which Davis loved. He was recognized in his lifetime with retrospectives at the Museum of Modern Art in 1945 and the Whitney Museum of American Art in 1957. Visa Davis used advertising imagery years before the pop artists. Here, a lively jumble of letters and shapes creates a painting that grabs you as a poster would. 1951, Oil on Canvas, 102 by 132 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Graham Sutherland. B. London, 1903, D. London, 1980. Sutherland was one of the most important and versatile modernist artists to emerge from Britain. Not only a painter, he was a printmaker and designer of ceramics, stage costumes, and posters. In 1921, he abandoned a railway engineering apprenticeship to study etching and engraving. For 10 years, he worked as a printmaker. His late 1930s paintings of South Wales were mysterious landscapes of light and dark. They were far removed from the clarity and simplicity of abstract artists and heralded a romantic revival in British art, which dominated the next decade. An official war artist, he was shocked by photographs of Nazi concentration camps and took up religious painting after the war. His expressionist portraits often caused controversy. Lady Churchill destroyed his portrait of Winston Churchill. Welsh landscape with roads. Sutherland uses unnaturalistic coloring and low-key tones to create a threatening atmosphere in this landscape. He wrote that paintings like this expressed the intellectual and emotional essence of a place. 1936, Oil on Canvas, 61 by 91 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Closer look. Ancient past Sutherland conjures up a sense of the landscape's history through the inclusion of the animal skull in the foreground. Alexander Calder. B. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 1898. D. New York, 1976. Calder revolutionized sculpture by inventing mobiles, a term coined by French artist Marcel Duchamp in 1931. His delicately balanced constructions consist of abstract shapes suspended from wires and moved by air currents. Calder himself described them as four-dimensional drawings. He spent much of his 30s in Paris, where he became friends with many of the avant-garde artists, including Piet Mondrian and Joan Moreau. Indeed, with their colorful shapes, Calder's mobiles look like animated versions of Miraut's paintings. Later in his career, Calder produced huge mobiles for public commissions, including Kennedy Airport, New York, 1957, and the UNESCO headquarters, Paris, 1962. Some are motorized like the 14M wide red, black, and blue at Dallas Airport, 1967. Lifeline. 1923-26 Studies at Art Students League, New York, 1926 Makes small animated animals in wood and wire, 1928 First one-man exhibition at the Waite Gallery, New York, moves to Paris, 1931 Joins the Abstraction Dash, 1933 Returns to U.S., lives mainly in Roxbury, Connecticut. 1944 First major retrospective at Museum of Modern Art in New York. Mobile. This is a typical example of Calder's mobiles. The suspended shapes look like natural forms, petals, and berries, and are attached to wires that resemble the branches of a tree. French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre called Calder's mobiles symbols of nature, abruptly causing 1,000 butterflies to take wing. See 1932, Metal, Wood, Wire, and String, approximate 150 by 200 by 200 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Black Widow. Calder also produced large static sculptures, which French sculptor Jean Arp called stabiles. These were made of bolted sheets of metal. The bolt curves are similar in shape to the mobiles. They invite the viewer to walk around them, implying the idea of movement. 1959, Painted sheet steel, 233 by 434 by 226 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. In the 1920s and 1930s, a number of artists resisted the trend towards abstraction, preferring to work more conventionally while still reflecting contemporary life. Figurative painters in Europe and America continued the tradition of realism, but in several diverse styles. Far from being anachronistic, many 20th century figurative painters were very much of their time, not only in their choice of subject matter, but also in the various styles they adopted, continuing a tradition of representational art through to the present day. Origins and influences. The realist and figurative painting of this period had two principal sources. One was the 19th century social realism of artists, such as Courbet and Millet, who were concerned with the representation of everyday working life. This was especially significant for American painters such as Edward Hopper and Grant Wood. The other was the revival of the classical style in Europe following World War I, a tendency associated with nationalism and political conservatism. This did not exclude an element of social commentary or even a poetic and symbolic dimension. Style and subject. Many of these figurative artists had previously experimented with Cubism and other avant-garde styles, and some had also worked as commercial artists or photographers. Inevitably, this influenced their representational style. As well as nostalgic rural genre paintings and landscapes, there was an emergence of realistically depicted urban scenes and interiors reflecting an ever-increasing industrialized environment, and often portraying the psychological tensions of the modern world. A Breton woman at Prayer. Christopher Wood. 1930. Breton subjects had been popular with artists since the late 19th century. This fishing region in North France with its ancient history and traditional costumes was viewed as a kind of refuge from the modern world. Realism and figurative painting. Timeline. After World War I, figurative painting enjoyed a revival. The American regionalists, such as Grant Wood, emerged in the 1920s and 1930s, while in Europe, there was a renewal of the realist tradition with artists like Fausto Pirandello. The 1940s saw Edward Hopper reach the peak of his achievements with atmospheric works such as Nighthawks. Lawrence Lowry, who had been painting seriously from the 1920s, only achieved recognition in the 1950s. 1930, Wood, American Gothic. 1931, Pirandello, Interior in the Morning. 1942, Hopper, Nighthawks. 1942, Lowry, An Island. Interpretations. Both painting styles portray social reality and truth rather than aesthetics and ideals. In the US, these paintings were the first expression of American-born painters attempting to interpret American life. America. The realism of the Ashcan school was followed by a gentler and more nostalgic figurative style during the Depression years seen in the work of the American regionalists, predominantly Thomas Benton, John Curry, and Grant Wood, but this realism resurfaced in New York with Hopper's bleak portrayals of urban life. Although distinctly different in character, the regionalists and Hopper shared a background in commercial illustration that informed their painting and contributed to its local flavor. Also working in the 1920s and 1930s were precisionist painters such as Charles Sheeler, who was also a commercial photographer. His paintings of cityscapes and the machinery of modern technology are almost photographic in their realism, yet the mainly figureless scenes and geometric shapes verge on the abstract in their composition. Georgia O'Keeffe was similarly influenced by photography, but alongside her landscape painting developed a naturalistic, rather than realist style. Studies of sun-bleached bones and extreme close-ups of flowers also give an impression of abstraction. Europe. Representational painting in Europe also had regional variations, but some form of realism continued into the 20th century across most of the continent. The realist tradition of social commentary survived too, overtly with artists such as Solana, whose depictions of Spanish working-class life carried a strong political message, but less obviously in other figurative paintings of the period. Pirandello, for example, adopted a form of poetic realism, distorting perspective and introducing irrational elements into otherwise mundane domestic scenes, which introduced a metaphorical as well as social tone to his work, and Ballas took on some of the allegorical mannerisms of surrealism in interior paintings that are dreamlike and often disturbingly erotic. Yet another interpretation of realism can be seen in the very English industrial landscapes of L.S. Lowry, who affected a simplified, faux-naïve style. Steam turbine Charles Sheeler. The geometrical shapes of urban and industrial scenes, meticulously depicted by Sheeler and other precisionists, echo elements of cubism and abstract art as well as the more obvious influences of photography and commercial illustration. 1939, Oil on Canvas, 56 by 45.7 centimeters, Butler Institute of American Art, Youngstown, Ohio, U.S. The washerwomen Jose Gutierrez Solana. The subject matter of figurative painters such as Solana, working people in everyday situations, places them firmly in the realist tradition, but recognizably 20th century in style. 1931, Private Collection. Georgia O'Keeffe. B. Sun Prairie 1887, De Santa Fe, 1986. In a career that spanned much of the 20th century, Georgia O'Keeffe combined both the figurative and the abstract in her paintings of flowers, bones, and shells. Her works present their subjects in exquisite detail, as abstract images with symbolic connotations. They are often suggestive of female genitalia, although O'Keeffe denied that they had any feminist subtext. Born in rural Wisconsin, O'Keeffe took an interest in art at an early age and left home in 1905 to study in Chicago and New York. For a while, she worked as a commercial artist, but then abandoned art to become a teacher. In 1915, however, she produced a series of abstract charcoal drawings that launched her career. They were shown at a gallery in New York run by the photographer Alfred Stieglitz, who continued to show her work regularly, and whom she eventually married in 1924. Her works began to command high prices, and she became one of the U.S.'s most successful living artists. Lifeline. 1887, born on a dairy farm, 1905 to 2006, studies in Chicago, 1907 to 2008 studies at the Art Students League in New York, 1916 her work is exhibited in Alfred Stieglitz's 291 Gallery, 1924 Mary Stieglitz, 1929 spends first of many summers in New Mexico, 1946 Stieglitz dies. 1949 moves to Ubiquitao, near Santa Fe, New Mexico, 1971 goes blind, takes up pottery, 1986 dies, aged 98. Red, white, and blue a sun-bleached cow's skull was a recurrent subject for O'Keeffe. Here, set against the blue of New Mexico skies, between red borders, there is also a sly reference to the American flag. 1931, oil on canvas, 101 by 91 centimeters, Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, U.S. My Autumn in the late 1920s, O'Keeffe began a series of paintings of flowers and plants in extreme close-up. The cropped images and often enormous scale forced the viewer to examine the subject more closely, seeing it for what it is rather than as an element within a composition. 1929, oil on canvas, 102 by 76 centimeters, private collection. Nothing is less real than realism. It is only by selection, by elimination, by emphasis that we get at the real meaning of things. Georgia O'Keeffe, 1922. Charles Sheeler. B. Philadelphia, 1883. D. Dobbs Ferry, 1965. A leading figure in American modernist painting, Charles Sheeler was also a highly respected photographer, which undoubtedly influenced the smooth, sharply defined precisionist style that he used to capture the modernization of the U.S. He studied both industrial design and art in Philadelphia before traveling to Europe, where he came across work by Cézanne and the Cubists. On his return to the U.S. in 1912, Sheeler earned his living as a commercial photographer, but continued to paint, mainly urban and industrial scenes, and in an increasingly photographic manner. In the 1940s, his work started to become more abstract, although it was no less meticulously painted. Following a stroke, Sheeler retired from both painting and photography in 1959. Upper Deck Sheeler's work as a photographer affected his choice of subject. He mainly concentrated on factory scenes, urban landscapes, and domestic interiors, subjects that allowed him to explore geometric shapes in a Cubist-influenced style. Upper Deck can be seen as a precisionist representation of machinery, but it is also a study in colors and forms. 1929, oil on canvas, 73 by 55 centimeters, Harvard University Art Museums, U.S. John Stuart Curry. B. Dunavant, 1897, D. Madison, 1946. With Grant Wood and Thomas Hart Benton, John Stuart Curry led the regionalist movement of the 1930s, a collection of artists depicting scenes from the Midwest. He was one of the great American scene painters, showing life in his native Kansas, even though much of his own life was spent outside the state. Before settling in New York, Curry studied in Chicago, and later Paris, and from 1936 he worked as artist-in-residence at the University of Wisconsin. Murals for the Kansas State Capitol building, now considered to be his masterpiece, aroused much controversy at the time and were left uncompleted. Baptism in Kansas. Curry made his name with this rural Kansas scene, painted from memory in New York. It is typical of his folksy narrative style, which was popular with East Coast urbanites. 1928, oil on canvas, 102 by 127 centimeters, Whitney Museum of American Art, New York, U.S. Grant Wood. B. Near Anamosa, 1891, D. Iowa City, 1942. With the phenomenal success of American Gothic, Grant Wood became probably the best known of the American regionalist painters. Born on a farm in Iowa, he spent his teenage years in Cedar Rapids, then traveled and studied in the U.S. and Europe before returning to his home state in 1932. He joined the staff of the University of Iowa's School of Art in 1934, where he taught painting. Much influenced by Netherlandish Renaissance oil painting, Wood developed a boldly realist style in his depictions of the Midwest, which are often tinged with a wry humor. He continued painting and teaching until his death from liver cancer, the day before his 51st birthday. American Gothic, named after the architectural style of the window in the background, Wood portrays an enigmatic, impassive farming couple in affectionate detail. 1930, Oil on Board, 74 by 62 centimeters, Art Institute of Chicago, U.S. All rights reserved by the estate of Nan Wood Graham / licensed by Vaga, New York, New York. Edward Hopper. B. Nyack, New York, 1882. D. New York, 1967. Edward Hopper's atmospheric portrayals of East Coast scenes have made him the best-known American realist painter of the 20th century. He was trained and worked as a commercial illustrator, but achieved the success he yearned for as a painter in the 1920s when House by the Railroad became the first painting bought by the Museum of Modern Art in New York. This was a turning point in Hopper's career, enabling him to concentrate on painting in the introspective, melancholic style that had evolved from his earlier impressionistic work. He and his wife took painting trips to rural New England, where he produced numerous pictures of typically American architecture. During the 1930s, Hopper also began to depict urban scenes with bright lights and intense shadows peopled with solitary figures. Towards the end of his life, when abstract art became fashionable, Hopper's work was unfairly dismissed as illustrative, a term he loathed. Lifeline. 1882. Born in Rockland County, New York State, 1899 to 1906. Studies illustration and painting. 1906 makes the first of several trips to Europe. 1910 to 24. Works as an illustrator in New York. 1923 paints the mansard roof, which is bought by the Brooklyn Museum. 1925 paints House by the Railroad. The first of his mature works. 1942 paints Nighthawks. His most famous work. 1967 dies in New York. Evening Wind. Many of Hopper's early etchings featured female figures in urban New York settings, anticipating the lonely figures in his later paintings. 1921, etching 18 by 22 centimeters, Whitney Museum of American Art, New York, U.S. Nighthawks. Hopper's best-known work is a powerfully evocative depiction of urban alienation. The desolate mood of the almost empty diner and deserted streets is enhanced by Hopper's impassive realist style and the simplicity of the composition. 1942, Oil on Canvas, 76 by 152 centimeters, Art Institute of Chicago, U.S. Closer look. Inner light source. The brightly lit diner throws the street outside into gloomy, film noir-style shadows, making the diner an island of light in a dark streetscape. This contrast forces the viewer's attention to the interior scene, starkly illuminated by an overhead light on the right, the only light source in the painting. Focal point at the center of the diner, the woman's red dress and auburn hair stand out from the muted colors around her, intensifying all of the anonymity of the male customers. Them appear to be contained in a glass-sided case with no exit. Thomas Hart Benton. B. Neosho, 1889, D. Kansas City, 1975. The son of a U.S. congressman, Thomas Hart Benton rejected the family's traditional career of politics in favor of art. He studied at the Art Institute of Chicago, and also in Paris. On his return to the U.S., he moved to New York, where he painted in a modernist, sometimes abstract style. However, he found it increasingly difficult to reconcile the elitism of this style with his notions of the artist's place in society, and eventually abandoned modernism absolutely. During the 1920s and 30s, Benton's realist paintings and murals of rural life established him as a leading regionalist painter. Appalled by the politics of the New York art world, he left to teach at the Kansas City Art Institute in 1935, where Jackson Pollock was one of his students. He was dismissed in 1941 for his controversial leftist views and spent the rest of his career painting public murals in the Midwest. Haystack Benton's historical murals and Midwestern scenes were not simply narrative, they were also social comments that reflected his populist Marxist views. 1938, Tempera with oil glaze on linen on panel, 61 by 76 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, U.S. The mansard roof. To begin with, Hopper only used watercolor for his illustrative work, but encouraged by his colleague and future wife Jo Nivison, he began to use the medium for seascapes and architectural paintings. 1923, watercolor over graphite on paper, 36 by 51 centimeters, Brooklyn Museum of Art, New York, U.S. Room in Brooklyn. Hopper's paintings often depict scenes of solitude or detachment. There is seldom any interaction between his characters, and often only a single figure. This feeling of isolation is emphasized by his predilection for harsh, one-directional light and sharply defined shadows. 1932, Oil on Canvas, 74 by 86 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, U.S. Balthus. B. Paris, 1908, de Rossinière, 2001. Known by the childhood nickname Balthus, Balthazar Klossowski de Rolla exhibited alongside the Surrealists, although his work was always distinguished by traditional painting skills. He achieved public recognition only later in life, and some notoriety, for his disturbingly erotic depictions of childhood and adolescence. Balthus painted from an early age, encouraged by family friends, such as Rainer Maria Rilke and André Gide. In 1934, he had his first one-man show in Paris, and then established himself as a portrait and landscape painter. He continued to explore the erotic and surreal elements of his early maturity, culminating in his masterpiece, The Room, 1952-54. Lifeline. 1908, born in Paris to Polish parents, 1914 moves with his family to Berlin, 1924 returns to Paris, 1937 marries Antoinette de Watteville, 1961-77 serves as director of the French Academy in Rome, 1962 travels to Japan, where he meets his second wife, 1977 moves to Rossinière, Switzerland. The Room. In this erotic and dreamlike painting, Balthus explores psychologically unsettling subject matter with traditional techniques. 1952-54, Oil on Canvas, 271 by 335 centimeters, private collection. My paintings have many layers of meaning, vanishings in the canvas. Balthus. The Mediterranean Cat. As a teenager, Balthus produced an album of drawings of the adventures of the cat Mitsu, and cats feature in many of his subsequent paintings. He sometimes referred to himself as His Majesty, King of the Cats. 1949, Oil on Canvas, private collection. Impasto. In later work, Balthus used an impasto technique, building up thick layers of paint to give an impression similar to that of fresco painting. He also tended towards warm and bright colors, increasing the resemblance to Italian Renaissance frescoes. José Gutiérrez Solana. B. Madrid, 1886, D. Madrid, 1945. A respected artist and writer, José Gutiérrez Solana was a major figure in the revival of Spanish culture at the turn of the 20th century. He studied at the Academia de Bellas Artes in Madrid from 1900 to 2004, and then became involved with writers of the generation of 1898, a mainly literary movement trying to restore cultural life after the disastrous Spanish-American War. As a painter, Solana was greatly influenced by Goya and the Spanish Baroque masters. He painted mainly urban scenes, depicting the darker side of life in Madrid: prostitution, alcoholism, grief, and tragedy in somber colors. He exhibited frequently in Spain and won several awards for his painting, but, because of his cynical outlook, lived an isolated and reclusive life. The clown Solana's typically somber colors and oppressive setting are apparently at odds with the gaiety of this subject, but very effectively convey the bleakness of the characters behind the grease paint. The tragic tears of the clown. 1920, Oil on Canvas, 98 by 124 centimeters, Museo Nacional Centro de Arte Reina Sofía, Madrid, Spain. In context. Clowns. In painting the emotional ambiguity of traditional clown characters, such as Harlequin and Pierrot, appealed to many artists in the first half of the 20th century. The melancholy underlying their comic antics was a powerful metaphor, particularly in a time of discovery in psychology and psychoanalysis. Circus clown. Popular in circuses and music halls, clowns inspired artists such as Solana, Georges Rouault, Raoul Dufy, and Bernard Buffet. L.S. Lowry. B. Stretford, 1887, D. Glossop, 1976. Best known for his paintings of industrial Manchester and Salford, Lawrence Stephen Lowry came to prominence late in life, and continued to work as a rent collector even when he was one of the most popular painters in England. However, Lowry was by no means an amateur painter. He studied in the evenings for more than 20 years at art colleges in Manchester and Salford. In his 20s, Lowry moved to Pendlebury, where he spent much of the rest of his life and drew inspiration from the mills and factories. From his first exhibitions in the 1920s, he built a reputation gradually, only achieving popular success when he was in his 60s, and continued to live a simple and private life. Lifeline. 1887, born in a middle-class area of Manchester. 1905, takes evening classes at the Municipal College. 1909, moves to Pendlebury, an industrial part of Salford. 1910-52, works as a rent collector. 1915, studies part-time at Salford School of Art. 1921, has his first exhibition in Manchester. 1934, is elected to the Royal Society of British Artists. 1948, moves to Mottram in Longdendale, Cheshire. 1962, is elected to the Royal Academy. 1976, dies of pneumonia. An island. Although he often depicted industrial cityscapes with some affection, Lowry also conveyed a sense of their bleakness. He invariably used drab colors to portray grimy urban buildings and overcast skies, dominated by ever-present smoking factory chimneys. 1942, oil on canvas, 46 by 61 centimeters, Manchester Art Gallery, UK. Coming out of school, typical of Lowry's urban landscapes, this is a vivid record of life in industrial northern England. The playful figures leaving the red brick school, next to a terrace of small houses, are overshadowed by the huge factory buildings and a lowering sky. 1927, oil on wood, 35 by 54 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Closer look. Matchstick Men. Lowry's spindly figures have become the best-known feature of his work. In early paintings, each matchstick figure was carefully and individually depicted. From about 1930, they became less distinctive anonymous members of the crowd. Fausto Pirandello. B. Rome, 1889, D. Rome, 1975. The son of the Nobel Prize-winning dramatist, Luigi Pirandello, Fausto Pirandello studied first as a sculptor, but made his name as a painter in the 1920s. His early influences included Gauguin and Van Gogh. During a period living in Paris, from 1927 to 31, he became part of the Italiani di Parigi, Italians of Paris, group and adopted some elements of Cubism. Back in Rome in the 1930s, Pirandello developed a very individual realist style, incorporating irrational subjects and dramatically skewed perspective. He had considerable success in Italy and abroad with dreamlike depictions of everyday life, such as The Staircase, 1934, and incisive portraits such as the 1933 one of his father. His later works became more abstract, influenced again by Cubism, and he continued to paint until his death in 1975. Lifeline. 1889, born in Rome, the son of dramatist and novelist Luigi Pirandello. 1919-20, studies sculpture with Sigismondo Lipinski. 1927, moves to Paris. 1929-30, exhibits in Paris and Vienna. 1931, returns to Rome, and shows interior in the morning at the Sindicale Romana. 1933, paints Luigi Pirandello, a portrait of his father. 1951, first retrospective at Palazzo Barberini, Rome. 1975, paints Bathers, his last major work, dies in Rome. Interior in the morning. In the 1930s, Pirandello painted scenes of working-class life in a starkly realist style, but included almost surreal details, such as the picture frame around the head of the central figure. 1931, oil on board, 178 by 151 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. He has a personal impact of his own. You may accept or refuse the painter Pirandello, but you cannot ignore him. Virgilio Guzzo, art critic. Fueled by social protests brought on by centuries of colonial occupation, Mexican art in the 20th century often focused on the formation of a new national identity. From panoramic murals to modest still lives, Mexico's people and culture were at the ideological center of art production. Origins and influences. Mexican art is a rich blend of diverse sources that reflect the complex historic and social forces underlying the formation of its national identity. European influences, dominant from colonial times onwards, became a point of contention at the beginning of the 20th century as the Mexican Revolution challenged its citizens to form their own vision of themselves as a nation. Looking at their pre-Columbian past and indigenous populations with a fresh eye, free of European value judgments, Mexican artists began to enthusiastically incorporate the nature, people, and culture around them, instead of emulating foreign trends. Subject: art that focused on Mexicanidad, all things Mexican, became an important part of the search for national identity. American Indian holidays, costume, and folk art became a source of inspiration. These scenes were often mixed with references to ancient gods and religious practices. The distinctive Mexican landscape also featured. In a gesture of cathartic political purging, artists also portrayed the cruelties and injustices of the Spanish conquest. Style: although no one style was ever promoted or followed, Mexican art retains a distinctive look that is due in part to its diverse sources. For example, a unique color palette often reflects indigenous aesthetics, the abstracted form is reminiscent of archaic monumental sculpture, and the satiric commentary comes from popular graphics. Mexican muralism: David Siqueiros painted this mural on the Poliforum Cultural Siqueiros in Mexico City, built 1964-71. Mexican art timeline: the popular graphic artist José Guadalupe Posada lovingly critiqued the passions and foibles of Mexicans of all classes' cheap and widely distributed broadsheets. The muralists José Orozco, Diego Rivera, and David Siqueiros created murals on government buildings that were meant to educate Mexicans on their history, from the grandeur of past civilizations to the heroic battles of the Revolution. 1913, Posada, La Catrina. 1938, Kahlo, What the Water Gave Me. 1942, Tamayo, The Dancers. 1945, Rivera, Great City of Tenochtitlan, Detail. Muralism: Orozco, Rivera, and Siqueiros were the most important muralists and came to be known as Los Tres Grandes, the Three Great Ones. Each had his own distinct style, technique, subject matter, artistic influences, and even political beliefs. Studying in Europe for over 13 years, Rivera was highly influenced by both Cubism and Italian Renaissance murals. Orozco shunned Rivera's didactic Marxism and had a vision of humanity that was darker and more complex. His messages tend to have more universal appeal. An ardent revolutionary who fought in the Spanish Civil War and in other revolutionary battles, Siqueiros was the most experimental in terms of composition and technique, and has had the most lasting influence on future generations of artists. Other talented and visionary artists also painted murals in Mexico, but not exclusively. The far-reaching influence of Mexican muralism on artwork created all over the world cannot be underestimated. Throughout Latin America, Mexican art led the way to developing mature and unique political expressions. The Mexican muralists Xochimilco executed some of their best work in the U.S., and their innovative painting techniques helped to pave the way for abstract expressionism. See page 502. Muralists' other visions: Mexican artists have also followed more individual paths of self-expression. The wife of Rivera, Frida Kahlo, was a tireless promoter of Mexicanidad. With her husband, she amassed important collections of pre-Columbian antiquities and folk art, which they later donated to the people of Mexico. She painted intimate portraits of herself and loved ones, which explored themes of illness, love, and psychological suffering. Her work displays aspects of surrealism, a movement she was peripherally involved in. Rufino Tamayo was a subtle and lyrical colorist, whose work explores his American Indian origins. Like Kahlo, he was also influenced by surrealism, part of the generation that began to pull away from the political themes of the muralists. Tamayo used myth and abstraction to convey a more universal search for meaning. The Flowered Canoe: Diego Rivera, 1931. In a utopian mingling of the classes, urban mestizo, European Amerindian, tourists float down rural canals on boats at Xochimilco. Currientevents, 1910. The decade long begins. Oil is discovered. Mexican Revolution on the Gulf Coast. 1917. A radical new constitution is formed. 1920-24. Alvaro Obregón is made president, ushering in calm. A program of social reforms begins. 1926 church strike due to anti-clerical policies. 1929 the National Revolutionary Party is founded. It retains power for 71 years and leads to Mexico becoming a one-party democracy. 1938 the holdings of foreign oil companies are nationalized, a major economic turning point. Diego Rivera. B. Guanajuato City 1886, D. Mexico City, 1957. Diego Rivera was one of the greatest 20th century Mexican artists, and his public persona matched his legendary large physical size. He was classically trained, but absorbed modernism during a 13-year stay in Europe. Rivera returned to Mexico after the revolution to work on mural programs run by the Minister of Education, José Vasconcelos, in Mexico City. From this point until his death, he would be a central and controversial figure in Mexican painting and culture. Along with his wife, the artist Frida Kahlo, Rivera promoted a form of cultural nationalism known as Mexicanidad in his murals, paintings, and lifestyle. His collection of Mesoamerican art, along with Anahuacalli, his pre-Columbian-inspired studio, was donated to Mexico when he died. During his stay in the U.S., 1930–33, Rivera painted significant murals and influenced a generation of American artists. However, in 1933 his mural Man at the Crossroads provoked international scandal when it was destroyed at the Rockefeller Center, New York City, due to its depiction of Lenin. Lifeline. 1907–21 studies in Spain, settles in Paris, 1922 begins to participate in Mexico's mural program, 1929 marries Frida Kahlo, 1930–33 paints murals in San Francisco, Detroit, and New York, 1937 Leon Trotsky deported from Soviet Union. He and his wife arrive in Mexico and live with the Riveras. 1954 death of Frida Kahlo. The Tortilla Maker. This depiction of monumental Indian women, kneeling in front of stone metates, corn grinders, that have remained unchanged since pre-Hispanic times, suggests the antiquity and enduring nature of Mexican indigenous culture. 1925, oil on canvas, 122 by 97 centimeters, University of California, San Francisco, U.S. The great city of Tenochtitlan. Rivera's panoramic murals of pre-Columbian civilizations are committed to authentic detail, but given idealized view of ancient Mexican life. 1945, fresco, 4.9 x 9.7 m, Palacio Nacional, Mexico City, Mexico. Closer look. Causeways. The Aztec capital was built on an island in Lake Texcoco. Causeways led from the ceremonial center to other cities along the shore, each with its own pyramid-shaped religious structures. José Clemente Orozco. B. Ciudad Guzmán, Jalisco, 1883, D. Mexico City, 1949. One of the great ones of Mexican muralism, Orozco was also an expressive painter, draftsman, and printmaker. Critical of the Mexican Revolution and scornful of propaganda in art, Orozco's examination of history was a complex attempt to get at the truth. His work addressed universal social concerns, such as the role that technology played in war and the subjugation of peoples. One of his favorite themes was the Greek myth of Prometheus, who he recast as the man of fire. This figure served as a metaphor for the artist's role in society, as the self-sacrificing harbinger of change, hope, and salvation. Early in his career, poverty forced Orozco to work in the U.S. for a number of years, where he executed important mural commissions. When he returned to Mexico, with a more firmly established reputation, he painted numerous murals in Guadalajara and Mexico City. American Civilization. Ancient Human Sacrifice. Orozco's mural at Dartmouth is one of the most spectacular examples of Mexican art in the U.S. Epic in scope, the fresco's cycle portrays the dualities of the Indian and European historical experience in North America. 1932, fresco, 305 by 302 centimeters. Dartmouth College, New Hampshire, U.S. The Spanish conquest of Mexico. Situated in a deconsecrated church, this mural is widely considered Orozco's greatest work. Seeking to create a balanced view of history, Orozco depicts both the negative and positive aspects of the Spanish conquest. 1938–39, fresco, Hospicio Cabanas, Guadalajara, Mexico. José Guadalupe Posada. B. Aguascalientes, 1852, D. Mexico City, 1913. A master of popular engraving, José Guadalupe Posada captured the spirit of Mexican society under the dictator Porfirio Diaz, who ruled from 1884 to 1911. After the revolution, contemporary artists revived his reputation and celebrated his work as being authentically Mexican. Posada specialized in illustrations for newspapers that avidly fed the public appetite for sensational news. With a deft hand and a joyous love of gruesome detail, he portrayed the notorious crimes of his day. Religious scenes, bullfights, popular heroes and bandits, political portraits, and natural disasters were all part of his repertoire. However, he is best known for his images of skeletons produced for the Day of the Dead celebration. Calavera Catrina. This calavera of a society lady sporting an ornate and pretentious hat has become a beloved emblem for Mexicans, who often incorporate it into altars, crafts, and costumes for the Day of the Dead. 1913, zinc relief etching, 12 by 16 centimeters, private collection. David Alfaro Siqueiros. B. Camargo, 1896, D. Cuernavaca, 1974. A member of the legendary The Great Three. Along with Rivera and Orozco, David Alfaro Siqueiros was the youngest of this group. A militant social activist, he frequently participated in demonstrations, strikes, and other revolutionary activities and was involved in the first, bungled assassination attempt on Leon Trotsky. Although he was primarily a muralist, Siqueiros broke away from the traditional use of fresco and experimented with new techniques and materials, often taken from the industrial world. He applied paint with a commercial airbrush and often used stucco paint, an automobile lacquer, and other plastic media. In the 1930s, he headed an experimental workshop in New York, which was to prove influential for future generations of American artists, such as Jackson Pollock. The devil in the church, passionately dedicated to Marxism, and a political activist all of his life, Siqueiros probably meant this as an anti-clerical statement. The monstrous creature tearing through the roof is evocative of evil and the Antichrist. 1947, enamel on Celotex, 214 by 154 centimeters, Museo de Arte Moderno, Mexico City, Mexico. Closer look. Balcony figures attired in finery with military and ecclesiastic emblems of office. The balcony contains the aristocratic, wealthy, and powerful of this unholy congregation. In a satirical quotation from Leonardo's Last Supper, Siqueiros has placed a presidential couple in front of an arched window and blue sky. Zapata, a talented printmaker, Siqueiros here offers an iconic representation of the revolutionary leader Emiliano Zapata. This transfer lithograph on zinc reveals a bold handling of light and dark that suited the artist's political zeal. 1931, lithograph, 53 by 40 centimeters, private collection. Rufino Tamayo. B. Oaxaca, 1911, D. Mexico City, 1991. Rufino Tamayo was part of the generation of artists that followed the Mexican muralists, and although he painted a number of important murals both in Mexico and the U.S., he was an outspoken advocate of greater expressive freedom. Rejecting traditional descriptive realism, Tamayo fused figuration and abstraction to create a bold personal style, which he deemed more in keeping with modernist formal experimentation. Utilizing a brilliant color palette, along with the flat planes and shallow space of cubism, Tamayo painted with a raw and expressive power, often inspired by the pre-Columbian and folk arts of his country. The forms of his figures consistently drew upon Mesoamerican pottery and sculpture, which he avidly collected and eventually left to a museum he established in his native Oaxaca. Tamayo refused to confine his work to nationalistic statements, however, and insisted on placing Mexican and Latin American art within the discourse of international modernism. Lifeline. 1911, born in Oaxaca, but is sent to Mexico City to live with relatives. 1920s, influenced by Mexican muralism, but rejects its dogmatic nationalism. 1926 to 1928, lives in New York. 1934, marries Olga Flores Rivas Zarate, 1936–49, lives intermittently in New York and teaches art at the Dalton School, Manhattan. 1950, represents Mexico at the XXV Venice Biennale. 1964, retrospective of his work is held in Mexico City. 1991, dies, aged 80. The dancer's exuberant color, combined with rich, a sculptural use of form, lends a powerful emotional charge to these monumental dancers. Tamayo balances hot and cool colors, and pairs movement with frozen gestures. Enveloped in a fiery red background, these iconic and abstracted female figures evoke a timeless and universal sense of vitality. 1942, oil on canvas, 117 by 92 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Restricted colors. Tamayo felt that the more limited the use of color, the more significant were its expressive possibilities. The violent contrast of the different ranges of reds, blues, and blacks in this scene succeeds in evoking an emotional intensity. A watermelons. Tamayo painted many still lives with watermelons and other fruits, perhaps evoking his childhood selling fruit at his aunt's market in Mexico City. The vibrant color and sinuous lines were inspired by the folk art of his native Oaxaca. 1968, 130 by 195 centimeters, oil on canvas, Museo Tamayo Art Contemporáneo, Mexico City, Mexico. Two lovers contemplating the moon, humans contemplating the cosmos, and perhaps their place in it, was a favorite theme for Tamayo. Resembling ancient Mesoamerican ceramic figures, his lovers seemed to defy gravity by floating in space while gazing at the moon. 1950, oil on canvas, 81 by 100 centimeters, private collection. Frida Kahlo. BCYOC with the Q10, 1907. DCYOC with the Q10, 1954. Raised in the shadow of the Mexican Revolution, Frida Kahlo was an ardent supporter of social justice who, together with her husband Diego Rivera, promoted a greater appreciation for the complex culture, history, and peoples of her country. A hallmark of all her work is the inclusion of specifically Mexican artistic references, including Aztec sculpture, colonial religious art, and folk art. Much of Kahlo's work is biographical in nature, exploring her emotional and psychological states of mind, yet it often transcends the personal by questioning gender roles and the power relations between individuals and nations. Kahlo's distinctive public persona can also be considered a type of early performance art, aimed at challenging the status quo. Lifeline. 1914 contracts polio, which damages her right leg. 1925 is severely injured in a bus accident. 1929 marries Diego Rivera in Coacán. 1930–33 travels to the U.S. 1937 the Bolshevik revolutionary Leon Trotsky and his wife move into Frida's house. 1939 exhibits in the Mexique exhibition, Paris. 1953 solo show in Mexico City. The suicide of Dorothy Hale Kahlo based this composition on Catholic ex-votos. Produced in thanks for miraculous salvation, they typically show terrible events. In this emotionally intense work, Hale is shown as a tragic figure who does not survive her anguish. 1938–39, oil on hardboard with painted frame, 50 by 41 centimeters, Phoenix Art Museum, U.S. What the water gave me. The bathwater reflects an odd assortment of objects and people that have significance for the artist. Kahlo's parents, her favorite dress, and cacti float on the surface. 1938, oil on canvas, 91 by 71 centimeters, private collection. Iron context. Mexican Revolution. 1910–20 This bloody civil war sought to correct the gross social inequalities between the small landholding elite and the poor landless peasants, who were primarily of Indian or mestizo, mixed descent. Emiliano Zapata, the revolutionary leader, became an iconic hero figure, repeatedly portrayed by the muralists and other Mexican artists. The two Fridas. This double self-portrait reveals Kahlo's painful sense of a divided self. The dualities of her mixed European and Indian heritage are shown in the costumes, but the figures are united by an artery connecting the two hearts. 1939, oil on canvas, 174 by 173 centimeters, Museo de Arte Moderno, Mexico City, Mexico. Closer look. Bleeding heart, the heart Onkelos, unlovable, European half is shown exposed, as an artery from it drips blood onto her dress. This may be a reference to Catholic images of the Sacred Heart of Mary, common in Mexico. Before World War II, the Surrealists had used images of dreams to mock bourgeois conventions. After the war, artists were more concerned with the opposite, to find general truths in the unconscious mind that would piece society back together. In the US, the abstract expressionists flouted traditional painting techniques in an effort to find and express common human ground. 1945. 1945. Abstract Expressionism, 1940s late 1950s. 1955. Pop art late 1950s late 1960s. Kinetic art 1960s. 1965. Minimal art MID, 1960s to 1980s. The vast size of abstract expressionist works was copied in minimal art. Art objects were deliberately simple and geometric as well as huge. They stood for themselves, not for something else in the real or subconscious world. In the 1960s, the next generation of artists reacted against what they saw as the sterile and stuffy atmosphere of abstract art, whatever it was or was not expressing. Pop music, comic strips, packaging, and advertisements provided the raw material for pop art. It was swiftly followed by optical art, dubbed op art, which relied on visual effects to make a flat image seem to vibrate and shimmer. Kinetic sculptures really did move, either mechanically or in air currents. Conceptual art presented an idea rather than an object, while superrealism went back to representational art but, in an unsettling twist, made it look more real than the real thing. Neo-expressionism was likewise a figurative reaction to abstraction, and looked deliberately crude in technique and materials. Onwards. 1985. Conceptual art late 1960s late 1970s. Superrealism late 1960s late 1970s. Neo-expressionism MID, 1970s late 1980s. 1995. Young British artists, YBS, late 1980s onwards. New Chinese art, late 1980s. Abstract expressionism flowered in the 1940s and 50s in New York. It covered a variety of painting styles, but all its practitioners conveyed a strong emotional content, emphasized the sensuousness of paint, and generally worked on large canvases. The term abstract expressionism was first used in connection with modern American painters in 1945 by Robert Coates, art critic of The New Yorker, but it had also been applied to the work of Vasily Kandinsky in the 1920s. By the 1950s the term was in common currency, even though some abstract expressionists, such as Willem de Kooning, did not produce abstract work. Influences. The Surrealists were a major influence on the abstract expressionists. Their ideas of unleashing the power of the unconscious and painting automatically were adopted by the abstract expressionists, as was biomorphism, a style of painting based on non-geometric shapes and motifs that evoke living things. Most of the abstract expressionists, including its two best-known artists, Pollock and Rothko, began painting in a biomorphic style in the 1940s. Abstract expressionism was also a response to post-war American society. In a conservative, and increasingly homogenized culture, artists felt a need to communicate their innermost feelings and experiences. In doing so, they created the first American art movement to achieve worldwide influence. New York replaced Paris as the world capital of contemporary art after World War II thanks to the emergence of abstract expressionism. Current events. 1944. Vasily Kandinsky, considered the founder of modern abstract expressionism, dies at Neuilly-sur-Seine. 1941. U.S. enters World War II. 1942. The Art of This Century Gallery, displaying abstract art, is opened by Peggy Guggenheim in New York. 1948. The Cold War between the U.S. and its allies, and Russia and its allies, begins. 1950. United Nations building completed in New York. Abstract expressionism. Timeline. Abstract expressionism grew out of surrealism. Gottlieb's eyes of Oedipus and Pollock's eyes in the heat retained the non-geometric biomorphic imagery favored by the surrealists. David Smith's sculpture, created from agricultural implements, suggests actions suspended by the mid-1950s. Rothko had established his color field style and Bordeaux was pursuing his all-over painting. De Kooning carried abstract expressionism into the 1960s. 1945, Gottlieb, Eyes of Oedipus. 1946, Pollock, Eyes in the Heat. 1950-52, D. Kooning, Woman Eye. 1952, Smith, Agricola 8. 1955, Rothko, unititled. 1962, Twombly, Achilles mourning the death of Patroclus. Interpretations. Abstract expressionists can broadly be divided into two groups. The action painters, a term coined by the critic Harold Rosenberg in 1952, included Jackson Pollock, Willem de Kooning, and Franz Kline. Their paintings are full of drama, with the paint applied urgently and passionately. The color field painters, championed by critic Clement Greenberg, include Mark Rothko, Barnett Newman, and Clifford Still. Their paintings are quieter and emphasize the emotional force of color. Action painting. In action painting, the act of painting becomes the content of the work, so the image reflects the raw emotions held by the artist while creating it. Action painters poured, dripped, and spattered paint onto the canvas. Hans Hofmann was among the first to do this, but Pollock took the technique to its logical conclusion. He abandoned the restrictions of brushes and upright easels to create images that he described as energy and motion made visible. These pictures, full of restlessness and flux, with no one part of the picture more important than another, were said to be all over. In style, Rosenberg summed up action painting. What was to go on canvas was not a picture but an event. Pollock's work, in particular, looked forward to the performance art and happenings of the 1960s. Look at a Pollock and you have a record of his performance. Color field painting. Where action painting was bold and assertive, color field painting was contemplative and carefully constructed. The works consist of large expanses of color, often without strong contrasts of tone or obvious focal points. Many color field paintings were intended to create transcendental feelings of awe and wonder. Newman said his art was religious and concerned with this sublime. Rothko said his work was about the basic human emotions: tragedy, ecstasy, doom. The huge size of many of these paintings does seem to overwhelm the viewer, inducing a feeling of isolation in a limitless world. If action painting was the result of a heightened state of consciousness on the part of the painter, color field painting was intended to create a heightened state of consciousness on the part of the viewer. The plow and the song. Markow Gorky's fluid expressive brushstroke and sinuous line work anticipate the action painting of Pollock and de Kooning. 1947, Oil on Canvas, 128 by 159 centimeters. Allen Memorial Museum, Oberlin College, Ohio, U.S. 1955. D. Clifford Still was one of the leading color field painters of the 1950s. This large, single-color painting provokes a sense of awe in the viewer. 1955, Acrylic on Canvas, Kunsthalle, Hamburg, Germany. Jackson Pollock. B. Cody, 1912, D. New York, 1956. Jackson Pollock was a leading exponent of action painting and abstract expressionism. Fellow abstract expressionist Willem de Kooning said, "He broke the ice for the rest of us." Pollock began making his drip paintings in 1947. They established his reputation and completely revolutionized the way a painting was supposed to be made. Instead of using an easel, Pollock laid the canvas on the floor. Instead of using brushes, he poured the paint from a can and dripped it from sticks. He also revolutionized the idea of composition. Pollock moved over and sometimes through the canvas with free, dance-like gestures. This created an all-over style, where no part of a picture was more significant than any other. The composition had no focal points, and often the center was no more important than the edges. They were pictures, Pollock said, with no beginning or end. The drip paintings earned Pollock notoriety as well as acclaim. Dubbed Jack the Dripper by Time magazine, he was the first American painter to become a star, and he lived up to the reputation, drinking hard and living recklessly. Lifeline. 1929–31 Studies at the Art Students League of New York under Thomas Hart Benton. 1937 Begins treatment for alcoholism. 1943 First solo exhibition at Peggy Guggenheim's Art of the Century Gallery. 1945 Marries the painter Lee Krasner and moves to East Hampton, Long Island, where he works in a barn. 1947 Begins drip paintings. 1949 Featured in an article in Life magazine that asks, "Is he the greatest living painter in the United States?" 1951 Abruptly abandons drip style, returning to the use of figurative elements. 1954 Stops painting entirely. Number 14 This is one of a series of black and white paintings Pollock embarked on after his drip phase. Figures reappeared in these paintings, but his technique remained unconventional. Working on the floor, he applied the paint with sticks and basting syringes, which his wife, Lee Krasner, said he wielded like a giant fountain pen. 1951 Enamel paint on canvas, 147 by 270 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Eyes in the Heat, Sounds in the Grass series. This work, made a year after Pollock moved to Long Island, looks forward to his drip paintings. Instead of using a brush, he applies the pigment onto the canvas directly from the tube, pushing and smearing it with blunt instruments to create a thick, textured crust. 1946 Oil on canvas, 137 by 109 centimeters, Peggy Guggenheim Foundation, Venice, Italy. Man with hand plow. In the 1930s, Pollock painted the rural West where he grew up. The energetic rhythms in these paintings suggest the turbulence of the Great Depression. They also look forward to the energetic patterns of his drip paintings. See 1933 Oil on canvas, 55 by 69 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, U.S. Closer look. Brushwork. The road and field are registered with little detail. Instead, the emphasis is on the bold brushwork, and areas are almost abstract. In context. Peggy Guggenheim, the renowned art collector, was one of the first champions of the abstract expressionists, in particular Pollock. In 1943, she gave Pollock a contract that enabled him to concentrate on painting. In the same year, she held his first one-man show at her Art of this Century gallery. His second show there in 1945 led critic Clement Greenberg to hail him the strongest painter of his generation. Peggy Guggenheim, photographed by Frank Churchill in 1953. Moon Woman. In the early 1940s, Pollock was influenced by Surrealism, and he made many paintings and drawings of American Indian mythic figures, especially the Moon Woman. Here, he paints living forms and primitive symbols. Other shapes emerge as a result of the free handling of the paint. 1942 Oil on canvas, 175 by 109 centimeters, Peggy Guggenheim Foundation, Venice, Italy. Autumn Rhythm, number 30, Jackson Pollock. 1950 Enamel on canvas, 266.7 by 525.8 centimeters, Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, U.S. Closer look. Autumn Rhythm. Jackson Pollock. Pollock had been painting in the drip style for 3 years before he made Autumn Rhythm. It represents the high point of his drip paintings. Soon after, he returned to more figurative work. The colossal scale and intricacy of the painting engulf the spectator, what Pollock called being in the image. The gaze is carried along dramatic paths of paint that rise and fall and double back over the entire canvas. The viewer is also drawn into the painting. The black lines seem to come forward while the brown, white, and gray marks sit back. The restless, eddying energy suggests music or dance, and the vast size hints at heroic landscapes of the American West, where Pollock grew up. Pollock at work. Pollock made his drip paintings in a barn at his East Hampton home. The size of the barn allowed him to paint from all 4 sides. He worked rapidly, stepping up to or onto the canvas again and again, swinging the paint stick with dance-like flourishes and flicks of hand, arm, and body. Technique. Pollock was influenced by Surrealist automatism, abandoning conscious control of the picture, and instead allowing the unconscious to guide the hand. Pollock stated, "When I am in my painting, I'm not aware of what I am doing." So when painting Autumn Rhythm, Pollock did not have an image in mind. Instead, he had an encounter with the canvas. The painting became a record of that encounter, part spontaneous, part considered. When asked if he painted from nature, Pollock replied, "I am nature." Layering of color. Pollock first applied black paint in complex linear swirls to his unprimed, unstretched canvas. This created a skeleton, over which he added the other colors. Pollock used enamel house paint because traditional oil paints were not fluid enough. Mark making. The variety of marks creates whirling visual rhythms and sensations. Elegant, curving lines of dilute black paint contrast with the tick-like marks made with thicker brown and white paint. Colors collide, creating thick textural areas, and spattered paint ensures every area of the canvas is filled with activity. Some marks are the result of careful choreographed movement, others the result of chance. Some suggest chaos, others order. Limited palette, actual size. On top of the initial application of black, Pollock weaves an intricate web of white, brown, and turquoise-gray lines. The colors evoke the autumn of the painting's title, and their energetic application suggests trees in an autumnal gale. The modern painter cannot express his age, the airplane, the atom bomb, the radio, in the old forms of the Renaissance or of any other past culture. Each age finds its own technique. Jackson Pollock, 1950. Arshil Gorky. B. Corkum, Armenia, 1904. D. Connecticut, 1948. Gorky played a key role in modern art, providing a link between European Surrealism and American Abstract Expressionism. Born Vostonik Manuga-Duyan, he changed his name after emigrating to the U.S., taking Arshil from the Greek hero Achilles, and Gorky, Bitter One, in Russian, from left-wing author Maxim Gorky. In the 1920s and 1930s, his painting was derivative of Cézanne, Kandinsky, and Picasso. By the 1940s, he had evolved a distinctive style. Under the influence of surrealists André Breton and Roberto Matta, he began painting in a free, arbitrary manner, setting dreamlike doodlings against a background of melting colors. The fertility of nature and human sexuality were major inspirations. Gorky's painting became increasingly abstract, with color becoming decorative, not descriptive. He thinned paint so it dripped uncontrollably and thickened it to reveal gestural brushstrokes. This delight in paint for paint's sake looks forward to the abstract expressionism of the 1950s. Lifeline. 1916 family flees Turkish invasion of Armenia. 1920 joins relatives in U.S. 1926-31 teaches at Grand Central Art School, New York. 1946 fire destroys his studio. He is diagnosed with cancer. 1948 breaks neck in car crash. Later commits suicide. Diary of a Seducer. Taking a cue from the title, it is possible to see the whole of this painting as a representation of the act of copulation. It has a rolling rhythm, and in the darkness, you can make out genitalia and the swelling forms of buttock and breasts. 1945, oil on canvas, 127 by 158 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Closer look. Ambiguity. Is this shape an ear, an insect, or a waterborne organism? Gorky leaves all forms deliberately ambiguous, as they reflect his dreamlike imagination. Sexual form at the heart of the picture, the eye is drawn to a form that resembles a labia. It is almost as if the viewer is implicated in the seduction of the title. Virginia Summer. Gorky produced many graceful and fluid drawings of the Virginia landscape, which reflect a daydreaming mind. 1946, pencil and crayon on paper, 48 by 62 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, Texas, U.S. Water of the Flowery Mill. This picture depicts the remains of an old mill and bridge on the Housatonic River, near Gorky's home in Sherman, Connecticut. And yet the real subject seems to be paint itself. Thin, brilliant washes of color overflow and overlap in a style that looks forward to fully fledged abstract expressionism. 1944, oil on canvas, 107 by 124 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Adolf Gottlieb. B. New York, 1903, D. New York, 1974. Gottlieb adopted the term pictograph for paintings he created in the 1940s to suggest something between image making and writing. Like Rothko and Newman, he was fascinated by myth and sought a kind of painting that was timeless and tragic. The figurative elements were not related rationally. He wrote, "I take the things I know hand, nose, arm, and use them in my paintings after separating them from their associations as anatomy." The later series, the exhilaratingly explosive bursts, 1957 to 74, are closer to the popular image of abstract expressionist wildness. Eyes of Oedipus. This is from Gottlieb's pictograph series. 1945, Oil on Canvas, 91 by 70 centimeters, Israel Museum, Jerusalem, Israel. Lee Krasner. B. Brooklyn, New York, 1908. D. New York City, 1984. Abstract expressionist Lee Krasner was better known for being the wife of Jackson Pollock. In the 1930s, she worked for the Federal Art Project and was rapidly promoted to supervisor in the mural division. However, it was under German painter Hans Hofmann that her painting flourished, and she began creating abstract still lifes and diagrammatic figure studies. In the 1940s, Krasner socialized with the first generation of abstract expressionists in New York, marrying Pollock in 1945. Her abstract expressionism varied from all over work with repeating rhythms of hieroglyphic-type signs in the late 1940s, to bold, gestural work in the late 1950s and 60s. Gothic landscape. This is one of Krasner's paintings made in the aftermath of her husband's and her mother's deaths. The violent and expressive gestural brushstrokes can be seen as reflections of her grief. 1961, Oil on Canvas, 177 by 238 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Willem de Kooning. B. Rotterdam, 1904. D. East Hampton, New York, 1997. Along with Pollock and Rothko, de Kooning is the most celebrated abstract expressionist. His brushwork was bold and spontaneous, and by painting without using preliminary studies, he gave his pictures a thrilling physical immediacy. Throughout his career, de Kooning was happy making abstract and figurative work. He is best known for a series of provocative paintings of women, Women Nos 1 to 6, he made in the early 1950s. With their toothy snarls, pendulous breasts, and vacuous eyes all rendered with slashing, impassioned brushstrokes and dripping paint, these women were crude, ferocious, and comical. This non-traditional way of depicting women shocked the public and some critics, while fellow abstract expressionists considered de Kooning's use of figurative representation to be regressive. In the late 1950s, de Kooning painted a series of landscapes. These evolved from complex exercises in composition and color to images of broadly painted simplicity. By the 1960s, he was showing women in the landscape with flamboyant, liquid brushstrokes, revealing a painter at peace in his new Long Island home. Lifeline. 1916 apprenticed to a firm commercial artists, 1926 enters U.S. as a stowaway, settles in New Jersey, 1935 to 37 works on Federal Arts Project. 1943 marries artist Elaine Fried, 1948 first one-man show in New York consists of black and white compositions, 1950 to 51 teaches at Yale School of Art, 1968 visits Netherlands for his retrospective at Stedelijk, 1969 begins sculpting. Painting de Kooning stated, "Even abstract shapes must have a likeness." And here the tense curves suggest the forms of breasts, torsos, and buttocks. 1948, Enamel and Oil on Canvas, 108 by 143 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Woman I, the first of a series of paintings of women. Woman I went through 2 years of transformations before it was finished. Throughout, de Kooning painted the woman vigorously, almost violently, reversing traditional female representations, which he summarized as the idol, the Venus, the nude. 1950 to 52, Oil on Canvas, 193 by 147 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. In context. Harold Rosenberg. Art critic Harold Rosenberg was highly influential in the success of abstract expressionism. He coined the term action painting in a 1952 article in Art News as a response to the work of Pollock and de Kooning. He celebrated action painting as a means of unleashing artists' instinctive creative forces, and as a dialogue between painter, materials, and the canvas. Harold Rosenberg, 1906–78, renowned for his fiercely intellectual criticism of art, Rosenberg also used these skills to write about politics and society. War. The representation of war in art is judged by criteria that may not be those of the artist. The pacifist demands an adequate representation of war's horrors. The military demands meticulous accuracy in circumstantial detail of uniform and equipment. The politician will demand that the balance of heroism and atrocity be weighted to the needs of propaganda. Despite all this, some artists have risen to the challenge of representing the effects and experiences of war in various ways through symbols, like Rubens or Goya, by concentration on the plight of the individual, Géricault, or by implication through the impact on the land, Paul Nash. As well as any political or ethical issues, the presentation of large numbers of figures in action presents the artist with a formidable technical challenge. Relief depicting two soldiers carrying the king's war chariot Assyrian, one of many military scenes from the Palace of Sargon II, Khorsabad Vag 8th century BC. Gypsum, height 127 cm Louvre, Paris, France. The Alexander mosaic Roman. This mosaic depicts Darius III at the Battle of Issus, 333 BC, where he fought against Alexander the Great. It is composed of over 1 million tesserae, small, colored tiles. 1st century BC mosaic, 342 by 529 cm, Museo Archeologico Nazionale, Naples, Italy. The burning of the Royal James at the Battle of Sol Bank, May 28, 1672. Willem van de Velde, the younger, the artist's practiced depiction of maritime scenes led to him painting sea battles from an English perspective for Charles IL, King of England. 17th century, oil on canvas, 106 by 153 cm, private collection. The Consequences of War. Peter Paul Rubens. Rubens contrasts the sumptuousness of his execution with the tragedy of his subject matter. 1637–38, oil on canvas, 206 by 342 cm, Palazzo Pitti, Florence, Italy. A night attack on the Sanjo Palace. Japanese school. This scroll illustrates the Heiji disturbance, a conflict between two Japanese warrior clans in 1159. 13th century, Inc. And color on paper, 41x670 cm, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, U.S. The Siege of Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar. Jean Fouquet. Fouquet was one of the most prominent painters of the 15th century, and this colorful biblical scene is typical of his illuminated manuscripts. Bibliothèque Nationale, Paris, France. The arrival of the Allied army at Ataparu, Paraguay. Candido López. López was a soldier, and war is a recurring subject of his work. The panoramic nature of this painting demonstrates the magnitude of this conflict between the Triple Alliance of Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay against Paraguay, 1864–1870. 1866, oil on canvas, Museo Histórico Nacional, Buenos Aires, Argentina. The wounded cuirassier Theodore Géricault. The ominous clouds in the background add to the emotional intensity of the scene. This painting is a fine example of Géricault's work, and of the romantic sensibility. The anonymous character is thought to represent the defeat of Napoleon's army. 1814, oil on canvas, 358 by 294 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. The Carnivorous Vulture, Plate 76 of The Disasters of War. Francisco de Goya. Goya's dark series of etchings, inspired by the Spanish War of Independence, is a disturbing insight into the horrors of war. 1810–14, etching. 18 by 22 cm, private collection. Balaclava. Lady Elizabeth Butler. This realistic presentation of the effects of war on its participants was controversial when first exhibited, not least because it was painted by a woman. 1876, oil on canvas, 59 by 76 cm, Manchester Art Gallery, UK. We are making a new world. Paul Nash. The blithe optimism of the title sits in bitter contrast to the barren landscape, ravaged by the effects of war. Nash's depictions of conflict were influenced by Vorticism. 1918, oil on canvas, 71 by 91 cm, Imperial War Museum, London, UK. The Battle of Midway. Jan Hamilton Finley. The artist created this tableau with the help of James Stoddart and James Boyd as a memorial to those lost in what became the most influential battle for supremacy in the Pacific during World War II. 1977 Mixed Media, Château d'Oyern, Love Valley, France. A barricade in the Rue de la Mortellerie, June 1848, Memory of Civil War. Ernest Meissonier. The realistic observation of this scene from the detailed cobblestones to the limp, lifeless bodies is notable for its emotional detachment. 1849, Oil on Canvas, 29 by 22 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. The defense of Sevastopol. Alexander Alexandrovich Dejnika gained the approval of the Soviet political establishment with his idealized representations of Russian soldiers in World War II. 1942, Oil on Canvas, 200 by 400 centimeters. State Russian Museum, St. Petersburg, Russia. Blue Baby, Blitz over Britain. Edward Burra. Even in his representation of the destruction of war, Burra retains a macabre sense of humor that is characteristic of his work. 1941, Watercolor on Paper, 69 by 102 centimeters, Private Collection. Mark Rothko. B. Dvyansky, 1903, D. New York, 1970. The Russian-born painter, Mark Rothko, was a leading abstract expressionist whose emotionally resonant use of color led him to be categorized as a color field painter, an abstract style characterized by its use of large expanses of solid color. In the 1930s, Rothko painted in an expressionist manner, but in the early 1940s, like many of his fellow abstract expressionists, he adopted a surrealist style, drawing upon the myths of antiquity and using calligraphic, biomorphic imagery. He began to develop the distinctive style for which he is best known, featuring large blocks of color in the late 1940s. By the end of the 1950s, his work had earned him international acclaim. Despite this, he became increasingly depressed, and eventually took his own life in 1970. Lifeline. 1913. When he is 10, Rothko's family emigrate from Russia to the U.S. 1921-23 studies liberal arts Yale University at 1925 moves to New York and studies at the Art Students League under Max Weber. 1933 first one-man exhibition at the Portland Art Exhibition Museum. 1948-49 helps run the subjects of the Artist Art School with Beziotes, Hare, Motherwell, and later Newman. 1951-54 teaches in the art department at Brooklyn College, New York. 1961 retrospective of his work at the MoMA. New York. Slow swirl at the edge of the sea. This image, from Rothko's surrealist period, shows two sinuous creatures that seem to float between sea and sky, surrounded by arabesques, spirals, and stripes that can be read as musical notation. 1944, Oil on Canvas, 191 by 215 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Untitled. To create his famous abstract expressionist images, Rothko worked on untreated, unprimed canvases. He applied repeated thin layers of pigmentation with light, fast brushstrokes, so that underlying layers showed through. The result was a painting of great transparency and luminosity. 1955, Acrylic and Mixed Media on Canvas, 138 by 70 centimeters, Israel Museum, Jerusalem, Israel. Closer look. Soft edges. Rothko generally painted his rectangles with soft, uneven edges. As a result, they seem to be gently hovering or floating over the canvas even when the rectangle is of a cool, recessive color, as the blue is here. No. 5/No. 22. In this early example of his abstract painting, Rothko uses hot, intense colors that give an air of exuberance and vitality. In the early 1950s, his palette often contained vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows. 1950, Oil on Canvas, 297 by 272 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Untitled. This dark, somber work is typical of the paintings Rothko produced in the last 2 years of his life. Lonely, suspicious, and separated from his second wife, he drank, smoked, and took prescribed drugs to excess. His paintings became gloomier and more mysterious, and used browns, grays, and dark blues, or reds and black. 1969-70, synthetic polymer paint on canvas, 198 x 168 cm, MoMA, New York, U.S. Barnett Newman. B. New York, 1905, D. New York, 1970. After Rothko, Barnett Newman was the preeminent color field painter, see page 502. He became famous for his zip paintings, in which he used thin stripes of color against a plain background. He saw the zip as a way of expressing the sublime, and recognized that it was capable of endless explorations. Indeed, he continued to paint zips for 2 decades, changing their color, width, and the way the paint was applied, so that each painting had a unique personality. Unlike his fellow abstract expressionists Pollock, Rothko, and de Kooning, Newman was largely ignored by the art world in the 1950s. His reputation was only cemented in the 1960s, when nominalists such as Don Judd admired the way in which he derived his composition from the shape of the canvas. In turn, Newman's late work was influenced by minimalism, with his zips becoming crisper and less expressive, and in the 1960s he started making equally simplified steel sculptures. Lifeline. 1905. Born in New York, the son of Russian Jewish immigrants, 1948 paints first of his zip paintings, 1950 first one-man exhibition at the Betty Parsons Gallery, New York, 1958-62 paints in black and white, 1965 begins making steel sculptures, 1970 dies, aged 65. Uriel named after the Archangel of Light, this is the last and largest of a group of pale turquoise paintings. While the vast turquoise expanse seems to enfold the viewer, the dark tones provide a kind of visual anchor. 1955, oil on canvas, 244 by 549 centimeters, Kunsthalle, Hamburg, Germany. One won this painting was Newman's artistic breakthrough the first time he used his signature mark, the zip. Newman applied the light cadmium red zip on a strip of masking tape, creating a thick, irregular band on the smooth field of Indian red. 1948, oil on canvas and oil on masking tape, 69 by 41 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Adam from the mid-1940s, Newman was preoccupied with the Jewish myths of creation, and his zips may relate to artistic traditions that present God as a single beam of light. The name Adam derives from the Hebrew word Adamah, meaning earth, and the relationship between the brown and red here may symbolize man's intimacy with the earth. 1951-52, oil on canvas, 243 by 203 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Clifford Still. B. Grandin, North Dakota, 1904, D. Baltimore, 1980. A pioneering abstract expressionist, in the mid-1940s Clifford Still became one of the first artists of the New York school to paint on a large, heroic scale, and one of the first to ignore representational subject matter. Still's work married the two strands of abstract expressionism. Like the color field painters, he was concerned with the emotive power of color. Like the action painters, he was interested in the expressive possibilities of brushwork, typically using a heavily loaded brush to create jagged, impasto forms. In the early 1950s, Still severed ties with commercial galleries and worked in increasing isolation. His uneasy relationship with the art world, and his reluctance to exhibit, meant that he did not receive the acclaim given to his contemporaries. Untitled here, Still's jagged flashes of color give the impression that a layer of color has been torn off the painting. The palette and the emptiness of this painting is evocative of the bleak and vacant landscapes of his native North Dakota. 1953, oil on canvas, 277 by 234 centimeters, Kunsthalle, Hamburg, Germany. Hans Hofmann. B. Weissenberg, Bavaria, 1880, D. New York, 1966. Hans Hofmann was an influential abstract expressionist artist, and an important, highly respected teacher. Trained in Munich and Paris, Hofmann emigrated to America in 1930, and ran an art school in New York from 1934 to 1958. There, he taught many of the younger abstract expressionists, including Lee Krasner and Helen Frankenthaler. The degree of contact he had with European artists was rare and much valued among the New York school. Hoffman developed a highly distinctive form of abstraction, based on patches of vivid color. The dense surfaces, which were often vigorously and impulsively painted, linked his work to the action painters, yet his painting was closer to the color field painters. He sought to create a tension between the flatness of an abstract painting and the illusion of depth in a representational painting. The result, he declared, was a pictorial space that was alive, dynamic, fluctuating, and ambiguously dominated by forces and counter-forces. The veil in the mirror this painting, juxtaposing strongly colored rectangles, is characteristic of Hoffman's abstract expressionist style. There is feeling of depth, as the hot colors, especially the pink rectangle in the top right corner and the yellow in the bottom right corner, appear to loom forwards. Hoffman termed this the push and pull effect. 1952, MoMA, New York, U.S. David Smith. B. Decatur, Indiana, 1906. D. near Bennington, Vermont, 1965. David Smith is regarded as America's greatest post-war sculptor. The son of an engineer, he sculpted by welding iron and steel, marrying these modern American industrial materials with the aesthetic developments of the leading European avant-garde artists. Smith trained as a painter but turned to sculpture in the 1930s after seeing Picasso's and Julio Gonzalez's welded metal pieces. By Arnold in 1940, he found the perfect place to work at Bolton Landing in Newman, the Adirondack Mountains, upstate New York. He developed a deep affinity with the place, spending hours arranging and photographing his sculpture in the fields around his studio. Smith evoked the landscape through his sculptural method of drawing in space. From the late 1950s, his sculpture became increasingly monumental. He joined cubes and cylinders together at dynamic angles so they reached out into space. Intended for the outdoors, they were enhanced by the effect of the light on their polished or painted surfaces. Lifeline. 1925 works as a welder and riveter at the Studebaker automobile plant in South Bend, Indiana. 1926 moves to New York, studies painting at Art Students League. 1942-44 works during World War II as welder of tanks and locomotives in a NA defense plant. 1948 teaches in New York, Vermont, and other schools. 1949-1950 awarded a Guggenheim Foundation Fellowship, which freed him from having to teach. 1965 dies in car crash, aged 59. Hudson River Landscape. This piece is created from a series of drawings made on train journeys beside the Hudson River. Smith used the tensile strength of steel and his welding skills to create a beautiful, weightless drawing in space. 1951, welded painted steel and stainless steel, 126 by 187 by 42 centimeters, Whitney Museum, New York, U.S. Zig 4 Zig was Smith's abbreviation of ziggurat, the terraced pyramid-like temples of ancient Babylon. The complex, shifting planes of the sculptures are also reminiscent of early Cubism. Smith painted this piece with automobile enamel and mounted it on wheels so it became independent of a plinth or base. 1961, painted steel, private collection. A Agricola 8, Agricola, is Latin for farmer, and Smith made a series of sculptures from welding together agricultural implements, many of which he found near his home. Like many modernist artists, Smith saw beautiful forms in functional objects. 1952, bronze and steel, painted brown, private collection. What associations it, steel, possesses are those of this century: power, structure, movement, progress, suspension, destruction, brutality. David Smith, 1952. Philip Guston. B. Montreal, Canada, 1913. D. Woodstock, New York, 1980. Guston had an extraordinarily varied career. In the 1930s, he was a socially and politically committed artist. He made drawings that satirized the Ku Klux Klan, and from 1934 to 1942 worked as a mural painter, largely for the Federal Art Project, in Los Angeles and New York. In the 1950s, however, painterly concerns displaced political ones. He turned to abstract expressionism, creating paintings of shimmering and luminous color. By the 1970s, however, he was again addressing social issues, becoming one of the few abstract expressionists to return to figurative painting. Legend. Superficially, Gustin's paintings look like pop art. However, they are not a celebration of modern society. Instead, they show violence, alienation, and emptiness. With the broken glass and truncheon, this looks like the scene of a fight. 1977, Oil on Canvas, 175 by 200 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, Texas, U.S. Ad Reinhardt. B. Buffalo, 1913. D. New York, 1967. Reinhardt was a pioneering abstract painter. As a member of the American Abstract Artists, 1937–47, he painted crisp, geometrical images. He adopted an abstract expressionist style in the late 1940s. It was for his one-color paintings, however, that he became famous. He worked in blue and red in the early 1950s, then in black from the mid-1950s. The paintings were purged of subject matter and painterly expression. He declared, "I am simply making the last paintings that can ever be made." In fact, they inspired a new generation of painters, the minimalists. See page 529. Abstract painting at first glance, this is simply a black painting. In fact, the picture is made up of squares that have extraordinarily subtle changes of hue and texture. These subtleties are lost in reproduction, as Reinhardt knew they would be. 1956. Oil on Canvas, 203 by 178 centimeters, private collection. Paul-Émile Bourdois. B. Saint-Hilaire, Quebec, 1905. D. Paris, 1960. Bourdois was the most influential Canadian abstract painter. In the E-1940s, influenced by the writings of surrealist André Breton, he formed a group called the Automatists, who published their manifesto Ref Global in 1948. It attacked Quebec's conservative art world and Catholic Church and led to Bourdois losing his job as a teacher and emigrating to the U.S. His 2 years in New York were productive. Of the first paintings he made there was called Les Signes S'envolent, The Signs Disappear, which summed up his new style. He eliminated objects and used knives to apply paint. Bourdois spent his last years in Paris, where he concentrated on geometric composition. Lifeline. 1923 enrolls in School of Fine Arts, Montreal. 1928 moves Paris. 1930 returns to Canada as church decorator. 1937 appointed professor of drawing and decoration at the École du Meuble, Montreal. 1946 Bourdois' Automatists group holds exhibitions in a series of makeshift galleries. 1953 emigrates to U.S. Lives in Provincetown, then New York. 1955 moves to Paris. 1960 dies in Paris of a heart attack. Painting this picture is typical of Bourdois' all-over style. No part of the picture is more important than another. He painted it in Paris, where he increasingly began to use white. 1956. Acrylic on Canvas, 13 by 17 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Use of a knife. Bourdois applied paint with a knife and then dragged it across the canvas, creating lively, blade-like marks. Colors combine in unexpected ways and exciting textures emerge. Twombly. B. Lexington, Virginia, 1928. Twombly is a painter, draftsman, and printmaker. He grew up as part of the abstract expressionist scene. In the early 1950s, he studied at Black Mountain College under Motherwell and Klein, and traveled to Europe and North Africa with Rauschenberg. Twombly, however, developed an idiosyncratic style, based on scribbled and graffiti-like marks, worked in chalk and pencil as well as paint. He is inspired by classical art and mythology, and in 1957 settled in Rome. Many of his paintings have the look of ancient walls and tablets, often with numbers and words appearing in spiky, hesitant hand. Achilles mourning the death of Patroclus. The vigor of the mark-making here verges on a scrawl. It shows the influence of action painting. The act of painting becomes the subject of the image. Here, the turbulence of the marks with their deep color suggests grief, explaining the mourning in the title. 1962, Oil and Graphite on Canvas, 259 by 302 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Jean-Paul Riopelli. B. Montreal, Quebec, 1923. D'Iluxgrus, Quebec, 2002. Riopelli was a leading post-war Canadian abstract artist. In 1943 he enrolled at the École du Meuble in Montreal, where he formed a close association with his instructor Bourdois, and with other Canadian avant-garde artists who had formed the Automatists group. Riopelli settled in Paris in 1947, and became involved in the lyrical abstraction group. During the 1960s, Riopelli worked in a variety of media including ink on paper, watercolors, lithography, and collage, as well as oils. He wanted materials to free him, to dictate the art he would make. In 1969, he also started making sculpture. The hour of the mad spirit in the 1950s, Riopelli made many paintings like this. They have been called his grand mosaics. He used a spatula to create an image that resembles an aerial view of a landscape. 1956, oil on canvas, 46 by 55 centimeters, private collection. Franz Klein. B. Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, 1910, D. New York, 1962. Until the end of the 1940s, Klein was a representational painter, most notably of urban landscapes. In 1950, however, having seen some of his drawings enlarged by a projector, he began to make vigorous, large-scale calligraphic abstract paintings in black and white. His first one-man exhibition at the Egan Gallery, New York, in 1950 quickly led to his recognition as one of the leading abstract expressionists. From 1958, he occasionally introduced strong colors into his works. Why Marion? These bold marks are characteristic of Klein's work with a strong architectural sense. This work relates to an engraving of a clock tower by French artist Charles Marion. 1960-61, oil on canvas, 236 by 196 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Robert Motherwell. B. Aberdeen, Washington, 1915, D. Provincetown, Massachusetts, 1991. Motherwell was one of the youngest abstract expressionists. While the others painted in a realist style in the 1930s, he was studying philosophy. He started to paint full-time after moving to Greenwich Village in 1941, and by 1944 he was exhibiting at Peggy Guggenheim's Art of This Century gallery. He is most famous for his elegies to the Spanish Republic series, started in 1949. Executed with rapid brushstrokes, they integrate accidental effects, such as spattered paint. In addition to oils, Motherwell also worked in collage and was the only one of the original abstract expressionists to embrace printmaking. A. Iberia No. 2. Motherwell saw this image as a bullfight, the ochre paint representing the sand of the bull ring and the black symbolizing the bulls. 1958, oil on canvas, 120 by 204 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. World War II decimated much of Europe, leaving it politically divided and economically devastated. In Western Europe, post-war art reflected the social unease of the period, and political factors were central to its development. After the exhilaration of victory, there was a long period of uncertainty. The atrocities of the war created an existential crisis in France, and artists across the continent struggled with the same issues. Art represented political freedom, and contemporary work became a matter of national prestige. Success in exhibitions such as the Venice Biennale was sought by governments, as well as by artists. Influences. The Surrealist movement, see page 470, attracted fewer followers, but had the greatest influence of all the pre-war art movements. Many leading figures of the post-war period, notably Alberto Giacometti and Jean Dubuffet, had been linked to Surrealism in their youth, and automatism was central to the abstractions of artists such as Wools. Style and subject. The idea of the transformation of the body, as in the forms of Germain Richier, was of continued significance. The work of sculptors such as Henry Moore was thought to mirror the fears of the time, especially the threat of nuclear war. The critic Herbert Reed referred to it as the geometry of fear. A liberation. Marianne Paul Collin. Post-war art mirrored the preoccupations of the times. In this 1944 print, Marianne, the symbol of the French Republic, is pushing back the past and looking towards the future. Current events. 1946. Prominent leaders of Nazi Germany, including Hitler's deputy Rudolf Hess, are prosecuted at the Nuremberg trials. 1947. The Marshall Plan, a U.S. program for rebuilding the Allied countries of Europe, is implemented. 1948 David Ben-Gurion becomes the first Prime Minister of the new State of Israel. 1949 The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, a military alliance of 12 nations including the US, the UK, and France, is established. Post-war Europe. Timeline. The immediate angst of the post-war years, as expressed by Wools's ambiguous image of 1946, Bernard Buffet's bleakly realistic scene of 1948, and Kenneth Armitage's faceless walking statue of 1952, gradually gave way to a less intense, more colorful approach, as expressed by Yves Klein in 1961. The subdued colors and limited palette of the earlier period were replaced by a more expressive use of color and more direct imagery. 1946, WLS, The Blue Grenade. 1948, Buffet, The Net. 1952, Armitage, Friends Walking. 1961, Klein, Imprint. Interpretations. The artistic climate of post-war Europe was one of rigor, with artists engaging with the political and philosophical issues of the time. The art scene started up again in Paris in autumn 1944 with a retrospective of Picasso's work at the Salon de la Libération, but the break with the past was evident in an exhibition the following year by Jean Dubuffet, Jean Fautrier, and Woolz. Attacking the traditional values of art, Dubuffet and others developed art brut, raw art, a rough form of art that drew on the work of those considered marginal to society. Abstract versus figurative. The choice between abstract or figurative work took on a different flavor in the post-war climate. Figurative painting was often associated with the political left, partly because it claimed to address social issues and partly because modernist art was still discouraged in the Eastern European communist countries. In France, Italy, and Britain there was still a strong current realist art, which was interpreted by some abstract art abandoned the geometric purity of work from the interwar years as politically motivated. Of painters such as Antoni Tapis explored texture, while artists such as Nicolas de Stael made works halfway between abstraction and landscape. In Britain, Henry Moore's abstract sculptures inspired younger sculptors, such as Kenneth Armitage, to break away from realistic representations of form. Modern sculpture was now used in public spaces. The 1951 Festival of Britain, a vast open-air exhibition in London, which celebrated the end of the war, was distinguished by large-scale sculptures that would have only been seen in avant-garde work previously. Existentialism. The existentialist philosophy, popularized by the French writers Albert Camus and Jean-Paul Sartre, influenced artists all over Europe. It promoted freedom, stating that humans had to be responsible for their own values in an absurd world. The isolated figures in Bernard Buffet's paintings did not just represent the hard living conditions of the post-war years, but stood for the loneliness of the human condition. Sartre thought Alberto Giacometti an existentialist hero, grappling with the uncertainty of how to make an honest image of another person. Breton's rompist Nicolas de Stael. Immediately after the war, de Stael expressed his feelings with abstract compositions and a dark palette, peppered with patches of bright light, as shown in this composition. He later lightened his palette and returned to more figurative work. 1947, Oil on Canvas, 81x65 cm, private collection. Man pointing Alberto Giacometti. Giacometti's elongated, almost featureless sculptures, whether single or in groups, are existential masterpieces, summing up the despair of modern existence and forming an anguished response to loneliness and death. 1947 Bronze, 178 by 95 by 52 centimeters, Tate, Liverpool, UK. Jean Fautrier. B. Paris, 1898. D. Châtenay-Malabry, near Paris, 1964. Described as a pioneer of art informel, a movement consisting of related types of abstract painting, Fautrier resisted the label, as he did all others, and insisted his work was based in reality. That reality was often harsh. His studio at Châtenay-Malabry was near a woodware. During World War II, the Nazis executed prisoners each night. Their screams haunted Fautrier, who conveyed his feelings of helplessness and terror in his Otages, Hostages, series of paintings and sculptures. After the war, Fautrier developed haute pot, high-paced, a multi-layered, almost sculptural painting technique. The works show a restrained and subtle of eroticism, shot through with pain and tragedy. Lifeline. 1908 moves to London age 10. Later studies at both the Royal Academy and Slade School of Art. 1927 holds his first major exhibition. In Paris, 1943 is arrested and briefly detained by the Gestapo. 1945 exhibits his Odages series in Paris. 1950 creates limited editions of his work, with some success. 1960 awarded first prize for painting at Venice Biennale. 1964 dies in his house at Châtenay-Malabry. The French critic André Malraux described the Odages, Hostages series, of which this is a part, as a hieroglyph of pain. This painting pays homage to a murdered Jew, its pinkish hue suggesting her beauty. 1943, oil on canvas, 116 by 730 centimeters, Musée d'Art Moderne de la Ville, Paris, France. Symmetries. The thick surface of Fautrier's post-war paintings is achieved by applying layers of paint and pigment to the canvas. He then scored these to break up the surface. 1957, oil and pigment, 53 by 71 centimeters, private collection. Jean Dubuffet. Biely Havre, 1901. De Paris, 1985. Jean Dubuffet was not only fascinated by the work of children and amateur painters, but that of psychotics and others considered marginal by society. He called their work art brut, rough or raw art, and used aspects of it in his own, considerably more sophisticated paintings. For Dubuffet, real art is always lurking where you don't expect it, where nobody's thinking about it, or mentions its name. Dubuffet incorporated informal and ephemeral elements into his work, including grass, dirt, writing, and graffiti. He composed in a naive way, with a childlike, often crude simplicity. This approach appeared to be a radical and subversive challenge to mainstream culture and to the production of art itself, emphasizing, as it did, spontaneity while refusing to comply with accepted techniques and principles. Lifeline. 1918 begins studies at Académie Julian, Paris, but leaves after 6 months to paint on his own. 1924 gives up painting to run his father's wine business. 1933-37 returns to art, makes marionettes. 1944 holds his first solo exhibition, in Paris to collect art brut. 1945 starts to 1947 shows crude portrait series of Parisian avant-garde. 1948 forms Compagnie de l'Art Brut to collect and show the art of the mentally ill. 1950-51 works on his Cours de Dame series, derived from graffiti. Le Voyageur sans boussole, translated as Traveler Without a Compass. This is one of a series that the artist called Landscapes of the Brain. Typical of Dubuffet is the sense there is little distinction to be made between the human figure and base materials. 118 by 155 centimeters, oil on hardboard, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. A jazz band, dirty style blues, the elongated forms, simplistic technique, lack of perspective, and limited, muddy palette are all in keeping with Dubuffet's work. This sextet of jazz musicians is presented face on, as they might appear to a child. 1944, oil on canvas, 97 by 130 centimeters, private collection. Le Métaphysique. This deliberately crude painting of a woman, won the Cours de Dame series, is influenced by the graffiti Dubuffet saw on walls around Paris. The representation is basic and scatological, and suggests scribbles on a lavatory wall, with the harsh lines scratched roughly into the thick paint. 1950, oil on canvas, 116 by 89 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Closer look. Facial features. The staring eyes, bared teeth, and pointed nose set in a skull-like face are not meant to be realistic. Instead, they reduce her to a set of basic attributes. Nicolas de Staël. BST Petersburg, 1914. D. Adib, 1955. Exiled from his native Russia as a child following the revolution, Nicolas de Staël traveled widely before finally settling in France in 1938. His work was initially representational, but by the 1940s it was increasingly abstract and violently expressive in its dynamic approach, reflecting the dramas of everyday life and death. Dense, somber areas of paint were pierced with sharp edges of light to create a surface of strong contrasts. De Staël was trying to transfer his own experiences into paint, using a non-figurative structure based on cubism. From 1948 onwards, de Staël's palette lightened considerably, and soon became brilliant in its use of reds and yellows. 4 years later, he reintroduced figures, although their presence in his essentially abstract world provided some serious challenges for him. By now, de Staël was enjoying considerable success, exhibiting in London, Paris, and New York, but he remained a troubled man and eventually took his own life. Lifeline. 1914 born into an aristocratic Russian family, 1919 family exiled and moves to Brussels, 1933 studies at the Belgian Royal Academy, 1938 settles in Paris, 1939-40 serves in the French Foreign Legion, 1944 holds his first solo exhibition, in Paris. Becomes friendly with Georges Braque, 1952 his exhibition in London is enthusiastically received, 1955 kills himself in Antibes. Abstract composition painted just as he was lightening his palette. This is typical of de Staël's abstract work. Dark areas of paint are set against contrasting lighter patches, while the entire painting is built up with strong textures. 1949, oil on canvas, 162 by 114 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Closer look. Heavy application for most of his career, de Staël applied paint to his canvases in thick layers, using the palette knife or trowel more than the brush. Les Galantes de Staël was a music lover and was frequently inspired by it. This work was the result of a visit to a ballet set to music by the 18th-century composer Jean-Philippe Rameau. 1953, oil on canvas, 155 by 118 centimeters, private collection. Les Toutes de Staël later pictures are more representational. The broad patches of paint in are this painting of roofs delineated by contrasting frames and the wash of color indicating a Parisian skyline. 1952, oil on canvas, 200 by 150 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Alberto Giacometti. B. Borgonova, 1901, Dicha, 1966. Swiss artist Alberto Giacometti is best known for his sculptures of thin, elongated human figures. However, his first sculptures were flat, almost two-dimensional, and showed his interest in primitive art. By 1930 he had become a surrealist, attempting to evoke fantastic images from his unconscious. From the mid-1930s he went back to working for models, representing the exterior rather than interior world. Finding it difficult to translate reality into sculpture, he increasingly worked from memory, with his figurines becoming smaller and smaller. He spent World War II in Switzerland, but returned to Paris in 1945 and renewed friendships with Picasso, author Simone de Beauvoir, and philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre. His work epitomized the existentialism of post-war Paris, his elongated figures an anguished response to solitude and death. Lifeline. 1901 born, the son of painter Giovanni Giacometti, 1922 moves to France in his early 20s, 1941-44 stays in Geneva, Switzerland, for 3 years, before returning to Paris, 1962 wins main sculpture prize at the Venice Biennale. Giacometti's interest in surrealism is evident in this bronze sculpture. Its disembodied figure, severed hand, and elongated furniture are all typical of surrealist art. 1933 bronze, height 143 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Caroline, this is typical of Giacometti's portraits, the elongated figure sitting face on, her face partly hidden and with a haunted expression, the background only roughly filled in. 1962, oil on canvas, 100 by 81 centimeters, Kunstmuseum Basel, Switzerland. Bernard Buffet. B. Paris, 1928, D. Tourtour 1999. Bernard Buffet spent World War II in great poverty in occupied Paris. In 1948 he held his first solo exhibition there, and in the same year he also exhibited with other young realists. The preface to the catalogue of the show, written by French art critic Jean Boré, states that painting exists to bear witness, and nothing that is human can be foreign to it. Buffet's work uses traditional imagery to show the horrors of the period. His portraits are bleak and unforgiving in their despair. The net Buffet turns this picture of a person mending a fishing net into an image of tension and suppressed violence. The verticals and horizontals are elongated to dramatic effect. 1948, Oil on Canvas, 200 by 308 cm, Musée d'Art Moderne de la Ville de Paris, France. Hans Hartung. B. Leipzig, 1904, D. Adib, 1989. Born into a musical and medical German family, Hans Hartung studied at Dresden Academy before moving to France in 1926. His work in oil painting, watercolor, and sculpture is almost entirely abstract and dynamic, although in later years it became more static and meditative. T54-16. The T of the title stands for toile, canvas, while the numbers indicate that this is the 16th canvas Hartung produced in 1954. Its strong lines are set against a more harmonious background. 1954, Oil on Canvas, 142 by 186 cm, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Germain Richier. B. Grands, 1904, D. Montpellier, 1959. Professionally trained by a one-time assistant of Rodin, Germain Richier initially produced classical sculptures. After World War II, her work portrayed disturbing people and creatures, often showing the violence of nature she had observed as a child in Provence. Her Christ, commissioned for Le Corbusier's church at Assy in 1950, depicted him as a tortured, suffering figure, and created such a scandal that the church authorities removed it. Tauromachy. This depiction of a bullfight is typical of Richier's vision of decay, perhaps especially disquieting for observers of the period in being the work of a female artist. 1953, Bronze, 115 by 99 by 55 cm, Musées Royaux des Beaux-Arts, Brussels, Belgium. Antoni Tapies. B. Barcelona, 1923. The best-known Spanish artist of his generation, Antoni Tapies initially studied law for 3 years before devoting himself to art in 1943. He helped to co-found the Dao Al-Set, seven-sided die, movement in 1948, which had affinities with both Surrealism and Dada. His early works were influenced by Joan Miró and Paul Klee, but in the 1950s he began the abstract and semi-abstract paintings for which he is known. Their rich, scarred surfaces evoke walls and doorways marked by weathering and graffiti. He made object sculptures, which are related to arte povera of the late 1960s, Italian for poor art, which used cheap, accessible materials. Tapies's work became a symbol for Catalan nationalism, repressed by the reactionary Franco regime in Spain, and inspired a generation of Spanish abstract painters. Lifeline. 1949 holds his first exhibition, in Barcelona. 1958 receives painting prize at Venice Biennale. 1966 arrested and fined for his political, anti-Franco activities. 1970 complements painting with work on object sculptures, using everyday items. 1990 the Fundació Antoni Tapies, a center dedicated to the study of modern and contemporary art, opens in Barcelona. Le Chapeau renverse. A wide variety of mixed media, including oil, glue, and marble dust, have been used in this painting of an upside-down hat. 1967, Mixed Media on Canvas, 98 by 162 cm, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Alfred Otto Wolfgang Schulz, Wools. B. Berlin, 1913, D. Champigny-sur-Marne, 1951. The son of an authoritarian chancellor of the German state of Saxony, Wools studied briefly at the Bauhaus School of Art and Design before spending a year in Paris in 1932, where he worked as a photographer. The following year, he emigrated to Spain, but he returned to France, where he was interned as an enemy alien at the beginning of World War II. While in various prisoner-of-war camps, Wools drew strange, claustrophobic watercolors. His post-war oil paintings symbolize explosion and disintegration and are disturbingly ambivalent in their references to both inner and outer worlds. However, Their sensitive use of brilliant color and the violent working of the paint make Wool's one of the greatest art informel, abstract, painters. The blue grenade, the violence of this painting and its unsettling effect are typical of Wool's post-war work. 1946, Oil on Canvas, 46 by 33 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Yves Klein. Be Nice, 1928, de Paris, 1962. Yves Klein first began to paint while he was a student in the 1940s. He traveled widely in Italy, Britain, Spain, and Japan from 1948 to 1952 before settling in Paris in 1955. In 1960, with the critic Pierre Resteny, he founded the New Realism movement, which consisted of a group of artists who rejected traditional easel painting. Most of Klein's early paintings were monochrome in a variety of colors. One of his first acts as an artist was to sign the brilliant blue sky of the French Riviera, calling it his first and biggest monochrome. But by the late 1950s they were almost all deep blue, a color he eventually patented as International Klein Blue, IKB, although it was never produced commercially. As well as conventional paintings, Klein also used models covered in paint and laid upon or dragged across the canvas as living brushes, a technique he called anthropometry. Lifeline. 1928, born the son of two painters, 1942 begins his studies at the French Merchant Navy, 1947 composes his first symphony monotone, monochrome painting, 1948-52 travels widely in Europe and Asia, 1955 settles in Paris, where he holds a solo exhibition at the Club des Solitaires. 1960 founds New Realism movement. 1962 dies of a heart attack. Imprint one of Klein's anthropometry works. This piece was created by placing a model on an enamel sheet and then spraying International Klein Blue paint around her. 1961, spray paint on enamel, private collection. Closer look. Pools of color. The blue spray paint has pooled in places on the enamel, appearing almost black in its depth. At its edges it blurs imperceptibly into the enamel background. Siget l'espace. The name of the work recalls the inscription on French tombstones, Siget, /here lies. Klein, before his death, was photographed beneath the work, suggesting the possible futility of his spiritual aspirations. 1960, monogold on wood, dry pigment in synthetic resin on sponges, and artificial roses, 125 by 100 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Fire painting. The scorch marks on this painting were created by burning the surface of it with a gas burner, either breaking through it completely or merely scorching. 1961, burnt paper on wood, 139.5 x 102 centimeters, Kaiser Wilhelm Museum, Krefeld, Germany. Kenneth Armitage. B. Leeds, 1916. D. London, 2002. A student of both Leeds and the Slade, Kenneth Armitage initially carved his sculptures, although after World War II he destroyed all his pre-war carvings and began to use plaster, later cast into bronze. He created groups of figures involved in such everyday activities as going for a walk or sitting on a bench, the bodies appearing as flat sheets with projecting limbs. In 1958, Armitage was one of the 3 British representatives at the Venice Biennale exhibition. The critic Herbert Red coined the term geometry of fear to describe his and others' work. The human figure continued to form the basis of his work until the late 1970s when, in his Richmond Oak series, he turned to non-figurative subjects. Although most of his works are in bronze, he also worked in wood, plaster, paper, and fiberglass. Lifeline. 1934-37 studies at Leeds College of Art, 1937-39 studies at the Slade School of Fine Art, London, 1946 Head of Sculpture at Bath Academy of Art, 1958 wins Best Young Sculptor at Venice Biennale, 1970 works as visiting professor at Boston University. 1972-73 Arts Council holds a touring exhibition of his work. Figure lying on its side, number 5, the prone figure appears to be struggling to get up, her thin arms and legs in motion as they try to lever the body off the ground. 1957 Bronze, 38 by 83 by 22 centimeters, Arts Council Collection, Hayward Gallery, London, UK. Friends Walking Armitage achieves the feeling of movement and great vitality in these walking figures, despite their monolithic shared body and spindly legs. 1952 bronze, 55.9 by 62 centimeters, private collection. Eskerdjorn. B. Vidrum, 1914. D. Aarhus, 1973. Eskerdjorn first visited Paris in 1936, frequenting Fernand Léger's studio. In 1937, he created a monumental fresco for Le Corbusier's building Le Pavillon des Temps Nouveaux, taking a child's drawing as a starting point. In Denmark from 1938, he returned to France in 1947 and became a founder member of the Cobra Group. See Wright. In his work, his concern was to restore culture to its authentic origins and to promote the sense of sensual expression. Letter to My Son, painted during a period in which Jorn firmly established an international reputation. This is one of his most ambitious and impressive pieces. 1956-57, oil on canvas, 130 by 196 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Pierre Soliges. Birodes, 1919. Often known as the painter of black. Because of his interest in that color, Soliges held his first exhibition in Paris in 1947. He has also worked as a set designer and from 1987 to 1994 produced 104 stained glass windows for the Abbey Church in Conques, France. In 2001, Soliges became the first living artist to exhibit at the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg. Painter 1956. A special quality of Soliges' paintings is the way he makes black appear luminous. 1956, oil on canvas, 195 by 130 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Karel Appel. B. Amsterdam, 1921, D. Zurich, 2006. After studying in Amsterdam, Karel Appel moved to Paris, where, in 1948, he became one of the founder members of the Cobra Group. See Wright. At this stage he was making sculptures assembled from discarded objects, but he then turned to reliefs inspired by children's drawings. They were made from pieces of wood sawn at random and violently colored. His later paintings became expressionistic and dynamic. Pierre Appel's expressionist portraits feature crudely drawn figures painted in vivid colors with a loose handling of drips and trickles, as if they had been painted by a child. 1952, oil on canvas, private collection. Ein Kontext. Cobra Group founded in 1948, the Cobra movement took its name from the initials of the members' home cities. Copenhagen, Co, Brussels, BR, and Amsterdam, A. The group held 2 large exhibitions and was primarily concerned with semi-abstract paintings of brilliant color and violent brushwork inspired by primitive art and folk art. Hanging Day members of Cobra bring their work to the first international exhibition of experimental artists, held at the Stedelijk Museum, Amsterdam, in November 1949. Osip Zadkine. B. Vitebsk, Belarus, 1890, D. Paris, 1967. Born in Russia of Jewish and Scottish extraction, Osip Zadkine went to art school in London and then settled in Paris in 1909. He first sculpted elongated figures with simplified features in a lyrical and expressive style, but subsequently developed an original style with a more angular approach that was strongly influenced by Cubism and the primitive arts. Zadkine was drawn to the expressiveness of Rodin, and so combined Cubist geometric forms with dramatic emotionalism. Faced with the likelihood of war in Europe, Zadkine decided to leave Paris in 1937 for New York, where he taught, before returning to France in 1945. His mature work uses convex and concave shapes, lines, and parallel planes to achieve a sense of rhythm and unity. Odalisque, the Cubist influence on Zadkine's work is evident in the multifaceted shapes and imagery of this piece. 1936, Polychrome wood, Musée Riatu, Arles, France. The destroyed city, the ruins of the bombed city of Rotterdam, which Zadkine visited in 1946, made a deep impression on him and inspired this monument, in which the arms of the figure, with a hole torn in its body, are stretched out in horror. 1953 bronze, height 6.5 m, Rotterdam, Netherlands. Pierre Alechinsky. B. Brussels, 1927. Pierre Alechinsky studied illustration techniques, printing, and photography in his native Brussels and, in 1945, discovered the work of Jean Dubuffet. A founder member of the Koba Group, see above, he participated in both their exhibitions and then moved to Paris in 1951 to study engraving. He held his first exhibition in 1954 and started to become interested in Oriental calligraphy, which he studied in Japan. In their use of bright colors, playful images, strong brushwork, and distorted forms, his paintings are related to French abstract painting, Tachism, abstract expressionism, and lyrical abstraction styles. Parfois c'est l'inverse. This painting of people running, sitting, bathing, and throwing is set above a series of small illustrations that are arranged like a crazy strip cartoon. 1970. Acrylic on paper, 18 by 30 centimeters, Musée d'Art Moderne, Brussels, Belgium. Reg Butler. BBNTNG4D, 1913. DBRKHMSTD, 1981. Originally trained as an architect, Butler worked as a blacksmith during World War II, and he drew on this experience of forging iron in his early sculptures. In 1953 he achieved international fame when he won first prize in a competition for a monument to the unknown political prisoner. His later work was in bronze and generally concentrated on the human figure. In the 1970s he made a number of realistically painted nude figures and provocative poses. Woman. This sculpture reflects Butler's background as a blacksmith but also his interest in Picasso and Surrealism. The process of forging enabled him to turn iron into organic forms. 1949, forged and welded iron, 221 x 71 x 48 cm, Tate, London, UK. Jean Robert I. Postegui. B. Dionys 1920, D. Dionys 2006. Born Jean Robert, he later adopted his mother's maiden name as his nom d'artiste. He trained as a painter and made stained glass but abandoned painting in favor of sculpture in 1949. At first his forms were abstract and geometric, but by 1955 they became lumpier, and as he became more and more concerned with the human figure. Inspired by Surrealism, themes of life and death continued to be his chief concern. La Terre/Posteguy's first life-size sculpture of a human figure was soon followed in 1963 by another, entitled L'Homme. 1962, bronze, 188 x 69 x 54 cm, Tate, London, UK. Eduardo Chillida. Bsan Sebastian, 1924, Dsan Sebastian, 2002. At one time a goalkeeper for Real Sociedad, San Sebastián's football team, Eduardo Chillida trained as an architect before taking up drawing. He became a sculptor after seeing ancient Greek sculptures in the Louvre in the early 1950s. His work in iron, steel, and stone has always been abstract. His first exhibition in Madrid in 1954 was the first abstract sculpture exhibition in Spain, but he rejects the label of abstract and prefers to call himself a realist sculptor. Although many of his works are monumental, they all suggest tension and movement, and are characterized by his respect for his materials. Many are inspired by his Basque upbringing. Massa de Omar Khayyam II. Chillida is best known for his work in steel. This is typical of the organic ribbon-like forms he achieves, which is quite unlike the more mechanistic appearance of sculptures created by those who work in welded metal, such as Anthony Caro. 1983 steel, 50 by 157.5 by 307 centimeters, Museo Nacional Centro de Arte Reina Sofía, Madrid, Spain. Eduardo Paolozzi. Paolozzi, 1924 Bealeith, Scotland, 1924, D. London, 2005. After training in Edinburgh and London, Eduardo Paolozzi moved to Paris in 1947. His collage of the same year, I Was a Rich Man's Plaything, is viewed by some critics as the first true example of pop art, although he has always described his own work as surrealist. In 1952, Paolozzi was founder-member of the independent group of artists that met in London for 3 years and is seen as a precursor of the 1960s British pop art movement. His early sculpture was described by the critic Herbert Reed as an example of geometry of fear, because of its reflection of post-war anxiety. Later sculptures by Palazzi were more colorful and playful and have sometimes been associated with pop art. Palazzi is best known for his public sculptures, which were often largely lifelike statues with elements added or removed, or were the human form deconstructed in a cubist manner. He also created the mosaic-patterned walls of Tottenham Court Road Tube Station in London. Lifeline. 1924 born, the eldest son of Italian immigrants. 1943 studies at Edinburgh College of Art, then in London at St. Martin's and Slade. 1947 works in Paris. 1952-55 a founder member of the independent group. 1984 completes the mosaics in Tottenham Court Road Underground Station, London. 1995 his bronze statue Newton is placed outside the British Library in London. Metallization of the dream for artists of Palazzi's generation. Print was a way of public reaching a wider, although 40 examples were made, each is printed in different colors. 1963 screen print, 50.5 x 48.5 centimeters, Victoria and Albert Museum, London, UK. Large Frog, version 2. Palazzi worked closely with brutalist architects who believed that raw concrete was a suitable material for mass housing in a consumer society. The brutalist aesthetic was also identified with sculpture such as this 1958, bronze, height 68 centimeters, width 81 centimeters, Farron's Art Gallery, Hull, UK. Closer look. Palazzi created the craggy surfaces in this sculpture by impressing machine parts into wax and casting the results in bronze. From the abstract expressionism of post-war America, a second generation of abstract artists emerged, using innovative techniques in a less subjective style and avoiding painterly gesture. Often on a huge scale, their work was absolutely non-representational and characterized by clarity of composition and color. For artists working in America in the early 1950s, abstract expressionism was the dominant influence, yet some were already looking for new ways of interpreting abstract painting. Experimenting with highly diluted oil and acrylic paint, they developed a distinctive and purely abstract style. Origins and influences. Helen Frankenthaler was a pioneer of this new abstraction, influenced by the techniques of Jackson Pollock's action painting and the large blocks of color and work by Mark Rothko and Robert Motherwell. Her soak stain technique eliminated brush strokes and surface texture, placing more emphasis on the form and shapes of fields of color, and was soon taken up by other artists looking for an alternative to abstract expressionism. Style and technique. Frankenthaler's new soak stain technique was simple, but radical, pouring very diluted oil or acrylic paint directly onto unprimed canvas and allowing it to soak in. The idea was similar to Pollock's action painting, but the results completely different: large areas of flat, translucent color, bonded into, rather than applied onto, the canvas. Other artists took up the technique of this color field painting, and the purity of its abstraction led to an interest in simple geometric shapes and bold colors in the work of Ellsworth Kelly and Kenneth Noland, for example, which in turn inspired a similar movement in abstract sculpture. In Britain, the leading interpreters of the movement that became known as post-painterly abstraction were the new generation sculptors who exhibited at London's Whitechapel Gallery, above, in 1965. In the US, the movement was primarily concerned with painting, abstract painting and sculpture. Timeline. In the early 1950s, Helen Frankenthaler's new soak stain techniques were adopted by artists such as Morris Louis and Jules Olitsky. The pure abstraction of this color field school evolved into the hard-edge abstracts of Kenneth Noland and Ellsworth Kelly, which inspired many British sculptors in the 1960s, and were taken a stage further in the shaped canvases of Al Held and Frank Stella. 1957, Frankenthaler, Lorelei. 1958, Kelly, Broadway. 1959, Noland, Half. 1966, Tucker, Thebes. 1986, Stella, Krish, Crocky e Manico Duncino. Interpretations. The techniques developed by American abstract painters in the 1950s resulted in a wide variety of interpretations, from color field paintings through hard-edged geometric compositions to complex mixed-media work, but they had one thing in common: the avoidance of painterly gesture. Painting. Helen Frankenthaler exhibited the first major painting using soak-stain technique, Mountains and Sea, in 1952. This not only launched her career, but also provoked a reaction to abstract expressionism with its unemotional style and gentle colors. As other painters experimented with her techniques, different styles began to evolve in the early 1960s, and the critic Clement Greenberg coined the term post-painterly abstraction for an exhibition in Los Angeles in 1964 as a general description of the interpretations of the style. Among the artists included were Jules Olitsky and Ellsworth Kelly, who simplified composition, often taking the principles of color field painting to extremes with canvases of a single color. Morris Louis and Kenneth Noland, leading members of the so-called Washington Color School, explored geometric shapes and bolder colors, in various series of stripes, circles, chevrons and so on, which developed into the hard edge style, and Frank Stella and Al Held worked on irregularly shaped canvases and introduced three-dimensional elements, while retaining the dispassionate style. Sculpture. Post-painterly abstraction was initially an American movement, and as the name suggests, concerned almost exclusively with painting. Its influence, however, soon spread elsewhere, most importantly to Britain, and manifested itself in a school of abstract sculpture. Anthony Caro and his students at St. Martin's School of Art in London began using industrial materials such as sheet metal and plastic to create abstract forms, painting them in flat, bold primary colors. In the US, meanwhile, painters including Ellsworth Kelly and Frank Stella were branching out from the purely color field style, and as well as producing mixed-media two-dimensional work began to adapt their styles to sculpture. Like their paintings, these sculptures were often on a massive scale, requiring industrial equipment to cut and assemble. Twin Peaks Anthony Caro British artists, particularly sculptors, were also inspired by the clarity of American post-painterly abstraction. Among them was the influential teacher Anthony Caro, whose students in the new generation further developed the style abstract sculpture during the 1960s. 1977-78, bronze, 96.5 by 48.3 by 41.9 centimeters, private collection. A Spawn Morris Louis color field painting, using the new acrylic paints and innovative techniques for applying it to the canvas, arose in the US in the 1950s. Its purity of color and form was in distinct contrast to the abstract expressionism that preceded it. Acrylic on canvas, private collection. Helen Frankenthaler. B. New York, 1928. One of the leading figures to emerge from post-war abstract expressionism, Helen Frankenthaler pioneered the technique of color field painting, see page 523, in elegantly simple compositions with luminous colors. Frankenthaler studied at the Dalton School in New York and at Vermont's Bennington College, and then became involved with the New York School of Abstract Painters, which included Willem de Kooning, Jackson Pollock, and her future husband Robert Motherwell. Attracted by Pollock's method of painting on unprimed canvases, Frankenthaler took the technique a step further, allowing thin paint to soak into the raw canvas. Mountains and Sea, which used this soak-stain technique, brought about her breakthrough in 1952, and she has since developed the idea in increasingly abstract and uncomplicated compositions. Lorelei in the 1950s, Frankenthaler produced a number of huge paintings by her soak-stain technique. Using heavily thinned oil paint allowed the texture of the unprimed canvas to show, and gave an impression similar to a watercolor. 1957, Oil on unprimed canvas, 179 by 220 centimeters, Brooklyn Museum of Art, New York, U.S. The Bay adapting her technique to the newly developed acrylic paints, Frankenthaler explored simpler forms in her paintings during the 1960s, juxtaposing large areas of intense, contrasting colors. This huge canvas is divided into only 4 areas of color. 1963, Acrylic on canvas, 205 by 208 centimeters, the Detroit Institute of Arts, Detroit, U.S. Morris Louis. B. Baltimore, 1912, D. Washington, D.C., 1962. After moderate success as a Cubist painter, Morris Louis completely changed direction at the age of 40, adopting Helen Frankenthaler's soak stain technique, see left, and becoming a leading figure in the Washington Color School. Born Morris Louis Bernstein, he dropped the surname in 1938. He studied in his hometown of Baltimore from 1927 to 1932, before joining the Works Progress Administration Federal Art Project in New York. At the end of the 1940s, Louis began using the new oil-based acrylic paints, and after seeing Frankenthaler's Mountains and Sea, 1952, he embarked on a series of abstract paintings in the color field style, see page 523. By this time, he had moved to Washington, D.C. Along with like-minded painters, including Kenneth Noland, he established a group in response to the abstract expressionism of the New York School. Louis's work in the 10 years before his untimely death from lung cancer is divided into 3 distinct series of paintings, with self-explanatory titles: Veils, Unfurled, and Stripes. Lifeline. 1912, born in Baltimore, 1936 to 40, lives in New York. 1952, moves to Washington, D.C. 1953, sees Frankenthaler's Mountains and Sea. 1954, begins a series of Veils paintings. 1955 to 57, destroys much of his earlier work and resumes work on the Veils series. 1959 to 61, paints the Unfurled series of paintings. 1961, begins the Stripes series of paintings. 1962, dies in Washington, D.C., aged 50. Louis's paintings don't shout, but neither do they whisper. Yet they transform their surroundings as only great art can. Terry Fenton, artist and writer. No. 182, painted in the last 2 years of his life. The Stripes series explored the impact of pure colors and vertical columns on a neutral background. By carefully pouring thinned acrylic down a suspended canvas, Louis achieved a remarkable clarity of color and texture. 1961, acrylic on unprimed canvas, 209 by 84 centimeters, Phillips Collection, Washington, D.C., U.S. In context. Acrylic paints first went on sale in the late 1940s, originally in an oil-based form known as Magna, and later in a water-based version. Their main advantage is that they are faster drying than oils. Artists in the 1950s soon discovered that acrylics could be thinned and used in innovative ways, soaked into canvas, or even sprayed on or mixed with other media to give different textures. Gamma Epsilon. In his unfurled paintings, Louis began to use colors that were much more intense and opaque, but applied more sparingly. Gamma Epsilon, like all the works of this series, contrasts diagonal stripes of poured acrylic on the left and right of an empty canvas. 1960. Acrylic on unprimed canvas, 86 by 192 centimeters, private collection. Blue Veil. The watercolor-like translucence of the soak stain technique inspired Louis to begin his Veils series. Extremely diluted acrylic paint poured onto enormous unstretched and unprimed canvases produced paintings that give the impression of folds of gauzy cloth. See 1958-59, acrylic resin paint on unprimed canvas, 233 x 396 cm, Harvard University Art Museums, U.S. Closer look. Smooth finish. By literally pouring the thin paint onto canvas, Louis eliminated any surface texture and painterly gestures such as brush strokes. The free flow of the paint creates an illusion of three-dimensional depth. Kenneth Noland. Asheville, 1924. Painter and sculptor Kenneth Noland studied in his native North Carolina and in Paris before settling in Washington, D.C. There, he became a member of the Washington Color School, see page 523, and with his sharp contours and flat color, was a leading exponent of hard-edged painting. Initially influenced by Klee, and then the work of Picasso, Miro, and Matisse during a year in France, Noland discovered Jackson Pollock and abstract expressionism when he returned to the U.S. in 1949. He befriended Morris Louis in Washington, D.C., and together they visited Helen Frankenthaler's New York studio, which inspired them to experiment with new techniques of color field painting, see page 523. In the mid-1950s, Nolan reacted against the unfocused composition of abstract expressionism, culminating in a series of paintings of concentric circles set centrally in square canvases. These clearly defined shapes evolved gradually into ellipses, and were then replaced by chevrons, stripes, and grids, often in lozenge-shaped or irregularly shaped canvases. Around 1967, Nolan also began working as a sculptor, influenced and encouraged by his friend Anthony Caro. Lifeline. 1946 studies at famous experimental institution, Black Mountain College, North Carolina. 1948-49 studies in Paris. 1949 moves to Washington. 1953 visits Frankenthaler's studio with Morris Louis. 1956 paints the first of his circle paintings. 1961 moves to New York. 1962 begins a series of chevron paintings. 1970s explores irregular shaped canvases and makes sculptures. Half Nolan's series of circle paintings evolved during the late 1950s from indistinct rings to precise, target-like images of concentric circles with sharply defined edges and contrasting colors. 1959, acrylic on canvas, 174 by 174 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, U.S. Sarah's Reach in New York, Nolan embarked on a series of hard-edge chevron paintings. The first of these were symmetrical compositions of V-shapes, appearing to hang from the top edge of an otherwise bare canvas. 1964, acrylic on canvas, 238 by 233 centimeters, Smithsonian American Art Museum, Washington, D.C., U.S. Al Held. B. New York, 1928, D. Toda, 2005. A leading hard-edge painter, Al Held studied in Paris for 3 years, where he came across the modern European masters, but turned to abstract painting on his return to New York in 1952. He developed his idiosyncratic style during the 1950s as a reaction to the painterly style of abstract expressionism. His first abstract works were in an impressionistic, watercolor-like style of early color field painting, see page 523, but he later adopted the clean lines and flat colors of the hard-edge school. In the late 1960s, frustrated by the lack of spatial depth in his work, Held introduced elements of illusionist perspective, geometric, and sometimes irrational, figures intuitively placed on his often circular canvases. These black and white, spatial conundrums, were gradually replaced with colored shapes in his later work. Skywatch 2, placed apparently at random on this huge circular canvas, cubes, prisms, and hoops are depicted diagrammatically and with an ambiguous perspective. 1971, synthetic polymer paint on canvas, diameter 183 centimeters. National Gallery of Australia, Canberra. I like to make structures that I can't imagine. If I could imagine them in my mind, there'd be no reason to make them. A.L. Held. Ellsworth Kelly. B. Newburgh, New York, 1923. Although never a member of any particular school, Ellsworth Kelly has been a major influence on the post-war American abstract movements of color field painting, hard-edge painting, and minimalism. Kelly's studies as a technical artist were interrupted by World War II. After his discharge from the Army, he studied at the École des Beaux-Arts from 1948 to 1949, living in Paris for a total of 6 years as he developed an original style of abstract painting. Returning to New York in 1954, Kelly produced a number of large paintings with blocks of flat color, and experimented with different shaped canvases. This emphasis on geometrical shapes has continued throughout his career, and is also apparent in his sculptures made of sheets of metal. Lifeline. 1941-43 studies at the Pratt Institute, in Brooklyn. 1943-45 serves in the Army. 1945 studies in Boston. 1947-48 studies in Paris. 1954 returns to the U.S. 1970 paints a series of pictures of curves in 2 colors. 1973 first retrospective of his work, at MoMA in New York. 2008 works on commissions for U.S. embassies in Berlin and Beijing. Broadway using featureless geometric shapes and primary colors, Kelly suggests a feeling of depth in a patently flat picture plane. 1958, oil on canvas, 198 x 177 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Green-black. A recurrent theme in Kelly's work from the 1960s onwards is the juxtaposition of panels painted in bold single colors. These can be rectangular shapes joined together and sometimes displayed diagonally, as here, or composites of irregularly shaped canvases. 1988, Oil on Canvas, 2 joined panels, 259 by 333 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, U.S. Jules Olitsky. Biesinowieckie, 1922, D. New York, 2007. Like many American artists of his generation, Jules Olitsky studied in Paris after World War II, before establishing himself as a painter and sculptor in New York. Originally named Jevil Demikovsky, he was born in Soviet Russia just after his father's political execution, and emigrated with his family to New York as a baby. He became an American citizen and adopted his stepfather's name while serving in the U.S. Army. Olitsky's early work was brightly colored and dramatic, often employing experimental techniques such as painting blindfolded, but this was supplanted by monochrome paintings after his return to the U.S. In the 1960s, he stained and spray-painted canvases with acrylic, using techniques he learned from Kenneth Nolan. Latterly, he explored the textures of thickly applied paint and sculpture. Instant Loveland. After working with soak-stain techniques, in the 1960s Olitsky adopted a method of spray-painting thinned acrylic to achieve subtle color variations. Paintings such as this present a monochrome, all-over composition, with fine gradations of tone. 1968, Acrylic on Canvas, 295 by 646 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Frank Stella. B. Malden, Massachusetts, 1936. Frank Stella has been one of the most influential figures in American abstract art. His technically inventive work has ranged from an austerity close to minimalism in his early pinstripe paintings to the multicolored three-dimensional exuberance of his later work. Stella first attracted attention in the late 1950s, when his so-called black paintings were exhibited at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. During the 1960s, he experimented with shaped canvases and different materials, a process that culminated in his massive and colorful protractor paintings. At the same time, he was exploring various methods of printmaking, screen printing, etching, and offset lithography, and had begun to use wood and aluminium as a base for his painting. More recently, Stella has introduced elements of relief and collage, to the extent that many of his paintings might better be considered as sculpture. Lifeline. 1950 studies painting and art history at Phillips Academy, Andover, in Massachusetts. 1958 graduates from Princeton and moves to New York. 1966 begins the Irregular Polygons series. 1967 produces his first abstract. 1597 prints. 1967-71 paints series of protractor paintings. 1970-73 experiments with different materials and relief in the Polish Village series. 1982-83 resident at the American Academy in Rome. 1986 The Charles Eliot Norton lectures he gave at Harvard are published as Working Space. 1992-93 designs the decorative scheme for Princess of Wales Theatre in Toronto. Ecbatana II, perhaps the most striking of Stella's paintings, and the most radical departure for him in terms of the bold colors used, were the protractor paintings. Characterized by interlocking arcs and square borders, they were named after Middle Eastern cities he had visited. 1968, Oil on Canvas, 305 by 457 centimeters, Musée d'Art et d'Industrie, Saint-Étienne, France. Closer look. Bare canvas. The bands of color in the protractor paintings are separated by fine lines of raw canvas, a technique Stella developed in the early 1960s. Krish, Crocky and Manico Duncino realizing a work like this, which features high relief and collage techniques, often entailed using industrial metalworking equipment and a team of assistants. 1986, Mixed Media on Canvas, 434x452x77 cm, private collection. Empress of India. During the 1960s, Stella experimented with aluminium and copper paints and elaborately shaped canvases. This work is formed of 4 chevron-shaped panels joined together. 1965, metallic powder and polymer emulsion paint on canvas, 196 by 549 centimeters, MoMA, New York, US. You can't shake your own sensibility. No matter what the concept is, the artist's eye decides when it's right. Which is a notion of sensibility. Frank Stella. Anthony Caro. B. New Malden, Surrey, 1924. The foremost Brit SN sculptor of his generation, and an inspiring teacher, Anthony Caro adopted his groundbreaking abstract style following a visit to the US in the late 1950s, where he discovered the work of David Smith and Kenneth Noland. Caro had previously worked in a loose figurative style, influenced by the time he had spent working as Henry Moore's assistant. On his return to London, Caro started work on a series of large-scale sculptures and metal painted in single primary colors and, significantly, placed on the ground rather than on a pint latré 1970s. These evolved into massive constructions of less regular-shaped scrap metal, e.t. unpainted. From around 1980, he was increasingly concerned with the shapes of cund objects as well as sheet metal, and his work became reminiscent of Cub SM. This trend continued into the 1990s, eventually leading to a renewed interest in figurative forms and some smaller-scale works. Lifeline. 1947-52 S20s Estus's 8 Rival Apace SS London, 1951-53 SS As Stan Hant. Moore. 1953-79 Tense Camham et St. Martin's Son of AM 1959 80s to the Sank Sedens David S. 1963-65 Sand 15, 1975 Tons Work at MoMA New York, 1980s Puts a More Cubist Some Measurate St. 1990s Stars Series of Sutures So Rekov. 2005 Ter Gelleransen Mos a retrospective to Mark S. 80th, Ord. The Soldier's Tale, deriving its title from a piece of music theater by Stravinsky. This work is composed of pieces of scrap metal from a dockyard. The central bowl shape, suggesting an open mouth surrounded by a frame-like structure of steel sheets. 1983 Conte Steel 183 x 208 by 135 centimeters. Tate, London, UK. Tundra irregular metal sheets and offcuts are welded together in massive vertical planes, and coated with clear varnish to show the color and texture of the metal. 1975 Metal, 272 by 579 by 132 centimeters. Tate, London, UK. Midday Caro's most important innovation was dispensing with a plinth and placing his sculptures directly on the ground. Midday was constructed from industrial metal parts welded into a light and open composition, which belies the weight of the material. 1960, Painted Steel, 233 by 95 by 370 centimeters, MoMA, New York, US. William Turnbull. B. Dundee, 1922. M. Turno made NIS came in London in the 1950s as a painter, printmaker, and sculptor. After serving in the RAF during World War II, he studied at the Slade School in London, then worked in Paris for 2 years. On his return to London, he shared a studio with Edoardo Paolazzi. The late 1950s proved a turning point in Turnbull's career, when he saw exhibitions of modern American art and visited the US for the first time. As a recenser became completely abstract and influenced by the color field artists, see pages 512-13, NS painting and sculpture, Turnbull began to adopt a Maist approach, but returned to a more figurative style. The late 1970s 5 by 119610 proved a number of painted steel sculptures in which he reduced the composition to essential geometric shapes. Many, like 5 by 1, involved the repetition of identical shapes within a simple form. 1966 Painted Steel 64 68 66 Tatter UK. Philip King. B. Cardine 1934. One of the new generation of British sculptors of the 1960s, Philip King studied at St. Martin's School of Art in London. After working for a year as Henry Moore's assistant, he returned to St. Martin's, where he taught with Anthony Caro. King worked in a loosely figurative style until 1960, but made the fundamental change to abstraction at much the same time as his mentor, Caro. Influenced initially by the simplicity of Greek architecture, King also discovered the work of American abstract artists, which prompted brightly painted sculptures in fiberglass and sheet metal exploring simple geometric forms. His later works, using a wide range of materials, have become more intricate in compass, and smaller in scale. Slant chevron shapes cut from a cardboard cone provided the pattern for the 6 overlapping elements in this work, which were made from sheet plastic. It was originally painted green, but repainted when shown on grass at an exhibition in London's Battersea Park. 1966, Arborite, plastic sheeting, 214 by 548 by 191 centimeters. William Tucker. B. Cairo, 1935. Born in Egypt to an English family, William Tucker made his name as part of the new generation of British sculptors in the mid-1960s. He later moved to the U.S. and has now taken American citizenship. Tucker graduated in history at Oxford University in 1958, and then went on to study sculpture at the Central School in St. Martin's in London. His early work, influenced by Anthony Caro and contemporaries such as Philip King, was marked by simplicity of form and brightly painted geometric shapes in wood, sheet metal, or fiberglass. Later sculptures, particularly those made after his move to the U.S. in 1977, show a move to more organic forms, and even some figurative elements. Thebes Tucker replaced the severe straight lines favored by many of his contemporaries with gently rounded shapes. He also rejected the identical repetition of Memisan almost narrative variation of colors and positioning of elements. 1966, Painted Wood, 122 by 137 by 203 centimeters Hayward Gallery, London, UK. Donald Judd, a leading proponent, described minimal art as neither painting nor sculpture. This style, which is most associated with American artists of the 1960s and 1970s, used basic, simple forms. Minimal artists often used geometric shapes, but the work was far from the world of earlier geometric abstract artists. Minimal art was usually on a large, imposing scale. This was not just to impress and awe. The combination of simplicity and size was designed to draw attention to the space around the work, and to make the spectator engage with the work as a real object, rather than an image of something else. In earlier abstract art, there is always the sense of an imaginary world inside the picture frame, or on the plinth. In minimal art, the object stands only for itself. Origins and influences. Minimal art was the product of a generation of artists who were, by and large, university-trained and enormously aware of the history of modern art. Behind its apparent simplicity, there lay a complex web of influences and ideas. Donald Judd and Robert Morris, two leading minimal artists, were prolific writers and theorists, as well as practitioners. They drew on the tradition of geometric and constructivist abstraction, pages 462-65, but they viewed it through the recent history of American art. From abstract expressionism, they took the sense of scale and, from Jackson Pollock especially, the idea of revealing the performance in the making of art. From Jasper Johns and Claes Oldenburg, they took the idea of art as an object, subject, and interpretation. For many commentators, minimal art was the most abstract art yet, but for others, it represented a complacent acceptance of the world of industrial production. Minimal art was sometimes found threateningly aggressive and masculine, while the critic Michael Fried attacked the way in which, instead of becoming involved in what was happening inside the work, the attention of the spectator was drawn to the context outside. A 5 Cubes with Hidden Cubes. Sol LeWitt, 1968. Like much minimal art, LeWitt's constructions and drawings were worked out following predetermined systems in an attempt to avoid the exercise of taste. Minimal art. Lucio Fontana. B. Rosario, Santa Fe, 1899. Di Camabio, 1968. The son of a Milanese sculptor, Fontana moved from his native Argentina to Milan with his family in 1905. His early sculpture, now lost, was figurative, but in the 1930s he made engraved abstract sculptures under the influence of surrealism and semi-abstract sculptures in colored ceramic, as well as making more conventional public work for the fascist regime. Fontana returned to Argentina in 1940, where he published with his students the White Manifesto, 1946. Its demand that art have its own values, free from the style of representation, and its attack on traditional forms of painting and sculpture foreshadowed the theory and practice of the minimalists of the 1960s. He returned to Milan in 1947 and achieved an international reputation for his slashed and punctured monochrome canvases. He also worked with installations in neon light and collaborated with architects on exhibition pavilions. Spatial concept, weighting, Fontana's slashing and piercing of the surface of the canvas, always carefully premeditated, was less an act of violence than an attempt to draw the viewer into the surface of the painting and establish a sense of space. 1967, Oil on Canvas, Museo Rivoltella, Trieste, Italy. Tony Smith. B. Orange County, 1912, D. New York, 1980. As a child, while isolated from other children because of tuberculosis, Smith made models from cardboard boxes. He trained and worked for many years as an architect, although he was friendly with leading abstract expressionists, including Jackson Pollock and Barnett Newman. A serious road accident in 1961, and frustrations with his architectural practice led him to take up sculpture. Smith's box-like forms, fabricated industrially in steel and based on plywood models, were the first real American minimal art, although they led to less austere works on an environmental scale. In context, mass production. Siegfried Giedian's famous book Mechanization Takes Command, 1948, presented a history of mass production, which showed how it could be both a liberating and an oppressive force. The minimalist use of industrial material often invoked the dirt and grease of the factory floor, rather than the clean high precision of industry as seen from the design office. At the Rambler plant assembly line, minimal art could suggest mass production through its use of industrial processes and materials, such as steel and aluminium, and by its repetition of identical forms, a feature shared with the pop works of Andy Warhol. This simple cube was deliberately scaled to be either an object nor a monument. It is constructed to float just above the floor, so it can be imagined from all sides. 1962 Steel, 183 by 183 by 183 centimeters, Whitney Museum of American Art, New York, U.S. Robert Morris. Kansas City, 1931. An involvement with avant-garde theater and avant-garde Fluxus performance art inspired Robert Morris's classic 1960s minimalist works. Simple geometrical constructions had served him as props, and he saw their potential as sculptures in their own right. Placing large, plywood polyhedrons in a gallery led to what Morris called an extended situation. Rather than becoming engrossed in the detail and formal relationships within a work, the viewer would become aware of their relationship to the objects in space and time. They would see how the sculptures are perceived differently depending on the spatial context, the lighting, and their own position in the gallery. This embodiment of the viewer had a profound influence on contemporary art. Extending the situation of art still further, Morris has gone on to produce Antiform, Sculptures and I and Art. Lifeline. 1960 Moves to New York. 1964 Geometrical objects are shown in a solo exhibition at the Green Gallery, New. 1966-1968 shows Antiform. Felt works at Leo Castelli Gallery, New York. 1971 Large-scale exhibition at the Fate, London, is closed due to numerous viewer accidents. Untitled, 1967-8. This piece is hung at the average spectator's line of vision. Exactly how a viewer sees it will depend on their height. This kind of interaction with the body of the spectator is typical of Morris. 1967-68, Plastic, 46 by 244 by 244 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Untitled, Felt Tangle, Morris experimented with soft materials, such as felt, pioneering what he termed antiform. Slashed and pinned to the wall, Morris let the material fall, and accepted the final shape as a work of art. 1967, Felt and Metal Eyes, 190 by 400 by 220 centimeters, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Closer look. Fluid form. Morris's felt triangle falls to the floor in a heap, its exact shape beyond the artist's control. His interaction with the material is not expressive but mechanical, nailing and cutting. Donald Judd. Excelsior Springs, 1928, New York, 1994. Donald Judd's far-reaching contribution to the development of modern art was to conceive of a type of artwork that was neither a painting nor a sculpture, but what he termed a specific object. Such a work would be an organization of shape and color, and yet, unlike painting, it would declare its literal quality as an object existing in space. For Judd, who started out as a painter, the problem with even totally abstract paintings was that they remained both illusionistic, suggesting a spatial depth that was not actually there, and compositionally balanced, implying an underlying order that did not exist in the real world. His solution was to utilize industrial materials, such as copper, aluminium, and plexiglass, as elements brought together in simple, geometric, and symmetrical arrangements. Every part would retain its own sensual integrity, while cohering together as a whole. Lifeline. 1948 Studies at the Art Students League, New York, 1949-53 Studies Philosophy at Columbia University, 1957 Holds his first solo exhibition in New York, 1959-65 Writes criticism for Arts Magazine, 19 Specific publishes his seminal Objects, 1968 Retrospective of his work at the Whitney Museum, New York, 1979 Buys land in Texas to house a collection of his work. Untitled like other minimalist artists, Judd used the simple form of the cube to explore spatial volumes and the relation between the viewer and the object. This factory-manufactured work may be spare, but, like much of the artist's output, it is highly sensual. 1972, Copper, Enamel and Aluminum, 92 by 156 by 1/8 cm Tate, London, UK. Untitled, this is one of Judd's stacks, wall-mounted works in which his famous aphorism, "One thing after each unit is another," is most literally manifested. Identical in size, and they are spaced equal distances apart, suggesting the possibility of an ongoing, perhaps series. 1980 Steel, Aluminium, Endless and Perspex, 23x 102 by 79 cm, each unit.
Tate, London, UK. Actual space is intrinsically more powerful and specific than paint on a flat surface. Donald Judd, 1964. Carl Andre. B. Quincy, 1935. Carl Andre is best known for floor pieces consisting of arrangements of preformed, common construction materials such as metal tiles and bricks. Influenced by the sculptures of Brancusi, particularly his Endless Column, 1938, Andre began to make work with repeated patterns, chiseling notches and cutting shapes into timber beams. Andre's breakthrough came when he realized that, rather than the artist cutting into the material itself could be thought of as cutting into space. Following this revelation, he preferred to use solid, interchangeable units, laying them in neat grids. The orderly, geometrical blocks that result hug the ground and give the impression of a volume of space being displaced. Working with rather than against gravity, and keeping his works low and horizontal rather than reaching skywards, Andre has spoken of his desire to make art that resembles roads more than buildings. Lifeline. 1935 Born in Quincy, Massachusetts, 1960-64 works as a railway freight conductor, 1966 shows his first brick works at the Tibor de Nagy Gallery, New York, 1976 Equivalent 8 causes controversy when it is shown at the Tate Gallery in London. 144 Magnesium Square. Towards the end of the 1960s, Andre made squares from steel, copper, aluminium, magnesium, and other industrial materials. Here, tiles are laid flat on the gallery floor where they may be walked upon. Rising just a centimeter off the ground, the work can go unnoticed, while remaining a solid presence. 1969, Magnesium, 1 by 366 by 366 cm, Tate, London, UK. Equivalent 8, 1966. This is one of a series of works, each consisting of 120 fire bricks stacked 2 deep and arranged to form grids of varying widths and lengths. This piece caused an outcry over wasted taxpayers' money when it was bought by the Tate, and became known in the media as the bricks. 1966, Fire Bricks, 13 by 69 by 229 cm, Tate, London, UK, Dan Flavin. B. New York, 1933, D. New York, 1996. After starting his career as an abstract painter, Dan Flavin moved on to create more object-based wall pieces. Then in the early 1960s, he began attaching light bulbs and tubes to monochromatic hardboard boxes. It was only in 1963, however, that he had the idea of taking a solitary fluorescent tube and attaching it diagonally to his studio wall. From that moment on, the fluorescent light became Flavin's exclusive artistic medium. It was an elegant solution to artistic problems of the time. On the one hand, the fluorescent tube is a mass-produced, industrial object in the tradition of Duchamp's ready-mades. On the other hand, the effect produced by pulsating light can be highly atmospheric and, in the case of colored fluorescence, sensuous and beautiful. In minimal art terms, Flavin follows the path of literalness. His fluorescent tubes with their casing, wall fittings, and power supply are undisguised objects. Simultaneously, he makes the viewer aware of the gallery space by filing it with diffused light. Lifeline. 1957-59 studies art history at Columbia University. 1961 marries his first wife. Begins attaching lights to wall-mounted boxes, calling them icons. 1962 Flavin's twin brother dies. An icon is dedicated to him. 1964 first exhibition of his new fluorescent works takes place in New York while 1992 marries his second wife, Tracy Harris, amidst his own installation at the Guggenheim, New York. 1996 dies after complications from diabetes. Monument for V. Tatlin. Flavin admired the revolutionary artistic ideas and plastic innovations of the Russian constructivists. He made many versions of this work, arranging fluorescent tubes in an approximation of Vladimir Tatlin's model for a proposed monument to the Third International, CP. 462. 1966-69, Mixed Media, 305 by 58 by 9 cm, Tate, London, UK. A diagonal of May 25, 1963. This was Flavin's first work to use an industrial fluorescent tube not as an appendage attached to another form, but as the sole art object itself. This literalness is reflected in the title, which designates the date of Flavin's eureka moment as well as the angle at which it is attached to the wall. 1963, Fluorescent Tube, 244 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Eva Hesse. B. Hamburg, 1936, D. New York, 1970. Eva Hesse became something of a heroine to the burgeoning women's art movement. She came to stand for an opposition to the rigid geometry of some minimal art by her use of floppy, physically unstable materials, such as latex. Although this has been interpreted as a kind of feminist resistance to a male-dominated modern art, she was influenced by the felt work of Joseph Beuys and by Robert Morris's concept of anti-form, CP. 530. Hesse's choice of materials has created great challenges for museum conservators, and she even thought of writing to collectors of her latex works to warn them that they would not last. Hesse once described her subject as the total absurdity of life. Indeed, it is possible to see minimal art in general as rational only in the most superficial sense. On examination, the art reveals how chance and the unpredictable disrupt the apparent order of things. Lifeline. 1939 family moves to London, then New York, to escape Nazi persecution of the Jews. 1963 exhibits drawings based on machine parts in New York. 1964 works in Germany, making constructions from materials found in a factory. 1966 work included an eccentric abstraction exhibition, New York. 1970 dies from a brain tumor. Hang Up. Hesse called this the most ridiculous structure I have ever made, and that is why it is good. Like much minimal art, it is neither painting nor sculpture. 1966, acrylic paint cloth cord, and steel tube, 183 by 218 by 198 centimeters, Art Institute of Chicago, U.S. Accession. Lee Hesse counted 50,760 holes in this box, each of which had to be threaded by hand with plastic tubing. The minimalist cube was disrupted and made visceral and erotic by all these additions. Works like this one led the critic Robert Pincus Whitten to coin the phrase post-minimalism. 1968-69, galvanized steel and plastic, 78 by 78 by 78 centimeters, Detroit Institute of Arts, U.S. In context. Soft forms. Morris and Hesse applied the pared-down aesthetic of minimalism to soft and flaccid forms, which had a very different effect on the viewer to the rigid geometrical shapes and pristine factory-made look more typical of minimalism. For Serra, the process by which materials such as steel rusted and changed appearance over time became an integral element of his work. Soft Engine Parts No. 2 by Claes Oldenburg, 1965. Morris and Hesse were influenced by Oldenburg's neurotic soft sculptures. Richard Serra. San Francisco, 1939. Of all the major minimalist artists, Richard Serra evokes the world of industry and the factory most, through his use of materials such as lead and rusted steel. Some of his work has been described as process art, in that its form is derived purely and simply from the way that it is made. Serra's sculpture frequently depends on its exact relationship to its site for its effect and meaning. When his controversial sculpture Tilted Arc, 1981, was removed from its place in Federal Plaza, New York, Serra claimed that to remove it was to destroy it. There has sometimes been an element of political protest in his art. In the 2006 Whitney Biennial exhibition, for example, Serra showed a drawing attacking the ill treatment of Iraqi prisoners by Richard Serra, 1992 American troops in the Abu Ghraib prison. Lifeline. 1964 Competes Art Studies at Yale University. 1968 Takes part in the Press Art Exhibition Relaxes the First of SP, our 1981 Urja. Tilted Arc is erected in New York. It was removed in 1989. 1987 Fulcrum Work Nested Ste erected outside Vero Ve Street Station London. 2007 Retrospective Extor Snay at MMA New. 1 ton prop, House of Cards. This is one of a series of prop lead sculptures made by Serra. The components have not been welded together, but stand up by virtue of the weight and softness of the material. 1969, Lead Plates, height 122 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. The Matter of Time. This installation in steel was commissioned for the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao. Serra provides an experience that is only available at first hand to the visitor prepared to negotiate the passages created by the structure. 2005, Steel, Guggenheim Museum, Bilbao, Spain. Pop art challenged the distinction between high and low art and became the dominant art movement of the 1960s and 1970s in Britain and the US. Drawing its imagery from popular culture made it accessible, popular, and commercially successful. Origins and influences. The term pop art was first used in the mid-1950s to describe a group of young British artists and soon caught on in the US as well as in Britain. As a reaction against the art for art's sake philosophy of post-war abstract art, pop art can be seen as having its roots in Dada and Marcel Duchamp's ready-mades, cp. 467. However, the striking imagery of popular culture that young artists saw all around them, in Hollywood movies, in the graphics used in advertising and packaging, comic strips, cartoons, and television, provided the bold new iconography they needed to debunk the stuffiness of the art world. Pop art emerged from meetings of the independent group, which included Richard Hamilton, Eduardo Paolozzi, and Lawrence Alloway, in London at the same time, but autonomously that the Americans Jasper Johns and Robert Rauschenberg were starting to incorporate elements of commercial art into their work. Style and subjects. Rejection of the painterly techniques of abstract expressionism prompted pop artists to return to a figurative style and adopt the clean lines and flat colors of hard-edge painting, cp. 523. The bold, stylized imagery of commercial art led to a detached and sometimes ironic style, with connotations of mass production rather than individuality. As well as portraying mundane images of everyday life in the style of advertising billboards and comic strips, some artists, such as Rauschenberg in his Combine paintings, incorporated the objects themselves into their work. Others, notably Andy Warhol, Swinging London 67 Richard Hamilton the rock star Mick Jagger and Hamilton's art dealer Robert Fraser were arrested on drugs charges. This painting was made from a news photograph. 1968-69, 67 by 85 cm, acrylic, collage, and aluminum on canvas. Pop art, timeline. Pop art first appeared in the mid-1950s, when Jasper Johns started incorporating everyday objects and elements of popular culture into his work, as in Target with plaster casts. It reached its peak in the 1960s, when the rise of an affluent consumer society and mass media provided both a wealth of imagery and an appreciative market for American and British pop artists such as Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and David Hockney. 1955, Johns, Target with plaster casts. 1962, Warhol, Campbell's Soup Can. 1963, Jones, Man Woman. 1964, Lichtenstein Anxious Girl. 1968, Hockney American Collectors. Interpretations. More than any other movement in modern art, pop art achieved widespread public appreciation and considerable commercial success, largely because it used familiar iconography in a figurative style. Despite its popularity, it was very much a British and American phenomenon, although related movements appeared elsewhere. The U.S. American pop art had its beginnings in Robert Rauschenberg's combined paintings, in collages or assemblages made from magazine cuttings, and objects such as Coca-Cola bottles, which symbolized the consumer society. At the same time, Jasper Johns, already a successful commercial artist, was producing pictures of familiar objects in paintings of flags, targets, and typographic symbols. A later generation of pop artists rejected the painterly style of these artists, but retained the commercial imagery. Claes Oldenburg created enlarged replicas of fast food and soft sculptures, Roy Lichtenstein made huge comic strip scenes, and Andy Warhol produced flamboyant screen-printed pictures of celebrities and consumer products in his studio, aptly named The Factory. The pop artist's work was often characterized by humor and satire, exposing the consumerist values and obsessions of contemporary society. Britain. British pop artists were a less unified group than the Americans, and many of them later rejected the label altogether. Richard Hamilton was perhaps the first to use the imagery of popular culture, and, together with Peter Blake and Edoardo Paolozzi, paved the way for the group of Royal College of Art graduates whose 1961 Young Contemporaries exhibition first brought pop art to the attention of the public. The style of the British artists, although figurative and heavily influenced by graphic design, was less glossy and glamorous than American pop art, and members of the group, including Patrick Caulfield, Alan Jones, and David Hockney, soon developed diverging styles of their own. Lipsticks in Piccadilly Circus, London. Claes Oldenburg. This was the artist's irreverent proposal to replace the statue of Eros in Piccadilly Circus with a giant lipstick sculpture. Mass-produced objects and images often feature in pop art. 1966, Mixed Media on Board, 254 by 203 mm, Tate, London, UK. Family I Sigmar Polka cheap, mass-produced comic strips inspired artists such as Roy Lichtenstein and Sigmar Polka to experiment with techniques that replicated the off-register effect of downmarket printing processes and to blow up images to a large scale. Polka increased the size of this family snapshot to 160 by 125. 5 centimeters. 1964, Dispersion color on canvas, on loan to Kunsthalle, Hamburg, Germany. Richard Hamilton. B. London, 1922. A British painter, printmaker, teacher, exhibition organizer, and writer, Richard Hamilton is regarded as one of the pioneers of pop art. He is famous for his montages reflecting contemporary culture and advertising. In fact, Hamilton worked in advertising and commercial art before turning to painting. He also had a successful career as a teacher and organized a number of exhibitions, notably the almost complete works of Marcel Duchamp at the Tate, London, in 1966. Hamilton's paintings and prints have explored various aspects of popular culture, as well as the relationship between mass-produced and handmade imagery. His style has been criticized as austere and self-conscious, but he is generally noted for his wit, technical innovation, and intellectual sophistication. Hamilton has had a significant influence on many British artists, including David Hockney. Lifeline. 1922, born into a working-class family in London. 1938, studies at the Royal Academy Schools, London. 1948-51, following World War II and national service, continues his studies at the Slade School of Art. 1952, joins the Independent Group, a collection of artists and writers instrumental in the development of pop art. 1953, lecturers at King's College, Durham, until 1966. 1970s, enjoys international acclaim with major exhibitions of his work around the world. Adonis and Y fronts. This iconic image incorporates classical references, Greek god, Adonis, and consumer culture. Y fronts were then considered sexy, showing how new fashions can be advertised to appeal to the masses. 1962-63, silkscreen, 61 by 82 cm, Pollant House, Chichester, UK. Just what is it that makes today's home so different, so appealing? Hamilton's most famous work marks the birth of British pop art. Made up of advertising images, the photomontage is a satire on consumerism and suburbia. It was produced for the This Is Tomorrow exhibition held by the independent group at Whitechapel Gallery, London, which explored the themes of technology and consumer culture. 1956, collage, 26 by 24 cm, Kunsthalle, Tübingen, Germany. Closer look. The lollipop. The oversized American Tootsie Lollipop has the word pop across its wrapper, a reference to the artist John McHale, who collaborated on the work, and is said to have coined the term pop art in 1954. The jazz singer. The living room window looks out over the street where a cinema advertises a screening of Al Jolson's The Jazz Singer. The first part talkie. Progress and innovation. The portrait. A painting. It signifies technological. Of Victorian art critic John Ruskin is a reference to the relationship between fine art and consumer culture. He believed art should tell the truth and also encompass the artist's moral outlook. Peter Blake. B. Dartford, 1932. Painter, sculptor, and designer Peter Blake is often described as the godfather of British pop art. He was determined to make art accessible, and a fascination with popular culture forms the basis for his work. Blake's use of imagery, from pin-up magazines to advertisements, captured the mood of the swinging 60s. He works across many different media and also produces graphic art, notably album covers. Blake often plays on the difference between reality and illusion, combining paint and collage so it is difficult to decide which is which. Lifeline. 1951-53 does his national service in the RAF, 1953-56 studies at the Royal College of Art, London, 1962 has his first solo show at 1983 retrospective of his work The Portal Gallery, London is held at the Tate, London, 2002 receives a knighthood. Serial, She Devil of Naked Madness. Fake gems adorn this collage of a hermaphrodite-type figure, which was inspired by the billboards used to advertise circus freaks, a popular theme in Blake's work. 1957, oil on canvas, 75 by 22 cm, Pollant House, Chichester, UK. Robert Rauschenberg. B. Port Arthur, Texas, 1925, D. Florida, 2008. Together with fellow painter Jasper Johns, Robert Rauschenberg was one of the most influential figures in the move away from abstract expressionism. He is best known for the creation of combine painting, an art form in which he combined an often bizarre mix of images and media, such as oil painting with screen-printed images and three-dimensional consumer objects. During the 1960s, Rauschenberg began working in two dimensions, using collages of news images to create silkscreen prints. Although seemingly abstract, viewed close up, the images relate to each other and he used them to illustrate a point about modern life. During the 1980s and 90s, he focused on collage, finding novel ways to transfer photographic images. Lifeline. 1948 studied art at the Académie Julian, Paris, 1948-52 studies at famous experimental institution, Black Mountain College, North Carolina, and in New York, 1958 holds first solo show. 1964 controversially awarded Grand Prize at Venice Biennale, 1970 sets up studio in Florida, where he still lives, 1998 the Guggenheim, New York, holds a retrospective. Tracer, one of a series of silkscreen paintings Rauschenberg created between 1963 and 1964. This alludes to the Vietnam War and features a bald eagle and helicopters, symbols of patriotism and war. 1964, oil and silkscreen on canvas, 214 by 152 cm, Nelson Atkins Museum of Art, Kansas City, U.S. Monogram. Rauschenberg's most famous combined painting consists of a color-splashed wooden platform featuring a stuffed goat wearing a tire. It is thought to be a reworking of the religious masterpiece The Scapegoat by Pre-Raphaelite William Holman Hunt. 1955-59, mixed media, 107 by 160 by 162 cm, Moderna Museet, Stockholm, Sweden. Painting relates to both art and life. A pair of socks is no less suitable to make a painting than wood, nails, turpentine, oil, and fabric. Robert Rauschenberg. In context. Television. The 1950s were a time of great optimism and consumer confidence, when increasing numbers of products were mass-marketed and advertised. Television was an exciting new medium that beamed entertainment and advertising messages into millions of homes, all of which had a huge impact on pop art. Advertisement for Philips color television, published in Réalité magazine in September 1967. Canto 31. This is one of a series of illustrations of the 14th century allegory Dante's Inferno, in which Dante and Virgil tour hell. Rauschenberg used images transferred from print media to represent characters in the allegory. Here, the guardians of hell are portrayed as Olympic athletes. 1959-60, solvent transfer, pencil, gouache, and color pencil, 37 by 22 cm, Neuberger Museum of Art, New York, U.S. Canyon. Robert Rauschenberg. 1959, combine on canvas, 207.6 by 177.8 by 60. 9 centimeters, private collection.
Closer look. Canyon. Robert Rauschenberg. Rauschenberg's Canyon is one of the most celebrated of his combined paintings. The artist was on the verge of international celebrity when he made it, but at the time the work of painters such as de Kooning was still far better known. Works such as Canyon, which bridged painting and sculpture, seemed to offer a way forward just when abstract expressionism, see page 502, had stopped attracting promising younger painters, and its language of expressive gesture was becoming conventional. Rauschenberg's use of second-hand images and real objects was to inspire the pop artists who emerged on the New York scene soon afterwards. Story. Any reading of Rauschenberg should take account of his love of the accidental during the working process. It is also likely that his homosexuality led him to conceal some of the meanings in his work. Nonetheless, Canyon suggests two distinct storylines. One is America in the space race. The other is a retelling of the classical legend of Ganymede, who was seized by an eagle to be cupbearer for Jupiter, the king of the gods. Why American power, the eagle, above, and the Statue of Liberty, below, are both symbols of American power. They linked flight with national identity at a time when the U.S. was engaged in a space race with the USSR. Part of the function of the pillow might be to symbolically ensure a soft landing. Source material. Rauschenberg sometimes chose images of personal significance. This is a photograph of his son Christopher. Space race. The image of the night sky could represent both the heavens into which Ganymede is raised and a symbol for the aspirations to travel into outer space. Influences. Rembrandt's Ganymede. In his depiction of the abduction of Ganymede, Rembrandt painted the boy being grasped by an eagle. The buttocks in Rembrandt's version are echoed by the hanging pillow in Canyon. Another of Rauschenberg's works, Pale for Ganymede, comments on the urination of the boy in the painting. The Abduction of Ganymede. Rembrandt, 1635. Composition. The critic Leo Steinberg has argued that Rauschenberg's methods of composition represent a fundamental shift in art, moving away from the idea of the painting as a vertical surface towards what he called the flatbed picture plane, on which objects or images could be scattered. This concept applied regardless of whether the paintings were displayed on the wall or the floor. Combines. By the time he produced Canyon, Rauschenberg had been working on his combined paintings for several years. Combined paintings lie somewhere between painting and sculpture. Some works hang on the wall but also rest on the ground. Others, like this one, have elements that exist in real space such as the eagle, or are subject to actual gravity, the hanging pillow. When working, the artist must know that he is doing it for the first time. Robert Rauschenberg. Technique. Rauschenberg's materials frequently included stuffed animals which he collected for his work, usually without first knowing exactly how he would use them. The eagle was purchased at the auction of the estate of a deceased sculptor. This was in contrast to the Dadaist Marcel Duchamp's preference for mass-produced objects, or to pop art's concentration on consumer culture. Collage and lettering. Picasso and Braque were the first to use stenciled lettering in their Cubist paintings. Rauschenberg's use of the device showed how Cubist influence not only served as a path to abstraction but also contributed to a new painting of modern life. Abstract Expressionism influenced Rauschenberg, who once made an artwork by erasing a de Kooning drawing, was ambivalent about Abstract Expressionism. He adopted its vigorous brushwork without its sense of emotional commitment. These marks owe as much to accidents of gravity as to personal passion. Jasper Johns, B. Augusta, Georgia, 1930. Jasper Johns is a prolific painter, sculptor, and printmaker. He influenced the course of American art in the late 1950s by challenging the dominant abstract expressionist style with images of familiar, recognizable objects. Flag, 1954-55, was a key work of flat, literal representation of the stars and stripes that was the start of a series of paintings of flags. Such works by Johns and his close friend Robert Rauschenberg paved the way for pop art, although Johns has never shared pop's obsession with modern commercial culture. In his hands, what seem like copies of objects are in fact artistically modified, with textured surfaces for example, and subsequently led on to long series of related images varying in form, color, or media. Ordinary objects freshly perceived have also been the basis for sculptures, collages, and prints. In his later work, Johns has continued to strike out in new directions. Lifeline, 1954, settles in New York and paints his first flag picture. 1955, targets and numbers become frequent subjects. 1958, holds his first one-man show in New York. 1959, paints False Start. 1974, begins making abstract work with Dents Cross Hastings. 1985, creates a series of prints entitled Seasons. 2006, False Start sells for $80 million, the most expensive painting by a living artist. Target with plaster cast targets, like flags, were ordinary objects that made an early appearance in Johns's work. He used them repeatedly with many variations. Here, the presence of the plaster casts of body parts in compartments that open and shut adds an enigmatic touch. 1955, Encaustic and Collage on Canvas, 75 by 66 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. 3 flags more elaborate than the original flag. This consists of 3 canvases of different sizes, each painted with the stars and stripes. By putting them together, Johns transforms them into a single 3-dimensional work. 1958, Encaustic on Canvas, 78 by 115 centimeters, Whitney Museum of American Art, New York, U.S. Numbers and color. Beginning in 1955 with works in the form of a single digit, Johns created dozens of number images, including this large, game-like grid, rendered in a colorfully rough, patchy manner. 1958-59, Encaustic and Newspaper on Canvas, 169 by 126 centimeters, Albright Knox Art Gallery, Buffalo, New York, U.S. Painted bronze 2, ale cans. Johns has made sculptures of objects such as paint pots, metal cans, and shoes. They may be real objects sprayed to give a metallic finish, or, as with this, cast in bronze and painted. One of the cans is solid, full, and one hollow, empty. 1964, Painted Bronze, Private Collection. Field painting. Apart from the vertical lines of stenciled lettering, this painting harks back to Johns's youthful abstract expressionist style. Among the objects attached to the canvas is a battery-operated neon, R. 1963-64, Oil on Canvas and Attached Objects, Artist's Collection. Closer look. Mixing dimensions. Embedded into the 2-dimensional surface of field painting is a 3-dimensional object of personal significance, a Savarin coffee tin. Johns used it in his studio to hold brushes, and it was also the subject of one of his sculptures. Sometimes I see it and then paint it. Other times I paint it and then see it. Both are impure situations, and I prefer either. Jasper Johns. Claes Oldenburg. B. Stockholm, 1929. One of the most influential and original artists working in the U.S., Swedish-born sculptor and graphic artist Claes Oldenburg is famous for his giant sculptures of food and his soft sculpture of typically rigid objects such as typewriters. His art is sometimes whimsical, often provocative, and is influenced by Dada and Surrealism. After settling in New York in the mid-1950s, Oldenburg came into contact with artists such as Alan Croppo, whose theatrically orientated work offered an alternative to abstract expressionism. Oldenburg helped create props and costumes for performance art, sparking an interest in three-dimensional work. Later, he focused on creating colossal art projects for several cities, such as Lipsticks and Piccadilly Circus, 1966. In 1995, the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. and the Guggenheim in New York held retrospectives of his work. Lifeline. 1929, born in Stockholm, the son of a consular official. 1946–50, studies art and literature at Yale University. 1953, becomes a U.S. citizen. 1956, moves to New York. 1959, stages his first exhibition at the Judson Gallery, New York City. 1961, opens the store in his New York studio, selling everyday objects made of painted plaster. 1969, his colossal monument, the iconic lipstick, ascending on caterpillar tracks, is initially installed at Yale University. Floor Burger. This giant hamburger is an early example of Oldenburg's soft sculptures. His first wife, Patty Muska, sewed the canvas cover and Oldenburg painted it with delicate washes of color. He uses everyday objects to explore the different identities a form assumes through changes of scale, material, or environment. 1962, acrylic on canvas, filled with foam rubber and cardboard boxes, 132 by 213 centimeters. Art Gallery of Ontario, Toronto, Canada. Closer look. Disparity. By invoking sensations of touch and taste, Oldenburg highlights the disparity between the subject and the material. This is in distinct contrast to traditional still life, which tries to overcome the distinction between the subject and the material. Three-way plug. Model. The incongruity of the size of this giant sculpture of an electric plug and the fact that it is suspended like a mobile is typical of Oldenburg's quirky humor. 1969, wooden masonite, 150 by 99 by 72 centimeters, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Toy box. Oldenburg used familiar objects such as children's toys and recreated them using painted fabric. 1963, wooden box and 21 objects of fabric and paint, 24 by 91 by 61 centimeters, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Roy Lichtenstein. B. New York, 1923, D. New York, 1997. An American painter, printmaker, and sculptor, Roy Lichtenstein is famous for his highly distinctive work based on cartoons and advertising. He magnified his images to a grand scale, recreating the garish, primary colors, black outlines, flattened forms, and bendy dots of mass-produced printing processes. Although his art reflects popular culture in a humorous, often ironic way, he presents it in a detached, deadpan manner. Lichtenstein's preoccupation with pop art is reported to have begun in the early 1960s when one of his children pointed to a comic strip and said, "I bet you can't paint as good as that." By the mid-60s, he was producing screen prints and also pop parodies of famous paintings by artists such as Mondrian. Lichtenstein's work has enjoyed worldwide critical acclaim and has an enduring popular appeal. Lifeline. 1923, born in New York. 1949, graduates from the School of Fine Arts, Ohio. 1962, holds his first one-man show of pop art in New York. 1963–65, produces paintings. 1909, based on war and romance comics. 1966, becomes first American to exhibit at the Tate. 1970s, his work expands to include sculpture mostly in polished brass with an Art Deco influence. 1995, the Los Angeles County Museum launches a traveling exhibition covering 2 decades of his prints. 1997, dies from viral pneumonia, aged 73. Sandwich and soda. During this period, Lichtenstein was experimenting with high art subjects such as still life, recreated in a mechanical style using unrealistic colors. 1964, screen print, 56 by 61 centimeters, Fred Jones, Jr. Museum of Art, University of Oklahoma, U.S. Anxious Girl. From a series of paintings featuring close-ups of girls in distress, Lichtenstein transformed the comic image into something much more personal. His use of bendy dots and black outlined forms is part of his distinctive style, along with the use of stereotypical female subjects from comic strips, such as this All-American, Blue-Eyed Blonde. 1964, Private Collection. Closer look. Dots/pixels. Lichtenstein recreated the effect of bendy screening by using a technique that simulated the mass-produced, cheap printing typically used for comics. In the late 60s, he began to make the dots larger in proportion to the size of the canvases. Reflections on Crash. Lichtenstein began his Reflections series in the mid-1980s. It reveals his concern for composition and form, in which he combines the abstract with his comic images. 1990, Lithograph, Woodcut, Screen print, and Collage on Paper, 165 by 202 centimeters, Delaware Art Museum, Wilmington, U.S. In context. Comics mass-produced, cheap, and highly visual. Comic books were another aspect of popular culture that had a great impact on the development of pop art in the 1950s and 60s. Their garish colors, simplistic forms, melodramatic narrative, and immediacy were used to reflect society, often in an ironic or humorous way. Pop art used imagery from popular comic strips of the 1950s and 60s. Andy Warhol. B. Pittsburgh, 1928. D. New York, 1987. Born Andrew Warhol to Czech immigrant parents, Warhol worked as an award-winning commercial artist from the 1950s, before becoming a pop art pioneer. His art embraced the popular culture of mass media, celebrity, and consumer goods, with imagery ranging from the banal, repeated rows of Coke bottles, to the glamorous, portraits of Hollywood stars, and the macabre, car crashes and suicide. It deployed the distinctive visual language of modern advertising with its use of garish colors, simplified imagery, and repetition. Setting himself up as businessman first and artist second, Warhol devoted an enormous amount of time and skill to the cultivation of publicity in order to raise his profile and thus his prices. At the same time, he turned his art into a successful enterprise with the use of mechanical printing processes, such as serigraphy, silk screens, to allow the rapid production of almost identical images. He deliberately removed all traces of involvement by the artist by employing assistants to realize his ideas and by not signing his work. A key figure in 20th century art, Warhol, like Picasso before him, represented a turning point for the role of artists and their way of doing things. He also pursued parallel careers as a filmmaker, fashion designer, promoter, and publisher. Lifeline. 1928. Born in Pennsylvania, 1941 begins his career as a commercial artist. 1961 creates his first artwork, Campbell's Soup Cans. 2001963 founds the factory. 1964 exhibits at the American Supermarket Show. 1966 directs his best-known film, Chelsea Girls. 1968 is shot and wounded near fatally by former employee Valerie Solanas. 1973 founds Interview magazine. 1987 dies from a heart attack, leaving an estimated $100 million. Brillo boxes. These screen-printed boxes marked Warhol's move into sculpture with the mass reproduction of the packaging for popular brands, such as Brillo, Heinz, and Del Monte. The 1964 New York show The American Supermarket, at which they were exhibited, and sold for $350 each, was a pivotal event in the acceptance of pop art in the USA. 1964, Enamel on Plywood, 43 by 51 by 43 centimeters, Allen Memorial Art Museum, Ohio, U.S. Marilyn diptych. When the actress Marilyn Monroe committed suicide, she was already a legend. Her combination of glamour and tragedy made her the perfect subject for Warhol. His Marilyn portraits, based on a famous publicity still of which he produced many variations, introduced a radical new technique, serigraphy, to the traditional genre of portraiture. Marilyn's status as a star shared by millions but known by none is reinforced by the image's repetition, while the contrast between the gaudy glamour of the left against the fading tones of the right mirrored her own mortality. 1962, Acrylic on Canvas, 145 by 205 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Closer look. Yellow brushstrokes 6 colors were applied to the left side with the help of a stencil. In each panel, Marilyn's portrait is subtly altered by variations in pigment. The use of wide yellow and orange brushstrokes is visible. Screen printing in excess of black paint occasionally obliterates or spoils the image. These deliberate variations highlight the technical process behind its production. Campbell's soup, this iconic image of consumerism, and a favorite food of Warhol's, created a sensation when it was first exhibited. Warhol adopted the bold, direct techniques of commercial art, using a stencil to help him apply the paint and give it the appearance of billboard with its bright, flat colors and clean lines. 1962, screen print, 51 by 41 centimeters, Saatchi Collection, London, UK. Flowers. A photograph of hibiscus flowers on a green background was overlaid with endless different vibrant color combinations and produced in vast numbers. The effect was to transform the flowers into a kind of psychedelic decor. 1966, silkscreen print, 208 by 357 centimeters, Saatchi Collection, London, UK. The electric chair. Warhol's fascination with death found expression in his Death and Disaster series, with its indifferent images of suicide, car crashes, and the electric chair. He used repetition and color washes to distance the viewer from the subject, thereby reducing it to a decorative object. 1967, acrylic and silkscreen enamel on canvas, 137 by 185 centimeters, private collection. Mao Zedong. In 1972, Warhol decided to celebrate an easing of relationships with China by creating a series of portraits of Chairman Mao. Painting different colors over the same iconic photograph, he transformed a mass-reproduced state image into art, while simultaneously subverting its original propaganda message with a tone of high camp. The squiggles around the head were hand-drawn by the artist. 1972, silkscreen print, 92 by 92 centimeters, private collection. In context. The Factory. In 1963, Warhol painted his Greenwich Village studio silver and renamed it The Factory in homage to his business model of mass-producing art. He was also heavily involved in producing underground films such as Chelsea Girls, 1966, and music, including The Velvet Underground. Andy Warhol with actors at The Factory. The most famous workers at The Factory were its superstars, the polysexual actors featured by Warhol, left, in his films. Making money is art, and working is art, and good business is the best art. Andy Warhol, 1975. David Hockney. B. Bradford, 1937. With his trademark shock of white hair and glasses, David Hockney has been a colorful and familiar public figure since the 1960s. By his mid-20s, this British painter, draftsman, printer, photographer, and designer had already achieved international success, and he has gone on to become the most famous British artist of his generation. Hockney is probably best known for his California swimming pool paintings, his huge double portraits of friends, and his photographic collages. The main characteristics of his work include his treatment of color and light, and his ongoing battle with the conventions of perspective. Hockney's work is often autobiographical, and sometimes homoerotic. Witty, versatile, and inventive, he has experimented with many media, including acrylics in the 1960s, Polaroid film in the 1970s, and digital art in the 1990s. He is also a brilliant graphic artist, a stage designer, and a respected art commentator and writer. Lifeline. 1959–62 studies at the Royal College of Art, London. 1963 holds first solo exhibition. 1964 moves to Los Angeles and produces his first swimming pool paintings. 1970 first retrospective is held in London. Paints Mr. and Mrs. Clark and Percy, the best known of his double portraits. 1982–84 makes first composite Polaroids and photographic collages. 1990 creates 40 snaps of my house, one of his first works with digital photography. 2003 receives Lifetime Career Award at the Florence Biennale. Ron Kitaj. Reading. An artist and close friend of Hockney's, Ron Kitaj was well known for his love of books. His studio was also a library. Here, Hockney experiments with perspective by placing Kitaj as a large, vertical form in the foreground against the background bookcase, a grid of smaller vertical and horizontal lines. 1974, Colored Crayons, 43 by 71 centimeters, private collection.
American collectors. This double portrait of Marcia and Fred Weissman has come to epitomize American art collectors. Standing in intense Californian sunlight, the couple seem unaware of each other and of their collection. Their rigid stance and form is echoed variously in the art. 1968. Acrylic on canvas, 213 by 305 cm. Art Institute of Chicago, U.S. Meeting the Other People from A. Rake's Progress. Hockney's first set of prints was based on etchings by English artist William Hogarth for A. Rake's Progress. Hockney's version is a semi-autobiographical series of 16 prints set in New York. Here, the formerly successful young man is destitute and about to be consigned to the mindless masses, the other people. In the final print, Bedlam, he stands side by side with identical figures. Having lost his sense of identity, he is only distinguishable by a red arrow above his head. 1961, 62, etching and aquatint on zinc, red and black ink on paper, 31 by 40 centimeters, Yale Center for British Art, U.S. Sunbather, part of the famous California swimming pool series. This painting shows Hockney's move from realism to naturalism, when he started painting specific people and places. It also illustrates his preoccupation with perspective. Here, he juxtaposes flat and deep space. There is often a homoerotic quality to his work, as in the muscular, bare buttocks of the male figure. 1966. Acrylic on canvas, 183 by 183 centimeters, Ludwig Museum, Cologne, Germany. Closer look. Water in California. Hockney began using acrylics, applying them as a smooth surface of intense, flat color that helped to emphasize the bright sunlight on the water. The wavy lines are used to show the wavy hypnotic effect of the pool's ever-changing, reflective surface. Surface is illusion, but so is depth. David Hockney. Eduardo Arroyo. B. Madrid, 1937. The Spanish painter, sculptor, printmaker, and stage designer Eduardo Arroyo often uses imagery in the pop art style to satirize and provoke. Largely self-taught, he went to Paris in 1957 to avoid military service, and first showed there at the Salon of Young Artists around 1960. His work is representational and figurative, often alluding to clichés, historic events, and public figures to tell a story or to criticize, usually controversially. A retrospective of his work was held in Paris in 1982, and in the same year he was presented with the National Award for Fine Arts by his native Spain. The following year, France made him a Knight of the Arts and Literature. Blue Rider on the Cane Beard, typically colorful and ironic, this work is characterized by flattened perspective and a lack of spatial depth. 1987, Oil on Canvas, 220 by 186 cm, Musée Conteny, Marseille, France. Closer look. Color. The simplification of areas of color on the central male figure's face brings Arroyo's work closer to abstraction. Mel Ramos. B. Sacramento, 1935. A hugely popular American artist, Mel Ramos is best known for his jokey nude or scantily clad pinups. He says of his work, "I always make sure that my pictures are not too erotic and that they have a trace of humor." This is usually reflected in his titles, such as You Get More Spaghetti with Giacometti. Wienerberger Ramos's pinups are draped over oversized commercial items from popular culture, such as this hamburger, to parody the supposed glamour of advertising. 1965. Color Litho, 48 by 38 cm, Wolverhampton Art Gallery, UK. Alan Jones. B. Southampton, 1937. An English painter, sculptor, and printmaker, Alan Jones is a leading figure in pop art. He received the Prix des Jeunes Artistes, the Young Artist Prize, at the 1963 Paris Biennale, and moved to New York the following year. Jones is best known for his controversial portrayals of women, based on the fetish magazines of the 1940s and 50s, including his sculptures in which female figures double as pieces of furniture. A man-woman inspired by German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, Jones made a series of paintings showing fused couples as metaphors for creativity, a perfect marriage between masculine and feminine sides. 1963. Oil on Canvas, 215 by 189 cm. Tate, London, UK. Sigmar Polka, Beals, Germany, 1941. Sigmar Polke is considered one of the most important German painters of the post-war generation, marked by irreverence for traditional painting techniques and materials. His work has an anarchic element, which has seen him described as a visual revolutionary. Polk uses pop art-related images in unexpected, often contradictory combinations to encourage the viewer to question conventional methods of art evaluation. His series of grid pictures, for example, was painted with the aid of projectors. Polke's paintings usually take the form of commentaries on other works of art and employ humor to parody artistic pretentiousness, particularly concerning modern art. Lifeline. 1965. His girlfriend's painting questions the authority of the printed image. 1977. 91. Made professor at the Academy of Fine Arts, Hamburg. 1981. Untitled, referring to Max Ernst, commentates on other paintings. 2002. The Hunt for the Taliban and Al-Qaeda shows his newly developed technique of machine painting. Modern Kunst. In this parody of 1950s expressive gestural abstraction, Polke creates patterns similar to those of artists such as Solich and Hartung. 1968. Artificial resin and oil on canvas, 150 by 125 cm, on loan to the Kunsthalle, Hamburg, Germany. Closer look. Parody. Polke exaggerates the expressive brushwork that characterizes informal abstraction to parody what he views as the artistic pretentiousness of modern art. In context. The rise of pop art coincided with increasing public anxiety about the manipulative power of the advertising industry, whose images were a source of inspiration for pop artists. There was a feeling that the ordinary consumer was no more than a pawn. Vance Packard's book The Hidden Persuaders, 1957, lifted the lid on the techniques used by advertisers to control the desires of their audience. George and Gugu Polk combined signs and techniques to provoke and intrigue, rather than to tell a story. The shadowy figure on the right is modern. Those on the left are clowns, probably from the Commedia dell'arte, evoking a contrasting historical era. 1968. Acrylic on fabric, 60 by 220 cm, on loan to the Kunsthalle, Hamburg, Germany. Portraits. Portraiture played an important role in ancient Greek and Roman art, but for centuries during the Middle Ages it was of only minor significance, confined mainly to coinage and tomb statues. From the Renaissance, portraiture once again developed into a major artistic practice, broadening in scope as it embraced various levels of society. In the 19th century, photography offered a powerful challenge to the traditional documentation of portraiture, but many modern artists have shown fresh ways of approaching the subject. Mona Lisa. Leonardo da Vinci. The enigmatic expression of the Mona Lisa is attributable to the artist's use of sfumato, a subtle blurring of colors and tones. See 15036, oil on panel, 77 by 53 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. Mummy portrait of a young man wearing an golden wreath. Egyptian. Mummy portraits attached to the face of mummies about to be buneth are an example of the ancient tradition of panel painting. 138 to 192 encaustic panel with gold leaf, 41 by 20 cm. Staatliche Museen zu Berlin, Germany. The Shrimp Girl. William Hogarth. Hogarth's vivid sketch has a freshness and vitality which eluded him in more formal portraits of the wealthy and powerful. C. 1745. Oil on canvas, 63,5 by 50. 8 cm. National Gallery, London, UK. Family group in a landscape. France. Hulse. Charming depiction of a family is set against a background painted by another, unidentified artist. C. 1647-50. Oil on canvas, 149 by 251 cm. National Gallery, London, UK. A portrait of Margaret Van Eyck. Jan van Eyck. The subtle detailing of the subject's face helps create the realism for which Van Eyck's portraits are noted. 1439. Oil on panel, 33 by 26 cm. Groningen Museum, Bruges, Belgium. Elizabeth I. Armada Portrait. English School. This portrait is a celebration of English sea power as well as an idealized image of the monarch, and so functions as propaganda on two levels. C. 1588. Oil on panel, 111 by 127 cm. Private collection. Miniature portrait of Mrs. Pemberton. Hans Holbein. The younger Holbein's miniatures embody the power and detail of larger portraits in a smaller form. C. 1535. Vellum mounted on playing card, Victoria and Albert Museum, London, UK. A Mrs. Sarah Siddons, the actress Thomas Gainsborough, the Nick. Dramatic colors of these portraits reflect Siddons' status as the leading tragic actress of her age. 1785, oil on canvas, 126 by 100 cm, National Gallery, London, UK. A woman holding a dog in her arms. From 5 Physiognomies of Beauty, Kitagawa Utamaro. Delicately rendered female forms are a recurring subject of Utamaro's work. C. 1804, woodblock print, 39 by 26 cm, School of Oriental and African Studies Library, London, UK. Wilhelmina Cotta Christian, Gottlieb Schick. This formal composition is typical of Schick's classical approach to portraits. 1802, oil on canvas, Staatsgalerie, Stuttgart, Germany. Portrait of Guillaume Apollinaire Giorgio de Chirico. The poet Apollinaire's likeness is seen only in the dark and in profile. The more prominent head with dark glasses is a symbol of researches into the unknown. 1914, oil on canvas, 815 by 650 cm, Musée National d'Art Moderne, Centre Pompidou, Paris, France. Girl with roses. Lucian Freud. Translucent skin, stark backgrounds, and troubled expressions are all hallmarks of Freud's portraiture. 1947, 48, oil on canvas, 106 by 75 cm, British Council, London, UK. Arrangement in grey and black. No. 1. Portrait of the artist's mother, James McNeill Whistler. Although one of the most popular images of motherhood, for Whistler this was primarily an exercise in color and tone. 1871, of on canvas, 144 by 163 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris. Portrait of Ambroise Vollard. Pierre-Auguste Renoir. Henner's fine brush strokes and subtle coloring complement Vollard's reflective expression. 1908, oil on canvas, 82 by 65 cm, Courtauld Gallery, London, UK. A portrait of Ambroise Vollard, 1868 to 1939. Pablo Picasso. In this portrait of his dealer, Picasso demonstrates an extraordinary virtuosity by producing an image of a curved and bald head entirely out of jutting angles. 1909, oil on canvas, 92 by 65 cm, Pushkin Museum, Moscow, Russia. Self-portrait Jenny Saville. This is a typical example of Saville's large fleshy depictions of women. C. 1991, oil on canvas, 204 by 204 cm, private collection. Gilbert and George. The duo's photo montages often feature an element of self-portrait and are frequently set behind grids, giving the appearance of stained glass. 1986, paper 242 by 202 cm, Whitworth Art Gallery, Manchester, UK. During the 1960s, op art and kinetic art became immensely popular and, in the case of op art, the subject of much commercial interest and exploitation. Both had their origins in the early years of the 20th century, and retain their importance today. Op, or optical art, is painting or sculpture that utilizes the illusions and optical effects that our eyes perceive. Kinetic art refers to works that have real or apparent motion. Op art. Op art as a term was first used in an unsigned article in Time magazine on October 23, 1964, but its origins can be found both in the use of ornament, anamorphosis, visual distortion, and trompe-l'oeil effects in art history, and the colored and graphic effects of post-impressionists, futurists, Dadaists, and the Bauhaus artists. It also has links with psychological research into the relationship of the mind to the eye and to the nature of perception itself. Kinetic art. Kinetic art first developed in the years 1913-20 when artists such as Marcel Duchamp, Naum Gabo, and Vladimir Tatlin began to emphasize mechanical movement in their work. Man Ray and Alexander Rodchenko first made hanging mobiles, and a few years later, members of the Bauhaus explored projection techniques to develop light and movement. The word kinetic was first used in reference to art by Gabo and Antoine Pefsner in 1920, but it was the publication of a chronology of kinetic art in 1960 by the filmmaker Wolfgang Ramsbett that established the movement in its own right. The responsive eye. The survey of op art held at the Museum of Modern Art in New York in 1965 entitled The Responsive Eye did much to popularize op art. Current events. 1961 John F. Kennedy is elected President of the U.S. 1963 March Against Racial Discrimination led by Martin Luther King Jr. takes place. In Washington, 1964 The British invasion of the U.S. begins with the first visit by the Beatles. 1964 U.S. Congress approves war with Vietnam. 1969 The first people set foot on the moon watched by an estimated 700 million television viewers around the world. Op art and kinetic art. Timeline. Op art's quick development from black and white geometry to color manipulation can be seen in these works by Vasarely and Riley, painted only 7 years apart. Both are precisely planned and produce the same illusory effect of depth. Kinetic art's evolution can be seen in the early mechanical works of Jean Tinguely, through the use of wood and wire by Jésus Raphael Soto and to the large-scale mural installation in the Élysée Palace in Paris by Yakov Agam. 1954. Tinguely, Métamécanique Atropide. 1956. Vasarely, Mondoro II. 1963. Riley Fall. 1963, 66. Soto, Large Writing. 1972. Agam, Salon, Agam. Development. The first works of modern op art were produced by Victor Vasarely in the 1950s. At the same time, Jean Tinguely started to create the first modern works of kinetic art, modern op art. Op artists use color, line, and shape to produce shimmering, shifting, sometimes dazzling surfaces that lend the work the appearance of motion. Both the geometric images and colors are worked out in advance to achieve the intended effect, which is often produced by studio assistants rather than the artist, as technical rather than artistic skills are required. Initially working in black and white, Vasarely's introduction of color transformed his work, as the addition of a differently colored geometric form to the basic structure began to explore the full extent of optical, two-dimensional art. Bridget Riley also first started with black and white designs, but introduced color in the mid-1960s, again expanding the range of optical illusions she produced. Riley preferred to use the term perceptual abstraction to describe her art, as did William Zeitz, who was curator of the groundbreaking The Responsive Eye exhibition, see above. It was held in New York in 1965 alongside a commercial, sellout show in the Richard Feigen Gallery. Riley had 2 paintings in the exhibition, which launched her as an international artist, but she disliked the appropriation of her and others' work for commercial uses later in the decade. When op art was adopted as part of the 1960s counterculture movement in music, fashion, and design. Modern kinetic art. The development of kinetic art during the 1960s followed either the constructivist tradition, CP.462, in which the work was technological or natural in origin, or the Dadaist tradition, CP.466, in which the work was conceived within an environment or required human intervention and participation. Kinetic art is a diverse form, using paint, fluorescent strip lights, reflecting surfaces, found materials and much more, whether as individual pieces or large-scale installations, to achieve its effects. It declined in importance during the 1980s, but retains its influence today in works requiring audience participation. Untitled, Winged Curve. Bridget Riley's use of a series of differently spaced and thickened curved lines creates the illusion of a three-dimensional moving object despite its two-dimensional static state. 1966. Screen print on paper. 57.8 by 62. 5 centimeters. Private collection. Wankel Baluba Jean Tinguely. The impact of Dada and Surrealism is evident in this kinetic construction by Jean Tinguely. The chimp on top echoing King Kong astride the Empire State Building, New York, in the 1933 classic horror film. 1963. 72. Mixed media. 182 by 75 by 75 centimeters. Private collection. Jean Tinguely. B. Freeborg, 1925. D. Byrne, 1991. Jan Tinguely began experimenting with mechanical sculptures when he was a teenager, hanging objects from the ceiling and using a motor to make them rotate. He went on to produce his first abstract, spatial constructions in 1953. These early machines, which he termed metamechanical devices, were equipped with moving mechanisms that could be set in action by the viewer, and were characterized by their use of movement as a central part of their construction. In the mid-1960s, Tinguely started to produce large-scale works welded out of scrap metal, and subsequently turned his attention to fountains, the most notable of which is the Stravinsky Fountain, 1982, outside the Pompidou Center in Paris. A series of three-part altars, called Poa, 1982-84, suggests a religious aspect to his work. In 1986, he introduced another new theme, death, in Mengele, a dance macabre in the form of a mechanical theater. Lifeline. 1945 paints in a surrealist style, but soon abandons this to concentrate on sculpture. 1953 moves to Paris in Les. 1955 participates in Movement, an exhibition of art in Paris. Kinetic Art. 1960 co-founds the Nouveau Realism movement. Mid-1960s produces his first monumental works for urban settings. Mid-1970s designs fountains for public places. 1986 produces 16 Mengele sculptures on the theme of death. La Bascule 7 Tongolese use of scrap materials animated by an electric motor can be seen in this playful representation of a seesaw, which rocks from side to side. 1967. Iron, wood, steel, rubber, and electric motor, 123 by 82 by 205 cm. Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, U.S.
Metamécanique Intrépide. A small electric motor drives the wheels, arms, and counterweights of this construction set on top of a simple tripod. The piece was designed around movement, and cannot properly be assessed when stationary. 1954, Mixed Media, 100 by 90 by 30 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Wheels in motion. The use of wire to make the wheels, struts, and cogs, rather than factory-manufactured gears and other parts, gives the machine an uneven, mechanistic movement. Yaakov Agam. Berishanali Zion, 1928. Yaakov Agam studied at the Bezalel Academy in Jerusalem in 1946, and from 1951, at the Atelier d'Art Abstrait and the Académie de la Grande Chaumière in Paris. He claimed that his one-man exhibition at the Galerie Craven in Paris in 1953 was the first ever exhibition of kinetic art, and that he was the first optical kinetic artist. These claims have been disputed. Agam was, however, among the first artists to encourage spectator participation, allowing people to arrange the various elements of the Transformable Pictures series, 1951-53, and the sonic elements of Sonor, 1961, which he described as a tactile painting with acoustic effects. His later works are as much optical as kinetic in their effect. Salon Agam produced this light installation in the Élysée Palace for President Georges Pompidou. The walls are covered with polymorphic murals of changing images, while the ceiling and carpet are kinetic. The scene changes according to the spectator's position and point of view. 1972, Mixed Media, 470 by 548 by 622 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Julio Leparc. B. Mendoza, 1928. One of the most active of the South American kinetic artists working in Paris in the 1950s, Leparc played a major role in launching kinetic art in Europe. In 1960, he joined the French art group, Groupe de Recherche d'Art Visuel, where his theoretical rigor established his reputation. In 1953, he began working on two-dimensional compositions in color or black and white, but later developed a series of works that made use of skimming, light, reflected and broken up by polished metal surfaces. A continual light white light reflects off the polished metal pieces in the center of this piece to produce a sensation of continuous movement. 1963, Mixed Media, 60 by 60 by 1 centimeter, Tate, London, UK. Elio Adesica. B. Rio de Janeiro, 1937, D. Rio de Janeiro, 1980. Elio Adesica emerged during the 1950s as one of Brazil's most innovative artists, liberating color from two-dimensional painting into three-dimensional artworks. His first paintings were solid-color abstracts, but in the Meta-Esquemas series of 1957-58 he sought to dissolve the two-dimensional picture and its grid structure with a dynamic combination of squares and rectangles outlined in various colors. He followed this with a series of white-on-white paintings, Serie Branca, 1958-59, in which he experimented with layering and brush techniques to maximize the effect of light on color. These experiments led him to produce three-dimensional works that hung from the ceiling or stood on the floor, forcing viewers to walk through them. Grand nucleus, the luminous yellows of the outer panels give way to violet tones at the center of this vast open maze, giving the piece vibrancy and life. 1960–66, Oil and Resin on Wood Fiberboard, Cesar and Claudio Udesica Collection, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Victor Vazerli. Bipex, 1908, de Paris, 1987. Vazerli studied at the Budapest Academy of Painting and the Mivli Academy, known as the Budapest Bauhaus. There, he became aware of the geometrical language used by the main teachers of the original Bauhaus, such as Vasily Kandinsky and Paul Klee. He moved to France in 1930, and in the 1940s developed a geometric abstraction based on Mondrian and Malevich. Vazerli paid tribute to the latter in his series Homage to Malevich, 1952–58, using his black square on a white background, but turning it on its axis so that it became dynamized. Vazerli used illusory effects like this to transform structures into vibrant forms that could dazzle the spectator's eye. Mindoro II Vazerli's debt to Malevich is evident in the black and white geometric abstraction of this work, in which two overlapping rectangles are pulled apart to create a kinetic impact. See 1956, Oil on Canvas, 130 by 195 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Every form is a base for color. Every color is the attribute of a form. Victor Vazerli. Jesus Rafael Soto. Ciudad Bolivar, 1923, de Paris, 2005. Soto's early style was influenced by Cézanne and Cubism, and he was also aware of the Soviet constructivists through reproductions of their work. In 1950 he moved to Paris, where he began to produce abstract paintings with repeating geometric forms that suggested movement. He produced his first kinetic work, Spiral, in 1955. Soto preferred to work with modern and industrial synthetic materials, such as nylon and steel, but in the early 1960s he investigated the textures of found objects, such as old wood, rusty wire, and rope. His kinetic sculptures create an opposition between dynamic and static elements, in his large installations blurring the distinction between reality and illusion. His work usually exploits the moire patterns, created when objects are placed above repeated thin lines. Large writing Soto's use of wire and wood in this kinetic work sets up a dynamic between the various elements that invites the viewer's visual and intellectual involvement in understanding the piece. 1963–66, Wire and Wood, 104 by 170 by 16 centimeters, Phoenix Art Museum, Arizona, U.S. Bridget Riley. B. London, 1931. One of the most celebrated exponents of op art, Bridget Riley became interested in optical effects through her early study of Pointillist technique. Her first op art paintings in the early 1960s were black and white and used simple, repeating shapes, but she distorted them in every way. Riley turned to color in 1966, painting mainly horizontal or vertical stripes that Bridget Riley contrasted one color against a complementary color to heighten or dull it. By now she was attracting considerable interest in her work, winning the International Painting Prize at the Venice Biennale in 1968. Later variations 1979 in her style include the use of diagonal lozenges and flowing curves. Riley's work shows a complete mastery of op art, using subtle variations in shape, size, color, and location of the repeating images across the work to create a dazzling vibration. Lifeline. 1952–55 Studies at the Royal College of Art, London, 1961–65 Paints black and white geometric forms, 1966 Introduces color, paints mainly in stripes, 1979–80 Visits Egypt and later introduces new colors to her palette, 1986 Breaks up her vertical stripes with diagonal lozenges, 1997 Introduces flowing curves. Fall parallel, curved lines, compressed towards the base of the painting, give a billowing effect that suggests the canvas is being blown by a strong wind. 1963 Emulsion on hardboard, 141 by 140 centimeters, Tate, UK. A Q&A visit to Egypt inspired Riley to develop her Egyptian palette, colors of greater intensity than she had used before. This coincided with her decision to change from acrylic to oil paint, and to return to painting stripes rather than curves. 1981, Oil on Canvas, 239 by 202 centimeters, Tate, UK. Although using found objects in artworks was by no means a new idea, it gave rise to distinct genres in the 1960s and 70s, making it a very creative period. There were also some sharp divisions in the art world, with a gulf widening between popular and serious culture. Origins and influences. Artworks made from found objects appeared as early as 1936 in the work of Joseph Cornell, and by the time Jean Dubuffet coined the term assemblage, in 1953, it had become an established art form. Collage was an influence on early assemblages, and there was also a precedent in the ready-mades of Marcel Duchamp, an idea taken further in Robert Rauschenberg's Combine paintings, for which the critic Lawrence Alloway coined the term junk art in 1961. Techniques. Moving away from the traditional genres of painting and sculpture, assemblage and junk artists created hybrid three-dimensional forms by assembling discarded objects and scrap materials in boxes, freestanding constructions, or installations. Sometimes they even presented the objects without modification, but in a new setting out of context. Land art, also known as earth art, developed in the 1970s and drew inspiration both from the natural environment and its raw materials. Rather than depicting a landscape, land artists worked directly on the landscape itself, sculpting it to make earthworks, or building structures and installations with natural materials, such as branches or rocks. Wrapped cans. Part of Inventory Christo Javachev, 1959-60. At the forefront of the junk art movement, Christo began wrapping everyday objects, such as these enamel paint tins, in the late 1950s, and later adapted his wrapping techniques to create large-scale land art. Assemblage, junk and land art. Timeline. Joseph Cornell produced his first boxed assemblages in the 1930s, but it was another 2 decades before the genre was established. Elements of collage reappeared in early pop art in the late 1950s and developed further in the 1960s in Kienholz's tableaus, then in the junk art sculptures by Cesare Baldaccini and John Chamberlain. In the 1970s, land artists such as Smithson left the studio and worked on the land to create artworks. 1964, Cornell, The Sixth Dawn. 1964, Kienholz, While Visions of Sugar Plums Danced in Their Heads. 1988, Long Sahara Line. 1988, Goldsworthy, Spherical Leaf Work. 1995, Christo and Jean-Claude, Wrapped Reichstag. Art of Recycling. Because they were made from everyday materials and bits of rubbish, assemblage and junk art sometimes evoked a mood of nostalgia, but they also highlighted the wastefulness of consumer society and rejected the commercialism of pop art. This implicit social commentary became more overt throughout the 1960s and 70s. Land art, in particular, also sought to raise awareness of man's place in both the natural and urban environments. Assemblage and junk art. The terms assemblage and junk art are to some extent interchangeable, but generally speaking refer to stages of the same movement. The principle of arranging found objects and debris remained essentially the same. Primarily an urban art form, assemblage had its roots in New York, where Joseph Cornell's idea of boxed objects was adopted by Louise Nevelson and extended in Edward Kienholz's tableaus. Junk art, meanwhile, spread quickly from New York across America, and appeared in Europe at about the same time. The arte povera, poor art, movement in Italy was similar in philosophy, influencing Alberto Burri, Pino Pasquale, and Mario Merz, and in France, César was producing scrap metal sculpture along much the same lines as John Chamberlain in the United States. Land art. In some ways, land art was an even less conventional movement, creating art outside galleries or public spaces, in the context of the natural world. Often this was done on a massive scale, particularly in the open spaces of North America where it could only be seen properly from the air. But it was also taken up by European artists such as Andy Goldsworthy in the more intimate settings of woodland and seashore, using leaves, twigs, and stones. Land artists also occasionally produce their work in galleries, by creating installations made from materials taken from the landscape. An urban variation of land art can be seen in the work of Christo and Jean-Claude, whose Nouveau Realism technique of wrapping household objects progressed to wrapping up historic buildings, and then parts of landscapes. As well as challenging the notion of art as exhibits divorced from the outside world, land art explores the effects of time and decay. Many of these ephemeral creations have disappeared due to natural erosion. The impermanence of land art, which mainly survives only in photographs or video records, links the movement to similar ideas in conceptual and process art. Stones and Stars 2003. Working outdoors and using the raw materials of the landscape itself, land artists such as Richard Long reflect the continuing concerns of the environmentalist movement of the 1970s and 80s. 2003. Photograph and text, 87.5 by 129 centimeters. Compression César Baldacchini. In contrast to the recycled ephemera and trivia of assemblage, junk art uses waste material as its basic medium, especially the discarded debris of industrial society, such as the crushed car parts of César's compression series. See 1960, Mixed Media, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Christo and Jean-Claude. By Bruni Maya Christo, Biga Bravo, 1935. Jean-Claude, B. Casablanca, 1935. Christo escaped from Bulgaria while visiting Prague, eventually settling in Paris where, in 1958, he met Jean-Claude. Since 1961, the two of them have worked on a number of ambitious, large-scale works of art, which often involve years of negotiation and planning, and the collaboration of many workers and agencies. They commonly use fabric to create forms that interact with an already existing environment, for example, by wrapping buildings or bridges. Projects may take years and much effort to realize, but the works themselves are always temporary, making them unique but ephemeral, aesthetic, and interactive experiences, rather than enduring monuments. Unlike most land artists, Christo and Jean-Claude do not work in remote locations, but in populated areas where their art will be experienced firsthand and free of charge by large numbers of people. Lifeline. 1935. Christo and Jean-Claude are born on the same day, June 13, 1957. Christo, studying in Prague, escapes communist Europe in a medicine truck. 1958. Christo and Jean-Claude meet in Paris. 1961. First collaborative work, wrapping oil barrels with tarpaulin in Cologne harbor. 1968. The couple wrapped their first public building, the Kunsthal in Bern. 1985. Pont Neuf Bridge in Paris is wrapped in fabric. 1995. Their 24-year project to wrap Berlin's Reichstag is realized. Surrounded Islands. Christo and Jean-Claude have said that they wish to create works of art of joy and beauty. In this aesthetically exuberant piece, 11 small islands in Biscayne Bay, Miami, were surrounded by luminous, shiny, pink, floating fabric. 1983. Miami, U.S. Wall of oil barrels, Iron Curtain. The artist's first major public intervention was an unauthorized protest against the Berlin Wall, which had been built the previous year. 240 oil barrels created a wall of colored circles across the narrow Rue Visconti in Paris, blocking traffic for 8 hours. 1962. Oil barrels, Paris, France. Wrapped Reichstag. The project to wrap Berlin's Reichstag began in 1971, but was not finally realized until 1995, about midway between Germany's reunification and the reuse of the building as the seat of parliament. Over a 2-week period, 5 million visitors experienced the enigma of this familiar landmark transformed into a solid abstraction of flowing drapery. 1995. Fabric, Berlin, Germany. We only create joy and beauty. We have never done a sad work. Christo, 2002. Richard Long. B. Bristol, 1945. Richard Long has based his art around a single activity, walking. He undertakes solitary journeys on foot, often across hundreds of miles of landscape. The walks themselves are structured around certain limits, usually communicated in the title of the work. These include a starting point and destination, of course, but also boundaries of time, as in 8,000 miles in 1,000 hours, 1974, or poetically suggestive actions, such as collecting water from each river crossed to be poured into the next one, as in Water Walk, 1999. On the way, Long sometimes creates ephemeral, geometric forms from sticks, stones, and other objects. His walks are represented in photographs and maps, often accompanied by evocative texts. Long is keen to differentiate his own practice from American land art, which for him is obsessed with imposing gestures demanding money and industrial machinery. By contrast, Long's own encounter with the landscape is marked by subtlety, simplicity, and a perceptive readiness for what it offers up. Lifeline. 1945. Born in Bristol, UK, 1962. Attends the West of England College of Art, creating work which engaged directly with the surrounding landscape. 1967. While a student at St. Martin's College, undertakes his first walking work, A Line Made by Walking. 1968. Solo exhibition of his work at the Conrad Fischer Gallery, in Dusseldorf. 1976. Represents Britain at the Venice Biennale exhibition. 1989. Wins the Turner Prize on his fourth nomination. Geneva Circle 2. As well as temporary works created on location, Long also makes sculptural works and wall paintings for galleries. Universal shapes such as circles and lines are used, suggesting a link between the ancient and the contemporary. Site specificity is important, and these stone slabs would have come from a local Swiss quarry. 1987. Stone, diameter 500 centimeters, private collection. Sahara Line. Although he is a quintessentially English artist in many ways, Long has walked all over the world, from Lapland to the Andes. Here, scattered rocks are arranged to constitute an obviously human intervention, creating a juxtaposition with the monolithic desert backdrop. 1988. Rocks, 114 by 83.5 centimeters, Sahara Desert, Africa. Robert Smithson. B. Passaic, 1938. D. Amarillo, 1973. Of all the American artists of the 1960s, Robert Smithson perhaps best embodied the trajectory away from traditional disciplines and formalist notions of what art should be. Best known for monumental land pieces, such as the iconic Spiral Jetty, 1970, Smithson's thinking went beyond the visual aspect of his work to also offer a philosophical reflection on man's place in nature. He challenged human-centered ideas represented in the picturesqueness of landscape painting, a tradition he saw persisting in abstract art with an appeal to inhuman concepts that diminished mankind's self-importance, geological time, the crystalline structure of minerals, and entropy, the physical law of increasing disorder. Smithson saw art less as a unique, finished object and more as a dynamic, social, physical, and mental process that could take multiple, interacting forms. Lifeline. 1938. Born in Passaic, New Jersey. 1957. Moves to New York. 1966. Shows his work at the legendary Minimal Art Exhibition Primary Structures, held at the Jewish Museum. 1967. Solo show at Dawn Gallery, New York. 1970. Obtains lease for an area of land on the Great Salt Lake, in Utah. Constructs Spiral Jetty in 6 days. 1973. Is killed in a plane crash, aged just 35, while surveying land for an earthwork in Texas. Mirror stratum. In the mid-1960s, Smithson's sculptural works adopted the pared-down geometries of minimalism, but displayed a deliberate connection to physical processes, such as the stratification of rocks. 1966. Mirrors, 36 by 36 by 15 centimeters, James Cohan Gallery, New York, U.S. Spiral Jetty. Located in a remote region of Utah's Great Salt Lake, this work was built from 6.5 tons of rock and earth. The spiral shape is a reference to a mythical whirlpool at the bottom of the lake, and to the circulation of blood in the body. The water has a reddish tint. 1970. Black rock, salt crystals, earth, red water, algae. 4.6 mx 450 m, Great Salt Lake, Utah, U.S. Closer look. Crystal structure. Smithson intended saline crystals from the water to form on top of the rock surface, and this has indeed happened, creating a white halo that contrasts with the pinkish water. Dennis Oppenheim. The Electric City, Washington, 1938. Oppenheim's work has spanned land art, performance, video art, and sculpture, and is based on a questioning of the traditional art object. For him,
art is an action in real time, not a timeless precious object, and the photographic record he makes merely documents a moment in the process. The plowing of a field, the suntanning of a body, and even the consumption and digestion of a gingerbread man are all material. His objects are unconventional and often disturbing, even when he makes them for museum display. In Attempt to Raise Hell, 1974, a metal head is struck by a bell every 60 seconds. Cancelled crop, this picture represents just one stage in the artistic process, as Oppenheim himself explains. The route from Finsterwald, location of wheat field, to Nieuweschans, location of storage silo, was reduced by a factor of 6x and plotted on a 154x267m field. The field was then seeded following this line. In September, the field was harvested in the form of an X. The grain was isolated in its raw state. Further processing was withheld. 1969, Netherlands. An artist works to expose wounds. Dennis Oppenheim. Walter de Maria, B. Albany, 1935. Best known for his celebrated Lightning Field, 1977. Walter de Maria began his artistic career making witty sculptures, creating musical pieces, and taking part in happenings under the influence of the avant-garde composer John Cage. In 1968, he produced two significant land art works, mile-long drawing consisting of two parallel chalk lines in the Mojave Desert in California, and Earth Room at the Heine Friedrich Gallery in Munich, where he filled the pristine space with soil, which could be viewed from behind a glass barrier. A lightning field. This field contains 400 steel rods, spaced at 67 intervals and set in the ground so that the tops of them are at an even height to create an enormous grid in the desolate landscape. The work's title suggests the awesome and potentially threatening encounter with nature to be had when experiencing it firsthand. 1977, Steel Rods, New Mexico, U.S. Andy Goldsworthy, B. Cheshire, 1956. Andy Goldsworthy is part of the lineage of land artists who moved beyond the gallery and the saleable object to make transient interventions in non-urban environments. These interventions take the form of delicate and beautiful structures made from material found close to hand. Goldsworthy's work follows the minimalist ethic of presenting the material as it is, using it neither for representational nor abstract purposes, and of revealing the means of its construction. However, unlike minimalism, with its industrial, factory-made aesthetic, Goldsworthy's objects are a result of hands-on communication with nature. Leaves, stones, flowers, snow, and twigs are some of the typical materials he uses, arranging and attaching them in patterns that mimic natural forms, spheres, spirals, and lattice shapes. The ephemerality of these sculptures reminds us that death and decay are an integral part of nature. Lifeline, 1956, born in Cheshire, son of a professor of mathematics. 1969, from the age of 13, he often works as a farm laborer in the Yorkshire countryside. 1975 to 78, studies fine art at Preston Polytechnic. 1996, begins work on sheepfolds in Cumbria. 2000, awarded the OBE. 2003, frozen sculptures, including Icicle Star. I used to illustrate Royal Mail Christmas stamps. 2007, a retrospective of his work is held at Yorkshire Sculpture Park. Spherical leaf work. Goldsworthy adopts natural materials, not only as formal elements, but also tools that hold new shapes together, for example using thorns as a pinning device in this structure. Leaves are a familiar sign of passing time, turning brown and disintegrating with the changing seasons, a process the artist embraces through the sculptures themselves. 1988, Leaves, City Art Gallery, Leeds, UK. Icicle Star. Goldsworthy's sculptures often appear so exquisite because they utilize the very forms produced by natural processes to create new and suggestive objects. Part of the charm of this piece lies in the contrast between the modesty of the material, mere water, and the exuberance it seems to express, and between its actual coldness and the burning heat of the star it resembles. Ice, Dumfriesshire, Scotland. Joseph Cornell, B. Nyack, 1903, D. Flushing, 1972. The American artist Joseph Cornell is best known today for his pioneering of assemblage art, but he also made numerous collages and worked as a filmmaker and writer. His work in all genres was very much influenced by Surrealism, without espousing the Surrealist ethos, and paved the way for pop and installation art. Apart from 5 years studying at Phillips Academy in Andover, Cornell lived in his native New York City, for most of the time in a working-class part of Queens. He worked in the textile industry until 1940 to support his mother and disabled brother. During a period of unemployment in the Depression, he made contact with Julian Levi, who in 1932 included Cornell's collages in an exhibition of Surrealists at his gallery. Cornell had his own one-man show later that year. Over the following decades, he succeeded in establishing a reputation for himself by making box assemblages and collages from found items, not junk, but objects that had at one time been someone's treasured possessions. Lifeline. 1917 to 21 studies at Phillips Academy in Andover, 1921 to 31 works as a textile salesman, 1925 joins the Church of Christian Science, 1932 shows collages in an exhibition in New York, 1936 first box assemblage, untitled, soap bubble set, 1939 first film, Rose Hobart, 1940 full-time artist and writer. 1972 dies in New York, almost unknown outside the art world. Soap bubble variant. Many of Cornell's box assemblages appear in a series of similar works. He produced variants of the original 1936 soap bubble set, partly because he was fascinated with the objects, but also to satisfy demand for his work. See 1956, mixed media, 24 by 38 by 10 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Nostalgic images among found bric-a-brac items. Cornell pasted and hung photos and pictures from bygone eras, evoking a mood of both nostalgia and surreal fantasy. The 6 Dawn Cornell's collages were inspired by those of Max Ernst. Unlike Surrealist collages, they did not represent the darkest side of imagination. The 6th Dawn has an air of childlike innocence. 1964. Collage on paper mounted on masonite, 44 by 37 centimeters. The Israel Museum, Jerusalem, Israel. John Chamberlain, B. Rochester, 1927. Best known for his constructions of crumpled automobile parts, the sculptor and painter John Chamberlain has combined in his work the methods of junk art and the aesthetic of abstract expressionism. Indiana-born Chamberlain was raised in Chicago and studied at the Art Institute of Chicago and Black Mountain College, before settling in New York in 1957. It was there that he started welding together car parts to create striking, dynamic, and implicitly violent compositions that became his trademark. He continued to develop the idea in the 1960s, using a range of motor and industrial objects, sometimes for social comment, such as his recurrent use of oil barrels during the U.S. fuel crisis. He also made several films and experimented with action painting using car spray paint, which led to much of his later sculpture being spray-painted in vivid colors. Untitled with his later car sculptures, assembled from scrapyard materials, Chamberlain brought the spontaneity and dynamic color of abstract expressionism to junk art. Particular, the sense of frozen movement, achieved as much by his handling of the materials as by their association with motor vehicles, can be seen as a three-dimensional form of action painting. Sheet metal. Galleria Nazionale di Arte Moderna, Rome, Italy. Louise Nevelson. B. Kiev, 1899. D. New York, 1988. The daughter of a Jewish timber merchant, Louise Nevelson was born Leah Belayeski in Kiev, but moved with her family to Rockland, Maine, as a child. She grew up playing with wood in her father's lumberyard, and had early ambitions of becoming a sculptor. She moved to New York after marrying Charles Nevelson in 1920 and began to teach herself art. She later studied sculpture at the Art Students League and with Hans Hofmann in Munich, going on to assist Diego Rivera and teach at the Educational Alliance School of Art in Manhattan. In the 1940s, Nevelson exhibited her assemblages and collages of wooden objects. Her international reputation was secured in 1958 with a major one-woman show at the Grand Central Moderns Gallery in New York, which featured her distinctive monochrome walls of boxed assemblages. Tropical Garden 2, a series of tall, thin boxes joined together form the wall-like structure of Tropical Garden 2. Each one contains found wooden objects. The whole is painted black, unifying the disparate components and disguising their origins. The enclosed compositions are revealed only by their shadows. 1957-59, painted wood, 180 by 330 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Closer look. Inside the boxes, the scraps of wood in each box are of all shapes and sizes. Some are purely abstract cubist or primitive motifs, others are more figurative. Alberto Burri. B. Città di Castello, 1915. D. Nice, 1995. The Italian painter and sculptor Alberto Burri trained as a doctor, but took up painting while in a POW camp in the U.S. On his return to Italy, he became a leading figure in the art informal movement, which paved the way for art povera, see page 551, the Italian minimalist style. In the late 1940s, Burri moved from an expressionist to a purely abstract style, rejecting any metaphorical references in his work. A series of paintings and sculptures with titles such as Tars, Sacks, Irons, Combustions, Clays, and Woods explored unorthodox materials and techniques such as collage, burning, and cutting. Sacco for Burri embarked upon his Sakai, Sacks, series of collages in 1950. Various theories have been suggested to explain the choice of medium, but Burri simply stated, the poorness of a medium is not a symbol. It is a device for painting. 1954 burlap, cotton, glue, silk, and paint on black cotton backing, 114 by 76 centimeters, Denny Collection, Toulouse, France. Edward Keenholz. B. Fairfield, 1927. D. Hope, 1994. Edward Keenholz uses environmental assemblages, tableaus, as social or political comment, and juxtapose macabre, erotic, and everyday items to often shocking effect to make his point. Keenholz was born and brought up in rural Washington state, and although he was keen on painting as a teenager, he had Keenholz, 1965, no formal training in art. Drifting in and out of jobs and college courses, he worked for a while in a psychiatric hospital and ended up in Los Angeles in 1953, where he took an interest in sculpture. His first pieces took the form of roughly painted wooden relief panels, but in the late 1950s he began working with assemblage. Lifeline, 1927 born, the son of a farmer, 1953 moves to Los Angeles, 1962 creates Roxas. His first tableau, 1966, a retrospective at L.A. County Museum, causes outrage. 1972 meets Nancy Reddin, his future wife and collaborator. 1973 moves to Idaho. 1973 to 94 regular trips to Berlin to work with his wife. 1994 dies in Hope, Idaho, age 67. While visions of sugar plums dance in their heads, this assemblage of an intimate bedroom scene is disturbing in its matter-of-fact depiction of mundane, respectable, suburban life. 1964, mixed media, 183 by 366 by 274 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Closer look. In their heads, a couple making love are lost in their own thoughts, their faces turned away from one another. Inside the bulbous heads are miniature tableaus of naked Barbie and Ken dolls acting out their private fantasies. Pino Parcalli. B. Berry, 1935. D. Rome, 1968. In his tragically short career, Pino Parcalli was a prominent member of the art povera movement. See page 551. Working as a sculptor, set designer, and conceptual artist. His experiences as a child in Italy and occupied Albania during World War II were a significant influence on his art and political stance. During the 1950s, Parcalli studied at the Liceo Artistico, Naples, and the Accademia di Belle Arti, Rome, followed by 4 years as a television set designer before embarking on his career as an artist. In the short time before his death in a motorcycle accident in 1968, he achieved remarkable success, first as a painter and then for his happenings in Rome, but most importantly for his large-scale sculptures and installations. Often using unorthodox materials, Pacelli captured the mood of the times. The series of big guns made of scrap metal coincided with the Vietnam War. And the massive and disturbing trap appeared amid the student unrest of 1968. Cannon semovente, mobile cannon. In 1965, Pacelli made a number of life-size replicas of cannons and big guns using scrap, metal, wood, and rubber, which he then painted a military green. The largest of these, Cannon semovente, is disturbingly lifelike, and as well as its contemporary reference to the war in Vietnam, it echoes Pacelli's childhood memories of World War II. 1965, wood, scrap metal, and wheels, 251 by 340 by 246 centimeters. Mario Moors, B. Milan, 1925, D. Milan, 2003. Starting as a painter in the Art Informal style, Mario Moors turned to sculpture in the 1960s as a rejection of the notion of representing images in favor of presenting the objects themselves. Initially using ready-made objects and employing the techniques of art pauvre, see page 551, he soon realized their shortcomings for his philosophy of portraying the inherent social and scientific connotations of abstract and concrete images. The most striking of his innovations in the late 1960s was the use of neon lighting, sometimes with glass panels, as an integral part of his sculpture. When juxtaposed with constructions such as igloos, which feature in many of his pieces, the lighting provided a metaphor for old and new, poverty and progress. Homage to Arcimboldo, the three main elements neon lights, a crocodile, and a structure based on the Fibonacci mathematical sequence were recurrent themes in Moor's work. Rather than contrasting these disparate images, he points to their connections. The mathematical structure of natural patterns such as the crocodile scales, the modernity of prime val symbols, and the continuum from past to future. 1988. Mixed Media, Nationalgalerie, SMPK, Berlin, Germany. In conceptual art, the idea or concept behind the work is as important as the work itself. Marcel Duchamp made the first examples of conceptual art before World War I, but it only became recognized as a distinct art form in the 1960s. Origins. The term concept art was first used in 1961 by the American anti-art activist Henry Flint to describe his performance art. The term was extended to conceptual art by the American artist Sol LeWitt in his 1967 article, Paragraphs on Conceptual Art for Art Forum magazine. This article recognized that a generation of artists was creating a new form of art and popularized the term. Media. Conceptual art revolutionized the way we appreciate art. To conceptual artists, a work of art was primarily for intellectual, not aesthetic stimulation, and was no longer a beautiful, handcrafted object. It did not have to take the traditional form of painting or sculpture, but might be a photograph, a film, or an installation. It could be made from found objects, or produced by the artist's assistant. Some conceptual artists, such as Joseph Bayeux, created performance art to make statements about the pain of human existence or man's relationship with nature. Others turned to land art, making artworks directly in the landscape. See page 551. Conceptual art was a reaction against abstract expressionism, which dominated the art world in the 1950s. Whereas abstract expressionists sought to express their emotions and experiences in large, heroic paintings, the conceptualists were often cool and cerebral. Piero Manzoni, one of the first conceptual artists, began his series of achromes in 1957. In these works he soaked the canvases in kaolin, a white clay, to produce a white surface that is simply a white surface and nothing else. Everything is purged from this painting. John Baldessari, 1967-68. Much of the conceptual art of the 1960s relied primarily on verbal and intellectual rather than visual means of communication. Conceptual art. Timeline. In 1961, Piero Manzoni started signing humans to create living works of art. Each person was given a certificate of authentication. Letters and words are important elements of Marcel Bruther's pipe alphabet, 1968-71, and on Kawara's date paintings. Mona Hatoum's 1994 Cora Tranger shows a video made from endoscope traveling into her intestines. 1961, Manzoni, Living Sculpture. 1966, Lewitt, Serial Projecti ABCD. 1968-71, Broods, Pipe Alphabet. 1979, Kawara, Wednesday, December 12, 1979. 1994, Hatoum Cora Tranger, Interpretations. The pioneer of conceptual art was a French artist Marcel Duchamp, see page 467. In 1913, he began exhibiting his ready-mades, industrially manufactured objects that he had decided were works of art. As there was little or no craft involved in making them, Duchamp was explicitly questioning the nature of art. By putting his ready-mades in galleries, Duchamp was also questioning the institutions that legitimize art for the public. Another important artist in the development of conceptual art was the American Robert Rauschenberg, CPP 535-37, who worked with found objects. Rauschenberg recognized the importance of the concept that underpinned a work of art. To demonstrate this, he acquired a drawing by the abstract expressionist Willem de Kooning in 1953, erased it, and then exhibited the result. The role of art, conceptual art, questions our assumptions not only about what qualifies as art, but what the function of the artist should be and what our role as spectators should involve. Conceptual artist Joseph Kosuth wrote in 1969, "The value of particular artists after Duchamp can be weighed according to how much they question the nature of art." Many conceptual artists began to rely on language to convey their message, rather than the visual image or object. Kosuth produced large photocopies of the dictionary definitions of common words and on Kawara painted calendar dates, aiming to complete each painting on the date shown. John Baldessari painted statements from contemporary art theory, then decided to remove all work by his own hand completely and employed a sign painter to paint the lettering. The role of museums' conceptual art also questioned the role of galleries and museums in presenting artworks, particularly the way in which they legitimize and sanctify objects traditionally considered to be art. Joseph Bayeux used museum-like glass display cases to show valueless objects, such as felt, fat, or rubbish swept up from the street. Christian Boltanski used display cases in a similar fashion to show children's toys. Marcel Bruthes went even further, converting his own house into a museum as a comment on the institutionalization of art. The Pack, Das Rudel, Joseph Bayeux, 1969. The installation, an arrangement of objects in a given space, became an important medium for conceptual artists. Here Bayeux has positioned 24 sledges, resembling a pack of dogs, so they seem to tumble out of the back of a Volkswagen van. Current events. 1959, the first happening, takes place at the Rubin Gallery in New York. 1961, Yuri Gagarin becomes the first man in space. The Berlin Wall is constructed. 1963, U.S. President John Kennedy is assassinated. 1965, American students demonstrate against the bombing of North Vietnam. Britain passes the Race Relations Act, prohibiting discrimination on grounds of race. 1967, the Summer of Love begins in San Francisco. 1968, in Paris, students demonstrate against the government, leading to a general strike. 1969, Neil Armstrong becomes the first man to walk on the moon. Joseph Bayeux. B. Krefeld, 1921. D. Disseldorf, 1986. Charismatic and unconventional, Joseph Bayeux was a leading political artist and teacher. He strongly believed that his art, which he called social sculpture, had the power to shape a better society and, as part of his artistic career, he became increasingly active in politics, campaigning for educational reform, grassroots democracy, and the Green Party in his sculptures and installations. Bayeux deliberately used non-art materials, including fat, felt, earth, stones, food, and copper and iron sheets. As his reputation grew, he was invited to create ever more ambitious projects. He made room-size installations, and eventually his work spilled out of the museum into activist events, such as his tree planting, 7,000 Oaks, 1982-87. Importantly, Bayeux also pioneered the idea that the artist could communicate through actions, performances, public discussions, and political campaigning, as well as artifacts. In his most famous action, performed in New York in 1974, he spent 3 days in a room with a coyote. The title of the work, I Like America and America Likes Me, is ironic. Bayeux opposed the war in Vietnam in his work, challenged the hegemony of American art. Lifeline, 1921 born in Krefeld, in northwest Germany. 1940 joins the Luftwaffe. 1943 involved in a plane crash in the Crimea. 1945 spends time in a British prisoner war camp prison. 1946-51 studies sculpture at Düsseldorf Academy of Art. 1961 first one-man exhibition in Cleve. Returns to Düsseldorf Academy of Art to take up professorship. 1962 participates in the Intermedia Fluxus movement. 1979 is one of 500 founding members of the German Green Party. Retrospective held at New York's Guggenheim Museum. Earth Telephone. This piece is influenced by Marcel Duchamp's ready-made artistic constructions made from manufactured objects to provoke thought. Here, by connecting a telephone to earth and grass, Bayeux perhaps underlines his belief that art should be connected with the wider world. 1968. Mixed Media, 20 by 47 by 76 centimeters, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. How to explain pictures to a dead hare in this piece. Bayeux walked around an exhibition with his face covered in honey and gold leaf, while lovingly carrying a dead hare in his arms. He looked at pictures and explained them to the hare. By using a dead animal and disfiguring his seam-to-face, Bayeux alludes to the serious injuries he suffered several times during World War II. 1965, performance, Schmeller Gallery, Düsseldorf, Germany. Action piece. Bayeux toured the world giving lectures, which he called Actions, on sculpture, democracy, and green politics. His teaching was closer to performance art than academic lectures, and the blackboards he covered in diagrams and slogans have come to be regarded as works in their own right. 1972, lecture at the Tate, London, UK.
Piero Manzoni. Bisoncino, 1933. Di Milan, 1963. Manzoni was a Milan-based conceptual artist who made witty, provocative art, designed to both mock the art establishment and question the artist's role in a capitalist, commodity-driven era. Manzoni believed that everything was art: humans, whom he signed, human waste, which he canned, and even the whole world, which he pretended to mount on a plinth. He attacked the pomposity of angst-ridden artists, especially the abstract expressionists, by posing for photographs with a smiling face, with his cans of excrement, or his signed humans. He satirized minimal art by painting lines on scrolls of paper, then putting them away in tubes and canisters. He also poked fun at the overinflated art world in his Artist's Breath series, which involved blowing up balloons, attaching them to plinths, and then letting them deflate. Lifeline. 1951-55 starts career painting landscapes in a traditional style. 1956 produces images by dipping keys, scissors, pliers, and pincers in paint and impressing them on canvas. 1957 begins to make achromes textured white paintings. First one-man exhibition in the foyer of the Teatro del Masciere, Milan. 1963 dies in Milan of cirrhosis of the liver, aged 29. Murder. The artista Manzoni made 90 tins purporting to contain his own feces. Although Manzoni said his aim was to expose the gullibility of the art-buying public, London's Tate Gallery and New York's MoMA have bought tins. They now seem doubly gullible, as Manzoni's fellow artist, Agostino Bonalumi, has since claimed that the tins contain plaster. 1961 MoMA, New York, U.S. Achrome. Manzoni wanted to banish narrative content from painting. This meant removing even color. To get to his desired nothingness, he soaked his canvases in kaolin, a soft china clay. The weight of the material caused it to sag, creating folds across the canvas. 1959, kaolin on canvas, 61 by 61 centimeters, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Living sculpture. Beginning in January 1961, Manzoni started signing people to create living sculptures. Each person was given a mock bureaucratic certificate of authentication. Manzoni continued to sign people on his travels around cities in Europe until June 1962, when the writer Umberto Eco became his last sculpture. The publicity for a solo show at a gallery in Copenhagen declared, "Become a living work of art." 1961, Piero Manzoni Archive. Magic Base. In January 1961, Manzoni made his first magic base, explaining that as long as any person or any object stayed on this base, he, or it, was a work of art. The base had handy footprints on which the user could place his feet. Here, Manzoni himself was photographed on the plinth. 1961, Performance, Kopek Gallery, Denmark. Are not fantasizing, abstraction, and self-expression empty fictions? There is nothing to be said, there is only to be to live. Piero Manzoni, Free Dimension Essay, 1960. Marcel Brudthayers. B. Brussels, 1924, D. Cologne, 1976. Brudthayers was a poet, who at 40 became a visual artist. In a short, but influential, artistic career, he was particularly concerned with the museum's place in contemporary culture, and how art is presented to the public. In 1968, Brudthayers converted the ground floor of his Brussels house into a museum of modern art. In his first exhibit, he showed empty packing crates from the Palais des Beaux-Arts and postcards of 19th-century French paintings from the Louvre. The exhibition questioned the nature and validity of art, and the difference between an artistic masterpiece and a commercial souvenir. Brudthayers' work also examined the relationship between language and the objects it describes. In 1974, he produced Les Animaux de la Ferme, a parody of educational posters showing different types of cow labeled with the names of cars. Lifeline. 1940, becomes a poet. 1957, makes his first film, La Clef de l'Horloge, The Key to the Clock. 1958, starts to publish articles illustrated with his own photos. 1963, decides to become an artist. 1964, first one-man exhibition at the Galerie Saint-Laurent, Brussels. 1968, establishes the Musée d'Art Moderne, Section XIC siècle. Department des Eagles, in his house in Brussels. 1972, exhibits 266 objects, all containing representations of an eagle at the Städtische Kunsthalle in Dusseldorf. Pensbet Brudthayers made this work by dunking 50 unsold copies of his own book of poetry into wet plaster. The title Pensbet means a reminder, but if the words are taken literally, it could mean a wild or stupid thought. 1964, Books, Plaster, and Rubber Ball, SMAK, Gent, Belgium. Closer look. Unreadable books. The plaster makes the poetry in the books unreadable, but Brudthayers seems to be asking whether the artwork produced as a result is readable itself. Pipe Alphabet. This work is clearly a homage to the Belgian surrealist artist René Magritte and his famous painting The Treachery of Images, 1928-29, which shows a painted picture of a pipe and the inscription, "Ceci n'est pas un pipe." This is not a pipe. 1968-71, painted plastic, 84 by 119 centimeters, Galerie de l'Art Moderne, Paris, France. Sol Lewitt. B. Hartford, 1928, D. New York, 2007. Lewitt sculptures and installations, composed of cubes and other austere geometric forms, came to the public attention in the mid-1960s. Many critics described him as a minimalist. However, Lewitt denied this association and instead, in 1967, coined the term conceptual art to describe his work, explaining that he started with an idea, rather than a form. To stress the importance of the idea in art, Lewitt made several works in which the end products were non-visible, including a metal cube buried in the ground in Holland, entitled Box in the Hole, 1968. This piece was documented by a series of still photographs, but the exact location of the work has never been disclosed. Lifeline. 1945–49 Studies Fine Arts. At Syracuse University, 1949 moves to New York, 1962 makes abstract black and white reliefs, 1965 first one-man exhibition in New York, 1967 writes the influential article, Paragraphs on Conceptual Art. Serial Project IABCD, Lewitt worked in simple forms, such as open or closed cubes, to create structures in a predetermined, logical system. This piece presents combinations of squares and cubes, laid out on a grid. 1966, Mixed Media, 51 by 399 by 399 centimeters, MoMA, New York, US. To open modular cubes, Lewitt once declared that the most interesting thing about the cube was that it was relatively uninteresting. This meant that the spectator would think about the system and basic unit employed, rather than units used to express that system. 1972, Enameled Aluminium, 160 by 305 by 233 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Closer look. The idea Lewitt had his work fabricated industrially. However, material was just the vehicle for an idea, bringing him much closer to the realm of conceptual art. On Kawara. Bach Chiken, 1932. The Japanese conceptual artist An Kawara has lived in New York since 1965. His work deals with the largest subjects: our conception of time and place, life and death, in a deceptively simple manner. In the 1960s, Kawara began to dispassionately record his life. He made maps of his daily walks and cab rides, and lists of the people he met. He sent telegrams to friends with the words, "I am still alive, on Kawara," and postcards from wherever he was, each rubber stamped with his temporary address and the time he got up. He is most famous for his date paintings. Sometimes Kawara makes several date paintings on one day, sometimes none at all. If he doesn't finish a painting by midnight, he destroys it. The paintings are sometimes exhibited together, often thematically, for example, all from one year, or all from a particular day of the week. Wednesday, December 12, 1979. On January 4, 1966, Kawara began a series of date paintings, which he called the Today series. Each painting consists of the date it was made, hand-painted in white on a dark-toned canvas. The white letters can be seen as symbolizing daytime, the dark canvas nighttime. 1979, Synthetic Polymer Paint on Canvas, 46 by 62.5 centimeters, MoMA, New York, US. Daniel Buren. B. Boulogne-Billancourt, Paris, 1938. Buren is a French conceptual artist who is sometimes classified as an abstract minimalist. He came to fame in the 1960s by painting stripes across urban environments in unauthorized, bandit-style acts. The stripes are based on a popular French awning fabric. They are always 8.7 centimeters wide, and white is always alternated with another color. At his first solo exhibition, Buren blocked the entrance of the gallery with stripes. In 1986, he created a controversial sculptural installation, entitled Les Deux Plateaux, in the great courtyard of the Palais Royal. It consisted of truncated columns painted with black and white stripes. A striped poster's flight posted on billboards. Buren applies stripes over posters, in metro stations, on steps, plinths, and benches, as well as in museums. By pasting up his stripes like wallpaper, he makes the viewer look again at the urban environment. 1968, Posters, Paris, France. Hans Haacke. B. Cologne, 1936. The German conceptual artist, Hans Haacke, creates incisive, forthright political art that exposes power and privilege. His early work focused on natural processes. Rain Tower, 1962, Condensation Cube, 1963–65, and Grass Cube, 1967, allowed for interactions between animals, plants, water, and wind. He also made forays into land art. In the 1970s, Haacke's work became overtly political. His targets included governments, multinational corporations, property developers, and museums. Hake argues that, whether intentionally or not, all art plays a role in the socio-political environment in which it is produced and seen, and therefore affects the zeitgeist and has political consequences. Germania. This was presented in the German Tête Centrale Pavilion at the Venice Biennale. Entering the pavilion, the visitor was greeted by a photograph of Hitler during his visit to the same pavilion in 1934. Upon the dictator's orders, the pavilion's parquet floor was later replaced by marble plates. Hitler had planned to rename Berlin, Germania, after his expected victory in World War II. Above the entrance, where the Nazi insignia had been displayed, Hake affixed an enlarged replica of a 1 Deutschmark coin with the minting date of 1990, the year of German reunification. 1993, temporary installation, Venice Biennale, Italy. Joseph Kosuth. B. Toledo, Ohio, 1945. Joseph Kosuth creates conceptual art, inspired by philosophy and linguistics. Precocious and provocative, he had produced some of his most celebrated works by the age of 20. Kosuth summed up his ideas in the 1969 essay Art After Philosophy, writing, "Being an artist now means to question the nature of art. If you make paintings, you are already accepting, not questioning, the nature of art." Kosuth's preferred medium was language. Words displaced images, while intellectual stimulation replaced the contemplation of aesthetic objects. This idea was exemplified in First Investigations, 1966, a series that included photostats of the dictionary definitions of water, idea, meaning, and other words. These images were accompanied by instructions, indicating that the works could be remade. In this way, Kosuth undermined the preciousness of the unique art object, and sought to demonstrate that the art is not located in the object itself, but in the concept. Lifeline. 1965 moves to New York, attends School of Visual Arts. 1967 founds the Museum of Normal Art in New York. It hosts his first solo show. 1969 becomes editor of the Journal of Art and Language, for British and American artists interested in linguistic and Marxist analysis of art. 1981 major retrospectives at Staatsgalerie in Stuttgart and Kunsthall in Bielefeld. 1986 produces Zero and Not, comprising words printed on paper then partially obscured by tape. 1 and 3 chairs here. Kosuth presents a chair, with a photograph of a chair, and a dictionary definition of the word chair. Kosuth is asking, what is art? Can a chair be art, in the same way that Marcel Duchamp said a urinal was art? And can descriptions of the chair, a photograph, and a verbal definition be art? 1965, Mixed Media, chair 82 by 38 by 53 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Mona Hatem. B. Beirut, 1952. The Palestinian-born artist Mona Hatem has worked mainly in London and Berlin. She works in many media, producing performance and installation pieces, video art, photography, and sculpture. Her work is unsettling. The familiar becomes grotesque, and the grotesque familiar. A necklace looks as if it is made from large, decorative, brown beads, but turns out to be an eerie combination of wood, leather, and human hair. A welcome doormat is actually made of steel pins. Hatem's work often concerns the human body and elicits a visceral response in the viewer. Sometimes, there is even a suggestion of violence. Lifeline. 1970-72 attends Beirut University College. 1975-79 studies at the Byam Shah School of Art. 1979-81 studies at the Slade School of Art. 1989-92 teaches at Cardiff Institute of Higher Education. 1994 solo exhibition at the Pompidou Center, Paris. 1995 is shortlisted for the Turner Prize. Saw endoscopy as the ultimate in the invasion of one's boundaries. Mona Hatem. Cora Tranger. This video installation immerses viewers in amplified recordings of human internal organs. The images, from an endoscope, are of the artist's own insides. 1994, installation at the Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Closer look. Looking into the abyss, the video unfolds on the floor. As the camera goes down the intestine, viewers look down into a swallowing hole. Christian Boltanski. B. Paris, 1944. Boltanski is a French artist whose artworks and installations have huge emotional power, often inspiring meditation and reverence. Boltanski left school aged 12 and started painting in 1958. In 1967, he began to explore his own personal history, assembling documents and photographs from his family albums. In Three Drawers, 1970, he made plasticine sculptures of a child's possessions, which remind us of the inconsequential treasures we cherished as children. Boltanski's other great subject is death, and in particular the Holocaust. In Chase's School, 1986-87, he created an altar-like construction by placing framed photographs of Jewish schoolchildren on top of tin boxes. In 1988, in his Reserve series, he lined a whole room with musty, hand-me-down clothes stimulating the sense of smell as well as sight. The room resembled the warehouses in which the Nazis stored the belongings of the deported. Lifeline. 1944, born in Paris, to a Jewish father. 1968, first solo exhibition. 1969, publishes first book, a fictional autobiography. 1970, starts reference display cases series. 1977, starts composition series of color photographs. 1984, retrospective at the Pompidou Center, Paris. 1986, exhibits in an old prison at the Venice Biennale. 1998, last year's exhibition at the Pompidou Center, Paris, designed as a single walk-through piece. The shadows in the early 1980s, Boltanski made small marionette-like figures and photographed them. These photos led to kinetic installations, in which the boldly lit figures create a mysterious environment of silhouettes in movement. 1984, collection Frac Bourgogne. Reserve of Dead Swiss with its thin corridor of boxes. This installation looks like a crematorium or a crypt. The lamps resemble the blinding lights used by interrogators and add to the unsettling effect. 1990, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Closer look. Photos of the dead on the boxes are photographs of dead people, taken from a Swiss newspaper's obituary column. Some smile incongruously. During the post-war period, abstract painting was often seen as the logical development for art. Yet figurative painters have not simply rested on tradition, they have produced challenging images of the human condition in a changing world. Origins and influences. The London-based American artist, R.B. Kitaj, coined the phrase, School of London, in 1976 for a generation of British figurative painters, comprising Kitaj himself, Francis Bacon, Lucian Freud, Leon Kossoff, Frank Auerbach, and Michael Andrews. This school was held together by friendship, rather than stylistic similarities. The painter David Bomberg was an important influence on the group. After the war, he taught at Borough Polytechnic in South London, where his students included Auerbach and Kossoff. Bomberg stressed the sense of touch as well as sight. Subject matter. The six artists mainly painted the human figure and its environment, and often sat for one another. Bacon's portrait of Freud and Freud's painting of Auerbach are now considered significant works. These artists all derive strength from the old masters. The knowing spectator can see echoes of Van Eyck, Ingres, and Watteau in the work of Freud. Kossoff and Auerbach constantly returned to London's National Gallery to make drawings after their favorites such as Titian and Poussin. After 1945, the U.S. also produced realist figurative painters, although the critics often ignored them in favor of abstract expressionists and minimal, pop, and conceptual artists. Stylistically, they were disparate. Pearlstein and Katz both produced unsentimental figure studies, while Andrew Wyeth made more emotional paintings. The Life Room, Norwich School of Art, John Winnicott, 1977-80. One of Britain's leading portraitists and figure painters, Winnicott usually shows his figures in context, depicting their environment in perfect proportion and perspective. Figurative painting. Francis Bacon, 1984. B. Dublin, 1909. D. Madrid, 1992. Francis Bacon was the most celebrated British painter of the 20th century. He produced dramatic paintings focused on the figure, which he distorted to express isolation, brutality, and terror. He first gained notoriety in 1945, when he exhibited 3 studies for figures at the base of a crucifixion, a horrific triptych depicting half-animal, half-human creatures, writhing in anguish. Most of Bacon's paintings, even his portraits, were based on photographs. The photograph was a starting point, then a fervid imagination and a skilled oil technique took over. Bacon smeared and smudged the paint so that his subjects were often transformed nightmarish, ill-formed, slug-like creatures. Many of Bacon's figures seem to have their faces turned inside out, and many are isolated, trapped by geometric or cage-like constructions. Lifeline. 1914 Bacon's family moved from Dublin to London. 1928 starts work as an interior decorator in London. 1949 starts Screaming Popes series, nightmarish versions of Velázquez's famous portrait of Pope Innocent X. 1954 represents the Venice Biennale. 1962-63 retrospectives at the Tate Gallery, London and Guggenheim. New York. 1971 retrospective at the Grand Palais in Paris. 3 studies for a crucifixion. Bacon painted many idiosyncratic versions of the crucifixion. Here, he uses the triptych format associated with Renaissance altarpieces. By depicting butchered bodies, misshapen figures, and spattered blood, Bacon seems to be subverting the format to show the evils of man, rather than the virtues of Christ. 1962, Oil on Canvas, 198 by 45 centimeters, Guggenheim, New York, U.S. Closer look. Dark shadow paintings of the crucifixion often had saints at the foot of the cross. Here, there is a dark, mysterious shadow before the crucifixion in the right panel. It suggests, perhaps, that there is no salvation, just death. U.S. Study for Bullfight No One. This is one of 3 paintings Bacon made of toreadors grappling with bulls. Perhaps Bacon is painting his own struggle with his demons. He drank, gambled, and had to deal with society's attitude to his homosexuality. The bold, hot palette is suggestive of Spanish light and landscape, but also suggests passionate struggle. 1969, Oil on Canvas, 198 by 148 centimeters, private collection. Study after Velázquez's portrait of Pope Innocent X. Francis Bacon. 1953, Oil on Canvas, 153 by 118 centimeters, Des Moines Art Center, U.S. Closer look. Study after Velázquez's portrait of Pope Innocent X. Francis Bacon. Bacon's Screaming Pope, seething with anger and pain, is one of the greatest and most troubling British paintings. It is an explicit reworking of Diego Velázquez's 1650 painting of Pope Innocent X. Bacon's papal portrait is an attempt to reinvent Velázquez's painting in a way that would be valid for the mid-20th century. The result is a devastating depiction of existential angst and an apparent rejection of the power of faith in the modern world. Story. Bacon started painting interpretations of Velázquez's portrait of Pope Innocent X in 1951, and over the next 14 years he returned to the same subject again and again, creating around 50 paintings. He acquired a large collection of books, catalogs, and postcards with reproductions of the portrait. Despite spending 3 months in Rome in 1954, he apparently never saw the original painting. Throughout his career, Bacon made religious paintings. It was as if he saw it as his mission to subvert the hierarchical order and spiritual authority embodied in traditional religious painting. Clenched hand in Velázquez's portrait, the Pope comfortably rests his arms on the chair, reflecting his confident, composed bearing. In Bacon's picture, the Pope's arms are tense, and the hands grip the chair in panic and desperation. Mouth and eyes, the face is an image of terror. The mouth is a black hole, and blood seems to drip from an eye. Nothing is defined. The glasses are created with dabs of white paint, while the lips and flesh tones are suggested with touches of local color. Composition. The composition is full of dynamic diagonals that seem to underline the Pope's rage. In the lower half of the painting, bold yellow diagonals of the throne are prominent. In the upper half, 2 diagonals formed by the arms and sloping shoulders lead us to the screaming head. The dynamism of the composition is echoed by the aggressive brushwork. Golden throne rather than sitting on a throne, Bacon's Pope seems to be imprisoned in a cage-like structure. Indeed, it almost looks as if he is manacled to an electric chair, and is being jolted into life for the last time. Technique. The rage of the Pope is reflected in Bacon's bold and energetic application of paint. The paint is smeared and spattered onto the canvas. The brush strokes are free and emphatic. The curved white brush strokes used to render the white tunic and the brown vertical brush strokes in the background are particularly vigorous. Like the subject, they scream out at the viewer. Bacon seems to have been engaged in a passionate, emotional struggle not dissimilar, perhaps, to the one he depicted. Transparency. Dry brushwork lets underlying layers of paint shows through. The technique is known as scumbling and creates broken color effects. While Velázquez's Pope is a solidly modeled, flesh and blood person, Bacon's becomes a ghostly apparition. Colors, the yellow and purple, immediately catch the eye. As complementary colors, they come alive when used next to each other. The drama is enhanced by the strong contrast between the white of the Pope's smock and the dark background. Influences. Velázquez in Battleship Potemkin. In Velázquez's portrait, Pope Innocent X looks commanding and composed a fitting portrayal of a man renowned for his vigor and iron grip. Bacon's Pope is the exact opposite, unhinged and tyrannical, terrifying and terrified. The artist seems to want to undermine the traditional conception of him. Bacon often used images from films. One that obsessed him was the nursemaid's scream in Battleship Potemkin, 1925, where the woman's open mouth forms in zero. Pope Innocent X. Diego Velázquez, 1650. While Velázquez's Pope exudes power, Bacon's Pope seems possessed with impotent anger. Velázquez portrays the Pope's public image, whereas Bacon seems to delve into his Pope's private psychosis. Lucian Freud. B. Berlin, 1922. The grandson of the psychologist Sigmund Freud, Lucian Freud came to Britain as a child as a refugee from the Nazis. With Francis Bacon, he is considered the leading 20th-century British painters of the figure. Freud's early work was meticulously painted in flat, thinly applied oils with finely pointed sable brushes. Smooth and linear, the style has often been compared to the work of the 19th-century French painter Ingres. However, in the mid-1950s, Freud's work started to become looser and more energetic. He began to use stiffer hogshair brushes and to work standing up. Since the mid-1960s, Freud has focused more and more on the nude, using coarse, broad brushstrokes to give the illusion of the suppleness of flesh. In the mid-1970s, he began using a heavy, granular pigment called Kremitz white, which allowed him to build up flesh tones with bold impasto effects. Freud mostly paints people he knows and often makes them sit for many days. He says he underplays facial expression because he wants expression to emerge through the body. Nevertheless, his sitters often have a hunted look and appear to be in spiritual if not physical pain. Lifeline. 1933 Freud's family flees the Nazis and moves to Britain. 1939 becomes British subject. 1941 serves on North Atlantic convoy for 3 months. 1972 begins a series of paintings of his mother, which he continues until the mid-1980s. 1974 first retrospective, at the Hayward Gallery, London. 2000 to 2001 paints Queen Elizabeth II and receives criticism of his portrayal from the British press. 2002 retrospective at Tate Britain, London. Annie and Alice. This painting is typical of Freud's work at the height of his powers in the 1970s. It is an unsentimental, some would say unsettling, depiction of nude figures. The vigorous, thickly applied brushstrokes, which perfectly capture the sponginess of flesh, and the earthy colors are characteristic of his uncompromising style. 1975, oil on canvas, 23 by 27 centimeters, private collection. Waste ground with houses. Paddington. Freud looks at the city with the same lack of sentiment and objectivity as he does his nudes. Here, he spends as much attention on the rubbish-strewn backyard and its fight with the plant life as he does on the elegant townhouses. 1970 to 72, oil on canvas, 168 by 101 centimeters, private collection. Girl with beret. Until the mid-1950s, Freud worked in a tightly focused style. This head and shoulders format and the composed expression show the influence of Northern Renaissance portraitists, especially Jan van Eyck. 1951, oil on canvas, 36 by 26 centimeters, Manchester Art Gallery, UK. Philip Prostine. B. Pittsburgh, 1924. A leading American painter of the nude figure, Philip Prostine helped pioneer a return to figurative painting in the 1960s. Prostine started his painting career as part of the abstract expressionist generation of the 1950s, and his work was characterized by vigorous handling. By the late 1950s, he began to concentrate on landscapes. In rocks and cliffs he found cracks and smooth rotundities that looked like features of the nude body. By the 1960s, he was painting nude figures, mainly females at first, with a creamy broken surface, but from the mid-1960s with a clinical precision. Prostine's sitters are unidealized. There is none of the sensuousness traditionally associated with the nude. In fact, Prostine tries to eliminate his emotional response to the model. He has spoken of rescuing the body from its tormented, agonized condition given it by the Expressionist artists. Lifeline. 1943–46 serves in U.S. Army. 1949 moves to New York to study history of art. 1958 paints landscapes in Italy on a Fulbright grant. 1959 returns to New York, begins to paint the city. Human figure. 1983 retrospective at the Milwaukee Art Museum. 2 female models, one on floor, one on iron bench. Prostine often shows his models from unusual angles, cropping off parts of the body. The sitters, like the woman on the bench here, are frequently put in uncomfortable poses. The resulting pictures seem physically intimate yet emotionally remote. 1973, oil on canvas, 153 by 183 centimeters, private collection. In context. Figurative art. As propaganda debates about figurative art in the West were often complicated by the association of realism with political propaganda, especially as used in communist countries such as China. The Rent Collector's Courtyard, a celebrated example of socialist realism, is this reconstruction of a tableau about the brutality of landlords in China during the Cultural Revolution, made by Kai Guoqiang for the Venice Biennale in 1999. Andrew Wyeth. B. Chadsford, 1917, D. Chadsford, 2009. The son of a celebrated illustrator, Andrew Wyeth was an enormously popular artist. His Christina's World, 1948, rivals Edward Hopper's Nighthawks, 1942, and Grant Wood's American Gothic, 1930, as the most iconic image of 20th century America. Wyeth first made his name with colorful, exuberant watercolors of the Maine coast. But his reputation was established by his meticulously painted images in tempera, in which pigment is mixed with egg yolk, then thinned with water. Unlike oils, tempera cannot be applied quickly, it demands a slow, precise approach. Wyeth explained, "Oil is hot and fiery, almost like a summer night, where tempera is a cool breeze, dry, crackling like winter branches blowing in the wind." Most of Wyeth's paintings have a wintry feel. They show weathered barns and farmhouses, bleak landscapes, and lonely people who stoically endure a hard existence on the margins of society. The pictures are often meditations upon the frailty of life and the imminence of death. Lifeline. 1936 First show, at the Art Alliance of Philadelphia. 1948 Christina's World is bought by MoMA, New York. 1963 becomes first painter to receive the Presidential Freedom Award. 1967 his exhibition at the White Whitney, New York sets new museum attendance record. 1971 starts long-term series of portraits of his neighbor, Helga Testorff, who posed in secret. 1987 shows Helga pictures at the National Gallery of American Art, Washington, D.C. Winter 1946 Wyeth painted this image just after the death of his father. He explained that the hill became a symbolic portrait of his father, while the figure of the boy running aimlessly was me, at a loss. The unusual vantage point, high up and distant, helps emphasize the boy's alienation. 1946, Tempera on Composition Board, 80 by 122 centimeters, North Carolina Museum of Art, Raleigh, U.S. Christina's World. The girl is Christina Olson, a neighbor in Maine, who suffered from polio. She is painfully pulling herself up the hillside with her arms. Wyeth explained, "The challenge was to do justice to her extraordinary conquest of a life which most people would consider hopeless. 1948, Tempera on gesso panel, 82 by 121 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Closer look. Precise detail. Every blade of grass, and every strand of hair, is defined individually. For months, Wyeth worked on the grass in a struggle that echoes the endeavor of his subject on the hill. When he started the figure, I put this pink tone on her shoulder, and it almost blew me across the room. Sidney Nolan. B. Melbourne, 1917. D. London, 1992. Australia's most acclaimed modern painter, Sidney Nolan was a prolific artist. He worked in a variety of styles and media, experimenting with fabric dyes, polyvinyl acetate, and Ripolin, a fluid, fast-drying, high-grade commercial enamel. He traveled extensively across the world, and also worked as a draftsman, printmaker, stage and costume designer. In his painting, Nolan focused on the figure and landscape. Using a fast painterly style, he captured the fierce flight and rugged character of the Australian outback. He often used radically simplified forms, most famously in his depictions of the black armor of the 19th century outlaw Ned Kelly. Nolan's Kelly paintings developed into poignant meditations on the themes of injustice, love, and betrayal. Lifeline. 1940 holds his first one-man exhibition in Melbourne. 1945 produced his first Ned Kelly paintings and drawings. 1955 moves to London. 1956 visits Turkey, which inspires a series of paintings. 1958 travels across the U.S. 1981 is knighted. Carcass. In 1953, Nolan was commissioned by an Australian newspaper to make a series of drawings of the drought in the Northern Territory. This painting, with its contorted carcass and parched soil palette, was made from those drawings. 1953, Ripolin paint on hardboard, 91 by 121 centimeters, private collection. Kelly in armor. In 1945, Nolan began painting Ned Kelly, an idealistic 19th century Irish-Australian outlaw who was hanged for murder. Generally, Nolan shows him in his homemade black armor, starkly simplified against the Australian bush. Here, however, his armor lies discarded, and Kelly appears as a mortal, not the myth. 1962, oil and enamel on board, 122 by 153 centimeters, private collection. Alex Colville. B. Toronto, 1920. The painstaking realism and formal composition of Alex Colville's work have made him the foremost Canadian figurative painter of the post-war period. Not only did he work outside the mainstream of abstract painting, he also broke with the Canadian landscape tradition. After studying at Mount Allison University, Colville served as an official war artist during World War II, an experience that shaped his artistic principles of accurately observing and recording significant events. Taking many months to plan and complete each individual painting, Colville presents images from his personal experience and precisely worked out geometric structures that reflect his existentialist philosophy. Horse and train inspired by the lines, "Against a regiment oppose a brain, and a dark horse against an armored train." By poet Roy Campbell, this painting depicts with meticulous realism the confrontation of man and nature. 1954, glazed tempera on hardboard, 41 by 54 centimeters, Art Gallery of Hamilton, Canada. Fernando Botero. B. Metal, 1932. Although he is now a cosmopolitan figure with an international reputation, Fernando Botero described himself as the most Colombian of Colombian artists when he came to prominence in the late 1950s. Born and brought up in Medellin, Botero embarked on his career as an artist at the age of 16, when he exhibited at a show of local artists. After high school, he moved to Bogotá, where he became involved with the artistic community centered around the Café Automatica. He spent much of the 1950s traveling, before eventually settling in New York. During this period, Botero's painting developed from a Picasso-influenced style to the neo-figurative portrayals of rotund figures that are characteristic of his mature work. Although Botero's paintings and sculptures are not intended as caricatures, the exaggerated proportions of the figures are good-humored. Much of his work also has an element of social commentary, sometimes indirectly. but recently overtly in his paintings of the Medellin drug cartels and the Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq. Lifeline. 1944 in his teens, attends a school for bullfighters. 1951 moves to Bogota and has his first one-man show. 1952-54 travels around Europe. 1956 marries Gloria Z and moves to Mexico. 1960 divorces Gloria and buys a studio in New York. 1973 moves his studio to Paris. 1974 his 4-year-old son is killed in a motor accident. 1983 settles in Tuscany, Italy. Our Lady of Fatima in a highly unconventional handling of the subject. Botero portrays the Virgin Mary in what was to become his trademark, fat lady style. The work shows the influence of Picasso in the childlike simplicity of the figures, and of abstract expressionism in the texture of the brushwork. 1963, Museo de Arte Moderno, Bogota, Colombia. I describe in a realistic form a non-realistic reality. When you start a painting, it is somewhat outside you. At the conclusion, you seem to move inside the painting. Fernando Botero. The dressmaker, as well as many slightly satirical portraits of pompous middle-class figures, Botero painted still lives and scenes of everyday life. This dressmaker, for example, is more sympathetically portrayed. Although still amply proportioned, she is less of a caricature, and the tools of her trade not only help define her character, but play an important role in the composition. Private collection. Society lady, woman on balcony with gloves. This portrait affectionately pokes fun at the pretensions of the bourgeoisie, a recurrent theme in Botero's painting. Despite the sophisticated technique and attention to detail, the curtain and the plump figure retain his characteristic flat perspective, emphasizing the irony of the image. 1995, oil on canvas, 132 by 102 centimeters, private collection. Alex Katz. B. New York, 1927. The detached, modern realist style of Alex Katz's mature work, often associated with pop art, but in fact predating it, evolved from his attempts to reconcile elements of abstract art with his representational works. Studying in New York and Skowhegan, Maine, from 1946 to 1950, Katz was influenced by abstract expressionism. In the 1950s, however, he painted a series of portraits of his friends and family in which he developed a figurative style, with flat planes of color and simplified figures. During the 1960s, Katz also produced a number of lithographs and screenprints in this simplified style, and some figures painted on freestanding wooden or metal cutouts. After being outside the mainstream of modern art for many years, Katz gained critical and popular success in the 1980s thanks to the somewhat impersonal atmosphere and smooth finish of his paintings. Summer Picnic. Katz's reputation was largely established with his portraits, many of his wife Ada and son Vincent and their friends, often in a domestic setting. Reducing both figures and background to simple, flat planes gives the scene a cool and dispassionate mood. 1975, oil on canvas, 198 by 366 centimeters, private collection. Frank Auerbach. B. Berlin, 1931. Frank Auerbach was sent to Britain from Germany by his parents, who later died in a Nazi concentration camp. After World War II, he studied at Borough Polytechnic under David Bomberg, and at St. Martin's School of Art and the Royal College of Art. A one-man show in 1956 established his reputation, but also gained him some notoriety for his technique of very heavy impasto so thick on some paintings that they were laid flat rather than hung, which gives his work an almost sculptural quality. Auerbach often limits his palette to earth colors and even monochromes, and has restricted his subjects to close friends and family, and his surroundings in London. Lifeline. 1931, born into a Jewish family in Berlin. 1939, is sent to England to escape the Nazi regime. 1947, moves to London and studies at St. Martin's and the Royal College of Art. 1956, has his first exhibition at the Beaux-Arts Gallery, London. 2001, the Royal Academy stages a major retrospective of his work. JYM. In the Studio 7, Auerbach prefers to paint subjects he knows well, especially portraits of his wife Julia, lover Stella, and the model Juliette Mills. The JYM of this painting's title. 1965, oil on board, 93 by 45 centimeters, Abbott Hall Art Gallery, Kendal, UK. Closer look. Impasto building up layer on layer of paint, and reworking it at each stage, Auerbach creates an unusually thick impasto that gives his painting its characteristic texture. Jack Vetriano. B. Fife, 1951. A former mining engineer, Scottish painter Jack Vetriano was born Jack Hagen, but adopted his mother's maiden name after the success of his work in the late 1980s. Entirely self-taught, he started painting as a hobby in his 20s, and first exhibited at the Royal Scottish Academy Annual Show in 1988. Vetriano's work was an instant popular success, leading to exhibitions worldwide during the 1990s. His paintings attracted celebrity buyers and unprecedented prices, and reproductions of his work became bestsellers. Despite his commercial success, Vetriano's realist style and romantic, or mildly erotic, subjects remained controversial in the academic art world. The singing butler set on a windswept beach, Vetriano's most popular work, is typical of his style. The subject appeals to nostalgia, while his evocation of atmosphere is skillful. 1992, oil on canvas, 71 by 91 centimeters, private collection. Michael Andrews. B. Norwich, 1928, D. London, 1995. Michael Andrews studied at the Slade School of Art with William Coldstream, whose theory that all artists' marks should relate to something seen made a profound impression on him. Afterwards he became associated with the group of figurative painters loosely known as the School of London. Fellow members included Auerbach, Lucian Freud, and Francis Bacon. During the 1960s, Andrews painted a series of party scenes that captured the mood of the time. He followed these with his light series of aerial views. A trip to Uluru, Ayers Rock, in Australia in 1983 inspired a new spiritual context for much of his later landscape painting. A Melanie and Me Swimming. Andrews's most popular painting is an unusually personal image. It was painted after the first of several family holidays to Glenartney, in Scotland. 1978-79, acrylic on board, 183 by 183 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Superrealist artists work with unnerving precision, confounding the viewer's expectations of art by presenting a world that is, unsettlingly, truer than true. The style flourished in the US in the late 1960s and the 1970s. Superrealism is a style of art based on imitating photographs in paint, and imitating real objects in sculpture. The name was coined by Malcolm Morley, the pioneer of the genre, in 1965. Other terms used to describe this movement are photorealism and hyperrealism. Origins and influences. The obvious forerunner to superrealism was trompe-l'oeil, to fool the eye, painting, in which the artist tried to convince the viewer that what they were seeing was not a painting of objects, but the objects themselves. This genre originated in the Renaissance and flourished in Dutch painting of the 1600s and American painting of the 1800s. The highly finished surfaces of 17th-century Dutch painting, which are especially evident in Vermeer's work, were also influential on many superrealists, especially Richard Estes. Subject superrealist painters usually try to mimic the unique qualities of a photograph: the way the image falls in and out of focus, the way the lens distorts features, and the way the shutter freezes motion. Malcolm Morley's paintings of ships, for example, look like photographs that have been cheaply reproduced, while Richard Estes's paintings of the wide cityscapes of New York look like panoramic photographs. Superrealists usually try to remove emotion from their paintings, thus replicating the apparent detachment of mechanically produced images. Superrealist sculptors strive to mimic real objects, especially the human figure. The two most famous superrealist sculptors, John D'Andrea and Dwayne Hansen, cast directly from the human body. They work in polyvinyl, which gives a smooth, flesh-like finish and allows for detailed painting of the surface. Supermarket shopper Dwayne Hansen, 1970. Hansen's people sculptures are wonderful examples of superrealism. They are so lifelike, they often initially fool the viewer into thinking they are real people. Superrealism. Malcolm Morley. B. London, 1931. In over 50 years as a painter, Malcolm Morley has refused to settle into a single style. His work has covered abstract expressionism, pop art, and conceptual art. But he is most famous for helping to initiate two influential art movements, superrealism and neo-expressionism. In the 1950s, Morley was entranced with abstract expressionism, creating paintings with black and white horizontal bands, not dissimilar to the work of Barnett Newman. In the mid-1960s, he pioneered superrealism and painted ships, using postcards as reference. To avoid painterly expression and emotional responses, he would often turn both the canvas and postcard upside down while he painted. The result was a picture faithful to the look of mass-produced photographic imagery. In the early 1970s, Morley produced conceptual art, but by the 1980s he had turned to neo-expressionism, and his work was full of loose, robust brushwork and sensual color. Lifeline. 1952–53 attends Camberwell School of Arts, 1998 and Craft in London, 1954–57 studies at the Royal College of Art, London, 1958 moves to New York, 1965 begins superrealist style, painting warships and ocean liners. 1972 becomes Professor New York at the State University of 1975–76 produces pictures depicting scenes of disaster. 1984 becomes first winner of the Turner Prize. Wall jumpers. Morley recently returned to superrealism, creating what he calls fidelity paintings. Here, the subject matter is troubling Palestinians leaping over a wall into Israel, and yet Morley paints a sensuous image, full of color and athletic movement. 2002 Oil on canvas, 229 by 175 centimeters, Musée Moderne et Contemporain de Strasbourg, France. Closer look. Imitating the photo. The original photo was taken with a telephoto lens. This creates a shallow depth of field, with only a narrow section of the view in focus. Morley has imitated this effect, showing the wall and figures in focus. But farewell to Crete. This painting, from Morley's neo-expressionist phase, is made up of pairs of images: two fertility goddesses, two naked couples, a bull and a horse. It is one of a series of paintings of Greece and Crete that explore myth and reality, and the ancient and modern worlds. 1984, oil on canvas, 203 by 417 centimeters, private collection. Chuck Close. B. Monroe, Washington, 1940. Chuck Close uses superrealism to create mural-sized portraits. He works meticulously from photographs, drawing a grid over the photograph before drawing a grid over the canvas and copying the photograph, square by square. Close took up superrealism in 1967, spending 30 months creating 8 huge, black and white airbrush portraits. In the 1970s, he moved on to color. He also started making fingerprint portraits by inking his finger and making impressions on the grid surface of the paper. Other portraits were created from small paper discs, of varying colors and shapes, glued to a grid canvas. Close chooses his subjects from among his friends, including the artists Richard Serra, Roy Lichtenstein, and Robert Rauschenberg. He does not take commissions, saying, "Anyone vain enough to want a 9-foot portrait of themselves would want the blemishes removed." Lifeline. 1958–64 studies at the University of Washington, then at Yale. 1967 first solo exhibition, at the University of Massachusetts. Begins painting in superrealist style. 1969 his work is included in the biennial exhibition at New York's Whitney Museum. 1988 a blood clot in his spinal column leaves Close paralyzed, neck down initially from the 1989 begins painting again, at first by holding a brush between his teeth. 1998 major retrospective of his work is held at MoMA, New York. Linda. To make color portraits like this one, Close imitated the mechanical reproduction techniques used by a printer, applying first cyan, blue, then magenta, then yellow. This mural-sized painting of the writer, Linda Rosencrantz Finch, took Close 14 months to finish. It is amazingly detailed. Individual hairs, eyelashes, and pores can be seen. 1976–78, acrylic and pencil on canvas, 274 by 213 centimeters, Akron Art Museum, Ohio, U.S. Alex. This picture of the painter Alex Katz was created while clothes was paralyzed from the neck down. It consists of easy-to-make shaped circles, diagonal lines, lozenges and, as a result, appears looser and more painterly than his early work. The effect is like looking through hammered glass. 1991, 71 by 59 centimeters, Cecil Higgins Art Gallery, Bedford, UK. Closer look. Tiny paintings using a brush strapped to his hand, close painted little shapes inside each square of the grid. I saw that each grid was in fact a tiny painting, he said. John D'Andrea. B. Denver, 1941. The American sculptor John D'Andrea makes polyvinyl, PVC, casts of the human figure, usually nude. The figures are astonishingly realistic. He sets hair into plastic scalps a few strands at a time. He paints the PVC not just with flesh tones, but also with moles, tiny veins, and scars. Even pressure marks on the flesh made by clothing are preserved by the casting material. A couple, man-clothed, D'Andrea's life-size sculptures often take the viewer by surprise. At first glance, these figures, designed to lean against a wall, might easily be taken for real people. 1978, cast PVC painted in oil, life-size, private collection. Audrey Flack. B. New York, 1931. Audrey Flack came to prominence in the 1970s with a series of superrealist still-life paintings showing feminine, subject matter jewels, cosmetics, cut glass, cream cakes. Unlike many superrealists, who dispassionately render photographs, Flack aims to stimulate an emotional response in the viewer. She works by projecting a slide onto her canvas and then painting the projected image. A Marilyn Vanitas. A Vanitas is an allegorical still life, in which the objects remind the viewer of the transience of life. This is a Vanitas for the modern age, with the pink hourglass suggesting passing time, and the cut fruit hinting at the inevitability of decay. 1977, oil over acrylic on canvas, 244 by 244 centimeters, Artist's Collection. Richard Estes. B. Kewanee, Illinois, 1932. Estes studied at the Art Institute of Chicago, then moved to New York in 1956. Around 1967, he began to paint New York street scenes in a superrealist manner, working freehand from his own color photographs. Estes rarely reproduces his photographs faithfully. He subtly alters details or, by using two or more photographs, completely reinvents the world he depicts. He focuses obsessively on reflections. They appear boldly in puddles and panes of glass and unfold, like oil slicks, on the shiny, curved surfaces of cars. Clothing store Estes loves to depict reflections in shop windows. As the objects inside are obscured by reflections from the outside, wonderfully mysterious, complex compositions arise. The result in this instance is an almost abstract arrangement of hard-edged shapes. 1976, acrylic on board, 51 by 56 centimeters, private collection. Until the 20th century, women artists had been effectively excluded from the art world, and even by the 1960s only a few had achieved recognition. In the following decades, the diverse work of some women artists to counter this male domination has become known as feminist art. Origins and influences. Inspired by the women's movement of the late 1960s, many women artists began to incorporate social and political themes of feminism into their work. This new generation of feminist artists wanted to express the experience of women on their own terms. As well as producing works of art that were recognizably female, some created a platform exclusively for women artists, notably the groundbreaking feminist art program set up by Judy Chicago and Miriam Shapiro at the California Institute of the Arts in 1971. Subjects. Not all women artists can be labeled feminist. It is the subject matter that distinguishes feminist art from other contemporary movements. Issues of discrimination, oppression, criticism of patriarchy and male violence, and celebration of female sexuality. The imagery is necessarily often sexual, but challenges the stereotype of woman as an object of male erotic desire or fantasy. Style, medium, genre. No specific style, medium, or genre is associated with feminist art, although more avant-garde forms have tended to predominate. Some feminist art uses the traditional media of painting and sculpture. However, it is argued that the prestige these forms carry is bound up with male dominance, and alternatives need to be found. Certain feminist artists have adopted the devices of the mass media to present their message in an immediate, accessible form. Feminist art has also emphasized needlework, ceramics, and other crafts traditionally associated with women, and not previously regarded as fine art, exemplified by Judy Chicago's The Dinner Party, 1974-79. Women's liberation. The women's liberation movement emerged in the late 1960s. Women's identity and experience were the issues feminist artists felt compelled to address. Feminist art. B. Newark, New Jersey, 1945. Barbara Kruger is best known for her photo-based work, which combines her background as a graphic designer with an interest in poetry and the influence of contemporary mass media. After studying at Parsons School of Design, New York, Kruger went on to become the chief designer at Mademoiselle magazine, before moving to California in 1976 to concentrate on her art and poetry. Having already designed several political book covers, Kruger continued to tackle subjects of social commentary, in particular issues of misogyny and abuse of power. Using the visual language of advertising and the mass media on posters, billboards, and even T-shirts, as well as in galleries, she subverts the iconography of the consumer society to act as a vehicle for her messages. Untitled, Your Comfort is My Silence, presented with the scale and immediacy of billboard advertising, Kruger's tablet-style text superimposed on an enlarged black and white photo have an unsettling impact. A terse statement such as, "Your comfort is my silence," accompanied by a shadowy image forcefully conveys the anti-sexist message. 1981, photo work, 142 by 102 centimeters, Deros Exhibitions, Zurich, Switzerland. Jenny Halser. B. Gallipolis, Ohio, 1950. Originally an abstract painter and printmaker, Jenny Halser became interested in conceptual art as a postgraduate student in 1975, and has concentrated on works using text as art in public places since her move to New York in 1977. Halser introduced text into her abstract paintings gradually, but they have now entirely replaced images. In Truisms, 1977, they took the form of posters of aphorisms displayed in public places. Subsequent versions of this and other works have included texts on LED billboards, projected onto buildings, and printed on stickers, T-shirts, and even condoms. Inflammatory essays in this site-specific installation, texts from several of Halser's series are displayed on an LED signboard around a spiral ramp. The statements, in different colored lights, are proclamations of feminist ideology. 1990, LED electronic display signboard, Guggenheim Museum, New York, U.S. Louise Bois. B. Paris, 1911. The parents of sculptor and painter Louise Bourgeois restored tapestries in Paris and encouraged their daughter to assist them by providing designs for missing or worn sections. Although she initially studied mathematics, she went to the École du Louvre and École des Beaux-Arts, Paris, and for a time worked as the assistant to painter and designer Fernand Léger. In 1938, Bourgeois met and married the art historian and critic Robert Goldwater and moved to New York, where she first exhibited her prints. She moved from printmaking to sculpture in the 1940s, but did not adopt the abstract style of her contemporaries. Instead, she created stylized figures with symbolic significance, often with ambiguously sexual images, and used unusual materials. After the death of her father and her husband in the 70s, Bourgeois' work became overtly feminist, notably in Destruction of the Father, 1974, and she gained considerable critical and public acclaim. She has continued to work into her 90s, producing popular large-scale sculptures. Lifeline. 1926 studies mathematics at the Sorbonne. 1938 marries Robert Goldwater, moves to New York. 1938-40 studies painting at New York Art School Art Students League. 1949 stages her first exhibition of sculpture. 1972–1973 Goldwater dies. 1974 creates Destruction of the Father sculpture. 1993 represents the U.S. at the Venice Biennale. 1999 the first artist to exhibit in the Turbine Hall of Tate Modern, London. The Blind Leading the Blind, one of a series of similar sculptures of the 1940s portraying a row of pairs of stylized legs, their individual instability countered by a horizontal beam symbolizing the collective strength of women working together. 1947–49, Painted Wood Construction, 179 by 246 by 44 centimeters. It is a great privilege to be able to work with, and I suppose work off, my feelings through sculpture. Louise Bourgeois. The destruction of the father bathed in a macabre red light. The menacing and ambiguous dome-like shapes convey the mood of anger Bourgeois felt about her father's infidelity. This work marked the beginning of a period of more explicit feminism in her work. 1974, Plaster, Latex, Wood, Fabric, and Red Light, 237.8 by 362.2 by 248.6 centimeters. Closer look. Expression of anger on a dinner table in a cave-like interior. The domineering patriarch, cast in latex from lamb and chicken bones, is torn apart and cannibalized by his tyrannized children. Judy Chicago. B. Chicago, 1939. Born Judy Cohen, but later adopting the name of her native city, Judy Chicago has been at the forefront of American feminist art since the 1970s. She left Chicago in 1957 to study in Los Angeles and has been based in California as a teacher and artist ever since. She co-founded the Feminist Art Program at the California Institute of the Arts and the Feminist Studio Workshop in Los Angeles in the 1970s. Chicago's political commitment has always figured largely in her art, and the themes of feminism and oppressed minorities have inspired many of her most important works. The success of The Dinner Party, 1974–79, and Holocaust Project, 1993, has established her as one of the major figures of contemporary American art. The Dinner Party, consisting of a huge triangular table, laid with place settings for 39 women guests, standing on a porcelain-tiled floor inscribed with the names of 999 other women. This work was produced under Chicago's direction by a team of several hundred women volunteers. 1974–79, installation, Elizabeth A. Sackler Center for Feminist Art, Brooklyn Museum, New York, U.S. Closer look. Place settings. The 39 place settings each have a plate and table cover, individually embroidered with motifs associated with a particular woman. Chicago purposely chose ceramics and needlework, because these are crafts traditionally associated with women. In context. Simone de Beauvoir, the French author and philosopher, was a seminal figure in European feminism, whose analysis of women's oppression in the second sex, 1949, became a cornerstone of feminist philosophy in the 1960s and 70s. Her existentialist thesis that one is not born a woman, but becomes one, prompted a revolutionary reassessment of womanhood as a social construct. Simone de Beauvoir, photographed in 1945. The neo-expressionists emerged in the 1970s in the US, West Germany, and Italy, producing bright, figurative paintings, often using unusual techniques. In the 1970s in New York, graffiti art thrived, and by the 1980s many of its exponents were exhibiting in galleries, rather than in the streets. Origins and influences. The neo-expressionists rejected the austere, cerebral work of the minimalists and conceptual artists of the 1960s and instead returned to figurative painting as their primary medium of expression. By the 1980s, neo-expressionism had become the dominant style of avant-garde artists in the West. Much of this work was of dubious quality, but it helped fuel a feverish art market.
The neo-expressionists drew their inspiration from many sources, including the work of the German expressionists of the 1910s and 1920s, the abstract expressionists of the late 1940s and 1950s, and the late aggressive paintings of Pablo Picasso. Style and technique. Neo-expressionism was characterized by style rather than subject. The work was dramatic, with distorted subject matter and strong contrast of color and tone. The paint was often applied in thick impasto with aggressive brushwork, giving the appearance of spontaneous execution. Many neo-expressionists set out to shock with unconventional techniques and media. From 1969, the German George Baselitz began to hang his paintings upside down to emphasize the passionate brushwork rather than the subject matter. In New York in the 1970s, graffiti artists transformed the city with their colorful, spray-painted artwork. They bombed subway trains, so their art traveled through the city. Merlin's Hat, Joe Zucker the artist's colorful paintings of the late 1970s, typify the exuberance of neo-expressionism. Current events. 1979 Margaret Thatcher is elected the first female Prime Minister of the UK. 1985 Mikhail Gorbachev, leader of the Soviet Union, announces the policies of glasnost and perestroika, signaling the last phase of the Cold War. 1986 Chernobyl nuclear power plant in the Soviet Union, modern Ukraine, explodes, causing a massive release of radioactivity. Neo-expressionism and graffiti art. Timeline. Georg Immendorf's Café Deutschland series of the late 1970s and early 1980s comprised colorful paintings of an imaginary cafe and highlighted the divisions and insecurities in German society. Julian Schnabel's Mass of the Student of Prague contains found objects such as broken crockery. Jean-Michel Basquiat's Pyro is full of crudely drawn images of violence and angst, while Anselm Kiefer's Belief, Hope, Love is a more conceptual piece. 1978. Immendorf, Café Deutschland I, 1983. Schnabel, The Student of Prague. 1984. Basquiat, Pyro, 1984 to 86. Kiefer, Faith, Hope, Love. Interpretations. There were three main centers of neo-expressionism: Italy, West Germany, and the U.S. Italy. Italian neo-expressionists became known as the trans-avant-garde, beyond the avant-garde, a term coined by art critic Achille Benito Oliva. The main artists in the group, Sandro Chia, Francesco Clementi, Enzo Cucchi, and Mimmo Palladino, were all interested in myths, legends, and art history. Their styles, however, were very different from Clementi's meditative work, which was influenced by Asian spiritualism, to the classic expressionist style of Palladino, who declared that his work comes from a psychic explosion that he carries directly onto the canvas. Germany. The revival of figurative painting in Germany was led by George Baselitz in the 1960s and by Anselm Kiefer and Georg Immendorf in the 1970s. Kiefer's large canvases are now regarded as seminal early works of neo-expressionism. At the beginning of the 1980s, a new generation of German artists emerged, the New Wild Ones. In Berlin, artists such as Rainer Fetting and Helmut Mindorf based their works on the city's punk and new wave subculture. In Cologne, a group of artists, including Hans-Peter Adamski and Walter Dahn, rented a studio to make witty, ironical pictures. In Hamburg, artists such as Albert Ehlen reacted against the era's political apathy and brash affluence. U.S. The American artists Julian Schnabel, Keith Haring, and Jean-Michel Basquiat made their name in New York. Haring and Basquiat started as graffiti artists, but when they began exhibiting in galleries, their work changed dramatically. Basquiat's paintings were highly emotional, full of violent brushwork, while Haring's work was playful, his bold designs equally at home on T-shirts as on canvases. These two artists followed in the wake of the Puerto Rican-born New York graffiti artist Lee Quinones, whose 1979 exhibition at the Galleria Medusa in Rome introduced New York street art to the rest of the world. Untitled Keith Haring, the artist's mixture of doodle-inspired imagery and crude writing evolved from his work as a graffiti artist. 1982, acrylic on tarpaulin, Deichterhallen, Hamburg, Germany. Untitled, figure with raised arm. George Baselitz's neo-expressionism's characteristic energy and passion can be seen in Baselitz's crudely modeled and painted sculptures. 1982 to 84, painted wood, 253 by 71 by 46 centimeters, Scottish National Gallery of Modern Art, Edinburgh, UK. George Baselitz, Grossbaselitz, 1938. George Baselet's work is raw, unsettling, and uncompromising. In both his painting and his sculpture, he uses a vigorous, even violent, technique to provoke visceral emotions in the viewer. In his early work of the late 1950s and early 1960s, Baselet rebelled against the dominance of abstract painting, proposing in its place a very personal and expressive figurative art. This was often brutally erotic and apparently influenced by art produced by the mentally ill. His work was the antithesis of the detached work of the pop artists and minimalists who dominated the 1960s art world. For inspiration, Baselet looked back to the rebels of art, the expressionists of early 20th century Germany and the mannerists of 16th century Italy. In the 1980s, he was widely acknowledged as a father figure of the neo-expressionist movement. Lifeline 1965 studies at Villa Romana in Florence and is inspired by Mannerist paintings there. 1977 made professor of painting in Karlsruhe. 1980 shows at the Venice Biennale exhibition. His Nazi imagery causes controversy. 1983 teaches at the Hochschule der Bildenden Kunst in West Berlin. To Meissen Woodman, this painting is one of 5 similarly sized paintings of Woodman. The series developed following the first appearance of Der Neue Typ, the New Man, in Baselet's work in 1965. 1967, Oil on Canvas, Pinakothek Modern, Munich, Germany. Model for a sculpture, this is one of the first of Baselet's monumental wood sculptures, in which he used axes and chainsaws to attain a raw, uncompromising look. Here, he shows a human torso, seemingly giving the Nazi Sieg Heil salute while rising from a block of wood. 1980, painted lime wood, 178 by 147 by 244 centimeters. Ludwig Museum, Cologne, Germany. Die Mädchen von Almo II Baselet rebelled against abstract art, but he also despised paintings that passively accepted external appearances, especially pop art. As a result, in 1969, he began to paint upside down. Ironically, by inverting the image, he encourages the viewer to look at his paintings as abstract arrangements of shape and color. 1981, Oil on Canvas, 250 by 249 centimeters, Pompidou Center, Paris, France. Closer look, upside down, by painting his pictures upside down, stresses the formal qualities of the painting, the color, tonal contrast, and the texture of the brushwork. I'm a mannerist in the sense that I deform things. I'm brutal, naive, and gothic. George Baselet, 1995. Georg Immendorf. Biblicke near Neberg, 1945. D. Dusseldorf, 2007. The German neo-expressionist Georg Immendorf sought to instigate political debate and change. I am for a form of art, he said in 1976, that sees itself as one of the many means through which human society can be changed. In the 1960s, Immendorf was inspired by the happenings of the conceptual artist Joseph Beuys. He developed his own form of politicized, absurdist performance art, christening it Little, a nonsense word based on the sound of a baby's rattle. He formed a little academy, a utopian vision of a professor-free art school. In the late 1970s, Immendorf began his Café Deutschland paintings. Set in an imaginary nightclub, they ask questions of a Germany traumatized by post-Nazi guilt, dominated by consumerism and totalitarianism, and threatened by nuclear destruction. In his last years, Immendorf was confined to a wheelchair and had to direct assistants to complete works following his instructions. Lifeline, 1963, enrolls at the Kunstakademie in Dusseldorf, becomes a student of Joseph Beuys, late 1970s, starts his Café Deutschland paintings. 1982 first large show at the Kunsthal in Dusseldorf Kunsthal. 1997 awarded the Marco, the world's most lucrative art prize, worth $250,000, by the Museum of Contemporary Art in Monterrey, Mexico. 1998 awarded Germany's Order of Merit. The Bundesverdienstkreuz. 2005, his 60th birthday, is marked with a retrospective at Berlin's National Gallery. Yellow and White Baby in the late 1960s. Immendorf painted a series of Buddha-like babies in lurid tones. 1967, oil on canvas, 142 by 144 centimeters, Museum Kupfersmol, Duisburg, Germany. Café Deutschland I. Immendorf's most celebrated accomplishment was his Café Deutschland series. The café is a fantasy world populated by historical characters, imaginary events, and Immendorf himself in the café. We see both real walls and people with walls in their heads. 1978, oil on canvas, 280 by 320 centimeters, Museum Ludwig, Cologne, Germany. Closer look. 1 Germany, the artist pictures himself in front of the Berlin Wall, his hand stretched through a hole towards his friend the painter A.R. Penck. Seen in reflection on the other side. Anselm Kiefer, B-D-O-N-A-U-E-S-C-H-I-N-G in 1945. Anselm Kiefer has created art in a vast variety of media and addressed diverse subjects. But his main concern, especially during the 1970s, has been German history and, in particular, the tragedy of World War II and the role of Nazism in that conflict. In 1969, Kiefer produced a series of photographs of himself, giving the Sieg Heil salute. From 1975, he concerned himself with the Nibelungen by Bertrand legends, pointing beyond the original German epic to its adaptation by gay Richard Wagner and the Nazis' use of it for nationalistic purposes. In the 1970s, he also began painting a series of highly worked, burnt German landscapes. These images suggest destruction, but also the possibility of new growth, intimating that there is redemption and healing for Germans who feel guilty about their past. Kiefer often worked on these images with a blowtorch and embedded straw, lead, clay, and ashes into the canvas. In 1991, the year after Germany's reunification, Kiefer left his homeland. He settled in the south of France in 1992. This change had a marked effect on his style and themes, which ranged from the sunflowers of Alls to the Chinese leader, Chairman Mao. Lifeline, 1966 in his 20s, abandons law studies to pursue art. 1969 produces occupations photos, showing himself saluting like Hitler. 1970 becomes a student of the conceptual artist Joseph Beuys in Dusseldorf. 1971 paints his first large-scale landscapes. 1973 starts paintings of melancholy wooden interiors. 1991 one-man show at the National Gallery in Berlin. 1992 moves to Barjac in southern France. Faith, hope, love. The 3 blades of this propeller sculpture are inscribed with the 3 virtues: faith, hope, and love. Are these virtues simply aspirations? The lead propeller, after all, will never rise above the earth. 1984 to 86, mixed media, 280 by 380 by 75 centimeters, Art Gallery of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. The Sorrow of the Nibelungen. Kiefer made a series of paintings alluding to Wagner's opera, The Ring. Here, he smeared blood above each name in the Nibelungen narrative. 1973, oil and charcoal on burlap, Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, U.S. The High Priestess. Kiefer arranged 200 lead books, each weighing 300 kilos, on 2 steel bookshelves, leant against each other, but separated by a panel of heavy glass. Through this installation, Kiefer communicates the weight that knowledge of German history has on him. 1985 to 89, mixed media, 400 by 800 by 100 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Pages of the past. Most viewers never get to open the books and see the images within. They contain weathered and damaged photographs of landscapes and natural objects like seeds. Sandro Chia, B. Florence, 1946. The Italian artist Sandro Chia first made his name in the late 1960s and early 1970s as a conceptual and installation artist. In the late 1970s, however, he turned to figurative painting celebrating human sensuality and animal vitality in large, vibrantly colored oils. Chia was a leading artist in Transavanguardia, a group of Italian painters who sought inspiration in myths, legends, and the great masters. Water-bearer Chia often shows male figures bound on some unidentified mission. This painting recalls a story from the Apocrypha about Tobias, who was told to take a large fish with him on his journey to Find a Bride. 1981, Oil and Pastel on Canvas. 207 by 170 centimeters. Tate, London, UK. Julian Schnabel. B. New York, 1951. Schnabel rose to fame at the end of the 1970s, with paintings that incorporated objects such as stags' antlers and tree branches. In 1979, he started using broken crockery. He wanted to shock. The works were big and brash, and plates would occasionally crash to the floor. He also used unconventional supports, such as tarpaulin animal hides and Japanese theater screens. He is now well known as a filmmaker. The student of Prague Schnabel has added crucifixes over broken china vessels, but there is little suggestion of spiritual succor. The painting is a troubling vision of a broken world. 1983, Mixed Media, 295 by 579 centimeters. Guggenheim Museum, New York, U.S. My paintings take up room. They make a stand. People will always react to that. Some people get inspired, others get offended. But that's good. Julian Schnabel, 2003. Banksy, B. Bristol, 1974. Britain's most celebrated graffiti artist, Banksy creates witty and gently subversive stenciled images, often with political messages. His work has appeared in the streets of cities across the world. But as graffiti is generally illegal, he rigorously maintains his anonymity. Banksy's work includes subversive stunts. In 2004, Banksy of England issued £10 notes with Princess Diana's head replacing the Queen's, and in 2006, he put a life-size replica of a Guantanamo Bay prisoner, wearing an orange jumpsuit, into Disneyland. He also produces new versions of famous artworks, such as Monet's The Water Lily Pond with shopping trolleys dumped in the water. Stenciled image Banksy stencils make a point about life and art from their being placed in a real space, rather than within a picture frame. Should we find more interesting the board warder or the precious frame painting? Near Arsenal Emirates Stadium, North London, UK. Keith Haring. B. Reading, Pennsylvania, 1958. D. New York, 1990. Haring was a New York-based artist who believed that art should be integrated in the life of the city. In 1980, he began to create drawings in subway stations, using white chalk on unused advertising panels covered with black paper. Haring produced hundreds of these rhythmical drawings, saying the subway was a laboratory that helped him to evolve a spontaneous, free-flowing style. He also drew on objects he found in the street, fridge doors, discarded cribs, or stuffed animals. In 1986, Haring opened a pop shop in Soho, selling at a low cost T-shirts, toys, posters, and magnets bearing his images. Haring was diagnosed with AIDS in 1988 and died in 1990, age 31. Lifeline. 1976, enrolled at Ivy School of Professional Art in Pittsburgh. 1978, moves to New York. 1982, makes a Soho Gallery debut with an acclaimed one-man show at the Tony Shafrazzi Gallery in New York. 1989, establishes the Keith Haring Foundation to fund AIDS organizations. Untitled, much of Haring's work has a childlike appeal. This image, with its lively surface pattern, bold color combinations, and comically fearsome, human capturing monsters, looks as if it could be an illustration in a children's book. 1983, Silkscreen, Deichterhallen, Hamburg, Germany. Jean-Michel Basquiat. B. New York, 1960. D. New York, 1988. Born to a Haitian father and Puerto Rican mother, Basquiat was brought up in New York. He had a troubled childhood. His parents separated when he was 7, and he lived with his father, but often ran away. As a child, he learned Spanish, French, and English, and frequently visited New York's museums. Basquiat first gained notoriety for his cryptic graffiti messages in Soho and Manhattan. His rise to fame was quick. Village Voice interviewed him about his graffiti in 1978. He began painting on canvas around 1980, and by 1983, he was good friends with Andy Warhol and included in the Whitney Museum's biennial. Basquiat's painting consciously evoked the unfinished look of graffiti and sometimes incorporated materials scavenged from the streets. His subject matter was autobiographical, with references to art history, sports legends, hip-hop and jazz music, and racism. Lifeline. 1974 to 75, age 14. Moves with his father to Puerto Rico. 1977 signs graffiti in Manhattan. Using the pseudonym Samo. 1978 leaves home. Earns money selling collage postcards and painted t-shirts. 1982 first one-man show in New York. 1985 works with Warhol on a show at Bischofberger. 1988 dies of a drugs overdose. Pyro, this seems to refer to a car crash in which Basquiat. Then age 7, broke his arm and suffered internal injuries. Here, the figure's face is contorted with pain, his internal organs exposed, and his left arm depicted with slashing strokes. 1984, mixed media on canvas. 218 by 172 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Pagoda Basquiat's inclusion of a pagoda in this scene is mysterious. It speaks of a spiritual solace and peace that he rarely depicted in his work or found in his life, but maybe envisaged in his death. Art today is characterized by its vitality and diversity. Contemporary artists utilize a whole range of media and methods to explore the world around them, everything from hybrid paintings using unfamiliar material to digitally manipulated photographs and video works. Traditional materials and techniques are far from having been abandoned, but today's artists no longer define themselves primarily in terms of disciplines. They have embraced new technologies as a means of expressing, reflecting upon, and competing with the new cultural landscape of mass communication and entertainment. Origins and influences early avant-garde movements made use of non-conventional materials and non-traditional media in order to attack the exclusive status of art and the unique, precious character of the art object. With the institutional establishment of contemporary art, boundaries could be crossed without this being a negation of art as such. The 1960s witnessed a far-reaching reappraisal of what art could be. Pioneers utilized the new video technology, while an interest in the physical space in which art was placed led to artists making installations for specific spaces and occasions. Subjects. New media artists have moved away from abstraction and towards an engagement with the world around them. Using photography, film, and video technologies that record impressions of actual, physical reality, the lives of ordinary people can be relayed in recorded images. Common themes include people's interactions with their environment, relationships with one another, their hopes, fears, and self-image. People have also become not simply the subjects, but active participants in the creation of the works. New media art draws attention to the artifice of its own construction and to the spatial, cultural, and historical context in which it exists. Allusions to past works of art and movements are frequent, and techniques of framing, editing, and digital manipulation are not hidden but revealed. It is this reminder of the artificiality of all images that allows contemporary art to engage with mass visual culture, while maintaining a critical attitude towards it. Four Knights, Gilbert and George, have adopted photography to depict gritty scenes of urban life, presented as large collages. Their images appear strikingly new, while alluding to the age-old tradition of stained glass. New media. Jeff Wall.
B. Vancouver, 1946. A contemporary incarnation of what the poet Baudelaire called the painter of modern life. Jeff Wall reveals aspects of today's world through a deep engagement with the enduring qualities of art of the past. Wall's images are backlit transparencies. This illumination gives them an intense, cinematic quality, emphasizing the collision of old and new, documentary and artificiality. The photos may have a look of real-life reportage, but they are in fact meticulously composed. In spite of their staged and self-reflexive nature, Wall remains a realist, expressing social truths in enigmatic scenes condensed from the flux of life. Lifeline. 1970s attends London's Courtauld Institute of Art. 1977 produces his first transparencies and lightboxes. 1978 creates his first major work, The Destroyed Room. 1990s starts photomontages. 2005 major retrospective at Tate Modern, London. 2007 major exhibition at MoMA. New York. Milk. A carton of milk is crushed in a moment of frustration, and a dramatic arc of white explodes against the rigorously perpendicular wall behind. Wall often makes carefully composed reconstructions of everyday mini-events, where violence erupts in a social setting. 1984, Transparency in Lightbox, 187 by 229 centimeters. Collection Frac Champagne Ardennes, Reims, France. Insomnia here. The glow of walls' backlit transparency seems to reflect the coldly lit claustrophobia of the scene. The man on the floor is awake, and yet seems absorbed in some inner anxiety, oblivious to the room around him. 1994, Transparency in Lightbox, 174 by 214 centimeters. Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. The destroyed room. The theme of artifice is embedded in this work. The chaotic scene is really artfully composed. 1978, Transparency in Lightbox, 159 by 234 centimeters. National Gallery of Canada, Ottawa. Closer look. Artifice revealed. The constructed, set-like nature of the room is exposed by the struts visible through the door frame. Gilbert and George. Gilbert, B. St. Martin, Italy 1943, George. B. Devon 1942. Since they met at St. Martin's School of Art and decided to become living sculptures, Gilbert and George have exchanged their individual personae for a singular identity, and transformed their lives into an ongoing work of art. Instantly recognizable in matching suits, the pair seem both serenely removed from and emphatically grounded in real life. Their imagery is rooted in the material, and even, by certain standards, in the vulgar. From grimy street scenes depicting drunks or graffiti, to pictures of naked bodies, human excrement, and bodily fluids, often their own, their work has caused controversy. As Gilbert and George see it, their role as artists is to represent and celebrate life in all its forms, including the seedy and the corporeal. Sex, death, love, hope, fear, and the search for meaning. These are a few of the universal human themes the artists communicate in a life and work that discovers the sacred in the profane. Lifeline. 1967, Gilbert Proesch and George Passmore meet while studying sculpture at St. Martin's in London. 1969, make the short film The World of Gilbert and George. 1970, perform together as the singing sculptures. 1980, begin to apply bright colors to their photo works. 1986, win the Turner Prize. 1987, major exhibition at the Hayward Gallery, London. 1994, Naked Shit Works. 2007, large retrospective held at Tate Modern in London. Attacked here, the artists appear miniaturized in fleshy-colored suits, and stand erect on the tips of a pair of tongues, that place where the viscous interior of the body interacts with the outside world. Fears of contagion are expressed in this alien and frightening landscape. 1991, acrylic on canvas, 253 by 497 centimeters, private collection. The singing sculptures in this, their most famous early performance work, Gilbert and George, became what they called living or human sculpture. Covered with metallic paint, the pair moved slowly to a recording of the music hall favorite, Underneath the Arches. 1970. Performance. Andreas Gursky. B. Leipzig, 1955. Andreas Gursky documents our massively populated, urban-centered, global world as if with the detachment of an extraterrestrial visitor. What he appears to find is a vast mechanism or organic system, within which humans appear as tiny, anonymous elements. Gursky uses a large-format, wide-angle camera, enabling him to capture the awe-inspiring massiveness of the contemporary landscape, while simultaneously revealing every detail in sharp focus. This technique accounts for the non-hierarchical quality of the image. Because it has no central focus, it invites the viewer to scan it in an almost forensic manner. The hyperrealism is heightened by the large scale of the works, allowing the viewer to imaginatively step into each scene. Lifeline. 1980, Gursky begins studying photography at the renowned Kunstakademie in Dusseldorf. 1988, holds his first solo show 1500. 2001, a retrospective of his work is held at MoMA in New York. 2007, Gursky's 99 cent becomes the most expensive photograph in the world when it is sold for over $3 million at auction. 99 cent viewed with Gursky's alien eye objectivity and detachment, the everyday activity of shopping begins to look distinctly strange. Gazing coldly at this supermarket scene, we are confronted with a contradiction. On the one hand, the choice of goods appears to be limitless. On the other, everything is reduced to the level of sameness. Each item is a standardized multiple, and even the price is the same. 1999, photograph, 207 by 337 centimeters, private collection. Union raves seldom have the tensions between individualism and collectivity been better expressed than in Gursky's photos of raves. Scanning this image, we can identify individual personalities, dressed uniquely and doing their own thing, and yet they have joined together, as if in one body, for an ecstatic, collective celebration. 1995, photograph, 186 by 305 centimeters. Cindy Sherman. B. Glen Ridge, New Jersey, 1954. The photographic work of Cindy Sherman arose at a time when postmodernism and feminism had turned attention to questions of identity. She has explored many visual genres, including horror, pornography, and old master paintings, and makes use of props and prosthetics in ways that are often both disturbing and humorous. Sherman's work shows how mass visual culture ingrains certain representations and character types in our collective consciousness. Yet, it also suggests how artificial and unstable these identities are if one person, Sherman, is able to assume so many of them convincingly. Sherman makes visible the way female identity is constructed, but she does this by reproducing mass cultural imagery and making herself the object of voyeuristic desire. As a result, she has been criticized for reinforcing gender stereotypes. Ultimately, however, it is this very conflict of opposing ideas that gives her work its fascination. Lifeline. 1977 begins her untitled film still series. 1985 starts the fairy tale series. 1992 Sex Pictures uses dolls and medical prosthetics to explore pornographic images. 1997 directs the horror film Office Niller. Untitled film still number 53. This is one of many film stills in which Sherman uses herself as model. She assumes many roles, from femme fatale to secretary, and though the various characters seem familiar, they do not refer to specific films. 1980, Gelatin Silver Print, 66 by 97 centimeters, Allen Memorial Art Museum, Ohio, U.S. Untitled number 225. Sherman produced a number of history portraits, using herself as a model in parodies of old master paintings. Here, she plays a Renaissance Virgin Mary. The false breast estranges the viewer from the sacred beauty of the scene. 1990, photograph. Untitled number 412. This work exemplifies Sherman's interest in the grotesque. The clown is a particularly potent image of collective nightmares, perhaps because it collapses boundaries between adult and child, male and female, real person and fake. Appearance. 2003, photograph, 142.2 by 101.6 centimeters. Nam June Paik. B. Seoul, 1932. D. Miami, 2006. Renowned as a pioneer of video art, Paik went on to explore its potential amid changing technology. He started out as a musician, and this interest is apparent in works such as TV Cello. In the 1960s, he moved to New York and became involved with Fluxus, a cross-disciplinary avant-garde art movement, influenced by artist Marcel Duchamp and composer John Cage. Paik's video installations and performances question perception in an idiosyncratic and humorous way. TV Cello. This work, consisting of 3 TV sets stacked in the shape of a cello, was made for a performance with cellist and collaborator Charlotte Moorman. As she drew her bow along the sculpture, she produced video images on the screen's 1971 Walker Art Center, Minneapolis, U.S. Sam Taylor Wood. B. London, 1967. Sam Taylor Wood presents life condensed into singular moments of intensity and theatricality. One such example was famously presented in the artist's video, David, 2004, an hour-long single take of the footballer David Beckham sleeping, with the work's title referring to Michelangelo's icon of male beauty. The images Taylor Wood creates have a contrived sense of casualness, but are in fact carefully composed. They seem equally inspired by allegorical paintings as by fashion photography and operatic stage sets. She has also moved beyond the gallery to theater itself, for example designing the video installation backdrop for concerts by the British pop music duo the Pet Shop Boys. 5 revolutionary seconds. 11 Many of the images taken in Taylor Wood's converted loft space often use actor friends as models, and convey a sense of bored decadence and narcissism. Here, the space becomes a panoramic stage set, an effect created using a 360 degrees rotating camera. 1997, color photograph on vinyl with sound, 72 by 757 centimeters, White Cube Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. One character, Taylor Wood, creates a sense of self-enclosed narcissism in this carefully arranged scene. Although they are surrounded by other people, each larger-than-life character seems absorbed in their own thoughts, locked in their own pose, and blissfully unaware of what is around them. Link on text. Images of women like pop art from the 1960s, Much contemporary art is concerned with reflecting and exploring the world of mass media imagery, especially that used in advertising. For pop artists, this had to do with juxtaposing high and low culture. Today, female artists approach the mass media, and particularly the portrayal of women, as a powerful ideology that needs to be highlighted and challenged. Persuasive pictures advertisers draw on our unconscious desires to persuade us to buy their products. The prevalent image of women as narcissistic sexual objects has an influence on the real lives of both women and men. Gillian Waring. B. Birmingham, 1963. In her photographic and video work, Gillian Waring pursues an endless fascination with people, their appearance and projected self-images, their thoughts and desires, and their need to tell their own story. She is also interested in how social conventions determine the way we behave and act differently in public and private. Confess all on video. Don't worry, you will be in disguise. Intrigued? Call Gillian Waring put this advert in a London listings magazine. 13 people responded and, behind the anonymity of masks and disguises, revealed a fascinating variety of transgressions. 1994, video installation, Tate, London, UK. Bill Viola. B. New York, 1951. The technology of video has been accused of spawning a superficial and disembodied virtual reality. In an extraordinary reversal of this, Bill Viola has embraced video technology to create vivid visual experiences that explore the great mysteries of the human condition: love, pain, meaning, and mortality. Viola's video installations often involve multiple projections and act on the viewer visually, orally, in space, and over time. The experience is intensified by special effects, such as superimposition and extreme slow motion, opening up perceptions that transform our normal view of reality. Archetypal symbols, such as fire and water, recur in his work, while passageways and thresholds suggest the boundary separating life from death. Video operates in Viola's work not as an artificial disconnection from reality, but as a reconnection with the essential spiritual dimension of human life. A quintet of the silent with the dramatic lighting and composition of an old master painting, 5 figures move in extreme slow motion and absolute silence. 2001, video installation, Indianapolis Museum of Art, U.S. Pipolati Wrist. B. Grabs, 1962. Pipolati Wrist approached the mass visual culture of television and popular film not as something to be deconstructed, but as a common language, available for use and experimentation. Filters, overlays, and other special effects constitute an electronic palette with which Wrist creates exuberant, colorful, and surreal images in time. Her works resemble pop videos and are often accompanied by a song. However, unlike the slick professional videos used by the music industry, Wrists are quirky, awkward, and cheaply produced, flaunting the homemade aesthetic of video editing software in the DIY spirit of punk. Ever is Over All, a 2-screen video installation, juxtaposes a tranquil field of flowers with an exuberant fantasy of transgression and excess, in which the artist skips down the street in a dress and heels, cheerfully smashing car windows with a flower-like iron wand. 1997, video installation, MoMA, New York, U.S. Tracy Emin. B. Croydon, 1963. Tracy Emin makes work that is autobiographical and directly emotional. Her art is bound up unashamedly with her personality and life experiences, and so the popular notoriety of her work has turned Emin herself into something of a media celebrity. Emin's art is confessional, relating, and in some way coming to terms with intimate, often traumatic experiences, such as being in love, abandonment, abortion, and rape. Her childhood and adolescence, spent in the seaside town of Margate, have been a recurring theme and are the subject of 2 of her films. Art was in many ways an escape from that oppressive environment, and even seems to have satisfied a spiritual need. Emin has used a variety of media, everything from ready-made elements and photo documentation, to embroidery and neon, a common quality of the work being that it combines mechanistic technique with a candid exposure of feeling. Lifeline. 1963 born, one of twins, 1987 studies painting at the Royal College of Art, London, 1994 major solo exhibition at the White Cube Gallery, 1995 makes Everyone I Have Ever Slept With, 196319951999 nominated for the Turner Prize. Although She Ever Slept does not win, her work, My Bed, makes headlines. 2004 top spot, Emin's feature film, is released. 2007 Emin represents Britain at the Venice Biennale exhibition. Terribly wrong, Emin's monoprints seem to reveal fragility in their shaky expressively. They often depict the artist in a vulnerable or awkward pose, accompanied by text which relates to the image as a memory or obsessive thought. 1997, monoprint on paper, 58 by 81 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. My Bed, a graphic illustration of themes of conception, sex, loss, illness, and death. This work quickly gained media notoriety, representing for many the vulgarity and lack of skill of contemporary artists. The bed was unmade and appeared used, with crumpled, stained sheets surrounded by, among other things, dirty underwear, condoms, and cigarette packets. 1998, mattress, bedding, and ephemera, 79 by 211 by 234 centimeters. The Saatchi Collection, London, UK. Everyone I Have Ever Slept With 1963 to 1995. This work brought Emin to public attention. It consists of a tent, which the viewer may peek or crawl into to see the appliqued names of lovers, friends, and family members, all Emin's intimate sleeping partners, including herself. And two aborted fetuses. 1995, appliqued tent, mattress, and light, 122 by 245 by 215 centimeters. Damien Hirst. B. Bristol, 1965. In the 1990s, the name Damien Hirst quickly became synonymous with the brash provocation and media furor that defined young British art. Since that time, Hirst has gone on to become one of the most famous and expensive of living artists. He was instrumental in creating young British art, organizing Frieze, a now legendary exhibition of student work in a disused Docklands building, while still studying at Goldsmiths College. It was attended by the collector Charles Saatchi, who later funded The Physical Impossibility of Death in the Mind of Someone Living, a shark in formaldehyde that made Hirst a household name in the UK. Mortality is a subject that Hirst has continued to explore, using materials such as dissected cows and maggot-infested meat, which some have taken as a deliberate provocation. His formaldehyde-filled tanks actually resemble the austere shapes of minimalist sculpture, while his appropriation of items such as toy figurines, as well as his employment of assistants to produce his multicolored spot and spin paintings, show Hirst's work to be indebted to pop art and the legacy of Andy Warhol. Lifeline. 1988, while still a student, organizes Frieze exhibition. 1993 shows mother and child divided at the Venice Biennale. 1995 wins the Turner Prize. 2007 For the Love of God sells for £50 million. Prodigal Son. After the shark, Hirst went on to use other animals, sometimes sliced in half like this calf, and displayed Nike museum exhibits or medical specimens. 1994, steel, glass, calf, and formaldehyde, 99 by 150 by 48 centimeters. Untitled. Alongside his spectacular three-dimensional work, Hirst has produced a large number of spot paintings and spin paintings. Although instantly recognizable, these pictures are made according to a random process, and usually produced not by Hirst himself, but by assistants. Color print, 86 by 62 centimeters, City Art Gallery, Leeds, UK. For the Love of God. This work consists of a platinum skull, complete with real teeth, and adorned with over 8,000 diamonds. This literally dazzling object combines to an extreme the two things Damien Hirst is most famous for: an obsession with death and the market value of his work. 2007, platinum, diamonds, and human teeth, life-sized. You kill things to look at them. Damien Hirst. Rachel White Reed. B. London, 1963. Rachel Whiteread's sculptures are memorials to lived time. She makes casts, usually not of objects themselves, but of the space surrounding them, beneath chairs and tables, behind bookshelves, within rooms. These are the spaces that our bodies inhabit and move around in, inside the homes where much of our lives are spent. In Whiteread's work, existence is marked not by possessions or likenesses of people, but by a materialized absence, which reminds us of how these solidified and now impenetrable spaces were once occupied. Her work includes signs of the passage of time and the presence of individuals, scratches and indentations picked up from furniture or flooring, or traces of wall paint adhering to the casts. White Reed has also been commissioned for several large-scale public art projects, including the temporary work plinth in London's Trafalgar Square and the Holocaust Memorial in Vienna. House. This is a cement cast of the last remaining Victorian house on an East London street. On full public display, this striking and curious monolithic memorial provoked thoughts on subjects such as homelessness and gentrification, and became something of a cause célèbre before it was demolished by the local council in the following year. 1993. Cement. Life-sized. Untitled, freestanding bed, mattresses, or the spaces under beds, are a favorite subject for White Reed. Yellowing dental plaster here turns a soft mattress into a solid memorial to the human bodies that have lain on it. 1991. Dental plaster, 104 by 182 centimeters. Southampton City Art Gallery, UK. Chris Offaly. Chris Offaly. B. Manchester, 1968. Combining the decorative with the figurative, Chris Offaly's large works feature swirling patterns and pulsating colors and exude a celebratory excess through imagery rich with cultural associations. Layers of paints, resin, collage, glitter, and other media, combined with areas of uniform tone, lend Offaly's figures a flatness, rather than a realistic depth, and turn them into icons. However, these symbolic representatives derive as much from modern pop mythology as from traditional religious images. Black culture is central to this vision, most obviously in the influence of 1970s blaxploitation and contemporary gangsta rap, which the artist utilizes to communicate a confident exuberance, but also to confront racial stereotypes. Blossom. This is one of the artist's most richly colorful paintings. An image from a pornographic magazine becomes a celebration of fertility and sexuality. Offaly has said that his work allows you 1997 to laugh at things which are potentially serious. Acrylic and oil paint, polyester resin, paper collage, glitter, map pins, and elephant dung on canvas. 244 x 183 centimeters. Contemporary Fine Arts. Berlin, Germany. In the 21st century, sculpture remains a vital and strong art form with renewed popular appeal. Great commissions and modern exhibition spaces challenge the adventurous artist. However, the realization of major works can be as slow and dedicated today as in any previous century. Origins and influences. What static imagery is appropriate for a digital age, an era of speed and change? This is the challenge for the contemporary sculptor. For the last 25 years, urban regeneration has been a strong catalyst in creating a wider acceptance of new commemorative or celebratory sculpture, along with sculpture parks, art trails, and outdoor exhibitions. Regeneration has led to greater public involvement. Exhibition spaces. Leading sculptors are part of an international art scene that generates exhibitions and commissions worldwide. In London, Tate Modern's Turbine Hall installations have involved major international stars like Louise Bourgeois and Bruce Nauman. Artists are also exhibiting in unconventional spaces beyond galleries or museums. Innovative temporary projects, such as Rachel Whiteread's house, 1993, on a park site in London's East End, gain international attention and extend our thinking about public art. Understanding of the roles of sculpture in modern society, new technical possibilities, and enlightened patronage have all played a part in revitalizing the medium. At the same time, there has been a revival of interest in traditional processes such as bronze casting and stone carving. Materials. Contemporary sculpture is a broad field, urban or rural, temporary or permanent, public or private, large-scale or intimate. In practice, it involves a myriad of individuals, and the subject matter is as diverse as the interests of artists and commissioners. Each new work explores the nature of sculpture. The sheer variety of contemporary practice is exhilarating, and opportunities for the sculptor today are greater than for over 100 years. A. Alison Lapper Pregnant Mark Quinn, 2005. Displayed on the empty fourth plinth in Trafalgar Square, London, which has hosted a series of temporary installations, this has proved an important testing ground for the idea of impermanence in the public domain. Contemporary Sculpture. Anthony Gormley. B. London, 1950. An established and prolific sculptor, Anthony Gormley has worked extensively with the human figure throughout his career. By making direct plaster molds and casts of his body, or by computer scanning, he has used his own figure to explore aspects of experience, such as space, memory, and presence. There is a theatrical character to his installations, in which pose, gesture, scale, and location have all been used to great effect. Gormley has a particular interest in the relationship of art to its audience, and has been very persuasive in securing numerous large-scale commissions. The very large work Field for the British Isles, 1993, later remade in different locations worldwide, directly involved local communities in making hundreds of small standing clay figures to densely fill a gallery floor. A recent and popular work, Another Place, 1997, consists of 100 cast iron figures sited along a 3-kilometer tidal foreshore near Crosby on Merseyside. Lifeline. 1968-71 studies archaeology, anthropology and history of art at Cambridge. 1971-74 travels in India. 1977-79 studies at the Slade School in London. 1994 wins the Turner Prize. 1997 receives OBE for services to sculpture. 1998 best known work, Angel of the North. 2003 elected to the Royal Academy. Seeing and Believing. Quantum Cloud XX. This is one of a series of at least 36 similar sculptures made between 1999 and 2002. A figure materializes in a haze of energetic lines, which give the appearance of a force field. 2000 stainless steel bars, 233 by 149 by 121 centimeters, Nasher Sculpture Center, Texas, U.S. The Angel of the North, situated near the A1 motorway and the main East Coast Railway line in the north of England, this enormous sculpture is passed by 90,000 people daily, and is said to be one of the most viewed artworks in the world. 1998, COR10 steel, height 20 m, wingspan 54 m, Gateshead, UK. Tony Cragg. B. Liverpool, 1949. Cragg's earliest sculptures used found materials arranged by color, size, or character. The groups of objects were given a unifying painted or drawn surface. His later, richly idiosyncratic, cast sculptures take the form of large vessels and spun columns and stand as unique forms. Cragg is a considerable draftsman and has used computer software in the development of his ideas. When young, Cragg worked as a laboratory technician at the Natural Rubber Producers Research Association. Some of his recent large bronzes appear deceptively rubber-like in the flexibility of forms, stretched, curved, and twisted. In 1988, Cragg represented Britain at the 43rd Venice Biennale exhibition and won the Turner Prize. Here today, gone tomorrow, computer-generated and made by machine, these sculptures change dramatically as the viewer walks round them. The unbalanced stacks stretch, blend, and merge to reveal facial silhouettes from certain angles. 2002, stone, height 4.5 m, Cast Sculpture Foundation, Goodwood, UK. Anish Kapoor. B. Bombay, 1954. Anish Kapoor has said that he does not want to make sculptures about form, but about experience that is outside material concern. I am really interested in the non-object, or the non-material. Accordingly, there is a transcendent quality, especially to his later sculptures, which use reflective surfaces to incorporate the surroundings and undermine their physicality. From a rich cultural heritage, his father was a Hindu and his mother an Iraqi Jew. Kapoor explored abstract, organic, and geometric forms in his early sculptures. Many are coated with brightly colored pigments, an echo of his Indian upbringing. He progressed to using sizable stone blocks and cutting into the surface. His sculptures rely on opposites, interior and exterior, solid and transparent, presence and absence. Sometimes Kapoor challenges the structure of the gallery itself, letting vortex-like holes into the floor, or making walls bulge out. In recent years he has undertaken very large, site-specific works. Lifeline. 1973-77 attends Hornsey College of Art. 1977-78 studies at Chelsea School of Art. 1980 holds his first solo exhibition at Patrice Alexander, Paris. 1982 is artist-in-residence at Walker Art Gallery, Liverpool. 1990 represents Britain at the Venice Biennale exhibition. 2002 designs Marcius Tate's Turbine Hall for Park. 2004 Cloud Gate unveiled at Chicago's Millennium. 2006 Sky Mirror installed. Rockefeller Center, New York. Marcius, named after a satyr who was flayed alive by the god Apollo in Greek mythology. This is thought to be the largest indoor sculpture ever made. 2002, PVC and steel, 35 x 23 x 155 m, temporary installation at Tate Modern, London, UK. S-curve. The highly polished concave and convex surfaces of this S-shaped wall show the surrounding space in distorted reflection. This has the effect of dematerializing the weighty object and disrupting the viewer's connections to it. 2006, polished steel, 217 by 975 by 122 centimeters, Reagan Projects, Los Angeles, U.S. Richard Deacon. B. Bangor, 1949. Richard Deacon's sculptures are developed from low-tech materials and are essentially handmade. Typically, they involve linear elements, silhouettes, or larger open structures that form elegant, decorative drawings in space. They make reference to the human body and to relationships. Deacon describes himself as a fabricator, and his larger pieces are often made by assembling repeated smaller units. Deacon has exhibited widely. He won the Turner Prize in 1987 and was elected a Royal Academician in 1998. He received a CBE in 1999 and represented Wales at the Venice Biennale exhibition in 2007. Since 1999, Deacon has also been a professor of sculpture at the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris. Kiss and tell. These two large, contrasting forms, one rough and open, the other smooth, rounded, and closed, depend on each other to stand securely in space. 1989. Epoxy, timber, plywood, and steel, 175 by 233 by 162 centimeters, Hayward Gallery, London, UK. Jeff Koons. B. York, Pennsylvania, 1955. Once described as the postmodernist king of kitsch, Koons is a commercially successful designer of paintings and three-dimensional objects. At Jeff Koons Productions Incorporated, his New York studio, a large group of assistants work on his behalf. He says that he is the idea person. I'm not physically involved in the production. I just don't have the necessary abilities. Koons's early works placed domestic equipment in perspex boxes, seemingly with little intervention. Later works, such as the Banality series, 1988, and the Made in Heaven series, 1991, rely on great craftsmanship and allude to consumerism, advertising, and wealth. Koons has many detractors, who question the apparently soulless and superficial character of his work. Lifeline. 1963 copies and signs old master paintings for sale. 1972-76 attends Maryland Institute College of Art, Baltimore. 1977 moves to New York. 1980-86 works as a commodity broker on Wall Street. 1992 installs 12M High Puppy. 1998 produces sculpture of Michael Jackson and Bubbles at 2002 named as Chevalier of the French Legion of Honor. Popples. This sculpture is part of Koons' Banality series, featuring pop culture character, is based on one of a series of soft toys used as a TV marketing tool by American Greeting Cards and Mattel. 1988. Porcelain, 75 by 60 by 40 centimeters, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Small vase of flowers. This work from the Made in Heaven series, which includes erotic sculptures of Koons with his then-wife, was described by the artist as very sexual and fertile. 1991. Wood and paint, 95 by 140 by 95 centimeters, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Closer look. In bloom, no fewer than 140 flowers were carved in wood for this piece. Koons often plays with the tension between the beauty of the making and the vulgarity of the effect. Ron Mueck. B. Melbourne, 1958. After working in children's television, special effects, and advertising for 20 years, Mueck started making sculpture in 1996, when he collaborated on a project with Paula Rigo, see page 589. He gained international attention with his poignant, half-sized sculpture Dead Dad, which was included in the Sensation exhibition at London's Royal Academy in 1997. It was typical of Mueck's smaller works, striking for its concentrated hypernaturalism. Mueck has since made several oversized figures, including The Crouching Boy, 1999, for the Millennium Dome in London, and Untitled, Big Man, 2000. Modeled in clay and cast in resins and silicone, these figures achieve a striking realism through Mueck's attention to surface detail. They are not alive, but when seen up close it is almost possible to suspend disbelief. Man in a boat naked, alone, and adrift. Powerful symbolism surrounds the plight of this diminutive figure, who looks askance at what lies ahead. 2002, Mixed Media, 422 by 140 by 122 centimeters, private collection. Pregnant woman Muick sculptures have presence. He says, I never made life-size figures. It never seemed interesting. We meet life-sized people every day. 2002, resin on fiberglass, 252 by 78 by 72 centimeters, National Gallery of Australia, Canberra. Bill Woodrow. B. Henley, 1948. Like many artists of his generation, Bill Woodrow used cleverly transformed junk in his early works. Saucepans, shopping trolleys, and bicycle frames were deconstructed, manufactured objects generated surprising handmade companions and suggested narrative connections. Woodrow's sculptures have grown more substantial over time and more frequently bronze cast, but he has retained this playful approach both to materials and imagery. Poetic stories abound, especially in small and highly inventive crafted models. There are echoes of surrealism, and his later works have perhaps become darker. If there is a recurrent theme, it is the resilient power of nature over intellect. Regardless of history, tendrils of tree roots grip the fallen head of a statue and a book of knowledge and ideas, as nature triumphantly reclaims the classical plinth. 2000, bronze, 5.6 times 5.4 times 2.5 m, for the Fourth Plinth Project, Trafalgar Square, London, UK. Seychelles Evaluator. This is one of a series of sculptures in which bronze cast branches form skeletal creatures. Each one holds its own colored territory, containing a watery or muddy bronze pool. 2005, Mixed Media, 88 by 179 by 115 centimeters, Waddington Galleries, London, UK. David Mock. B. Fife, 1956. David Mock is an assembler of discarded mass materials, magazines, wire coat hangers, car tires, and Scrabble blocks. He is a figurative artist for whom sculpture takes many different forms. The artist must be an ideas monger, responding to all kinds of physical location, social and political environments, to materials, to processes, he says. Recently, Mock has turned to collage, exploiting its subversive possibilities. Polaris. This submarine, made of 6,000 car tires, surfaced on London's South Bank. One person died trying to set it on fire. 1983. Tires, temporary installation for the Hayward Gallery, London, UK. Peter Randall Page. B. Essex, 1954. Since his student days, Randall Page has worked prolifically as a stone carver. He was briefly assistant to the sculptor Barry Flanagan, and for a year worked on the conservation of 13th-century sculpture at Wells Cathedral. His work has always been informed by observation and study of nature, and has moved from literal interpretations of specific botanical forms to a closer look at underlying principles, such as the Fibonacci mathematical sequence. Resilient outdoors, his sculptures are frequently sited in either natural or man-made landscapes. For the new Education Resource Center at the Eden Project, he worked closely with architects and structural engineers to ensure the patterns underlying both nature and his sculpture were integrated into the building. Seed at the heart of the Eden Project's Education Center, away from the bustle of visitors, a massive sculpture derived from seed heads, pods, and cones stands as a symbolic object for contemplation. 2007, Cornish Granite, 4 times 3 times 3 m, the Eden Project, near Street Austell, UK. Doris Salcedo. B. Boggett, 1958. In past works, Salcedo has transformed mundane domestic furniture into powerfully felt and deceptively simple objects and installations that evoke the violence of modern-day Colombia. Of working in a country in turmoil, she says, every work of art is political, is breaking new ground, and is against the status quo. Sometimes the setting is crucial. In her work November 6Y7, 2002, wooden chairs were lowered down the facade of the new Palace of Justice in Bogotá on the anniversary of an earlier violent seizure of the Supreme Court. In challenging our expectations of familiar objects, with utmost simplicity Salcedo memorializes people caught up in the drugs wars and civil unrest. Shibboleth intended to encourage reflection on the place and experience of immigrants. A dramatic crack in the gallery floor suggests a structural collapse. 2007, length 167 m, temporary installation at Tate Modern, London, UK. Look in the crack. Steel mesh in the crack refers to fences as a way of excluding other people. Eventually, the crack will be refilled, but a ghost of the work will remain. In the last 40 years, Australian Aboriginal art has undergone a transformation in both style and medium, keeping to a traditional iconography but transforming it in innovative and radical ways. Australian Aboriginal art is now highly prized and much sought after. Australian Aboriginal painting has always been closely linked with their society and mythology. The arrival of the Europeans disrupted this culture and dispersed the Australian Aboriginals, forcing them to adopt alien lifestyles. In some cases, however, traditional culture was retained, forming the basis of modern Australian Aboriginal art. The new art. During the 1930s, the Aranda School of Watercolorists at the Hermannsburg Mission in Central Australia produced drawings in the European manner. Albert Namatjira, 1902-59, developed this style, becoming the first Australian Aboriginal painter to attract widespread attention. At the same time, bark paintings continued to be produced in commercial quantities, using both ritual and more representative imagery. The big change in Australian Aboriginal art came around 1971, when the art teacher Geoffrey Bardon, working at the Papunya settlement west of Alice Springs, encouraged the local artists to paint with acrylic on canvas and board, rather than using vegetable dyes on sacred objects such as stones or wooden slabs. At first such paintings were realistic in their representation, but soon dots and dabs of acrylic paint were used in increasingly abstract ways. Dot paintings. This new style of dot paintings incorporates symbolic motifs, curved and wavy lines, and concentric circles, marked out in highly decorative patterns of dots to depict a particular geographical location associated with either a mythological event or person. Such works are produced for the Western art market, but are painted by Australian Aboriginal artists across Central and Northern Australia who remain very much a part of their own communities and retain their links to the sacred lands in which they have traditionally lived. Uluru, the largest freestanding rock in the world, Uluru lies in the center of Australia and has been home to the Anangu people for at least 22,000 years. The rock is one of the most sacred sites for Australian Aboriginals. Australian Aboriginal art. Emily Kame Ngwarai. B. Al-Hakir, c. 1910, D. Alice Springs, 1996. Living in relative isolation in Central Australia, Emily Kame Ngwarai only began work in her 70s, producing batiks from 1981 and then paintings from 1989 onwards. She held her first solo exhibition in Sydney in 1990, received an Australian Artist Creative Fellowship in 1992, and was included in the National Pavilion in the 1997 Venice Biennial. Her work is very influential, for it defies the traditional symbolic iconography of Australian Aboriginal paintings and uses instead massed dots and loose, layered webs in a vibrant abstraction of pigments. Her paintings are directly related to Australian Aboriginal women's ceremonies and to her sense of her country, Al-Hakir. Bush Yam Alain Ngwarai first produced colorful silk and cotton batiks. She used their shimmering colors and shapes that merge into each other when she later started to paint on canvas. 1990s, acrylic on canvas, 118 by 48 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Loose web pinks, pale oranges, of other and a range hues emerge through the web of bright red, the edges of each color loose and blurred. Ginger Riley Mundawalla. B. Lemon Bite, Northern Territory, c. 1936, D. Borroloola, 2002. Born on the Lim Bite River in Arnhem Land in the Northern Territory, Ginger Riley Mundawalla spent most of his adult life as a cattle drover and stockman. He did not begin to paint until he was almost 50, after he had met and was inspired by his fellow landscape. Munduwalawalla's work was inspired by the bark paintings of his area, but he soon developed his own distinct style based on bold and colorful depictions of his native landscape and the mythological beings that brought it into existence. Dubbed by the Australian artist David Larwill as the boss of colour, he helped to break down the distinctions between Australian Aboriginal and contemporary art. Limmen Bite Munduwalawalla always returned to the subject river country of his home river, painting its valley with bold colors and an almost childlike but highly effective simplicity. 1992, synthetic polymer paint on canvas, 243.5 by 243.5 centimeters, collection. Art Gallery of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. Clifford Possum Chapel Jari. B. Napperby, Northern Territory, c. 1932. D. Alice Springs, 2002. A stockman until he was 36, in the 1960s Chapel Jari began painting watercolors in the Aranda School style. He also became an expert woodcarver of boomerangs, snakes, Clifford possum and other tourist items. Around this time Chapel Jari lost the sight of one eye in a riding accident. In 1972, he was one of the last and youngest people to join the founding group of artists at the Pepunia settlement. One of the most talented members, his knowledge of the sacred lands was his subject matter. By the late 1970s, he adopted his dot art, acrylic on canvas technique to produce large-scale canvases. Later, smaller works incorporate elements such as fire, water, kangaroos, and possums. One of the most visionary and collected Australian Aboriginal artists, he died the day he was to receive the Order of Australia and a medal in honour of his contribution to the Australian Aboriginal community. Lifeline. c. 1932 born in Napperby, Northern Territory, 1968 ends work as a stockman, by which time he has begun painting watercolors. 1972 joins the Pepunia settlement artists. c. 1978 adopts his artsy 1376 technique to large-scale works. Mid-1980s leaves the Pepunia artists and works independently on the outskirts of Alice Springs. 1990 becomes the first Aboriginal artist to be received by the Australian head of state, Elizabeth II, in London. Naripi, worm. Dreaming. The underlying representation of the individual dreaming is almost overwhelmed by the perfection of palette, spatial design, and technical virtuosity. 1987, acrylic on canvas, 90 by 120 centimeters, Corbally Storton Contemporary Art, Australia. Corkwood Dreaming painted after Chapel Jari had moved into Alice Springs and begun to work independently of the Pepunia collective. The previous dynamism is now broken with paths and blocks of single, complementary colors. 1992, acrylic on canvas, 164 by 128 centimeters, Corbally Storton Contemporary Art, Australia. Joseph Jura Chapel Jari. Bkiwirrkura, Western Australia, c. 1952. Born in Western Australia, Joseph Jura Chapel Jari was brought with his family to Pepunia, northwest of Alice Springs, in 1964 after being sighted by a welfare patrol. He started painting in 1986 and since 1987 has painted for the Pepunia Tula artists. His work has been exhibited widely around the world and is in many important collections. Chapel Jari has produced woodcuts, but his main work is with synthetic polymer paint on linen. Painting mainly bold abstractions, he uses a monochrome color, often a pinkish red or dark gray, over a different colored base. Notably in the dotted meanderings he has featured in recent years. Untitled, the meandering, dotted subject matter in monochrome color over a different colored base is typical of the artist's recent work. 2003, synthetic polymer paint on linen, 121 x 121 cm. Rover Thomas Julama. B. Western Australia, c. 1926. D. Western Australia, 1998. Rover Thomas lived in the bush until his mother died, when he was around 10, and was then initiated into traditional law before working as a jackaroo or trainee stockworker. He later worked as a carpenter's assistant building community housing. Moving to Warmun, Western Australia in 1975, he became the dreamer or vehicle of the Gurir ceremony, a dance cycle of songs and images. The images were based partly on a dream Thomas had following the death of an old woman in a car accident and also on Cyclone Tracy, which devastated Darwin in 1974. He and his uncle Paddy Jaminji painted a series of plywood boards that were carried on the shoulders of participants in the cycle, each ochre board complementing a specific verse. From there he began to paint on canvas. His often somber paintings express the landscape of the Kimberley Plateau of Western Australia as well as both real and mythological events in history. In 1982 he began a series of paintings based on Kimberley rock art. Rhodes Cross, a major retrospective of his work, was held by the National Gallery of Australia in 1994. Ord River, Bow River, Denham River. Three rivers converge in the Australian outback. Both rivers and the surrounding land are portrayed using simple ochre colors, the rivers delineated by lines of little white dots. 1989, acrylic on canvas, 180 by 90.2 centimeters, Musée du Quai Branly, Paris, France. From the 1980s onwards, European art regained some of the prominent position in the world it had lost to the U.S. The dramatic and sudden collapse of communism at the end of that decade tended to re-establish a sense of European unity. European art exists in an increasingly globalized art scene, created by the internet and cheaper, easier travel. Changing roles. In spite of enormous support from the French government, including the building of the Pompidou Center, Paris has never quite recovered the role it played in the development of modern art up to the mid-20th century. Ever since the international success of Neo-Expressionism, Germany has become increasingly important in the art world. For earlier generations of artists, a considerable career could be built on a local reputation, and many figures celebrated in their own countries had little following outside them. Now it seems that it is vital to establish an international audience. What plays best on the world stage is frequently that which clearly belongs to its country of origin. So Tuymans is clearly a Belgian artist who looks back to Ensor and Magritte, while Richter has reflected on the political traumas of West Germany. Common themes. One feature of the contemporary scene is that many of the old conflicts are no longer of such importance. Abstract versus figurative, or conceptualism versus painting and sculpture, no longer arouse such passions. Artists who are stylistically and technically very different may nonetheless be united by common themes. The three women artists shown here are a painter and two installation artists. However, Annette Massager is far closer to the painter Paula Rigo in her critical look at feminine identity and her exploration of the power of childhood memory. Sylvie Fleury, by contrast, is, at least on the surface, a post-feminist exulting in the rich woman's joy in shopping. The Guggenheim Foundation. From its origins in New York in the 1930s, the Guggenheim Foundation developed to a multinational corporation for collecting and displaying modern art. Frank Gehry's dramatic design for the foundation's branch in Bilbao, which opened in 1997, has attracted as much attention as the art inside. Europe today. Gerhard Richter. B. Dresden, 1932. Gerhard Richter is both one of the great technical virtuosi of contemporary painting and one of its most intelligent and thoughtful practitioners. He was trained in former East Germany, where painters were required to produce a realist art that supported the propaganda requirements of the state. When he moved to the West, he developed a style that was an alternative both to realism and abstraction by working from photographs. However, the intention was not to achieve greater realism. Instead, Richter's paintings tend to emphasize the imperfections of the photographic process and question our use of it as a source of information about the world. When Richter came to work as an abstract painter, he, by contrast, introduced a high level of illusionism into the work. Lifeline. 1952-56 studies at Hochschule für Bildende Kunst, Leipzig, 1961 moves to Düsseldorf, then in West Germany. Influenced by the work of Bacon and Giacometti. 1962 produces first paintings based on blurred photographs. 1985 receives Oskar Kokoschka Prize in Vienna. 1991 retrospective exhibition at Tate Gallery, London. Untitled, one of a series of large paintings, the effect was achieved by scraping across several layers of wet paint. There is a suggestion of dim, unidentifiable images in a dirty mirror, but when the original work is seen, the viewer is continuously brought back to the paint itself. 1989, Oil on Canvas, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. The Schmidt family, typical of the Richter's paintings from the 1960s, this was painted from a snapshot rather than from life. 1964, Oil on Canvas, 125 by 130 centimeters, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany, Lone. With child. Even in an intimate scene such as this, the artist's wife with her newborn child, we see it secondhand through an imperfect photograph. Richter has made a number of portraits of his family using the snapshot as a basis. 1995, Oil on Canvas, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Paula Rigo. B. Lisbon, 1935. Paula Rigo is a painter who has continued to place narrative at the center of her art. Her art draws upon fairy tales, legends, popular cinema, and cartoon strips. She has often been described as a feminist painter, a term that she does not refute. Her work frequently addresses photograph by topics such as the subjugation of women and violent Charles Sturge relationships between the genders. Although she has worked in London for many years and is now regarded as one of the leading figures in British art, much of her work still reflects her response to the highly repressive atmosphere of the Portuguese society in which she grew up. She has developed from a semi-abstract manner close to the Cobra group, page 521, to the figurative manner for which she is best known, but her work reminds us that tradition is significant in art insofar as it illuminates the present. Lifeline. 1952-56 Studies Painting at Slade School of Art, London 1957-75 Lives between Portugal and London. Her paintings frequently satirize the conservatism of Portuguese society. 1976 Settles permanently in London following the fall of the fascist Salazar regime. 1989 Nursery Rhymes, Etchings published. 1998 produces a series of prints protesting Portuguese abortion laws. The artist in her studio, the painting is heir to a whole tradition of representations. Here the artist is both dreamer and controller, declaring her command of the space by her strident posture, black boots, and, above all, by her pipe, a sign associated customarily with the potent male artist. 1993, Acrylic on Canvas, 180 by 130 centimeters, Leeds City Art Gallery, UK. Closer look. Studio props. Rigo plays with the power of painting to simultaneously suggest dead and living matter. This threatening hybrid of dog and cat, one of many plaster casts within the artist's studio, provides a protective resting place for a little girl. The Vivian Girls with China. The Vivian Girls were the creation of an obsessive American artist called Henry Darger. That a child's toy, a cuddly bear, should be involved in their violent world, is typical of Rigo's work. 1984, Acrylic on Paper, Bristol City Museum and Art Gallery, UK. Luc Tuymans. B. Mortzel, 1958. Like many painters today, the Belgian artist Luc Tuymans depicts the world as seen through photographs. However, these are not the high-focus, colorful paintings of the photorealists but images fading into mystery. The handling of paint is highly sensitive and poetic. Characteristically, Tuymans uses very pale colors, and sometimes cracks are deliberately induced in the painting's surface. There is often a suggestion of violence and pain, and his imagery is frequently inspired by published photographs of war and brutality. It is as though the painting is a beautiful cover for the secrets of a half-forgotten atrocity. Illegitimate. 3. Tuymans often uses titles to suggest readings of images. This one inevitably colors our understanding of this pale, headless figure. The abuse of children is a theme that is frequently suggested by the artist, but in a cryptic way that mirrors the silence around it. 1997, Oil on Canvas, 161 by 137 centimeters, Tate, London, UK. Sylvie Fleury. B. Geneva, 1961. Sylvie Fleury's world is that of the female consumer. In an assault on both the politically high-minded feminism of an earlier generation but also the sober austerity of much abstract art produced by male artists, she celebrates the act of shopping. Unlike the pop artists, she focuses unashamedly on luxury-branded goods.
She once exhibited 100 bottles of an expensive perfume at an art fair. They were all stolen by the end of the opening night. If there is any irony in her attitude towards her materials, she is meticulous in not allowing it to show. If the sociologists who see branding as our contemporary religion are right, then she is a religious artist for our time. Untitled, the consumer products that are Fleury's raw materials are laid across a carpet. I think shopping is never complete unless you buy at least one pair of shoes. She has said that she always buys her size, in case the sculpture is never sold. 1992, Mixed Media, Dachterhallen, Hamburg, Germany. Annette Massager. BBRCK, 1943. Massager describes herself as both artist and collector. She makes installations from old clothes, toys, and books, which are frequently prodded into startling, jerky life. The inclusion of the ordinary and everyday was partly inspired by her participation in the revolutionary student movements of 1968, as it was something that opposed the elitism of great art. She has taken a critical look through photographs from women's magazines of the pressures to conform to a standard of female beauty. Her work mixes the disarmingly innocent with the downright sinister. Appropriately, one of the entries in her biography is participation in a festival of sorcery in Castres. A hanging installation, colorful padded letters are hung from the ceiling, confronting the visitor with a confusing maze. Massager values the engagement of the spectator above the preciousness of the art object. 1995-97, Mixed Media, Kunsthall, Hamburg, Germany. The contemporary art scene in Africa is highly diverse, experimental, and idiosyncratic. A myriad initiatives scattered over a vast area. It is not constrained by any monolithic art history or theorizing, and not standardized by conformist art education. Extreme change and upheaval characterized African cultures and their art making during the 20th century. Differing colonizing powers imposed varied foreign art values and systems. Local patronage systems were disrupted, so-called superior artworks were imported, and aspects of Western art market and museum systems introduced. With progressive attainment of self-government and freedom from foreign rule, the fundamentally altered African cultures began the task of reclaiming and reshaping their societies. The colonially defined borders had split or forced together more than 900 culturally distinct groups, resulting in multicultural populations and highly varied post-colonial artistic contexts in today's 53 independent nations. Styles and media. Today's artists draw freely on the continent's stylistic traditions of abstraction, psychological expressiveness, and symbolic representation, as well as bringing in and adapting European trends of realism, picture-making, and naturalistic representation. African artists' traditionally open approach to form and media, seen in their use of everyday materials, found objects, and mixed techniques, has successfully absorbed the potential of two-dimensional media, photography, and video. In addition, there is marked reinvention in historically important African fine arts such as textiles and multimedia performance. Concept and content evolving within established African examples of politically relevant and socially engaged art making. Contemporary artists are primarily concerned with ongoing struggles for more humane societies. Their artworks deal with both everyday realities and profound philosophical concepts. Touring exhibitions such as Africa Remix, starting in Dusseldorf, Germany in 2004, and participation in international biennales, have only recently begun to reveal the global relevance of contemporary art in Africa. Diverse expression artists from across the continent at the opening of 100% Africa exhibition at the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, Spain in 2006. Africa Today. Abdoulaye Koné. B. Mali, 1953. Painter, graphic designer, and director of Bamako's Conservatoire for Arts and Media in Mali, Abdoulaye Koné has increasingly worked in textiles, one of Africa's signature media. Diverse traditions and techniques are drawn together: applique figures, patchwork, flags, rags, embroidered symbols, and specific archetypes such as gris-gris, tightly sewn bundles containing talismans that ward off evil, and hooded cloaks, worn by the griot, spiritual leader of Islamic African societies. Cotton, which connate uses, is highly significant as a crop made profitable by the slave trade and a key product in Africa's current battle for equitable trading. Konate's works highlight the need for contemplation, measured use of power, the well-being of all humanity, and respectful coexistence. Le Dos Siami dark, roughly formed landscape with figures bearing symbols of various human political and religious systems protected by rows of gris-gris talismans woven into the white background. 2008 Cotton, Artist Collection. El Anasui. Bigana, 1944. Professor of sculpture at the University of Nigeria, El Anasui is one of Africa's outstanding artists. An intellectual and a master craftsman, his works embody historical and cultural meanings through skillful manipulation of material, process, and form. Materials such as discarded milk tins and cassava graters, used printing plates, broken pots, or English railway sleepers made from African hardwoods, carry evidence that challenges established Western discourse on relations between Africa and the rest of the world. His work questions memory and the stereotypes of tradition and modernity. Recently, Anasui has been making wall-hung metal sculptures that reference the significant role of textiles in Africa's interactions with the rest of the world. Flag for a new world power, the bold colors trumpet pride, and glinting surfaces fall like silk. Beneath the superficial richness, however, the material recalls the exchange of alcohol for slaves and modern economic iniquities. 2005 Metals Artist Collection. Closer look. Illusion of wealth. This shimmering emblem representing wealth and power is, in reality, made out of the poor and humble, used bottle tops, collected from alcohol distributors, cut, beaten, pierced, and stitched together. Jane Alexander. B. South Africa, 1959. Figurative art always mirrors humanity, and the viewer is unavoidably implicated in Jane Alexander's enigmatic tableaus and photomontages. Through a finely calibrated mix of realism, symbol, and nightmare, the artist makes aspects of the human psyche and pathologies visible. Damage caused by mental states of fear or aggression, and knowledge or memories of brutal acts, appear in the flesh of perpetrator, victim, and bystander. The altered yet undeniably human figures suggest ambiguous narratives, eliciting a personal, often visceral, response and deeply shocking recognition. The butcher boys, life-size, repulsive, sinister, waiting. Mutants, without ears, their eyes are dark, opaque, their lips merge solid, beneath flattened snouts. Horns grow from misshapen skulls, chests are slashed, stitched up, genitals grown over, backs slit open. The butcher boys embody the ugly psychological deformities of a degraded society, the inhumanity not only of apartheid South Africa but also of brutal and repressive systems in the world today. 1985-86, Mixed Media, dimensions 1285 by 2135 by 885 centimeters, South African National Gallery, Cape Town, South Africa. Samuel Faso. B. Cameroon, 1962. Samuel Faso uses photographic self-portraits to explore subjects such as the quest for personal beauty, vulnerability in war situations, the constructions of identity, propaganda, self-invention, and African representation. Aged 13, he set himself up as a passport photographer and quickly recognized the camera's potential to create desirable self-images. His study of cool poses and fashion trends evolved into a deep fascination for the meanings conveyed by the costumes and props of popular personas. Faso's superbly composed self-portraits as pirate, English golfer, and liberated American woman, among others, play with the reflective ambivalence, intrinsic critique, and subtle wit possible in assuming alternative identities. Strangely disconcerting, they reveal photography as an agile tool for masquerade, lending truth to manipulated images, and refuting common notions of documentary veracity. Le chef qu'a vendu l'Afrique aux colons. Faso represents himself in a cleverly detailed parody of notions of the African chief. Obviously theatrical, it challenges the viewer to discern fiction, reality, difference, and prejudice. 1997 Photograph, 100 by 100 centimeters. Romuald Hazum. B. Benin, 1962. Mundane objects are skillfully appropriated as vessels of significant meaning in the work of Romuald Huzum. In particular, he has transformed one of Benin's most common items, the plastic jerrycan. Altering the distinctive form with cuts and additions, Huzum fashioned a series of striking masks, individual portraits of local characters, quirky protagonists, and a modern masquerade depicting harsh economic realities. Both form and content echo older histories and reflect on resourceful or desperate survival strategies. This work evolved into composite groups: a pile of skulls, mass transportation photographic studies, and large-scale installations combining sound, video, and other sensory elements. Although primarily African, many works deal with the effects of globalization, international power relations, and the dehumanizing view of people as commodities in today's exploitative labor markets. La Bouche du Roi, composed as a slave ship, each mask representing a trapped individual. This installation is titled after a place from where thousands of slaves were transported. It evokes the horrific conditions through sounds and smells, and juxtaposes modern forms of slavery in video clips. 1999 to 2004, Mixed Media, 10x 2.9m, Artist Collection. Sherry Samba. B. Democratic Republic of Congo, 1956. Visual delights and critical social messages characterize Sherry Samba's art. Starting at an early age, he learned his skills on the street and actively sought inspiration in comics, films, and advertising. He was a pioneer of the unique local genre known as the Congolese School of Popular Painting, which has roots in African traditions of dramatic storytelling, masquerade, and art as a medium for social engagement, intended to reach the widest possible audience, stimulate public debate, and educate through entertainment. Employing precise draftsmanship, striking color, and symbolic imagery, Samba transforms current issues into bold visual narratives that are a pleasure to look at and easy to understand. Fact and reality combined with imaginative or fantastical elements, often laced with humor, epigrams, or surprising graphic twists, to clearly convey his messages. Appropriating Western graphic techniques and materials, he continues the local use of dynamic and evocative visual language to engage people in the dilemmas and problems of living in modern times. Après September 11, 2001, this protagonist is no superhero, just a fleshy body impelled by a head full of aggression, leaving mounds of dead bodies in his wake. The otherwise clear sky swirls and darkens with his destructive minions. 2002, Oil on Canvas, 200 by 350 centimeters, Contemporary African Art Collection. Closer look. Symbolism reprising Africa's symbolic emphasis on the human head and highlighting the essence of the problem. Samba's graphic inventiveness encapsulates the mental state of the superpower psyche. Chinese artists have been especially visible in recent years, but throughout Asia, artists are providing a perspective on the world that is quite distinct from Western traditions. Since the early 20th century, certain Asian artists have made a career in the West while retaining elements of their national traditions. Charles Hossein Zendaruti from Iran, for instance, worked successfully in the post-war École de Paris, pages 458-461, while the Japanese artist Yaya Kusama was part of the New York art scene in the 1960s. Such a move is no longer necessary to reach a worldwide public, due to ease of travel and communication and internationally minded critics. The Far East. Contemporary Japanese art collapses the distinction between fine art and popular culture. The most successful artist in Japan today, Takashi Murakami, has a corporation that disseminates not only his own images, but those of a whole stable of protégés. Art has gone much further in becoming part of mass culture than even the pop artists envisaged. Up to the mid-1980s, Chinese art was controlled by the Communist Party, who imposed a populist propaganda art that drew on both Western academic styles and traditional folk sources. Today, some of the biggest names, including Su Bing, work outside China itself. Chinese art includes challenging performance and video art, but there are also many painters who reflect the contemporary life of the country or revisit old political icons with irony and skepticism. The Islamic world. The use of decorative script, the strongest tradition in Islamic art, is a key feature of contemporary work and has a certain affinity with Western abstract art sense and emphasis on the Artist handwriting. Political art looks at issues such as the role of women and the Palestinian conflict. Novel art. Gallery art in China, fueled both by foreign collectors and wealthy Chinese, has made possible enterprises such as this contemporary art space in an abandoned electronics factory. Asia Today. Charles Hossein Zendarutti. B. Tehran, 1936. Zendarutti graduated from Tehran's High School of Arts in 1958. He is one of the principal exponents and founders of the Saga-Khana movement in Iranian art. Saga-Khana literally means water fountain, and makes specific reference to public drinking fountains, the erection of which has a religious significance in Sharia Islamic culture. The artists used traditional symbols such as calligraphy to communicate specifically to Iranians. In spite of these origins, Zendarutti's art has been acclaimed in the Western, as well as the Islamic, world. The emphasis on calligraphy is traditional to Islamic culture but also has affinities with leading Western modern artists such as Twombly, see page 515. Since 1961, Zendarutti has lived in Paris, but he had a retrospective exhibition at the Tehran Museum of Contemporary Art in 2002. He has also made tapestries and paintings for Riyadh and Jeddah airports. Untitled. The calligraphy in this print is taken from the opening of the Quran and is in a decorative script favored by Iranian calligraphers. At the same time, the accumulation of layers and different colors gives the work an abstract appeal in addition to its religious significance. 1986 Silkscreen on paper 66 by 50 cm. British Museum, London, UK. Shirin Neshat. B. Kazvin, Iran, 1957. In 1974, Neshat moved to the United States to complete her education. The Islamic Revolution of 1979 meant that she was unable to return to Iran until 1993. In that year, she resumed the artwork that she had given up for years while working at Storefront, an alternative art space in New York. Since then, she has lived and worked in both Iran and America, although she was only able to exhibit in Iran during a period when the regime was comparatively liberal. She has worked with photography and film to explore the role of women within Islam and Western perceptions of these roles from what she herself describes as the point of view of an exile. As with many contemporary artists working with film, she often uses a multi-screen format. Collaborators have included the composer Philip Glass. A passage. This video was filmed in Morocco in a coastal town with scenery similar to Iran. In it, men carry a body wrapped in white across a beach, intercut with scenes of women digging a grave with their hands and a child arranging a stone circle. 2001, Video and Sound. Installation, Solomon R. Guggenheim Museum, New York, U.S. Allegiance with Wakefulness. In 1993, Neshat began a series entitled Women of Allah. These were photographs of women in Islamic dress with Farsi texts written across their skin. Neshat has said that the female body seemed to become a canvas for a particular intersection between sexuality, politics, and violence. 1994 offset print, Israel Museum, Jerusalem, Israel. Liu Shidong. Beijing, Northern China, 1963. Liu Xiaodong's paintings are vivid and haunting documents of a China undergoing headlong economic and political transformation. He draws on photography but only as source material, not like the photorealists as something to transcribe literally. For him, what painting loses in terms of details of the objective world, it makes up for in psychological observation. Although there is not the element of ironic political satire found in some other Chinese painters, there is nonetheless in his work a skepticism towards official mythologies. He has stated that it is his aim to show the humanity that has been devalued in China at the expense of grandeur and heroism. His sympathy, as illustrated in the series of paintings based on the Three Gorges Dam project, is with the victims of ruthless social change. Lifeline. 1988 graduates from Central Academy of Fine Arts, Beijing, China. 1989 takes part in Chinese 1989 Avant-Garde Art Exhibition, Beijing. 1998 to 1999 Academy of Fine Arts, University of Complutense, Madrid, Spain. 2001 trip to Singapore to research series of paintings on the theme of prostitutes and transvestites. 2006 exhibits paintings on theme of Three Gorges project. Three girls watching TV depicting three girls in a brothel in Singapore. The theme is unexpected in a contemporary Chinese painter. 2001, oil on canvas, 130 by 150 centimeters, private collection. Three Gorges. Newly displaced population lose paintings of the Chinese government's project for the Three Gorges demonstrate the disaster for the 2 million whose homes and livelihoods are destroyed. 2004, oil on canvas, 270 by 900 centimeters, Mary Boone Gallery, New York, U.S. Su Bing. Chongqing near Beijing, 1955. Su Bing is one of the most important artists to have come out of China in recent years. As a young man, he was sent to the countryside as part of the Cultural Revolution. He now lives and works principally in the United States. His work has been preoccupied with words and language. A section of his installation, A Book from the Sky, was first seen in Beijing in 1988 and gave him international attention. A case study of transference was an installation in which a male and female pig had, respectively, Chinese and English characters printed on them. They went on to produce piglets. A Book from the Sky 1987-91. This installation consists of sheets of 4,000 characters, all of them invented by the artist, while bound books cover the floor. It recalls the wall newspapers pasted up for the Chinese to read, and comments on the collapse of political dialogue. Woodblock print, wood, leather, ivory for banners. 103 by 6 by 8.5 centimeters, each, folded 19 boxes, 49.2 by 33.5 by 9.8 centimeters, each, containing 4 books. Takashi Murakami. Tokyo, 1962. Murakami studied at the Tokyo National University of Fine Arts and Music. He gained a PhD in Nihonga, a mixture of traditional Japanese painting and Western styles, but decided to make an art that would be more accessible to contemporary audiences and successful in today's marketplace. His art draws on the Japanese popular forms of manga, comics, and anime, animated films, what is sometimes called otaku culture after the obsessive kind of fan who lives entirely by it. He developed this art through a company he called Kaikai Kiki, which employs more than 100 people in Tokyo, Saitama, and New York. Napping this is Mr. Oval, one of the many characters created by Murakami. He based this giant sculpture on Humpty Dumpty at the suggestion of the fashion designer Issey Miyake.
These colorful images can be merchandised in many forms. 2002. Inflatable. Yayoi Kusama. B. Matsumoto, 1929. Kusama moved to New York from Japan in 1958 and became involved in the avant-garde art scene of happenings and anti-war protest art. Her trademark became the repeated use of colored spots, not only on paintings but on objects, environments, and even clothing. These relate to a personal obsession. On one occasion, she recalls that while painting she imagined her own hands covered with the dots. In spite of becoming famous in the New York art world, she returned to Japan in 1973 and, in 1977, voluntarily entered a psychiatric institution where she has lived ever since, although she has continued to work prolifically as an artist. Soul Under the Moon. Kusama's environments engulf the viewer, so they can share in her hallucinations. 2002. Mirrors, ultraviolet lights, water, plastic, nylon thread, timber, and synthetic polymer paint, 340 by 712.1 by 600 centimeters, Queensland Art Gallery, Queensland, Australia. Today's North American art embraces a huge range of media and styles from collage to conceptual pieces, painting to performance. It also addresses a wide variety of issues, including consumerism and popular culture, racial and gender identity, and post-9/11 and post-Iraq war tensions. In the early 1990s, installation art and video appeared to hold sway in the North American art scene. Today, however, diversity reigns. Painting and performance. By the late 1990s, critics were pointing to the re-emergence of figurative painters, in particular John Curran, Elizabeth Peyton, and Lisa Yuskavage, who are all concerned with the way beauty is constructed in contemporary culture. Of the three, Yuskavage is the most controversial. Her female nudes are exquisitely painted yet borrow from soft pornography. their brash, vulgarity quintessentially American. The North American art scene is no longer centered on New York. Mike Kelly works in Los Angeles, drawing inspiration from punk and teenage culture. His work, which is musical, theatrical, and visual, combines elements of high and low art. He has often collaborated with Californian-based artist Paul McCarthy, whose performances feature psychopathic children's television heroes and sets covered with ketchup, mayonnaise, mustard, and chocolate sauce as substitutes for blood, sperm, sweat, and excrement. African American voices. Increasingly, African American voices are being heard in the art world. In RYTHM Master, Kerry James Marshall creates a superhero comic book for the 21st century in which some ancient African sculptures come to life and fight a cyberspace elite that is losing touch with traditional culture. Many black female artists, such as Kara Walker and Kenyan-born Wangechi Mutu, tackle gender and sexual identity along with racial identity. Since 9/11, much art has been political, such as the paintings of Jules de Balancourt that bleakly expose the divisions in American society. U.S. World Studies too. In this painting, de Balancourt shows an inverted U.S. as an island, with mixed-up states, surrounded by the dark nations of the rest of the world. It illustrates America's internal disunity and uneasy relationship with the rest of the world after the invasion of Iraq in 2003. North America Today. Bruce Nauman, B. Fort Wayne, Indiana, 1941. Nauman works in a wide range of media, including sculpture, video, film, printmaking, performance, and installation, but it is ideas, not medium, that governs his work. He is concerned with how an activity or process can become a work of art and is inspired by the activities, speech, and materials of everyday life. In the late 1960s, he molded sculptures from parts of his body and filmed himself pacing about the studio and performing repetitive activities. He is fascinated with space, and the ways it can alter our behavior and self-awareness, and in Walk with Contrapposto filmed himself in an uncomfortably narrow corridor to elicit physical and emotional responses from the audience. He displays words and phrases to question language as a means of communication and tool of control, often using wordplay and neon, a medium that calls attention to the object-like quality of words rather than their meaning. Lifeline. 1964 graduates from the University of Madison, 1965-66 University of California, begins to make performance pieces and films. 1966 moves to San Francisco, first one-man exhibition of fiberglass sculptures. 1979 to a ranch in Moves, New Mexico. 1999 videos himself doing repetitive tasks on his ranch. 2005 in the Tate Modern he shows Raw Materials, an oral collage created from playing 22 spoken texts. Anthro/Socio, Rhine Spinning. In 1990, Nauman started making video sculptures of stacked monitors and related wall projections. He began by videoing himself, but in this piece uses an actor. The work questions the role of language and the spectator's involvement in the installation experience. 1992, video installation, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Closer look. Unsettling experience in icy green-blue light. A close-up suspended head aggressively spews forth the same sounds and phrases. It is an unsettling experience, visually and orally. A marching man in this playful yet explicit piece in neon. A man continuously walks while getting an erection. The shock value of the work, however, is undermined by endless repetition. 1985, neon tubes on aluminum panel, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Norval Morisseau. B. Fort William, Ontario, 1931. D. Toronto, 2007. A self-taught painter, Morisseau was a deeply spiritual First Nations Ojibwe. He signed his paintings Copper Thunderbird, the name a medicine woman gave him. His early work evokes ancient symbolic etchings on birch bark and tackles traditional spiritual knowledge. He was originally criticized for disclosing this by his community. Initially, he painted on any material he could find, including birch bark, moose hide, and cardboard, but as his style evolved, he generally worked with acrylics on canvas or paper. His palette became progressively brighter, and by the 1980s and 1990s it obtained a neon-like brilliance. The themes also changed, and he started depicting his own personal struggles rather than traditional myths. Storyteller of the Age's bold colors and strong outlines are typical of Morisot, and the closeness that he saw between the human and animal world is explicit. The storyteller has a fish's head, and the listeners are associated with birds. 1970, acrylic on canvas, Fred Jones Jr. Museum of Art, University of Oklahoma, U.S. Jimmy Durham. B. Washington, Arkansas, 1940. Durham is a Wolf Clan Cherokee who has worked as an artist, essayist, poet, and political activist for American Indians. He studied at l'École des Beaux-Arts, Switzerland, before his involvement with the American Indian movement brought him back to the U.S. in 1973. As an artist in the 1960s and 1970s, Durham focused on theater and performances. Since the 1980s, he has used detritus and other found objects to create sculptures that radically challenge conventional representations of American Indians. In the 1990s and 2000s, he made work that questions the establishment and their triumphant architectural symbols. Arc de Triomphe for personal use, turquoise, 2003, for example, is the antithesis of monumental architecture. Flower of the Death of Loneliness, a large stone, painted with a crude, mad-eyed face, has crashed onto a mirror on the gallery floor. The face stares up from the shards, creating a work that is at once funny and alarming. 2000, Mixed Media, 90 by 90 by 25 centimeters, Saatchi Gallery, London, UK. Matthew Barney. B. San Francisco, 1967. After his graduation from Yale, Barney gained instant success and controversy in the art world. In 1991, aged only 24, he had a solo exhibition at the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art, and in 1993 and 1995 was included in the biennial at New York's Whitney Museum. Barney is best known as the creator of the 5 visually lavish Cremaster films. They are a mix of history, autobiography, and mythology and feature Barney in many roles, including a satyr, a magician, a ram, Harry Houdini, and even the infamous murderer Gary Gilmore. Each film is packed with symbols and actions that suggest sexual reproduction. The title of the films refers to a muscle that raises and lowers the testicles according to temperature, external stimulation, or fear. The cabinet of Baby Fay La Faux for each Cremaster film. Barney produces a group of objects and a book of still images. This piece shows objects associated with a character in Cremaster 2, 1999, a stylized seance table, barbells cast in solar salt, and a veiled top hat filled with honeycombed beeswax. 2000, Mixed Media 149.8 by 242.6 by 97.2 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. John Curran. B. Boulder, Colorado, 1962. Curran creates fabulously accomplished, satirical figurative paintings, mainly of women and family life. He often distorts the female body, elongating limbs and enlarging breasts, which has led some critics to claim his work is sexist, others that it critiques modern-day notions of beauty. His paintings enchant and repel. Their refined surfaces and graphic rhythms are seductive, but they often show cliched subjects with an almost caricaturist style. Curran's delight in artifice and stylistic extravagance is that of a modern-day mannerist. In 1989, he held his first major New York show, Portraits of Girls based on high school yearbook photographs. He has had retrospective exhibitions at the Whitney Museum of American Art and the Museum of Contemporary Art, Chicago. In the 2000s, Curran has varied his subject matter, from explicitly erotic pictures to mail-order porcelain. Thanksgiving this painting is rather unsettling. In the foreground, the turkey and flowers are faithfully and lovingly rendered. In the background, however, the figures, captured in an unlikely pose, seem to be the subject of Curran's satire. 2003, Oil on Canvas, 172.9 by 132.3 centimeters, Tate Gallery, London, UK. Kara Walker. B. Stockton, California, 1969. Walker is an African-American artist who employs an old Victorian medium silhouettes to address contemporary issues, such as gender, sexuality, and race. She generally works by displaying cut-out paper figures on walls in room-sized installations. These figures fornicate and fight, and through them Walker challenges racial myths and stereotyping. The paper Walker uses to cut out most of the images is black, so rendering her figures black, the race of each character only visible through stereotype and caricature. In 1994, Walker graduated from the Rhode Island School of Design and had an acclaimed exhibition at the Drawing Center in New York. In 1997, she showed at the Whitney Museum Biennial Exhibition, and in 2002 represented the U.S. in the São Paulo Biennial. Section of artwork by Kara Walker, part of the Arts Mundi Prize. Here Walker seems to invert racial stereotypes. The animal-like figure with a tail and monkey face is cut out in white, while the Southern belle he appears to be ravishing is cut from black. From an exhibition at National Museum Gallery, Cardiff, Wales, UK. Maya Lin. B. Athens, Ohio, 1959. Maya Lin is a Chinese-American artist who creates sculptures, parks, and monuments. She was catapulted into the limelight in 1981 when, as a student at Yale, she won a national competition to design the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C. The memorial, which initially met fierce criticism, consists of 2 black granite walls inscribed with the names of the fallen. It is a place of quiet remembrance that visitors descend into, not a proud, heroic monument. Another notable work is the Wave Field, 1995, at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, in which Earth is shaped like the sea. Lin draws inspiration from many culturally diverse sources, including Japanese gardens, Hopewell Indian earthen mounds, and works by American earthworks artists of the 1960s and 1970s. Civil Rights Memorial commissioned in 1988, this work was the first to commemorate the victims of the Civil Rights Movement. The wall is inscribed with words Martin Luther King often quoted, "Until justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream." Water cascades over the granite, inviting the spectators to touch it. 1989, Black Granite, Montgomery, Alabama, U.S.